When I woke up, I found myself back in 1998. That year, I was still a poor student with a future full of uncertainty. That day, after my brother was falsely accused, I flew into a rage and used a clothes hanger pole to bloody the entire computer room. It also ended my first love and my life with my own hands. I thought this life would repeat the same mistakes, but I discovered the girl who once left me with an unforgettable memory now looks at me with different eyes. My name is Su Chi, and I am a student at Zhenghai University. On March 15, 1998, I woke up from a fever that had lasted for several days and found myself back in my university dormitory. Looking at the familiar yet strange scene before me, I felt shocked and disbelieving. Outside the window, a newspaper drifted in, its date clearly marked as March 15, 1998. I went back 26 years. This discovery set my heart racing, as the poverty and mediocrity of my past life flashed by like a revolving lantern. Now, reborn into this world. I'm holding a winning hand, determined to live a glamorous and wild life. The dorm room door clicked open, and my chubby roommate walked in holding a ceramic cup. Seeing that I was awake, he casually greeted me, but I could no longer contain my excitement and hugged him tightly. The fat guy pushed me away as if he'd seen a ghost, then felt my forehead and muttered, "No fever, so why does it seem like your brain's fried? Hurry up and get ready, Haosu got beaten up in the computer room again, bring your gear." My thoughts were pulled back to reality as I remembered everything that had happened on this day in my previous life. That day, I got beaten up in a fight, and that evening my first love, Li Lingling, broke up with me. From then on, I never recovered, eventually dropping out of school and returning to my hometown, living an ordinary life for the rest of my days. Since I've been reborn into this life, I will never allow history to repeat itself. I immediately called out to Fatty, rushed back to the dorm to grab a clothes pole, then ran next door to borrow another one and tossed it to him. The fat guy looked utterly confused, scratching his head in bewilderment, but still followed me as we rushed toward the computer room at the school gate. In 1998, internet cafes were still called computer rooms, and the hourly internet fees were shockingly high, reaching up to 10 yuan per hour. In the computer lab at the school gate, a young man with a slick-back hairstyle, Jia Qianfeng. They were leading a dozen people to besiege our frail roommate Haosu. Jia Qianfeng was the notorious bully at school, relying on the fact that his cousin Ding Qingfan was the son of one of Zhenghai's first real estate tycoons. He was always domineering and tyrannical. He falsely accused Haosu of stealing his wallet, while one of his lackeys stood up to give false testimony. Haosu was so angry that he couldn't speak for a long time. He never expected to be falsely accused of theft for no reason at all. Seeing Jia Qianfeng was about to strike, I rushed forward from behind in one swift stride, swinging the clothes pole fiercely toward his head. "Who else?" I roared, brandishing the clothes hanger pole in my hand, as waves of wailing filled the air. I was alone, beating them down single-handedly. Thanks to the advantage of weapons, those who were unarmed were quickly routed and all suffered injuries. Though I took quite a few punches myself, the murderous glint in my eyes sent chills down everyone's spines. At that moment, over a dozen security guards rushed over, led personally by the head of the security department. They took all of us back to the political education office. Haosu and the fat guy were both shocked by my actions. Haosu asked the fat guy in astonishment, "Has Ouyang Feng possessed Su Chi? How did getting sick make you so formidable all of a sudden?" The fat man didn't have time to think too much and hurried off to fetch reinforcements. "This is bad. If Jia Qianfeng's cousin were to step in, Su Chi would be directly expelled." The dean's office, Director Bao glared at me with a face dark as thunder. He scolded me like a rogue and a ruffian, bringing shame to the halo of being a college student. I calmly retorted, "Director Bao, what would you do if your friend was falsely accused?" Director Bao was taken aback and signaled for me to explain the situation clearly. Jia Qianfeng grew anxious on the side, insisting that Haosu had stolen his wallet and calling out his lackey to testify. I turned to look at the guilty-looking lackey and questioned him about why he hadn't intervened on the spot. The lackey was already feeling guilty, and after my repeated questioning, his story became full of inconsistencies. Seeing this, Director Bao's face darkened instantly, warning him to come clean or face a formal warning and disciplinary action. Seeing the situation turning unfavorable, Jia Qianfeng quickly brought up his cousin Ding Qingfan. He emphasized that his uncle sponsored the school generously every year, and since we had beaten his people, this matter could not be let go so easily. When Director Bao heard the name Ding Qingfan, his expression softened a bit. Just as he was about to make a biased ruling, a voice came from the doorway. "Hey, so donating a few bucks makes you think you're hot stuff?" Dehua, clad in bell-bottoms, strode in, followed by Fatty and Haosu. As soon as Director Bao saw him, his brow furrowed, knowing that this matter would be difficult to handle. Dehua often clashed with Jia Qianfeng's cousin at school, and the main thing was, his father was also a tough character in society. He looked at Jia Qianfeng with disdain and outright stated that Haosu had been framed. In my previous life, this man who was my closest brother saw his family's fortunes collapse after graduation due to a smuggling case, and in the end, he was murdered and his body sunk into the East China Sea. Now that we meet again, my heart is filled with mixed emotions. Director Bao weighed the options carefully and ultimately decided to let Jia Qianfeng's subordinate stay, as his testimony was suspicious. As for the fight, he concluded that Jia Qinfeng bore greater responsibility. How could a dozen people gang up on one? What if they had killed someone? Finally, he demanded I compensate for the medical expenses, and the matter was settled. I glanced at the clock, it was already noon. At this time in my previous life, after coming out of the political education office, I was publicly criticized over the broadcast and given a major demerit. I brushed past Li Lingling at the cafeteria entrance, and the disappointment in her eyes haunted me forever. That very night, she ended our relationship. This time, my name wasn't called over the broadcast. My heart was in turmoil, complex and hesitant. The first thing I wanted to do after being reborn was to resolve my emotional issues. At noon, the four of us brothers were eating stir-fried dishes in the cafeteria. The fat guy joked excitedly, "Su-chi, you're way too ruthless, you even bent the clothes hanger rod." Hao Su raised his glass to toast me, thanking me for standing up for him. I looked at Lu Dehua, "Still, thank you, otherwise we wouldn't have had a good outcome today." Lu Dehua smiled, utterly unfazed. I looked at him and said earnestly, "Dehua, you should tone it down a bit in the future. Being too sharp isn't good." My words left all three of them stunned. Fatty nudged me and said, "Why do I feel like ever since your fever, the way you talk has been kinda weird?" My heart was filled with bitterness, and I silently resolved that in this lifetime, I would never allow these three brothers to come to harm. I took a deep breath and said to them, "Have you ever thought that college isn't very useful for someone like me?" The three were shocked once more. In this day and age, denying the value of university was practically insane. I quickly explained, what I meant was, university is a wonderful period in life, and since you have it, you should definitely see it through to the end. But in the future, I might do something surprising, like trying my hand at a small business. Hope you won't stop me when the time comes. As we were talking, a strikingly beautiful girl walked into the cafeteria entrance. That was Li Lingling. Lu Dehua spotted her and patted my shoulder. "Alright, Su-chi, let's put the small business idea aside for now. Your Li Lingling is here to get food." Chapter 4, Preparing to Sell Small Accessories. Delicate hands, slender and fair calves peeking out from beneath her skirt, and a pair of white sneakers instantly pulled Su-chi back to this era. Looking up at Li Lingling, Su-chi realized his heart had grown remarkably calm. That heart-wrenching, tearing pain was gone. Just like in his past life, Li Lingling walked right past them, casting a disappointed glance at Su-chi before saying nothing. The atmosphere among the four instantly turned awkward. Bitter thoughts filled Su-chi's heart. It seemed that even after rebirth, the script he faced hadn't changed at all. The others buried their heads in their food, feeling awkward. "Lingling! Did you hear?" Su-chi caused a huge scene at the school gate. He was fighting with over a dozen people. A loud, boisterous girl suddenly ran over from the side. This average-looking girl, Li Lingling's close friend named Shanyao, lived up to her name, a gossipy busybody who constantly badmouthed Su-chi behind his back, convinced he was beneath Li Lingling. Li Lingling suddenly erupted, slamming her porcelain bowl down hard on the table before striding over to Su-chi. Upon seeing Su-chi, Shanyao immediately fell silent. Su-chi looked up at Li Lingling, who was pouting, and asked calmly, "What's wrong?" Li Lingling was momentarily stunned by Su-chi's expression, but quickly regained her composure. "Your fever's gone?" "Yeah, I'm better now," Su-chi replied. "If you have time tonight, come out. While you were sick these past few days, I thought a lot. I feel it's necessary to talk to you about something," Li Lingling said. "Alright, see you tonight. If nothing else comes up, I'll head back to rest now." Su-chi gazed at her calmly, set down his bowl and chopsticks, then walked straight out. Lu Shuhua and the others, including Shanyao, were all frozen in place. Was this really the Su-chi they knew? Hadn't Su-chi always revolved everything around Li Lingling? This wasn't his usual attitude. Lu Shuhua seemed to catch on too, nudging the chubby guy. "Stop eating. Let's head back and catch some sleep, we've got classes this afternoon." The group trailed dejectedly behind Su-chi. Li Lingling remained rooted to the spot. As she looked at Su-chi, a sudden pang of pain stabbed at her heart. Shanyao leaned in, "Lingling, see? I told you so many times this guy's unreliable. He got into a fight this morning and hasn't even explained it to you. He's such a coward. You should leave him sooner rather than later." Li Lingling felt flustered and irritated. "Enough. Stop it. I'll talk it out with him tonight. Maybe this is what they call meant to be together but not meant to be." Back in the dorm, Su-chi flopped onto his bed and pretended to sleep. The others wanted to say something, but in the end, they kept quiet. Only after the other three had left did Su-chi sit up in bed. He was surprised by his own thoughts. Li Lingling wasn't on his mind at all. Instead, he was pondering small business ventures. Perhaps it was because his heart had already been shattered once in his past life. Shaking his head, he refocused his thoughts on business opportunities. Having lived through his previous life, he understood that over the next decade, the real estate wealth boom would explode into a massive phenomenon. But real estate development required capital and connections clearly beyond his current reach. Academic pursuits were non-negotiable. Abandoning them now would likely drive his rural parents to despair. After all, the entire village had seen him off with a full day of firecrackers. He emptied his pockets, finding only 90-odd yuan, his entire month's living expenses. What could 90-odd yuan possibly buy? Suchi felt a sudden pang of headache. Supermarket? Fast food joint? Barber shop? Chicken restaurant? No, what the hell was he thinking? For a moment, Suchi's head ached as he realized none of these things could be done with just a few dozen yuan. He trudged to the window, his troubled expression drawing blank stares from the diverse crowd of passers-by. It was 1998, just after Hong Kong's return to China. Though people's clothing remained relatively simple, Hong Kong culture was rapidly spreading across the entire Chinese mainland. So students' styles quietly began to change. Boys wore bell-bottoms, and girls started boldly trying stockings. He knew that in the coming years, those girls' skirts would only get shorter and shorter. By the time of his previous life, they had shrunk to barely cover the buttocks. Suddenly, a female student caught his eye. Dressed in classic Hong Kong style, her legs were encased in flesh-colored stockings, adorned with numerous accessories. As she walked by, the jingling of her accessories drew countless stares. The other girls looked at her with envy, their eyes sparkling at the sight of her adornments. As for the boys? Needless to say, they were undoubtedly staring intently at her stockings. A flash of insight struck Chen. Could it be that I'm meant to sell stockings? Every girl harbors that vain hope that when she walks down the street, handsome guys will turn to look at her. If you dare to wear them, you'll definitely get noticed. But Suchi quickly dismissed the idea. While stockings might guarantee high attention, most female classmates would still be too hesitant to try them. But accessories were a different story. Remember how all those girls were captivated by the accessories that classmate was wearing? If women covet something, it's bound to sell. This business principle became wildly popular in the years to come. Small accessories required minimal investment. Set up a table with a small lamp outside the school gate and it would be a huge hit. Suchi clearly remembered how, in the mid-2000s, rows upon rows of accessory vendors lined the streets outside university gates, creating countless street vendor success stories. It was only after online shopping emerged that this street vendor culture gradually faded from university neighborhoods. With a viable outlet secured, Chen's spirits soared. Today being Friday, he'd head straight into town tomorrow Saturday to stock up. Damn it! I'm going to stock up tomorrow. After that, Suchi headed to class feeling refreshed. But his behavior in class sparked plenty of private chatter among his peers. For the entire afternoon, he kept staring at others with an uncontrollable, foolish grin. The expression in his eyes was indescribable, as if he hadn't seen another human being in decades, giving people an eerie, spine-chilling feeling. One female teacher couldn't bear his terrifying stare any longer. She tossed her book aside, declared it self-study time, and then ran back to the office with her heart pounding. None of them understood the overwhelming joy that filled Suchi's heart upon reuniting with them after his rebirth. For in his previous life, these people had given him the most beautiful, innocent years of his existence. By evening, Suchi arrived at the small lake on campus. Chapter 5, Let's Break Up. It was the third month of spring. Though the lingering chill of winter hadn't fully dissipated, the ground beneath his feet already stirred with the first tremors of spring. Suchi stood by the lake, gazing at the ring of aging classroom buildings. Years later, this place had transformed into a villa community. The average price per square meter had soared to over 100,000 yuan. A sudden surge of grandeur washed over him. This life, the world would be at my feet. In the distance, Li Lingling was already walking toward him. In his memory, Li Lingling was a girl who loved wearing skirts. Fortunately, early spring in the south wasn't too cold. Her graceful figure drew an involuntary sigh from Suchi. Have you been waiting long? Li Lingling bit her lip, her expression as delicate and endearing as ever. Suchi smiled. Not too long. Did you need something? Li Lingling paused slightly, feeling as though the Suchi before her had somehow changed. After a moment, she spoke up, let's walk. It feels like we haven't walked together like this all semester. Yeah, mostly because you've been so busy, Suchi replied calmly. Suchi, have you thought about your future? Would you mind sharing? Li Lingling asked as they walked. What else is there to plan? After getting assigned a job, I'll just go to work diligently, then live out my life. Plain and simple is fine. Suchi felt there was no need to explain his life choices to anyone anymore, for he understood deeply that after tonight, their paths would never cross again. Their chance meeting in the cafeteria found Li Lingling's heart drifting further away. As for him, his heart felt no pain, as still as water. Li Lingling suddenly stopped and gathered her courage. Suchi, you know the pressure I'm under. What I yearn for is a better life. I understand. I've had a fever these past few days and thought about many things, Suchi replied flatly. What have you been thinking about? Li Lingling suddenly felt her breath quicken, fearing Suchi might tell her he wanted to break up. But then she thought about it and found it rather amusing. Wasn't this exactly the outcome she'd been hoping for today? What was there to worry about? Before she could process it, Suchi gazed at her calmly and stated directly, let's break up. The atmosphere instantly turned oppressive. Li Lingling froze in place, feeling as if the world were spinning. Wasn't this supposed to be her words? Hadn't she just been telling herself there was nothing to worry about? What was happening? Why did her heart ache? Suchi sighed and continued, after running a fever for days straight, I feel like I've been through hell and back. But in those 5 days, you never once asked about my condition. Instead, you were thinking about how to leave me. That's the first thing I don't understand. This morning, over a dozen people beat me up. When you came at noon, my first impression was that I needed to explain myself to you. Not that you cared if I was hurt. That's the second puzzling thing. Lingling, this isn't me complaining. I just feel you're lacking in this regard. Everyone has the right to choose, and I sincerely wish you well. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now. With that, Suchi turned and walked away with remarkable nonchalance. In that instant of turning away, he recalled this very scene from his past life, how he trembled with fear, begging Lingling not to leave him. Staring at the lake before him, he nearly jumped in. Suddenly, he realized how pathetic his past life had been. What a sick mind, wouldn't that be freezing cold? With a loud sob, Lingling collapsed to the ground and burst into tears. Once a couple can no longer continue, whoever initiates the breakup holds the upper hand. Because you retain your dignity, and the sense of defeat isn't quite as intense, these two factors are also the root of the pain that follows a breakup. Back in the dorm, the other three immediately surrounded him. Suchi, actually, the three of us talked while you were out, How Su began. Discussed what? Suchi asked, puzzled. We all think this Lingling really isn't right for you. Look, you've had a fever these past few days, has she shown any concern? And you saw her attitude in the cafeteria today. We just feel like one day, this little girl is bound to hurt you badly. The chubby one spoke up. Suchi looked at them calmly. Oh, we've already broken up. Nothing else to discuss, I'm going to sleep now. I'm pretty tired. With that, Suchi climbed into his bed and fell silent. The three exchanged awkward glances. The fat guy was about to press further when Dehua shot him a warning look. He whispered, don't say anything. Let him rest. We'll take turns keeping watch tonight. That kid's bound to do something stupid. We need to keep an eye on him. All three nodded firmly. Who? No sooner had the words left his mouth than Suchi's thunderous snoring erupted. The fat guy leaned closer, staring at Suchi for a long moment. Holy, he actually fell asleep. The three of them rolled their eyes, then returned to their own beds and fell fast asleep. Saturday mornings, no matter the era, were the most precious time for every college student. By 6 o'clock, Suchi was already up, 96 yuan tucked into his pocket, ready to embark on his rebirth journey to wealth. Rushing to catch the first bus, he arrived at Zhenghai 5th Bridge Wholesale Market by 9 in the morning. In an era without online shopping, the place was teeming with people, the crowd stretching as far as the eye could see. Suchi now truly understood the hardships of street vendors. After wandering around for ages, he still had no sense of direction. As he reached a corner, a sparsely populated wholesale shop caught his attention. He stepped inside. Hello, are you here to stock up? The shopkeeper was a young woman dressed exquisitely and fashionably. Her skin was as fair as snow, and her face held a hint of shyness. It was clear at a glance that this girl wasn't like those shrewd wholesalers. After silently scanning the store, Suchi's attention was drawn to a chain. These chains were hugely popular in the early 2000s among a subculture known as non-mainstream or sham art kids. They'd spike their hair, cut holes in their jeans, and dangle such chains at crotch level. Walking with the wind in their hair looked incredibly cool and edgy. Then, puffing on cigarettes with painless sighs, they'd say, bro, I'm smoking loneliness. This look defined an entire era. But seeing one in 1998 genuinely surprised Suchi. The girl explained shyly, I designed this myself. I used to work at a jewelry factory in the south. This style is really popular in Hong Kong City now. Suchi nodded, looking at her with confusion. You can't be that old, right? 19. I went to Guangdong in the south when I was 16 and worked there for a few years. Why don't you take some of my stuff to your shop and try selling it? It might actually sell well. The girl seemed eager for Suchi to stock her items. After hearing this, Suchi stared at the girl thoughtfully, sizing her up. Chapter 6, You've got a great figure. She's nearly 5'7", and her jeans accentuate a pair of long, slender legs. Her hips were perfectly curved, and her upper body proportions were flawless, a delicate oval face, double eyelids, and long hair cascading down her shoulders. Absolutely stunning. Suchi murmured to himself as he continued to scrutinize the girl. The instant she turned her head, Suchi was stunned again. Her features were flawlessly delicate, with no unflattering angles, radiating a gentle, innocent charm. Under such a burning stare, the girl's face flushed crimson. Suddenly, she recalled the factory bosses in Guangdong province. They'd looked at her with exactly the same gaze. The difference, however, was that Suchi's gaze was earnest and proper, while those small-time bosses had been utterly sleazy. But to secure this opening business deal, the girl bit her lip and endured it, whispering, Are you here to stock up? Suchi snapped back to reality and smiled. Stocking up is fine, but I need your help. Can you come with me to my school? A wave of resentment washed over the girl. Why did she always attract men like this? What good could possibly come from going to his school? She'd come back precisely to escape the harassment of those small factory bosses in the south. For a moment, she felt like crying. Suchi seemed to realize his own rudeness and quickly explained, "Hey, I didn't mean it like that. What I meant was, I need you to model for me." "Model? Aren't models just kept by those small-time bosses?" The girl bit her lip until it nearly bled, still saying nothing. "Look, I'll be honest with you. I'm a student at Zhenghai University and don't actually own a store. I was thinking of starting a small business in my spare time. Your products might be a bit unconventional for young people at Zhenghai right now, but I'm confident I can make them popular. But you know, the items in your shop ultimately need to be worn by people. That requires a perfect showcase. Only when others see the actual effect will they feel the urge to buy. So I was wondering if you could help me out tonight and model for me once. Our school happens to have an evening event today. You won't have to do anything except stand there wearing these items. In return, I'll pay you 50 yuan. After hearing this, the girl finally relaxed. "Okay, but how will I get back tonight?" Suchi chuckled, "I'll cover your lodging. I'll book you a room." "A hotel room? What for?" The girl panicked. In the 1990s, the phrase booking a room still easily sparked wild speculation. No. Not what you're thinking. I mean finding you a place to sleep. Then tomorrow morning, I'll come with you to restock. Based on my estimates, if we hit the mark, I can still pull in 500 yuan in sales tonight. As for tomorrow night, I'm confident we can multiply that tenfold. Suchi explained. 5,000 in one night? Are you crazy? Or just a street vendor? The girl gasped. Don't worry about that. I can guarantee it. Your shop hasn't been open for long, has it? Who knows? Maybe this street vendor will change your shop's fate. Suchi smiled. The girl stared at Suchi for a long moment. For some reason, the guard she'd been holding down crumbled instantly at his smile. Perhaps this was fate's way of bringing them together. She whispered, "Fine, I'll trust you this once. But don't even think about pulling any shady moves. My brother won't let you get away with it." Suchi was momentarily speechless. "All right, deal. I only have about 90 bucks on me, so I'll just take this much merchandise for now." He began selecting items, naturally using the girl as his model throughout the entire process. Finally, he left an address and agreed to meet again at 7 o'clock that evening. Carrying a large plastic bag full of goods, he boarded the bus back home. The wholesale cost of these accessories could be as low as a few cents each, so Suchi managed to buy quite a lot with his 90-odd yuan. Lu Shuhua and the others had been frantic all morning, having woken up to find Suchi nowhere to be seen. They searched the entire campus but couldn't find him anywhere. Finally, overcome with despair, they spent ages probing the school lake with bamboo poles, still to no avail. The three returned to their dormitory in low spirits and began arguing. "You fat slob. Didn't I tell you to stay awake last night? Now look. That kid Suchi must have lost his mind." Lu Shuhua scolded. "Don't blame me. I just dozed off for a moment and he vanished without a sound. We're screwed. Suchi must have jumped into the lake. We should notify the school." The fat guy wailed, tears streaming down his face. "Cut it out. Stop talking like that. I bet Suchi's just hiding somewhere nursing his injuries." Hao Su chimed in. "Hao Su, don't you dare give me that look. You were the one who suggested we use bamboo poles to search the lake for Suchi just now." The fat guy glared. Just then, the door creaked open. Suchi walked in carrying a large bag, meeting the stunned gazes of the others. Everyone froze. "Suchi, you're not dead." The fat guy rushed over and hugged him tightly. "Get off me. Stop talking about death. Move it." Suchi snapped irritably. Lu Shuhua approached, sighing. "We spent the whole morning looking for you. Where'd you go?" "What's this stuff?" Suchi explained. "Didn't I tell you guys yesterday I wanted to start a little business? This is it. There are a few things I need your help with." "What kind of things?" Lu Shuhua asked. "Go get me a slightly larger table, a piece of cloth, and right, a small desk lamp too. I need them tonight to sort through this stuff," Suchi instructed. With that, he dumped the pile of items onto the table and began sorting through them. Just as the fat guy was about to ask, Hao Su pulled him back. The three of them quickly slipped out of the dorm, looking all mysterious. "Phew. Fatty, you're such a bore," Hao Su remarked in the hallway. Fatty looked utterly innocent. "What did I do? What else could it be? Didn't you see? All those things belong to women. It's classic post-breakup syndrome, selling women's stuff to compensate for the pain they caused." "Damn, he actually thought of that." Hao Su sighed. Lu Shuhua muttered, "That huge bag of stuff must have wiped out Suchi's entire month's allowance. That jerk, why didn't he just ask me for business help? I could have hooked him up at my dad's company for a few days. Why set up a street stall? Look at that junk, who's gonna buy that? Forget it. Let him mess around on his own. Anyway, I saved a few dozen bucks from last month's allowance. I'll cover his meals this month," the fat guy said. "Ugh, women. They're such a plague," Lu Shuhua sighed deeply. Chapter 7, A Stunning Beauty. After finishing the inventory and sorting, Suchi made another trip to the student union to find the club organizing this evening event. No matter the era, money isn't everything, but having none is absolutely impossible. Yet money is often the solution to many problems. Student-organized galas naturally required funding too, often sustained by selling those 50-cent and 1 yuan tickets. Suchi personally approached the dance club and secured a collaboration, taking charge of the accessories worn by their 2 lead dancers. His request was simple, he only needed to borrow their spotlight for a few seconds to shine it on the girl. The shop owner girl's beauty, combined with her uniquely pure aura, would absolutely make a stunning impression. Suchi also saw this as a safeguard, having the lead dancers wear his pieces during the performance would serve as free publicity. Truthfully, the cost of those necklaces and pendants was barely $1 or $2. After wrapping up these arrangements, Suchi collapsed into a deep sleep in his dorm room. He needed to rest up. Fatso and the other 2 somehow managed to get their hands on what Suchi needed. Upon returning to the dorm and finding Suchi asleep, they quickly left the room. Let him sleep. It's better than suffering while awake. Lu Shuhua lit a cigarette at the dorm entrance inside. The other 2 nodded in agreement. Around 6 in the evening, a strikingly eye-catching girl entered Zhonghai University. Beneath her thigh-length skirt were a pair of long, slender legs, covered in sheer stockings that sparked endless imagination. Her hair fell in soft waves over her shoulders, framing a delicate, snow-white face with rosy lips and pearly teeth. At first glance, she was every bit as stunning as any Hong Kong or Taiwanese actress. Most notably, the accessories she wore captured everyone's attention. Looking somewhat flustered, she lingered in the evening event plaza for a while before finally unable to resist, she dashed to the base of the male dormitory building at Zhonghai University. Her hesitant demeanor only made her more conspicuous. Every male student passing by turned to look, their minds filled with thoughts. Is there such a beauty on campus? How come I've never heard of her before? After a long pause, the girl finally whispered a call toward the dormitory. Suchi. Suchi? Who's Suchi? That name sounds familiar. Isn't he the guy who took down Jia Qianfeng at the gate yesterday? In an instant, passers-by stopped out of curiosity. It turned out that even Suchi himself didn't realize that his battle with Jia Qianfeng and his gang using a clothes pole yesterday had already spread throughout the entire school. Now, everyone was discussing the disgraceful spectacle Jia Qianfeng and his group had made of themselves. The girl was the shop owner who had made the appointment with Suchi. She hadn't been in Zhonghai City long since arriving from Guangdong province, and spending all her days in her barely bustling shop had left her misjudging the travel time. She'd arrived over an hour early. After a bumpy journey, she finally reached Zhonghai University. But upon arriving at the agreed-upon spot, she was stunned. The place was packed with people. How was she supposed to find anyone? Fortunately, Suchi had also told her which dormitory building to look for. After waiting a while, she finally managed to ask where the boys' dormitory was. But she couldn't enter the men's dormitory, so she could only call out from downstairs. To make matters worse, this dorm building was right next to the main campus road, and directly across from the cafeteria. It was mealtime now, so you could imagine how many people were staring at her. Surrounded by so many people, the girl felt like crying. She stamped her foot in frustration. What on earth should she do? She decided to just go for it, bellowing at the top of her lungs, Suchi. Come down here. I can't find you. The crowd gasped. Several boys couldn't help but glance at the girl's stomach. Her belly isn't big yet. I still have a chance, one boy sighed in relief. The girl wished she could sink into a hole in the ground. She regretted agreeing to be a model. She was mortified. Inside room 202 on the second floor, the chubby guy suddenly shuddered and sat up. Did you guys hear that? Some girl was calling out for Suchi, the chubby guy said. How Su climbed out of bed, what's with all the fuss? Ignoring him, the chubby guy dashed to the window and stuck his head out. He immediately pulled back, still shaken. Fatso, what's with all the mystery? How Su demanded. Downstairs there's a beauty, the fat guy exclaimed. Pretty girls downstairs? They're everywhere. None of them are yours. Just handle it yourself under the covers. How Su burrowed back under his blanket. No. That beauty is staring right at our dorm, the fat guy exclaimed. Spying on the guy's dorm? Holy crap. How Su jolted awake, pulling his covers tighter. Suchi woke up then, glancing at the time in a daze. Past 6? Time to get up. After climbing out of bed, his hair was a bird's nest from sleeping. Still half asleep, he grabbed his toothbrush and started brushing his teeth. Suchi, there's a hottie downstairs looking for you. The fat guy pointed at the window. Aren't you gonna check it out? Who? Who would be looking for me? Brushing his teeth, Suchi walked toward the window. The moment he peered out, he saw a sea of people and quickly retreated. Holy, why are there so many people downstairs? Probably because of that girl. She's been calling your name non-stop, the fat guy explained. Suchi, get your ass out here now. Or I'm leaving. The girl downstairs grew impatient. That voice sounds familiar? Holy crap. Isn't that the shop owner? Why's she here so early? Suchi quickly tidied up and ran downstairs. The moment the girl saw Suchi, she nearly broke down. Let's go. There are too many people here. We'll find somewhere else, Suchi said, pulling her away. Next time, I'm dead set on never coming to your school again. This is so embarrassing, she scolded by the small lake. Suchi quickly asked, why did you come so early? We agreed on 7, right? How was I supposed to know I'd get here so fast? I didn't drive the bus. What could I do about the driver speeding, the girl said, looking aggrieved. Phew. Alright, wait for me at that plaza. I'll go get my stuff. The party's about to start. Suchi said. Alright, but hurry up. There are so many people there, I'm afraid I won't be able to find you later. Yeah, just don't wander off, Suchi replied, then muttered under his breath, it's freezing. Why did you come wearing only stockings? It's all to help you sell stuff, the girl whispered, sounding even more aggrieved. Alright, I'll go get the stuff now. After that, Suchi called over the fat man and the others to help set up. In less than half an hour, they finally arranged everything on the square. The girl stood shyly beside Suchi, watching the diverse crowd of students. An inexplicable sense of inferiority washed over her. Had it not been for her family's circumstances, she too might have stood on a university campus, flashing a confident smile. Chapter 8, Making a Splash. Lu Shuhua and the other two were curious about where this girl had come from, but Suchi was too busy to pay them any mind. They could only wait until the work was done to ask. The small table was packed full. Suchi had multiplied every single price tag by 5. What he sold was uniqueness. Without the spotlight later, without this girl modeling for him, his goods would truly be worth only street vendor prices. This was packaging. Unique, coupled with flawless image branding, it was completely flawless. His goal was to make 10,000 yuan in a week. 10,000 yuan, that was nearly 2 years' salary for the average person. People might laugh him off as crazy if he told them, but once these items started selling, there wouldn't be a problem at all. Of course, he knew this couldn't be a long-term solution. Once it sold well, imitators would flood the market in no time. Then his whole scheme would be useless. Watching the crowd gather, he felt a tinge of nervousness. Before the event began, Suchi covered everything on the table with a cloth to maintain an air of mystery. Many people in the square began to notice this area, curious about why they had set up a table here. At 7 o'clock sharp, the gala commenced. After the host's passionate speech, spotlights flashed on, instantly illuminating the entire stage. 2 elegantly dressed girls stepped forward. Jazz music filled the air as the girls danced gracefully under the spotlight, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Where did those girls get their accessories? I've never seen anything like them. Wow, so beautiful. Do you know where to buy them? A flurry of voices reached Suchi's ears, and the weight on his chest finally lifted. Are you ready? In a few minutes, the spotlight will be on you. Remember, don't panic. Got it? Suchi said. The girl nodded. I know, but could you tell your friends to stop staring at me all the time? Lu Shuhua and the other two froze, quickly turning their heads away. Suchi shot them a disapproving look. The murmurs from the crowd reached a crescendo. After the 2 girls stepped down, the host took the stage. Thank you to Su for sponsoring the accessories, which have added so much flair to our gala. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a spotlight instantly illuminated Suchi and his group. The chubby guy quickly pulled the cloth off the table, revealing a dazzling array of glittering items that instantly captured everyone's attention. The girl beside him immediately flashed a stunning smile. Holy crap, isn't that the girl from the boys' dorm? The crowd erupted in a murmur, all eyes turning toward them. Her beauty instantly elevated the accessories she wore to a whole new level. The same outfit, when worn on the street versus in a department store, could command prices worlds apart. Suchi had precisely this effect in mind. Clearly, the girl's flawless image had been perfectly achieved. Classmates, Su's products are both high quality and affordable. If you're interested, feel free to check them out, the host continued. Suchi froze, glancing at the host. He mentally noted this person, as this move wasn't part of their agreed-upon collaboration. Clearly, the other party was deliberately helping him. Within seconds, the stage lights dimmed, and the evening's performances resumed. But Suchi's booth was instantly swamped by a crowd so dense it felt like it might explode. People scrambled, jostling each other with cash in hand, as if afraid they'd miss out if they waited a moment longer. Fortunately, the fat man and his crew were there to help. Otherwise, Suchi and his group would have been completely overwhelmed. The girl was equally stunned by the scene. She had harbored so much doubt about Suchi at first, but now she was clearly overwhelmed by the sheer madness unfolding before her. Within just 10 to 20 minutes, Suchi's goods were completely sold out. And many people were glaring at Suchi with murderous intent. Fortunately, Suchi promised there would be more stock tomorrow, so the crowd finally dispersed to watch the evening show. After signaling the 3 chubby guys to move the tables away, Suchi led the girl out of the school. They found the nicest hotel near the entrance, booked a room, and he brought the girl inside. Phew! I'm exhausted. I really underestimated you. You made a killing, didn't you? The girl tossed off her shoes and flopped onto the bed the moment they entered. Her perfect figure was fully exposed on the bed, especially those long legs encased in stockings, exceptionally alluring. Suchi took a deep breath. Pretty good. Haven't counted it, but probably a few $100. The girl suddenly sat up, staring at him. A few hundred? It feels like you don't even care. My shop might not even make that much in a month, and you earned it in one night. Suchi chuckled. It's not that I don't care. It's just that I know I'll earn much more in the future. A few hundred isn't anything. But you must be freezing out there dressed so lightly. Only then did the girl realize she'd been a bit out of line. Remembering Suchi's earlier comment about her in the shop, she quickly grew wary. She tucked her long, slender legs under the covers. I'm not cold. You should head back. It's getting late. Suchi sighed. All right. Stay safe tonight. I'll come find you tomorrow morning. Don't wander off. There are all kinds of people around this school. Oh, right, I forgot to tell you today. You looked really beautiful. With that, Suchi walked out. The girl scrambled out of bed and slammed the door shut, locking it from the inside. She then dragged a table over to barricade the doorway before finally lying back down on the bed, feeling relieved. For some reason, just thinking about Suchi made her face flush and her heart pound wildly. When Suchi returned to the dorm, the three guys including the chubby one immediately surrounded him. But he quickly cut them off. I know you have a lot of questions, but I'll tell you straight, that girl was a model I hired. I don't even know her name. That's not fair. Lu Shuhua instantly lost interest and walked away. I thought you'd be going crazy over Li Lingling, but turns out you've got this gorgeous girl behind your back. That face? She's got nothing on Li Lingling. Fatso chimed in. Suchi sighed and began explaining to them. All night long, Suchi shared his views on relationships and his wealth-building plans with the three of them. The three of them listened with wide-eyed astonishment. Lu Shanghua repeatedly offered to provide funding, but Suchi refused each time. With all the trump cards in his hand, as long as his future life mirrored his past life without deviation, becoming a tycoon was entirely within his grasp. In the girls' dormitory, Shan Yao leaned close to Lingling. Lingling. Listen to this. Suchi took a gorgeous girl to a hotel room today. I saw it with my own eyes. Chapter 9, This is Soliciting. Clang. Li Lingling's cup crashed to the floor. She collapsed onto her bed, burying her face in the covers and sobbing uncontrollably. Shan Yao froze. See? I told you not to get involved with Suchi, but you wouldn't listen. Now you know, don't you? He just broke up with you last night, and now he's already found a new mistress. Lingling, you should have seen that little vixen, all coy and seductive. Her skirt was practically up to her butt. And those long legs, ooh la la. Li Lingling snapped her head up. Enough. Can you please stop talking about this? And from now on, don't ever mention that person in front of me. Shan Yao shut up immediately. After a long pause, she spoke again. Lingling, honestly, I think you should really consider Senior Ding. What's not to like? He's handsome, comes from a wealthy family, and most importantly, he's madly devoted to you. If you agreed to be with him, you wouldn't even have to worry about the school's job placement. For a woman, isn't it all about finding a good man in the end? Li Lingling was growing impatient. Sanyao, please stop. I'll make my own decisions. With that, she wiped away her tears, grabbed the hot water bottle, and walked out of the dorm. Sanyao sighed softly behind her back, saying nothing more. That night, another dormitory was also anything but peaceful. It was a single room. Surprisingly, a student enjoying such high-level treatment on campus. Clearly, this person's status was no ordinary affair. Of course, this was the dorm of Ding Qingfan, one of the so-called four great gentlemen of Zhonghai. His cousin was currently in his room. Cousin, I've confirmed it. Su Qizhen broke up with your sister-in-law, Jia Qianfeng announced. Ding Qingfan shot him a disapproving look. That sounded odd, didn't it? Still, the news put him in a great mood. He asked, who told you that? After I got into a fight with Su Qi the day before yesterday, I was thinking about how to get back at that guy. So I had a few classmates follow him. Turns out he went back and slept all afternoon. Come evening, I got to see the show. My buddy saw Su Qi tell my sister-in-law they're breaking up. She was crying her eyes out, Jia Qianfeng replied. Is that true? Ding Qingfan instantly grew excited. He'd been chasing this Li Lingling for ages, but she was already taken. Her heart was completely off limits to anyone else. If they really broke up now, it would be a golden opportunity. Jia Qianfeng snarled, it's absolutely true. That little bastard is completely out of his mind. He was still selling trinkets at the evening event today, and they were selling like hotcakes. He'll probably keep at it tomorrow. The weird thing is, he brought some little beauty along, no idea where he found her. TSK, that little beauty's pure looks are practically dripping with innocence. And that figure, whoa, I can't take it, I'm gonna get a nosebleed. Ding Qingfan asked, so you're saying Su Qi cheated? Exactly. Right on. At first I was wondering who'd want that penniless kid, but guess what? After they sold their stuff, they went straight to a hotel to get a room. Damn it. That little bastard, another goddess about to be ruined. Jia Qianfeng was furious. Ding Qingfan's mind was now completely occupied by Li Lingling, selling stuff at a street stall? That's an absolute disgrace for a college student. You little bastard, you actually made Lingling sad. This isn't over yet. Xianfeng, here's what we'll do. Tomorrow, you bring some guys to humiliate that kid. I'll conveniently have Lingling with me when we pass by, so she can see this little bastard's ugly face. I should have handled this myself, but that Suchi doesn't even have the qualifications to stand before me, Ding Qingfan. Zhao Qianfeng's face lit up with delight, but his brows quickly furrowed again. Cousin, but this Lu Guowat is a real pain in the ass. If he's around, I wouldn't dare make a move. Ding Qingfan's face darkened instantly. What does he think he is? He's not even fit to tie my shoes. His old man still has to watch his step around my dad. Tomorrow I'll have someone find an excuse to get Lu Guowat out of the way. I'll take the fall for anything. Zhao Qianfeng nodded immediately, envisioning Suchi begging for mercy before him. Early the next morning, Suchi arrived at the hotel. The girl had also risen early, or rather, she hadn't dared sleep at all that night. First, she feared Suchi, that lecher, might burst through her door. Second, the mere thought of him made her heart race inexplicably. In any case, she hadn't slept a wink all night. After a night apart, seeing Suchi again left her flustered. She quickly tidied herself up and left the hotel, sitting down at a small breakfast shop selling rice noodles near the school gate. By the way, I still don't know your name. Suchi finally broke the awkward silence after a long pause. The girl flustered again, trying to avoid his gaze. My name is Yang Jing. Oh, that's a nice name. Suchi then pulled a 50 yuan bill from his pocket. We agreed on this earlier. This is your payment for last night. You pervert. A shrill voice suddenly rang out from behind them. Suchi whipped around to look. The sight nearly made him want to cry. Li Lingling and Shan Yao were sitting right behind them. How had he not noticed them at all? The two of them stared fixedly at Suchi, their eyes wide with disbelief as they looked at the 50 yuan note in his hand. Suchi suppressed the urge to explain inside. Forget it. We're already broken up. There's nothing left to say. Yang Jing hesitated before taking the money, then looked at Suchi. What's going on? Are those two your classmates? Suchi gave a wry smile. I guess so. Hurry up and eat your noodles. This place is pretty good. They use lard, so the flavor is spot on. Yang Jing nodded obediently, her eyes darting toward Li Lingling and Shan Yao standing behind Suchi. Li Lingling was fighting back tears, while Shan Yao glared at Suchi with a look that could kill. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, Li Lingling stood up and headed for the door. Shan Yao began nagging at her back. See? You saw it with your own eyes. They must have come out of that hotel together this early in the morning. And he even paid her. What is this? This is soliciting. You heard it yourself. They agreed on the price yesterday. It's utterly depraved. How could a college student do such a thing? It's morally corrupting, utterly shameless. Suchi nearly fell off his stool upon hearing this. He started to rise, intending to chase after her and explain, but sighed and gave up instead. No connection, simply no connection. This lifetime, he truly didn't need to explain himself to anyone. This was for the best, a clean break between them. Yang Jing, however, looked at Suchi with an innocent expression. Why did those two have to say we were soliciting prostitutes? Chapter 10, Making Money by the Bucketful. Prostitution. Suchi nearly choked on his breath. There must be some huge misunderstanding here. Don't worry about it, okay? I'll explain everything to my friend properly later. Okay, I believe you, Yang Jing replied softly. Afterward, they returned together to Yang Jing's shop. After last night's explosive events, Yang Jing had come to fully trust Suchi. She encouraged him to think big. Her warehouse still held over 10,000 yuan worth of unsold goods, so she urged Suchi to haul it all back to campus for sale. As for payment, they'd simply settle based on actual sales. They spent the entire morning handling this task. Fortunately, the wholesale market provided dedicated delivery vans. These vans never go out of style, no matter how many years pass. Their high maneuverability and large cargo capacity make them a staple in everyone's entrepreneurial journey. The entire van load was hauled back to campus by the two of them. Suchi did the math. Yesterday's earnings were over 500 yuan. He paid 50 yuan as compensation, and last night he also gave 50 and Hao Su 50 yuan each. As for Lu Shuhua, naturally he wouldn't take any. He was a confirmed rich kid. Why would he want a few dozen yuan? After deducting 50 for the van rental, 300 yuan remained. Seizing the moment, Suchi spent the afternoon running around with that 300 yuan. He finally secured 3 extra large tables and rented 3 floodlights from the student club. Under the guise of a club activity, he set everything up at the 3 busiest locations. Fortunately, the club members were exceptionally helpful and agreed to assist Suchi. Of course, when people offer such kindness, you can't be stingy. It's the give and take that sustains relationships. So Suchi rewarded each of them with a pack of few Rongwang cigarettes. 3 spots, Suchi and Yang Jing covered one, while Fatty and Hao Su each took another. And just like that, they were open for business. The hundreds of yuan worth of goods sold last night immediately caused a sensation on campus. Students had never seen such novelty accessories before. While pricey, they were well within the budget of most students. The moment their wares were displayed, they were instantly swamped by crowds. Suchi's spot drew particularly large groups of male students, most of whom were there to see the stunning beauty Yang Jing. Men tend to spend impulsively when captivated by a girl, so Yang Jing's prices were often significantly higher than Suchi's. In an era of limited information, the market was largely dictated by distributors. There were indeed a few accessory shops near the school gates, but their owners, stuck in a small business mindset, never dared to make bold moves when stocking up. This resulted in limited variety in their stores and restricted choices for students. Suchi knew that after tonight, those shops would surely be filled with Hong Kong and Taiwan-style accessories. And these shops would become Yang Jing's key customers starting tomorrow. This was precisely what Suchi intended to do after tonight. This kept everyone incredibly busy. They'd been collecting payments since 6 o'clock, non-stop without a single second's break, until well past 9. That entire shipment worth over 10,000 yuan had sold out completely. Suchi had originally given each person a money pouch to hold the cash, but those pouches were simply not enough. In the end, they had to resort to using buckets to collect the money. When the contents of 3 full buckets were pooled together, the 7 or 8 of them were stunned. How much money was this? None of these students had ever seen such a large sum before. Everyone worked hard today, Suchi said. Fatso, give each club member 1,000 yuan. They deserve this reward. Several club members immediately protested, but Suchi insisted that Fatty force the money into their hands. As impoverished students, 1,000 yuan could make a significant difference in their academic journey. Not many people were moving about on campus at this hour. The group packed up their things, exhausted. Over by the boys' dormitory, Jia Qianfeng led a dozen or so people toward Suchi and his group. Spider spotted them from afar and nudged Suchi. I was wondering why this kid's been so quiet lately. Turns out he was just biding his time to pull off a big move. What do you say? Should we stash the money away first? We don't want these punks snatching it in the chaos. Fatty looked ready for a fight, and the club members shuddered. Who didn't know how ruthless Jia Qianfeng was? Yang Jing also looked at Suchi with a slightly pale face. Suchi spoke calmly, guys from the club, please go notify the school security office immediately. Tell them some students are trying to rob us, have them come over right away. The club members immediately ran toward the security office. Yang Jing, hide behind me. Whatever happens, don't come out. Got it? Yang Jing nodded obediently and scurried behind a wall. Fatso. Grab some bricks. We're using bricks today, don't worry about medical bills. There are 3 buckets of cash behind us. More than enough. Suchi's expression suddenly turned icy, his entire body radiating a murderous intent. Fatso and Haosu quickly fetched 3 bricks nearby. Each of the 3 men gripped a brick, their gazes cold as ice as they stared down the dozen or so men led by Jia Qianfeng. Jia Qianfeng was exceptionally arrogant today. He knew Suchi was a tough customer not to be messed with, but his cousin had found him someone even tougher. Tiger. The notorious troublemaker of this school. Every school has a few good-for-nothings who skip class to pick fights and stir up trouble. Tiger was one of them. Rumor had it he had connections with street thugs outside the school, so few dared provoke him within its walls. With Huzi by his side, Jia Qianfeng felt he had nothing to fear. Watching the 3 of them clutching their bricks, he sneered sarcastically, Suchi. I admit you were tough out there the other day. But if the school security hadn't shown up so fast, I swear I would have killed you believe me or not? Suchi stared back at him. We're all just students. Don't go around threatening to kill people. Because you don't have the guts. Oh ho! Pretty cocky, huh? How come I'd never heard of a character like you at Zhonghai University before? Huzi stepped forward from behind, and Jia Qianfeng's posture grew even more defiant. Being tough isn't about talking big. I've got no interest in picking fights with you lot, but if you come looking for trouble, I won't hold back. Suchi retorted. Fine. You've got guts. Do you even know who I am? Huzi gritted his teeth. Just then, Ding Qingfan and Li Lingling happened to pass by, a rather convenient coincidence. Chapter 11, The Might of Bricks. Lingling, your junior year is actually the most crucial time. Don't think you have over a year left before graduation. You need to start building connections at school right now. Otherwise, by senior year, it'll be too late. The school's placement plans are already set. Ding Qingfan forced his best smile. Li Lingling lowered her head, shyly replying, got it, senior. Thanks for today. I learned a lot. No need to be so formal. I'll mention the placement matter to my dad. He knows quite a few leaders at the university, so it shouldn't be a problem. Ding Qingfan smiled, then casually glanced over at Suchi and the others. Huh? What are they still doing here so late? They're not planning to fight, are they? Li Lingling lifted her head, her gaze filled with confusion. A sudden pang of unease gripped her heart, and she prepared to slip away. But Ding Qingfan grabbed her arm. Is that guy Suchi? Li Lingling nodded with a pout. Senior, let's just leave. I don't want to see this guy anymore. It's fine.
I know a little about your situation with him. Let's just watch from here, Ding Qingfan said.
Li Lingling could only bite her lip and stand there.
Su Qi, now holding a brick, pointed it at Huzi. I don't know who you are, nor do I care. You'd better not go looking for trouble. Huzi retorted, you think you're threatening me? You cracked open my brother's skulls 2 days ago. You really think paying for some scar healing medicine will settle this? The fat man couldn't help but shout from the sidelines, what? Is this never ending? What exactly do you want? What do you want? All three of you get down on your knees and apologize. You made a pretty penny today, right? Consider it our medical bill. Huzi demanded. Su Qi burst out laughing. Have you lost your mind? Making people kneel? Are we ING students or what? So you won't kneel? Huzi's face turned icy as he strode over.
His imposing frame, nearly 6 feet tall, deliberately bumped into Su Qi as he approached.
Ding Qingfan snickered from the side, stealing a glance at Li Lingling's expression.
His heart swelled with glee. He saw utter disappointment in her eyes. Though Su Qi stood nearly 6 feet tall himself, he looked frail next to Huzi. The single shove sent him stumbling backward, nearly toppling to the ground. This drew a burst of laughter from Jia Qianfeng and the others. But as soon as Su Qi regained his balance, he spun around. He leaped up, swung the brick, and smashed it down onto Tiger's head with a loud thud. The brick shattered clean in two. Huzi immediately crouched down, wailing in pain. He never expected Su Qi would actually dare to strike him so viciously and without warning. Jia Qianfeng and the others froze in place, including the 2 chubby guys who were speechless. That brick to the head felt like it could have been deadly. Su Qi snatched the brick from the fat man's hands and pointed at the stunned Jia Qianfeng and his crew. Who wants to try? People die for money, birds die for food. If any of you dare touch my cash today, I'll kill someone right here to show you. He kicked Huzi out with a single blow. Su Qi, you're ING out of your mind. Do you even know who you're messing with? Jia Qianfeng scrambled to help Huzi up. Though he still put on a tough front, he felt a tremor of fear. He'd never seen anyone so reckless. Ding Qingfan's face stretched into a long grimace, momentarily at a loss for what to do. As for Li Lingling, she stared wide-eyed at Su Qi holding the brick. Was this really Su Qi? Wasn't Su Qi supposed to be the timid type? He never got into fights with anyone. No, if someone actually got killed here, Su Qi's life would be over for good. She rushed over. Su Qi, stop right now. Do you even know what you're doing? Ding Qingfan seethed with hatred for Su Qi. He'd intended to humiliate him, but now he'd only succeeded in making Li Lingling worry about him. The others froze, but remained silent. Su Qi walked past Li Lingling with utter indifference, stopping before Jia Qianfeng. He pointed the brick at them. I won't repeat myself. Seeing Su Qi ignore her, Li Lingling felt a pang of disappointment. She grabbed his arm. Are you ignoring me? You jerk. Stop this right now. Su Qi frowned and glanced at Ding Qingfan beside him. Miss Li, I won't stand in your way. Please don't stand in mine. Step aside. The atmosphere instantly fell silent, but Ding Qingfan felt an immense surge of joy within. Su, I think you need to get a grip on your own position. Hurting a female classmate like this, isn't that a bit much? As the saying goes, real men don't. You get lost too. Don't think I don't know about your shady dealings. If you ever cross me, this brick will split your skull open. Su Qi pointed at Ding Qingfan. Jia Qianfeng and the others froze in place. Including the fat guy and his crew. They all stared at Su Qi with their mouths agape. This is Ding Qingfan, for his sake. When has he ever been threatened like this at school? Li Lingling was on the verge of tears. Su Qi. Apologize to the senior right now. Don't make your job placement a problem. I said it once, I won't say it again. What do you want today? Want to fight? Come at me. If you're here to watch me make a fool of myself, then all of you can off. Su Qi still ignored Li Lingling. Just then, the club members charged over with a dozen school security guards in tow. What the hell is going on? Robbery on campus? Director Bao rushed over in a panic. His expression shifted slightly upon spotting Ding Qingfan. Qingfan, you're here too? What happened? Are you hurt? Ding Qingfan forced himself to appear calm. Director Bao, my father sponsors this school with tens of millions every year. You should know that several buildings on campus were funded by him. All to provide our students with a good learning environment. Look at this student holding a brick in his hand. Is he trying to kill someone? Director Bao frowned. Ding Qingfan's words were loaded with hidden meaning. Wasn't this clearly pressuring him? Though he wasn't the highest-ranking official on campus, he was still middle management. Having a student publicly pressure him like this, how could he, as the head of the school's political education office, possibly save face? Su Qi tossed the brick aside. Hello, Director Bao. We impoverished students were just trying to earn some living expenses here, but now look, we've attracted a whole gang of robbers. If this gets reported to the police station, I doubt the school would come out looking good either. So I figured it'd be better not to call the police just yet. Having the principal in charge of student affairs handle this would be more appropriate.
That's why I had the club members notify you. I fully trust that as one of the school's top leaders, you can resolve this properly. Chapter 12, Searching for a Storefront. Director Bao narrowed his eyes at Su Chi. There was something about him that Bao couldn't quite put his finger on, a composure that simply didn't belong on a student. Come with me to the student affairs office to handle this. That would be perfect, Su Chi replied with a smile. Later, Su Chi engaged in a verbal duel with Jia Qianfeng and his group alone in the office of student affairs. It wasn't until midnight that Su Chi and the fat guy finally emerged from the office. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly remembered his 3 buckets of cash. He quickly motioned to the fat guy and they sprinted back to the stall. Fortunately, the club members had been keeping watch here. 3 buckets of cash just sitting by the roadside like that was bound to attract envious glances. Yang Jing was a meticulous girl. During the 2 hours Su Chi and the others were at the office, she had already neatly stacked the money into tidy piles. Su spotted Su Chi and the others approaching and hurried over. What the hell? I just stepped away to use the restroom, and you two already got into a fight with someone. Su Chi replied, this isn't the place to talk. Come on, let's head to the hotel outside to discuss it. The others nodded in agreement. They ended up sitting in the Honghai Hotel outside the school. So, how much is left? Yang Jing replied, after giving 1,000 each to the students who helped the club, there's still over 60,000 yuan left. Whoa! That much money. Holy crap, Su Chi, you're loaded. The fat guy sucked in a sharp breath. What's this about getting rich? Su Chi, tell us, how did Director Bao handle it? Su was impatient, convinced Su Chi had offended Jia Qianfeng because of him. Su Chi chuckled, don't worry, this won't come back to bite me. What they did was robbery, extremely serious. They'll be put on the blacklist. But let's set that aside for now. By the way, have you seen Lu Shuhua today? The two looked puzzled. The chubby one replied, seems like we haven't seen him all day. Then it's confirmed. That Ding Qingfan, if you don't mess with me, fine. But since you've crossed me, don't blame me, Su Chi, for being ruthless. Su Chi declared. He stood up, grabbed a handful of cash from the bucket and tossed it to the fat guy and Su. 10,000 each. No questions asked. Money means to a brother like me. 10,000. Su Chi, you actually gave me 10,000. Is this even right? I'm just a student. The fat guy felt like he was in a dream. Su was speechless for a long moment. 10,000 yuan. That meant he could hang out in the computer lab for ages. Alright, you two head back to the dorm. I'll be back later, Su Chi said. Fatso and Su exchanged glances, then looked at Yang Jing with understanding. They vanished from the room in a flash. The room instantly fell into an awkward silence. Yang Jing's face burned fiercely as she stared at Su Chi. What do you think you're doing? Why aren't you going back to the dorm with them? Su Chi sighed in exasperation. Relax, I'm not going to eat you. There's still 40,000 yuan here. After deducting your 10,000 yuan cost, that leaves 30,000. We'll split it 50-50. Yang Jing panicked. Why are you giving me so much money? Don't you dare have any funny ideas. What ulterior motives could I possibly have? Didn't you see I just gave the fat guys 10,000 each? Su Chi retorted. Don't rush off tomorrow. After my morning class, I'll take you to a few accessory shops near the school gate. They'll all be your customers from now on. Yang Jing finally exhaled in relief. Thank goodness you're not trying to keep me as a kept woman. Maintain me. Su Chi nearly choked on his breath. What kind of nonsense is running through your head all day? But seriously, were you scared back there? Scared. But I trust you'd handle it. Didn't you tell me to stay behind? So I just stayed back and watched. Yang Jing's face flushed crimson. Yeah, that's good. Today's business is settled. I'm heading back to the dorm. You stay here and stay safe. Su Chi grabbed the 15,000 yuan and started walking out, then suddenly turned back. Oh, right. Remember to close the windows tonight. Seriously, what good is locking the door if you leave the windows open? With that, he walked out. Yang Jing froze. Didn't I close the window yesterday? How did he know? Damn it, that pervert. He must have been peeping. She stomped her foot, quickly locked the door from the inside, pulled the curtains shut, and double-checked everything. Only when she was certain there wasn't a single gap did she feel at ease. After returning to the dorm, Su Chi pulled out a document folder, stuffed 2,000 yuan inside, and headed out. Lu Shuhua had been seething all night. It turned out he'd been lured out early that morning by a high school classmate and hadn't returned all day. But the moment he returned, he heard about Su Chi and the others. It was obvious this was a setup orchestrated by Ding Qingfan. But to Su Chi, this so-called scheme was nothing more than childish nonsense. The next day, in the student affairs office, Director Bao arrived at the office early, humming a tune. Curiously, he opened a file folder on his desk, glanced inside, then quickly slammed it shut. His heart raced for a while before finally calming down. Inside, it was filled with loose change 10 yuan notes and 5 yuan notes. At least 2,000 yuan. After pondering for a while, he chuckled, muttered, "That little brat," and shoved it into a drawer. That morning, the moment Su Chi stepped into the classroom, he caused a stir. He became the class hero, surrounded by a crowd of students asking questions. Fed up with the constant questions, he finally pulled the chubby kid over to act as his spokesperson while he himself sprawled across his desk and slept through the entire morning. Studying, for him personally, was really not a good fit, especially after reincarnating with a handful of trump cards. After lunch, he took Yang Jing to grab a bite and then made the rounds at several nearby accessory shops. The shop owners were fretting over their business. They'd seen the jewelry flying off the shelves at the school these past few days. It was practically like picking up money. Now they were scrambling to find suppliers. Su Chi and Yang Jing happened to walk in, sending them into ecstatic delight. Using Su Chi's status as a student at Zhonghai University as collateral, they each paid a 5,000 yuan deposit. Yang Jing returned to the city in high spirits. After seeing Yang Jing off, Su Chi made his way to a small street within the campus. This narrow street was barely 50 meters long. On the left was a cafeteria, and at the end were the hot water room and bathhouse. Over 30 shops, restaurants, barbershops, and more were clustered here, making it arguably the most bustling area on campus. He pondered that with 13,000 yuan in hand, he could open a shop here. First, he needed to choose a business concept, then find the right shop. Sticking to his usual routine, he crouched by the roadside, observing the students passing by. Market demand existed within the crowd. If one was skilled at seeking it out, it would surely be found. A couple holding sodas, all lovey-dovey, caught Su Chi's attention. Suddenly, it clicked in his mind. He immediately recalled something a friend had told him in his previous life. The profit margin on selling water is beyond your wildest dreams. Simultaneously, he recalled a phenomenon that swept through campuses in the early 2000s, captivating both boys and girls. Chapter 13, the goal is to buy those shops. Milk tea. A small packet of milk powder dissolved in a large bucket of water, then a splash of syrup simmered in. Cook some tapioca starch balls dubbed pearls and toss them in. Voila! A cup of rich, milky bubble tea was born. These days, there are countless snacks available on campus. With so many traditional Chinese treats, there's no need to go out of your way to compete in that space. Drinks, however, remained relatively limited, mostly cola, soda, and the like. The moment bubble tea appeared, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation. Another crucial factor was that bubble tea had become wildly popular in Taiwan, and timing-wise, it should be right in the midst of its peak popularity. Historically, information exchange between the two sides wasn't as seamless back then. So if he managed to bring this over himself, others wouldn't be able to replicate it so quickly. In other words, he'd have a year to profit, and that year would be enough for him to accumulate a decent amount of capital. Truthfully, he'd been waiting for an opportunity: the restructuring of the campus commercial district. In 1998, due to the university's need to establish a new campus and its lack of funds, coupled with the chaotic commercial landscape on campus, the university ultimately consolidated and sold all the shops in the Management College of the East Campus to a professional real estate company for unified management. This included the bustling commercial street right before his eyes. He recalled that a real estate group from China overseas had secured the deal first, acquiring over 60 shops for just over 4,800,000 yuan, averaging roughly 800 yuan per square meter. 20 years later, the value of these shops alone had soared to over 100 million yuan. And that figure didn't even account for rental income or the commercial value they generated. Su Chi has set his sights on these commercial properties. Remember, the public auction was held during winter break. That means he has less than 10 months to pull this off. In that short time frame, he needs to earn over hundreds of thousands every single month. The pressure was immense, but that didn't mean it was impossible. With his plan solidified, Su Chi crouched by the roadside, pulled out a Furongwang cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag. A wave of exhilaration washed over him. Just as his thoughts wandered, Li Lingling and Shan Yao walked by carrying a thermos. Shan Yao glared at Su Chi with eyes like a slaughtered pig as she approached. "Hey, Su Chi. Can you stop being so creepy? Do you really think female classmates' stocking-clad legs are that appealing?" Staring at them with such seriousness. "You've been at it for ages. Aren't you afraid of getting a fever? Is it any prettier than seeing your little vixen in stockings?" Li Lingling kept her head down, frowning and refusing to even glance at Su Chi. After staying up all night yesterday, she seemed utterly disillusioned with Su Chi. At her words, the female classmates nearby, dressed in stockings, panicked and hurried away. Ahem. Coughing from the smoke, Su Chi stood up, shot Shan Yao a withering glance, sighed, and walked away without bothering to explain. Arguing with such an unreasonable, fiery woman in public would only leave you humiliated and at a disadvantage. Shan Yao seethed behind him. What kind of attitude is that? Look. Lingling. Look at him. He's got a guilty conscience. That faithless bastard. I'd smash a water bottle over his head if I could. Scum of society. Back in the dorm, only Fatty was snoring away. Lingling's mind was completely occupied with thoughts of the milk tea shop. He grabbed paper and pen, meticulously mapping out his plan while straining to recall every milk tea specialty he knew from his past life.
After yesterday's incident, Ding Qingfan remained furious. He had assumed Director Bao would definitely put Su Qi on the disciplinary notice board, so he hadn't gone to the political education office last night. But at noon today, the bulletin board shockingly displayed the names of Jia Qianfeng and his group. His frustration knew no bounds. Only a few days had passed, and Jia Qianfeng had come up short in both confrontations with Su Qi. This gave him a sobering perspective on Su Qi. Now, Jia Qianfeng sat in his dorm room, seething with anger. Qianfeng, lay low for a while. You've been on the board twice. If you keep courting trouble, I'll have to get my dad involved, Ding Qingfan said, his anger finally subsiding. Jia Qianfeng refused to back down. Bro, we can't just let this slide. Some country bumpkin actually dares to piss on us. I can't stand it. Tiger's head still has that scar, I doubt he'll let it go either. Ding Qingfan gave a cold laugh. No offense, but sometimes you really have no brain. Sure, Huzi hangs out with us a lot, but don't forget he's not really one of us. You're treating some good-for-nothing, deadbeat punk like he's your brother? Jia Qianfeng caught on instantly, his face lighting up. Bro, you mean we should just let Huzi handle the revenge himself while we sit back and watch the show? What do you suggest? Should I follow Su Qi's example and storm his dorm with a brick? Use your head. Send Huzi 1,000 yuan and tell him we're dropping the matter with Su Qi. Ding Qingfan declared. But bro, what if Huzi really thinks we're letting Su Qi off the hook? Jia Qianfeng grew anxious. I told you you have no brain, and you've just proven it. Do as I say. What kind of temper does Huzi have? He thinks he's the kingpin of this school. The more we say we won't pursue it, the angrier he'll get. Eventually, he won't be able to hold back and will take matters into his own hands. Ding Qingfan had truly lost patience. Jia Qianfeng dared not say another word and immediately left the dorm. That evening, Jia Qianfeng took 1,000 yuan from Ding Qingfan and delivered it to Huzi. Sure enough, Huzi flew into a rage, unable to swallow his anger. He even made a vicious threat: the moment Su Qi stepped outside the school gates, he'd absolutely blow a hole in his head. When this reached Su Qi's ears, he chuckled. What an idiot, being used as a pawn and not even realizing it. After several days of careful planning, Su Qi had a clear blueprint in his mind. Product categories, promotional strategies, and more were all meticulously detailed across several pages. During these days, a group of small-time thugs kept loitering around outside the school. Located in the suburbs, Zhanghai University was surrounded by sprawling clusters of farmhouses. The owners had once been farmers who made their living from the land. After the university moved in, they suddenly realized that doing anything near the campus was more profitable than farming. Haphazard structures sprang up everywhere, leaving much land fallow. A significant portion of these homes transformed into small ghosthouses and karaoke bars. Naturally, the countless ghosthouses were packed to capacity every weekend. The nighttime clamor of lovers' encounters in these lodgings mingled with the shrieks from the karaoke halls, weaving together the unique, chaotic suburban culture of this place. This scene holds immense profit, and where there's profit, there's bound to be all sorts of shady characters. So, local thugs sprouted up like bamboo shoots after spring rain, each vying to rise to the top. This scene would take at least several more years to fade away. Another Saturday dawned. Su Qi stood by the window, lit a cigarette in the morning breeze, then stepped outside. Chapter 14, Taking Care of Huzi. After grabbing a pack of yellow-packaged Furongwang cigarettes from the school supermarket, Su Qi arrived at the location of the school's combat club. As he approached the entrance, he paused, picked up a brick from the ground, and walked in clutching it. It was a large indoor sports hall with numerous punching bags suspended from the ceiling. A dozen or so men were inside, punching the bags with a steady rhythm. Su Qi had once bought one of these sandbags online in his previous life. Back then, he'd excitedly run to the outskirts of his small village, found some sand to fill it with, and struggled mightily to carry it back to his dorm. He'd even enlisted several male teachers to help hoist it onto the ceiling beam. Once everyone had left the room, he eagerly stripped off his shirt. He believed he could now kick over a banana tree like Muay Thai champion Buku. He planted his feet in a horse stance, gathered his strength, and slammed a punch into the sandbag. His face instantly turned green. For the rest of the afternoon, he struggled to hold the chalk properly while teaching his students. Later, on a deserted night, he panted as he emptied the sandbag behind the school cafeteria. Of course, he couldn't discard the sandbag itself. Leaving it out would be like throwing his own face away. The next day, Master Yang, the school cook, wondered where all the extra sand had come from. He mixed it with some cement and used it to patch up the pig pen. Every man harbors a muscle dream, so Su Qi was instantly swept up by the atmosphere the moment he stepped inside. But the dozen or so burly men didn't greet him with such warmth. They all stared intently at the brick in his hand. "What's your deal?" a burly guy approached. "Here to kick some ass," Su Qi blurted out before catching himself. No, not kicking ass. I'm here to see your boss, Tiger." "What do you want with Brother Huzi? What do you think? Didn't you see I brought a pack of cigarettes? What else could it be?" Su Qi retorted irritably. The burly man frowned. "What's with the bricks? Training my wrists. Interested in joining your club?"
Suchi made up an excuse he didn't even believe himself. He hadn't come to fight today, so there was no need for conflict. Besides, if it came to blows, he couldn't take on a dozen burly guys like these. But this particular guy right in front of him? He'd just seen him kick a sandbag weighing at least 180 pounds into the air. To his surprise, the burly man actually bought it. Training opportunities are everywhere. Never thought I'd meet a fellow enthusiast. Brother Huzi's in the publicity department room at the back. He's probably playing with a few ladies right now. Go ahead. The man saluted with a fist and left, clearly unaware that the person across from him was Suchi. A few ladies? That tiger sure is a player. Suchi muttered to himself as he entered the propaganda department office. In a small room of about 10 square meters, Huzi was indeed chatting up several beauties from the publicity department. These ladies, however, seemed completely uninterested in him, absorbed in their own writing and drawing. As soon as he entered, Suchi slammed his brick onto the table. Ladies, please step outside for a moment. The startled women scattered like frightened birds, rushing out the door. With a slam, Suchi locked the door from the inside. Huzi turned to face him, his expression dark and menacing. Suchi. I didn't come looking for you, but here you are, showing up on your own? Suchi sat down, pulled out a pack of Furonwang cigarettes, tossed one over, and lit one for himself. Heard you made a threat that the moment I step outside the school gates, you'd put a hole in my head? So what if I did? You're asking for it. Don't forget where you're standing. People get injured here every day from training mistakes. Huzi snarled, though his heart still skipped a beat at the sight of the brick on the table. He knew the man across from him was a madman, the kind who'd kill without a second thought. Suchi took a deep drag on his cigarette and blew smoke in his direction. If I smash this brick over your head right now, I'd still walk free at the discipline office, you believe me? Grab any random person on campus right now and they'll vouch for me. You, Huzi, threatened to kill me. I'm just defending myself. Suchi, you shameless bastard. Huzi seethed with pent-up rage. Suchi tossed over a pack of Furonwang cigarettes. A pack of smokes. Consider it compensation for cracking your skull yesterday. Take the brick or the cigarettes, your choice. Huzi's face darkened. Suchi, you're the most arrogant bastard I've ever met. You think a pack of cigarettes will make me, Huzi, let you off? Stop. Don't mention mercy. I, Suchi, never begged for it. You can choose the bricks. If your guys outside surround me today, I might not beat them all, but that doesn't mean the bricks won't hit your head. After a second round of beating, I bet you'll immediately send your guys to cause trouble for me. Simple. I just need to call the cops. Once this gets to the police station, I guarantee you, Huzi, there's only one outcome, you'll get fired. Don't think Ding Qingfan will do anything for you. There's another option. Take this pack of cigarettes. If you run out of money for smokes in the future, feel free to come find me. I won't treat you like a brother, but we can still be casual friends. Suchi delivered his speech in one breath, then fixed his gaze on Huzi. Huzi froze, suddenly struck by a terrifying sense of dread. The utter disdain and unflinching calm in Suchi's eyes sent a chill down his spine. He'd seen plenty of ruthless thugs on the streets, but never anyone with such an unflinching gaze. Most crucially, Suchi's analysis was spot on. No matter what, he'd be the one left holding the bag. His spirit instantly wilted. I'll take the cigarettes, but I want to hear you say sorry. No one's ever talked down to me like this before. Suchi burst into laughter. Sorry, bro. With that, he rose and flung open the door. The dozen or so men gathered outside immediately surged forward. Everyone back off. Huzi bellowed. Suchi walked out with the cigarette tucked between his fingers, his smile radiant. His retreating figure exuded an undeniable aura of dominance. Brother Huzi, you don't think he's Suchi, do you? A burly man leaned in. That's him. He's dangerous. From now on, stay away from him and the few people around him. Huzi warned. I felt it too. The moment he walked in, he gave me this oppressive feeling hard to describe. It's like he's from a different world than us. Didn't you notice? Everything he says is so calm, devoid of any emotion. It's like he's talking about someone else's business with utter disdain, the big guy replied. That's why I told you not to mess with him. Stupid. Huzi fumed, suddenly remembering something. Damn it. Today's Saturday, Suchi will definitely be leaving campus. Hurry out and tell Sanpao brother under no circumstances should he make a move. The burly man in front hurried out at a jog. Before long, the schoolyard thugs had vanished entirely. Suchi emerged satisfied from a nearby convenience store and boarded the bus heading into the city. Chapter 15, Are you the guy who took my sister to a hotel room? It turned out that while Suchi had appeared to be busy with his own affairs these past few days, he had also been keeping a close eye on the situation at the school gate. He had noticed the recent increase in thugs lurking there, clearly lying in wait for someone, and that someone was obviously him. He wasn't afraid. After his rebirth, he possessed dozens of methods to deal with Huzi. But he didn't want conflict that would only steer his reborn life further off course. In the 1990s, many who started out with ties to the underworld rose to prominence. They stopped at nothing for profit and enjoyed their glory days for a while, but in the end, every single one of them spent the rest of their lives behind bars. He refused to become one of them. He might leverage the era's circumstances when necessary, but he would never allow himself to be drawn into that world. That was his bottom line. Of course, his immediate priority was making money. He had no interest in getting caught up in violent confrontations. Yang Jing had spent time in Guangdong province, an area the old guard had deliberately cultivated into a showcase for China's image abroad. The most novel trends invariably spread across the mainland from there. Therefore, he was certain Yang Jing had definitely tasted bubble tea and had been exposed to it. That was the primary reason he was heading into the city to find her today. The problem was this: in this era, a Motorola flip phone with a blue screen cost over 3,000 yuan. His budget was tight, otherwise he could have just bought a phone and called her directly. There would have been no need to make this trip. After a bumpy ride, he finally arrived at the Wuxiang wholesale market. He weaved through the crowd and stood inside Yang Jing's shop. What surprised him was that Yang Jing's shop was still nearly empty, except for an exceptionally cute little girl who was tidying things up like a miniature adult. The little girl had 2 pigtails, and her chubby face looked so adorable you just wanted to pinch it. The moment Yang Jing spotted Su Qi entering, she shot a glance at the girl and hurriedly pulled him toward the shop exit. "What's wrong?" Su Qi asked, puzzled. "Why did you come over?" Yang Jing asked nervously. "Let's talk somewhere else." She started to lead him toward a side street. "You too. Stop right there." A childish voice suddenly rang out from behind them. Yang Jing grew even more flustered, her face flushing a deep crimson. Su Qi turned around, looking puzzled at the little girl. "Hey kid, what's up?" The little girl scrutinized him from head to toe. "You're the man who took my sister to a hotel room?" Su Qi gasped for breath, taking a long moment to recover before turning to Yang Jing in confusion. Yang Jing stamped her foot, wishing she could sink into a hole right then and there. "Su Qi, this is my little sister, Yang Mengmeng. She just arrived the day before yesterday." "Sis, you have no principles. Don't say anything." Yang Mengmeng glared at Yang Jing. Su Qi burst into laughter. "So you're her little sister? Cute kid, huh? Be serious. Who's joking around with you? Listen, my sister may seem gentle and kind, but don't think she's easy to push around. My brother and I won't let you get away with this." Yang Mengmeng glared at Su Qi with her big, round eyes. Su Qi curled his lips. "Little devil. Do you even know what booking a room means? And do you have proof I booked a room with your sister?" Yang Mengmeng scratched her head. "Sis, didn't you say it yourself?" "Mengmeng. Stop this nonsense and hurry inside." Yang Jing pleaded. Su Qi felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. After much persuasion, he finally managed to get the little brat under control and entered the store. "Sis, remember this, you gotta stick to your principles. Especially a gullible girl like you don't get tricked into checking into a hotel again today." Yang Mengmeng shot Su Qi a withering look before rushing off to other business. "Phew. That little minx sure is feisty," Su Qi sighed. "Sorry about that, Su Qi. My sister always tags along with her brother, so she's picked up his bossy personality," Yang Jing whispered. "It's fine. By the way, why is the shop so empty today? That's unusual." Su Qi glanced around the store. "Even though it's quiet, look how busy we are. We're shipping out orders. We've already sent out 2 vanloads today." Yang Jing smiled, clearly grateful to Su Qi. "True. Take it slow. It's only been a few days. Things will probably get even busier in a few more days. Word of mouth among students spreads faster than you can imagine. Better stock up on supplies." Su Qi advised. "You didn't come today just to check on my business, did you?" Yang Jing was sharp as a tack and knew Su Qi must have other reasons. Su Qi replied, "Did you ever see bubble tea back in Guangdong?" "Of course I have. How could I not? Su Qi, let me tell you, that stuff is absolutely delicious. It's just not available in Shanghai. If it were, I'd travel any distance to get some." At the mention of bubble tea, Yang Jing instantly lit up like a little girl. A weight lifted from Su Qi's heart. "What if I opened one at our school? What do you think?" "Great. If you open one, I'll definitely think about going to school to find you every single day." Yang Jing answered without hesitation. "Sis, where's your sense of principle?" Yang Mengming's childish voice chimed in just in time. Yang Jing froze, realizing she might have said something she shouldn't have. She glanced cautiously at Su Qi. Su Qi replied, "Jingjing, you've been in Guangdong for a few years. Could you find a milk tea supplier? I need to get this started right away." "You've come to the right person. Back then, there was this older sister at the factory. We'd go drink bubble tea together every single day. We were absolutely obsessed. Later, that sister got a job at a bubble tea ingredient supplier. We just talked on the phone the day before yesterday, and she mentioned how low the costs are now." "Su Qi, when are you opening your shop?" Yang Jing looked at Su Qi with eager anticipation. Su Qi was speechless. "Nothing's set in stone yet. Why don't you call your colleague? I'll head to Guangdong to discuss it with her. Sure, hold on a sec. Yang Jing obediently walked over to the phone and dialed a number. After a brief conversation, she scribbled a number with a ballpoint pen and handed it to Su Qi. My sister said once you arrive in Shenzhen, Guangdong, call this number. She'll have someone pick you up. Alright, it's getting late. I'll head back now. Su Qi took the number and deliberately said it loudly. Yang Mengmeng whipped her head around and glared at Yang Jing. Sis. If you keep him here tonight and try to take him to a hotel, consider me done with you. You're never stepping foot in the Yang family home again. Chapter 16, Zhang Xiaoyan. Meng Meng. What nonsense are you spouting? Su Qi is just about to leave. Yang Jing felt like crying. Su Qi said nothing, his face stern as he approached the little troublemaker. Kid. Do you know what 1 + 1 equals? You idiot. Of course it's 2. Do I really need to teach you such a simple thing? You're a college student. Yang Mengmeng rolled her eyes at Su Qi. Wrong. Think about it, 2 piles of grain combined are just 1 pile of grain. Su Qi made a funny face. Yang Mengmeng looked up at Su Qi, scratched her head, and felt her thoughts spin. You can't even do math right, yet you're trying to lecture others. Kids don't understand grown-up stuff. Just listen from the sidelines, got it? Su Qi turned and headed for the door, muttering under his breath as he went. You little brat, mess with me and I'll make sure you can't sleep tonight. You'll question your entire existence. Yang Mengmeng scratched her head until it hurt, then ran to Yang Jing. Sis, how can 1 + 1 equal 1? Yang Jing's thoughts spun wildly too. I don't know either. Forget it. I knew you wouldn't know. I'll figure it out myself. Just don't go off with him to get a hotel room. With that, she scurried off to the back, flopped onto her bed, stared at the ceiling, and began pondering the question over and over. Lu Shuhua, can you help me figure out how to take a few days off? I need to go out of town. In the dorm room, Su Qi flipped through his notes as he spoke. Lu Shuhua tossed aside the web novel titled Rebirth Tycoon he was holding. Why do you need leave? I need to go to Guangdong province. Round trip will take at least 2 or 3 days. It's a bit rushed, Su Qi explained. I've read what you've written. Honestly, Su Qi, I truly believe you're a genius at business planning. Your plan is solid, but are you really confident about this? Lu Shuhua knew what Su Qi was aiming for. We'll see when we try it. Anyway, I've got over 10,000 yuan burning a hole in my pocket with nowhere to spend it, Su Qi said with a smile as he stood up, tossing a cigarette his way. Then he began packing his things. Alright, I haven't even agreed to your proposal yet, and you're already packing up. Lu Guohua looked utterly speechless. Fine, I'll handle the leave request for you. Also, I've been thinking about what you wrote these past few days and had someone look into it. There's a small shop owner at the water station, about 20 square meters, who can't keep it going anymore. If you're interested, I can help you negotiate the deal in the next few days, Lu Guohua said, crossing his legs. What's the transfer fee? Su Qi quickly turned back. Don't even get me started. That bastard's a real shrewd one. He's running a restaurant now, but with such a tiny space, he can barely seat a few people. So even when he's swamped, business is still pretty slow. He's thinking of just shutting it down. His lease with the school has over a year left. The original rent was 200, but this guy's advertising it for 300. You'd sign the contract with him. He's clearly acting as a sublandlord, pocketing the 100 yuan difference. No transfer fee needed. Lu Guohua lit a cigarette. Great opportunity. Storefronts in that area are hard to come by. 20 square meters is plenty. Help me negotiate with him these next few days, keep him on board. I'll discuss the details when I return. Su Qi stuffed a few clothes into his backpack and headed out. Just like that? Lu Guohua looked thoroughly disgruntled. Time's tight, got a 6 o'clock train ticket. We can discuss anything else when I return. Then Su Qi's footsteps faded away. Trains in the 1990s were mostly green-painted locomotives with Z or K prefixes. Crowded carriages and packed passengers became the homecoming memories of an entire generation. Su Qi had bought a sleeper ticket and upper berth. The money lay in his backpack, firmly pressed beneath his body. Though making money was practically nothing to him after his rebirth. Still, losing over 10,000 yuan would be a real bummer, wouldn't it? The carriage reeked of foot odor, 5-spice melon seeds, and other pungent smells. After being swaddled in his quilt for a full day and night, Su Qi finally arrived in Shenzhen City, Guangdong Province. In his previous life, he had longed to visit this city. After the era's pioneers had drawn a circle around it, Shenzhen rapidly became the calling card of all China. This city would later capture the world's attention, emerging as China's technological capital. Dragging his weary body, Su Qi stepped out of the train station. A wave of heat washed over him, instantly reigniting that passionate, upward-striving drive. He found a payphone and pulled out the note Yang Jing had written for him. "Little minx, your handwriting is really beautiful," Su Qi murmured, gazing at the delicate script. For some reason, his heart fluttered unexpectedly. Snapping back to reality, I tossed in a few coins and dialed a number. "Who is it?" It's so early in the morning, can't you let people sleep? A very sleepy voice came from the other end of the line. Suchi froze, suddenly realizing it was barely past 5. Deep-sea city, located in a subtropical zone, enjoyed long daylight hours, meaning dawn came early. Sorry about that, Sister Jiang. I'm a friend of Yang Jing, she called you a couple days ago. Oh, it's you, the voice perked up slightly. Fushan District, Jianlan Avenue, 16th floor of Jianlan Tower, Quoco Fashion Beverage. Once you arrive, just ask the front desk to direct you to me. Oh, right, I start work at 9. Don't come too early. Click. The call ended abruptly. Suchi felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Wasn't she supposed to pick me up? Gritting his teeth, he ran to a small newsstand and bought a map. And after turning this way and that, he finally reached his destination. The 500 square meter office was packed with distributors from all over the country, creating a deafening din. Evidently, Suchi wasn't the only one who had sensed the commercial potential of this novelty called bubble tea. The receptionist politely ushered him into a conference room. After waiting over 2 hours, the office door swung open. A girl dressed in sharp, professional attire hurried inside. The girl appeared to be only a few years older than Suchi. Her looks were unremarkable, but her figure was undeniably comparable to Yang Jing's. I'm Jiang Xiaoyan. Are you Yang Jing's friend? The girl looked at Suchi hesitantly. Suchi stood up. Nice to meet you, Sister Jiang. You sure took your sweet time showing up. Sorry about that, Jiang Xiaoyan said. You saw it outside, it's like this every day. I barely have time to eat. After speaking, she began to scrutinize Suchi from head to toe, making him break out in goosebumps. Not bad. That little minx Yang Jing has decent taste. Sis Jiang, you know why I'm here. Let's skip the small talk. I only have 4 days off, so after we finish today, I'll have to catch the bus back tonight. Suchi stated. Alright. Take a look at this manual. It covers our company's requirements for franchisees and details some of our products. It'll help you get acquainted. Jiang Xiaoyan officially handed him a product handbook. Chapter 17, the store location is settled. Suchi skimmed through it quickly. He'd dealt with this kind of stuff more than enough in his previous life, so there wasn't much to see. Jiang Xiaoyan gave him a quick tour of the company before they signed the franchise supply agreement at lightning speed. Before they knew it, noon arrived. Jiang Xiaoyan led Suchi to a restaurant downstairs. After ordering, Jiang Xiaoyan said, I need to warn you about something. Suchi looked up, puzzled. Don't worry, it's not about your goods. It's about that little girl, Yang Jing, Jiang Xiaoyan said with a smile. That girl is incredibly innocent, especially when it comes to romance. Hold on, Sister Jiang. Yang Jing and I are completely innocent. Suchi's face darkened. I don't know about that, but I get the feeling this little girl has definitely fallen for you. That little minx used to be our factory flower. Back then, plenty of small-time bosses had their eyes on her. She couldn't stand that environment anymore, so she left. We talk on the phone every week, and almost every time we talk, she mentions you. And when she talks about you, she sounds incredibly happy. If I ever find out you've toyed with her, I'll take a knife to Shanghai and slice off your little ding-dong to hang out to dry. Jiang Xiaoyan finished, shooting a murderous glare at a certain part of Suchi. Suchi felt a chill run down his spine. She really is a wonderful girl, but fate is unpredictable. Let's drop this topic. Just remember what I said today. The fact that you spotted the business opportunity with bubble tea in mainland China shows you're no ordinary person. You should understand what I mean without me spelling it out. Jiang Xiaoyan smiled. As for whether your business will thrive once you get the goods back, I can guarantee it. We have over 20 distributors under us now, and every single one of their stores is packed to the rafters. You won't have to worry about business at all, no need to think about operations. Just sit in your store and wait for the money to roll in. Suchi nodded. After that, they chatted about various aspects of bubble tea. After lunch, Suchi hurried to buy a train ticket and boarded the bus back. The journey was rushed, the bus weaving through the city's neon lights and bustling streets. Breathing in the city's atmosphere through the window, Suchi felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Yang Jing's ever-cautious demeanor in his presence swirled through his mind. In his previous life, he'd once heard this saying, only when you find yourself alone in a foreign place do you truly understand who you miss. Could it be that he'd developed feelings for this little minx? But that little brat of a sister of hers. And hell, I'd only been single for a week. Forget it. No point dwelling on that now. Better focus on how to play this next move right. This move was crucial. If it succeeded, everything afterward would flow smoothly. As the saying goes, the hardest part is getting started. By the time he returned to Shanghai University, it was already the early hours of the third day. Suchi collapsed into bed as soon as he got back and didn't wake up until evening. He emptied the money from his backpack and counted it. This purchase had cost over 7,000 yuan. This included over 1,000 yuan for equipment, meaning Suchi had just over 6,000 yuan left. He only needed to reinvest in renovations and cover his own rent. Lu Shuhua proved himself a true brother to Suchi. Over the past few days, besides helping Suchi dodge questions from their homeroom teacher, he also found a renovation crew for him. They'd even negotiated the price. 6,000 yuan was more than enough. That evening, Suchi and Fatty arrived at the small restaurant he planned to sublease. The place was nearly empty now, and the owner was a middle-aged man with small eyes. After they sat down, the man looked at Suchi. "So you're the one renting my place?" "That's right. What are your terms?" Suchi yawned. 500 a month. I can transfer the remaining year of the lease to you. As you can see for yourself, this street is the busiest spot around Shanghai University. The cafeteria across the street and the hot water station were both built just 3 years ago. That means no matter how the university plans, this area won't change for at least 3 to 5 years. As long as this hot water station stays, this spot will always have the highest foot traffic. The middle-aged man jacked up the price. "What kind of person are you?" The fat man was furious. Suchi cut him off. 500 is fine, but I have one condition: clear out everything from your shop within 3 days. As for the rent payment, I'll give you 2 months worth up front. I need to save some money for renovations. Is that okay? Suchi. This is ing robbery. The fat man nearly jumped up. But Suchi silenced him. Forget it. If I'm getting screwed, so be it. Who am I to complain when I'm this desperate? The middle-aged man laughed heartily. Great. Your straightforwardness suits me. I've got the agreement ready, sign it and it's done. He appeared to admire Suchi's decisiveness, but inside, he was overjoyed. 300 yuan a month for nothing, slightly less than he'd earn working himself to the bone, but no grueling labor. How sweet. Students will be students. They think they can throw money around just because their parents have a few bucks. He was now viewing Suchi and his friend as flashy rich kids. Beaming with delight, he signed the contract, paid the rent, and returned to the dorm. Suchi knew full well that if he'd really pushed harder, he could have negotiated a lower price. But he was genuinely exhausted. After days of riding those green-skin trains, which were no place for humans, he'd slept all day and still felt like he hadn't had enough. All he wanted was to get back to the dorm and sleep. Besides, his goal was to rake in hundreds of thousands in monthly profits. A few $100 in rent was nothing to him. Suchi's creed after his rebirth was clear: be meticulous where it matters, and decisive where it doesn't. He'd paid dearly for indecisiveness in his past life. There was no way he'd repeat that mistake now. Back in the dorm, the fat guy felt this negotiation was utterly pathetic, a textbook counterexample for negotiation studies. He kept ranting to Suchi, complaining bitterly about the terrible deal and insisting they go back to renegotiate. But none of it could shake Suchi's drowsiness. Only when Suchi began snoring did the fat guy finally give up. When Lu Shuhua and the others returned, Fatty couldn't resist recounting the whole story to them again. Lu Shuhua also looked strangely at Suchi, who was already asleep. "Fatso, do you guys feel like Suchi's been acting kinda weird ever since that fever? He's always rushing around like crazy." "I agree. It's like there's nothing he can't handle." Su chimed in. "I'm still fretting over how to spend that 10,000 yuan his mom gave me. Just yesterday I was suggesting to the computer lab owner that he raise the internet fees. Could it be that kid's possessed by Lao Tzu? Didn't we see that news story recently about an African tribal woman who woke up from a serious illness claiming she was possessed by the goddess Alice?" The fat guy leaned in closer, staring intently at Suchi. Chapter 18, Negotiating with the Club. Early the next morning, Suchi was dragged kicking and screaming by the fat guy and the others to the infirmary. After ruling out possibilities like brain damage from burns, door crush injuries, or gunshot wounds, and repeatedly confirming everything was normal, they finally let Suchi go. But in the end, Lu Shuhua and the others were the ones who got thoroughly examined by Sister Fang at the infirmary. After finally shaking off the fatso and his crew, Suchi made his way back to the club headquarters. It was also located beneath the building where Huzi's club operated. This time, however, he wasn't seeking out Huzi. Instead, he tracked down the club that had organized the recent gala, the No More Hesitation Club. It was a song title. In the late 80s and early 90s, Wang Kakui's voice from Hong Kong City had practically pierced the hearts of every young person across China. His melancholic gaze and intensely penetrating vocals stood in stark contrast to the hoarse, screaming voices of ordinary rock singers who seemed to be shouting nonsense. As someone of that era, Suchi had also been captivated by Wang Kakui in his past life. Wang's songs frequently played over the school broadcast system. Tragically, fate was cruel to such talent, and the circumstances surrounding his death remained shrouded in mystery. This club, named after one of Wang Kakui's songs, naturally evoked an inexplicable fondness in Suchi's heart. The sound of drum kits echoed intermittently within the clubhouse as several bands rehearsed intensely. These were all people who had sacrificed sleep and meals for their dreams, and Suchi felt deep respect for them. As soon as he entered, several classmates approached him, the same students who had helped him sell jewelry that evening. Later, Suchi heard from the fat guy and the others that after receiving money from him, these students kept a portion for themselves and used the rest entirely to buy musical instruments. At the time, Suchi had felt genuinely touched. In other words, they were kindred spirits, driven by the same relentless pursuit of their dreams. They quickly led Suchi to the club president. To his surprise, the president whom he hadn't seen during previous visits was none other than the host from that evening's event. A gentle and charismatic senior, his most striking feature was a row of perfectly aligned, pearly white teeth. Suchi offered him a cigarette, but the president waved it away. "I don't smoke. It affects my throat. I'd hate to go hoarse during hosting." Suchi nodded and slipped the cigarette from his mouth back into the pack. "Thanks for that day. I know you genuinely wanted to help me. No need to thank me. I'm Joe Xiaobo, senior in the broadcasting class 3 of the arts department," the president said with a smile. Suchi's heart skipped a beat. He immediately recalled a highly controversial host from his past life, Joe Xiaobo. He had been a top-tier host in China, but later became arrogant. Abroad, he got involved in things he shouldn't have, causing his reputation to plummet overnight. He became the target of widespread condemnation. He heard rumors back then that Joe attended the same university, but at the time, content with his life as a rural elementary school teacher, he felt Shanghai University was worlds away. He never mentioned it to anyone. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine that after rebirth, this very man would now stand before him. He sighed. "Senior, would you listen to a word of advice?" Joe Xiaobo looked puzzled. "What advice?" "Barring any unforeseen circumstances, you will undoubtedly reach the pinnacle of the hosting industry. Your wealth and status will soar to unprecedented heights. When that day comes, don't let it go to your head. There are certain things you absolutely must not touch. It's best to stay exactly as you are now. Not even smoking would be advisable," Suchi advised. Joe Xiaobo chuckled. "Thanks for the well wishes, but I doubt that's why you came today." Suchi replied, "Of course not. I came to discuss a collaboration. I haven't seen you around lately. What kind of partnership? If I'm guessing correctly, you're the one personally planning all the school's cultural and entertainment events, right? I want to cover the entire cost of your upcoming gala." Suchi looked calmly at Joe Xiaobo. Joe Xiaobo felt a slight jolt of surprise. No one has ever approached our club offering to cover the costs before. You're the first. What are your terms? He was genuinely surprised by Suchi. During that gala, Suchi had sold out every single item at his stall in under 20 minutes. The next day, he'd sold tens of thousands worth of goods across campus, and a single brick had scared off Jia Qianfeng's men. Most remarkably, he gave each helper in his club 1,000 yuan. 1,000 yuan was a fortune for a student. No one had ever seen someone as decisive as Suchi. It was simply not the behavior expected of a student. So when Suchi offered to cover all expenses, he didn't doubt his ability. The man standing before him had the capital to back it up. Suchi smiled. "Senior, barring any surprises, my shop will open in 10 days. Naturally, I hope to leverage your gala for some publicity, just like when I sold accessories last time. Not asking for much, right? What kind of shop are you planning to open?" Joe Xiaobo asked, studying him. "Things young people like." Then Suchi and Joe Xiaobo got into a detailed discussion. They also discussed a crucial matter: club members taking on part-time delivery jobs. Food delivery. A novel concept in those days. Though the supply shortage era of the 1980s had passed, without the internet revolution, brick-and-mortar businesses remained packed. As Jiang Xiaoyan put it, just sit in the shop and collect payments. The walk-in customers alone are enough to keep you fed. So service awareness wasn't valued by merchants. They only knew how to sell goods and collect money. That was it. Delivering orders for others? Forget about it. After the 2000s, supply outstripped demand across industries. Businesses scrambled for solutions, giving birth to the concept of home delivery. By the 2010s, a shop without delivery was essentially waiting to die. The owner of this little shop Suchi took over just didn't get the takeout mindset. The place could only fit 4 tables, seating 20 people at most. Students only have a limited window for meals. If one of those 4 tables was occupied by customers who lingered endlessly, that table effectively had zero turnover. No wonder business was sluggish. Takeout and to-go options would have changed everything. Business wouldn't have been this stagnant. The value simply wasn't maximized. Especially for Suchi, who needs to earn hundreds of thousands monthly on average. That requires a team of people running errands for him around the clock. That way, every minute and second in the shop generates profit, allowing value to expand infinitely. Of course, Suchi didn't aspire to be a purely profit-driven capitalist. He wouldn't shortchange those working for him. At the very least, he could guarantee that. If you worked diligently, you wouldn't need to ask your family for a single penny during college. After graduation, you might even save enough to establish yourself in the real world. Chapter 19, nearly got hit with bricks again. Next, Joe Xiaobo summoned all the members of the external club, over a dozen people, into the room. Upon hearing Suchi planned to open a store, every single one of them enthusiastically agreed. Suchi didn't realize these guys had a soft spot for him. As for delivering takeout? That prospect was even more tempting. Deliver 1 cup, earn 50 cents in commission. This made them wonder if Suchi had lost his mind. Running errands could earn 50 cents, 2 deliveries could cover a meal. Who wouldn't want such a deal? Even Joe Xiaobo was tempted for a moment, offering to run errands for Suchi. But Su Chi firmly refused. He didn't want to derail the future of a potential star host. He couldn't let his own actions hold someone back. Stepping outside, he checked on the small restaurant. Though the owner was as shrewd as a fox, he was also honest. He'd already started moving things out. Nearby shop owners were buzzing with gossip. Who was the fool who'd taken this place? What could you possibly do in such a tiny space? Worse, they'd heard this idiot had actually paid $500 a month in rent. All sorts of unkind remarks were flying around. Su Chi, of course, paid them no mind. Let them laugh at my madness, I laugh at their blindness. After afternoon classes, Su Chi was heading back to the dorm when a massive figure blocked his path at the entrance. Surrounding students quickly scattered upon seeing the imposing figure. It was Huzi. They assumed Huzi had come to cause trouble for Su Chi. The feud between them was legendary across campus. The atmosphere instantly turned oppressive. Unexpectedly, Huzi looked down and called out, "Brother Chi, heard you're opening a shop?" Relieved, the others went back to their business, dismissing it as nothing. Su Chi stepped out, responding as he walked, "You've got your sources, huh? Got wind of it this fast? I also heard that the owner's place, which was going for $200 a month, is renting to you for $500. Huzi called after him. "Yeah, what's the problem?" "Damn. That's blatant extortion. What's the deal?" "No way. I gotta get you back for this." Huzi instantly flew into a rage. Over the past few days, he'd been mulling over his relationship with Su Chi. The more he thought about it, the more he felt Su Chi was a truly terrifying individual. So the last bit of resentment he'd felt toward Su Chi vanished. Su Chi paused, curious about Huzi's sudden change of heart, but didn't dwell on it. "Forget it. It's just a few $100. Don't make a big deal out of it. Tiger, honestly, you're still a student. It's best to stay out of street business. What goes around comes around. Got it?" Huzi nodded. "I know. But I just don't think I'm cut out for school. I can't stand the look of contempt in people's eyes. Sometimes fists win you respect, especially at a place like Shanghai University, where everyone's so talented. You can't think like that. School might not be the only path, but that other path is a dead end. Figure it out for yourself." Some things Su Chi couldn't spell out. "Yeah, I get it. I came to see you today for two things. After I told Brother Shanpao about you, he thinks you're a real man and wants to have a drink with you. Got time?" Huzi asked. "No time, and no interest in getting involved with off-campus stuff." "Skip straight to the second thing." Su Chi flatly refused. Huzi didn't seem surprised. "The second thing is about your renovation. We're a bunch of roughnecks with plenty of muscle. We're just wasting our strength on punching bags every day anyway. Might as well help you out. Let me know anytime you need us, and we'll be there in a flash." Su Chi found this offer genuinely sincere and nodded in agreement. Just then, Jia Qianfeng walked over with a few others. Well, what a coincidence. "Tiger, found yourself a new boss already?" Su Chi sighed inwardly. Why couldn't this guy just leave him alone? Huzi was furious. "Jia Qianfeng. You better shut your filthy mouth. You two brothers used me as your gun. You think I'm easy to fool?" Thankfully, Brother Chi saw through it and helped me understand the truth. "You idiot. He's just trying to sow discord." Jia Qianfeng was furious beyond words. "But my cousin is deeply disappointed in you now. Don't even think about coming back to our side. We'll see how this plays out." He glanced sideways at Su Chi. At that moment, Su Chi was staring at a brick by the roadside, deep in thought about renovation plans, completely oblivious to Jia Qianfeng. But to others, his behavior looked suspicious. Jia Qianfeng nearly leapt up. "Su Chi, what the hell are you doing? Staring at that brick for? This is right in front of the teaching building." Su Chi shot him a withering look. "What do you think I'm doing? You're the one standing here nagging me. You know how annoying that is, right?" A dull ache throbbed in Jia Qianfeng's head. He snorted coldly. "You just wait and see." With that, he immediately turned and hurried away with his crew, genuinely afraid this madman Su Chi would pick up another brick and smash it over his head in public. Huzi roared with laughter. "That coward'll never amount to anything. He's just a lapdog to his cousin. Don't talk about people like that. All beings are equal," Su Chi remarked. Huzi froze, pondering Su Chi's words. After a long moment, it dawned on him, that's high-level sarcasm. Respect. By the time he caught on, Su Chi had already disappeared into the dormitory building without looking back. Huzi stood at the doorway, gave a bitter smile, and eventually walked away too. Jia Qianfeng, seething with anger, stormed straight to Ding Qingfan's dorm room. Poor Ding Qingfan these days, whenever Jia Qianfeng felt irritable, he'd come looking for his cousin, seeking comfort from him. Ding Qingfan frowned at his miserable state. "Can you stop showing up here looking like such a loser every single time?" Jia Qianfeng wore a mournful expression. "Cousin, just now, that lunatic Su Chi nearly hit me with a brick again. That little bastard, he's got some nerve, attacking people right in front of the teaching building. Good thing I got out of there fast. That little bastard. I wish I could just kill him." Enough. Stop rambling. What about the information you were supposed to gather? Ding Qingfan demanded. I checked out the hot water room. Suchi really did take over a shop. He slipped the owner a few packs of cigarettes and the guy spilled the beans. He said Suchi's planning to open some kind of milk tea shop. What the hell is that? Boil milk, then steep some tea leaves in it? Is that even drinkable? Won't you get poisoned? Jia Qinfeng asked.
Ding Qingfan, being from a distinguished family with broad horizons, rolled his eyes at him.
Look at you, country bumpkin. That stuff is popular over in Taiwan. A friend of my dad's brought some back for me once. I tried it, but it had a rancid taste. Even though it's all the rage in Taiwan and Guangdong, it might not catch on here in Shanghai. Chapter 20, Ding Qingfan's plan. See?
That country bumpkin Suchi will always be a country bumpkin. He'll never grasp the so-called tricks of the trade.
As for him selling jewelry?
Pure luck, Ding Qingfan declared with supreme arrogance.
He had every reason to be.
His family produced business geniuses generation after generation. He considered his bloodline superior.
Jia Qinfeng sighed. Cousin, how about we open a shop right next to us to rub it in? What do you say? You're actually being smart for once. Tomorrow, my dad will have Uncle Chang come to the school. Ding Qingfan smiled. Uncle Chang.
Jia Qinfeng sucked in a sharp breath, his heart surging with excitement. The next day, 2 vehicles arrived outside the school. One was a van the renovation crew Lu Shuhua had arranged for Suchi. The other was a Mercedes-Benz that pulled up in front of the administration building. A middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit stepped out and headed straight for the principal's office. Suchi was busy as a bee that day. Huzi, ever the helpful soul, actually brought over the guys from the other club to lend a hand as laborers.
Amidst the puzzled stares of onlookers, the renovation work began.
Naturally, the owners of neighboring shops were all curious about what this bubble tea thing was. One shop owner, utterly baffled, ran to the supermarket, bought a can of Wahha calcium milk, boiled it, and tossed in some Tiguanyan tea. At first, he thought it tasted pretty good. But then, for the rest of the afternoon, his shop's restroom echoed with deafening noise. By the end, he was trembling so badly his family had to escort him to the clinic. That afternoon, the man in the Zhongshan suit emerged from the principal's office. Holding a lease agreement, he approached Ding Qingfan and handed it over with his head bowed.
Young master, the contract is signed. It's the largest unit at the crossroads, 300 square meters, 2 stories. Ding Qingfan nodded. What about the other matters?
Rest assured, master was delighted to hear of your entrepreneurial plans.
He immediately contacted the China Sea distributor for Cahao Cola.
They've agreed to pull all their products from within a 5-mile radius of the school, leaving yours as the sole vendor. Master also secured several soft drink distribution rights for you, guaranteeing exclusive presence in this area, the middle-aged man explained. Having a powerful backer meant starting from a much higher ground than others. Ding Qingfan had secured this storefront purely to humiliate Suchi, to slap him in the face and deny him any chance of survival. In his mind, a country bumpkin would always remain a country bumpkin, unworthy of even raising his voice in his presence.
Ding Qingfan nodded. Uncle Chang, thank you. I appreciate you making the trip.
You're welcome, young master.
I won't keep you any longer. Once I'm back in the city, I'll immediately connect you with a designer.
I guarantee your shop will be top tier, Uncle Chang replied. Oh, right, the timeline must be accelerated.
Opening within a week should be feasible, correct? Ding Qingfan inquired. Absolutely no problem.
Leave everything to me, young master.
You needn't worry.
Uncle Chang assured him. Ding Qingfan gave a sinister smile, glancing across at the classroom building where Suchi and the others were located. That afternoon, several major events unfolded due to the appearance of this middle-aged man. First, the convenience store at the crossroads near the hot water station suddenly closed. Several large trucks arrived to move goods out. The owner cheerfully mentioned receiving a hefty transfer fee and planning to relocate his shop downtown. Merchants along the street wondered who had acquired the store and what their intentions might be. Second, every Coca-Cola product was pulled from shelves across the entire campus, including all off-campus convenience stores and shops. The China Sea General Agency had recalled the entire stock, along with several other soda brands. This caused an uproar. Students were clamoring, why isn't there any Coke sold at our school? But not a single vendor answered the question. Many avoided the topic altogether, treating it like a taboo. Suchi was busy overseeing the shop's renovation when he glanced at the loading activity outside the supermarket near his store, but he didn't think much of it. Returning to the dorm that evening, he took a shower and collapsed onto his bed, feeling utterly exhausted. There was nothing quite like resting after pushing yourself to the absolute limit. Are these vendors out of their minds? Not selling Coke? What's wrong with them? The fat guy walked in, holding a bottle of Wahha calcium milk in his phone. Suchi rolled his eyes from his bed. A grown man drinking this stuff? Seriously, I'm impressed. What choice do I have? None of the campus stores have Coke anymore, or any of the popular soda brands. This is all that's left.
After making 10 grand off Suchi, Fatty had embraced a life of relative comfort, craving a bottle of Coke after dinner every night. But today, suddenly, there was none to be found, which infuriated him. Suchi sat up in bed, puzzled. No Coke? That can't be right. Why would I lie? I was just planning to bring a few bottles to the workers helping us with the renovation, but I searched the whole campus and couldn't find any. I couldn't very well give them waha instead, so I came back. The fat guy grumbled. Suchi immediately sensed something fishy was going on. Cola and his milk tea were both beverages, though different categories, but the choice was clearly one or the other. This sudden shortage on such a crucial night made him suspect, based on his past life's experience, that someone was trying to corner the market. Coca-Cola's sales in 1998 were unimaginable, dominating nearly half the entire beverage market, especially among students. If someone monopolized a school, it would be like picking up money off the ground. He also had a vague feeling that the other parties seemed to be targeting him specifically. After Lu Shuhua and the others returned, they gathered to discuss the matter thoroughly. They agreed Su Chi's perspective was entirely correct. They deduced who was behind it all. Once they had their answer, Su Chi actually felt relieved. What could that spoiled rich kid possibly accomplish? The real fear lay in seasoned business veterans with deep connections coming to disrupt things. The evening breeze blew gently. The spring air had lost its chill, bringing an especially warm feeling. Ding Qingfan had been beaming with confidence lately. With his family's resources backing the newly opened store, he was utterly confident he could crush Su Chi. Just one afternoon had passed, and already students at the school were grumbling about not being able to buy Coke. This was the power of scarcity marketing. Once his store opened, it would be a huge hit. Most crucially, his father's right-hand man, a master strategist, had spent the morning securing connections throughout the school. By tomorrow morning, the student union's publicity department would flood the campus with promotional posters. Furthermore, the school radio would broadcast promotions for his shop over the next few days. Chapter 21, Ignoring Ding Qingfan's Insults. In a way, this also demonstrated Uncle Chang's business acumen. Monopoly combined with blanket advertising and a buzz that had everyone's appetite whetted, this would guarantee unprecedented success in any industry. Ding Qingfan now stood beneath the girls' dormitory holding 2 bottles of Coke. Those around him stared at the drinks in his hands with wide eyes, all wondering where he'd managed to get them. But when they recognized him as Ding Qingfan, it suddenly made perfect sense. For a rich kid like him to not have a single bottle of Coke? That would be laughable. Li Lingling emerged from the dorm wearing white sneakers. Here you go. You can't buy these on campus now, Ding Qingfan said smugly as he handed her the drinks. Li Lingling remained somewhat reserved. After a long pause, she asked, Senior, do you know what bubble tea is? Clearly, Li Lingling had also heard the rumors about Su Chi planning to open a milk tea shop and had been pondering the same question. Ding Qingfan's face flashed an awkward expression, a shadow of unease briefly crossing his features before he forced a smile. That stuff's all the rage in Guangdong, but it tastes awful like it's gone bad. Anyone selling that in Shanghai must be a fool. This fool didn't realize that the bubble tea he'd drunk back then was delivered to him after his father's friend had endured a 2-day and night train ride in the sweltering summer heat. No wonder it tasted off. That earth-shatteringly rancid taste had etched itself into his memory, cementing his belief that bubble tea simply tasted like that. Li Lingling's face twitched slightly. She glanced toward the water room and sighed, never mind. It's all in the past now. He'll have to figure things out for himself. After that, Li Lingling's expression relaxed considerably. It was clear she was making an effort to accept this spoiled young master. The next morning, Su Chi rose early and dove straight into his shop. The deafening clatter of electric drills filled the air, and the 300 square meter space was now swarming with construction workers. Dressed uniformly, they were clearly workers from a well-known renovation company, a stark contrast to the makeshift crew Su Chi had assembled. After breakfast, the fat guy burst into the shop and yanked Su Chi out by the collar. What the hell? I'm busy right now. Su Chi shot him a glare. The fat guy stammered for a moment before pointing to a loudspeaker hanging on a nearby tree. Listen. That damn store really is selling Coke. And it really is that little bastard Ding Qingfan's doing. Su Chi perked up his ears. Dear students, greetings. We now bring you an advertisement. At the intersection near the school's hot water station, the Youth Salon drink bar will grandly open in 1 week. Enjoy Coca-Cola and various sodas at half price. The second floor features elegant seating, a perfect gathering spot for students. European and American quality service at North Korean prices. The announcer's elegant voice echoed through every corner of the campus, sounding almost like a poetry recital. Countless students gathered outside the shop after hearing the announcement, pointing and whispering, sparking a flurry of gossip. Su Chi Bai shot the chubby guy a look. You're here just for this? Hell yeah. Those bastards. They're ruthless, got the school to advertise for them. And Su Chi, let me tell you, on my way here I saw posters for Youth Salon everywhere. Even the women's restroom and the library got plastered. The PR department must have pulled an all-nighter, the chubby guy declared. So they're advertising. What's it to me? Those tacky posters plastered everywhere are no different from scabies.
High-end decor paired with low-budget advertising tactics might create a buzz, but once competitors show up, they'll only get worse.
I'm going for high-end advertising. Don't worry, Suchi said. Then, as if remembering something, he fixed his gaze on the fat guy. Fatso, how come you know so much about those posters in the women's restroom?
The fat guy shuddered, feeling incredibly guilty.
Suchi, I'm going to bring Hao-su some buns. He's still in the computer lab and hasn't had breakfast yet.
With that, he vanished in a flash. Suchi sighed, clipped a cigarette between his fingers, and strolled past Ding Qingfan's door. Money really does make a difference. Over 30 construction workers showed up, and the master craftsman inside barely had room to stand.
Looks like they'll open before me. But whatever floats your boat, just have fun with it. I've no interest in competing with you.
Muttering to himself, Suchi stood at the intersection, surveying the entire street.
Damn it, it's all mine.
Just as he was pondering, Director Bao walked past him carrying his briefcase. He suddenly turned back, frowning.
Put that cigarette out. What kind of image does a student standing on the street corner with a cigarette in his mouth give?
Suchi froze, quickly flicking his cigarette to the ground and stomping it out.
Good afternoon, Director Bao. Ha! Don't be all smiley with me. Come to my office this afternoon. I need to talk to you.
With that, he hurried off, briefcase in hand. Suchi was utterly baffled, but he could tell from Director Bao's tone that the man considered him one of his own, showing no formality. This pleased Suchi greatly. Director Bao was the most crucial figure in his third phase plan, and he absolutely had to nurture this relationship. Just then, Ding Qingfan arrived at the shop entrance with Li Linglin. After their long talk last night, Li Linglin had genuinely accepted Ding Qingfan. She was now arm in arm with him, but upon spotting Suchi by the roadside, she frantically tried to pull her arm away. But Ding Qingfan held her arm firmly in place, leaving her no choice but to give up.
Linglin, why not skip the job hunt after graduation? Just help me run this shop.
I reckon we'll easily make 20 grand a month from now on, Ding Qingfan declared triumphantly.
Li Linglin's heart nearly leapt into her throat.
She stole a glance at Suchi by the roadside and murmured in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, okay. Running a shop really requires the right timing, location, and connections.
Look at our shop, timing the weather's about to heat up, peak season for drinks. Location right at the crossroads, the busiest spot. And human connections backed by my resources.
With these three elements in place, it'd be hard not to make money, Ding Qingfan declared.
These days, plenty of people get lucky and make a small fortune.
They get cocky, thinking they'll conquer the business world, then recklessly pour more money in without thinking. In the end, every single one of them loses everything.
Yeah, you'll definitely succeed, senior. I'll always support you, Li Linglin continued. Suchi hadn't once looked their way from start to finish.
Just as he was about to head back to his shop to work, a stunningly beautiful figure suddenly appeared before his eyes.
She was holding the hand of an utterly adorable little girl. In the spring sunshine, flowers bloomed along the roadside.
Her hair danced lightly in the warm breeze, carrying a unique, youthful fragrance. That first flutter, the sensation of a heartbeat. One glance, and it felt like an eternity was sealed.
Chapter 22, I bought you a blue screen phone.
She wore a loose knit sweater, a denim skirt cut just the right length, and a pair of canvas shoes beneath her straight, slender legs. Yang Jing's timeless, innocent style.
Suchi smiled and walked over. What brings you here?
Covered in dust and grime, he looked every bit the construction worker standing before such a stunning beauty, drawing indignant glances from passing boys. Yang Jing whispered softly, I was just delivering something nearby and thought I hadn't seen you in days, so I wanted to check on you.
Is the shop under renovation?
Yeah, it is.
It's still pretty cold out.
Try not to run around in stockings so much from now on, you'll catch a chill. Suchi suddenly realized they hadn't really kept in touch since returning from Guangdong. His plain words warmed Yang Jing's heart, and her eyes flashed with a flustered look. Yang Mengmeng puffed out her lips and rolled her eyes at Suchi.
Are you just gonna leave my sister standing here? Aren't you going to show us your shop? I could give you some advice. Sigh, this little brat. Suchi sighed and turned to Yang Jing.
It's a bit messy and there's dust everywhere.
Still want to see it?
Yeah, let's go see it.
Yang Jing replied. Let's go.
Suchi pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lit one, and walked on, still not glancing back at Ding Qingfan and the others.
Cut back on the smoking. It's bad for your health, Yang Jing murmured from behind. As they passed by Li Linglin and the others, Ding Qingfan's eyes widened in awe. Just as his cousin had described, this stunning beauty's figure was enough to make anyone's nose bleed.
Li Linglin, meanwhile, stared at Yang Jing with a look that was anything but friendly. Yang Jing lowered her head, feeling distinctly uncomfortable. She had met Li Linglin that evening and suspected their relationship with Suchi was far from simple. Standing before such a stunning elite university student, she couldn't shake a sense of inferiority. After surveying the shop entrance, Suchi returned to the dorm to change clothes before leading the two of them to a restaurant outside. Kid, have you figured out the 1+1 problem yet? Suchi looked at Yang Mengmeng. Yang Mengmeng scoffed dismissively. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? I almost fell for your nonsense.
This is common sense. How can common sense be tied to math? If you insist on an answer, you explain it to me. Suchi's face darkened. He hadn't expected this little minx to pull that move. Relax, I won't be taking your sister to a hotel room today. Suchi, what are you saying? This is a restaurant. Watch your language. Yang Jing glared at him anxiously. Sis, keep quiet. This is between me and this guy. Yang Mengmeng shot Yang Jing a glare. Suchi retorted, you really need to settle this with me? Absolutely. I can't just stand by and watch you bully my sister. Yang Mengmeng glared at Suchi. Fine. I'll give you another question. What day of yesterday is the day after tomorrow? The day. Yang Mengmeng's face flushed instantly. She stared intently at Suchi, clutching her head as she racked her brain. For once, she was truly stumped and fell silent. Suchi shot her a smug glance. Yang Jing suddenly remembered something. Oh, right. I brought you something today. I almost forgot. She pulled a box from her bag, revealing a brand new Motorola flip phone with a blue screen. For me? Suchi looked at her. Yep, it's for you. I made some money these past few days, just like you predicted. So many people have been coming in to stock up every day, my shop's practically turned into a warehouse distribution center. I even had to hire a few extra people on short notice. So I figured getting a phone would be more convenient. I went shopping and picked one up for you too. You won't have to take the bus over here and wear yourself out anymore, Yang Jing said cheerfully. Suchi retorted with a hint of annoyance, so you really don't want to see me? Of course not. Where did you get that idea? Yang Jing immediately grew flustered. Sis, you're done for. My gut tells me you're totally into him, Yang Mengmeng suddenly blurted out. The atmosphere instantly turned awkward. Yang Jing glared at Yang Mengmeng, stomping her foot in frustration while stealing glances at Suchi's reaction. Fortunately, Suchi seemed to have ignored it, fiddling with his phone instead. She breathed a sigh of relief, yet felt a pang of disappointment. Suchi looked up. This number here is yours, right? Yang Jing's face flushed crimson as she nodded. So I can call you anytime from now on? Suchi asked. Who said that? Don't bother us after 8 p.m. I need to sleep. Yang Mengmeng glared at Suchi. Kid, have you figured out that question yet? Talk to me when you have. Suchi stuck out his tongue. I'll tell you tomorrow, humph. Hearing Suchi's words, Yang Jing's mood instantly brightened. But can I call you anytime too? Sure, unless I don't hear it. If I hear it, I'll always pick up, no matter what I'm doing. Suchi replied. Oh, and how come you can answer calls during class? I'll wait until after class to call you from now on. You promised, right? You have to pick up. Yang Jing instantly lit up like a little girl. Suchi appeared outwardly calm as usual, yet inside, he felt an inexplicable sense of joy. Perhaps this was what others called happiness. Neither of them spoke, no words needed to be said, yet they understood each other. A simple smile exchanged between them, and happiness was just that simple. After seeing Yang Jing off, Suchi clipped his phone to his belt and headed to the student affairs office. Director Bao stood up, closed the office door, and fixed his gaze on Suchi. Planning to open a shop? Suchi replied, Director Bao, you're just finding out now? I've already started renovations. Nonsense. Don't you know that just a few days ago, someone from the Ding family came? It was Chang Xiao, Ding Shijun's right-hand man. Do you have any idea how powerful that man is? The Ding family's massive fortune today? More than half of it is thanks to Chang Xiao. He's practically their strategist. How could you possibly go up against someone like that? Shut down the shop immediately. At least you'll have some money left to finish your studies properly. Your parents work hard for every penny. Bao Zhu unleashed a torrent of scolding at Suchi. It was clear he genuinely cared about Suchi. The Ding family held sway over every high-ranking official at Zhenghai University. Director Bao understood the feud between Suchi and Ding Qingfan better than anyone. He also understood perfectly well that Ding Qingfan was determined to make Suchi's life unbearable at this university. Given the circumstances, Director Bao's decision to stand by Suchi filled him with immense relief. He chuckled. Director Bao, you really have no faith in my milk tea, do you? Director Bao frowned. Don't even mention your so-called bubble tea. Last night I specifically boiled milk and steeped some poor tea in it, only to suffer stomach cramps all night afterward. Chapter 23, Renting a Warehouse. Sigh. Suchi felt exasperated. Director Bao, I can't explain what bubble tea is in one go. Just wait, we'll be open in about 10 days. You'll see for yourself then. Even if your stuff sells well, there's no way you can outcompete Ding Qingfan. Look at his setup and financial backing, how could you possibly compete? The whole school is buzzing about his shop. The principal even held a meeting the other day, saying they need to establish a model for student entrepreneurship, clearly pushing Ding Qingfan forward. The resources he'll have access to on campus will be beyond your imagination. Director Bao stared at Suchi. Suchi sneered contemptuously. A spoiled rich kid just playing around to impress girls. What real business could he possibly pull off? Director Bao paused at this. You insist on going through with it? There's no turning back.
Even if this path leads through mountains of swords and seas of fire, I'll still proceed. Besides, the person in front of me is just a minor player.
Rest assured, I know what I'm doing.
The reason my accessories sell so well is that they create a stunning, eye-catching effect. It's like walking the same dirt road every day until one day, a vibrant flower blooms by the side of the path.
That emotional impact is utterly captivating.
Just wait and see, Suchi explained. Director Bao frowned for a long moment before speaking.
Fine.
Since you insist on doing this, do it properly. I'll find time to lobby the radio station, they might run an ad for you.
Suchi quickly interrupted. No, Director Bao. I don't need a poetry-like advertisement.
You? Thanks for the offer, Director Bao, but let's keep things mysterious.
People are already buzzing about what this milk tea is all about.
That's the best effect. I want to maintain this sense of intrigue until I make a stunning entrance in front of everyone, Suchi explained. He then adopted a more serious tone. Director Bao, you oversee discipline for the entire school.
You're uniquely positioned to understand student perspectives.
I believe your potential within this institution extends far beyond the role of a mere director of student affairs.
Director Bao abruptly turned to stare at Suchi. This hit a nerve, a student directly addressing his shortcomings? What was this about?
Without a word, the atmosphere instantly grew heavy.
There's nothing in this world that can't be solved, Suchi murmured, rubbing his fingers together without elaborating.
Director Bao, you've become the director of student affairs at a prestigious university before turning 40.
Your background must be extraordinary. Leverage that influence your future is boundless.
Don't waste your energy on disciplinary issues that only drain you.
The Student Affairs Office has its designated roles.
If you shoulder everything, they'll naturally enjoy their leisure. Ultimately, your career will be drained by this group. Suchi finished speaking and calmly observed Director Bao. He was testing the waters, gauging whether this director could become a pivotal piece in his next strategic move. If he didn't get it, then so be it. Suchi would find another way.
But if he did understand, that would be ideal.
Under normal circumstances, a student would never dare speak this way to a teacher, let alone a principal of such stature.
Director Bao stared intently at Suchi. Strangely, no anger stirred within him.
Instead, his sense of something about Suchi grew stronger. This wasn't just a student, he was more inscrutable than a seasoned veteran hardened by life's trials.
A chill ran down his spine. Suchi, I really don't think you're an ordinary student.
Perhaps.
To be honest, I've never confined my identity to just being a student. Thank you for your guidance today, Director Bao.
Feel free to drop by the milk tea shop after it opens.
Suchi spoke as he stepped out of Director Bao's office.
As he exited, a smile played on his lips. Clearly, he had obtained the answers he sought and breathed a sigh of relief.
Just as he reached the dormitory entrance, Suchi's blue screen phone rang.
The number was from Deep Sea City, and Suchi knew exactly who it was.
He answered, Sis Jiang? Hey there, you guessed right. How did you know it was me?
Zhang Xiaoyan laughed on the other end. I only know you in Shanghai City. This phone was just handed to me by Yang Jing this morning, and you're the only one who knows the number, Suchi replied.
Good deductive skills. I'm calling to let you know my shipment will be ready tomorrow.
I'll accompany it to your place to train you on the production method. I'll also check out your shop's location and that little minx Yang Jing, Zhang Xiaoyan said.
Sounds good. I'll be honored to host you. Just don't bring that knife.
The mere thought of it sends a chill down my spine, Suchi quipped. Zhang Xiaoyan burst into laughter on the other end. Don't blame me. I only have this one close friend, and I keep a tight leash on her.
Oh, and where's your warehouse? Give me the address.
You'll need one for the goods and equipment, and we'll need a place for the product training too.
Suchi slapped his forehead. Look at me.
I've been so busy renovating the store these past few days, I completely forgot about something this important.
See? Good thing I reminded you.
Get this sorted ASAP, we can be at your place in about 2 days, Zhang Xiaoyan chided.
Suchi hastily agreed.
He reluctantly made another trip to the school's business department and finally secured a small warehouse. Though called a warehouse, it was really just a makeshift shed somewhat like a factory building, constructed from panels. It was located on the rooftop of the club center building, and Suchi actually quite liked the spot. It was an enormous terrace. In front lay the open school sports field, perfect for catching a soccer game when he had free time. Behind it lay a small green hill. It was spring, and flowers were blooming everywhere. The chirping of birds filled the air, making the place feel full of life. Standing here, Suchi gazed at the green hill, and Yang Jing's image involuntarily appeared in his mind. If that little girl were here, facing the flowers, calmly preparing various drinks, it would be an absolutely breathtaking scene. Shaking his head, Suchi felt even more determined about the path he was about to take. Back in the dorm, Haosu immediately pulled Suchi aside. Where the hell have you been all afternoon? I've been looking everywhere for you. What for? Suchi asked, puzzled. Listen up, Haosu said mysteriously. Guess who I saw when I came out of the computer lab outside campus today? Spit it out already.
I need to hit the showers, Suchi snapped impatiently. I saw your former boss. Chapter 24, all of that will be mine. Former boss? Who? Suchi frowned in confusion. Who else could it be? The restaurant owner who sold it to you. Let me tell you, Suchi, that guy's no saint. I saw him laughing and joking with Jia Qinfeng myself. It really baffled me. So I followed them into that club. Guess what? That guy handed Jia Qinfeng a contract, and Jia Qinfeng tossed him a stack of 100 yuan bills, at least 10,000 yuan. There's definitely some deal going on here. Haosu finished speaking, picked up the water glass beside him, and gulped down a large cup of water. Suchi frowned, suddenly recalling something. He quickly pulled out the contract he'd signed with the owner and scrutinized it word by word. Sure enough, there it was, the renewal priority clause. The school only recognized the lease agreement with the original tenant, not with Suchi. This meant that after a year, the shop could very well be reclaimed by the original owner. It was inevitable. By then, his shop would be booming, anyone would be green with envy. Now that he'd struck a deal with Jia Qinfeng, it meant Suchi's throat was exposed to their fangs. After pondering for a while, Suchi's gaze settled on the date the lease for this shop was set to expire next April. Seeing this, he breathed a sigh of relief. I don't need a whole year, this is enough. By then, that entire row of shops will be mine. Let's see how you'll mess with me then. I was careless this time, too eager, really. Next time, I'll scrutinize every single word in a contract. Otherwise, I'd have no idea how they'd try to sell me short. With his mind at ease, Suchi picked up a towel and stepped into the bathroom. Suchi, aren't you going to think of a countermeasure? Haosu looked utterly bewildered. This old man has his own clever plans, huh? All demons and monsters will have nowhere to hide before me. Scrub scrub, scrub scrub, oh. Suchi was in high spirits. Haosu rolled his eyes. Someday I'm taking you to the infirmary for a checkup. What kind of weird song is that? It's awful. The story of spring is much better. Regarding the bubble tea shop staff, Suchi initially considered asking Yang Jing to help out. But upon reflection, Yang Jing's shop could still enjoy brisk business for at least another year or two, so it was best not to have her give it up. Still, she did definitely need Yang Jing to make an appearance on opening day, just like when they sold accessories. Sister Jiang would be arriving in a couple of days, so he still needed to find a few girls to staff the front counter. Of course, they had to be female students. Each of them had their own social circles, and to attract student customers, they needed student employees. First, it promotes part-time work among students, which school administrators would approve of. Second, they'll be more meticulous in their work. The year 1998 wasn't like the 2010s, when many people struggled to find jobs, let alone student part-time work. They'll value this opportunity more. The next day, he spent the entire afternoon at the club, discussing every detail of the collaboration with President Zhou Xiaobo. Suchi would cover all event expenses and even provide free bubble tea for every student attending. However, there was one condition: all future gala themes must include the name of his shop, Cocoa Milk Tea Shop, at the beginning. Furthermore, the host would announce it every time they introduced a program: this gala is sponsored by Cocoa Milk Tea Shop. This marketing model was ubiquitous in the 2010s, a commonplace approach seen everywhere on TV. Yet in this era, it was exceptionally novel. Zhou Xiaobo was stunned by Suchi's marketing ingenuity. This approach was far more sophisticated than the poetry recitals on the radio or the tacky advertisements plastered across the school's bulletin boards. After finalizing all the details, Suchi headed to the school's work-study office and sought out the teacher in charge of the department. The teacher was relatively young. Upon learning more, Suchi was slightly stunned. This person was actually the son-in-law of the vice principal overseeing the school's logistics department. Being young and prone to bragging, the teacher opened up to Suchi, spilling all the inside scoop on the school's upper management. This finally explained who Director Bao's powerful backer was, none other than this vice principal, who was also known for his incorruptible integrity. The logistics department was a lucrative one, with the investment promotion office falling under its jurisdiction. Countless eyes were fixed on this department. But having such an incorruptible person stationed there meant he'd inevitably offended countless people within the school. Thus, he remained frustrated and unfulfilled. Had he chosen to play alone, he would likely have risen to high positions long ago. As for the various rivalries and power struggles among these leaders, Suchi never even considered getting involved. Getting too deeply involved would inevitably lead to prison. In this life, he chose to be a clean businessman. With his hand full of trump cards, he simply didn't need to cut corners to achieve his goals. The work-study office efficiently resolved the staffing issue. The young teacher recommended 4 girls from financially struggling families. Their schedules aligned perfectly for rotating shifts, ensuring their studies wouldn't be disrupted. Over the next few days, Suchi's life became incredibly busy. When he didn't have classes, he'd head to the shop to oversee the renovations, thoroughly enjoying the hustle. Yang Jing was a remarkably considerate and sensible girl. Knowing Suchi was busy during the day, she never called him then. She usually called in the evenings, keeping her words brief. For her, simply hearing Suchi's breathing was enough to feel content. They still hadn't spoken their feelings aloud. Suchi felt this was the best way to savor the innocence of this budding affection. You guessed my thoughts, I guessed what you were doing. Sitting quietly by the window, a smile that only I understood would spread across my lips. Everything was understood without words. But Suchi's shop became the laughingstock of the entire street. Why? Because he had the entire shop enclosed in glass. A long workbench, a sheet of glass, a small opening that was the shop's new look. To the other shop owners nearby, he looked like a fool. They couldn't understand why he couldn't fit just one more table in his space. They'd gladly move their entire back kitchens outside if they could. But here he was, turning his entire 20 square meter shop into a kitchen. What else could he be but a fool? Ding Qingfan had laughed uncontrollably many times standing outside Suchi's shop. Eventually, just seeing the tightly sealed storefront was enough to make him chuckle. Li Lingling's inner scales ultimately tipped in Ding Qingfan's favor. Every time she passed Suchi's shop, a sigh would escape her heart. The vivid memories of how Suchi once treated her like a queen still lingered. But it was all just a mirage, a fleeting illusion. Chapter 25, Sister Zhang's Standard Rejection Call. Finally, 2 days later, Jiang Xiaoyan and Yang Jing arrived at Zhonghai University together in a minivan. Suchi and Yang Jing hadn't seen each other for several days, though they'd been in constant contact over the phone. Upon seeing Suchi again, Yang Jing seemed even more reserved. One subtle change was that she wasn't wearing stockings today. Instead, she wore a pair of form-fitting jeans. Suchi had mentioned before that he didn't want her wearing stockings, worried she might get cold, so she simply followed his advice. Still, her long legs remained strikingly eye-catching. She followed quietly behind Suchi without speaking. After Huzi had loaded all the items onto the terrace, the three of them headed toward the street where the boiler room was located. Look at our Jingjing, her face is all red. Jiang Xiaoyan teased along the way. Suchi pretended not to hear, chain-smoking the whole time. Sis Jiang, stop it, Yang Jing said, her face burning hot. Alright, I won't tease you anymore, Jiang Xiaoyan chuckled. When they reached Suchi's shopfront, Jiang Xiaoyan stared at it in stunned silence. This sealed-up shop is yours? Yeah, what's the problem? Suchi knew he'd have to explain again. This kind of setup really was incomprehensible to people in this era. Just as he was about to speak, Ding Qingfan approached, followed by several others. Suchi frowned. Hey, Suchi, I really don't get why you sealed up the shop. Why don't you explain it to me? Otherwise, seeing it every day just makes me want to laugh, it's killing me. Ding Qingfan bellowed with laughter. Jiang Xiaoyan frowned deeply. Jingjing, is this the guy who wants to open a Coke specialty store just to oppose Suchi? Yang Jing nodded. It turned out Yang Jing had recounted Suchi's current predicament to Jiang Xiaoyan during their journey. Jiang Xiaoyan glared at Suchi. We'll discuss the store closure later. Right now, you two just stand there and don't say a word. She then strode over to Ding Qingfan, glaring at him like a gang boss. That ridiculous cola store, it's yours, right? Oh. A Guangdong native? Your accent's pretty standard, huh? Ding Qingfan teased with a smirk. I asked you a question, why are you beating around the bush? Jiang Xiaoyan snapped, glaring up at him. Suchi froze. What was this? Was this really Sister Jiang, the tough gangster? He'd totally misjudged her. Ding Qingfan's face darkened instantly. So what if it is? You filthy, just for the filthy words you just spat at me, you think I won't make sure you can't survive in Zhonghai City? Did you hit your head on the door? I've been hustling in Guangdong Shenzhen. Even if you're a big shot in Zhonghai, you're still a pile of in my eyes. I've been in the beverage biz for over half a year now, and I've never seen a moron try to merge Coke and soda into one exclusive deal. You'd bankrupt your own father. Jiang Xiaoyan fired back without hesitation. Apologize to our young master. Or don't blame me for hitting a woman. A figure stepped out from behind Ding Qingfan. Jiang Xiaoyan dashed into Suchi's shop, grabbed a trowel, and stormed out, pointing it at them. Come on. You wanna hit a woman? I'll make sure every last one of you can't have kids. Instantly, a crowd of students swarmed around them, leaving Ding Qingfan utterly humiliated. He had always worked hard to maintain his sunny, gentle image and had never gotten involved in fights like this before. He'd originally come to tease Suchi after seeing him arrive with that stunning beauty, hoping to catch Yang Jing's attention. But he never expected this woman in a business suit, delicate and petite in appearance, to turn into a raging lioness when enraged. Suchi, my store opens the day after tomorrow. Just wait to be crushed. You'll learn that business competition isn't something a country bumpkin like you can handle. With that, Ding Qingfan turned and walked away. Sticking around would only invite further humiliation. The crowd around her dispersed in a flurry, but glances at Jiang Xiaoyan, still clutching the trowel, sent shivers down their spines. They'd never seen such a fierce woman before. Suchi cautiously approached and pinched the trowel between two fingers. Sis Jiang, the master needs it. Ha! Jiang Xiaoyan shot him a withering glance. Sis, we're at school. Let's keep up appearances. These are educated people. Don't scare the others, Yang Jing said, still sounding a bit insecure. Jingjing, no offense, but you're just too insecure. What's so great about being a college student? Do you think you'll never have to look for a job? Can you really stick with your assigned job forever? How many people get laid off every year? The money you make each month now is more than 10 college graduates combined. Jiang Xiaoyan glared at Yang Jing. Yes, Sister Jiang is right. See, I never liked studying much. Running a small business suits me just fine. Su Qi chimed in obsequiously, his gaze casually glancing at Jiang Xiaoyan's pointed high heels. He was terrified she might take out her displeasure on him. Having just witnessed Sister Jiang's domineering nature, Su Qi was convinced she had the guts to do it. Smooth talker, Jiang Xiaoyan said. Explain to me why you sealed the shop. Su Qi proceeded to explain the situation to Jiang Xiaoyan in detail. His decision stemmed from the shop's cramped space. Milk tea operations differed from restaurants. Except for those who liked to shoot the breeze, most customers ate and left immediately. Without takeout or delivery services, maximizing table space was essential. But bubble tea was the opposite. He'd always planned to apply the love gimmick to his bubble tea business. He'd even crafted the slogan, "Love her? Treat her to a QQ milk tea." Once this concept took hold, he expected a flood of couples to come in. With the shop being this size, they'd all crowd inside, getting in each other's way and squeezing the kitchen space, inevitably slowing down production. Enclosing the space solves both problems at once. Besides, with takeout service, you buy it, grab it, and go. Wouldn't it be better for each of you to hold hands, sip your own bubble tea, and stroll into the dark little grove to ponder life's true meaning? Jiang Xiaoyan was instantly stunned by Su Qi's explanation. Staring at him, she suddenly felt this man was far more brilliant than even their brand's creative director. His thinking was wildly imaginative, completely breaking the mold, and highly feasible. She committed Su Qi's words to memory, determined to report them back to the company immediately. She was certain the company would place great importance on the model he proposed. Sis Jiang, I actually think you could add some specialty snacks, but they absolutely must stand apart from traditional Chinese street food. Forget about buns, dumplings, and wontons that would just make you a restaurant. Focus on unique flavors and items with fast production times. There's one flavor-forward snack I'm convinced bubble tea brands will eventually discover. I read about it in a book. Taiwanese octopus balls. Chapter 26, Lu Guo's Reflections. Takoyaki? No way. Su Qi, are you close with our product manager? He's been researching this lately, and the company has held multiple meetings discussing this snack. Jiang Xiaoyan stared at Su Qi in disbelief. I read about it in a book, heh. Go ahead and introduce it. If you don't, someone else will. You have to build brand awareness in consumers' minds early on. If you do bring it in, let me know right away. I'll be the first to try it. Su Qi said. All right then. I was actually planning to give you some pointers, but now it seems you're the one advising me. I can trust you with my little girl. Jiang Xiaoyan glanced at Yang Jing. Yang Jing felt quite embarrassed. Su Qi chuckled. It's almost noon. Let's grab a bite to eat. The students from the work-study office will be here soon. After grabbing a quick bite, the group returned to the terrace. In no time, the terrace buzzed with activity. Several large tables were set up, laden with all sorts of bottles and jars. Since the building only had 4 floors, students on the sports field could see everything clearly, wondering if these people were conducting some kind of chemistry experiment. The process of making bubble tea was actually quite simple and easy to pick up. Su Qi kept smiling as he watched Yang Jing. The exquisite scene he envisioned in his mind unfolded perfectly. However, Yang Jing was so engrossed in the process that she didn't notice Su Qi beside her. Finally, all the individual ingredients were mixed. It would still take about 5 days before the shop could open for business, but 5 days was more than enough time for these girls to practice their skills. Everything was ready. All that was needed was the final push. The next day, Ding Qingfan's shop opened as scheduled. The moment it opened, it immediately caused a sensation throughout the entire school. After so many days without cola, these students were practically going stir-crazy. Uncle Chang personally came to oversee Ding Qingfan's stall, while Li Lingling and the entire dorm acted as sales staff. Sanyao, in particular, kept stepping outside to glance at Su Qi's shop, her expression dripping with scorn. That said, Ding Qingfan had remained seated in the upstairs VIP lounge the entire time. Now, with his legs crossed, he watched the bustling scene below, his cold laughter echoing intermittently. Hick. It's an insult to even consider you my rival. You'll regret crossing me, Ding Qingfan. On the terrace, Lu Shuhua hurriedly brought over the fat guy and the others. Su Qi, why not just turn your shop into a Coca-Cola specialty store? Don't worry about distribution rights. I'll get my dad to secure a quota for you, no problem. Lu Shuhua said urgently. Su Qi and the others were busy perfecting the milk tea recipe. Jiang Xiaoyan and Yang Jing had returned to the city the night before. You 3 are right on time. We spent all afternoon yesterday and all day today perfecting the recipe. Come taste it, Su Qi said. Taste what? Su Qi, listen up. My mole inside just reported that since opening at 8 a.m. today, Ding Qingfan has already racked up over 10,000 yuan in sales. That's insane. Fatso exclaimed. Su Qi looked up, still unfazed. Fatso, no matter how terrifying he is it as terrifying as when we were selling jewelry? The three of them froze, clearly having forgotten Su-Chi's former intensity. Hurry up and come over. What are you guys dawdling for? Try it, Su-Chi urged. The three approached the chemistry station with suspicion. Each picked up a cup of milk tea, staring at the muddy-colored liquid. They steeled themselves before taking a sip. A few female classmates nearby were laughing themselves silly. Holy! This is amazing. What the hell is this? How Su? Did you see that? I actually got teary-eyed. How can something taste this good? Rich milky flavor bursting through, the black tea aroma perfectly balanced, and this dark stuff bit into it, and it's so chewy. Now I finally get why you named this after love. Yeah, this is what first love feels like. Fatty and Hao Su were utterly stunned, while Lu Shuhua gazed at the distant soccer field with a look of world weariness. Su-Chi fought back laughter, patting Lu Shuhua on the shoulder. Bro, if you ever want to keep tasting the flavor of love, just come drink this every day. Put. Ha ha ha. Several female classmates and Su-Chi burst into unrestrained laughter on the terrace. Lu Shuhua felt awkward. When are you opening? Still got 4 or 5 days to go. What? Starting to believe in my stuff now? Su-Chi chuckled. After drinking this stuff, who the hell would go back to Coke or soda? Hey, Su-Chi, how'd you set the prices? The fat guy asked. The kind you just drank is called original flavor milk tea. It's priced at 3 yuan. Other flavors vary in price, Su-Chi replied. Isn't that a bit pricey? Coke's only $2 a bottle, Hao Su chimed in from the side. Expensive? With a one-of-a-kind flavor and door-to-door delivery, it's worth it. If I don't charge a bit more, how else can I show how special my product is? Su-Chi said. That's true. The others nodded in agreement. Over the next few days, Ding Qingfan's shop remained bustling. Though the crowds weren't as massive as opening day, the upstairs VIP seating was packed every day. The staff at Youth Salon Drink Bar unanimously targeted the yet-to-open QQ Milk Tea Shop as their rival. Of course, they mostly mocked him, waiting to see Su-Chi fail. Every time Su-Chi passed by their shopfront, he was met with a barrage of cold stares. Shan Yao, in particular, seemed destined to be his nemesis. She couldn't catch sight of him without hurling a barbed remark, only then feeling satisfied. In his previous life, Su-Chi would have been driven to fury. But his perspective after rebirth was far beyond what these students could comprehend. He simply ignored them, even feigning weakness when necessary to avoid provoking them into causing trouble at his shop. 4 days later, a gala announcement suddenly appeared on every bulletin board across campus. QQ Milk Tea, a night of radiant charm. While the party itself seemed ordinary, the school hosted one roughly every 10 days. But this QQ Milk Tea shop? That was a different story. It had been shrouded in mystery. Su-Chi and his crew had kept a low profile lately. The whole milk tea craze had been completely overshadowed on campus by the Youth Salon Drink Bar, so most people had stopped talking about it. Yet here it was, resurfacing abruptly and even prefixed to the gala's title, a move that left everyone thoroughly puzzled. Soon after, club members began spreading various rumors within their classes. Did you hear? Tomorrow's gala tickets are totally free. Plus free bubble tea? Seriously? No way. I heard too. Whatever, we're going to check it out tomorrow night anyway. If they charge admission, we're not going. Exactly. Why pass up a free lunch? Chapter 27, Bubble Tea Girl. That day, every student who came to get water would stop in their tracks at Su-Chi's shopfront, staring curiously. The door was tightly shut, and the sounds of bustling activity inside only fueled their curiosity about what was happening. It was precisely this air of mystery that instantly overshadowed the youth salon's popularity. Bro, what the hell is Su-Chi doing? Has he lost his mind? Giving away free milk tea? That's insane. Who runs a business like that? Jia Chenfeng rushed anxiously into Ding Qingfan's dorm room. Ding Qingfan chuckled, let him give it away for free. The faster he gives it away, the faster he'll go under. Who the hell can stand that stale taste? Finally, we'll see this bumpkin's downfall. Tomorrow, have the radio station run an ad, Youth Salon will also be free all day. I'm going to crush this bumpkin completely. Offering freebies to students? That's sheer audacity. Su-Chi offered free drinks because the cost of bubble tea was extremely low, and it was strictly limited. There was only so much to give away, and once it ran out, there would be no more. The goal wasn't to fill you up, but to let you sample the flavor. Plus, he used specially sized plastic cups much smaller than the ones sold normally. You could finish one in a single gulp anyway. Coke was different. The wholesale price per bottle was fixed, your profit margin wasn't up to you, and you couldn't pull the same trick as Su-Chi by shrinking the portions. Su-Chi remembered one evening study session in his sophomore year when the school store suddenly lost power. Word spread like wildfire among the classes, and within 10 minutes, half the store was emptied. So when you play the freebie game with students, don't be surprised if they bleed you dry. This was the smokescreen he'd set up, specifically to ensnare Ding Qingfan. By playing the freebie game with him, you'd end up spitting out every last penny of profit you'd made over the past few days. Everything was set. Early the next morning, Yang Jing arrived at school looking stunning. When Su Qi saw her, he couldn't help but want to hug her. Yang Jing had intended to help out, but Su Qi arranged for her to stay at the hotel instead, repeatedly emphasizing that she must lock the door securely before leaving. The moment they entered the school gates, they heard the announcement over the PA system: Youth Salon offers 1 day of free services. Instantly, the campus erupted. Countless students poured out of dormitories and office buildings, flooding toward the street with the water dispensers. One guy even grabbed a basket and shouted through the crowd, vowing to grab all the coke for the semester. The street was already packed to the brim. Ding Qingfan stood on the upper floor, smugly watching Su Qi and his group. The door swung open with a slam. The fat guy emerged from inside, hauling fireworks on his shoulder. He found a spot, lit a cigarette, and shot a similarly cold sneer at the youth salon. The cigarette but ignited the fuse. And a fiery trail shot skyward. With a loud bang, everyone's attention was drawn to this spot, all eyes fixed on this direction. Had that mysterious milk tea shop finally opened? With a sweeping gesture, the fat man signaled, and members of the club emerged carrying large steel barrels. Everyone, make way. The fat man strode ahead with imposing authority, exuding the swagger of an escort leader. Everyone fell silent, their eyes glued to the steel drums, wondering what the milk tea would be like. As they reached the center of the crowd, the fat man suddenly halted and bellowed, "Drinking too much cola kills sperm. You're on your own." With that, he quickly slipped away. Ding Qingfan caught the whole scene and immediately charged down. "You little bastard, what the hell are you talking about? Who the hell said drinking too much cola kills sperm?" His words essentially echoed the fat guy's statement, leaving every male student present stunned. Then came a flurry of whispers. At the square, Su Qi was discussing various plans with Zhou Xiaobo, all aimed at making the evening event more impactful. Student-organized events weren't driven by profit, they were primarily about personal growth and enriching campus life. There was no question of making money, all labor was unpaid. So the entire event only cost Su Qi 200 or 300 yuan. But that was all Su Qi had left. He had fatso arranged the fireworks as a two-pronged strategy, forcing Ding Qingfan to cough up profits while simultaneously drawing a massive crowd to the street. Then, as the fireworks exploded, their bubble tea was rolled out under the spotlight, making everyone realize that today's freebie also included the legendary bubble tea. As for the sperm-killing claim? That was Fatso's impromptu addition. By nightfall, the youth salon finally couldn't hold out any longer. The entire store had been emptied, and they were forced to pull down the roll-up door. Upstairs, Jia Qianfeng and Ding Qingfan tallied the losses, a staggering loss of hundreds of thousands. Their faces turned green. Hundreds of thousands, that was no small sum in the 1990s. It was roughly the market value of an ordinary factory. Losing that much money was bad enough, but the wave of sperm-killing rumors kept growing. Many male students, while drinking, muttered to themselves about whether they'd be affected. When they reached the trash bins, they all ended up tossing their bottles in without a second thought. When it came to matters of passing on the family line, one couldn't afford to be careless. So unfinished cokes littered the entire campus. Ultimately, the entire school's attention turned to the evening gala. Colorful lights illuminated the entire plaza. This gala was undoubtedly the largest Zhou Xiaobo had ever planned and hosted. At least 7,000 or 8,000 people. Keep in mind, the entire school only had 14,000 students. This was also the largest student-organized gala in the school's history. Standing on stage, he was overcome with emotion beyond words. Could the impact of not charging admission really be this staggering? It was beyond belief. Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath, then opened his mouth with a confident smile. "It's a pleasure to see you all again. Welcome to tonight's event, generously sponsored by QQ Milk Tea Shop. Please welcome our event ambassador." Zhou Xiaobo gestured lightly with his hand, and all eyes turned toward one side of the stage. Instantly, the spotlight illuminated Yang Jing, who stood holding a cup of milk tea, smiling down at the sea of darkness below. The scene of thousands fell completely silent in that instant. Gorgeous. Absolutely stunning. Isn't that the girl selling accessories last time? A male voice instantly ignited the crowd, everyone staring intently at Yang Jing in utter amazement. Truthfully, Yang Jing's legs were trembling at that moment. Fortunately, Su Qi stood closest to her. She had been staring at Su Qi the entire time, unable to meet the crowd's gaze. This was the first time in her life she'd faced such a scene. Thankfully, the lights dimmed instantly. After Zhou Xiaobo's speech, the gala commenced immediately. Now it was the student club members' turn to bustle about, carrying cups of milk tea to distribute among the crowd. At first, people were a bit impatient, busy gossiping about Yang Jing and reluctant to take any. But after handing out over 50 cups, the crowd erupted once more. A guy in the crowd, holding his milk tea, shouted that it felt like first love and demanded the host announce the class of the beautiful girl who had just handed him the drink. In the end, thousands of people raised their cups of milk tea, chanting "Milk tea sister." The sensation of first love, combined with a taste they'd never experienced before, instantly etched the small print on the milk teacups into their memories. If you love her, give her a QQ milk tea. The 1,000+ cups of milk tea prepared by Su Qi and his team were snatched up in an instant. And these over 1,000 small cups of milk tea earned him a sensationally positive reputation. Suchi was confident that as soon as his shop opened tomorrow, the entrance would be absolutely packed. The frenzy seen at the youth salon just days prior would instantly replicate itself at his bubble tea shop. He was thoroughly satisfied with the outcome of this marketing campaign. After Yang Jing stepped off the stage, Suchi quickly draped a jacket over her and had her leave campus immediately, hat in hand. He certainly didn't want Yang Jing surrounded by a crowd of geeks with their wild imaginations running wild. Call it a little selfishness on his part. Chapter 28, 5 Sacks of Profits. Tired? In the hotel room, Suchi gently brushed a few strands of hair from Yang Jing's cheek. Facing each other, their eyes locked, Yang Jing instantly forgot her earlier embarrassment. In this moment, Suchi was all she saw. She nodded shyly. It can't be helped at this stage. I won't let you work so hard in the future. Suchi poured a cup of hot water from the kettle beside him and handed it to her. It was a bit windy earlier. Warm yourself up. Yang Jing took it in a daze, a warmth spreading through her heart. She gazed at Suchi and whispered, "What you said earlier, does that count as your promise to me?" Suchi paused, then nodded. "Get some rest. I need to head to the shop to prepare. Tomorrow will likely be even busier. Remember, lock the doors tight, shut the windows secure. Double-check the curtains too. Oh, and one more thing, don't open the door for anyone tonight. Keep your phone on at all times. If you hear anything unusual outside, call me immediately. I'll come right over, understand?" Yang Jing replied softly, her face glowing with happiness, "You're so bossy. Go on now. Finish up early and get some rest. And cut back on the smoking. Remember what I said." Suchi hurried out of the room. Yang Jing stood at the doorway, reluctantly closing the door only after Suchi's figure disappeared from view. Lying on the bed, her face burning hot, she buried herself under the covers, flustered and restless like a joyful little bird. Happiness had arrived so suddenly. Back at the shop, Suchi plunged into a whirlwind of activity. Yang Jing, afraid he might worry, called him every half hour to reassure him she was safe, until finally she drifted off to sleep. The fortune hidden behind the rolling shutter would finally make its grand entrance tomorrow. Early the next morning, he saw Yang Jing off on the bus. Over 20 club members arrived, having hauled thousands of flyers back from the printing company. They stood at every campus intersection distributing them. The moment the rolling gate of Kiki Milk Tea opened, the place instantly filled with people. Fatso and even Lu Shuhua, who was usually nowhere to be found, rushed to the shop to help. They didn't eat a single bite all Sunday, constantly taking payments. By evening, the flyers began yielding results. The landline rang non-stop, with barely a second between calls. The funny thing was, the numbers calling back were just a handful of the same ones over and over. This was a crucial factor Suchi had overlooked about food delivery. Mobile phones simply weren't that widespread in this era. This oversight left Suchi bitterly disappointed. How could he have missed such a crucial factor? It was truly unforgivable. Fortunately, business remained booming. His delivery army sprang into action, over 20 people crisscrossing every corner of the campus, delivering batches of that first love feeling. By 10 o'clock at night, Suchi and his crew couldn't take it anymore. They slammed the door shut, unplugged the phone line, and headed out to the balcony. Last time, they'd used buckets to hold the cash. This time, they used woven bags meant for construction materials. 5 huge sacks of cash left the man momentarily dazed. 30 people, bragging and joking all the while, spent over an hour sorting through the cash. The final total came to 140,000 yuan. Fortunately, Jiang Shaoyan had sent Suchi an extra 50,000 yuan in inventory. Otherwise, they would have definitely run out of stock and had to close tomorrow. From this perspective, Jiang Shaoyan had truly been a great help. After checking the inventory again, Suchi was stunned by the profit from selling water. The cost for this 140,000 yuan in sales was less than 20,000 yuan. That meant a 7-fold profit margin. Fortunately, the remaining stock could last about 2 more days. He quickly called Jiang Shaoyan and ordered another 50,000 yuan worth. After finalizing the inventory, Suchi calculated each employee's wages individually. With over 20 staff members, everyone received over 300 yuan each according to the previously established pay structure. This made the students ecstatic. While they understood this amount was insignificant compared to Suchi's profits, 300 yuan a day meant 10,000 yuan a month. Why the hell would they need the school stipend? They could work here for life. Back in the dorm, Lu Shuhua and the others collapsed onto their beds and fell asleep instantly. After calling Yang Jing, Suchi lay awake in bed. He knew today's massive earnings stemmed from opening day. All the pent-up anticipation and mystery had erupted in one explosive moment. In a few days, this kind of frenzy would inevitably fade. So, he still felt uneasy. Over the next 10 months, 2 months would be summer vacation. That left 8 months. Each month needed to bring in at least nearly 600,000 yuan in net profit just to qualify for bidding on those shops during winter break. His mind remained sharp. He needed to strategize how to boost production speed and maximize efficiency. Moreover, his opponent this time was different from last time. Last time, he knew the accessory shops outside would quickly find suppliers, so he withdrew swiftly. As it turned out, that was exactly what happened. Now, those little accessories were everywhere on campus. Fortunately, he had kept all those customers firmly in Yang Jing's hands. But this time, his opponent was Ding Qingfan. With a father who had connections everywhere, Su Qi had a premonition that within just 2 months, that arrogant Ding Qingfan would inevitably get restless and completely replicate his business model. Su Qi was always one to think 2 steps ahead. Offering complimentary snacks like octopus balls would sustain his shop's appeal for months. That was his second step. Now that the first step was already underway, it was time to plan the third. He strained to recall the evolution of bubble tea shops from his past life. Bubble tea, despite its name containing the character for milk, was essentially just powdered milk mix diluted with water having nothing to do with actual milk. Back in his previous life, after this drink became widespread, it sparked massive public debate about health. Some questioned its health implications. Su Qi understood it offered no nutritional value, nor did it cause harm. But as health consciousness grew, skepticism intensified. The bubble tea industry began adapting to the backlash. They switched entirely to pure milk, but the cost was too high. Milk isn't much cheaper now than it was in his previous life, and this product still caters to high-income consumers. It's not suitable for students. Thus, this path proved unviable. Fruit-flavored bubble teas also abandoned fruit jams entirely, switching to pure fruit. Suddenly, a new solution flashed through Su Qi's mind. Fruit juice. Exactly. Use fruit juice. The fruit cost isn't high. And everyone loves it. People understand it's a healthy option. It'll definitely become another trump card in the competition. But it couldn't be launched just yet. Their current workload was already overwhelming. Introducing it now would only invite instant, wholesale copying by competitors. Business warfare must be waged with rhythm. Never reveal all your trump cards at once. That's an unbreakable rule. After coming to this realization, Su Qi hurried off to sleep. He was utterly exhausted. Chapter 29, The Need for His Own Team. A few days later, the calls did indeed taper off. Fortunately, Su Qi had tweaked the delivery model. The 20-odd club members became sales agents for the milk tea shop, dashing between classrooms the moment class ended. To prevent cutthroat competition among the delivery crew, Su Qi divided the campus into 20 zones. He established a weekly incentive fund. The top performer would receive an extra 1,000 yuan. Moreover, Su Qi instilled a concept: there was no such thing as second place under him. He intended to train these people to be wolves. Initially, he had planned to secure funds from the milk tea shop and then withdraw entirely. But now he had reconsidered. If these people grew accustomed to high salaries under him, they would inevitably develop unrealistic expectations after graduation once he stopped operating. That would be harming them. Moreover, these individuals were exceptionally dedicated. While others were busy with romance, they focused solely on following Su Qi, understanding that staying with him would undoubtedly change their destinies. They saw every penny coming into the shop every single day. In this world, no amount of empty promises or grand visions could ever match the thrill of cash laid out before someone's eyes. It's an eternal truth: only when people see money do they transform into wolves. Among them were top-tier talents in various fields, which sparked Su Qi's ambition to build his own team. He therefore devoted considerable thought to personnel arrangements. The frenzy persisted, with daily earnings still soaring beyond belief over 100,000. A new form of bragging suddenly emerged on campus: if you shouted QQ milk tea delivery while holding your phone on the street, you'd definitely turn countless heads. Jia Qianfeng had been lurking outside Su Qi's door for days, his face turning green with envy. They weren't completely out of business, but they were far, far behind. Their daily earnings barely scraped by at 100 or so yuan, and all their customers were female students. Not a single male customer came in, all afraid it might affect their ability to carry on the family line. It had to be said, Fatso's words really hit hard. Had this been the 1990s, they'd be facing legal trouble. Thankfully, 1998 was still an era brimming with endless possibilities, where such matters drew little scrutiny. Ding Qingfan was furious. He sat in the upstairs VIP room alongside Shan Yao, Li Lingling, and Jia Qianfeng. The contrast was stark. This was the first time they'd gathered to strategize. Who knew that faithless bastard had such clout? I totally misjudged him. Shan Yao gritted her teeth. Li Lingling sat silently beside her. The atmosphere was heavy. Bro, I'm telling you, I've been staking out their door every day and found out for sure. That little bastard Su Qi carries out 3 big woven bags full of cash daily. We gotta figure something out. We can't just sit here. Jia Qianfeng looked utterly miserable. Li Lingling's face twitched suddenly. In a way, it was precisely for money that she considered leaving Su Qi. The stinging sensation on her face made her feel utterly miserable. Ding Qingfan was furious. Look at you. All you can do in a critical moment is pull that mournful face. Don't you think I know better than you? Everyone, speak up. See if there's any good way to take down this little bastard. Shan Yao stood up. Senior Ding, may I speak? Go ahead. I think we need to figure out exactly what our opponents are selling. So I suggest we all try their products first. If theirs are genuinely good, we can just replicate them right away. Keep fighting the price war, ours will be cheaper and taste the same. Why would anyone buy theirs? Then, Senior Ding, you can leverage your connections on campus to put pressure on Suchi's shop. Look for loopholes like how they set off fireworks without school permission the other day. We can make a big deal out of that. Shan Yao said. Ding Qingfan's expression brightened. You're absolutely right. I'll handle this immediately. Shan Yao, I never would have guessed you seemed so carefree usually. Who knew you were so sharp? He was quick to jump to conclusions and follow the crowd, proof that Ding Qingfan was no match for Suchi. After someone quickly bought several cups of milk tea, the group took a sip and froze in unison. Ding Qingfan, in particular, his face darkening, immediately called Changshu to change the plans for the milk tea shop. Uncle Chang immediately began making arrangements. Li Lingling remained silent throughout, her emotions a tangled knot. But there was no pill for regret in this world. From the very start, when she stood beside Ding Qingfan before Suchi, she had sealed her fate. Suchi would never give her a second glance again. True to form, Suchi passed by their shop daily without so much as a glance inside. His expression was one of utter disdain, yet also profound calm. The shop staff had become highly efficient with their routines, leaving Suchi feeling somewhat redundant. With this newfound free time, he somehow acquired a small table. Whenever he didn't have classes, he'd sit on the terrace sipping tea or the like. That afternoon, Director Bao made his way over to Suchi's terrace. You little rascal, enjoying yourself, aren't you? Even state officials don't live as well as you do. Director Bao sat down without any pretense of politeness. No, Director Bao, I'm no match for you, Suchi said with a laugh. Enough with the pleasantries. Let's get down to business. Director Bao suddenly turned serious. Suchi looked puzzled. You've caused such a huge stir on campus, yet the school hasn't made a single move. Doesn't that strike you as odd? Director Bao asked. Only then did Suchi realize that universities in 1998 were fundamentally different from those in the 2010s, with much stricter constraints on student behavior. Let me tell you, Director Bao continued, Vice President Zhao had a heated argument with the president at this morning's senior leadership meeting, all because of your situation. Suchi knew exactly who Vice President Zhao was, the incorruptible vice president in charge of campus logistics. Is the university planning to make an example of me? Suchi remained calm upon hearing this. In his previous life, he had been deeply invested in his university identity. But after rebirth, this status had become utterly inconsequential to him. At worst, he'd be expelled, though that would disrupt his plans. So while he appeared unfazed, a lingering worry gnawed at him. It's not about making an example of you. I suspect someone tipped off the president, which is why the school suddenly brought up the debate about whether student entrepreneurship is appropriate. This is clearly targeting you. No one said anything when Ding Qingfan opened his shop. They're singling you out. That's precisely why Vice Principal Zhao couldn't stand by and watch. Director Bo replied. Chapter 30, A Small Fry Looking for Trouble. Suchi remained remarkably calm upon hearing this, offering only a faint smile. Director Bao was curious. Aren't you angry? What's there to be angry about? I saw this coming. I'm actually very grateful to Vice Principal Zhao. And you, Director Bao, must have spoken up for me at the meeting to quell the criticism. Suchi said. You little rascal, Director Bao said, lifting his teacup for a sip. I always feel like you're as cunning as a fox. Nothing seems to faze you. But seriously, you really should properly thank Vice Principal Zhao. He has only 1 year left before retirement, yet he remains dedicated to his duties every single day he's in office. He's a model for us all and truly deserves respect. That's for sure, Suchi replied with a smile. Don't smile at me like that. It makes me uncomfortable. Also, I donated that 2,000 yuan of yours to the scholarship fund last time. Don't pull stunts like that again, Director Bao said. I've got some business to attend to, so I'll be heading out. Find time to visit Vice Principal Zhao sometime. He's taken quite a liking to you lately. The old man doesn't have many hobbies, so just pick up some pickled vegetables from the local farmers and bring him a bottle of erguatu liquor. With that, Director Bao hurried off. Suchi gave a wry smile. He understood that the bigwigs were being kept in check. They wouldn't target his shop. But he couldn't prevent sycophants from harassing him to curry favor with the principal. In any era, sycophants would always exist. For survival and promotion, it was understandable. Sure enough, after calling Yang Jing, the store's landline rang. The head of the student union's health department was standing outside their shop with a group of people. He sighed. I thought it would be the little fish first, but it turned out to be an old codger who never grew up. The old fish referred to a type of stunted fish found in the fields of Suchi, whose hometown in Dong province. He rose and headed downstairs toward the store. A crowd had gathered at the shop in trance, all members of the student union health department. The head was a male student named Zhang Jinhua, tall and thin, standing arrogantly among the crowd. The university student union held considerable prestige among students, and many of the school's actual rules and regulations were enforced by them. Being young people, they tended to get a bit big-headed once they had a little power in their hands. The school has clear regulations: no fireworks are allowed without official permission. Just a few days ago, our health department staff spent ages cleaning up after you. Your boss needs to give us an explanation, right? Zhang Jinhua declared loudly from the doorway. With a crowd gathered around, he felt quite important. The chubby guy frowned. Mr. Zhang, we admit it was our fault. We were rushing to open that day and didn't think much about it. Just pretend you didn't see anything. No teachers have come to ask about it, and we haven't given it much thought either. Young man, I understand student entrepreneurship, but rules are rules. We received student complaints. Your sanitation is appalling. You'd best suspend operations for a few days to rectify things. I'll also advocate for leniency with the student union president, Zhang Jinhua declared haughtily. Suspension? That seems a bit harsh. Why don't you come inspect our shop? See exactly what's not up to standard? Fatso suppressed his anger. He was clearly not pleased. There's nothing to inspect. Just do as I say. If this gets reported to the school, your shop is in real trouble. We'll return for another inspection tonight. If you're still open, we'll report it to the school. Zhang Jinhua declared. The staff at the entrance immediately grew anxious. They could earn hundreds of yuan a day now, and the prospect of closing for a day worried them more than it did the boss. Even the fat man was at a loss for how to handle the situation. Just then, Suchi appeared. The fat guy and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Who are you? Suchi asked, staring at Zhang Jinhua. Zhang Jinhua's expression remained contemptuous. You're the owner of this shop? I asked who you are, Suchi retorted, refusing to meet his gaze. Zhang Jinhua instantly felt a surge of anger. After all, he was a student council department head and a top student at the school. Never before had he been treated with such contempt. Zhang Jinhua, head of the student council's sanitation department. I'm here today to address your fireworks incident. You. Stop. Suchi turned his head. Handle? Who gave you the authority to handle this? I oversee sanitation across the entire campus. How could I not have the authority to handle this? You lot. Instead of focusing on your studies, you're scheming up shady schemes. Do you even deserve the school's investment in you? Zhang Jinhua's rage boiled over. Oh? The drain by that restaurant is clogged. That should fall under your jurisdiction too, right? Since you're here, why not help clear that up? Suchi pointed to a foul-smelling drain beside a nearby eatery. The students present burst into laughter. How dare you? Do you think the health department is just about cleaning? Zhang Jinhua's face turned beet red. He never imagined Suchi would be so disrespectful. I'm putting this out there today, your shop must shut down for rectification. He turned to leave. Suchi sighed and called out, hold on. What? Admitting your mistake? Zhang Jinhua turned back. Whether I'm wrong or not isn't the point. Let's talk about you first, Suchi said. I run my business here, paying rent to the school on time every month. My partnership is solely with the school. If standards aren't met, it's the school's relevant departments that come to penalize me. It's not your place as a student to be shouting orders around here. I'm the Minister of Sanitation. What an impressive display of authority. You keep threatening to shut down my shop. Who gave you the right to enforce anything? Go back to your student union right now and bring your so-called chairman over here. I want to ask him which law grants you the authority to close down businesses. Today, I'll let this slide. But if you ever come here again to cause trouble and disrupt my business, don't blame me for being unkind. Suchi showed no mercy. Well, Suchi. I know you have some connections and that you've made a bit of money. But don't forget, your main job is being a student. These shady dealings will ruin you sooner or later. Zhang Jinhua was so furious he could spit blood. I said, if you have questions, come find me anytime. Don't waste my time here. Suchi ignored him completely, leading his staff back inside to resume their busy work. A long line of customers still waited outside the door. Every minute delayed meant lost money. The onlookers chimed in with various jeers, clearly not ones to hold their tongues. Zhang Jinhua was furious enough to spit blood, but what could he do? He could only lead his people away, their tails between their legs. Chapter 31, Vice Principal Zhao's Support. Everyone, life's path is littered with all sorts of shady characters. These people love exploiting loopholes and are experts at sending their minions to make life difficult. Today's incident is a lesson. Remember, we run a business above board, no breaking the law. That evening, as 20-odd people sat on the terrace, Suchi stood before them and spoke. Damn right. Suchi, today was so satisfying. Look at that Zhang Jinhua strutting around like he owns the place. What a jerk. Thinks being a student union minister makes him special? If you'd been a minute later, I would have slapped him right across the face, one student exclaimed. No need for violence. Just remember this for next time. If they come back, just ignore them, Suchi said. Let's call it a day for now. Oh, did you pick up the pickled vegetables and ergwotu? A classmate handed over a bag of pickled vegetables and a bottle of ergwotu. Suchi handed the settlement task to the chubby guy and carried the items downstairs alone to the old faculty dormitory building. He was here to see Vice Principal Zhao. It was only a little past 8. This vice principal enjoyed immense popularity among students and was widely regarded as the most student-friendly school administrator. Everyone knew his habit. After dinner each night, he'd play basketball with students on the playground before heading home. That a distinguished vice principal would persistently reside in this most dilapidated dormitory building alongside ordinary teachers inevitably inspired even greater admiration for the old vice principal's character. Just as he reached a door on the 3rd floor, an elderly man came bounding up from behind, a towel draped around his neck, sweat pouring down his face. In the orange glow of the streetlight, Suchi recognized the elderly man. "Good evening, Vice Principal Zhao." "Suchi?" the old man asked. "Yes, Suchi. I brought you a bottle of wine." Suchi was inwardly surprised that the old man recognized him at a glance. Clearly, as Director Bao had mentioned, this old vice principal had been keeping an eye on him for some time. Vice Principal Zhao flashed a kind smile, pulling out his keys to unlock the door. "Just call me Teacher Zhao. I prefer that. Come on in." Upon entering, a rich set of books enveloped him, instantly making Suchi feel as though he were in the home of an old artist. "Teacher Zhao, do you live here alone?" "Yes. I was transferred here from the countryside. My wife also taught in the villages, so she didn't come with me. She only visits on weekends for a couple of days. Our children have their own families now." Vice Principal Zhao wiped his face and walked over. "Don't just stand there. Sit down. You're the wealthiest student at Zhonghai University, a future entrepreneur. I can't have you standing like this." These simple, unassuming words made Suchi feel the genuine warmth of this elderly man, bridging the gap between teacher and student despite their never having met before. To Suchi, the man standing before him felt like a respected elder from his own family. This was the essence of a true educator. In his previous life, he too had lived a frugal existence, guarding a village elementary school. He understood the aspirations and outlook on life of such people. In their eyes, seeing their students succeed brought more joy than anything else. "Oh, you even brought pickled vegetables? What's this joining me for a drink?" Vice Principal Zhao didn't hesitate, relishing the moment. He'd never grown tired of this simple pleasure in his lifetime. Suchi chuckled, "Absolutely. I came here specifically to share a drink with you, sir." "Ha!" Plates were set out, liquor poured, and the two men clinked glasses. Vice Principal Zhao spoke up. "Director Bao went to see you, didn't he?" "Ha, nothing escapes your keen eye. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known about this hobby of yours." Suchi didn't hold back either. "You're refreshingly straightforward, no corrupt tricks. Director Bao reported you slipped him 2,000 yuan, Vice Principal Zhao stated." Suchi's face flushed instantly. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he remained silent. "Spill it. This drink won't be free. What do you want to know?" Vice Principal Zhao took a sip. "Alright, I'll get straight to the point. I just want to know, as a student entrepreneur, will the school interfere with my business in any way?" Suchi cut to the chase. "Interfere? That's nonsense. The state is actively encouraging self-employment. Look at the growing number of laid-off workers each year. What does that tell you? The state won't support idlers anymore. The message is crystal clear: there are no golden rice bowls anymore. As a contemporary university student, in the prime of your youth, this is the perfect time to forge your path. Fixating on school-assigned placements is the wrong mindset. I think you're doing exactly right. I've heard you've even helped several underprivileged students get ahead." Vice Principal Zhao looked at Suchi with genuine admiration. Suchi responded respectfully, "Then I can rest easy. Honestly, Mr. Zhao, I'm not that exceptional. I just believe in forging my own path, and this step happened to be the one I took. That's a commendable attitude. But Suchi, there's one question I need you to answer honestly." Vice Principal Zhao's expression suddenly turned serious. "What is it? I've heard that every night after closing the shop, you carry out 3 sacks of cash? Is that true?" Vice Principal Zhao's expression was serious. Cough cough. Suchi choked on his drink. "Mr. Zhao, who told you that?" "Right, you're denying it, huh? The students playing on the court earlier were just talking about you. You know what they're calling you now? Sack guy. Because you're so generous, raking in several burlap sacks full every day." Vice Principal Zhao said. That's pretty harsh. But it's true, the shop brings in over 100,000 a day. I just don't know if it can keep it up. You know how it is, lots of people are watching my shop, waiting to trip me up at any moment." Suchi replied. Vice Principal Zhao's expression suddenly turned cold as he snorted. "You're talking about Zhang Jinhua, aren't you? The whole school is saturated with this profit-driven atmosphere now. Even the students aren't focusing on their studies, they're meddling in school affairs. That said, you can't really blame the students. It's those certain people at the school who place too much importance on money. What's the big deal if someone invests a little cash? There's no need to go out of your way to curry favor like that. This institution is ultimately a place for teaching and nurturing minds. A thatched cottage, a wooden bench, and a blackboard can still educate students. Those who emerge from skyscrapers aren't necessarily superior to those raised in mud brick homes. This is a dangerous path. The old vice principal's emotions were running high. Su-chi suddenly felt awkward. He had no interest in getting involved in school affairs. Seeing Su-chi silent, Vice Principal Zhao changed the subject. Su-chi, you must keep your head on straight. You're still young. Suddenly having all this money, I'm genuinely worried you might slip into trouble if you're not careful. Director Bao's situation is a warning. Never act like that again. Understand? Su-chi nodded. Suddenly, he felt it was best for this elderly man to retire in a year. For the years to come, including within the school, the atmosphere would deteriorate significantly. Retiring early, tending a vegetable patch, and living peacefully beyond the world's troubles, that would be the greatest kindness for such an upright elder in his remaining years. Chapter 32, He's Sack Brother. Back in the dorm, Su-chi's mood was incredibly complex. On one hand, he felt heartbroken for the old vice principal. Hadn't he once held the same mindset in his previous life? A bowl of plain rice, a plate of greens, watching children with backpacks running across the fields outside his window, their spirits so rich. Yet the moment several excavators rolled through the school gates, the village officials' greed-driven faces stripped him of everything in an instant. In the end, they paid the price. Taking a deep breath, he pulled his thoughts back to the present. He had assumed he'd have at least a year to run his business undisturbed, free from complicated entanglements. But today's encounter with the student council officer made him realize his thinking was still too naive. It was time to build his own network, what they called connections. The prerequisite was that this network had to be above board. He would never allow himself to be dragged into any shady dealings. The old vice principal and Director Bao would be the starting points for his connections. After a restless night's sleep, the next morning the fat guy roused Su-chi. Hey, Su-chi. Our dorm is so packed there's barely room to stand. Could you at least deposit this money somewhere? It turned out that over the past few days, he'd been raking in over 100,000 yuan daily. All this cash was stuffed into burlap sacks, and the total was nearing $1 million. This was a major headache. In this era, there was no such thing as bank transfers. It was all cash in 1 and 2 yuan notes filled to the brim in over a dozen sacks. With several roommates helping out at the shop daily, they simply had no time to deal with the cash. Su-chi scrambled out of bed, his hair a bird's nest. Stop nagging. I have no classes this morning. I'll take it out to deposit. Hao-su walked in from outside, his eyes ringed with dark circles. Su-chi froze. Stayed out all night again? Yeah. I pulled an all-nighter, and let me tell you, Su-chi, I made a huge discovery last night. I found out there's this software overseas that lets you add friends and send messages back and forth, just like texting on our phones. It makes communication between people super convenient. When I saw that message, I got instantly excited. Computers aren't just for work or research anymore. This is absolutely a major turning point for the internet. Hao-su's dark circles were severe, but his mood was high. Su-chi shot up from the bed, all traces of sleepiness vanishing instantly. He immediately recalled the era of computer proliferation in his previous life, when two great companies coexisted in China. One revolutionized how people communicated, while the other transformed how people shopped and consumed. Both were internet companies that captured global attention, becoming world-renowned giants in the digital realm. And one of them was the chat software company. In the 2000s, as real estate fortunes soared, the internet also surged to prominence. He quickly interjected, Hao-su, have you figured out the specific communication methods for that chat software? Like how to build it and all that? Don't even get me started. Honestly, this kind of software doesn't require any advanced coding knowledge. You just need. Hao-su was about to launch into a detailed explanation of what he'd learned that night. But Su-chi cut him off immediately. Stop. I don't understand your computer jargon. Just tell me, can you actually build this kind of software? Hao-su looked at Su-chi in confusion. Of course I can. I even made a trial version last night, though it still needs refinement. Then that's settled. Listen to me, starting today, you're not coming to work at my shop. Focus all your energy on perfecting this software. Also, when I go to deposit money this morning, I'll buy you a computer. You're going to dedicate every waking moment to this. Su-chi declared. The fat man stood frozen beside them, while Hao-su was so overwhelmed he couldn't speak for a moment. In those days, a computer easily cost tens of thousands of yuan, an unimaginable luxury for ordinary families. Su-chi's offer to buy one for Hao-su left him utterly stunned. Su-chi, isn't this a bit much? Didn't I already get 10,000 yuan last time? I was planning to buy one myself. Cut the nonsense. Think of it as an investment. The moment you finish developing it, let me know immediately. We'll start an internet company dedicated to promoting this kind of software, Su-chi said. Alright. I won't let you down. Hao-su cut to the chase. They then fetched Lu Shuhua back and borrowed a tricycle from a nearby restaurant. The four of them began lugging the money downstairs, bag by bag. Instantly, the entire dormitory building erupted in commotion. Shouts of "Sakai" rose in waves, each louder than the last. Suchi became the most talked about figure on campus. Carrying cash in burlap sacks to deposit at the bank became a legend passed down through countless subsequent student cohorts. To be honest, parading around town with a tricycle full of cash made Suchi feel a bit uneasy. Of course, the main issue was how exhausting the carrying was. Fortunately, when Huzi found out, he immediately called members of their club to follow along. By the time they reached their destination, Suchi was drenched in sweat. He resolved that upon returning, he would hire a dedicated treasurer. They would count the money daily and deposit it immediately, preventing the accumulation that had led to today's situation. Fortunately, there was a China Ocean bank not far from the school. After finally stabilizing the tricycle, Suchi and the fat guy entered the bank, while the others stood guard beside the tricycle, tense as if facing a major threat. The bank was nearly empty, with the security guard seated nearby reading a newspaper. Suchi approached the guard. "Can I make a deposit now?" Since the teller counters were unattended, Suchi asked this question. The guard glanced at him. "Come back this afternoon. The tellers haven't started their shift yet." "Oh." Suchi looked disappointed and was about to walk out when a beautiful woman sat down at the counter and tugged on the microphone in front of her. "Hey, student, withdrawals are over here." Suchi walked over. "I'm here to deposit money." "Oh. How much?" "Hand me your passbook and cash and I'll process it." The teller didn't even glance at him. How much could a student possibly deposit? Every day it was the same routine: deposits of a few dozen, withdrawals of a few dozen. She was already fed up with it, so her attitude naturally wasn't much better. "It's a bit large. Could you call a few security guards to help me carry it out?" Suchi asked. Carry what?" The teller looked up, puzzled. "Money, of course. It's all loose change. Can't help it. I deal in small transactions, so I end up with a lot of loose change." Suchi pointed to the wheelbarrow outside. The teller shot to her feet, her expression suddenly tense as she stared at Suchi. Are you the owner of Kiki Milk Tea?" "Yep. How'd you know?" Suchi froze. Chapter 33, My Network. "Hold on a moment, I'll call our branch manager over." The counter girl hurriedly stood up and made a call. After hanging up, she immediately summoned several security guards. It took considerable effort to move the money into an office at the back. Not long after, a man in his 30s, wearing glasses and looking very refined, entered the office accompanied by several finance staff. This man was Shin Junghwa, the bank's president. He was the youngest bank president at Zhonghai Bank. Of course, if you didn't count his time in college, he hadn't been working for very long. To become a bank president at such a young age meant his background was certainly not ordinary. As they chatted, Suchi came to understand that this man was also exceptionally hardworking. The bank had an important annual performance target: attracting deposits. His assigned area was mostly populated by students whose monthly living expenses barely reached 100 or so yuan, making it impossible to meet the quota. Last year, he ranked dead last. While his background might shield him from repercussions, the loss of face was unbearable. He was determined to turn things around. That's why he'd been running around everywhere lately, even reaching out to merchants on campus. During his research, he'd heard the nickname Sakai. The only problem was he couldn't find Suchi himself. He instructed the bank tellers to notify him immediately if they saw anyone depositing money in a burlap sack. This would be their bank's next top-tier client. He crunched the numbers. Suchi's monthly transactions likely reached hundreds of thousands, easily meeting their regional headquarters criteria for major clients. After a full morning, the bank's finance team finally completed the count. The final total was 630,000 yuan. When Suchi received his passbook, he remained remarkably composed. A detail Shin Junghwa, as the bank president, noticed keenly. His instincts screamed that this man across the counter was no ordinary individual. So young, holding hundreds of thousands in his hands, yet so unflappable that meant his ambitions were sky-high. After leaving the bank, Suchi felt exceptionally pleased, not because of the money, but because he had engaged with a bank president. This was a crucial link in building one's network. Without cultivating good relations with banks, one could never achieve true scale. With banking connections, you gain the power to swallow an elephant whole. Especially when entering the real estate industry later on. Back at the dorm, Suchi immediately assigned someone to handle the finances. As for depositing the money, Suchi didn't need to worry. Shin Junghwa had already taken care of it. They'd agreed that someone would come daily to collect the money before closing time. The store's finance team only needed to reconcile the accounts and coordinate with the bank's finance department. As for payroll, the finance staff only needed to compile the data and submit it to the bank. The bank would provide each employee with a passbook, crediting their wages daily. This arrangement solved a major problem for Suchi, freeing him to focus solely on sourcing goods, crafting items, and selling them. Over the next month, Suchi's business wasn't as bustling as the first few days, but it certainly wasn't bad either. When the month-end accounts were settled, after deducting all costs, expenses, and staff wages, the profit amounted to over 900,000 yuan. This exceeded his expectations, and each employee ended up with a surplus of 8,000 to 9,000 yuan. They were genuinely thrilled. 8 or 9,000 yuan was a fortune. Even the best jobs they could land after graduation only paid 1,000 or so a month. But by mid-month, the trouble Su Chi had anticipated arrived earlier than expected. That day, Youth Salon was once again filled with construction workers, the sound of hammering and banging creating quite a commotion. These workers kept lingering near Su Chi's shop entrance, peering around curiously. It was blatantly obvious they intended to replicate Su Chi's shop model, copying everything from top to bottom, including the decor, down to the last detail. At first, the shop employees were extremely annoyed. But Su Chi suppressed their complaints. After contacting Zhang Jia, Su Chi made a trip to Guangdong. Upon his return, he brought back a truckload of odd and unusual items. It took the staff over 10 days to figure out what all these things were. Over a dozen Taiwanese-style snacks were developed, though everything was done discreetly without rushing to showcase them. Ding Qingfan, who had been bottling up his anger for over a month, was finally ready to vent. In that month, he had lost a full 500,000 yuan. Bro, no matter what happens this time, we can't possibly lose this badly, right? Ding Qingfan and Jia Qianfeng were now sitting in a tea house outside the school. Don't talk like that. How could we possibly lose? My family's tightening the purse strings now, precisely because they found out I lost all this money over a woman. This is our last chance. If we lose again, this shop is finished, Ding Qingfan declared. Bro, speaking of which, what's going on with you and your wife? It feels like you guys haven't made any progress at all. Jia Qianfeng changed the subject. Don't even get me started. That little brat is stubborn as hell. It's been over a month, and all we've done is hold hands. What good is that? Mentioning Li Lingling only made Ding Qingfan angrier. Ahem, but bro, you need to relax a bit. She's yours anyway, Jia Qianfeng said. Enough with the gloom. Our focus right now is on the milk tea shop. Let's just fight this battle well, Ding Qingfan said. Jia Qianfeng fell silent. A few days later, Director Bao came to inform Su Chi that Vice Principal Zhao wanted him to come by that evening. There was an important guest. He wanted Su Chi to meet an alumnus of their school. Su Chi dashed out to a nearby farmhouse, bought a bag of pickled vegetables, grabbed a bottle of erguota liquor, and headed straight to the meeting. Upon entering, I saw a middle-aged man sitting very upright in the living room. Kai Liang, this is the remarkable student I told you about. The buzz he's generating at his school now rivals yours back in the day, Vice Principal Zhao said cheerfully. Come, Su Chi, meet your senior classmate Su Kailiang, who graduated in '86 and now serves as mayor of Pusan Town, where our Zhanghai University is located. Su Chi was taken aback for a moment before quickly responding. Su Chi greets his senior. His heart raced with excitement. The mayor of Pusan Town. Though the town was currently barren, within just a few years it would undoubtedly become another urban center for Zhanghai. That meant this mayor held absolute decision-making power in the city's development process. Suddenly, it dawned on him, in this world, the people with the widest networks weren't the renowned business tycoons or politicians. It was teachers. With students spread far and wide, countless graduates passing through their hands each year among them, how could there not be outstanding talents in every field? Especially educators like Vice Principal Zhao, who are purely dedicated to teaching their students, often remember them most deeply. Su Kailiang glanced at Su Chi and stood up. I hear you have a nickname, Sack Brother? Chapter 34, Summer Vacation. Senior, this Sack Brother nickname really. Su Chi sighed inwardly, resolving to keep a lower profile from now on. Su Liangkai burst into laughter. Hand over the pickles. Let's have a few drinks. Su Chi awkwardly handed over what he was holding. Su Liangkai seemed quite familiar with Vice Principal Zhao's household. He got up, bustled around the kitchen for a while, and returned carrying several plates. One plate of peanuts, one of pig's ears, and one of pickled vegetables. The three of them began drinking with these snacks. After 3 rounds of drinks, Vice Principal Zhao, being of advanced age, retired to his room to rest. Su Chi, emboldened by the alcohol, ventured, Senior, I imagine Pusan Town will see significant development in the coming years. If I'm not mistaken, it should be incorporated into the economic development zone. Su Liangkai, now somewhat sobered, looked at Su Chi with puzzlement. The district does have those plans. Where did you get that information, kid? Su Chi replied, since the reform and opening up, the rush to seek fortune in the cities has been going on for years. Countless rural youths have already accumulated capital in the cities. They've also found their footing there. These people are no longer content with their former lives in the fields. They urgently need to settle down in the cities. Their success stories have spread back to their hometowns, drawing even more young people to the cities in pursuit of their own fortune. Education is no longer the only path to urban roots. In the future, as soon as rural kids come of age, they'll rush to the cities to fight for their place. This is the trend, and simultaneously, the cities desperately need to expand. Pusan Town's location isn't bad. With the trend of urban sprawl, within a decade, this place will undoubtedly become the city center on the eastern edge of Shanghai. So, it's not hard to predict this outcome. Su Chi finished speaking, calmly picked up his wine glass, and took a small sip. Su Liangkai stared at Su Chi in utter astonishment, unable to fathom such words coming from a student. In just a few concise sentences, he had dissected the city's major trends with remarkable clarity. Suddenly, Su Liangkai recalled the former vice principal's assessment of Su Qi. His intellect is like that of a ghost. He cannot be viewed as an ordinary student. After a long pause, he finally spoke. No wonder Teacher Zhao holds you in such high regard. You truly possess extraordinary intellect and a vision that surpasses the ordinary. What? You, the top student of Shanghai, have ideas about participating in urban development? As the town's chief, he could easily see through Su Qi's intentions. Su Qi felt a flicker of secret delight before replying, if the timing is right and if my senior gives me the opportunity, I'd be honored to contribute to Pusan Town. Enough with the formalities. Teacher Zhao summoned me today, and I suspect it was partly to introduce you, Su Liangkai stated. Barring any surprises, Pusan Town will receive official documents next April regarding the establishment of an economic development zone. This is a done deal. They'll open up to external investment and bring in numerous developers. If you have the financial resources, you can participate through legitimate channels. But you're just a student. Do you really think you can get a piece of that development pie? Aren't you being a bit too ambitious? Su Qi chuckled. Senior, don't forget I'm raking in several sacks of cash daily now. I reckon I'll have the clout by then. A man's gotta have dreams, right? Su Liangkai shot him a disapproving look. Whether you have the capability or not, I can't say. But I'm giving you a heads up now, don't resort to shady tactics. Teacher Zhao told me all about Director Bao's situation. Don't play with fire. Su Qi gave a wry smile. Thinking it over, he regretted slipping that 2,000 yuan. It had become his Achilles heel. That's enough drinking for today. Let's not disturb Teacher Zhao's rest. Su Liangkai cut off the topic. Su Qi nodded, and the two cleared away all the bowls and chopsticks before heading downstairs. They chatted about school matters as they walked, and Su Qi didn't bring up the economic development zone again. Some topics were best left unsaid. Understanding in the heart was enough. There was no need to rush things. Su Qi wasn't particularly anxious. As long as the bridge was built, he wouldn't worry about it collapsing and leaving him stranded. Especially since the former vice principal had taken the initiative to recommend him. After making a round, Su Kailiang rode out of the school gates on a bicycle. Returning to his dorm, Su Qi felt remarkably energized. Just 2 days prior, he'd been pondering how to build his own network, and now 2 key connections had materialized before him. In the days that followed, the youth salon transformed into the youth milk tea shop. Opening day was indeed a huge hit. This restored Ding Qingfan's confidence. But it didn't last long. After the Cuckoo Milk Tea Shop launched a wide range of complimentary snacks, the frenzy gradually subsided. QQ Milk Tea Shop still brought in 3 sacks of cash daily, while Youth Milk Tea Shop, though less popular, still did decent business. Su Qi never regarded Ding Qingfan as a rival, so he saw no need to eliminate him. As long as his daily profits remained within his projected range, he wouldn't make any moves. Progress comes step by step. Trying to gobble everything up at once, taking too big a leap, will only backfire. This equilibrium persisted until summer break. That day, Su Qi checked his account at Huaxia Bank. The total balance had reached nearly 4 million. This meant he had not only met but significantly exceeded his set goals for the semester. Over 20 students had worked tirelessly all semester with almost no rest. Su Qi rented a large bus from outside and took the entire staff of 20 or 30 people out of the school. Yang Jing wore a cotton tracksuit today, radiating youthful energy. After Yang Mengmeng's shop business picked up, she was enrolled in Zhanghai City School. The little girl quickly adapted to the fast-paced life there and was originally supposed to come along today. But the little girl disdained joining them, saying she had her own world and that her older sister shouldn't interfere with her life. So she was off at a children's summer camp instead. The car finally came to a stop at a farmhouse-style restaurant. 1 semester has passed. Our QQ Milk Tea Shop has flawlessly completed all tasks. Today, just relax and enjoy yourselves, don't worry about money. Su Qi stood in the car, intending to deliver a passionate speech, but realizing he had nothing to say, he just blurted out a casual remark. The car erupted with excitement as everyone rushed out. This agritourism spot offered a variety of activities, karaoke, dining, fishing, and hot springs all under one roof. But business wasn't booming yet. This model wasn't popular at the time. People were drawn to 5-star hotels, not remote countryside getaways. Su Qi understood that in 10 years, this model would undoubtedly become another major industrial hub. Because high-spending crowds had grown weary of the hustle and bustle of big cities and were yearning for the rustic charm of the countryside. His choice of this place stemmed from his own dislike for crowds. Quiet was just fine. Chapter 35, Hearts in Harmony. The moment the 20-odd people entered the farmstead, their energy returned. They scattered to every corner, each pursuing their own interests. Some played cards, others sang, while a few went fishing. Su Qi and Yang Jing strolled hand in hand along the small lake. Though the weather was hot, they walked quietly together, savoring their precious time alone. Su Qi, what are your plans for the future? Yang Jing suddenly asked halfway through their walk. Su Qi paused. Li Lingling had once asked him the same question, but after that, their paths had diverged. Haven't really thought about it. Just taking things as they come, Suchi replied with a smile, then asked, what about you? Yang Jing's face flushed slightly. I haven't thought about it either. Wherever you are, that's where I'll be. What if one day I become penniless and have to return to the countryside to farm? Would you still follow me? Suchi asked. I'm a country girl at heart. Farming? No big deal. Honestly, Suchi, I'm a whiz at it. I started helping my parents in the fields when I was 10. Yang Jing's cheerful tone was infectious. Besides, even if you do become penniless, it won't matter. I've saved nearly $1 million now. If we live frugally, it should last us a lifetime, right? Suchi felt a flicker of confusion. Perhaps this was the difference between Yang Jing and Li Lingling. Whether she loves you or not depends on whether she considers your needs. $1 million yuan, thinking about it now, it could indeed last a lifetime. But 20 years from now, it would only buy you a bathroom in Zhanghai City. Forget it. I couldn't bear to see you live like that. So let's keep dreaming about big villas and luxury cars. Yang Jing pouted. Actually, I kind of miss those days. Time in the city just flies by, one day suddenly disappears. Yang Jing rested her head against Suchi's shoulder. The sweet scent of youth permeated Suchi's very being, invigorating him. He smiled, a profound sense of contentment welling up within him. Sometimes, people were so easily satisfied having the one you loved by your side, and possessing the means to give her the best life possible. That was enough. Damn it! Those damn students, just you wait. Just as the two reached the farmhouse entrance, a young man in bell-bottom pants and an afro, covered in dust and dirt, scrambled out in a panic. Then the fat guy and his crew came chasing out. Running pretty fast, huh? Aren't you usually so cocky? Fatso stood at the entrance, watching the spiky-haired youth flee in disarray, a chorus of boos rising behind him. Suchi frowned. Fatso, what the hell are you doing? The group instantly fell silent. Fatso retorted, that kid started it. How infuriating is that? We were singing happily in the lobby when he barged in, cut off our music, and then arrogantly picked a song for himself to sing. We weren't planning on making a big deal out of it, but after he finished singing, he flipped us off and mocked us, saying some broke students like us were just pretending to be rich here. I just couldn't hold back. So I argued with him for a bit. Guess what? The guy grabbed a beer bottle and tried to hit someone. We couldn't just stand by, so we called everyone over and beat him up. Suchi frowned. We came out to have fun today. If we can avoid trouble, we should. It ruins the mood, you know. The farmhouse owner came running out, a middle-aged guy in a floral shirt. Who gave you permission to start a fight here? What the hell? You've barely been here. The fat guy was furious and about to speak, but Suchi stopped him. You're the owner, right? So what if I am? Do you even know who you just beat up? I shouldn't have let you come here. Look at yourselves, 20+ people turning this place upside down, the middle-aged man snapped. Suchi's expression turned cold. Didn't you even bother to ask what happened first? What's there to ask? You just beat up Wang Chao's guy. Forget it, you students wouldn't understand anyway. Just pay your bill and get out of here. Don't cause trouble at my place. The middle-aged man was clearly fed up. Fine, we'll leave. Fatso, go pay the bill. We stick to our principle today's about having fun. I'm sure there are other farmhouses around here, Suchi said calmly. But Suchi, we haven't even sat down yet. Paying like this is just too frustrating. The fat guy was reluctant. Pay up. Suchi remained unflappable. The fat guy reluctantly trudged to the front desk to settle the bill. No more student business from now on, the middle-aged man muttered under his breath as he retreated inside. Hardly makes any money and just causes trouble. Just as Suchi was about to lead his group out, the spiky-haired guy indeed approached with a crowd in tow. It's these guys. Brother Chow, I was just singing a song and they beat me up. These students are arrogant. The spiky-haired guy charged forward first. The fat guy and his crew braced for battle, staring intently at the group of punks. Step aside for a moment, Suchi whispered to Yang Jing. Yang Jing nodded with concern. Stay safe. Yeah, don't worry. I'll handle this. With that, he walked toward the group of punks. The leader was a punk with dyed yellow hair, sporting the classic gangster look and a menacing expression. He was none other than Wang Chao, the notorious local bully known throughout the neighborhood. Though he didn't look particularly old, people here gave him respect. Who's your leader? Wang Chao gave Suchi and his group a cold, sweeping glance. We don't really have a leader, but I did organize them to come play. If you have any issues, take it up with me. Suchi replied with a smile. Talk to you? You're the one calling the shots? Spit it out, my brother got beaten up. How are you gonna make it up to me? So you want compensation? Come on, buddy, let me see where you're hurt. Suchi beckoned to the guy with the mohawk. Who the hell is your brother? You're just a damn student, acting all high and mighty like you're some big shot. All of you, get down on your knees in a row. I'll calculate your medical bill slowly. Wang Chao glared at Suchi, his head held high. Look at how many people are behind you. Now look at how many are behind me. Su-chi sighed. Fatso, go grab a brick from the side for each of us. You're all asking for it. The Mohawk couldn't hold back any longer behind Wang Chao and kicked toward Su-chi. Su-chi sidestepped the blow, swiftly snatched a wooden stick from nearby, and smashed it down onto the Mohawk's head with a thud. Ah! The punk instantly crouched on the ground, wailing in pain. Wang Chao froze, clearly not expecting Su-chi to actually attack him. Furious, he lunged forward only to notice Su-chi had 20-odd men behind him, each gripping a brick and staring them down menacingly. Chapter 36, Country Bumpkin. Your friend started this mess. That blow was his lesson. If any of you try to fight back, I won't hesitate to make it your turn. Su-chi stared calmly at Wang Chao. Wang Chao whipped his head around and bellowed at his men, what the hell are you standing around for? Get back and call for reinforcements. Bring steel pipes. Just then, a towering bald man burst out from the farmhouse. Who the hell is yelling outside? Can't even get some peace during my afternoon nap. Wang Chao's expression changed the moment he saw the bald man. He immediately ran over. Brother Pao, what are you doing here? A bunch of students attacked us and injured one of my brothers. We're dealing with it right now. Oh, it's you, Wang Chao. Students? How could students be fighting? Look at them, each clutching a brick. Do they look like students to you? The bald man eyed Su-chi and the others. Su-chi replied, they're definitely students from Shanghai University. They came here to hang out. The moment the bald man recognized Su-chi, his eyes widened and all traces of sleepiness vanished. Bro, you know Tiger? Of course. Everyone at Shanghai University knows him. He's a celebrity on campus. No, that's not what I meant. I'm asking if you're bag guy, the owner of QQ Milk Tea Shop, the bald man clarified. Su-chi instantly felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. How had his nickname spread to the streets? Bag guy? That's just some nickname people made up. Holy crap, it really is you. I'm Mountain Cannon. The bald guy beamed with delight. Country Bumpkin? That name sounds familiar. Su-chi muttered under his breath. Ahem. Tiger's big bro? Last time he asked me to pass on a message, wanting to grab drinks with you. But you didn't respond, right? Forgot about it? The bald guy seemed in an especially good mood. Su-chi finally remembered, feeling a bit awkward. He made an excuse, oh, it's you. Sorry about last time. I was busy preparing for the store opening and just couldn't find the time. No worries. Ha! Finally meeting you in person. You can't turn me down again today, okay? Did you bring your classmate along to hang out? Come on, have fun. Everything here today is on me. Shan Pao was in an excellent mood. Wang Chao was nearly in tears beside him. Brother Pao, this. They even injured one of my brothers. Look at this. Are they really your friends? So they hurt your buddy? Come ask me, Shan Pao, for the medical bills. But do you even have the guts? Shan Pao roared. Wang Chao quickly retorted, Brother Pao, that's not what I meant. I'm inside. If you've got the guts, come in and ask me for it. Shan Pao glared at him. Big bag, let's go inside and talk. If there's business to be done, we can discuss it properly. Su-chi was utterly speechless. Though he felt some resistance, they'd already made their stance clear. Refusing now would just be pretentious. Fine. They haven't had their fill yet anyway. Let's go back in and play some more. The fat guys and the others breathed a sigh of relief, tossing their bricks to the ground before following Su-chi and his group back into the farmhouse. The moment they stepped inside, 3 or 4 dozen youths outside charged toward them, steel pipes in hand. Brother Chao. Where's he at? Someone yelled. Everyone get the hell back. What's the point of fighting? The guy's been taken by Mountain Cannon. Wang Chao yelled angrily, then turned and walked away. At the mention of Mountain Cannon, the men all shuddered and quickly left the area. Inside the farmhouse restaurant, the owner approached from the back. The moment he saw Su-chi and his group return, he immediately bellowed. Who gave you permission to come back? Get the hell out of here. Did you not hear what I just said, or what? Bunch of good-for-nothing students. Can't you just stay in school? All you do is cause trouble. He stormed over, cursing under his breath. Shan Pao, who had been chatting and laughing with Su-chi moments before, instantly fell silent. Blind as a bat. Who's got the louder voice now? The owner's face turned pale the moment he spotted Shan Pao standing beside Su-chi. Pao. Pao Ge, is he your friend? What do you think? Haven't you seen me standing right next to him? Is this how you treat educated people? Bunch of lazy, unambitious illiterates. Get out of my way and stop bothering me. Shan Pao cursed, then led Su-chi into a tea room. The owner's face turned green. He never imagined these students were Mountain Cannon's friends. He immediately put on a smile and personally arranged seating for the 20-odd people outside. Yang Jing didn't follow them into the tea room. She found a stool outside, sat down, propped her chin up, and gazed at the lake, waiting for Su-chi to come out. Big bag, I heard you really rake in 3 sacks of cash every day? Is that true? Shan Pao asked ingratiatingly as soon as he sat down. Su-chi exhaled. Pow, drop the sack guy nickname. I really hate it. As for the 3 sacks of cash? True story. Tiger must have told you. Holy crap, how'd you pull that off? Shan Pao perked up instantly. Just got lucky, Su Chi replied, unwilling to elaborate further. College kids are college kids. I've told Huzi countless times to finish his degree before joining me, but he just won't listen. Keep saying college is useless. See? Is college really useless? Spending all day with you and still not getting it? What a blockhead. Shan Pao muttered under his breath. This remark actually made Su Chi feel a bit more favorably toward him. Pao Gui, you mentioned earlier you had business to discuss with me. What kind of business is it? Let me be clear up front, I have zero interest in any of your underworld dealings. Shan Pao froze, then chuckled. Of course not. Don't let my reputation fool you. Let me tell you, Su Chi, I've never been involved in any shady business. A pool hall isn't shady business, right? And neither is an arcade. Even if I collect rent from those shops every month, it's not for nothing. Without me, their storefronts would have been taken over by local thugs long ago, Shan Pao quickly explained. In his mind, college students were highly educated people, and he deeply respected those with education. Brother Pao, let's get down to business. I trust you. Su Chi cut him off. Shan Pao swallowed hard. Here's the thing, Su Chi. Pusan town is where I was born and raised. My family owns a plot of land here about 3 mu. Part of it was our homestead, but the house collapsed long ago. It's right next to one of the school's perimeter walls. The awkward part is right here, it's not like we're at the school gate. It's empty, which is a shame, but I don't know what to do with it. Last time, I heard from Huzi that you made over 70,000 yuan selling jewelry in just one night. I always thought you were a sharp operator, which is why I wanted to buy you a drink last time, hoping to pick your brain for some advice. Chapter 37, Discussing Cooperation with the Country Bumpkin. Where exactly? Su Chi asked. Right outside the side wall of the music plaza, Shan Pao quickly replied. Su Chi pondered for a moment. Though he hadn't returned since leaving campus, he'd seen a TV report about Pujan's development. The news footage lingered on Zhenghai University for a few seconds. He strained to recall the surrounding infrastructure outside the campus. After a long pause, he finally spoke up, Brother Pao, how much money can you come up with right now? Shan Pao froze, looking somewhat embarrassed. Don't let my flashy lifestyle fool you these past years. When it comes to money, I haven't saved much. My brother's medical bills, I've covered them all these years. There must be some amount, right? All told, maybe 2 or 3,000, Shan Pao mumbled. Forget it then, Brother Pao. Keep that land where it is. If you can scrape together a few million, you could develop it into a food street, renting out stalls exclusively for eateries. Then build 30 square meter studio apartments above the shops. Within a few years, the rent alone would cover your investment. He suggested this because in 2 years, Zhenghai University's main gate would definitely be relocated to the Fountain Plaza. Currently, the main gate of Zhenghai University faced the National Highway, which remained the primary transportation route in this era. Traffic on the highway was always heavy, and over the years, numerous accidents had occurred right at the school entrance. Later, for student safety, the university relocated the gate and built an extension road connecting directly to the highway. This eliminated the need for students to face heavy traffic immediately upon exiting campus, significantly reducing accidents. The new location happens to be not far from that hillbilly's plot of land. The economy outside a university often follows the movement of its gates. Within a year, that plot of land would undoubtedly generate immense commercial value. It was almost unimaginable. Shan Pao was a bit confused. I get building a commercial street, you could just pay to build a road to the school entrance, and people would naturally come. That's the trend with many schools in the city now. But I don't get why they're building small apartments upstairs. Who would buy such tiny places? Su Chi chuckled, the future of real estate will absolutely be dominated by small unit developments. This shift stems from skyrocketing housing prices that incomes can never keep pace with. Take Zhenghai, for example, an average person's monthly salary can buy just 1 square meter there now. But in 20 years, the average person's annual salary might not even cover 1 square meter. So homes will only get smaller and smaller, all to stimulate consumption among these ordinary folks. Shan Pao was completely baffled. He couldn't quite follow the logic, but one thing was certain, scraping together several million yuan was utterly impossible for him. So he sighed in resignation, looks like that plot of land will just keep growing weeds. Su Chi chuckled, not necessarily. Just leave it be for now. Within a year, that plot will definitely become a hotly contested piece of real estate among developers. Shan Pao suddenly had an idea, since you value that land so much, how about this? You put up the money, I provide the land, and you handle the development. You decide how we split the profits. It just pains me to see it overgrown with weeds. Su Chi felt a surge of excitement, but he suppressed it. He had to stick to the plan. He hadn't yet figured out the situation or connections outside. In his current state, he'd never secured development permits. Even if he built something, it'd be illegal. Authorities had every right to tear it down. Another critical issue was the unclear land designation.
Rushing in would only disrupt his plans. However, once he purchased the school's commercial space, it would undoubtedly create a sensation. It would become a model for student entrepreneurship, and he was absolutely confident he could secure favorable policies then.
So the timing just isn't right yet.
He gave a wry smile. Brother Pao, I'm not considering off-campus investments yet, but if my current plan progresses as intended, I should have ideas by next year. Also, I expect developers will approach you about acquiring that land in the first half of next year.
If you trust me, just hold on to it for now. To his surprise, Shan Pao slammed the table in excitement. Alright. I'll hold it for you. When you're ready, we'll develop it together, you call the shots. Su Qi was taken aback.
He hadn't expected Shan Pao to agree so readily.
He thought to himself, what a straightforward and outspoken guy. Alright, let's leave it at that for now. Su Qi picked up his teacup with satisfaction. I don't drink alcohol, so let's toast with tea instead. Shan Pao enthusiastically clinked cups with him. Afterward, they chatted about Zhenghai. Throughout their conversation, Su Qi developed a very favorable impression of Shan Pao.
He'd initially thought Shan Pao was just a small-time gang leader, but upon talking with him, he discovered a man with quite a story.
Shan Pao clearly wasn't content to just drift through life like this, it was simply that opportunities had never come his way.
When they stepped outside, the sky was already bathed in the last rays of the setting sun.
Su Qi spotted Yang Jing sitting quietly by the lake, gazing at the water's surface. He slapped his forehead, he'd completely forgotten Yang Jing was waiting outside. He hurried over. Getting impatient, huh? Yang Jing looked up, not at all. It's really pleasant here. Sitting and enjoying the breeze is nice. Are you two done talking? Yeah, we're done. Sorry about that.
I promise I'll never leave you waiting alone like this again, Su Qi said.
It's fine.
Guys have their own topics. I shouldn't interfere, Yang Jing said with a playful smile.
Su Qi nodded gently with a warm smile. Let's head back. It's getting late. Holding Yang Jing's small hand, they gathered everyone back together. The bus finally returned to the campus of Zhenghai University.
Since Yang Jing had many distributors coming in for stock replenishment the next day, the car stopped in the city center instead of heading back to campus with the others. On the bus, Su Qi gazed out at the bustling streets and suddenly conceived an idea for opening a branch store. Since he wasn't planning to return home for the 2-month summer break anyway, he might as well make some quick money.
After returning to campus, it wasn't too late yet. All 20-odd people gathered on the terrace. Su Qi presented his proposal, and everyone enthusiastically agreed.
Having spent the semester following Su Qi and discovering the joy of making money, they reasoned that going home for summer break would just mean aimless wandering.
Staying in Zhenghai to earn cash was far more appealing.
They deliberated for over 3 hours before finally settling on Fudong District's pedestrian street. The location boasted heavy foot traffic and was a popular spot for students to shop for clothes during breaks. Another crucial point was its proximity to campus. They could return to the dorms each night to sleep. With the decision made, Su Qi returned to the dormitory in high spirits, following the fat guy. Lu Shuo's family, fearing he might get into trouble, had sent his father to pick him up that morning. Only Hao Su remained in the dorm, staring intently at his computer screen, deep in thought.
Chapter 38, DD Chat App. It's so hot, I'm dying.
The fat guy dashed straight into the bathroom to cool off the moment he entered the dorm.
Su Qi splashed some water on his face and walked over. What's on your mind? You look so gloomy.
Hao Su snapped out of his daze after a moment. Su Qi, come take a look. I've perfected all the features for the chat app.
But I'm stuck on the name, and I'm also unsure how to position the icon on the login page. It's got me stumped.
Su Qi leaned in to take a look, pondering for a while.
The app name has to be easy to remember, especially for young people. I've got a suggestion, let's call it DD. Like a car horn honking beep beep. Catchy. As for the icon, I think it's best to choose a popular animal, something cute.
Su Qi really wanted to suggest a penguin, but he thought better of it. He didn't want to tread the same path as others or replicate someone else's life, even though he knew he could easily recreate that legendary story after his rebirth.
Animals? Mickey Mouse? Donald Duck? Astro Boy? Sakuragi Hanamichi? Akagi Gorilla? Wait, the last few aren't animals.
Hao Su frowned, clearly struggling with the decision.
How about a panda?
This is our Chinese software, let's use our national treasure.
That's perfect, Su Qi suggested.
Hao Su slapped his thigh.
Why didn't I think of pandas?
So adorable and world-renowned, they'll definitely propel our chat app to global success. With these two major issues resolved, Hao Su was over the moon. Su Qi smiled as he sat down and opened the software Hao Su had coded. Just as he was about to open the contacts list to test the features, Hao Su immediately slammed his hand down on the screen. What's with all the mystery? Ignoring him, he opened it and froze. The app was exceptionally well designed, already boasting 80% of the functionality of that penguin-themed chat app, including profile picture customization. Among Hao Su's contacts was one profile picture featuring a face as flat as a plate, which puzzled him. Why does it feel like I've seen this somewhere before?
And no, you must be mistaken. It's just a random image I downloaded online, heh. Hao Su felt extremely guilty. Just as Su Chi was puzzling over it, the profile picture flashed. He couldn't resist tapping it. Honey, did you take a bath? How about we sleep outside tonight? Cough cough cough. Su Chi choked on his saliva, then stared at Hao Su. When did you start dating? This basin. Dating? Who's dating? The fat guy emerged from the bathroom. Who the hell is dating? Su Chi's talking nonsense. This is clearly just a coding error online. It's not even a person on the other end, it's the code talking to me. Hao Su quickly explained loudly, his face clearly betraying his guilt. No sooner had he finished speaking than another message popped up in the chat window. Hao Su, you better damn well answer me. Or I'll cut off your dick. Then I'll strip naked and stand right in front of you every day, driving you crazy. Su Chi fought back laughter, saying nothing. Holy. You can actually talk to a computer? Let me see. The chubby guy leaned in curiously. Hao Su quickly blocked him. What are you looking at? Get lost. Just one look. High tech, huh? The fat guy shoved him aside with his massive frame. When the fat guy finally got close enough to see, he froze in place. The chat window kept filling with text. Answer me, sweetheart. I miss you. Did Su Chi and the fat guy go back to the dorm? Didn't they go out to hang out? It's so late, they probably won't be back. How about this, I'll go to your dorm, just like this morning. I'll climb over from the hot water room. No one will notice. Hey, you. Answer me. I'm all washed up and smelling sweet, I used your favorite safeguard soap. Holy, it's General Scion. The fat guy finally couldn't hold back and yelled. With a thud, Hao Su slipped and fell flat on his face. He scrambled to his feet, snatched the mouse, and slammed the chat window shut. Fatso, you're mistaken. That's just a picture I downloaded online, Hao Su explained. No way. That face like a basin. Who else in the world could have a face like hers, the fat guy argued. Su Chi got up, ran to the balcony, and burst into laughter. He simply couldn't hold it in anymore. You're full of it. Hallucinations are hallucinations. Can't be bothered arguing with you. I'm going to bed. Hao Su shut down the computer, flopped onto his bed, closed his eyes, and refused to engage with the fat guy any further. Wait, Hao Su. Hold on before you sleep. I just thought I saw something about safeguard soap or something. What's going on? The fat guy looked utterly confused. Su Chi walked over, patted his shoulder, and stifled a laugh. Whoa. Fatso, everyone has their little secrets. Don't pry into them, it's just rude, you know. The fat guy wanted to ask more, but Su Chi shot him a look. They each returned to their beds and whispered for a while. Over an hour later, Hao Su saw the two had quieted down. He quickly rolled over, turned on his computer, and began explaining to Xian Jiangjun. Just as he was engrossed, the fat guy and Su Chi suddenly leaned in again, startling Hao Su. What's up? Time for some explaining, huh? Tell us the truth, did you guys go get a room? Did General Xian come to our dorm this morning? The fat guy yanked Hao Su's blanket away and started inspecting it closely. Finally, Hao Su surrendered and recounted every detail of his epic, heartwarming story with General Xian. In an era before phones consumed people's lives, the brothers in the university dormitory always had endless tales to spin. Early the next morning, over 20 of them headed to Fudong District's pedestrian street to scout for a storefront. By afternoon, they finally found a suitable spot. Located on the main thoroughfare of the pedestrian street, the space wasn't particularly large. The foot traffic, however, was undeniable. Dozens of people passed by the shop entrance every second, creating a sea of humanity so dense it was nearly impossible to walk. This kind of storefront was perfect for making quick money. Su Chi didn't plan on doing any fancy renovations, he just tidied up the inside a bit and moved the equipment from the school store over. The transfer fee was steep, reaching 20,000 yuan. 20,000 yuan could buy a house in Zhonghai's suburbs, but for a location like this, where money poured in by the bucketful, it was a fiercely contested spot. Normally, no one would ever leave such a prime location. The wealth of brick-and-mortar stores was still being wildly pursued in this era. Later, Su Chi approached the school bus management department and secured a lease for a school bus. At a daily rate of 100 yuan, it would transport their staff to and from work. After several days of preparations, the Kiki milk tea shop on the pedestrian street finally opened its doors. The overwhelming popularity caused a sensation in the area. From morning till night, a queue of over 100 people maintained outside the shop at all times. Chapter 39, Making a Fortune. The commercial atmosphere on the shopping street was undeniably more cutthroat than that around the school. After Su Chi had been raking in the cash for over a month, 2 or 3 milk tea shops suddenly popped up next door. However, Su Chi's bubble tea team had been operating at peak intensity for over half a year. Their work efficiency and professional skills were far beyond what other shops could match. For instance, the owner of the Wu Dalong flatbread shop next door, seeing the incredible popularity of Su Chi's shop, was tempted to switch to a bubble tea shop herself. But to save money, she simply swapped out the scallion pancakes part of the sign behind the Wu Dalong name, leaving the 3 characters untouched. This made Wu Dalong milk tea look like a cheap knockoff compared to Su Chi's shop. Worse still, she applied her scallion pancake techniques to bubble tea preparation, often with disastrous results. Each cup took over 10 minutes to make. Su Chi's team of over 20 people churned out over 20 cups per minute. Customers would rather queue here than stand at the auntie stall for 10 minutes admiring her. Well, you know, it'd make you puke. Who could stomach her milk oops, bubble tea after that? Later, Su Chi added ice cream and even bought an air conditioner to blast cold air at the queue. This was a game changer. Shoppers strolling by suddenly felt a chill that went straight to their bones. Who would walk away? Grab another ice cream instead. Watching pedestrians sweltering like dogs on the sidewalk brought an indescribable satisfaction. On a scorching day, if you can cool down people on the street, you can make money. That's the golden rule. Sure, the electricity bills were terrifying, and the air conditioners eventually broke down. But compared to monthly profits in the millions, a broken unit or two? Who cares? By the time school was about to start, Su Chi tallied up his total earnings. He'd actually made a profit of over 3 million. He was genuinely thrilled. This commercial street was a whole different ballgame compared to campus, and he could charge way more here. Take the cheapest original milk tea, for instance. It sold for 3 yuan on campus. But on the commercial street, he'd toss in a piece of turtle jelly, and the price would double. And that piece of turtle jelly only cost him a dime or two. But Su Chi understood this shop couldn't last forever. In his past life, during bubble tea's peak craze, 100-meter street often had over 10 bubble tea shops operating simultaneously. It wouldn't take long before this street faced the same situation. Plus, they all had to return to campus. That was their real base of operations. So it made more sense to sell the shop while the bubble tea craze was still hot. The moment the transfer notice went up, the entire street was abuzz. Merchants rushed over with cash in hand, eager to negotiate with Su Chi. A shop raking in $1 million a month? Hell, it was worth every penny. The scene resembled an auction, and in the end, an old man who sold stinky tofu took it over for 1.2 million yuan. Su Chi was stunned when he saw the old man's entourage, a few men in suits and sunglasses carrying 2 huge boxes of cash and placing them before him. Turns out stinky tofu was a lucrative business too. Back at school, Su Chi didn't take a single cent of the million yuan transfer fee. He distributed every last penny among the 20-plus people involved. Many might call him foolish, but Su Chi didn't see it that way. First, the shop's reputation was built through the collective efforts of those 20-plus people. That high profile caused the transfer fee to skyrocket dozens of times over. Second, if you want your team to stick with you, it's simple: let them earn their share. Don't pocket everything yourself. If you drive a Mercedes to work every day while your entire staff commutes by bicycle, you're a failure. They won't feel any loyalty when the time comes. They'll turn and walk away without hesitation. They might even turn on you. Su Chi needed a core team like the legendary 18 Arhats of another great internet company in his past life to conquer the world together. Speaking of that company, Su Chi suddenly thought of its founder, Father Ma. He must be on the brink of failure now. By year's end, he'd weep with his 18 disciples, singing True Heroes together. After returning home to Hangzhou from Beijing, he'd found the greatest company of the new century. Ma Dad had been Su Chi's lifelong idol in his previous life. The first time he heard him speak, Su Chi nearly ditched his bicycle in a ditch to sell pancakes at the village entrance. The legendary tale of the 18 Arhats deeply moved him. What if he went to Beijing now to find Father Ma and invested every last million in his pocket? Would he then sit at home waiting to become Asia's richest man? He shook his head. No, he'd stick to his own path. He wouldn't replicate someone else's legend that was his pursuit after rebirth. Otherwise, he'd just become a money-making machine. School only 2 days felt truly comfortable. The first day of school meant finally seeing classmates again, free from his parents' constant supervision at home. The last day of vacation meant finally going home to eat mom and dad's cooking, finally breaking free from the monotonous routine of school, home, and homework. So the first day of school was incredibly pleasant too. This semester brought many new students. Su Chi understood that to maintain his shop's solid standing on campus, he absolutely had to nail the annual freshman recruitment campaign. So Su Chi approached the school bus fleet, generously donating 5,000 or 6,000 yuan to the school. He had pillowcases added to every headrest, each printed with the words QQ milk tea. On top of that, they hired temporary volunteers to hand out free QQ milk tea to students on the buses. Students arriving from all over the country instantly remembered the flavor. One guy even got so emotional he started crying on the bus, saying it tasted like home. Su Chi pondered this for a long time, unable to figure out how he had tasted it. Qingchun Milk Tea Shop also made their move. They dismissed Su Chi's tactics as ineffective, so they took over the school's broadcast system and stationed their staff at every new student reception point. But after tasting Cuckoo milk tea, another cup offered little sensory impact to new students. It was fine for quenching thirst, but the effect was limited. Su Chi, I checked out youth milk tea today. They've added a bunch of snacks too. How disgusting is Ding Qingfan's mom? She just keeps copying us. Shameless. On the terrace, the chubby guy leaned in close to Su Chi. That's just how it is. If he wants to copy, let him copy. It's his business. This kind of business model can't be patented anyway. If he just sticks to making money honestly, it's fine.
What I'm worried about is what shady stuff he might be up to behind the scenes.
Suchi said. That's exactly what worries me. Look at what he's doing. Does he really need this money? He's putting real effort into it. It just feels off.
Since he switched to a milk tea shop, he's been way too low-key, not like him at all, the fat guy said.
Chapter 40, Shaking the Mountains.
We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Come on, let's head back and see how Su's software is coming along.
Suchi stood up. Fatso followed behind. Back in the dorm, Su remained glued to his computer screen. How many users are online?
Suchi leaned in to ask.
Ugh, don't even ask. Only 2 people so far, General Scion and me. Su looked gloomy, his confidence clearly shaken.
It turned out Su hadn't gone home for the summer either, spending all his time in the dorm tinkering with his software.
Suchi had been too busy, collapsing into bed every night without asking much. Are all the features stable now? Suchi asked. The features are fully functional. I added some extra stuff like you wanted, and it's rock solid.
But honestly, I have no clue how to market it, Su frowned.
Suchi chuckled. You're a computer whiz, but you're no marketing guru. That's where I come in. Su looked at Suchi. Got any good ideas? You should know the owners of those 2 computer cafes outside, right?
Go see them and tell them to install your software for free on every computer.
Suchi suggested. Free? No way.
That would make 2 months of my hard work worthless.
We have to charge something, otherwise, why bother developing it?
Su grew even more frustrated.
Suchi patted him on the shoulder. This is a money-burning venture. Don't expect to turn a profit overnight, that's unrealistic. Your first priority should be solving the user acquisition problem. Once you've built a massive user base, whatever you want to do, just send out a pop-up notification. That's way more targeted and effective than any ad.
Su scratched his head.
Forget it, Suchi. Marketing's not my thing, just like software isn't yours. I'll do as you say.
I'll head over to see those 2 bosses this afternoon.
Suchi nodded with a smile.
That afternoon, dozens of computers in the lab were all loaded with a chat app called Didi.
The cartoon panda avatar looked adorably clumsy.
Many initially thought it was a virus and immediately called the computer lab owner over to check. The 2 owners were quite patient with Su, explaining it to each student one by one.
But what did they know? They thought it was just a messaging tool, not as convenient as a phone. Did they really have to drag their wives to the computer lab just to log into Didi and send a "I miss you"? That would be redundant, wouldn't it? Still, hardly anyone used it. But that didn't mean nobody used it. The group waited anxiously in their dorm all afternoon. Finally, by evening, Su's back-end management platform showed 1 registration.
Liangshan's Might, 18 years old, male, single.
As the profile details came in, Su was so overcome with excitement he nearly cried. Suchi rushed over. Quick! Use those female accounts I had you register earlier to add him. Su rapidly sent friend requests, over a dozen in total.
Every single one used downloaded photos of beautiful women as profile pictures, including one that was even Maggie Chung.
Hi, are you a hottie? It took him a while to reply. Who are you? Is this your photo? You look just like Maggie Chung. Suchi shoved Su aside. Forget it, I'll handle this. You can't chat, you won't keep anyone interested. His fingers flew across the keyboard. I am Maggie Chung. Put. Su spit out the water he'd just taken a sip of.
No reply came from the other end, but another profile icon flashed.
Hey, beautiful, wanna get to know each other? Suchi replied instantly, sure, what school do you go to? Using something trendy like Didi? You must be a hottie. But then this fearless hero of Liangshan sent another message, hey, are you really a girl? Suchi, of course I am. Is gender even something you can fake? Zhang Manyu's profile picture flashed, Sister Manyu, is it really you? My goddess. Yes. Are you a fan of mine? Suchi typed back. Weijin Liangshan, of course I am. Holy crap. I actually know Maggie Chung.
And so, Suchi's fingers danced across the keyboard, chatting with this Weijin Liangshan for over 3 hours straight, impersonating multiple beauties.
After stepping away from the keyboard, Su stared at Suchi in disbelief. How can you type that fast?
Fatso stared at him like he'd seen a ghost.
They hung out together every day and knew Suchi never went to the computer lab.
But that typing speed was beyond belief.
Suchi paused, realizing he hadn't even noticed his own actions. He couldn't very well say he'd been reborn, that would probably land him in the infirmary again, dragged there by these guys. He sighed. You thought I wasn't interested in learning computers, huh?
Well, you guys don't know, because of Su's software issue, I've actually been sneaking into the computer lab every day to practice typing.
See? It finally paid off. Su, just do as I say. Create a bunch of female accounts. Then, whenever a male student registers, immediately add them using those female accounts. Those guys will be glued to the game from then on, and word will spread like wildfire. Of course, keep the chats wholesome. Don't make them wash their sheets every day. Also, how Sue finds some people tomorrow. We can set up a temporary studio. Hire computer-savvy folks and pay them part-time wages. I'll have Jingjing help scout for computers in the city tomorrow, get about 10 machines. Have these part-timers come in daily to chat with customers? Yeah, that's the plan. Suchi didn't give Hao Su or the fat guy a chance to speak, probably afraid they'd harp on his typing speed. After saying that, he climbed onto the bed and fell asleep. Fatso and Hao Su stared at each other in utter confusion, completely baffled. That evening, a male classmate burst out of the computer lab in a frenzy of excitement, then returned to the dormitory so overcome with joy he was practically weeping. Bro, this is insane. I found a program in the computer lab today. Guess what? I registered an account and can actually chat with Maggie Chung. And there are tons of gorgeous girls on there. Within minutes, over a dozen beauties added me themselves. You've been struggling to find a girlfriend too. I think you guys should really check it out. A pimple-faced guy leaned in. Seriously? That's possible? Would girls add me too, even with my face? Absolutely. Alright. Tomorrow you take me to the computer lab. I'm going to meet Maggie Chung too. Chapter 41, Jackie Chung added me as a friend. The next day, a van pulled into Shanghai University. 10 computers were stacked in Milk Tea's warehouse. Hao Su was overjoyed. He immediately gathered his computer-savvy friends, and they spent the entire day immersed in the warehouse assembling the machines. Su Chi paid a visit to Vice President Zhao. The old man listened to Su Chi's idea and gave his full support, quickly resolving the network issues. The 10 friends Hao Su brought along felt a surge of secret delight. Like him, they were all computer fanatics who spent a fortune each month in computer labs, a constant source of pain for them. Now someone was actually providing them with computers, and all they had to do was keep the chat app running to accompany others in conversation each day. Who wouldn't jump at such a great opportunity? The best part? They'd get paid, and the wages weren't bad either. Of course, Su Chi made them strictly keep it a secret. If anyone was found leaking information about impersonating female accounts for chat services, they would be immediately removed from the team and have their wages withheld. By the time the computers and network cables were set up, it was already evening. Su Chi himself sat nervously in front of his computer. Outside the school, the computer lab was already buzzing. Countless male students crowded inside, staring intently at the DD apps on each computer. Word had spread like wildfire that day Zhang Manyu had been discovered by some nerdy guy from their school. Now, everyone was rushing to the computer lab, eager to meet her. They had all registered accounts and waited an entire day, yet neither the rumored Zhang Manyu nor any of the beautiful women had appeared to add them for chat. Got it. Holy crap, it really is Zhang Manyu. She added me, a guy in the computer lab shouted loudly. Me too. Holy crap, so many beauties. I can't handle this, I'm gonna get a nosebleed. Could this be my ticket out of singlehood? Dad. I'll finally bring you a daughter-in-law home this winter break. Holy moly, there are so many, I gotta pick carefully. On the other side, another guy was so overcome he started crying. In an instant, the computer lab erupted into chaos. A female student came in to look up some information. Wearing thick glasses, she peeked secretly at the computers beside her. Seeing how enthusiastic they were, she registered a female account too. The moment she finished signing up, her glasses nearly fell off her face. Jackie Chung added me as a friend. The DD app finally began spreading like wildfire among the female students. After several days of relentless work, Su Chi finally breathed a sigh of relief. The speed at which DD chat spread far exceeded his imagination. User registrations doubled daily, and the 2 computer labs outside the school were swamped with crowds at their doors every day. If you only positioned a chat app as a tool for friends to communicate, it would surely die a quick death. After all, mobile phones weren't even common yet, let alone computers. Spending $10 an hour at a computer lab just to chat online with classmates? That's crazy. But Su Chi cleverly tapped into the psychology of opposite-sex attraction. In an era of limited communication, meeting a group of like-minded friends of the opposite sex felt nothing short of magical. Remember when QQ first launched in my past life? I was hooked too. Every Sunday, I'd pedal my bike to the town's computer lab just to check if anyone had left me a message. Imbuing a product with a unique trait makes promotion effortless. Su Chi aimed to make DD unforgettable. People hopped on DD to meet attractive strangers. They craved the thrill of novelty. Outside the youth milk tea shop. Hey Ding Qingfan, so this is your milk tea shop? Business is pretty good, huh? When your cousin said you were raking in the cash during summer break, I didn't believe him. But now I totally get it. The young man speaking beside Ding Qingfan was Cui Shulong, rumored to be one of Zhenghai's 4 young masters, the eldest son of the Hanhai Ocean Group. His grandfather was Zhenghai's shipping magnate. Ding Qingfan wore a smug look. Just a little side hustle to gain experience. I'll be joining the family conglomerate after graduation anyway. Well done. Out of the four of us, you're the only one who's truly stepped into the business world. We'll have to learn a lot from you in the future, Cui Shulong said, his gaze casually drifting toward the corner before being instantly drawn to the Dao milk tea shop. The shop's vibrant grass-green facade pulsed with energy as uniformed staff continuously carried out cup after cup of bubble tea. That's a milk tea shop too? Cui Shulong asked in confusion. Don't even get me started. Just some little upstart copying me. Saw I was making money off bubble tea, so he just copied the whole thing. I wouldn't even bother competing with him. If I wanted to crush him, it'd be done in minutes. He's not even qualified to play business games with me, Ding Qingfan glared fiercely at Su Chi's shop. You're right. There are far too many copycats in our country, especially in business. The moment they see you making money, hordes of people will rush in headfirst. It's downright disgusting, Cui Shulong said, frowning. Shulong, you're absolutely right. Let me be honest with you, I only decided to get into the bubble tea business after spending several days researching in Guangdong province and carefully analyzing every single risk factor involved. Even if I lost money, I wouldn't care about the amount itself. But I couldn't face my family with that kind of failure. You have no idea how many nights I spent analyzing until I couldn't sleep. In the end, I opened it despite everyone's doubts. At first, the monthly income was a solid $1 million. But then this shameless copycat cloned my shop. They snatched away half my business. Ding Qinglong's face was flushed with anger as he spoke with conviction. Come on, Qingfan, don't sweat the small stuff. That knockoff shop owner's got no vision, he'll probably never amount to anything. How could he compare to us? Cui Shulong patted his shoulder consolingly. Fine, whatever. I'll be interning at my family business in 6 months anyway. But before then, I'm determined to bring that knockoff shop down. Consider it practice for business competition. Remember, our fathers reached their positions by trampling countless rivals underfoot. That's the example we should follow, Ding Qingfan declared. Exactly. We may not need to conquer new territories, but defending what we have is far harder. Cui Shulong agreed. Just then, two girls approached from the side. They both glanced at the youth milk tea shop. They had intended to go there, but suddenly turned back and headed toward the QQ milk tea shop instead. Ding Qingfan felt embarrassed in front of his friends and started to go after them, but froze in place. Let's go to QQ milk tea instead. Their flavors are more authentic. Yeah, youth milk tea's flavor is really bad. A knockoff is a knockoff, it'll never match the real deal at QQ milk tea. Did you hear? Youth milk tea shop specifically copies everything from QQ milk tea shop. Remember when QQ milk tea shop launched all those new snacks recently? Look, Youth Milk Tea Shop is rolling them out this semester too. The most shameful thing is these disgusting copycat merchants who steal others' innovations for nothing. Scum. The two female classmates' voices drifted closer and farther away. Ding Qingfan stood rooted to the spot, his hair whipped wildly by the wind as he watched their retreating figures. Chapter 42, Covering Up. Who was that guy standing next to Ding Qingfan earlier? He was staring at our shop for a while. Su Chi asked the fat guy after returning to the store. Don't recognize him, but he looks pretty loaded. Probably just another spoiled rich kid, the fat guy replied while busy with his work. Then forget about it. Su Chi got back to work. Ding Qingfan sent off Cui Shulong in utter embarrassment. His face was completely lost and he was seething inside. As soon as he returned to the dorm, slammed the door shut, grabbed a stool, and slammed it hard onto the floor. I'm the heir to Ehai Group. Su Chi, you country bumpkin, what gives you the right to compare yourself to me? You're not even fit to polish my shoes. What the hell is he, some poor student? The dorm door suddenly slammed open as Jia Qianfeng burst in. Bro, what's wrong? I thought someone was causing trouble in your room. Get out. Get out. Whoever dares cause trouble in my room, I'll kill them. Ding Qingfan had completely lost his mind. Look at you, loafing around all day. How many times have I told you to stay at the shop and watch the business when you're free? But no, you just go over to collect a few payments each day and leave. Look at your pathetic self. Jia Qianfeng wore a mournful expression, feeling utterly baffled. Bro, don't blame me. Sure, I wasn't at the shop, but I was conducting market research among the students. Market research? Fine. Come on. Mr. Jia, tell me what you found out. Did you figure out how much money Su Chi made or how many girls he hooked up with on Didi? Ding Qingfan stared at Jia Qianfeng, his face filled with disappointment. Bro, you're really misunderstanding me. I was just about to tell you my findings. Why are you taking all your anger out on me? Jia Qianfeng plucked up his courage. Ding Qingfan finally quieted down, sitting down on a stool with a weary look, though he still refused to look directly at Jia Qianfeng. Spit it out. I'm in a really bad mood right now. Bro, listen up. I have a classmate from Guangdong. Since it's summer break, he's spending his vacation in Shenzhen. He says the bubble tea scene there isn't so monotonous anymore, something new and super trendy has popped up. I just got the news from him, so I rushed right over to tell you. I didn't expect to hear you throwing chairs the moment I got to the door. Jia Qianfeng looked genuinely aggrieved. Ding Qingfan grew impatient. Cut the suspense. Spit it out. I still need to go find Li Lingling. Fruit drinks. Pure fruit juice, sold just like bubble tea. If the cost seems too high, you can mix it with something called jam. Every flavor imaginable, this is gold. If we get our hands on it, we'll make a killing. Jia Qianfeng swallowed hard, waiting for Ding Qingfan's response. Ding Qingfan froze, his gloomy mood suddenly vanishing. That sounds great. Are you absolutely sure it's super popular in Shenzhen? You gotta verify that. 100% sure. He said almost every milk tea shop down there has tried making it, and it's crazy popular. I bet QQ Milk Tea Company will jump on it soon too. We gotta move fast, bro. The first 2 times we lost to Suchi because we were too slow, always playing catch up. Jia Qianfeng insisted. You're absolutely right, we lost because we were careless. We need to move fast. Call the manufacturer immediately and have them ship some jam right over. Forget it, just put it in the shop. Otherwise, Suchi will beat us to it again. Ding Qingfan grew visibly tense. Also, I'm leaving school this winter break. You must keep that contract confidential. Got it? Jia Qianfeng frowned in confusion. Contract? Bro, what contract are you talking about? What else could it be? The contract between Su Chi and his former boss. That's my trump card. He'll only last a few months at most. Then I'll make sure his shop can't stay open. Ding Qingfan frowned. Jia Qianfeng slapped his forehead. Bro, if you hadn't brought it up, I'd have completely forgotten. Thinking about it now, you really are the one with foresight. You anticipated this problem right from the start. Otherwise, we'd really be stuck under his thumb. Ding Qingfan shot him a look. I'm serious about this. You need to understand the stakes. I've heard from others that Su Chi is extremely close to Vice Principal Zhao. If word of this contract deal reaches Su Chi's ears, he'll definitely preemptively smooth things over with Vice Principal Zhao to secure the school's backing. Don't let us end up with no cards left to play. Got it? Jia Qianfeng shuddered and immediately replied, Brother. Don't worry, I get it. A gentle evening breeze blew as Su Chi sat on the terrace sipping tea, watching the crowd playing soccer on the field below. In this era, sports dominated the leisure activities of ordinary students. Soccer, basketball, badminton, and so on. Holding his teacup, Su Chi suddenly felt that this moment resembled the lifestyle of an elderly person. Content, peaceful. Meanwhile, Hao Su and the others were still battling away at their rows of computers. By now, their registered accounts had surpassed 10,000. That meant they had nearly achieved complete coverage of Zhenghai University. And this had all happened in less than a week. Even Su Chi found the thought terrifying. Fatso had also wrapped up work at the milk tea shop and headed home. As soon as he stepped onto the terrace, he plopped down beside Su with a thud. Su Chi, my right eyelid's been twitching all day. No clue why. Hope that jerk Ding Qingfan isn't cooking up some dirty trick. Su Chi chuckled. How much did we make today? 13,000. A bit less than yesterday, the fat guy replied. Aren't you worried about that bastard Ding Qingfan? He's practically itching to devour us whole right now. Didn't I tell you? Water flows, earth blocks. We just wait for his move. Since he hasn't acted, why should we? Business stays steady anyway. No major issues have come up, why stir up trouble for ourselves? Su Chi replied. He understood that in business competition, the outcome could be decided in an instant. Success could come quickly, but failure could follow just as fast. His current disregard for Ding Qingfan stemmed from the fact that his funds had reached 8 million. In his previous life, those shops had sold for just over 4 million. Even if this auction went awry, he had more than enough. He was easily satisfied. Before achieving his goals, he would strive relentlessly to accomplish them. Once he achieved it, he'd allow himself a period of rest before setting his sights on the next goal. With capital no longer an issue, he truly had little to worry about. After all, his true intentions lay elsewhere. His real goal was simply to make a quick buck through the bubble tea shop. Just then, Hao Su burst out excitedly. Su Chi, I finally got an order. Didi can make money now. Chapter 43, would you sell it for 500,000? An order? What order? What kind of order could you possibly have? Su Chi was puzzled, as he'd never imagined Didi could actually make money now. Hao Su beamed, someone just added me as a friend. He's the owner of a computer lab at Zhenghai Technology Vocational College. He heard about how crazy popular our ride-hailing app is at Zhenghai University, so he wants to bring our software into his computer lab. He's willing to pay 3,000 yuan. Oh. Su Chi responded flatly. 3,000 yuan. Hao Su deliberately emphasized the amount loudly. Is 3,000 yuan that much? Why are you shouting so loud? You're shaking my eardrums out. The fat guy yelled back, straining his voice. Hao Su looked bitter. You can't just dismiss our achievements because you think 3,000 yuan is nothing, right? Your bubble tea team is raking in the cash daily, and at least our computer team has made a good start. Su Chi chuckled. It's not that I look down on 3,000 yuan. I just never imagined Didi could actually turn a profit now. That's a good thing. Alright, have you set a time with him?
I'll go talk to him.
Great. Set it for tomorrow afternoon.
Hao Su's hopes were reignited as Suchi spoke up.
Suchi stood up and patted his shoulder. The DD app will be one of our major income streams going forward. Don't take it lightly. Hao Su sighed without reply.
He'd been bottling it up these past days, acutely aware of the studio's daily expenses. 10 computers had cost 100,000 yuan upfront, plus desks, chairs, and other furnishings. Daily labor costs alone reached 5 or 600 yuan, yet there wasn't a single penny in profit. Meanwhile, the bubble tea shop was raking in money daily. To put it bluntly, they were being carried by the profits from the tea shop. Under these circumstances, no one looked down on them, quite the opposite, they were treated with great respect.
This only amplified his pressure. He even began questioning the very purpose of continuing with DD.
He had contemplated different profit models.
First, adopt the computer lab model, where the lab owner pays for installation.
Second, charge students, for example, pay a certain amount for a set amount of online time. He'd shared these ideas with Suchi, but puzzlingly, Suchi seemed utterly disinterested in monetization. After a gloomy night, the next day a middle-aged man wearing a gold chain appeared at a tea house near the school gate, followed by several others. Flowery shirt, white bell-bottoms, shoes so shiny they could double as mirrors, the very picture of a nouveau riche.
When he spotted Suchi and Hao Su entering the private room, his expression froze in surprise. You two created DD? Suchi nodded. My classmate developed it. Can we sit? Sit down. The nouveau riche's tone had cooled considerably.
Suchi sensed the contempt in the man's gaze and spoke up. Honestly, you didn't need to come here today.
We could have just sent someone to install it on your computer. Get to the point. I'm pressed for time.
How much will it cost to acquire your DD? The nouveau riche man demanded.
Hao Su froze.
But you said you'd pay us to install it for you. Why are you suddenly talking about buying our software?
The nouveau riche didn't even glance at Suchi or Hao Su. 20,000 yuan.
I'll buy your software. Then notify the staff of both computer labs at this school to uninstall your DD software entirely. From now on, only the Mengtian Computer Lab at Zhonghai Technology Vocational College will have DD accessible.
My assistant will handle the contract.
With that, the nouveau riche man prepared to leave. In his view, 20,000 yuan was an absolutely irresistible sum for a student. And it was a surefire deal. Just write some code on a computer and pocket 20 grand.
A lowly student would be laughing in his sleep over this. He hadn't even considered the possibility that Suchi and his group might refuse. Suchi suddenly smiled. Hao Su, let's go. The nouveau riche froze. What? You think 20 grand isn't enough? 10,000. Will you sell?
Think carefully. 10 grand could buy you 2 apartments in Zhonghai. But Suchi ignored him completely and walked straight out the door. Hao Su sighed inwardly, thinking to himself that this nouveau riche thought having a few stinking bucks made him something special.
10,000. Suchi made 10,000 every single day. So what's your offer? 200,000. 25,000. Damn it, are you selling or not?
The nouveau riche kept raising his bid behind Suchi, instantly drawing the attention of everyone in the tea house's main hall. They looked over in confusion, having never witnessed such a business negotiation before, as if money meant nothing.
The nouveau riche's henchmen jogged over, blocking Suchi with blank expressions. 50,000. Sell or not? This lousy student won't earn 50 grand in his entire life. Mark my words, this is your last chance.
The nouveau riche man stormed forward, furious. He had always used money to intimidate others into submission, throwing cash at people at the slightest disagreement, and had never failed. But he never imagined these 2 penniless students would completely brush him off. It made him seethe with frustration.
Suchi frowned and glanced back at him. I'm not interested in doing business with you. Keep your 500,000.
You're so damn poor you've lost your mind.
You won't even take 500,000? That crappy software of yours isn't worth that much.
The nouveau riche man was furious.
Does being a student automatically mean you're broke? Suchi retorted. The nouveau riche burst out laughing. A parasite living off his parents. Don't tell me your old man's loaded, huh? I've stepped on plenty of people like you. Take your 500,000 and sign the contract.
I really don't have time to waste here.
Get your people out of the way. I won't repeat myself.
Suchi stared coldly at the nouveau riche. That gaze made the nouveau riche seethe with displeasure. He could be looked down upon by reckless thugs on the streets, or by those whose net worth dwarfed his own. But he'd never been looked down on by a damn student. Today, I absolutely must have you sign this contract. The nouveau riche's face turned equally icy. Hao Su's face instantly drained of color, filled with bitter regret. Why had he been so greedy for that measly 3,000 yuan? The people nearby watched with puzzled expressions. What kind of business could possibly be worth 500,000? And it involved a student? Even more puzzling, the other party seemed utterly disinterested in selling. So much so that the other party felt compelled to force the transaction.
Suchi sighed. I'm a student. I really don't want any conflict with you guys. Then just sign and leave. The nouveau riche, mistaking Su-chi for begging for mercy, raised his voice. Just then, someone approached from the side. Mr. Su, what are you doing here? Chapter 44, Money to Burn. Hello, President Shun. Su-chi smiled at the man approaching Shin Junghwa, president of Zhonghai Bank outside Zhonghai University. Oh, Mr. Wu, you're here too. Are you two discussing some kind of partnership?
Shin Junghwa asked, turning to the nouveau riche man.
You're President Shun? The nouveau riche looked at Shin Junghwa uncertainly. Yes, that's me. Mr. Wu, you have a good memory. It's been half a year since we last had drinks, hasn't it?
Looks like your business is booming now. You're even approaching Zhonghai University's top tycoon for partnerships.
How's the discussion going, gentlemen? Shun Jinghua laughed heartily. Is that Sack brother? Someone nearby suddenly exclaimed.
Su-chi's fame had long transcended Zhonghai University, with whispers about him spreading far beyond campus.
A student raking in 3 sacks of cash daily? Just thinking about it was terrifying. Su-chi frowned slightly. President Shun, I've got some things to take care of. I'll head back to campus first. You two continue your chat. With that, he led Hao Su out.
Shin Junghwa looked puzzled, while the nouveau riche man cursed angrily. You country bumpkin.
You turned down $500,000. You'll come begging me someday. Mr. Wu, what business were you discussing? Shin Junghwa inquired. What else could it be? Haven't you heard about that DD app that popped up around here? That penniless student is the boss behind it. I offered 50 grand to buy it out, but the kid refuses to sell. Don't you think he's lost his mind? The nouveau riche man was furious. 50,000? Keep your money. He really doesn't think much of your 50 grand, someone nearby called out loudly.
Several others joined in, watching the nouveau riche like a spectacle.
Shin Junghwa couldn't help but smile bitterly.
What right does a lowly student have to look down on my $500,000? The nouveau riche man fumed.
You know why we call him Sack Guy? This kid is the local big shot of our generation. Ever seen those grain sacks in the countryside? This guy rakes in 3 sacks a day. Your 50 grand? He could earn that back in just a few days. Why would he even look at it? The nouveau riche was stunned. Mr. Shin, is that really true?
The bank manager knew better than anyone who the wealthiest individuals in the area were.
Shin Junghwa gave a wry smile.
I can't disclose client information, but he is indeed one of the wealthiest individuals in this area.
The nouveau riche felt utterly humiliated now, his embarrassment palpable. He slunk away with his entourage. Behind him, murmurs of disbelief filled the air.
Back in the dorm, Hao Su felt a pang of guilt.
Sorry about that, Su-chi. I was being a bit too eager for quick results. Su-chi smiled. It's fine. I understand how you feel. Here's what we'll do, try creating some paid membership exclusive features, like chat emoticons or similar small products. But the core chat functionality absolutely cannot be gated. Online products can never be built overnight. That's impossible, it'll only kill you. Su-chi's mind was filled with memories of the cutthroat business wars and money-burning battles from internet companies in his previous life. The most notorious was the incompatibility war between an antivirus program and a chat app. Who was right or wrong was impossible to say, but one thing was crystal clear. The chat software emerged as the ultimate victor. Users had become dependent on it because their entire social circle relied on it for communication. There was simply no escaping it. That's why Su-chi still prioritized user numbers above all else. With a large user base, he held an ace that could never fail unless he screwed up. Of course, Su-chi had another plan brewing in his mind, a countermeasure against the youth milk tea shop's relentless offensive. But no matter how much he planned, someone else had already beaten him to the punch with the third step he had envisioned. Didi's influence at Zhonghai University had already gained significant traction. If every user posted a pop-up message, the targeting would be incredibly precise. Hao Su had been deep in thought beside him. After a long pause, he replied, I'll write the code tonight. Following your instructions is absolutely the right move. Su-chi nodded. Expanding off campus should still be the priority. Besides, you guys don't need to pretend to be all kinds of beautiful women and handsome men to chat with people anymore. Divide your team into groups. Target Busan Town first, divide the territory, and base performance on the number of computer labs acquired. For each new lab added, give 100 yuan bonus. You saw it yourself, that guy was willing to pay $500,000 for our software today. I'm sure every computer lab in Busan is watching our software. So when they go out to recruit, they won't have to put in much effort to earn $100. I'm confident they'll work their asses off. Hao Su replied, fine, I'll do as you say. But let me make this clear up front, if I lose all your bubble tea shop's money, I'm not responsible. Will it even be possible to lose it all? Go ahead boldly and confidently. I'm confident that after this year, next year will definitely be when this software starts making money, Su-chi said. Truthfully, he was biding his time. He understood that relying solely on human recommendations and word of mouth could only make it popular in one city at most. To expand nationwide, he needed to form strategic partnerships with search engines. He knew from his computer that anyone searching online must be using a program called Guzi.
Initially, he considered approaching them for collaboration, but after some thought, he decided against it. Ultimately, they were expelled from China for violations, and another search engine called Qiandu emerged as one of the new era's three giants. Over the next 2 decades, this software captured an overwhelming market share. Meanwhile, the founder of Qiandu is likely still basking in the afternoon sun in his backyard in Country A. Next year, he'll be lured back to China by Zhang Yang, the father of China's internet, and dive headfirst into the nation's entrepreneurial wave. All he had to do was wait for this man's return. When that happened, the DD app would absolutely skyrocket. Hao Su said no more, immediately returning to the warehouse to immerse himself in coding at his computer. Su Qi stood on the terrace, gazing out at the soccer field. After pondering for a while, he pulled out his phone and dialed Jiang Xiaoyan's number. "Hey, Big Bag, what brings you to call me?" Jiang Xiaoyan's voice came through the phone. Su Qi exhaled. "Sis Jiang, to be honest, I really dislike that name. My dream is to become an elegant entrepreneur." "That name's pretty good. It sounds like a real nouveau riche vibe, doesn't it?" Jiang Xiaoyan chuckled. "Enough about that, Sister Jiang. Let's get down to business. Has Cuckoo Milk Tea launched any new products lately?" Su Qi didn't want to continue this topic. Jiang Xiaoyan replied, "Yeah, fruit juices. Interested in listing them?" Chapter 45, Lu Guo's Invitation. "If you'd asked me 10 days ago, I might have been interested. But not anymore. Anything else?" Su Qi asked. Jiang Xiaoyan's tone turned serious on the other end of the line. "There is something, but it's still under evaluation. The product development department hasn't officially finalized the product lineup yet." "What is it?" "Hong Kong-style desserts. Dozens of new brands have popped up in Shenzhen, all serving bubble tea. So our planning department has been exploring new directions and finally put this concept on the priority list." "Alright, tell the planning department. This definitely has market potential. If they need a distributor to test the market reaction, I'm willing to offer my shop." Su Qi interrupted Jiang Xiaoyan. Jiang Xiaoyan looked taken aback. "You're making such a rash decision? Think carefully. If you bring in those products, it means you'll have to completely abandon your current bubble tea line. They're entirely different product categories." "So be it. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing the bait," Su Qi replied with a smile. "Alright then. The planning department just notified our marketing team to reach out to distributors and see who's willing to give it a try. You're the one." Jiang Xiaoyan didn't argue, trusting Zhou Chen's sharp business instincts. His decisions rarely faltered. After hanging up, Su Qi walked to the entrance of the Youth Milk Tea shop. Youth Milk Tea's response was indeed swift. 3 juicers were already set up at the entrance. The crowd outside was noticeably larger than usual. Comparing this to the crowd outside his own shop, it felt like they were now evenly matched. With such powerful backing, they could move much faster. Ding Qingfan spotted Su Qi and walked over. "Hey, isn't this Sack brother? Heard you've switched from the bubble tea biz to IT lately?" Jia Qianfeng and the others followed behind, bursting into laughter. "A country bumpkin dabbling in IT? Can your DD app even make money?" Jia Qianfeng chimed in with a grin. "Qianfeng, why does him like that? That DD app lets you meet people like Maggie Chung. It's a blessing for all the guys at Zhonghai University." "That's tacky. It's charity work. I heard Sack guy dumped over 100,000 into it. Let's not even talk about making money." Ding Qingfan continued his sarcasm. The line outside his shop now rivaled Su Qi's the first time they'd ever tied, which made him feel incredibly vindicated. "It's just for fun. Don't take it seriously." Su Qi chuckled in response before walking away. People like that weren't worth getting worked up over. Holding grudges only harms your liver. A few days later, representatives from the Cuckoo Milk Tea brand visited. After several days of store guidance and training, they departed. Amidst puzzled stares from passers-by, Su Qi's milk tea shop closed its doors for renovations. Ding Qingfan stood outside his own shop every day, watching Su Qi's storefront. He couldn't figure out what Su Qi was up to. He'd always been completely overshadowed by Su Qi, and this sudden move left him genuinely perplexed. He'd asked around extensively but still hadn't uncovered any clues. "What the hell are you thinking?" Ding Qingfan demanded. "You shut down a perfectly good shop just to renovate it. What the hell are you thinking?" In the dormitory, Lu Guohua, who was usually nowhere to be found, remained unusually present that day. Fatso and Hao Su were busy in the warehouse computer room. Su Qi chuckled. "Business competition. If you sense something's off, you pull out immediately. There's no point in persisting. You always have to think one step ahead. Cut it out. Stop lecturing me like my old man. I really can't stand hearing this stuff," Lu Guohua interrupted Su Qi. "Honestly, you remind me of a friend of mine. His family's loaded too, but he insists on making it on his own. He's only about 20, and he's already built up fixed assets worth at least a few million. Because of this, my dad never stops nagging me about it." Su Qi replied indifferently, "I don't think I'm that great. I just got lucky." "Forget it. I knew you'd say that.
Lu Guohua instantly lost interest, but then his gaze shifted as he looked at Su Qi. Your shop's under renovation now. You've got nothing planned for tomorrow, Saturday, right? How about you come with me to the city? What for? Su Qi instinctively wanted to refuse. There's a gathering. That friend I told you about will be there too.
I can't stand his smug act, always wearing that stiff, mature expression.
Lu Guohua explained. I'm just a broke student.
I've got zero interest in your rich kid gatherings. Su Qi laughed off the invitation.
Lu Guohua grew impatient. Come on, just do me a favor. Besides, haven't you always wanted to get into Shanghai City? It'd be good to meet some people ahead of time. Do you really want me to come? Su Qi looked at him. You don't even have to ask. Alright, I'll make the trip. But first, I need to stop by Yang Jing's shop on Saturday.
We haven't seen each other in nearly 2 weeks, Su Qi said.
Absence makes the heart grow fonder.
I really envy you guys with wives.
I'll give you an address, just head straight there when you're ready. I have to head back tonight.
My old man's been bugging me to come home every single weekend lately, and I've no idea why. He even gave me a vice president title at the company, but I have zero interest in his whole business.
After graduation, I'm heading south to escape my father's clutches.
That's where my dreams lie, Lu Guohua muttered.
Su Qi's heart skipped a beat.
He quickly interjected, if you consider me a brother, stay put in Shanghai after graduation.
Don't you dare go south. Lu Guohua froze. Why such a big reaction? I was just saying. Don't ask me why. Just drop the idea. Never even think about it again. Su Qi stared intently at Lu Guohua. Lu Guohua nodded, confusion deepening. If you say don't go, then I won't go.
He might have thought Su Qi was acting a bit out of character, but he didn't understand that Su Qi was deeply worried Lu Guohua would repeat the mistakes of his past life. From the moment he was reborn, Su Qi had made up his mind, this lifetime, every single one of his dorm brothers would be safe and sound. After that, Lu Guohua tossed an address to Su Qi and left. Su Qi also called Yang Jing, arranging to visit her shop tomorrow. After days of rare tranquility, Su Qi suddenly realized that after racing non-stop, pausing to catch his breath felt surprisingly good. The pressure on the DD app wasn't too intense after all, it was just a matter of burning cash. These past few days, Haosu had followed Su Qi's plan, dividing the team into several groups that spent their days roaming the major computer labs throughout Fujian. Chapter 46, Yang Jing's Suitor. The wholesale market was usually much less crowded on Saturdays, as merchants typically stocked up from Monday to Friday to prepare for the weekend.
Yang Jing's shop had only a handful of customers browsing. Yang Mengmeng was doing homework in the back. When Su Qi entered, she was assisting several customers.
He didn't disturb her, instead pulling up a stool to sit at the shop entrance. The weather had turned pleasantly cool, shedding the scorching heat of the day. The morning sunlight felt especially good, and Su Qi closed his eyes, basking in it. 2 young men wearing sunglasses approached, one of them holding a bouquet of roses. Brother Scion, that beauty's bound to say yes to you today. This is your 10th time coming over, one of the young men said to the one holding the roses. This young man was Song Lisan, the son of the market developer and owner. The other was his childhood friend, essentially just a sidekick. That little minx. I, Song Lisan, refuse to believe I can't win her over.
Did you find out who her boyfriend is? Song Lisan demanded. I found out.
Not sure yet, but apparently he runs a milk tea shop, the sidekick replied.
A bubble tea shop owner? What kind of taste is that? How could someone running a bubble tea shop compare to me? Song Lisan froze for a moment, then his expression turned sinister. Who knows what she's thinking? Being with brother Xin is so comfortable.
Your dad's entire business will be passed down to you someday, at least 40 or 50 million in assets, the sidekick flattered.
As they walked and talked, Song Lisan approached the door, ready to push it open, but hesitated. Wait.
I need to compose myself first, so I don't get rejected and ruin my mood. Go get me a bottle of Coke from the store next door iced.
I need to calm down. Phew. Got it. The assistant dashed out immediately. Song Lisan took several deep breaths before approaching Su Qi, who was seated nearby. You. Get up. Let me sit for a bit. Su Qi smiled and stood up without saying much. Song Lisan plopped down. Here to restock? How much can you get from here each month? Not much. Just a small business.
A few thousand yuan worth of goods, maybe, Su Qi replied.
Song Lisan shot him a disdainful look. Here's the deal, take these flowers inside for Yang Jing.
If he accepts them and agrees to have dinner with me tonight, I'll give you 5,000 yuan.
You're not making much in a month anyway.
Song Lisan had been thoroughly intimidated by Yang Jing lately, so he was hesitant to go inside himself.
Su Qi had overheard their entire conversation.
In his eyes, even Ding Qingfan, one of the 4 great young masters, was insignificant, let alone someone with just a little money. He chuckled, sure thing. I can guarantee she'll take the flowers. But I can't promise she'll agree to dinner with you tonight. How can you be so sure? Are you that close with her?
Song Lisan looked at Su Qi with surprise.
We're pretty close. We're from the same hometown, so if I send her flowers, she'll do me a favor and accept them, Suchi chuckled.
Alright then. If you get her to accept the flowers, I'll give you 1,000. If you agree to have dinner with me tonight, I'll add another 4,000. How about it? Songlisen looked as if he'd found a ray of hope. I'll give it a shot. Hand me the flowers, Suchi said. Songlisen handed the flowers to Suchi. Just then, the client Yang Jing had been entertaining emerged from the room. He walked in with a broad smile on his face. The moment Yang Jing saw Suchi walk in holding the flowers, she lit up like a little girl. When did you get here? I've been here for a while. Just cooled off by the door. Here, these are for you. Suchi handed her the flowers. Wow, they're so beautiful. You've learned to be romantic after all. I thought you didn't get it, hee hee. Yang Jing blushed like a happy little girl. Outside, Songlisen witnessed the scene through the glass door. Though he couldn't hear their words, his heart was bursting with joy. He thought to himself, this friend really knows how to make an entrance. Looks like things are finally looking up. His sidekick approached with an ice-cold Coke. Brother Xin, where's your flowers? Didn't get tossed in the trash again, did they? Put. What a foul mouth. Look. Someone's helping me deliver it. Things are looking up. Songlisen exclaimed. His sidekick peered inside, looking puzzled. She actually accepted it? Looks like it's really happening. Congrats, Brother Xin, you're finally going to win the beauty. That little minx has had plenty of suitors before. She's as cold as an iceberg. I bet no one in this market ever thought Brother Xin would be the one to win her over. Songlisen's mood soared. Could you please not lump me in with those small merchants? What right do they have to compete with me for a woman? If I wanted to, I could take over their shops anytime. Right, my bad. This whole market belongs to Brother Xin anyway. Whether they go bankrupt or not is just a matter of your word. The sidekick tried to curry favor. Enough. Did you see that little minx's expression? She's blushing at my roses. I'd love to hug her and kiss her right now. And that figure, those long legs, wow. She's way hotter than any TV star. Songlisen immediately started daydreaming. Brother Xin, I've got a suggestion. Didn't Xiao Tianyu invite us to karaoke tonight? You absolutely must bring your wife along. With her looks, she'll definitely make you look great at the karaoke place. What do you think? To further curry favor, the sidekick even addressed her as sister-in-law. Songlisen slapped his thigh. You're right. We absolutely have to bring her. Xiao Tianyu and those guys will be green with envy. I think the timing is perfect. Let's go in now. You're the one who needs to handle this with the sister-in-law. Others can only assist, the sidekick advised. You're absolutely right. Let's go. That kid really gets on my nerves. If he wants to send flowers, fine, but why does he have to chat so enthusiastically? He really doesn't get the situation. Songlisen grumbled, then plucked up his courage, pushed open the door, and walked inside. The moment Yang Jing saw Songlisen enter, her face darkened. She was about to walk away when Suchi pulled her back with a smile. Let's watch the show. Heh. What's so funny? Yang Jing pouted, yet didn't move away. Let go. Who the hell gave you permission to grab her? Songlisen's temper flared instantly when he saw Suchi's hand on Yang Jing's arm. Suchi pursed his lips and released his grip. Yang Jing shot him a reproachful glance. Songlisen pulled a 1,000 yuan bill from his wallet and tossed it at Suchi. You've delivered your flower. Take this 1,000 yuan and get lost. You're done here. Chapter 47, My sister frequently rents rooms. Hearing this, Yang Jing glared at Suchi, wishing she could toss the flowers aside immediately. So you're saying you can get my hometown friend to dinner without my help now? Suchi smiled at Songlisen. Could you stop smiling at me like that? It's really annoying. Just take the money and disappear already. While talking to Suchi, Songlisen was actually keeping an eye on Yang Jing's expression. The moment he entered the shop, he'd made it clear he'd sent Suchi in with the flowers. Yet Yang Jing hadn't tossed them aside or turned to leave as she usually would. That meant there was definitely hope. Suchi glanced up at Songlisen, took the money, and said, alright, I'll be off then. You two chat. He headed for the door. Yang Jing was on the verge of tears. Thinking Suchi was angry with her, she hurried over. What are you doing? I didn't know you had them send the flowers. She flung the flowers out the door and turned to Songlisen. Mr. Son, you should leave. I truly appreciate your kindness, but we really aren't suited for each other. Please don't come to the shop to bother me anymore. Songlisen felt dizzy. What the hell was going on? How could things flip so fast? A sharp pang of heartache surged from deep within him. Just then, that little rascal Yang Mengmeng suddenly ran out from behind. Suchi, big bro. I've thought it through. From now on, whenever you take my sister out to get a room, I won't say a word. Anyway, you're part of the Yang family now. Little sister, what did you just say? What kind of room? Songlisen nearly fainted on the spot, staring at Mengmeng. The henchman glared at the little girl, his teeth clenched. Kid, you don't just say things like that, you hear me? What's this about rooms? Spill it. What's going on here?
Yang Mengmeng dragged over a stool, climbed up, put her hands on her hips, and looked up at the henchman. My sister told you guys many times not to bother us, but you just wouldn't listen.
Don't think you can ignore reason just because you're adults.
My sister and brother Suchi go to hotel rooms all the time.
They've been a couple for ages. You guys just don't know it yet. I advise you to give up, there's no hope.
Suchi felt dizzy upon hearing the words dog and. Where did this little brat pick up such language? How dare she use it so carelessly?
Yang Jing was both amused and exasperated. Fine.
Yang Jing, I never imagined you'd be this kind of person. You've been sneaking off to hotel rooms with others.
Shameless.
And you claimed your boyfriend was a student at Zhanghai University? Look at him now hooking up with your fellow hometown girl.
It's utterly scandalous.
Just you wait.
Song Lisan felt utterly humiliated.
If not for Yang Mengmeng's words, he never would have believed that the goddess he'd pursued for over a month had already slept with someone else countless times. In an instant, he was overcome with grief and rage, his dignity utterly shattered.
You little bastard. I finally get it, you were playing me from the start, weren't you?
Just you wait.
Don't think I can't find out who you are.
I'll make sure you can't stay at Zhanghai. With that, Song Lisan stormed out, his henchmen glaring fiercely at the tearful Suchi and Yang Jing before leaving. After they left, Yang Jing immediately rushed to Yang Mengmeng. Mengmeng, where did you find this dog and? Yesterday after school, 2 women were fighting. Later, I heard adults say one of them had gone to a hotel room with another woman's husband. So while they were fighting, they kept calling each other dog couple. So I figured, if they went to a hotel room, they must be that kind of couple, right, sis?
Am I wrong?
Yang Mengmeng stared wide-eyed at Yang Jing.
Suchi felt a wave of dizziness wash over him.
He finally snapped back to reality and walked over. Mengmeng, don't go around telling people I went to a hotel with your sister, okay? Also, dog couple is a term for cheating. Don't use it carelessly.
Yang Mengmeng glared at Suchi.
What? You don't want to take responsibility for my sister? No wonder Shanshan always says men are all scum.
Who's Shanshan?
Yang Jing asked, puzzled.
My deskmate.
A few days ago, Xiaoming kept thinking about Shanshan's toys. So he tried to cozy up to her every day. Then Hua bought new toys, and Xiaoming stopped playing with Shanshan. That's why Shanshan told me men are all no good.
Yang Mengmeng explained.
Suchi exhaled deeply.
Jingjing, next semester, we'll find Mengmeng a new kindergarten.
Yang Jing nodded.
Forget it. I can't communicate with you guys. We're from different worlds. I'm going to do my homework.
Yang Mengmeng suddenly felt utterly bored. She jumped off the stool and went to the back room. Suchi asked, who was that guy earlier? Seems like he's got a little money, huh? You're telling me? Don't do that again, I actually thought you were mad at me. You scared me half to death, Yang Jing said, sounding a bit aggrieved. He's the son of the developer for this market. We all rent our storefronts from his dad's company.
Oh.
So he's pretty wealthy. The storefronts in this market must be worth tens of millions by now, Suchi remarked.
But aren't you afraid of offending their young master?
What if they repossess the store later?
Of course I'm scared. How could I not be?
But then again, what's there to be scared of?
I've saved over 1 million yuan anyway.
That's enough for us to live out our days back in the countryside, hee.
Yang Jing giggled mischievously.
Suchi gave her a playful tap on her high, straight nose. Stop always thinking about the countryside. Maybe one day I'll take you there, but definitely not now. So stop dwelling on it. But if we do offend them, so be it. Running this place alone is tough on you. Once I'm done with this busy period, we'll go look at a house. It's not convenient for you to keep staying at the shop with Mengmeng. Once my place is up and running, if you're willing, you could come manage the books. That'd be perfect.
Yang Jing's lips curled at the suggestion.
Ugh, really? Staying in the city? I truly dislike the city. Look at the merchants in our market, they're all one thing on the surface and another behind your back. Country folk are so much more genuine. They live happier lives too. We can always come back later. Suchi smiled. By the way, how about joining me tonight for this weird gathering? Lu Shuhua insisted on dragging me along, and I really couldn't refuse. Fine. Mengmeng probably won't want to tag along anyway. Let's just send her over to the neighbor's place to hang out with her classmates, Yang Jing said. Then let's head out this afternoon. It'll probably take an hour or so by bus from here. Anyway, I'm not really in the mood for the gathering. Arriving early would just draw attention. We can make a brief appearance, then go see a movie or stroll around the pedestrian street. Suchi suggested. Sounds great. We haven't gone shopping together in ages. Yang Jing's earlier displeasure vanished, replaced by cheerful enthusiasm. Chapter 48, The Arrogant Yu Hanyang. Jidong Road, Huai District, Zhanghai City. This street was Zhanghai City's most notorious hotspot in the 1990s, a neon-lit, high-end playground of nightclubs and karaoke bars catering to the city's wealthy elite. As night fell, the vibrant lights came on, signaling the start of another night of revelry.
Suchi stood relaxed outside a nightclub entrance.
The thumping bass washed over them, and Yang Jing frowned, clearly uncomfortable in such an environment.
Suchi gently took her hand and smiled reassuringly. It's fine. We'll just go in for a bit and then leave. I'm not really into places like this either.
Yang Jing nodded, and the two stepped inside.
Soon, Suchi spotted Lu Shouhua. Hey, your wife tagged along? That's really giving me face, Lu Shouhua chuckled. Stop shooting your mouth off. Just take us over there.
We'll be out of here soon, Suchi shot him a glare.
Got it.
Lu Shouhua roared with laughter before leading them into a private room. The private room was spacious, easily 30 or 40 square meters, lavishly decorated, likely the finest room in the entire nightclub. For a gathering of rich kids, the cost of such a private room was nothing to them. At that moment, only 2 or 3 people were inside the private room. The music wasn't playing, they were simply chatting among themselves. The moment Lu Shouhua entered, all 2 or 3 of them stood up.
Everyone. Let me introduce you to my roommate, Suchi.
And this stunning beauty beside him is his girlfriend, Yang Jing.
Lu Guohua announced.
The others immediately ignored Suchi, their eyes glued to Yang Jing. Damn, Guohua, with a beauty like that, why didn't you snag her yourself? One of them blurted out.
Lu Guohua's face darkened instantly. Can you watch your mouth? I've never been one for words.
We've known each other for years, don't you know my temper by now? He retorted, glaring up at Lu Guohua. Yang Jing shot the man a disgusted look and tugged at Suchi, ready to leave. But Suchi pulled her back.
Let's stay a bit longer. Don't worry, it's fine. You Hanyang, have you lost your mind? Your boss Pang Wanli hasn't even shown up yet. Do you think it's wise to confront Brother Hua like this? Another man stepped forward. Nothing wrong with that. With such a gorgeous woman standing here, anyone would want to flirt a bit.
Don't tell me you don't fancy her, Tian Bowen, the man called Yu Hanyang declared.
His demeanor was utterly arrogant and overbearing. Say one more word to me.
Lu Guohua raised his hand, ready to slap him.
But Suchi quickly pulled him back. If I'd known we'd be getting into a fight, I wouldn't have brought Jingjing along. Lu Guohua shot Yu Hanyang a cold, menacing glance but ultimately held his tongue. Let's go.
We'll head over there. With that, he led Suchi and the others toward the other side. After taking their seats, the newly promoted Tian Bowen approached Suchi with an admiring look.
Big Bag, is that really you, the boss of Didi?
Suchi nearly choked on his breath. Who told you about the Big Bag brother nickname?
Tian Bowen immediately replied, I'm from Zhonghai Technology Vocational College.
Right now, every computer lab outside our school is going crazy, everyone's scrambling to use the Didi app. And I heard that Brother Wu from the company approached you, offering $500,000 to buy your software, but you didn't even give him the time of day. It wasn't until I heard from Brother Hua that Sack Brother was you that I finally understood.
Ha!
Suchi sighed. Didi was developed by my roommate, who's also Huan's brother.
I just provided the funding to get them started. Tian Bowen was about to ask more when Lu Shouhua, his face ashen, cut him off. Bowen, let's drop this for now. When is Pang Wanli coming over? He should be here soon. That Yu Hanyang is taking things too far, he clearly doesn't respect us. What's he got? His dad's just a district chief.
But looking at his behavior, that's just how he is. The eldest son of a district chief, yet he spends all day trailing behind Pang Wanli.
It's truly contemptible. Tian Bowen said indignantly. Suchi frowned in confusion. Tian, what kind of gathering is this? Why does it feel so tense? A classmate is preparing to study abroad. He's a friend of Pang Wanli's and mine too.
That's why we're all gathered here. Pang Wanli is the guy I told you about yesterday, made his own fortune worth tens of millions. His dad is the chairman of Zhonghai Pharmaceutical Group, Lu Shouhua explained.
Suchi gave a wry smile. Honestly, please don't invite me to gatherings like this in the future. Jingjing and I would be better off just going shopping.
Yang Jing shifted uncomfortably.
Suchi, let's leave soon. I really don't like those people. Suchi glanced over at Yu Hanyang's table.
2 men over there had been staring at Yang Jing with leering grins.
Suchi's expression turned icy.
Just then, a large group of men and women entered. Leading the way was an extremely arrogant young man, around whom the entire crowd seemed to revolve. The women were dressed to the nines, wearing revealing outfits. Their skirts were impossibly short, take one big step, and you could see the lace of their underwear. They were all young, with stunning figures. The moment they entered and spotted Yang Jing seated beside Suchi, all conversation and laughter ceased.
The women's jealousy became instantly apparent. Brother Wanli, you finally made it.
If you hadn't shown up, I swear some people would have gotten too big for their britches. Yu Hanyang hurried over to greet him, shooting a sidelong glance at Lu Shouhua. Lu Shouhua forced himself to stay calm. The young man merely shot Lu Shouhua a look of utter contempt before completely ignoring him and taking a seat. Immediately, another young man wearing thick glasses entered. With an air of scholarly refinement, he walked to the center and announced cheerfully. Thank you all for coming to my farewell party. Let's have a great time tonight, music on. Let's dance.
This young man was undoubtedly the host of the gathering. Instantly, elegant music filled the spacious private room. Several couples made their way to the center to dance. Fan Hanshi approached Lu Shua's table and paused, staring at Su Qi and Yang Jing. "Shuhua, are these your friends? Hansher, you're out of the loop, huh? Let me tell you, this is the now famous Sack guy." Tian Bowen piped up first. Su Qi shot him a disapproving look. He genuinely hated that Sack guy nickname. "Sack brother. Lu Shuhua told me you were his dorm brother, and I thought he was just bragging. Never imagined it was actually true." Fan Hanshi also grew excited. Su Qi gave an awkward chuckle. Just then, Yu Hanyang stood up and walked over. Chapter 49, Teaching You a Lesson with a Beer Bottle. Yu Hanyang, today is Hansher's happy day as he heads off to study abroad. Let's not start trouble. Tian Bowen's face instantly darkened. Fan Hanji felt a headache coming on. When inviting them, he already had misgivings about potential conflict between the two sides. He hadn't expected his fears to materialize. Just as he was about to speak, Yu Hanyang cut him off. "Who said I came here to cause trouble? Do I look like the type who doesn't know how to enjoy the moment? What's the rush? You're the one who wants to start something, aren't you? You." Tian Bowen was so furious he couldn't speak. "Hanyang, please sit over there," Fan Hanshi said, his face betraying his discomfort. Yu Hanyang ignored them completely, turning instead to Yang Jing with a polite gesture. "Beautiful lady, would you do me the honor of a dance?" "Yu Hanyang, don't you dare treat me like dirt." Lu Shuhua leapt to his feet. What was this? Clearly, he didn't give a damn about anyone. Su Qi, however, watched him with a smile. "You really think I don't exist?" For some reason, Lu Shuhua shuddered when he saw Su Qi's smile. Tian Hanyang shot him a dismissive glance. "Who do you think you are? What's with all the noise? Did I even speak to you? Oh, I hear you're the district chief's son?" Su Qi stared at him. "So what if I am? What, you think some penniless student like you could curry favor with me?" Yu Hanyang looked at Su Qi with contempt. Su Qi smiled faintly. "No interest in sucking up to you. But don't go thinking you're better than everyone else just because you have a few bucks. Come on, she's not interested in dancing with you. Who the hell do you think you are? Talking back to me?" Yu Hanyang mistook Su Qi's smile for weakness and turned back to Yang Jing. "Hey, beautiful, wanna dance? Get to know each other?" Yang Jing didn't even glance at him, coldly uttering a single word, "Get lost." Lu Shuhua and the others stared at Yang Jing in stunned silence. Such a pure, quiet beauty, and she just brushed Yu Hanyang off so rudely. After that, Yang Jing rested her head on Su Qi's shoulder. Su Qi looked at her and smiled. "You damn woman. Think you're too good for me?" Yu Hanyang was furious, his pride shattered. He'd never been so publicly humiliated by a woman before. Yang Jing's face instantly drained of color. After all, she was just a girl, timid and inexperienced in such confrontations. Su Qi patted her shoulder. "Sorry you had to go through that." He stood up, smiling at Yu Hanyang. "An apology, and this matter is settled." "Damn it! Who the hell thinks I, Yu Hanyang, would apologize? Not only am I not apologizing today, but I'm taking this woman with me, you believe me or not." Yu Hanyang looked up, his eyes filled with utter contempt. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a beer bottle smashed against his skull with a sharp crack. Glass shards scattered across the floor. The attack was so swift that no one could see it clearly, leaving everyone frozen in place. The private room fell into a deathly silence as everyone stared in disbelief at the stub of beer bottle still clutched in Su Qi's hand. The music abruptly stopped. Yu Hanyang crouched on the floor, wailing loudly. Peng Wanli, surrounded by a crowd, frowned and approached with a grim expression. He, too, walked straight past Su Qi, fixing his gaze on Lu Shuhua. "You really shouldn't have brought this friend of yours along. You're just setting him up." Su Qi turned to face Peng Wanli. "Whether it's ruining him or not, what business is it of yours?" Lu Shuhua shot to his feet, momentarily at a loss for words. The other man's point was valid. Yu Hanyang was the district chief's son. Su Qi had struck him, and in a sense, that had indeed put Su Qi in trouble with such an influential figure. "Do you even know he's the district chief's son? Don't you fear the consequences of hitting someone like that?" Peng Wanli glared at Su Qi with dark eyes. "Scared? Scared of what? If his old man finds out about his shenanigans out here, he'd be the first one to get a beating." Su Qi tossed the bottle aside and returned to Yang Jing's side. Yang Jing smiled gently. "Fine, Lu Shuhuan. All you've got going for you is hanging out with this trash. Your dad keeps telling me to mentor you, but I see no point. You're beyond help spending all your time with these punks. Birds of a feather flock together." Peng Wanli fixed his gaze on Lu Shuhuan. Lu Shuhua's face darkened instantly. What did that mean? Did he really think he was on the same level as his father? Acting like some elder lecturing him. "Who needs you? You're just some small-time hustler living off your family's connections. Think you're hot stuff? Get the hell out of here. You." Peng Wanli was furious. "Let's go. Get Hanyang to the hospital immediately." He then turned to Fan Hanshi. Hanshi, it's not that I'm refusing your favor. But as you've seen, birds of a feather flock together. Remember not to invite me to events with people like this again. With that, he turned and walked away. Fan Hanshi stood there with a bitter expression, utterly at a loss. He shouldn't have invited them both. What was supposed to be a pleasant farewell party had turned into such a sour affair. Pang Wanli emerged from the private room, his face cold as ice, and headed toward the nightclub entrance. At that moment, several Mercedes-Benz vehicles pulled up at the entrance. Song Lisan, who had clashed with Su Chi at the market earlier that day, stepped out of one of the cars. Beside him stood a haughty young man, Xiao Tianyu, the one who had invited him to the nightclub that evening. Tianyu, is what you just said true? Is Brother Lu here too? Song Lisan asked. When have I ever lied to you? I invited Brother Lu out today specifically to introduce him to you, bro. Once you know him, there's nothing in this area he can't handle. Xiao Tianyu beamed with excitement. Song Lisan's mood lifted instantly. Brother! Thanks! I've always wanted to meet Brother Lu but never found the chance. Who knew? You're the one who knows me best. You bet. Come on, let's go. Brother Lu and the others should be in the private room by now. We can't keep them waiting too long, Xiao Tianyu said. The two walked into the nightclub, chatting and laughing. The moment they entered, they spotted Yu Hanyan being supported by someone as he hurriedly exited. The two men froze in surprise. Isn't that Yu Hanyan, the district chief's son? Did he get beaten up? Song Lisan thought, surprised. Xiao Tianyu was also puzzled. Yu Hanyan was notorious for his arrogance. Who would dare to beat him up? Turning to head toward the private room, they spotted Pang Wanli. Wanli, you're here too? Why the long face? Xiao Tianyu's father was worth tens of millions, and his family had some business dealings with Pang Wanli's family, so they knew each other. Song Lisan knew him too, and they often hung out together. Pang Wanli spotted Xiao Tianyu and replied coldly, it's that old rival of mine, Lu Shuhua. He's ruthless. Today he even brought some street thug along. Look at that punk, he's got the nerve to beat up the district chief's son. Chapter 50, he's Mountain Cannon's brother. Who is it? That bastard's got some nerve, not respecting anyone. Tell me where he is, I'll handle this for you. Song Lisan couldn't help but interject. Pang Wanli suddenly had an idea. He knew Xiao Tianyu and Song Lisan were connected to many people in the underworld. Maybe it would be best to let them handle this. Truth be told, he'd been intimidated by Su Chi back in the private room. The man had acted without hesitation, striking with ruthless decisiveness, the kind of presence that would terrify anyone. That's why he hadn't dared to fight back earlier. After a moment's thought, he deliberately feigned reluctance. Lisan, Tianyu, this is my business. It wouldn't be right for you to get involved. What's yours and what's mine? Your business is our business. Tell me where he is, and I'll make sure he pays. Xiao Tianyu added. All right. Thank goodness I ran into you two today. You know I've always just been a businessman, I don't have connections as wide as yours. If you can help me out here, I'll remember this forever. Pang Wanli said. The two men beamed. Everyone knew Pang Wanli was the sharpest businessman among their generation, frequently mentioned by their elders. It was understood that the world belonged to the young, and their generation would eventually inherit their father's legacies. Once they established a solid relationship with Pang Wanli, wealth would surely flow in. They immediately ushered Pang Wanli into a private room. Inside, a middle-aged man belted out Jing Gangshan's step-by-step up while surrounded by a crowd of thug-like figures. Spotting them at the door, one thug sauntered over with a cocky swagger, looking for someone? Xiao Tianyu quickly replied, I have an appointment with Brother Lu today. There's just been a slight complication that needs Brother Lu's help to resolve. Could you please inform Brother Lu and send someone to meet me? I'll come back later. The thug stared at him for a long moment. You're Xiao Tianyu? Yes, I'm Xiao Tianyu. Young Master Xiao, hold on a sec. The thug's expression shifted noticeably as he hurried over to the singing middle-aged man and whispered something. Without turning his head, the middle-aged man spoke directly into the microphone. Wang Chao, go help Mr. Xiao resolve this. A yellow-haired thug immediately stepped forward from the row of ruffians, none other than Wang Chao, the one who'd clashed with Su Chi and the others at the farmhouse. His face stiff as he approached Xiao Tianyu, he said, let's go, young Master Xiao. Get it done quickly and come back. Don't spoil Brother Lu's mood. We've been waiting for you for a while. Yes. Sorry, there was terrible traffic today, so I was delayed, Xiao Tianyu replied with a forced smile. Pang Wanli led them to Su Chi's private room. Wang Chao kicked open the door and stormed inside. Who's looking for trouble? Only a few people remained in the private room, playing cards. They looked up at the newcomers. Song Lisan's eyes immediately flashed with anger when he saw Yang Jing and Su Chi. Well, what a coincidence running into you lot today. Wang Chao stared blankly at Su Chi for a moment, growing visibly uneasy. His expression shifted to one of fear as he glanced nervously toward the lobby, as if searching for someone. Brother Chao, this is truly a case of enemies meeting by chance. Just this afternoon, this little bastard snatched my woman right from under my nose. I hope you can help me get even. Song Lisan blurted out immediately. Lu Shuhua started to rise, but Su Qi pressed him back down. He looked at Song Lisan with a smile. You think he dares to make a move? Wang Chao glared coldly at Su Qi. Don't think I won't touch you just because Shanpao is outside. Brother Lu is here today too, and his clout isn't much less than Shanpao's. Oh? Brother Pao's here today? How come I didn't know? Su Qi feigned ignorance.
Just moments ago, he'd followed Wang Chao's tense gaze outside and seen Mountain Cannon leading a group of underlings in a drinking game, Tiger among them. That's why he was certain Wang Chao wouldn't make a move. Su Qi, your ability to rake in 3 sacks of cash daily is truly impressive. But mark my words, Shanpao only values your money-making skills.
Don't mistake that for genuine brotherhood.
Wang Chao's gaze turned icy as he fixed it on Su Qi.
Pang Wanli and the others stared at Wang Chao in bewilderment, puzzled why he hadn't acted sooner. Hearing about Su Qi's 3 sacks of cash daily left them utterly stunned. The legend of Sack Guy at Zhonghai University, a guy who supposedly lay around counting cash all day, had spread like wildfire across campus, becoming an inspiration to many. Especially Pang Wanli. Many compared themselves to this Sack Guy, and he'd long wanted to meet the man himself. Just moments ago, he had mocked the guy as a good-for-nothing small-time hustler. Now, he felt utterly humiliated. He'd heard this Sack Guy started with just 96 yuan. If it were him, he'd never have built such a fortune from such a meager sum. For a moment, he was utterly speechless. Brother Chao, you know him? Song Lisan looked at Wang Chao with confusion. Wang Chao shot him a glance, inwardly cursing his luck for running into Su Qi of all people. Hardly. Just swallow your pride. He's one of Mountain Cannon's men. The others froze in shock once more. Who in Pusan town didn't know Shanpao? Rumors swirled that even big shots in the underworld feared him, a man who fought with reckless abandon, leaving many powerful figures with bitter losses. Among them was Brother Lu. His current limp was the result of being chased down by Shanpao, who had a steel pipe strapped to his back, for 3 or 4 miles. No one spoke. Just then, Tiger, passing by the restroom, glanced into Su Qi's private room. Spotting Su Qi immediately, he lost all urge to urinate upon seeing the man surrounded by so many men. He hurried over to Mountain Cannon's group. Moments later, Shanpao flung the cards on the table and stormed into the private room with over 20 men. Who the hell's messing with my brothers? Shanpao's roar echoed through the room. Wang Chao shuddered violently, and even Song Lisan and the others fell silent, too afraid to utter a word. Xiao Tianyu, in particular, mentally cursed Pang Wanli's entire lineage. He never imagined he'd crossed someone connected to Shanpao. Song Lisan was also speechless, head bowed as cold sweat poured down his forehead. Brother Pao, what a coincidence you're here too, Su Qi managed a wry smile. What coincidence? I told you last time, if you're going out, you have to call me. You think it's as safe out here as it is at your school? Mountain Cannon scolded reproachfully. Wang Chao quickly explained, Brother Pao, this is really a misunderstanding. My friend had a conflict with him, so I came to mediate. As you can see, I didn't even lay a finger on him. Cut the bull. Don't think I don't know Lu the cripple was here today. Look at you, a Pu Mountain town native, acting like a lackey for someone else. Shanpao snapped. Chapter 51, Lame Lu. Go tell Lu the cripple right now, I, Shanpao, am here today. If he dares set foot in this private room, I'll cripple his other leg. Get your people out of here. A bunch of damn students can't focus on your studies, so you want to hang out with thugs? That's exactly what Lu the Lame is like, greedy and shameless, always showing off with his rich kid buddies. What a disgrace to education. Shanpao had lost his patience. Wang Chao shuddered and quickly led his group away, their tails between their legs. Back in their private room, he leaned close to the middle-aged man's ear and whispered something. With a loud thud, the middle-aged man slammed the microphone he was holding onto the floor, his entire body radiating murderous intent. The chatty young punks froze in terror. The room instantly turned oppressive, not a single voice daring to speak. After a long pause, the middle-aged man suddenly spoke, Get me a new microphone. Let's play Heart Too Soft to welcome our new friends. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and the atmosphere instantly livened up again. Pang Wanli had never been interested in hanging out with these thugs, but he had no choice but to put on a fake smile and join in the fun. Deep down, they all felt bitterly disappointed. They never imagined Brother Lu would actually swallow his pride and endure it. The rage boiling inside them from Su Qi's antics was forced back down, never to be mentioned again. In Su Qi's private room. Brother Pao, what's the deal with this Lu Baldhead? Su Qi asked. What else could he be? He's got some clout in this generation, but he's got a venomous heart. He values profit above all else. He's got a bunch of rich kids throwing money at him, and he's got a lot of businesses under his name. He's built quite a few buildings. Shanpao replied. Su Qi pondered. This Lu Baldhead was actually quite clever, far more so than Shanpao. Leveraging his reputation, he'd cultivated a network of wealthy second-generation heirs. By leveraging these connections to access their family networks, he could gain social standing, resources, and wealth. As long as he didn't screw up, Su Qi believed this man would definitely become someone important in the future. In his previous life, he'd seen many like this clean up their act and enjoy a period of prominence in high society. But eventually, they all got caught and sent to jail. The gathering had lost all semblance of purpose, and the country bumpkin couldn't wait to approach Suchi about his land deal. By around 11 p.m., the entire group finally exited the private room. Unfortunately, as they stepped out, they ran right into Lou Baldhead and his crew of rich kids emerging from the private room. Shanpao marched right over without a second thought. Suchi tried to pull him back, but couldn't stop him, and could only stand there with a bitter smile. Lame Lou, we'll let today's incident slide. But mark my words, if I ever catch you strutting around Fuhai District with your crew acting like you own the place again, I'll take my steel pipe and snap your other leg clean off. Shanpao clenched an unlit cigarette between his teeth, his gaze fixed on Lu Guangtou. A sharp glint flashed in Lou Baldhead's small eyes, his face twisted with humiliation. The group of rich kids behind him all hung their heads, too afraid to meet Shanpao's gaze. After a long moment, Lou Baldhead forced down his rage and laughed loudly. Brother Shanpao, you're too kind. I've never forgotten that steel pipe you gave me back in the day. He pulled out a lighter and lit the cigarette in Shanpao's mouth with apparent deference. Suchi deliberately observed his expression at that moment. It was clear the man was deeply sinister, his gaze alone spoke volumes. Just keep it in your heart, Shanpao said, his temper somewhat cooled. Yes. Rest assured, brother Shanpao, I wouldn't dare be presumptuous. Lou Baldhead then turned to Suchi. I hear you're quite famous at Zhenghai University? Suchi smiled faintly. Famous or not, I'm not sure, nor do I care. But if brother Lou ever comes to Fujian to find brother Shanpao, I'd be happy to treat you both to drinks. A sharp gleam flashed in Lou Baldhead's eyes. After sizing Suchi up for a moment, he chuckled, we'll see about that. With that, he led the group of rich kids away. Suchi, that kid's no ordinary schemer. Especially now that he's made some money these past few years, he's become something else. If you ever run into him, you must notify me immediately, Mountain Cannon instructed. Suchi smiled faintly but offered no reply. It was a matter of principle. He would never get involved in underworld affairs, including this Mountain Cannon. When he implemented his third plan, he would definitely bring him back. All for the sake of his principle, never dragging students into trouble, respecting those who pursue learning. Later, the driver from Lu Guo's household dropped Yang Jing back at the wholesale market and also returned Suchi to the school. No sooner had Yang Jing hit the bed than her call came through. Made it back to the dorm? Yeah, I'm in bed now. Didn't you get scared earlier? Your face went pale. Suchi replied warmly. I was scared, but I won't be afraid. Why? Because you're by my side, I know I won't be scared. Hee, Yang Jing replied. Suchi chuckled, this is my fault. If I'd known it would be like this, I never would have brought you. It's fine. As long as you're with me, that's all that matters. But Song Lisan is definitely going to come looking for trouble with me now. Yang Jing's tone turned slightly gloomy. Let him come. Worst case, I'll support you, Suchi said gently. I don't want you supporting me. But Suchi, can you tell me about that girl? Yang Jing asked. You mean Li Lingling? Suchi paused, taken aback. Is that her name? Li Lingling? It's such a beautiful name. Yang Jing sounded uncertain. Suchi gave a wry smile. Let's not talk about her. We won't have any contact in the future. Okay, fine. If you say so, I won't mention her. Yang Jing was very obedient. Just as the two were chatting animatedly, the dorm door suddenly slammed open. Hao Su rushed in from outside, his expression tense. Damn it! Suchi! Our rival's here. What do we do? What's going on? Is Hao Su back? Yang Jing heard Hao Su's voice on the other end of the phone. Yeah, I'll talk to him first. You should get some sleep. Okay, you get some rest too. Good night, dear. Then came the sound of the phone hanging up. Suchi paused, then felt an inexplicable sense of ease wash over him. No matter how many years pass, no matter what era we're in, the word darling will never go out of style between lovers. It will always represent a warmth that endures. Hao Su was practically jumping up beside him in impatience. Suchi, are you even listening to me? Chapter 52, Gaining the Edge. What the hell are you yelling about? I'm listening. Suchi snapped, feeling a wave of irritation. Our rival has appeared. Suchi! Hao Su exclaimed loudly. Stop. You're like a broken record. I heard you. So what if we have a competitor? What's so surprising about that? Suchi rolled his eyes at him. How much has our user base grown now? User numbers are exploding daily. Just now I checked over 100,000. Our software is on every computer in every major computer lab across Fujian. I've already ordered them to start targeting Fuhai District. But Suchi, don't you want to know who our rival is? I'm genuinely puzzled that software style is almost identical to ours, and their promotion tactics mirror ours too. They started with students and are expanding aggressively, Hao Su said. Suchi knew exactly who this competitor was. It was 1998, the very year QQ Messenger emerged. There was no doubt about it. Don't worry about others. We just need to focus on our own work. Also, don't rush. Next year is when we'll fully expand. By then, we won't rely on manual promotion anymore. What you need to do now is perfect the user experience. Suchi sat down as he spoke, then pulled out a piece of paper and jotted down several software features. Haosu stared at the list in confusion. Email. Friends circle? What on earth are these? Suchi took great pains to explain it to Haosu. At first, Haosu was completely baffled, but gradually, a rough picture began to form in his mind. Then came utter shock. Staring at Suchi, Haosu suddenly felt as if Suchi were some kind of monster from the future because what he was describing was simply too far ahead of its time. Finally, Haosu immediately opened his laptop and resumed his coding work, while Suchi flopped onto the bed and fell fast asleep. Over half a month later, Suchi's shop finally opened its doors. At first, business was dead quiet. No one had any idea what desserts were. But once the first student tried it, a second followed immediately. Soon, Suchi's shop was bustling again. Last time, his milk tea shop was only popular among students, but this time even teachers became regulars. This new wave of popularity meant Suchi's earnings grew increasingly substantial. He was also relieved he'd pivoted quickly, because during the period his shop reopened, 4 or 5 other milk tea shops opened in a row on another commercial street in the school. Moreover, Ding Qingfan's success didn't last long. His shop, which had started by adding fruit juice to its offerings, was soon overwhelmed by the competition. Once again, Suchi's shop stood out as the unique leader in the market. Daily earnings exceeding 200,000 yuan surpassed his wildest expectations. Within just a month or two, his savings account finally hit 15 million yuan. 15 million. Even before his rebirth, that sum would have been enough to settle down in any city across the country. The second phase of his plan was successfully completed. With the third step merely a matter of waiting, he poured all his focus into the DD app. This unexpected development naturally demanded his utmost attention. After months of relentless effort, the DD app had surpassed 10 million registered users. This effectively covered the entire city of Shanghai. As a city dominated by migrant populations, Suchi understood that come the new year, the app's membership would experience another explosive surge. Because all the migrants would be returning home. Historically, after returning home, these migrants would engage in numerous gatherings of all sizes. They would undoubtedly spread the word about Didi by word of mouth. Spring gave way to autumn, autumn faded into winter, and another semester was finally drawing to a close. Suchi paced along the track on the playground, lost in thought. This had become his habit over the past few months. Whenever it wasn't raining outside, he would walk alone on the playground, lost in thought. In the distance, Vice Principal Zhao approached him. "You little rascal, you're getting harder and harder to find these days." Suchi hurried to meet him. "Mr. Zhao, you could have just asked any student to tell me. It's freezing out here. I need you urgently. Come to my place." Vice Principal Zhao didn't waste words, turning and walking away. Suchi followed behind, completely baffled. Once inside Vice Principal Zhao's home, he got straight to the point. 2 things. First, the school has noticed your performance this year. You've done remarkably well. Even while earning money this semester, you haven't forgotten your classmates. You've accumulated over 1 million yuan in donations to the school's scholarship fund, right? The school has taken note and plans to award you a certificate as a student entrepreneurial role model. Second, could you use your DD app to run an advertisement for the school? What kind of advertisement? Suchi asked. Here's the situation. The school is expanding its West Campus, but we're facing some financial constraints. To streamline management, we plan to bring in a professional real estate company to oversee all the shops in your business school area on a trial basis. There are over 60 shops there, and we intend to sell them as a package. Your app has quite extensive coverage now, right? The school wants to leverage your platform to promote this sale, Vice President Zhao explained. Suchi shot to his feet, his expression suddenly electrifying. This was the moment he'd been waiting for. Vice President Zhao looked at him puzzled. What's wrong? Is there a problem? No, Mr. Zhao. I wanted to ask how exactly the university plans to bundle and sell them. Suchi inquired. What other way is there? The entire package of over 60 shops has a starting bid of 3 million. The highest bidder wins. You wouldn't happen to have your eye on these shops, would you? Vice Principal Zhao laughed casually. But his expression suddenly turned serious as he fixed his gaze on Suchi. Actually, maybe you really should give it a shot? Suchi burst out laughing. That's exactly what I had in mind. I'm not short on funds right now anyway. I can handle the advertising campaign and guarantee results, but there's one condition. I hope the school will give me a chance to bid. While I don't have a dedicated professional team yet, I can guarantee I'll assemble one immediately according to the school's requirements. You know, when it comes to talent, as long as the money is right, there's no shortage, especially since our school even has real estate-related majors. I can also involve students from that major, providing the school a platform to hone their employability skills. I believe this benefits the school after all, it's our own people managing it. Handing it over to outsiders might seem professional, but they might not fit the school's system. Chapter 53, Prelude to the Commercial Property Auction. Su-chi, your idea is excellent. How could I have been so blind not to consider this? This is precisely the school's concern that bringing in real estate companies might drive up rental prices. Once rents go up, prices will inevitably follow. Students are still students if costs get too high, parents will end up complaining to the school. If you could get involved, that would be ideal. Vice Principal Zhao felt inexplicably uplifted. As the head of school logistics and the administrator most attuned to student needs, his considerations naturally ran deeper than those of other school administrators. Then it's settled. I only need the school to give me this opportunity, no special exceptions required. Su-chi declared. Vice Principal Zhao then walked Su-chi through every detail of the arrangement. Back in the dorm, Su-chi immediately had Hao-su draft and publish a news update. In an instant, the eyes of a large portion of Shanghai's real estate developers turned toward this location. This included the family of Ding Qingfan. Within a day or two, Vice Principal Zhao, the lead organizer of this auction, found his home landline and office phone completely overwhelmed with calls. Finally unable to bear it, he yanked the phone cord out after just one attempt to answer. That was the least of his troubles. His office was also flooded daily with multiple groups of people, each carrying thick wads of cash. The old vice principal refused to accept a single cent, sternly turning them all away. Over time, Su-chi had indeed relaxed considerably. But as the bidding deadline approached, his nerves began to fray. While others focused solely on the current commercial value of the school's prime location, Su-chi's vision extended 20 years into the future. That's why he cared about these commercial spaces more than anyone else. With these commercial spaces in his own team, he would finally have the standing to confront Su Kailiang and declare, "Who says my students can't touch real estate?" This would grant him the authority to step beyond campus boundaries and formally plunge into the wealth of the property market. The following evening, Su-chi summoned the entire milk tea team to the rooftop terrace. "Everyone, you've all seen the news we pushed out on Didi a few days ago, right?" Su-chi smiled as he looked around at the group. A dozen or so people exchanged glances, unsure what Su-chi intended to say. Fatso, ever impatient, spoke up first. Su-chi, cut the suspense. "You're not telling us you're going to buy those commercial spaces too, are you?" Su-chi chuckled. "Fatso, you guessed right. That's exactly why I called you all here. Starting today, our immediate goal is to secure those commercial spaces. The dessert shop did bring us some small profits, but you can't possibly deliver takeout for the rest of your lives. If I recall correctly, most of you are majoring in real estate-related fields at our university. Your future lies in the real estate industry." The group of 20-odd people immediately lit up with excitement and began buzzing with discussion. Fatso sucked in a sharp breath. Spending millions to buy those shops, then collecting rent that barely adds up to tens of thousands a month? Su-chi, haven't you thought about this? Isn't that a bit too unprofitable? Wouldn't it be better to take that money and open a few more dessert shops? Su-chi chuckled. Fatso, think bigger. You don't think my goal is just to be a landlord, do you? Remember this, these Shanghai University shops are just the beginning of our practice. We can also use this opportunity to establish a professional real estate company. Our next move is Pusan Town. Step outside the campus gates now, and you see a national highway flanked by abandoned farmland. Yet just 10 miles away lies the heart of Fuhai district. This makes no sense. Within a few short years, this place will undoubtedly become the new city center. And our legendary wealth accumulation begins right here. In the future, each of us has the limitless potential to become worth billions. Su-chi's words instantly stunned the 20-odd people present. Billions. In 1998, this sounded like a fairy tale, especially for students. Though each had saved over 100,000 yuan following Su-chi, the word billion was beyond their wildest dreams. Below the terrace, students cheered on the soccer field, freely embracing their carefree youth. Yet atop the terrace, they debated becoming billionaires. The stark contrast, coupled with the stunned silence, reminded Su-chi of that man Ma Dad. Suddenly, he understood how Ma must have felt back then. Standing in his own living room, with the 18 arhats seated below him, one man spoke passionately, "We will become number one in the world." At the time, each of them earned a meager 500 yuan monthly salary. They were mocked and ridiculed by countless people. Had they made that claim 20 years later, they might well have been dismissed as daydreamers peddling pyramid schemes. Yet who could have imagined that 20 years later, they would actually achieve it, capturing the world's attention? Some of those who mocked them had sunk into obscurity in the business world, while others could only look on in envy, sighing with regret. He himself seemed to be painting a pie in the sky, saying things others deemed impossible. It took the fat guy a while to catch up before he blurted out, "Su-chi, if I ever had 100 million, I'd eat 10 chicken drumsticks in one meal. And I'd only take one bite out of each one." Su-chi shot him a look. "You've got over 100,000 in your pocket right now. Wanting to eat 10 chicken legs in one meal isn't exactly impossible. Alright, everyone, let's move on from this topic. Next question, naming the company. Share your ideas, and I'll weigh them all." The group snapped back to attention, realizing Su-chi wasn't joking. They immediately began brainstorming. After rejecting over a dozen suggestions, Su-chi finally settled on the name Chiching Real Estate. Over the next few days, some classmates began making the rounds at relevant external departments. Suchi and his team also secured the full backing of Vice Principal Zhao. Of course, this seasoned educator had already done significant groundwork within the school. The commercial spaces on campus were now highly coveted, involving substantial interests. For instance, those who came to Vice President Zhao's office bearing gifts might be turned away only to head straight to another leader's office. Suchi, however, wasn't worried about this. As long as he qualified to bid, he was confident he could secure these shops. With eligibility secured, it would simply come down to the strength of his bid, an easily resolvable matter. After handling all the formalities one by one, winter break finally arrived. Chapter 54, Bring Me Water. Only 2 members of Suchi's team didn't go home, Chen Liang and Huang Fuwei. They had performed exceptionally well during this period, handling virtually all internal and external paperwork. Throughout the process, they fully demonstrated their professional expertise. Suchi regarded them as 2 capable right-hand men. As for the fat guy, whose hometown was in the north, he needed to return home for the new year and had left early. Hao Su's work was also straightforward. As long as he had a computer, he could work remotely. There was no need for him to stay in Shanghai, so he too returned to his hometown. After several days of waiting, real estate companies of all sizes kept coming to the School of Management to view the commercial spaces. Finally, the bulletin board listed the companies that had qualified for the final bidding round. Zhonghai Real Estate, Guanxia Real Estate, Wanjia Real Estate, and over a dozen others. Suchi and the other 2 felt their hearts leap to their throats. When they spotted the words Chicheng Real Estate in the last row, the weight lifted from their chests. On the appointed day, representatives from the bidding companies, dressed in sharp suits, filed into a large multimedia classroom within the School of Management. Suchi and his group, dressed casually and familiar with the layout, had already taken seats in a corner. "Senior, we just hold up this paddle, right?" Huang Fuwei was a bit nervous. After all, they were students who'd never seen this kind of scene before. Chen Liang shot back irritably, "Haven't you seen them doing it on TV? It's simple. Look at you, all nervous. Aren't you afraid of looking ridiculous?" "Yeah, right. Like I'm bluffing. I saw you shaking like a leaf outside, chain smoking before coming in. Bet you wet your pants by now." Huang Fuwei shot him a withering look. Suchi chuckled. "You guys really don't need to be so nervous. It's just buying something. Why all the fuss?" Just then, 3 well-dressed individuals sat down nearby. As soon as they sat down, they began discussing something urgently. Suchi and his friends listened to their conversation without speaking. They were from Guanxia Real Estate, a local company in Prishan town whose owner had made a decent fortune. They currently handled several municipal projects in the district, not huge, but not small either, with assets worth tens of millions. Chen Liang and the others had done their homework on this in recent days. "Mr. Kai, what's the minimum price the higher-ups gave us? I don't think the return on these shops will be low. They're basically all in the heart of the school," one of them said. Seated in the center was a young man in his 30s. The others gathered around him, addressing him as Mr. Kai Mingdong, Director of Strategic Development at Guanxia Real Estate. "Anyone can see the high returns, and there's significant room for rental increases. The group is taking this very seriously." "Watch your words, these people are all our competitors today," Kai Mingdong said, glancing expressionlessly at his subordinates. The others immediately fell silent, realizing they'd spoken out of turn. Just then, a commotion erupted at the entrance as at least a dozen people strode in with impassive expressions. Dressed uniformly in tailored suits, they walked with purposeful haste, each exuding an imposing presence that stood in stark contrast to the other companies present. "Mr. Kai, the Ehai real estate team has arrived. I'm not sure what their bottom line is, but I hear they're also highly focused on these commercial spaces," one subordinate reported. He shot his subordinate a sharp glance. "Which means we have a battle ahead today." Over the past few years, Ehai Real Estate has become the undisputed powerhouse in Shanghai, developing over a dozen projects to become the largest real estate company. They're deep-pocketed, and they're our main rivals today. Everyone stay alert. We absolutely cannot afford any mishaps. The group's expressions tightened instantly, their nerves immediately on edge. Kai Mingdong then picked up the porcelain cup in front of him and opened it. Seeing it was empty, he beckoned to Suchi and the others. "Excuse me? Waiter, right? Could you refill this with water? Thanks." Suchi and the others had been listening intently when this sudden request caught them off guard. Huang Fuai's face flushed with embarrassment, ready to refuse, but Suchi cut him off. "We're students of this school. There are guests. Pouring a glass of water isn't too much to ask. Can you hurry up? What's taking so long?" Kai Mingdong's subordinate glanced over impatiently. Kai Mingdong shot him a withering look. "How many times have I told you? Don't act so flashy in public. Why are you nitpicking with a bunch of waitstaff? Can you at least avoid dragging down your own class? With behavior like this, how do you even have the nerve to talk about career advancement in front of me?" His hand trembled, his face flushed unnaturally, and he dared not speak further. Suchi gave a wry smile, walked over, picked up a porcelain cup, and headed toward the front desk where the water dispenser stood. As he passed the Ehai real estate delegation, he paid special attention. Fortunately, that Chang Xiao wasn't present. For some reason, this man gave Su Qi an extremely uncomfortable feeling. Especially those eyes sharp and decisive. If he had been present, Su Qi might have felt a twinge of unease. But judging by the tense, battle-ready demeanor of these dozen or so people, it was clear that Ehai Real Estate's success today was no accident. Vice Principal Zhao spotted Su Qi holding a porcelain cup and hurried over. What's this about? Pouring water for someone else, heh? Why are you pouring water? Just have the waitstaff do it. Hurry up and get ready, it's about to start. Vice Principal Zhao admonished him. It's fine, Mr. Zhao. You go ahead. As the hosts, pouring a few cups of water isn't too much to ask, Su Qi replied. Vice Principal Zhao said, remember this, auctions may seem as simple as raising a paddle, but they're also a battle of wits. You must have a clear plan in mind, don't act impulsively. I've heard you've been visiting the head of the Pusan branch of China Overseas Bank lately. Don't tell me you're going for a loan. You absolutely must calculate carefully how much annual rent you can recoup, the property rights term, and how long it'll take to break even. You need to have a clear account of all these things in your head. Don't let a moment of excitement drive you to bid recklessly, only to find yourself drowning in bank loans afterward. This is worlds apart from running a bubble tea shop. Vice Principal Zhao still couldn't shake his unease, mainly because he genuinely cared for Su Qi. He didn't want to see him burdened with massive bank debt that could derail his future prospects. Su Qi understood the old man's concerns and smiled reassuringly. Mr. Zhao, rest assured. Don't forget real estate students from Zhonghai University aren't amateurs. We've got this covered. I'm confident we can secure every single one of these shops today. Chapter 55, Kai Dongming's Confidence. Alright, as long as you're confident. I need to attend to other matters now. Vice President Zhao hurried off once more. Su Qi carried the teacup back and placed it before Kai Mingdong. Kai Dong opened it, frowned briefly, then closed it again. He continued reviewing his documents expressionless. His subordinate immediately interjected, why didn't you put any tea leaves in? Mr. Kai never drinks plain water. Please go get some tea leaves. Actually, just pour fresh water and brew a new cup. Su Qi also frowned. Huang Fuwei couldn't stand by any longer and stepped forward. Tea leaves, huh? Fine, I'll pour it for you. He took the cup and walked out. Su Qi returned to his seat. Huang Fuwei returned swiftly, slamming the cup down on Kai Dongming's desk with a loud thud. Tea splashed everywhere. Kai Dongming shot to his feet. Could you show some manners? Look at your work attitude. You're not that old, are you? As someone who's been there, let me give you some advice. Even if you're just a waiter, you can't treat your job with such negativity. Otherwise, you'll be stuck as a waiter your whole life. Su Qi shook his head, ignoring him, and turned his gaze toward the front desk. Huang Fuwei retorted loudly, who said we're waiters? Haven't you seen the nameplates on our desks? Chen Liang tugged at Huang Fuwei, feeling a bit embarrassed. What are you pulling me for? Was I wrong? No. Where'd you put that sign you just got? Chen Liang was speechless. Huang Fuwei turned around, saw the empty sign on the table, and hurriedly rummaged through a nearby bag to retrieve it. He then glared at them with obvious resentment. Qiqing Real Estate? Never heard of them, one of the men beside them said, pausing in surprise. The others started laughing. Kai Mingdong couldn't hold back a laugh either. No wonder their attitude was so bad, turns out they're competitors too. Newly established company, I suppose. But let me give you some advice, with the real estate market picking up these days, everyone's eyes are on it. Countless people with a little cash are trying to get in on the action. These opportunists leverage bank funds to flood into the industry, but every single one of them ends up getting crushed. I don't know who your boss is, but judging by your attitude, you're exactly the type I just described. You'd better have a clear idea of what you're getting into. Don't end up ruining your backer's family. Real estate? If you don't have the money, don't play in this game. Kai Mingdong finished speaking and sat down, completely ignoring Su Qi and the others. Huang Fuwei started to protest, but Su Qi cut him off coldly. Enough. Let's get down to business. The two men could only swallow their anger and sit beside Su Qi. As more people streamed into the makeshift meeting room, the tension in the air thickened. Su Qi calmly observed the new arrivals, assessing each company's standing within the industry based on their speech, demeanor, and attire. The problem was that in his previous life, Su Qi had left Zhonghai too hastily. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so utterly unaware of these future rivals. Finally, even a reporter from Zhonghai Daily arrived. The university's decision to bring in a professional real estate company for management represented an experiment for higher education institutions across Zhonghai City. Of course, by the 2010s, 2 decades later, such practices would become commonplace. But at this point in time, it still counted as fairly significant news. Thus, the media attention was entirely understandable. Once everyone was seated, security closed the doors to the temporary venue. Vice President Zhao took the stage, with numerous school executives seated in the front rows. Ladies and gentlemen, our university has been preparing for this auction for half a year. This is a significant endeavor. Regardless of who ultimately secures these commercial spaces today, I hope all winners will cooperate closely with our administration moving forward. Manage the campus commercial street well, and at the same time, pay attention to some of our impoverished students. They have it tough leaving their hometowns, carrying the hopes of their entire families, all in the hope of changing their impoverished fate. The moment the old man mentioned these impoverished students, his passion for nurturing talent took over, and he couldn't hold back. Whispers began to stir among the audience. The principal in the front row, feeling awkward, cleared his throat deliberately, finally prompting the old vice principal to stop. You've all inspected the 3 commercial streets with their respective designations. Let's proceed directly. Vice Principal Zhao also looked somewhat awkward. Commercial Street number 1 has a total of 31 storefronts. The building area and floor plans are all in the materials you have. The overall starting bid is 1 million. No sooner had Vice Principal Zhao finished speaking than someone raised their bid card. Xinchang Real Estate, 1.2 million. Many eyes turned in their direction. 1.2 million yuan, not a high price, far below the market value of these shops. So another bidder quickly raised their paddle. Wanjia Real Estate, bidding 1.3 million. Hongfu Real Estate, 1.35 million. The auction hall erupted with activity as major real estate firms scrambled to outbid each other. However, as the price climbed higher, the increments added with each bid grew smaller. This was an internal auction organized by the school, so it wasn't overly formal, and there weren't strict requirements for each bid increment. By the end, bids were being raised in increments of 5,000 or 10,000 yuan, leaving some school administrators inwardly cursing. These shady merchants. They're just stalling. At this rate, today's auction would never conclude. Yet the school had no recourse but to tolerate their underhanded bidding tactics. Who could have predicted this? Schools will always be schools. They can never compete with businessmen when it comes to calculating gains and losses. The entire group of administrators could only hope that Ehai Real Estate would bid soon. Surely such a large enterprise wouldn't stoop to petty tactics like bidding in increments of 5,000 or 10,000 just to wear down the competition. Vice Principal Zhao stood on stage, utterly miserable. When his gaze fell upon Su Qi, he nearly kicked off his big leather shoes and hurled them across the room. Because that bastard Su Qi was actually asleep, face down on the table. Yes. That's right. In this very setting, Su Qi was sleeping like a dead pig. The Guangxia Real Estate representatives were growing anxious. Mr. Kai. Should we bid? One of his aides asked. Kai Mingdong, however, had fixed his entire attention on the Ehai Real Estate representatives. In his mind, they were his fiercest competitors. Snapping back to attention, he snapped, "Don't panic. Let Ehai Real Estate make their bid first." The others nodded in agreement. Ha! Su Qi's snoring reached the ears of the Guangxia Real Estate group nearby, and they all nearly burst out laughing. Chapter 56, The 3 Million Check. The snoring was so loud it caught the attention of several real estate company representatives nearby, all casting puzzled glances their way. What the hell is this Qiqing Real Estate? Here to mess around? A lackey from Guangxia Real Estate piped up, "Buddy, you're here to crash and sleep in the air-conditioned room, huh?" Kai Mingdong stifled a laugh. "Don't be so harsh. Sleeping here is actually quite comfortable. I just wonder which unlucky boss hired these representatives. But let's be real, a ragtag crew is a ragtag crew. They'll never amount to anything." Shan Liang and Huang Fuwei wished they could sink into the ground right then. Their faces burned with embarrassment as they pretended not to hear, staring sullenly at the stage. It wasn't until over 10 minutes later that Su Qi finally half-opened his bleary eyes. "How high is the bid?" Huang Fuwei exhaled. "Senior, it's already at 1.8 million. Should we make a bid?" "Oh." Su Qi slumped back onto the table. Huang Fuwei rolled his eyes, his expression unnatural as he continued watching the stage. Finally, the representative from Ehai Real Estate raised their paddle. The entire hall instantly fell silent. Everyone understood that among the real estate companies present today, Ehai Real Estate was the undisputed leader, boasting the most impressive presence. The impassive representative stated, "Ehai Real Estate, 2.1 million. Then fell silent, leaving the entire hall in an uproar. The 30 shops varied in size, totaling just over 800 square meters. Calculated per square meter, the price had already reached over 2,600 yuan. But that wasn't the main issue. The crucial point was that these shops originally had 40-year property rights, now reduced to just 30 years. Based on current rental returns, each of these 30 shops would only bring in a little over 6,000 yuan per month. That meant the total rent recoverable over 30 years would be no more than 2.1 million yuan. Investing over 2.1 million yuan in commercial spaces yielding barely break-even returns, and that doesn't even account for vacancy periods when tenant contracts expire. Who would bite? So everyone stared at these representatives in bewilderment, inwardly sighing that Ehai Real Estate must be incredibly wealthy, probably treating this as a charitable endeavor. After all, everyone had seen the Ding family's annual donations to the school. Instantly, the majority of real estate companies lost interest. But just as the drumbeat of retreat sounded, Kai Mingdong from Guangyi Real Estate suddenly raised his paddle. Guanyi Real Estate, 2.15 million. The crowd erupted in commotion once more, all turning their heads toward the back. Kai Mingdong, who had been the center of attention, unconsciously straightened his posture. Vice Principal Zhao's gaze lingered on Su Qi, who was fast asleep, his expression growing anxious. What the hell is that brat doing? He tugged the microphone in front of him and bellowed with all his might, Guanyi Real Estate, 2.15 million. The goal was to wake Su Qi. The school leaders were so startled their ears rang, and they shot Vice Principal Zhao a displeased glance. Just as Kai Mingdong was brimming with confidence that all these shops would be secured, Wang Fuwei suddenly stood up with a thud, holding his bid card. What the hell? Kai Mingdong glared at Huang Fuwei in fury. Huang Fuwei, never before the gaze of so many, felt a chill run down his spine. He pointed at the prone Su Qi. He said 2.5 million. But that sounds too high. Let's make it 2.48 million. What? Kai Mingdong couldn't help but leap to his feet, his gaze fixed intensely on Su Qi and the other two. The auditorium fell deathly silent, as quiet as a pin dropping. Everyone stared at the three of them in utter disbelief. On stage, Vice Principal Zhao visibly relaxed. Though he'd worried Su Qi might act impulsively, he knew the kid had a couple million to spare. He also hoped Su Qi would secure just half the shops originally, all 60+ units were to be sold as a single package. But after hearing Su Qi's proposal, he had reluctantly split them into 3 separate lots all to give Su Qi a chance. This was the old man's personal agenda. Selling them separately might fetch a better price, which would also benefit the school. Kai Mingdong glared at Su Qi and his group with a sinister expression. This is a formal auction venue, not a playground for your games. Anyone can shout out a price, but the real question is whether you can actually come up with the money. He was convinced Su Qi and his group couldn't possibly come up with the money. After all, who in the entire Shanghai real estate industry had ever heard of Qiqing Real Estate? Su Qi lifted his head groggily and yawned. Sorry about that. I was on the phone with my girlfriend until late last night, so I didn't get much sleep. He then slowly pulled a crumpled check from his pocket and slammed it down on the table. You lot can stop scrambling for these shops. This check is for 3 million. If anyone offers over 2.48 million, I don't mind cashing the entire check. What? The Yihai real estate team lost their composure, all standing up and turning toward Su Qi. They had planned to outbid Guanyi Real Estate's 2.1 million, and even 2.48 million would have been acceptable with an extra 50,000, their absolute limit. But now someone had just tossed out 3 million to set the tone, clearly signaling these shops weren't meant for them. Kai Mingdong burst out laughing. What kind of lunatic is this? We still need to verify if that 3 million yuan check is even real. Alright, Fu Wei, take the check to finance for verification, Su Qi instructed. Huang Fu Wei quickly grabbed the check and jogged over. Moments later, the finance clerk stood up. The check is genuine without a doubt. Issued by China Ocean Bank, Pusan branch. The scene erupted in chaos once more, while representatives from Yihai Real Estate frowned intently at Su Qi's group. Kai Mingdong instantly lost his temper, glaring at Su Qi and his group with a sinister look. Vice Principal Zhao quickly announced, 2,480,000. Going once. Going twice. Going 3 times. Sold. His rapid pace reflected his fear that someone might try to outbid Su Qi. After all, everyone knew Su Qi could afford 3 million. Why not squeeze him for every penny? This move drew discontent from many, but what could they say? This was a school-organized auction, never particularly formal to begin with. Frankly, the school could sell to whomever they pleased. There was nowhere for their frustration to go. Mr. Kai, what are we to do? A wild card just appeared out of nowhere. This was completely unforeseen. The aide no longer dared to underestimate Su Qi's side. Kai Mingdong was furious. Stop adding to my frustration. There are still 2 rounds left. We have plenty of chances. That kid just dropped over 2 million in one go. I refuse to believe he can keep this up. Fine by me. These shops have already been bid up to astronomical prices, far exceeding our budget. If he wants them, let him have them. Kai Mingdong trembled with rage, trying to calm himself. Chapter 57, leaving no room to breathe. After letting out a sigh of relief, the old vice principal stopped worrying about Su Qi, his expression relaxing considerably. He tugged at the microphone in front of him. Lot 2 is slightly less desirable than the other 2 commercial spaces, hence its significantly lower starting bid of 580,000 yuan. Gentlemen, begin your bidding. No sooner had he finished speaking than Su Qi raised his paddle, stating flatly, 2 million. Before the crowd could react, a thunderous crash erupted from behind. Kai Mingdong slammed his hand on the table and stood up, glaring at Su Qi. Where did your Qiqing Real Estate find this goddamn saint? Did you come here just to cause trouble? Do you even have that kind of money? You're beyond tedious, Su Qi retorted, his patience wearing thin. Why must you question my ability to pay every time I bid? He disliked the man from the start, but had refrained from confronting him out of sheer laziness. Did I say anything wrong? Who makes bids like this? Jumping 2 million in one go, that's clearly sabotage. If you're here to cause trouble, get the hell out. Kai Mingdong bellowed. Su Qi stood up, his gaze calm and cold as he met Kai's. First, I have no interest in explaining whether I have the money, nor do I feel obligated to report it to you. Second, this is an auction. The highest bidder wins. If you think you can offer a better price, feel free to raise your paddle. Whether I choose to bid again is another matter entirely. Third, kindly check your fly. Didn't you look in the mirror before leaving? Or did you just dash out without zipping up? So eager to show off that little tiger on your underwear? Kai Mingdong quickly looked down and realized his zipper really was undone. The bulging little tiger was on full display. He sat back down immediately, his face flushed crimson, wishing he could storm over and beat Suchi senseless. Put! The room erupted in laughter, including Vice Principal Zhao on stage, who couldn't help but chuckle a few times. He cleared his throat. Ladies and gentlemen, are there any higher bids? If not, I'll proceed with the final sale. The Yihai real estate team quickly conferred among themselves, but soon reached a conclusion: they would pass. The reason was simple: the location of that row of shops was truly terrible. Situated near the management college sports field, it was far removed from the academic buildings and student dormitories. The university wasn't a commercial entity, its primary purpose was student convenience. The 20-plus shops there had originally been built on vacant land to provide internship opportunities for real estate students. Consequently, all the shops in that area were designed independently by students and lacked a strong commercial focus. On ordinary days, aside from students buying drinks during activities on the field, the area was mostly deserted. As for the rent, it was shockingly low. So they decided to abandon the idea very quickly. However, the third location was their absolute priority. Their young master's shop was situated there, and he had explicitly ordered that they secure it at all costs. 20 more shops were added to Su Chi's portfolio, lifting his spirits considerably. Glancing at the Yihai real estate representatives, he knew the fiercest competition was yet to come. Neither the first nor second bidders had secured anything, and everyone present was now itching to get started. The moment Vice Principal Zhao announced the bid, fierce bidding erupted immediately. Unlike previous rounds, the Yihai real estate team didn't calmly wait for others to finish bidding before making their final move. They dared not be careless. This was a direct order from the young master. Within mere minutes, the price for these 10 or so commercial units had soared past 3 million. 10 shops, totaling just over 200 square meters. This meant the price per square meter had already surpassed 10,000 yuan. This price rivaled the most prime commercial spaces on the city center's busiest streets that year. Even the location of Su Chi's summer shop on the pedestrian street would command no more than this price. Of course, Su Chi might not realize that these real estate companies had done their homework thoroughly. Many of these buyers were specifically targeting Su Chi's store. They'd heard about the incredible profits from his shop through various channels, and these 10-plus commercial spaces truly were in the prime location. So even at 3 million, this price was worth it. Su Chi remained silent, frowning as he watched these shrewd real estate agents. Huang Fuwei was growing anxious too. Senior, I don't know why, but something about these people feels off. They can't be here just for our store, right? Yeah, I feel it too. We've been too flashy on campus this past year. Everyone knows we're raking in bags of cash daily. It wouldn't be hard for them to find out. We can't let them take these shops. Otherwise, we'll have to relocate, and who knows what'll happen then. Shen Liang looked equally worried. Having shadowed Su Chi for some time, the two had made significant strides in understanding business matters through his guidance and influence. Su Chi nodded. I don't see it as a good idea. While the dessert shop isn't a long-term solution for us, it is our current source of funds. We can't afford to be careless. Bidding. 4 million. Huang Fuwei leapt to his feet and shouted his bid. Qiqing Real Estate, 4 million. Yihai Real Estate, 4.1 million. 4.5 million. Qiqing Real Estate. 4.6 million. 5 million. Huang Fuwei trembled all over under Su Chi's relentless urging. The hall fell silent once more. Only Su Chi's group and Yihai Real Estate remained in the bidding war. 5.5 million. The Yihai Real Estate representative sprang to his feet. They had never encountered such a situation at an auction before. As the industry leader in China's real estate sector, they represented the cream of the crop in this field. They were accustomed to dominating the auction floor, facing no rivals. Even in land transactions worth hundreds of millions, they never once flinched. Arriving here, they dismissed the event entirely. After all, transactions in the millions weren't worth their attention unless specifically ordered by their young master. From the moment they entered, they carried themselves with lofty disdain. Yet now, they couldn't contain their frustration. 5.5 million yuan, that was the minimum bid set by Ding Qingfan's father. If they exceeded that figure, they would face accountability back at the company. Whether company executives or ordinary employees, they were all just workers at heart, fearful for their own futures. Huang Fuwei's body trembled. Su Chi stood up, patted his shoulder, and then calmly looked at them. 6 million. Whoosh! Chaos erupted in the hall. Vice Principal Zhao froze in place, utterly stunned. I finally get it. This is probably an inside deal. Your school never intended to sell the commercial space at all. This Qiqing Real Estate never heard of them as just a front. Kai Mingdong's emotions completely shattered as he stood up. Chapter 58, Perfect Finale. Kai Mingdong's words instantly sparked chaos throughout the venue. These individuals spend their days representing the company at major auction houses, and they know all too well about insider deals. Now that these shops have been inflated to astronomical prices, it really makes one wonder if the school hired a shill to drive up the bidding, with none of the money ever actually reaching the school's accounts. Particularly suspicious is this unheard of cheating real estate, compounded by Su Chi in his crew's casual attire. The school's leadership immediately panicked, utterly unprepared for this scene. Vice Principal Zhao kept yanking the microphone, shouting explanations, but he couldn't quell the mounting anger. Ignoring the raucous protests of Kai Mingdong beside him, Su Chi walked coldly onto the stage amid the shouts, snatched the microphone from Vice Principal Zhao's hand, and yelled, "Got any brains?" He bellowed into the mic, "Got any brains in your head?" Instantly, the crowd fell silent, frozen by the icy aura emanating from Su Chi. Su Chi's expression returned to calm. First, this isn't a land transaction. To put it plainly, it's a transaction organized by the university. Among these shops, China Ocean University can sell to whomever they choose. Who in their right mind would bother inviting you lot here? Do you think the air conditioning you're enjoying here runs on free electricity? Second, if anyone suspects I'm a plant and can't produce the money, fine. I'll prove it to you. With that, he pulled a piece of paper from his pocket and slammed it down on the table. Vice Principal Zhao's face drained of color. He tugged urgently at Su Chi's sleeve and hissed, "You idiot! What are you doing pulling out toilet paper?" Su Chi froze, utterly embarrassed, and quickly pulled out a check instead. "This is a 10 million yuan check. Have the university finance department verify it. If you have any doubts, send someone up to take a look." Vice Principal Zhao was stunned. How could this kid be so wealthy? Taking no chances, he hurried off with the check to the school's finance office. Kai Mingdong, who had been at the back, suddenly bellowed, "I'll handle it." He stormed off to the finance office. Soon, he confirmed the check was genuine. His face instantly drained of color, and his temper vanished. Everyone witnessed his expression, and not a single person spoke again. Then Su Chi snatched the microphone, glaring at the Ehai real estate representatives. 6 million first bid. The Ehai real estate representatives were furious. Staring at their bid, was this an insult? 6 million, going once more. Su Chi cut straight to the chase. The Ehai real estate representatives could no longer sit still. Their leader stood up and headed for the door, the rest scrambling awkwardly behind him. As the leader reached the doorway, he turned his head. "I don't know what kind of outfit you are, cheating real estate, but let me tell you this: don't let us run into you in Zhonghai City. Otherwise, we'll make you understand just how terrifying a real estate company that's ranked number 1 in Zhonghai for 20 consecutive years truly is." With that, the group vanished from sight. Su Chi didn't even glance at them. After scanning the dozen or so real estate companies in the hall, he spoke calmly. 6 million, third time. Sold. Fu Wei handled the paperwork with the school. I'm going back to sleep. With that, Su Chi casually yawned in full view of everyone before strolling out the door. Behind him, chaos erupted once more. Back in his dorm, he called Yang Jing and collapsed onto his bed. That afternoon, school administrators held meeting after meeting, all centered on Su Chi's case. Two factions emerged during the meetings. One faction, led by the principal, argued that the entire storefront should not be given to Su Chi, primarily out of fear of offending Ehai real estate. After all, their annual donation of tens of millions played a significant role in the school's funding. If Ehai real estate were to cut off donations over this incident, the school would suffer far greater losses than just a few commercial spaces. Therefore, they proposed selling the third-row commercial space to Ehai real estate for 5.5 million yuan, a price that was already astronomical. On the other side stood the elderly vice principal, his forehead and temples turning crimson from the heated debate. They argued that although the auction wasn't strictly formal, the gavel had already fallen publicly, so it couldn't be nullified. Su Chi was a student at the school. With the nation now encouraging college graduates to pursue independent employment, the school should set an example. Moreover, Su Chi had already led over 20 impoverished students onto the path to prosperity. They wouldn't add to the school's employment pressure, and this was a starting point. This model of student-led entrepreneurial wealth creation was far more worthy of promotion than the model of waiting for financial aid. In a certain sense, the significance behind Su Chi far outweighs the amount of donations secured elsewhere. The two sides argued fiercely, culminating in Director Bao and a teacher getting into a physical altercation in the conference room. It wasn't until evening that a resolution was finally reached. A complete information lockdown was imposed. Externally, Xiqing Real Estate was to be presented as an external company, and especially Su Chi's identity as a student at Zhonghai University had to be concealed. Otherwise, it would further provoke Ehai Real Estate, confirming that this was fundamentally the university's scheme. This included preventing the information from spreading among the students themselves. This was considered a compromise on both sides. After leaving the conference room, Vice President Zhao headed straight home. Director Bao, his hair disheveled from being grabbed by the teacher, followed closely behind, his face twisted with indignation. The moment he entered his home, Vice President Zhao couldn't contain his anger. Wow, how can they act like this? Backtracking on their word. I was just trying to publicize Suchi's acquisition of the commercial space. This would give students a role model to emulate. College students only have a limited number of classes each week. Instead of wasting their free time on leisure, it's better to encourage them to step out and engage with society. This prepares them for future competitive environments. What's wrong with that? Director Bao gave a wry smile. My dear old colleague, this is actually the best possible outcome. The shop went to Suchi in the end, and we can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Otherwise, we'd have been utterly embarrassed to face that kid. But seriously, is that milk tea shop really that profitable? He's already written 2 checks totaling 13 million yuan. Deputy Principal Zhao suddenly slapped his forehead. Damn it! I completely forgot about the important matter. That kid better not have gone to the bank to take out some high-interest loan. Quick, call his cell and have him come to my office immediately. Director Bao walked over to the phone and dialed Suchi's number. After hanging up, he noticed Vice Principal Zhao staring at him with a puzzled expression. Bao, you're missing a shoe. Vice Principal Zhao remarked. Oh no. I just took it off to fight someone. It should still be under the conference table. Look at me, I was so furious I didn't even notice it the whole way over. Director Bao dashed out to retrieve his shoe. Chapter 59, Planning for that commercial space. Not long after, Suchi arrived at Teacher Zhao's house, yawning and carrying a large bag of pickled vegetables and pork head meat, along with 2 bottles of erguatu liquor. He'd arranged for Chen Liang to buy the pickles earlier, planning to visit Vice Principal Zhao after a nap. After arranging the pickles and pork head meat on plates, the 3 sat down at the table. Director Bao took a sip. Spill it. Where'd you get the money? How'd you come by so much cash? Did you really take out a loan? Suchi clinked glasses with him. Why would I need a loan? The shop's bringing in over 200,000 yuan daily on average now. 200,000? Not bad, kid. Vice Principal Zhao's face flushed slightly, his mood greatly improved. But I don't quite understand, Vice Principal Zhao continued. How could you shell out 2 million for those shops in the second row? Even a passerby could see they have zero commercial value. Director Bao also seemed puzzled. Suchi took another sip. Nothing beats erguatu. Those shops have no commercial value? Not necessarily, my 2 mentors. The 2 men looked at him in confusion. Suchi smiled and explained, actually, when I first considered acquiring these shops, I was thinking about their potential for appreciation down the line. But then I realized I simply don't have the time to wait for them to appreciate. That's what's giving me a headache. Still, I'm not one to change my plans, so acquiring the shops is non-negotiable. But regarding the establishment of the Pusan Town Economic Development Zone in the first half of next year, I'm sure you 2 mentors know far more about that than I do. My goal for next year is to acquire land outside for development. I don't want to give up the school shops, but next year is too short and the financial pressure is too high. So after much thought, I realized I can only work with these shops. Spots 1 and 3 are prime locations with many long-term tenants. The storefronts are small, and there are too many businesses to evict them all. Spot 2 is the best option. Those tenants have been struggling for ages. Offer each a few thousand yuan subsidy, and they'll likely leave immediately. They might even light a candle for you in gratitude. Director Bao was completely baffled and interrupted. Hold on, Suchi. You're not seriously thinking of doing business over there, are you? Aside from students during sports events, hardly anyone goes there normally. What could you possibly do? Suchi clinked glasses with the old vice principal and continued, who says? That area must be over 1,000 square meters. Why wouldn't I turn it into a themed street? Our school's commercial landscape is a complete mess. One street often has everything under the sun. While it seems convenient, it's actually chaotic and makes it incredibly inconvenient for students to choose where to spend their money. For example, you walk down this street looking for a meal, only to find 2 restaurants after circling around. Reluctantly, you settle for whatever's available. You probably won't return next time because you remember there are only 2 places, and the food was mediocre. But what if the entire street was dedicated to food? Would you come back? Even if you made a wrong choice once, you'd definitely return to try again. Eventually, you'd find something that suits your taste, and before long, you'd be coming here every mealtime. See? My point is valid. That's exactly what I want to build. As for the specifics, that requires further thought. Suchi finished speaking, stuffed a piece of pork head meat into his mouth, and took a sip of erguatu. Perfect. Truthfully, he hadn't been entirely honest. Choosing the second location wasn't just about creating a themed street. A crucial factor was the upcoming relocation of the school gate to that very area. He calculated the timeline. Likely after next April, someone within the school would propose the idea, and soon enough, the gate would be moved there. The school's decision-making process was remarkably swift, though this was partly due to pressure from the Pusan town government. By then, the value of his shops would be unimaginable. If he pulled this off, it could even become a small specialty street for the entire area. Then, making money wouldn't just be a matter of filling sacks anymore. Still, this auction had far exceeded his expectations. The prices for these shops were a full double what they would have been in his previous life. Fortunately, he had exceeded every step of his initial plan. Otherwise, today's auction would have been out of reach. So, even though he had been reborn, some things still deviated from his original path. He would have to pay closer attention to this when planning in the future. Seeing Su-Chi fall silent, Director Bao asked, "Have you decided what to do with it?" Su-Chi gave a wry smile. "Not yet. I have a suggestion." "What suggestions, Director Bao?" "I think our school has everything convenient except for the barbers. Why not set up a barbershop street? Then I won't have to worry about getting a haircut anymore." "I think it's a great idea." Su-Chi and Vice Principal Zhao both turned their heads in unison, their gazes landing on Director Bao's large bald spot, where only a few strands of hair remained. Over the next few days, Su-Chi and the other two ran back and forth across campus, finally completing all the paperwork. With the Lunar New Year approaching, Yang Jing decided to close up shop. After spending a few days with Su-Chi, she took young Meng back to her hometown. Su-Chi packed his things. It was time to go home for the new year. His parents back home weren't his biological parents. His real parents had died in an accident when he was very young. The couple he now called Dad and Mom were actually his uncle and aunt. The couple had never had children of their own. They had tightened their belts to send him to university, and even so, his family was considered relatively well off in the village. The village was full of people who couldn't get enough to eat, living in poverty beyond imagination. To the villagers of this lifetime, Su-Chi had merely been away from the village for a single year. But in Su-Chi's heart, he had been separated from the villagers of this era for a full 20 years. In his previous life, even after 20 years had passed, his hometown still hadn't bid farewell to poverty. Now that he had money, perhaps he could truly do something for his hometown. After leaving school, Su-Chi visited the shops he had purchased. His first major plan had finally been successfully completed. He would begin his second grand plan after the New Year festivities. He understood that his true journey in the business world would only begin when he stepped outside and actively participated in the development of Pusan Town. Only then could it truly be considered the start. At that point, the challenges he would face would be far more complex than anything he encountered in school. That would be a dog-eat-dog world. Shouldering his backpack, a pack of Furongwang cigarettes tucked under his arm, and having bought some Shanghai local specialties on the way out, Su-Chi boarded the school bus. He rode straight to the train station and climbed into the old green metal train car. Chapter 60, Homecoming. The train was incredibly crowded. Su-Chi had secured a sleeper ticket through Lu Shuhua's connections, a feat nearly impossible during the spring festival rush, a problem that would persist even 20 years later. When he found his assigned berth, he discovered a crowd of people gathered around it, each wearing a blank expression. Beneath his berth, a guy was lying down, munching on a duck neck. Su-Chi rolled his eyes. After double-checking that this was indeed his berth, he tiptoed to confirm the bed wasn't occupied. He steeled himself, squeezed through the crowd, and flopped onto the bunk. But he felt uneasy. The circle of people around the bed stared at him blankly, making him feel like they might bow 3 times to him at any moment. It gave him the creeps, so he sat up. "Folks, it's a long journey. If you don't mind, why not sit down and chat to pass the time?" With a thud, a woman as imposing as a celestial general plopped down onto the bed. The metal frame sagged noticeably, and the guy munching on a duck neck beneath the mattress took a moment to recover. Patting his chest, he stared at the nearly collapsed bed slats, feeling like he'd narrowly escaped disaster. "Thanks, buddy. I've been standing for over 2 hours. I'm dead tired." The woman thanked him. "Hey, why are you taking up 2 seats? Move over. We need to sit too." A man sat down, and the woman sheepishly made room beside her. Soon, Su-Chi's berth was completely occupied. He could only shake his head and smile wryly, secretly envying the guy gnawing on duck necks under the bed. During the journey, Su-Chi struck up conversations with them. It turned out they were all from Hudong province, making a living in neighboring Wenzhou province. This train originated from Wenzhou, and they'd been standing on it for over 2 hours, feeling quite weary. Most were small vendors, but one young man named Zhidong, a rather unusual surname, left a strong impression on Su-Chi. This man worked at a real estate company, having bounced around several departments. As they talked, Su-Chi discovered he possessed exceptional public relations skills and remarkably accurate insights into the future trends of the real estate market. Of course, no one else would take his words seriously, but Su-Chi was different. As someone who had been reborn, who else in the world could possibly understand the next 20 years better than him? Su-Chi immediately took his phone number and made plans to visit Shanghai when he returned to the area next spring. The crowded journey left little room for sightseeing, but luckily, chatting and joking with the group made the time fly by. After 2 days and nights, he finally stood at the train station in Changzhou City, the provincial capital of Hudong province. Posters of the founding great man adorned every corner of the city, a symbol of pride and identity for the province. He hailed a Shioli taxi, dozed off during the ride, and finally returned to his familiar and beloved hometown. By then it was evening. After paying the fare, Su-Chi eagerly stepped into the village. He didn't rush home, instead strolling leisurely through the village, soaking in its atmosphere with his heart. Several old yellow dogs burst out of third sister-in-law's house, barking furiously at him. Left with no choice, he quickened his pace. "Dad, Mom, I'm home," Suchi called out loudly as soon as he entered his family's small courtyard. An orange glow illuminated the house as a woman's voice called out. "Shanzi, get up and go check it out. Old Jen's idiot son is at our door again, calling for his parents. Hurry and send him back." Ugh, how annoying. That Lao Jen really is hopeless. All he does is roll around in bed with his wife. He wouldn't even notice if that fool of a kid went missing. "How many times has he come here calling for mom and dad already?" came a man's grumbling voice. "Exactly. Why hasn't our Suchi, that bastard son, come back yet this year? I miss him to death. Every time Lao Jen's idiot son stands at the door calling for his parents, it makes me miss him even more." The woman sighed heavily. Standing at the doorway, Suchi suddenly felt a pang of sorrow in his nose. He stood there speechless for a long while. After his birth parents passed away, his uncle and aunt had treated him with more affection than his own kin ever had. From childhood onward, they'd feared he'd go hungry or cold. During his years at Zhonghai University, he skipped summer breaks to save on travel costs. Instead, he worked part-time at restaurants to earn next semester's living expenses, easing the couple's burden. His maturity only made them cherish him more. In his previous life, after teaching in the village for 10 years, his hometown was hit by a once-in-a-century snowstorm. His aunt and uncle decided to go into the mountains to gather some wild mushrooms he loved. But the paths were too slippery, and they ultimately fell into a ravine. His aunt died instantly, while his uncle suffered severe injuries that left him with chronic health problems. Consumed by grief over his wife, he passed away within a year, succumbing to depression. He remembered it took him at least 4 or 5 years to emerge from that grief. Now, thank heaven, he'd been given a second chance. A familiar, tall figure in a military overcoat opened the gate, flashlight in hand. He shone it on Suchi, squinted at him, and instantly shook off all drowsiness, rushing out. "Wifey, our Suchi is back." Tanka was the dialect term for wife in Suchi's hometown. He then grabbed Suchi in a bear hug. "You little rascal, you missed your old man?" Suchi returned the embrace with equal intensity, his arms tightening around the figure that had always loomed large in his heart. After a long moment, he managed only one word, "Dad." Soon after, Suchi's aunt came running out of the house. "It really is our Suchi." "Yes, Mom, I'm back." Seeing the woman at the door, Suchi nearly shed tears. "Come inside quickly. It's cold out here." Only then did Uncle Su snap out of his daze. He snatched Suchi's backpack and pulled him inside. A fire was immediately stoked inside, the only way for rural households to stay warm in the 1990s. A single dried tree root could burn all day long. After handing him a cup of hot water, Auntie Sue gazed at him with evident relief. "Shizai, how's life been this past year? Let me see if you've lost weight." "Not at all. I weighed myself recently. I've actually gained 4 or 5 pounds this year." Suchi felt warm inside. Aunt Sue shot him a disbelieving look. "Nonsense. I know you well. Back in high school, you used to eat a bowl of rice with several spoonfuls of chopped chili peppers. What's there to gain weight? It's all because your parents are useless. We can never scrape together much money from the fields. But this year, your parents have a surprise for you." "Ha?" Suchi looked at the smiling couple in confusion. "What kind of surprise?" "This year, your dad went to Donghu Lake to help with fish farming. In just 2 months, he made 4,000 yuan. That's enough for your tuition and living expenses for the first half of next year." Auntie laughed happily. "Your dad and I figured that during the off-season next year, I'll go with him for a few months too. From now on, whatever you want to eat at school, just go for it, no need to hold back. Oh, and you must come home for summer break. You always make your parents worry. Anyway, we won't be short on money from now on." Chapter 61, The Sarcastic Neighbors. 4,000 yuan in 2 months to folks in their poor mountain village, that was a fortune. He sighed inwardly, recalling what a high school classmate had once said: winters in the Lake District were infinitely colder than in the mountains, with winds that cut to the bone. Those who made their living on the lake year-round invariably suffered from rheumatism. In his previous life, he could only feel heartache for the couple and helplessness. But this life was different. He now had the means to give them a better life. Just as he was about to speak, Suchi's phone rang. He saw it was Yang Jing calling. He answered immediately. "Are you home yet?" came the gentle voice on the other end. "Yeah, I'm home. Why are you still up so late?" "I miss you. I can't sleep lying in bed." Suchi's face softened. "Me too. Get some rest. I'll chat with my parents for a bit and then head to bed." "Okay. Call me when you wake up tomorrow." After hanging up, Suchi turned around and immediately saw his aunt and uncle staring at him in shock. "Shizai, what have you been doing all year? How did you get a big brother phone?" His aunt stared at Suchi. His uncle was equally incredulous, "And it's a blue screen model. Just yesterday, Bo was showing off one of these in front of me, bragging it was a Motorola worth over 3,000 yuan. Suchi gave a wry smile, stood up, walked over to the side, grabbed his backpack, unzipped it, and pulled out stacks of 10 yuan bills along with 2 blue screen phones. Back then, there was no inflation, so 10 yuan bills were still the primary currency in circulation. The couple was stunned, especially his aunt. Seeing all that money, she suddenly grew anxious. Shanzi, you tell me, did Chisai go out to rob someone? We need to get this back to them right away. His uncle's face darkened instantly. Explain this to me. The Su family has never produced a robber. Suchi took a deep breath and began to explain. It took him over 2 hours to fully explain everything, leaving the couple wide-eyed and utterly bewildered. During those 2 hours, the simple couple listened intently to Suchi recount his school experiences, as if they were elementary school students. By midnight, the couple still hadn't fully processed everything Suchi had told them. Exhausted beyond belief, he hadn't slept a wink during days of train travel. Suchi rose. Mom and Dad, I'm heading to my room to sleep. Keep the money safe. With that, he dashed to his room, burrowed under the covers, and fell into a deep, snoring sleep. By the campfire. His aunt slapped him across the face. Shanzi, what's milk tea? How should I know? His uncle stared at the pile of money, his brow furrowed with worry. What's this big brother thing called Motorola? Motorola. How could a cell phone be named after a motorcycle? How should I know? The next morning, a bright ray of sunlight streamed through the window, and Suchi slowly opened his eyes. A commotion erupted outside. You pig-headed woman. That chicken was clearly in my yard. How dare you claim it's yours? Bull. That chicken is mine. I was just thinking the other day about stewing it for my son Chi when he came back. Last night, my son Chi returned, and I planned to slaughter it this morning. I never imagined I'd find it in your chicken coop after searching everywhere. Auntie's voice was fiercely aggressive. Suchi shook his head to clear his thoughts, got up, and walked outside. He sought his aunt in a heated argument with the neighbor, Old Master Lu. Lu was the only person in the village who owned a Santana and had built a brick house. Back in the 80s, he was already a 10,000 yuan household. Villagers said he had more money than the landlords of old, so they called him Old Master Lu. Spotting Suchi standing in the doorway, he paused in surprise. Kid, you really came back? Suchi smiled. Good morning, Uncle Lu. I came back last night. Well then, college life isn't easy. Look at my Sandy, she's lost so much weight after just 1 year at Yinjing University. This chicken is for you to build up your strength, kid. Old Master Lu's words carried hidden meaning. His aunt was about to argue over who the chicken belonged to, but Suchi pulled her back. Mom, let it go. Don't get worked up. What nonsense. I'm in a good mood today. I won't argue with you. His aunt muttered under her breath before heading into the kitchen to boil water. Suchi followed behind. Chizai, look at that Lu Jiangwo. When you first got into college, he was always at our place, saying he'd marry his daughter Shanshan to you. But after Shanshan got into Yinjing University last year, he got all high and mighty. Now he just stands outside our door all day, sneering and making snide remarks. If she won't marry you, so be it. Now my Cheesy can afford a motorcycle and a mobile phone. He's made something of himself. His aunt grumbled while busy at work. Suchi gave a bitter smile. This Mr. Lu had been their neighbor their entire lives. How could he not know the family's character? With a little money, they looked down on everyone in the village, full of pride and arrogance. In his previous life, when he returned to teach in the village, he endured plenty of his cold sarcasm. He knew his daughter, Shanshan, well too. They'd grown up together. The idea of marrying her had indeed been floated in his past life. Later, when he returned to teach in the village, he encountered Shanshan once. She had completely ignored his greeting, striding past him with haughty pride. Mom, where's Dad? He's gone out early this morning. Suchi dismissed the thought. His aunt, busy with chores, replied, he's in the village. There's an election going on right now. He went to vote. Oh, you can go too. You're 18 now. I heard you're eligible to vote. Go cast your vote for Uncle Niu. Suchi's mind immediately conjured the stern face of a middle-aged man, Niu Zhaoping, the village chief. The man who constantly called his uncle brother. When Suchi first got into university, Niu Zhaoping had set off more firecrackers than anyone else in the village, celebrating harder than anyone. In his previous life, Uncle Niu eventually became the county magistrate. He repeatedly tried to transfer Suchi to the county government as a civil servant. After all, the village had only a handful of top university students, and Suchi was the only one who returned. But he never went. Thinking of this, Suchi genuinely wanted to see him. He hurried to wash his face and brush his teeth. Across the way, the Lu family sat in their courtyard soaking up the sun, including their daughter Shanshan. Old Lu, Shanshan absolutely can't marry that kid. I think you need to go explain things to Shanzi. Suchi is back now. Don't let any misunderstandings arise. It's all your fault. Why were you so impatient back then, always running over to bring up that topic? So what if he's a college student? Is Zhenghai University that famous? Even if it is, it can't compare to our Shanshan's prestigious Yinjing University, right? Old Lu's wife cracked sunflower seeds while rolling her eyes at her husband. Chapter 62, The Village Committee Debate. How was I supposed to know our Shanshan would turn out so capable? Back then, Suchi was the only college student in the village. I figured the kid would amount to something. Ugh. I don't even know how to broach this with Shanzi. Old Lu was thoroughly exasperated. Shan couldn't hold back any longer and spoke up. Mom and Dad, no offense, but do you really think society is still the same as it used to be? Nowadays, the country encourages college graduates to find jobs independently. I'm afraid this job placement system won't last much longer. Zhonghai University is indeed good, but it's just another key university. Finding a job still depends on your own abilities. Our Yanjing University is different. Even without the school assigning jobs, how many companies are eyeing our graduates? We're hot commodities after all, it's one of the top universities in the country. We don't have to worry about finding work at all. I've told you countless times on the phone about marrying Suchi. You must clarify this immediately, don't delay. Any random guy I find at Yanjing University would be better than him. You're going to drive me to my grave. Old Master Lu's wife picked up a peanut and flung it at him. Wait until Shanzi gets back, then go tell him immediately. Don't put it off. Look at you, what a pathetic sight. Fine. You two living ancestors, I'll go talk to him, okay? Old Master Lu grew impatient. Just then, Suchi emerged from the house while talking on the phone with Yang Jing, his face beaming with sweetness. Passing by Mr. Lu's door, he nodded politely to the family. After all, they were neighbors, bound to cross paths often. As for Shanshan? He didn't even glance her way, keeping one hand firmly in his pocket. With the other holding his Motorola phone, he continued his call as he walked toward the village committee office. The family stared dumbstruck at the Motorola in Suchi's hand, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Hey! Come back for lunch. I'm slaughtering a chicken. Oh, and call old Nyo too, we'll make chicken hot pot to go with your drinks. Just then, Suchi's aunt emerged from the house, Motorola in hand. She bellowed this before pulling the phone away from her ear. Hang up. You hang up. I don't know how to use this Motorola. How do you hang up? Shan Zi's voice came from the other end. His aunt froze, glancing at the family next door as if they were her saviors. Mr. Lu, how do you hang up this motorcycle phone? You're so knowledgeable, could you help me? That kid of mine, Suchi, really is something. He went all the way from Shanghai to bring us each a motorcycle, but he didn't even tell us how to hang up the phone. Shanzi over there doesn't know how to hang up either. Why don't you come over and help us? The family's faces turned ashen, and old Master Lu nearly fell off his stool. Had this family struck it rich? Upon arriving at the village committee, Suchi recognized many familiar faces. He finally pushed his way inside just as Uncle Niel was engaged in a heated debate with another man. Villagers, my idea is simple. We're in the mountains, we should develop tourism. Only by attracting outsiders to spend here will our village's goods gain value. Otherwise, we'll never lift ourselves out of poverty. Uncle Nyo declared to the villagers before him. His opponent was a man named Li Jingwen, the nephew of Old Master Lu. Having traveled with Old Master Lu on business ventures over the years, Li had made some money and had settled down in the city. For reasons unknown, he suddenly returned to run in the village chief election. One could say he came back with great momentum. After his return, Master Lu took him door to campaign. Uncle Nyo had served as village chief for several years, and his re-election seemed assured. But this unexpected challenger had suddenly emerged, giving him a rival in the village. Folks in the mountain village weren't too familiar with election procedures. Basically, whoever came politely to their door and asked for their vote would get it, a very simple-minded way of doing things. Suchi glanced at the blackboard behind the two candidates. Rows of small tally marks recorded their votes, and astonishingly, they were tied. It was precisely this rare occurrence that made the election between the two men tense and confrontational. Li Jingwen snorted coldly, Uncle Nyo, your old ways just won't cut it anymore. Look at how many years you've presided over the village. Have the villagers' wallets gotten any fatter? They're still toiling from dawn till dusk, just like before. Tourism is great, but the investment is just too massive. Don't go looking at how well the neighboring village does it and then try to copy them verbatim. Does our village even have the money for that? Uncle Nyo was visibly annoyed. Li Jingwen, didn't you see the neighboring city prospering from tea cultivation and immediately want to turn our village into a tea-growing community? Have you considered whether our soil properties differ from theirs? I grew up in this village, Old Nyo here. My ancestors farmed these fields. I know this soil inside out. It's simply unsuitable for tea plants. And you want the villagers to follow your lead, chop down all their orange trees, and plant tea bushes instead? That's playing with their livelihoods. How many years does it take for tea bushes to mature? Are you so confident our tea will be better than others? Don't end up with not a penny to show for it. We'll all be left out in the cold following your lead. My tourism plan is different. It doesn't require the villagers to sacrifice their orange trees. If we attract enough tourists, our oranges might even fetch higher prices. There'd be no middlemen taking cuts. We'd get higher profits, and tourists would get better deals. The villagers immediately began discussing this.
Both men had proposed plans to lead everyone to prosperity, but upon hearing them, old Nyo's plan seemed more stable and reliable. If the tourism investment failed, at worst the village treasury would lose money, but their own oranges could still be sold. It wouldn't affect their personal livelihoods. But if Li Jingwen's plan failed, they'd be left with nothing. Seeing the situation turn sour, Li Jingwen stepped forward and shouted, "Let the villagers decide which plan is more feasible. Arguing like this serves no purpose. Today's votes are in, and it's dead even. Anyone still holding back? Cast your votes now so we can all head home to warm ourselves by the fire." The crowd fell silent. They looked at each other, all indicating they had already cast their votes. Uncle Nyo grew visibly anxious. Since taking office years ago, the village had seen no progress, a stagnation partly due to his own reticence. To others, it seemed he'd brought no tangible change to the community. But he had spent years laying the groundwork for this tourism venture, traveling extensively and meticulously planning every detail. Just as he was about to seek loans or investments, the election came along. And now this person had suddenly appeared, throwing all his plans into disarray. He was furious. Suchi's uncle below was also anxious, purely worried for his brother. Just then, Suchi raised his right hand. "I haven't voted yet. How am I supposed to vote?" Chapter 63, The College Student's Suggestion. All the villagers turned their heads in unison, gazing toward Suchi. "Kids back. When did you return? You little brat. You come back and don't even stop by to see me. When you went off to college, I even gave you a few eggs." In an instant, the villagers swarmed around Suchi. He was their village's first college graduate, a source of endless bragging rights when they visited neighboring villages. "Sure, we're not as well off as you lot, but we've got brains. We've got a college graduate. What about you? Look around this whole village, the highest diploma here is junior high." Country folk aren't known for polite greetings, they're straightforward and down to earth. Though they scolded Suchi with their words, it was clear they cherished this child who'd always been so sensible since he was little. Suchi's uncle stood nearby, basking in the glory, his eyebrows lifting imperceptibly. Li Jingwen, who naturally recognized Suchi, immediately frowned. Everyone knew Suchi's uncle had connections with Lao Nyo. He immediately declared, "According to election law, you are ineligible to participate." "Who says he isn't? Suchi is 18 years old. He's a legal citizen and has every right to participate." Uncle Nyo was furious. Suchi stepped forward and looked him in the eye. "Your approach isn't wrong, building a distinctive village. But Uncle Nyo's plan better suits our village's situation. That's why I support Uncle Nyo. Naturally, my vote goes to him. As for whether I have voting rights, let me ask you this: your entire household moved to the county seat years ago. Isn't that because you look down on our poor Sancheng village? All these years, I haven't seen you give back to the village. Now suddenly you're concerned about leading the villagers to prosperity? Frankly, I'm suspicious of your motives." Li Jingwen immediately jumped to his feet. "Suchi, don't you dare frame me here. Whether it's slander or not is another matter. But today, at least one fact stands before you: that final vote is in my hands, and I absolutely won't give it to you. You'd be better off returning to your county town or your privileged life. Stop stirring up trouble for the villagers." Suchi walked straight to the group leader counting the votes. "Uncle Genhua, please record my vote." The group leader stared blankly at Suchi, feeling as though this man had changed completely. He wasn't the meek, timid boy he once knew. After hesitating, he finally walked to the blackboard and drew a heavy line above Uncle Nyo's name. Applause erupted below. Old Nyo had ultimately secured his re-election as village chief without incident. Li Jingwen's face darkened to the point of being pitch black. For this election, he had personally delivered several pounds of pork to every household. Some who had eaten his pork still didn't vote for him, but he had chosen to overlook that. But at this critical moment, some kid had managed to ruin everything. The fury and resentment in his heart were beyond words. Stepping down from the election platform, he glared at Lao Nyo and Suchi. "The village accounts are empty. I can tell you with absolute certainty you won't get a single penny from the county bank. Try it if you don't believe me. Backward mountain folk with backward minds, you'll never lift yourselves out of poverty." Before Suchi and the others could respond, a toothless old man charged forward, grabbed his cane, and began pounding it viciously against Suchi's head. "Third uncle. Why are you hitting me?" Li Jingwen clutched his head, dodging wildly. The old man cursed as he struck. "I'll beat you to death. What's wrong with this poor mountain village? Does it bother you? Didn't you little brat grow up drinking this very water? Think you're something special now you've got a few stinking coins?" The villagers burst into laughter. Suchi's uncle breathed a sigh of relief and approached. "Old Nyo, let's go grab a bite. My wife just slaughtered a chicken." "Sounds good. What are we waiting for?" The three of them laughed heartily as they headed toward Suchi's house. Halfway there, Suchi asked, "Dad, didn't third grandpa still have 2 front teeth? How come they're gone?" "Don't even mention it. Your third uncle really is something. At his age, he still bets with the army boys, claiming he can bite a basket of grain with his teeth and walk back from the field. You can guess how it ended: both front teeth shattered. You should have seen that soldier's miserable state afterward.
Your third uncle chased him around the village with his cane for days. He had to hide in the next village for ages before daring to return. Well, Grandpa 3's still as wild as ever. Every time I see him, he's chasing villagers around with his cane. Back home, he sat down at the table. The steaming hot pot made his mouth water. Su Chi couldn't have savored it more. Counting his past life, it had been at least 10 years since he'd tasted his aunt's cooking. This was the taste of home, something that never changed, no matter where he went. After a few cups of wine, his uncle frowned deeply. Lanyo, I hear this Li Jingwen has some clout in the county seat. Don't let him hold up the loan application, you need to get it done ASAP. Lanyo sighed. Shanzi, I'll be honest with you. I've already visited every bank in the county. Our village is just too poor right now. Many people struggle to even afford basic food and clothing. No bank will give us a loan. Shanzi froze. How can that be? What about the promise you made to the villagers at today's election meeting? What else can we do? We'll just have to take it one step at a time. That Wanyazi is just messing around. He cut down all the tangerine trees. How are the villagers supposed to survive? Lanyo took a drag, his face clouded with worry. But honestly, I'm curious too. What's he really up to? Why would he suddenly take an interest in our poor backwater? Shanzi was also puzzled. That's the most baffling part. He could be making over 10,000 yuan a month in the city, yet he comes here to compete for the village chief position. Su Chi, a piece of chicken in his mouth, interjected, Dad, Uncle Nyo, can I say something? Both men turned to look at Su Chi. Honestly, there's nothing mysterious about it. His real target is that stretch of mountain where our village meets Sima village. Su Chi mumbled, head down as he ate. Old Nyo furrowed his brow. Chi, tell us more. Su Chi swallowed the chicken in his mouth and took a sip of water. See how Four Horse Village is booming with tourism right now? But our 3-star village has a lake, caves, and unique rock formations. Our resources are way better than theirs. If my guess is right, Sima village will definitely approach our village for a partnership about that mountain. I think he wants to profit from it. When I was a kid, I explored that mountain. The caves inside are truly breathtaking. Once developed, it would undoubtedly become a major tourist attraction in our province. Getting rich wouldn't be a problem at all then. This also proves that Uncle Nyo's path is the right one. Su Chi spoke thus, recalling how in his previous life, their village had indeed been stabbed in the back by the neighboring village over that very mountain. Originally belonging to their village, it had later been taken over by the neighboring village under the guise of cooperation for development. The mountain grew increasingly famous, eventually becoming a 5-star tourist attraction. Yet it was completely incorporated into the neighboring village's administrative territory, severing all ties with their own village. This created a stark disparity in wealth between the two neighboring villages. Old Nyo sobered up considerably. How foolish of me. The first college graduate in our village is sitting right here. Why didn't I think to ask your opinion? Chapter 64, Su Chi's perspective. His uncle and aunt both turned to look at him, eager to see if this kid had actually learned anything in college. Su Chi felt awkward. Mom, Dad, Uncle Nyo, you're all staring at me like this. This hometown's prosperity still depends on Uncle Nyo. Don't hold back. Zhenghai is our nation's second largest city. Studying in such a place, you must understand its development trajectory. Help Uncle Nyo with some ideas, we're at a loss here. Uncle Nyo grew impatient, fearing the college graduate wouldn't offer suggestions. Su Chi sighed. Since Uncle Nyo is so eager to hear my thoughts, I can offer some suggestions. But you'll have to weigh them carefully. I don't want the whole village blaming me later. Just thinking about third uncle's magical cane gives me a headache. Cut the nonsense, kid. Spit it out already, Shanzi urged. All right. Honestly, for any region to thrive, you first need to identify its unique local characteristics, then build everything around that. Take Uncle Nyo's idea, for example, it's spot on. Our Sancheng village has everything but money, especially when it comes to tourism resources. We're on par with any other village out there. But there's still a lot to improve. For starters, we need a decent road connecting us to the outside world. Once travel becomes convenient, people will be willing to come. So the top priority is road construction. As for village infrastructure, our finances won't allow it right now, so we'll put that on hold. Besides, our mountains are already stunning, they don't need much embellishment. Su Chi finished speaking and picked up a piece of chicken, popping it into his mouth. It was incredibly delicious. Uncle Nyo fell silent for a moment. I've thought about that too, but there's a problem. The road from the county seat to our village passes through Sima village, and they've really made something of themselves there now. I'm afraid tourists coming from the county seat will get diverted halfway, and we'll just end up watching them get rich. Su Chi looked up. That's actually quite simple. The road doesn't have to connect to the county seat. Why not build it directly onto the expressway? Besides, what kind of spending power do customers from the county town have? This highway outside our village connects the provincial capital, Changzhou, with Hanshang, the capital of neighboring Hushi province. The spending power of people traveling between those two cities is clearly on a whole different level. Uncle Nyo's expression grew even more grave. Suchi, we're talking about over 50 kilometers here. We simply don't have the financial resources for that.
If we could manage to build a concrete road connecting to the county highway, that might be within our means. And even if we secure a loan, pouring all the money into road construction carries its own risks. In his previous life, Uncle Nyo had always prioritized the villagers' well-being, and this life was no different. As village chief these past few years, he'd racked his brain trying to lift the villagers out of poverty, dreading that a single misstep in decision-making might drag them down with him. So he remained somewhat conflicted.
Suchi didn't seem in a hurry to respond to Uncle Nyo. Instead, he lingered on his aunt with a lingering gaze. Mom, the chicken is delicious. Heh, can I have a little wine to enjoy it? Cut the nonsense. What business does a child have drinking?
Answer Uncle Nyo first, his aunt snapped.
Suchi rolled his eyes and muttered under his breath before turning to Uncle Nyo. Uncle Nyo, have you calculated it? How much would it cost to build a 50-kilometer stretch of cement road? Uncle Nyo looked at him. Labor isn't the problem. The villagers would definitely help for free, it's for everyone's benefit.
But we'd still need to hire a professional surveying firm for supervision. The mountain roads are rugged, we'd have to contract a specialist to oversee it.
Factoring in all the costs, I'd estimate it'd easily run us 10,000 yuan per kilometer. 500,000 yuan. What bank would even consider lending us that much now?
After speaking, Uncle Nyo took a long, bitter swig of liquor, his disappointment palpable.
But Suchi froze, staring at him. 50,000 is all it takes?
All three turned to look at Suchi in confusion.
What do you mean 50 grand is enough? You little punk, are you giving Uncle Nyo 50 grand? Shanzi sneered. Suchi finished a chicken wing with a casual bite, spitting out the bone. His eyes gleamed as he stared at the chicken drumstick in the hot pot, replying nonchalantly, 50,000? Fine. I'll give it to you. Consider it my donation to the villagers. Cough cough cough.
Uncle Nyo choked on his drink, and all three stared at Suchi in stunned silence. The room fell quiet, broken only by the crackling flames beneath the hot pot. His aunt snapped out of it first, smacking Suchi on the head. You little brat. We sent you to college to get an education, not to learn how to brag. Shanzi shot him a disapproving look.
Uncle Nyo gave a bitter smile.
If you could conjure up 500,000 for Uncle Nyo, I'd burn incense for you every day at home. Suchi, unfazed, pointed sheepishly at a chicken drumstick in the hot pot. Mom, I want that drumstick.
Can I have it? Go ahead, go ahead. It's all yours.
His aunt smiled, her eyes brimming with affection, completely ignoring the 100,000 yuan matter. His uncle clinked glasses with Uncle Nyo. Come on, old Nyo. Don't give up. I've always believed in you, brother. Don't lose heart, we'll get out of poverty and prosper sooner or later.
All right. Brother, I believe it too. Tomorrow I'll make another trip to the city.
If one try doesn't work, I'll try 10 times. If 10 times don't work, I'll try 100 times.
Until I get that loan. Uncle Nyo declared with soaring ambition.
Suchi, filled with delight, swiftly picked up the chicken leg he'd been eyeing for ages and placed it in his bowl. Then, holding his bowl, he stood up and began gnawing on the chicken leg.
Where are you going? Don't eat in the cold wind, you'll get a stomachache, his aunt called out. Just grabbing a few things. I'll be right back. With a casual reply, Suchi walked into his room. Uncle Nyo glanced at Suchi. Shanzi, I really envy your Suchi. He's educated. I just didn't get enough schooling. Look at me, I've been village chief for years, yet I still can't make decisions. Don't talk like that. Look at the villagers who doesn't speak highly of you behind your back. I'll say it again, even if the whole village doesn't believe in you, I, Shanzi, will always believe in you. Come on, let's drink. Shanzi raised his cup. Uncle Nyo clinked glasses and downed his drink in one gulp. His aunt chimed in from the side. Even if Archie Yazzie makes it big someday, he'll still have to call you uncle in front of old Nyo. That's true. I watched that little brat grow up. Didn't old Lou next door send his daughter off to Yenjing University? I can't stand her so stuck up. Even after graduating, that's all she's got. Nothing compared to Archie. Uncle Nyo declared. Just then, Suchi returned and placed a folded document before his uncle. Dad, tomorrow you and Uncle Nyo should go to the county seat and withdraw 500,000. Chapter 65, Master Lu's Resentment. Smash. The words hung in the air, plunging the room back into dead silence. Everyone froze in place. Uncle Nyo's cup slipped from his hand and shattered on the floor. He scrambled to pick it up, staring at Suchi like he was some kind of monster, his mouth still greasy from eating. Suchi swallowed hard and looked at them. What's wrong? If you think 500,000 is too little, just withdraw more. Dad, Uncle Nyo, you two can decide what to do with it. There should be over 4 million in that folder. Shanzi shook his head violently, then grabbed the envelope. Uncle Nyo quickly leaned in too. 1 0, 2 zeros, 3 zeros. This. Old. Nyo, how much should the first 5 zeros be? Shanzi asked, his face filled with disbelief. Let me see. His aunt stepped forward and snatched the envelope.
When she saw the long string of zeros, her head spun and she nearly collapsed. Fortunately, Shanzi grabbed her just in time. Uncle Nyo sobered up completely, staring speechless at Suchi, who was still devouring meat with a carefree expression. Her aunt snapped back to reality, her face turning frantic. Husband, where on earth did our chi go?
This is 4 million yuan. What's this milk tea nonsense? He didn't actually go rob someone, did he? Uncle Nyo, you must report this immediately. We can't let our chi get into trouble. We need to try for leniency. Suchi nearly fell off his chair, staring at his aunt with utter exasperation. Mom, what are you talking about? Didn't I explain everything to you last night? How can you still not get it? I earned this money myself. Uncle Nyo stared intently at Suchi. How could a student earn that much money? Tell your uncle the truth. Suchi then expended considerable effort recounting everything that had transpired at school over the past year. Fortunately, Uncle Nyo was a reasonably knowledgeable man. His nephew, who attended middle school in Changzhou City, had once told him about bubble tea. So with Uncle Nyo's explanation, Suchi finally managed to convince the couple that the 4 million yuan was indeed his own earnings. Of course, he left out the part about spending 9 million to buy the shop. Otherwise, he was certain his aunt would have turned him into the police without a second thought. At that moment, Suchi sighed deeply, realizing that having money could be such a melancholy affair. With the money matter clarified, the simple couple was naturally overjoyed beyond measure. They looked at Suchi, feeling inexplicably comforted. In her emotional state, his aunt even poured him a glass of liquor, something she'd never done before. The family drank together in high spirits, happier than they had been on New Year's Day. Little did they know that just as they were drinking and reveling, outside the kitchen window of Suchi's home, the shadowy figure of old Master Lu hurried back to his house, his face dark and grim, his expression uglier than words could describe. As soon as he entered the house, his wife rushed over. Well? What did you hear from that family? Are they running a lottery operation? How did they suddenly become so wealthy? Old Master Lu raised his hand and slapped her across the face. You stupid cow. What a brilliant idea you had. If you hadn't been whispering in my ear, I wouldn't have gone to mock that family today. Lu Jiangwo. You've lost your mind. You've got the nerve to hit me. His wife didn't hold back either, fiercely returning 2 slaps. The couple immediately began wrestling, only stopping when Lu Jiangwo wailed and begged for mercy. After calming down, Lu Jiangwo whined with a mournful face, stop fighting. Do you know Suchi brought back over 4 million this time? Look at you. I told you from the start that kid was born under a lucky star. He was bound to make something of himself. See? He's still in school and already earned 4 million. His wife froze in shock and stopped hitting him. What? How is that possible? He's still a student. How could it be false? I saw Director Neo and the others counting the zeros on the passbook with my own eyes, and I heard them discussing how many zeros were in front of the 5. Besides, they each have a cell phone. That alone must be worth over 10,000 yuan. How could that be fake? Lu Jiangwo shouted again. His wife was instantly speechless. 4 million yuan. How much would that be in cash at home? They were the richest family in the village, yet their combined savings barely reached 400,000 yuan. The irony was that this man alone had 10 times their total savings. Just then, their daughter yelled from upstairs, Mom and Dad. Can you keep it down? I'm on the phone with a classmate. What are you calling for? All you do is make calls. Think phone bills are free? Get your butt down here now. Old man Lu was furious. Her daughter hung up angrily and stormed downstairs. Da Yuan is a native of Beijing. His family has at least 2 million in assets. Dad, you were the one who told me to get closer to him and talk on the phone more. Now you're suddenly worried about the phone bill? Is 2 million a lot? Is it more than Suchi's 4 million in cash? Old man Lu was deeply frustrated. 4 million? Her daughter Shanshan froze in place, staring at her mother in utter disbelief. Her mother nodded bitterly. Shan, starting tomorrow, you should still get closer to Suchi. After all, our families are neighbors. If you marry him someday, it'll be like our families becoming even closer kin. Mom and Dad, how could you do this? Am I just a tool for you? Shanshan stormed upstairs in disgust. In her heart, Suchi had always been a country bumpkin. When she was little, she used to follow him around in awe because his grades never dropped below 3rd place. But later, after she got into a better university and met more privileged young men from the capital, her former admiration for Suchi had turned to disgust. What are you standing there for? Go upstairs and give your daughter a good talking to. Tomorrow I'll go find Shanzi and discuss our family's matters properly. And call your so-called nephew, Li Jingwen. If he didn't get selected, he didn't get selected. Don't expect me, Lu Jiangwo, to do anything for him. With that, old Master Lu strode into his room. His wife hurried upstairs to persuade their daughter. 4 million yuan. And it was her own neighbor. She couldn't let that money flow into someone else's field. Besides, she was convinced that Suchi definitely had feelings for Shanshan. The drinking session was incredibly satisfying, especially for Uncle Nyo. The pent-up frustration he'd carried for years had finally been released. He never would have imagined that after banging his head against walls everywhere to no avail, the solution would come from his own nephew, whom he'd watched grow up. Uncle Sue and Auntie Sue were utterly overwhelmed. 4 million. Even 400,000 would have sent this impoverished family into ecstasy. In that moment, the couple suddenly realized their little Chi had truly grown up. That was what mattered most to them, and their eyes brimmed with relief. Chapter 66, Guarding the Money with Trembling Hearts. The next day, Su Chi was still fast asleep in bed. Old Master Lu from next door entered carrying a large rooster. His wife was busy washing dishes in the kitchen. Seeing Mr. Lu enter, her expression darkened considerably. Back in the day, when Mr. Lu had some money, they had envied him. They had hoped to be wealthy themselves, so their son Chi could live happily like their daughter Shan Shan, without worrying about tuition fees every year. But now that their son Chi'er was so wealthy, compared to Mr. Lu's family, they were nothing. Country women weren't overly concerned with appearances or grand schemes, they disliked someone, and that was that. This family of social climbers wasn't exactly popular in the village. Mr. Lu felt awkward at his aunt's lukewarm response. "Where's your uncle?" "Not home?" His aunt replied coldly, "He's not home. He's gone to the county seat with old Neo to handle some business." "Is there something you need, Mr. Lu?" "Nothing urgent," Mr. Lu chuckled. "We've been neighbors for half our lives. Since the boy's back, I brought a chicken to help him regain his strength. He looked rather thin yesterday." "Oh, thank you for your kindness, Mr. Lu. But it's unnecessary. Shanzi mentioned he'll be buying several dozen pounds of meat later to make cured pork. We don't need your chicken, we're not short of food." Her aunt remained cold. Old Man Lu's face twitched. "Could you call Shanzi? He's welcome to come over for a drink tonight." Her aunt frowned, then haughtily pulled the phone from her waistband and just as haughtily dialed Shanzi's number. "Hey, old Master Lu next door wants you to come over for drinks tonight. You coming?" "Shanzi, let me tell you this, if you go, I'll break your damn legs." Before Shanzi could respond, the phone snapped off. He turned to look at old Master Lu. Shanzi said in his motorcycle chat that he needs to discuss plans with old Neo tonight to help the villagers get rich. "No time to drink with you. Good riddance. You pig-faced hag." Old Master Lu seethed inwardly, wishing he could tear his aunt's mouth to shreds. "What did I do?" His aunt brandished a spatula menacingly at old Master Lu. "I won't stoop to arguing with a woman. I'll come find Shanzi myself later." With that, old Master Lu stormed back home, seething with indignation. Su Chi woke up groggily, his hair a bird's nest. "Mom, did Uncle Lu come?" "Machem, he came. I sent him packing." "What a jerk!" his aunt muttered under her breath. "Come here. Drink this bowl of sweet rice wine. I added 2 free-range eggs for you." Su Chi murmured in acknowledgement and took the bowl. "Did Dad go to town with Uncle Neo?" "They left early this morning. They said they'd bring back 100 pounds of pork. You love cured pork, right? I'll get you extra so you can take more to school next term." Her aunt gazed at Su Chi with affection, her earlier irritation completely gone. "All right, I'll help you prepare it later." What is home? It's that feeling no matter how wealthy or poor you are outside where the moment you step back in, your mind instantly empties, leaving you with profound peace. During the new year, coming home to help your parents with whatever chores you could manage, that was the greatest happiness. Just then, Uncle Genhua, the village group leader, walked into the Su household. "Chi, you're home? Come on, come with Uncle Genhua to the village. Your dad and Director Neo are waiting for you there to get your input." Su Chi gave a wry smile. He knew Uncle Neo would come looking for him. "Uncle Genhua, give me a minute. I'll just brush my teeth first." With that, Su Chi went about his business. After 10 minutes or so, he finally finished, though his hair was a bit of a hassle. It stood straight up like a rocket, and no matter how long he pressed it down with a hot towel, it wouldn't lie flat. As he was about to leave, Uncle Genhua suddenly turned to his aunt and said, "Sister Hohat, Shanzi brought back several dozen pounds of pork from the county. I'll help you haul it over with the cart later." "All right, thanks, Genhua," his aunt replied. As the two passed by old Master Lu's house, they saw his wife shoving and pushing Shanshan at the doorway. As Su Chi walked by, Shanshan looked as if she wanted to call out to him but hesitated, appearing extremely awkward. But Su Chi didn't even glance their way, walking straight past. This puzzled Genhua standing nearby. He looked at Su Chi. "Chi, weren't you and Shanshan always close? Just last year, the whole village was teasing you two as the perfect match. Why aren't you even saying hello now?" Su Chi knew exactly what Uncle Genhua was implying. He gave a faint smile and replied, "Uncle Genhua, I have a girlfriend now. She's the most beautiful in my heart." With that, he strode forward. Uncle Genhua stood behind him, utterly baffled. Something about the kid felt off, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. After a long pause, he gave a bitter smile. Young people's world is just incomprehensible. Arriving at the village office, he spotted from afar that the village chief's office door was tightly shut. A cart outside was piled high with dozens of pounds of pork. Uncle Genhua chuckled, "Go on in. I'll deliver the meat to your place." Alright, thanks, Uncle Genwa, Suchi replied. Then he heard Uncle Nyo's voice inside, talking to his own uncle. Shanzi. Hear that? Sounds like someone's outside. Grab the iron bar, I'll go check. Got it. Be careful. If things go south, give me a shout. Money's safe as long as you are. Got it. Suchi gave a wry smile and shouted, Dad, Uncle Nyo, what about me? It's Chi here. Hurry up and open the door. Didn't you guys ask me to come? It's just me and Uncle Genwa out here. Uncle Genwa pulled the cart along, grumbling as he walked. Director Nyo and your dad have been acting all mysterious all morning. Just look, they had me standing guard at the door earlier. Who knows what kind of tricks they're playing? Suchi burst out laughing. Who knows? Just then, the door clicked open. Uncle Nyo poked his head out, glanced around, then quickly yanked Suchi into the office. The door slammed shut. Suchi watched in astonishment as Uncle Nyo secured the door with 4 or 5 padlocks. Then his uncle rushed back, and the two of them struggled to drag a long wooden bench used for meetings over from the side. Only after wedging it firmly against the doorway did they sit down. The entire process was swift and seamless, leaving Suchi utterly bewildered. What the hell are you two doing? Suchi was utterly speechless. What else could we do? $500,000 isn't small change. You don't understand. Luckily, the port covered the money all the way here, keeping it hidden. Otherwise, who knows what could have happened along the way? Uncle Nyo scolded. Dad, Uncle Nyo, you're practically shouting I've got money right here. Hauling dozens of pounds of pork back from the county like that, isn't that even more conspicuous? Suchi wanted to laugh but couldn't quite manage it. Chapter 67, a phoenix about to soar from the mountain hollow. Shanzi and Uncle Nyo froze, exchanging a glance. Realizing they might indeed have been drawing attention to themselves, their faces flushed with embarrassment. Suchi shot them a withering look before turning to Director Nyo. Uncle Nyo, did you call me here to discuss how we should proceed with the development? Uncle Nyo rubbed his hands together, smiling sheepishly. See, as the village director, I keep thinking I should come to you for advice. But what can I do? You're the first college graduate from our village. Look at how much money you've made, you must know how to make money. So your dad and I discussed it on the way here, and we decided you should lead this. Suchi exhaled. Alright. Actually, I thought it over last night too. Let me share my thoughts. Just as Suchi was about to speak, he suddenly spotted Uncle San peering curiously through the window at them. Suchi shuddered. Let's be clear, I can lose your money or offer advice, but the final decision is not my responsibility. Uncle Nyo rolled his eyes. Alright. I'm the village chief, I'll take full responsibility. Alright. Last night I thought of an even better approach, establish a village-run enterprise. The village government takes the lead, then organizes all villagers to become shareholders. Then every villager can participate in the year-end dividend distribution. Uncle Nyo and Shanzi perked up instantly, their spirits soaring. Suchi continued, once the road is built, we'll need something unique to draw people off the highway into our village. So I suggest Uncle Nyo approach the township to see if we can apply for a direct access point from the highway exit straight into our village. Of course, we need to make a big splash with this access point, like building a uniquely striking structure. It has to be visible from far away to people passing by on the highway, and it has to be truly astonishing. My suggestion is to erect a large statue. I think a phoenix would be perfect. You know the saying, a phoenix soars from the mountain hollows? Well, our Sansheng village is that phoenix. A statue dozens of meters tall would be absolutely breathtaking. Then, surrounding this phoenix, we'll build houses showcasing our village's unique character. These houses will sell our local specialties. Don't underestimate those tree roots and wild fruits dug out of the mountain. City folks love them and will pay any price. The village-run enterprise will handle purchasing these local products, including chickens, ducks, cattle, and sheep. Next comes step 2. Once everything's set up, we'll approach every house within 50 miles on both sides of the highway. Offer them incentives, then paint 3-star tourist village ads on one side of their homes. That way, even before they see the phoenix, they'll know there's a place to rest and relax up ahead. Once that's done, we'll organize attractive events like a light festival, which will definitely draw crowds. That's the operational phase, and we can still refine it gradually. Of course, once we decide on something, we shouldn't keep changing it. We should focus on a few long holidays and target only those events. That's how we build brand culture and make it easier to promote. And... Hold on. Uncle Nyo felt his head spinning and quickly interrupted Suchi. Suchi looked puzzled. Suchi, your ideas are great, but if we do everything you suggest, the budget will be astronomical. A phoenix statue dozens of meters tall? We'd have to bring in experts from the provincial capital. That alone would cost at least 40 or 50,000. And building the structure? You won't get started without 2 or 30,000. Then there's all the advertising costs afterward. Good heavens, this won't be done for less than 100,000. Suchi looked at Uncle Nyo in confusion. Uncle Nyo, I still have a few million in my account. Just take whatever you need. Uncle Nyo instantly lost his temper, letting out a bitter laugh. I know you mean well, but if I take out 100,000, how am I supposed to explain it to you? If I say it, I'll be letting the village down, having money for development but not using it. If I don't say it, I'll be letting you down. After all, the village has taken advantage of you. Stop. Uncle Nyo. Su-chi quickly interrupted. Even if the village spends $1 million, I still have $3 million left. But. Alright, Uncle Nyo, I'm not without demands. Su-chi said with a wry smile. Uncle Nyo actually seemed relieved. It's best you have demands. Otherwise, I wouldn't feel at ease either. Go ahead, what are your demands? Uncle Nyo will approve anything he can. Su-chi smiled. I want a 49% stake in the village-run enterprise. I didn't ask for 50% because I don't want to control it. The villagers should remain the majority shareholders. Of course, those who aren't short on cash and only care about dividends shouldn't be allowed to get involved. Director Nyo burst out laughing. That's your demand? Forget 49%. I'd agree to 99%. The money is all yours to spend. And you're making the villagers' assets more valuable. I thank you on behalf of the entire village. Then it's settled. Here's what I suggest: convene a village meeting tomorrow. Ideally, draft the contract today, detailing all requirements as thoroughly as possible. Those failing to meet the terms won't qualify for year-end dividends. Then every villager must abide by the contract. Everything must be clearly written in black and white. No one is allowed to violate it, Su-chi said. Oh, right. I have one more small request. Since you're the leader, Uncle Nyo, that makes you the chairman. I hope you can arrange for my dad to be appointed as general manager, so he and his wife won't keep worrying about that few thousand yuan income from Donghu. As for the salary, Uncle Nyo, you decide. Su-chi proposed. Uncle Nyo slammed his hand on the table. It's settled then. Damn it. Sima village always flaunts their wealth right under our noses. We in Sanqing village will piss on their heads to vent our anger. Uncle Nyo, Dad, I'll head back now if there's nothing else. Mom's curing dozens of pounds of cured pork belly and I need to help her out. Su-chi stood up. Alright. You go ahead. Your dad and I will hash out the terms. Tonight, have him bring the draft back for you to review. Uncle Nyo's face lit up with hope, as if he could already envision hordes of tourists flooding the village to snap up their local specialties. Su-chi walked out with a smile. Old Nyo, what did my son Chi just ask me to do? It wasn't until Su-chi had left that Shanzi finally snapped out of it. I'm the chairman. You're the general manager. You mean I'm a general manager now too? That's right. Does being general manager mean I can boss my wife around at home? Well, that's a tough one. The moment Su-chi stepped outside, he spotted Old Man San hobbling toward him with his cane. Old Man San. I didn't do anything to you, did I? Su-chi sprinted for his life. Chapter 68, returning to his high school alma mater. After finally shaking off Old Man San, Su-chi spotted a crowd gathered near his family's threshing yard, pointing and whispering. Approaching, he realized they'd come to gawk at the spectacle. His cartload of pork had become the talk of the village. In those days when living standards weren't high, having a few pieces of cured pork drying at your doorstep during the new year was a real point of pride, let alone an entire cartload. Seeing several relatives helping his aunt with the curing process, Su-chi realized there wasn't much he could do to assist. He decided to head inside and send a text message to Yang Jing. Next door, Old Man Lu slipped into their house while his aunt was busy curing the pork. He poked his head around Su-chi's door. Is Chi at home? Su-chi was speechless. Uncle Lu, you're staring right at me. Do you think I'm home or not? Grandpa Lu rubbed his hands together, then walked in. Mysteriously, he tossed a letter onto Su-chi's bed. Shan gave this to you from my place. Read it carefully. She said she wants to find time to chat with you about student life at Yenjing University and Zhanghai University. After saying this, he looked as if he feared Su-chi might refuse, and quickly darted away. Su-chi picked up the envelope with a puzzled look. After reading it, he smiled slightly, realizing some things needed to be clarified to prevent misunderstandings from deepening. After a moment's thought, he tossed the envelope onto the bed and headed out. Just then, Uncle Genwa drove his tractor past the gate on his way to town. Su-chi hopped on for a ride. Shan's letter had arranged for them to meet at the high school in town. He couldn't understand why she insisted on meeting in town when their homes were practically next door. The tractor's engine roared loudly along the mountain road, forcing Su-chi and Uncle Genwa to shout to hear each other. Behind them, a white Santana honked its horn incessantly. Uncle Genwa was thoroughly annoyed. The mountain road was only so wide, how was he supposed to let them pass? Besides, the tractor's speed was already as fast as it could go. How much faster could he possibly go? So just wait behind him. Ignoring the honking, the two chatted merrily all the way. By the time they reached town, the white Santana had turned off and disappeared, and the tractor didn't stop. Su-chi jumped straight off the vehicle. After a while, they finally arrived at the high school he and Shan had once attended together. The school was already on break, empty of students. But wave after wave of people streamed into the campus. These were all alumni from previous years, coming to revisit their alma mater. They came to reminisce about their high school days, to brag and shoot the breeze in front of their younger classmates, and to see if any pretty underclassmen were around. After searching for a while without spotting Shan Shan, he simply started wandering aimlessly around the campus. Ahead, a group of people were chatting animatedly. 4 or 5 students surrounded a middle-aged man, engrossed in lively conversation. Mr. Zhang. I've made it into the student council, and I'm even in the running to become deputy head of publicity next semester, one student declared triumphantly. It was clear these people revolved around him, all flattering him. The middle-aged man nodded. You're doing well. You entered Changzhou University as the top student in your class, a real standout. What are your plans for the future? Absolutely. After graduation, I aspire to become a businessman, which is why I'm majoring in management, he declared excitedly. Management is excellent, managing people and affairs. I believe you'll achieve great things in the future, the middle-aged man smiled. Well, among us here, Xia Junhui has the best university credentials. Junhui, once you graduate, you'll have to look out for your old classmates, won't you? Another man chimed in. Exactly. We're old classmates. After graduation, I'm tagging along with you. Exactly. Once we graduate, we'll start a company together. I'm sure we'll make a real contribution to society. The others chimed in agreement. A wry smile flickered across the middle-aged man's face. Having sent off so many graduating classes, he'd heard these kinds of promises far too often to feel anything about them anymore. Suchi paid them no mind, not even glancing their way as he walked past. Suchi? The middle-aged man, surrounded by the crowd, called out in surprise upon seeing him. 4 or 5 others turned to look as well. Suchi turned and froze, suddenly feeling profoundly embarrassed. The man was none other than his high school geography teacher from his previous life. In his previous life, this earth science teacher had later been transferred to the provincial capital, so he had rarely seen him since. Too much time had passed and he hadn't recognized him at first glance. Scratching his head awkwardly, he greeted, "Hello, Teacher Zhang." "Yes. Everyone, take a look, this is your senior classmate, Suchi, whom I often mentioned back then. He ranked 3rd in the humanities section of the college entrance exam and entered China Sea University." Teacher Zhang introduced him to the group with a sense of accomplishment. However, awkwardly, the group didn't seem particularly enthusiastic, especially the young man named Xia Junhui. Suchi sensed the tension and quickly offered, "Professor Zhang, why don't you all continue your conversation? I need to find someone. I'll make time to pay you a proper visit later." At this, Xia Junhui appeared slightly displeased, responding with a sarcastic tone, "Senior, that's not really appropriate. We could exchange experiences. You know, back then, Teacher Zhang always mentioned your name in class. We all looked up to you. What could I possibly share with you?" Suchi frowned, having no desire to engage further. "I heard you majored in management too, Senior. We should have plenty to talk about," Xia Junhui countered. Just then, Zhou Chen spotted Shanshan standing with a young man beside the familiar white Santana parked nearby. He was about to walk over when Xia Junhui stopped him. "Senior, let's chat." Suchi sighed. "What do you want to talk about? We're not related or anything. What could we possibly discuss? Move aside." The group froze in place, caught off guard by Suchi's abruptness. Teacher Zhang, standing nearby, shifted uncomfortably and remained silent. Xia Junhui's expression darkened. "Let's discuss campus life and the employment prospects for graduates in our major. Also, I heard your grades at Zhonghai University weren't great and you never joined the student union. That doesn't seem like you. Back then, many professors often mentioned you." Suchi turned back. "My grades weren't great, probably near the bottom. So what? And does joining the student council guarantee you'll rise to the top later?" Chapter 69, Xia Junhui's confidence. "Suchi, you really disappoint me." Xia Junhui prepared to continue. But Suchi shoved him aside and strode toward Shanshan. Shan spotted Suchi and flustered. The guy beside her straightened his shoulders and stepped forward to meet Suchi. "Oh, hey, Shanshan. So that's your neighbor. What a coincidence we bump into each other here. He was blocking our way on the tractor earlier. Why didn't you mention it then?" The man was dressed impeccably, clearly not a local. Shan spoke up, "Suchi, I'll be honest with you. I asked you here because I was afraid my dad would start nagging me at home. I wanted to make things clear with you. This is what I decided after thinking all night. I still don't think we're right for each other. This is Wang Xiangdong, my cousin from Changzhou. He's part of my boyfriend's army at Yinjing University. He came here specifically to help us resolve things between us." "Oh. So what exactly do you want?" Suchi replied flatly. Wang Xiangdong chuckled. "What else could it be? Just don't bother Shanshan anymore. Brother Dong?" Just then, Xia Junhui appeared from behind, rubbing his eyes in surprise. Wang Xiangdong turned his head. "Junhui, what are you doing here? What a coincidence, Brother Dong. I actually graduated from this place. By the way, what brings you here?" Xia Junhui's mood instantly lifted. It turned out the two had been classmates at Changzhou University. Xia Junhui had often followed Wang Xiangdong around, buttering him up. After all, he was from the provincial capital, and his family was an absolute real estate tycoon in Changzhou, commanding great prestige. When Xia Junhui's gaze landed on Shanshan, he froze for a moment before quickly exclaiming, "Isn't that the brilliant scholar from Yen University who graduated from our school?" Wang Xiangdong laughed heartily. "Exactly. She's my cousin's girlfriend. My cousin specifically asked me to come over and help her sort out some relationship issues. So that's it. Brother Dong. I never imagined you'd come here. Today, no matter what, you have to let me show you some hospitality." With that, Xia Junhui and the others completely ignored Suchi, pulling out a hardbox pack of Baisha cigarettes from their pockets. Just as he was about to offer them, Wang Xiangdong interrupted, "Alright, Junhui, just smoke mine. I'm not used to your brand." He then pulled out a pack of golden white sand cigarettes. Back in '98, a pack of golden white sand cost as much as half a pound of pork. Anyone who could afford golden white sand was definitely someone with some money. After some small talk, Wang Xiangdong deliberately asked Shanshan, "Sis, does your neighbor smoke?" Shanshan shot Suchi a look of lingering distaste. "I think so." Wang Xiangdong then offered him a cigarette. "Bro, wanna try one?" "Thanks, but I'm not used to this brand," Suchi replied with a smile. At first, Xia Junhui thought Wang Xiangdong and Suchi were close friends, but this cigarette exchange revealed the true nature of their relationship. Recalling the frustration he'd felt earlier with Suchi, he spoke loudly, "Brother Dong, you know about our high school classmates' plans to start a business. When the time comes, we'd really appreciate your support." After speaking, he shot a satisfied look at Suchi, his eyes practically screaming, "I've made connections with the wealthy in the provincial capital. My future is bound to be bright. I'll be far more successful than you, wasting your days at university with your lousy grades." Wang Xiangdong said with an air of superiority, "When it comes to starting a business, capital is absolutely essential. Here's what we'll do, once you're back at school, give me a detailed presentation of your plan. Then I'll provide you with 10,000 yuan in seed funding." Xia Junhui's face lit up with excitement. He quickly replied, "No problem. Brother Dong, rest assured our plan is rock solid. It's a surefire moneymaker." "Alright then. It's settled." Wang Xiangdong declared in a booming voice, seemingly announcing to Suchi as well, "This guy's got money, tossing out 10 grand is no big deal." Xia Junhui stood even straighter in front of Suchi, looking down on him even more. Suchi had truly lost patience. He pulled out a crumpled pack of Fu Rongwang cigarettes, took one out, straightened it with his fingers, placed it between his lips, lit it, and took a drag. "Shan, is there anything else? If not, I'll be heading out. Uncle Zhenhua's tractor should be returning to the village soon." Xia Junhui watched the crumpled Fu Rongwang box in Suchi's hand, feeling a wave of bewilderment wash over him. Wasn't that the yellow pack cigarette that cost nearly 21 yuan a pack? How could this guy afford such cigarettes? Where did he get the money? Wang Xiangdong also glanced at the cigarette in Suchi's hand with a peculiar expression. Shan frowned. "Look, I'm telling you this now please, in front of my dad. Stop. You should talk to your dad yourself. Tell him to stop coming over to my place all the time. My parents don't really like them either." Suchi cut her off. "And listen, I think you've got the wrong idea. I came here today specifically to clear things up. I have a girlfriend too. You really didn't need to bring someone like that to disgust me. We grew up together, after all. Is that how low you think of me?" The two men beside him turned pale at once. This was blatant disrespect. Xia Junhui, driven by that 10,000 yuan investment, immediately stepped forward. "Can you not speak so harshly? What do you mean disgust me? Who do you think you are? I've put up with you for far too long. Just now, with Teacher Zhang present, I held back. Now you're getting cocky?" Suchi frowned, gazing at him. "Let me give you some advice. The business world is like a battlefield. It's not like you can just huddle together, come up with some idea, and expect to make a big splash. Since we're alumni of the same school, I won't dwell on this. But let me give you some advice. With your overly ambitious mindset, you'd be better off using your free time to build practical skills first." Xia Junhui burst out laughing. "You're lecturing me? Are you deaf? Just now Brother Dong agreed to invest 10,000 yuan in me. 10,000 yuan. Do you even know how much that is? Oh, right. Teacher Zhang once mentioned you. Said you're from a poor family, scraping by on steamed buns to get into university. Guess you've no clue what 10,000 yuan even means." Wang Xiangdong chuckled quietly beside him, saying nothing, his expression clearly stating Xia Junhui had no right to provoke his anger. At the same time, he was thoroughly pleased with Xia Junhui's performance. But Shanshan's expression turned peculiar upon hearing this. She hadn't mentioned to Wang Xiangdong and the others that Su Chia's family had spent over 10,000 just on 3 Motorola phones. Chapter 70, The Culprit of a Past Life. It truly proved the saying, different people stand at different heights, and their levels of understanding vary accordingly. Su Chi naturally had no interest in engaging with someone who considered 10,000 yuan a fortune. He bypassed Xia Junhui entirely and turned his gaze to Shanshan. The village is preparing to establish a tourism enterprise. I haven't had time to entertain your parents these past few days. I've been meeting with Uncle Nyo and the others to discuss it. Your family doesn't need this money anyway, so just drop it. You handle your parents yourself. I don't have time for this. Before Shanshan could respond, Xia Junhui burst out laughing. Just a moment ago you were telling me not to start a business, and now look at you talking about enterprises like it's second nature. Seems like you're even more ambitious than I am. Su Qi sighed. I'm not in the mood to argue with you. Wan Xiangdong, who'd been watching the spectacle unfold, perked up when Su Qi mentioned the tourism venture. His eyes flickered toward Shanshan as if recalling something. Sis-in-law, is this the guy who ultimately caused your cousin to lose the village chief election? Hearing this, Su Qi also looked at Shanshan with some confusion. Shanshan, already in a foul mood, gave Su Qi a cold stare. That's right. His final vote cost my cousin the village chief position, which is why your Jiaye group couldn't continue working with him. Jiaye group. Su Qi's expression darkened instantly upon hearing the name. In his previous life, the forced demolition had been caused by this very Jiaye group's illegal operations. It turned out that Jiaye group had been investing in Simacan village and had indeed reaped substantial profits. They then set their sights on Sancheng village, which possessed richer tourism resources. However, their plan to convert part of the area into a villa community met fierce opposition from Director Nyo. This would mean demolishing many people's homes, and the compensation they offered was nothing short of a sham. With no other options, Jiaye Group leveraged Shanshan's connection to her cousin, who then ran in the village election. The situation was incredibly complex, involving numerous interests, but the outcome was clear: sacrificing the villagers' interests came first. Fortunately, Su Qi's final vote proved decisive. This was something he hadn't anticipated. He'd unexpectedly crossed paths with his rival from a past life. He gave Shanshan a cold snort. We practically grew up together. You've changed a lot. You're not that little girl with the ponytail who used to follow me around calling me big brother anymore. What I never imagined was that you'd get involved with Jiaye Group. Do you even know what you're doing? As he spoke these words, Su Qi's heart bled. In his past life, Jiaye Group had not only dealt a catastrophic blow to their school, but also caused numerous tragedies in the village due to their forced demolitions. But what he never imagined was that this familiar girl would be the one to bring that ill fortune back to the village. Suddenly, he recalled the scene from his past life, her sitting inside a BMW, gazing at him with utter disdain. An inexplicable wave of disgust welled up inside him. Sanson stared back at Su Qi without backing down. I don't know what you've been up to in Shanghai this past year, but you must have made some money. Still, you're playing with the village's fate. A village-run tourism enterprise. Our village is separated from the county road by Simacan. Only by partnering with Jiaye Group can we find a way forward. What you're doing is just messing around. Ridiculous. Are you suggesting our only path is to let outsiders meddle in our village? I said before, your family should stay out of this. As the sole investor in the village enterprise, I'll insist on this point. Su Qi declared. Investment? What the hell kind of investment can a poor student like you make? What do you have to invest? Sell your blood? Xia Junhui finally exploded. Su Qi had ignored him completely from start to finish, making him feel deeply uncomfortable. Besides, he considered himself exceptionally capable, especially when standing before Su Qi, once the pride of third middle school. Wang Xiangdong sneered coldly. Did I hear that right? You're investing? Do you even know what our Jiaye Group means in Changzhou? Are you sure you can outplay us? Su Qi laughed bitterly in anger. Jiaye Group? Founded in 1986. After over a decade of development, its current market value hovers around 1 billion yuan. In Changzhou, it ranks among the top 10 real estate enterprises. It has developed over a dozen residential complexes, owns a property management company, operates 3 5-star hotels, and holds several tourism ventures, including the tourism investment in Simacan Village. Did I miss anything? Wang Xiangdong froze in shock. He hadn't expected Su Qi to be so thoroughly familiar with his family's holdings, as if he were listing his own possessions. The others nearby froze in place. But Wang Xiangdong quickly regained his arrogant demeanor. Since you already know what kind of entity Jiaye Group is, isn't it a bit much for you to still be ranting in front of me like this? I advise you to seriously consider proposing cooperation with our group to your village. Otherwise, with our tourism company in Sima Village, we can easily ensure your so-called village-run enterprise becomes completely unsustainable. As Ruzin said, anyone wanting to enter your Sancheng village must pass through Simacan. With Jiaye Group in control, I guarantee not a single tourist will set foot in your Sancheng village. Su Qi burst out laughing. I just realized something utterly ridiculous. What is it? Wang Xiangdong fixed him with a piercing stare. Why am I even discussing this with a spoiled rich kid like you? Look at yourself with a billion-dollar family fortune. You're still puffing on cheap cigarettes. It's obvious you hold no standing at home. Your old man must be thoroughly disappointed in you. Su Qi remarked. What did you say? Wang Xiangdong seemed struck at his weak spot, his voice turning vicious. Even if I'm worthless at home, I'm still better than you. Who the hell do you think you are, spouting such nonsense? The sole investor? You don't even know when to shut up. Whether it's bragging or not, we'll see how things play out. Mark my words. You can pass this message along to your old man too. In 2 years, a company called Chiching Real Estate will enter Changzhou. Their sole objective is to swallow your Jia group whole, leaving you no place to stand. Su Qi's voice was icy cold. When Wang Xiangdong heard Su Qi's words, he shuddered involuntarily. But rage quickly replaced the chill, and he bellowed at the top of his lungs, "What the hell is Chiching Real Estate? Who the hell are these nobodies? Who the hell called Chiching Real Estate a nobody?" At that moment, a voice suddenly erupted from Wang Xiangdong's Santana sedan beside them, capturing everyone's attention. Chapter 71, Snatching the Private Room. As all eyes turned toward the commotion, Chen Liang stepped out of the vehicle. Spotting Su Qi, Chen Liang paused. "Brother Qi? What are you doing here?" Su Qi also froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. "What are you doing here, kid?" Chen Liang explained, "I came to visit a friend. I followed Wang Xiangdong's car over from Changzhou. I just fell asleep in the car. What's going on here?" "Seems like this friend of yours and I had a little disagreement," Su Qi remarked with a smile. Chen Liang's face darkened instantly. "Wang Xiangdong. This is the top dog at Zhonghai University I told you about, my big bro Qi." At those words, Wang Xiangdong, already looking grim, turned a shade of liver-like pallor. Beside him, Shan Shan stared at Su Qi for a long moment without speaking. Xia Junhui, however, burst into a bitter laugh. "The top student at Zhonghai University? That's some serious swagger right there. Who do you think you are? What business do you have speaking here? Get lost." Chen Liang shot him a dismissive glance. "You." Xia Junhui, still very much a student at heart, was so angry his lips trembled. But after carefully observing Wang Xiangdong's expression, which showed no sign of backing him up, he backed down. "Chen Liang, your so-called friend has ruined Jia Group's plans. Mark my words, we'll see about this." Wang Xiangdong waved dismissively and climbed into his car. Shan Shan shot Su Qi a complicated look, unsure why. This older brother figure she'd always followed around since childhood suddenly felt unreachable for the first time. She could understand why a man like Wang Xiangdong would want to sink into the ground right now. Just moments ago, during the drive, they had listened to Chen Liang recount the story of this figure from Zhonghai University. And she never would have imagined that this very person was her neighbor. In that moment, her thoughts were in disarray, wondering if she had truly made the wrong decision. Of course, this was nothing more than wishful thinking on her part. From start to finish, Su Qi hadn't even glanced at her properly. After Wang Xiangdong and the others left, Chen Liang brought Su Qi to the Honghai tea house in town. Along the way, Chen Liang recounted his relationship with Wang Xiangdong. It turned out that Wang Xiangdong was his high school classmate. During their reunion this winter break, the topic of entrepreneurship came up. As they talked, Wang Xiangdong boasted about his experience bidding alongside Su Qi at China Ocean University. This brought him and Wang Xiangdong closer. Coincidentally, Chen Liang had a friend in Shiha town and had arranged to meet him, so he ended up coming here with Wang Xiangdong. Unexpectedly, this serendipitous turn of events led them to encounter Su Qi. After sitting down, Su Qi wrapped up the topic. "Your friend is from Shiha town? He must be pretty close to you, making you come all the way from Changzhou." Chen Liang nodded. "Brother Qi, this friend of mine is no ordinary guy. He's from Changzhou. His parents and mine are old family friends. He's 3 years older than me. His name is Peng Junshan. He joined the military right after high school and only just graduated this year. But during his time in the military, he never contacted anyone. Even after discharge, whenever anyone asked about his service, he'd clam up. This time, he reached out to me himself. He feels like just drifting around town, isn't going anywhere. He wants to do something real." "What's he like?" Su Qi asked casually. "His character speaks for itself. He doesn't say much, but he's incredibly loyal. You'll see for yourself when you meet him." Just as the two were deep in conversation in the private room, a middle-aged man pushed open the door. "Gentlemen, would you prefer to move to the main lobby?" Su Qi and Chen Liang frowned at the suggestion. Chen Liang spoke up. "Sorry, but we're waiting for a friend here. Moving to the lobby wouldn't be appropriate." The middle-aged man frowned in return. "Gentlemen, we have important guests from the county today. Your cooperation would be appreciated." His tone was stiff. His tea house was the most upscale establishment in the entire town, and business was never a concern. In this era, merchants in small towns simply didn't understand the concept of customer service. "County officials? I'm from the provincial capital. First come, first served. If you're truly worried about offending county officials, find another private room, see if anyone's willing to switch." With that, Chen Liang ignored him completely. Su Qi hadn't spoken a word from the start. "Mr. Xiao, how can you not resolve a single private room? Director Zhang will be here any minute. This concerns the major construction project for our generation." A voice suddenly piped up from behind the middle-aged man. Su Qi looked up and inwardly sighed with bitter humor. What a small world he'd actually run into Li Jingwen, the man whose bid had failed because of his single vote. Spotting Su Qi through the private room door, Li Jingwen's expression immediately soured. Didn't expect to find you here. Hello, brother Jingwen, Su Qi replied with a forced chuckle. Don't give me that. I'm not done with you over the election. Do you realize you've ruined the entire Sanqing village? Li Jingwen's eyes blazed with fury. Blocking his money-making scheme was an unforgivable offense. Whether it's ruined or not, time will tell. I won't argue about that with you. Su Qi's expression hardened. You want this private room, right? I'm afraid I can't oblige. A classmate of mine from Changzhou is here and we're having a gathering. Please step outside. Mr. Xiao. Within 10 minutes. Clear this private room for me. With that, Li Jingwen stormed out, his face twisted with fury. Though they were peers, there was a 10-year age gap. Su Qi had practically grown up under his watchful eye. Now, as a prominent figure in the area, being publicly rebuked by a mere college student left him deeply unsettled. Seeing Li Jingwen's anger, Zhao's face darkened. He knew exactly who Li Jingwen was. His brother was the deputy town mayor of Xishan town, and no one in the town dared to disrespect him. But Li Jingwen operated in the county seat, knew many influential figures there, and even his brother had to be polite around him. He immediately interjected, running a business is all about harmony, bringing prosperity. Of course, if you insist on causing trouble, the consequences here aren't something a mere student like you can handle. Get out. The words had barely left his mouth when several thugs burst in from the side. The atmosphere froze solid. Chen Liang, who'd never witnessed anything like this, hesitated to speak. Su Qi, however, remained perfectly composed. He lifted his teacup and took a slow sip. Chen Liang, maybe we should find another place? Though intimidated by the situation, Chen Liang still had a stubborn streak and refused to back down. Brother Qi. This just doesn't sit right with me. Why don't we just take them on? A fight? Who the hell are you? Get out of here immediately. Or don't blame me for being rude. Boss Xiao snapped. Just then, a young man walked in through the doorway. Chapter 72, A Beer Bottle Takes on the World. The young man wore ordinary clothes, his back straight. Though not particularly burly, he radiated explosive power. He didn't bother with formalities, plopping straight down onto a chair. Mr. Xiao and his gang of thugs flinched visibly upon seeing the youth, their expressions betraying genuine fear. Chen Liang's face lit up, about to speak, but the young man waved him off. He then pulled a beer bottle from his coat, snapped off the cap with a sharp crack, and pointed it at them. Mr. Xiao, put this private room on my tab. If Li Jingwen wants to cause trouble, tell him to come find me. Brother Sean, look, these guys have important business to discuss. Boss Xiao's face twisted with bitterness. I have important business too. I won't repeat myself. Get out. The young man stared at him with a chilling gaze, the beer bottle neck clenched in his hand radiating sheer brutality. Xiao shuddered violently, completely cowed. He could only lead his men out. As they exited, a young thug asked in confusion, Brother Xiao, is this guy the same Junshan who's always walking around smashing beer bottles over people's heads? Who else but that demon? Get out of this room immediately and handle things in another private room. Stay clear of this one. Don't ever cross that lunatic. Xiao Boss was utterly humiliated, muttering curses under his breath as he walked away. He soon found Li Jingwen waiting for customers at the entrance and recounted the incident in Su Qi's private room. Li Jingwen shot a vicious glare at Su Qi's booth before saying nothing more. Inside the private room, Chen Liang beamed with delight. Jun Shan. This is Boss Su Qi I told you about on the phone. I never imagined Brother Qi was actually from Sanqing village. Pang Junshan remained composed as he replied, I've heard of you, the first college graduate to come out of Sanqing village. Su Qi had already sized up Ping Junshan, and a slight shock rippled through his mind. This was no ordinary soldier. The composure radiating from him, coupled with that decisive, no-nonsense demeanor, was far beyond what a typical soldier possessed. This man had undoubtedly seen combat. Su Qi had formed a rough assessment of Peng Junshan in his mind. He replied, college students are a dime a dozen. Nothing to brag about. But Brother Peng, I've caused you trouble today. Trouble? Not really. I haven't run into any troublemakers in Shiha town yet. Peng Junshan casually tossed the empty bottle aside. Xiao Liang, you've been waiting for me for a while, haven't you? Not at all. We just got here ourselves. Chen Liang's eyes lit up suddenly. Hey, Qi, how about letting Junshan come with us to Shanghai? Su Qi chuckled. Brother Shan, you're not from Shiha town, are you? Peng Junshan replied, no. I stayed here after bringing my comrade's ashes. His mother was like my own mother. She passed away at the end of this year. I'm originally from Changzhou. Hearing this, Su Qi studied him, his mind filled with questions. His comrade's ashes? Clearly, his hunch was right. The man before him had seen combat. He had come from Changzhou to this small town to care for his comrade's elderly mother. Suddenly, Su Qi felt a deep respect for the man before him. Such loyalty could only be found in the military. If Brother Sean doesn't have solid plans, he could actually come with us to Shanghai. I can guarantee you this, Shanghai will have a place for us in the future, Suchi said calmly. Pang Junshan studied Suchi with equal puzzlement. Throughout his military career, he'd weathered countless battles and seen countless desperate men, always considering himself the most composed. Yet in just this moment, he sensed an unnatural gravitas in Suchi, an eerie calmness that seemed otherworldly, as if the man didn't belong to this realm. What makes you so confident you'll have a place in Shanghai? Pang Junshan retorted. What's there to ask? Junshan, let me tell you, Brother Chi at our school. Chen Liang rushed to explain, but Suchi cut him off, because of conviction. Didn't you survive the battlefield because of that very conviction? Man conquers heaven provided your conviction can overpower it. Pang Junshan shot to his feet, his gaze locking onto Suchi. He had never shared his battlefield experiences with anyone because during that mission, all 3 of his comrades had died. It was a pain he would carry for the rest of his life. And this man, a complete stranger, had barely exchanged a few words with him yet seemed to have seen through his entire past and future. An inexplicable sense of dread began to grow in his heart. Chen Liang beside him looked utterly bewildered. Battlefield? What battlefield? End of discussion. Just for that remark, I'm in with you. Pang Junshan declared, drawing a deep breath. Suchi laughed heartily, it's not about following me. We're comrades. We just want to scrape by in this life and make something of ourselves. Watching the 2 of them, Chen Liang suddenly felt as if they were old friends, and he himself had become the outsider. Thus, the 3 of them chatted for a while longer about matters concerning Shanghai. Naturally, when the topic turned to Sanqing village, the other 2 listened with wide-eyed astonishment, especially Chen Liang. He had witnessed Suchi's entire journey firsthand. Suddenly, he felt a pang of envy for the villagers of Sanqing village, vaguely sensing that if they could pull it off, this remote hamlet might just become a golden phoenix soaring from the mountain hollows. In his eyes, there was nothing Suchi couldn't accomplish. It wasn't until evening that Suchi realized how late it had gotten. He guessed Uncle Genwa was still waiting for him at the gate of the 3rd middle school. The 3 hurriedly got up to leave. But upon reaching the doorway, Pang Junshan suddenly slipped into a corner, grabbed a liquor bottle, tucked it under his armpit, and concealed it within his clothes. Suchi was speechless. As they descended the stairs, Li Jingguan happened to be emerging from a private room, charmingly greeting a group of people. Pang Junshan didn't bother with formalities. Leading the way, he shoved past one of them. You! One of the men started to lose his temper, but Li Jingguan quickly intervened. Mr. Zhong, don't stoop to his level. After stepping outside, Chen Liang and Pang Junshan accompanied Suchi. On the way, Suchi couldn't hold back any longer and asked, Brother Sean, why do you always carry a bottle with you? It's handy for taking pictures. And then? They go down with one hit. Can't be bothered to throw punches. Then what? If I can use my hands, I won't use my mouth. Alright. Chapter 73, A Fierce Opponent. Early the next morning, Suchi was jolted awake by his phone ringing. He initially thought it might be Yang Jing calling, but upon seeing the Sichuan province number, he yawned and answered. What is it? Suchi. Damn it, this is bad. That penguin is really gaining momentum. By my estimates, their user base is almost half of ours already. Hao Su's voice came through the phone. Oh, so what? They play their game, we play ours. Why bother caring? No, Suchi, can you please take this seriously? I've invested a ton of money into Didi, and it feels like you're just messing around. I am taking it seriously. Yeah, right. If I'm not mistaken, you're probably just itching to hang up and go to sleep. Suchi, ha, no way. I'm helping my mom sun-dry some cured meat later. Fine. Enough said. We're done. Wait. Why so impulsive? Penguin's momentum is strong, right? It's simple. Focus on improving DD Space now add features like photo albums. I predict webcams will become common in internet cafes soon. People will take selfies with them, and those photos will become cherished memories. An album feature can help them preserve them. Oh, and add image transfer to the chat window. Don't people on DD often wonder what their chat partners look like? This feature will satisfy them. What we need to do next is continuously meet user demands and stay ahead of the competition. That way, we won't have to worry about others stealing our users. Hao Su slapped his thigh, damn. Suchi, you're ing awesome. How did you even think of this? I'm hitting the ground running right now. Gotta go, bye. Love ya. Holy. Suchi flung his phone away as if it were a ghost. After washing his face, brushing his teeth, and eating a bowl of sweet rice cake, he stepped outside for a deep breath before helping his aunt hang cured meat. His gaze drifted toward the Liu family's house. Their doors were tightly shut. Mom, did the neighbors go out? No clue. Early this morning, that family went nuts like mad dogs, yelling and screaming. Liu Jiangwo even beat his wife. After all these years as neighbors, this is the first time I've seen Liu Jiangwo act so domineering in front of his wife. Oh? What happened then? What else could happen? His wife scratched his face to shreds and took Shanshan to the city. Probably Lu Jiangwo went after her too. Oh, I see. What about Dad? Oh my, I'm such a scatterbrain I almost forgot. Your dad left this morning and specifically told me to have you go see him as soon as you woke up. He said something about some bidding business and wanted you to make the final call. Her aunt tapped her head. She snatched the item from Suchi's hand. Go now, go. Don't do this kind of rough work anymore. Your most important task is to help the villagers lift themselves out of poverty. Suchi gave a wry smile, washed his hands, and headed out. The village committee was bustling with activity. Contractors from all over the mountainous countryside had gathered here. Last night, a piece of news had spread like wildfire throughout their entire circle. Samsung Village was making big moves. Rumors suggested investments could reach millions. Last night, Uncle Nyo's landline had been flooded with calls from contractors vying for work. Now, the entire village committee had mobilized, selecting several reputable contractors to stay behind, all waiting for Suchi's decision. The village committee office entrance was now packed with villagers, even the windows were lined with people. The moment Suchi stepped through the gate, all eyes turned to him, making him flush crimson. After feeling like he was sitting on pins and needles for a while, Suchi couldn't hold back any longer. Uncle Nyo, you guys can decide this yourselves. Why do you insist on making me decide? That won't do. You're the investor. You absolutely must give your final approval. Sigh, I really don't understand these things. Anyway, several of the uncles here watched me grow up, so their character is definitely beyond reproach. Uncle Nyo, you guys decide for yourselves. I'll say it again, I'm only putting up the money. Everything else is none of my business. If we lose, it's on me. If we make a profit, we all share it, Suchi said. With that, he turned to leave, feeling thoroughly overwhelmed by the chaotic argument. I, Li Jingwen, am a native of Samsung Village. Now that our village is about to undergo earth-shaking changes, as a lifelong villager, I'm willing to contribute my share. Just then, Li Jingwen's voice echoed from the doorway. Everyone turned to see him flanked by two middle-aged men. Suchi frowned immediately upon seeing them, recognizing one as the bank manager who had been bumped into by Peng Junshan at the tea house. Yesterday, they had spent the entire afternoon discussing matters in a private room at the tea house. Clearly, it was all about Sanqing Village. Suchi, who had been about to leave, sat back down to see what kind of game Li Jingwen was playing. Suchi's uncle shot to his feet and strode over. Li Jingwen, what's this latest stunt? Our village's prospects are looking bright now. We don't need some city slicker meddling in our affairs. Don't talk like that. I'm still part of this village. After returning these past few days, I've thought it over and over. I still believe your plan is viable. That's why I brought along County Director Zhong and Engineer Zhu. Engineer Zhu is a renowned landscape designer in our county. With his expertise, our tourism development project will be much more professional. Much of the scenic design in neighboring Simakan village was his work. Truthfully, Li Jingwen couldn't be bothered to speak with Suchi's uncle, Shan Zi. But he had no choice. Everyone in the village knew that village chief Nyo and Shan Zi were inseparable. So he had to endure it, especially after seeing Suchi sitting in the office, his fists clenched unconsciously. Behind him, the two men faced the villagers with starkly contrasting attitudes. Bank manager Zhong wore his usual cold expression, his hands holding the power of bank loans, with people swarming around him. Engineer Zhu, however, greeted the villagers beside him with an enthusiastic smile. Yet the villagers paid him no mind whatsoever, staring at the two men with blank expressions, not a single one responding to him. This left him feeling profoundly awkward, a fleeting pang of displeasure stinging his heart. Suchi remained silent, observing them all calmly. Uncle Nyo approached from behind, fixing his gaze on Li Jingwen. What's this about? Unless you have urgent business, please leave. Our village assembly is in session. We have no time to entertain you. Chapter 74, is $1 million really that much? Village Chief Nyo, I've been running myself ragged these past few days to get tourism going in the village. I've secured bank funding and hired professional designers. We need to handle this properly. Otherwise, it'll just be all talk and no action. Li Jingwen gritted his teeth. Samsung Village now looked like a juicy piece of meat to him. He had to get involved somehow. Once he was in, he could use capital to completely control this village-run enterprise. Uncle Nyo chuckled. Hey, Li Jingwen, what's this all about? Just the other day you were butting heads with me over planting tea trees, and now you're acting like a weasel paying respects to the chickens? Come on, now that your household registration is out of the village, stop fixating on this tiny plot of land. There's no profit to be made here. Zhu's face darkened at this remark. He laughed loudly. This is nonsense. Without our backing, I guarantee you wouldn't last a day. You only see the success of Sima Village, but don't overlook the financial backing behind it. It took 5 years to complete the village transformation, costing over 1 million yuan. Even after all these years, their village finances have only just barely escaped the red ink. Do you really think you can reach that level with just brute force? As the village chief, your vision is so narrow. Arrogant and self-righteous, you refuse us at every turn. I seriously doubt you're not involved in some shady dealings. These words immediately sparked a flurry of discussion among the villagers, whose simple nature left them baffled by the city folks' tactics. In an instant, village chief Nyo became the target of everyone's criticism. Shan Zi stood nearby, frantically explaining to this person and that, but he couldn't drown out the murmurs of the villagers. Li Jingwen and his group stood nearby, smirking coldly. Their goal was achieved using the villagers' public opinion to pressure village chief Nyo and ultimately get what they wanted. Suchi sighed, knowing it was time for him to step in. He walked over and said, "What you say makes sense, but you seem to have forgotten one thing." Li Jingwen shot Suchi a cold stare, recalling yesterday's encounter with Junshan. He understood this Suchi was far from an ordinary college student. "What is it? 1 million, is that too much?" His words instantly silenced the chaotic crowd. Village chief Nyo breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Suchi speak. "What arrogance! Why does it sound like this million is as easy for you as eating or drinking?" Bank manager Zhong, who had remained silent, finally spoke up. When it came to money, no one dared to show off in front of him, the bank president. Li Jingwen and engineer Zhu also snorted in disdain. Suchi looked completely unfazed. "It's not much. And you Zhu something or other, right? Let me ask you this, what personal gain could my uncle Nyo possibly get out of this? And how could he possibly harm the villagers' interests? Do I really need to spell it out? Aren't you guys setting up some kind of village-run enterprise? That means every household has to chip in. If it ends up losing money, won't it be the villagers' money that's lost? We're here precisely to solve this problem for you. Director Zhong has absolute confidence in lending this capital to the village-run enterprise. Every household will no longer need to contribute funds. In other words, the investment risk is transferred to the bank. Aren't we here to help you?" He deliberately spoke loudly, ensuring every villager could hear. But the villagers just stared blankly at him. They didn't understand anything about risk. One thing was certain, they wouldn't have to put up any money for this investment. Uncle Genhua, who often drove his tractor into town to haul goods and was considered one of the more worldly villagers, couldn't hold back any longer. He muttered from the side, "What a dumb pig. What did you say?" Shu Gong nearly jumped out of his skin. Uncle Genhua glared at him. "I called you a stupid pig. Got a problem with that? You." Shu Gong was speechless with anger. Suchi continued, "Li Jingwen, how should I address you? Didn't you call your maternal uncle, Mr. Liu, before coming to the village? Who told you every villager had to contribute to the village-run enterprise? Sima village spent 1 million, right? Well, I've made up my mind our Sanchang village will increase our investment to 2 million. And you, Shu something or other engineer that awkwardly named Sima village? That was your design, wasn't it?" Shu stepped forward. "So what if I did? So you designed it? I just don't get it, why the hell put a statue of a pissing boy right at the village entrance? And what's with all those miniature Eiffel Towers and Arc de Triomphe replicas inside? You designed this? Have you no shame? It's all plagiarism." Su Chi's eyes fixed on him intently. Though his words carried a palpable hostility, his expression remained eerily calm. "Su Chi, are you determined to oppose me?" Li Jingwen trembled with rage, unable to contain himself any longer. Su Chi was about to respond when his uncle, Shan Zi, yanked him behind him. Grabbing a hoe nearby, Shan Zi snarled, "Li Jingwen, you dare touch my son? I'll make sure you die childless." "Su Dashan, what the hell are you doing? I'm here to help the villagers, not pick a fight with you." Li Jingwen, noticing the villagers' uneasy expressions, shouted urgently. Village Chief Zhong and Engineer Zhu were too scared to speak. These mountain villagers had always been united, and with little education, they tended to resolve matters brutally. Getting hurt here would be a huge loss. Su Chi stepped forward again. "You have every right to return to the village. But if you keep scheming to exploit it, I advise you to abandon those thoughts. Next, we villagers will discuss the village-run enterprise. As an outsider, please leave. Oh, and one more thing, the 2 million is my personal investment. Any losses are mine alone, but any profits belong to everyone. You needn't worry about funding anymore." With that, Su Chi entered his office and ignored them completely. Li Jingwen and his group stood frozen in place, as if they'd just heard something utterly unbelievable. Just then, a stone sliced through the air from the crowd, thudding onto Li Jingwen's head with a bang. Blood spattered everywhere. The crowd instantly parted, making way for the toothless old man 3, who staggered forward with unnerving authority. Li Jingwen's soul nearly left his body at the sight of old man 3. He turned and ran. Chapter 75, A Nest of Snakes and Rats. Bank manager Zhong and engineer Zhu were stunned by the scene. Old man San walked up to them, raised his cane, and began pounding down on them like a raging storm. The pair scrambled away, heads ducked, looking utterly disheveled as they fled the scene. Later, the village committee finalized the contractors for each project and cheerfully adjourned. That evening, at the Sima Village Committee, the imposing committee building rivaled the county government's, a testament to the village's wealth. That evening, several key village committee leaders, along with Wang Shangdong from Jia Group, Li Jingwen, and bank manager Zhong, all gathered in the conference room. Li Jingwen bore a scar on his head, his face etched with misery. Bumps had also appeared on the heads of bank manager Zhong and engineer Zhu. What the hell kind of 80-year-old looks like this? He's a full-on bandit. Branch manager Zhong cursed. Li Jingwen, what kind of bandit den is your Sanqing village? Mr. Zhong, you should have just run when you saw him kick off. That third uncle fought in the war of resistance against Japan. To him, anyone he dislikes is a little Japanese devil he'll fight to the death. Ever heard of Leg King Lu? That's old man San, Li Jingwen replied, his voice still trembling with fear. What the hell is this Leg King Lu nonsense? If those bandit villagers hadn't scared the hell out of me, I'd have changed Leg King Lu to Leg King Zhu Xin in a heartbeat. Engineer Shu cursed. Wang Shangdong frowned. If you're going to keep talking about this, then you guys go ahead. The others immediately shut up. The village chief of Sima village was Zheng Hejin. Compared to Uncle Nyo's rustic simplicity, Zheng Hejin's slick-back pompadour gave him a more trendy vibe. He spoke up, everyone, let's discuss what our next steps should be. Originally, we planned for bank manager Zhong to invest in Samsung Village's tourism development under the bank's name. Then, Jia Group would acquire the majority shares of Samsung Village's village-run enterprises through our Simac village. That way, those limestone caves in Samsung Village would ultimately come back under our control. But judging by this situation, it seems we're truly out of the picture. Once Samsung Village's tourism resources are developed, I fear it will severely impact our own tourism industry. We must come up with a countermeasure immediately. Li Jingwen still hadn't calmed down. He snorted coldly, do I not know Su Qi? I knew the size of his little dick when he was still in diapers. 2 million? He's full of hot air. I wonder where they're getting the investment from. The Su family of Sanqing couldn't possibly come up with 2 million. It's my aunt's family that really gets on my nerves. I have no idea what's going on with them, no one ever answers the phone at home. Otherwise, I'd have a good word with them about their true worth. Wang Shangdong frowned. Are you out of your mind? They're making such a big deal about recruiting contractors, the whole town of Shiha knows about it now. Do you think they're just messing around? Young Master Wang. You don't know that kid Su Qi, I watched him grow up. Shut up. Forget 2 million. Your village's Su Qi could probably scrape together 10 million. Wang Xiangdong snapped. He couldn't fathom why his second brother would hire such an idiot as his assistant. It turned out Wang Xiangdong's visit to Sima village wasn't purely for leisure. Even within prominent families, sibling relationships weren't necessarily harmonious. Sometimes rivalries ran as deep as palace intrigue, all fueled by the desire to secure future family fortunes. This tourism investment in Sima village was actually proposed by the second son of Jia Group. This second son was quite the figure himself, nearly 10 years older than Wang Xiangdong. He had joined Jia Group early on and now headed one of its real estate subsidiaries. His proposal to invest in Sima village was actually driven by the land on the village's rear mountain, with the ultimate goal of developing it into an exclusive high-end villa community. This alone revealed his genius in real estate. After all, during the subsequent property boom, real estate in such tourist destinations would command astronomical prices. Take Hainan's property prices 20 years later as a prime example. Initially, they had considered investing in Sanqing village. However, first, Uncle Nyo strongly opposed it. Second, Sima village had a county road running through it, whereas investing in Sanqing village would require blasting through mountains to build roads. As capital investors, they calculated their moves with precision. Besides, the only thing they coveted in Sanqing village was that mountain. They could always pursue opportunities through Sima village later. What they never anticipated was that the villagers now intend to go it alone. If the village-run enterprise in Sanqing village succeeds, that land will truly be beyond their reach. Thus, the second young master of Jia Group was now visibly anxious. Li Jingwen stood by, utterly dumbfounded, his mind reeling. How could Su Qi possibly be this wealthy? And this information came directly from the third son of the prestigious Jia Group. Could it possibly be false? The more he thought about it, the heavier his breathing became. Swallowing hard, he resolved to ask his aunt about this properly. Village Chief Zheng Hejin of Sima village spoke up, folks, back in the last century, Sancheng village and our Sima village were at odds. Before liberation, the two villages didn't intermarry, didn't exchange courtesies, and even clashed with homemade cannons. We know them inside out. I suggest you avoid provoking them. That village is like uncivilized savages, force won't work. Wang Xiangdong spoke up, then Village Chief Zheng, please advise us. What should we do now? Behind him, several executives from Jia Group and Li Jingwen all turned to look. Village Chief Zhang ran his hand through his greasy hair and continued, it's simple. The closest route from Samsung village to the county seat or town is a gravel dirt road that runs right through our village, Sima. If your Jia Group funds it and engineer Zhu designs it, transforming the middle section into a plaza or something similar, wouldn't that effectively block the road? Once that road is blocked, even going to town would mean walking an extra 10 or so miles. The villagers will surely start complaining. And when that discontent reaches its peak, if we step in then and promise them a paved road into their village someday, what do you think the villagers will choose? Li Jingguan slapped his thigh upon hearing this. Village Chief Zheng, that's a brilliant plan. Old Nyo would be driven out by the villagers, wouldn't he? Once he's gone, everything will be settled. Wang Shangdong inwardly cursed Village Chief Zheng's shamelessness. During the last investment round, this Shang had certainly lined his pockets handsomely. Now he was persuading Jia Ye Group to invest again. It felt like they were being treated like cash cows. But there really was no better option at the moment. Gritting his teeth, he said, I need to report this matter to my family. Let's call it a day here. With that, he stood and left. Chapter 76, Visiting Relatives. In the days that followed, the village bustled with activity under the leadership of Village Chief Nyo. Shanzi was constantly trailing behind Village Chief Nyo, leaving him nowhere to be seen. Su Qi had no desire to meddle in their affairs, so he found himself relatively free. The Su family spent the Spring Festival in a whirlwind of activity. However, on the second day of the new year, Su Qi's aunt's family sent word through Uncle Genhua, inviting the entire family to dine in town. His aunt was originally from the town. She and Shanzi had met at the market years ago, what the villagers called two peas in a pod, finding each other. When his aunt had married into Sanqing village years ago, it had caused quite a stir locally. To the villagers, who were desperate to escape rural life for the city, the idea that she would choose to become a farmer seemed utterly insane. If others felt that way, imagine how her own family reacted. They tried desperately to stop her. Even after all these years, her relatives still greeted them with cold sarcasm whenever they met. That's why Shanzi was reluctant to visit his in-laws. His aunt rarely returned either. She only went to check on the elderly and had no regular contact with her siblings. Now they were being summoned to town again. His aunt sat at home fretting, and Shanzi looked thoroughly disgruntled. The thought of his wife's siblings looking down on him filled him with irritation. Su Qi chuckled beside him. Mom and Dad, just go. It's not like they're asking you to commit murder or arson. Why are you making such a big deal out of it? Go! What's the big deal? Now I, Su Dashan, am the general manager of the village-run enterprise. I'm no worse than any of them. And look at our family, we each have a Motorola phone. Which of their families can match our style? Su Dashan stubbed out his cigarette butt. That's more like it. I actually want to see Auntie too. Of Mom's 4 siblings, she's always been the kindest to us. Su Qi's words brought to mind a woman forever covered in the dust of travel. This woman had a hard life. She lost her husband at 30 and raised her child alone with great difficulty. Her family often sent her money, but precisely because of this, his aunt was constantly looked down upon by his uncle and aunt. Technically, Su Qi had no blood ties to them. That's why he rarely visited their home during his high school years in town. Yet this aunt had always been deeply affectionate toward her unrelated nephew. Every Sunday, she would send over food, which touched Su Qi profoundly. Fine, we'll go then. Consider it a favor for my little sister and my mother, his aunt agreed. Mom, they've always hosted us every year. This year, let's treat them. The Honghai Tea House in town is quite nice. It combines dining, tea, and leisure, and it's a respectable establishment in town, Su Qi replied with a smile. It's settled then. Honghai Tea House. I'll hop on Genhua's tractor right now and head into town to make arrangements. Shanzi said, rising to leave. His aunt gazed at Su Qi, feeling an inexplicable sense of comfort welling up inside her. Early the next morning, 2 couples and an elderly woman sat in a private room on the 2nd floor of Honghai Tea House. The 2 couples were Su Qi's maternal uncle and aunt, and his own aunt and uncle. The elderly person was his grandmother. She was quite advanced in years, her eyes cloudy, her hearing somewhat impaired, and she was currently dozing with her eyes half closed. His aunt took a sip of tea. That third sister of ours just won't listen to reason. Look at the kind of man she married. What future could a farmer possibly have? Suffering in the countryside with him would be bad enough, but she also has to help raise her husband's brother's son. She must have a screw loose. Exactly. I can't fathom what she was thinking. But whatever. We've said all we needed to over the years. That Su Dashan, I never got along with him. He's always lurking in the shadows, never speaking up. Su Qi's uncle chimed in. You know what? I just heard Samsung Village is planning to follow 4 Horses Village's lead and set up their own village-run tourism company. I've even spotted Su Dashan hanging around Village Chief No's side a few times in town. Plus, my colleague mentioned their village submitted some paperwork too. It's practically a done deal. His aunt's husband worked at the town government, so he was well informed about village developments. Of course, this family looked down on Su Qi and his family the most. Combined, they earned around 20,000 yuan a year, which was considered quite well off in the town. Just then, a woman who looked utterly exhausted walked in from outside. Little sister-in-law, you're here. Come, sit over here. Where's Housie? Didn't he come with you? Her uncle stood up with a forced smile, cutting off her aunt's reply. Little sister, you really need to keep a close eye on Housie. I've noticed he's been hanging out with some unsavory characters lately. Our family isn't lacking connections. Your brother-in-law works at the town government. If Housie gets into a good university, he can help him get a job there. There'd be no problem getting him into the town government. Then you wouldn't have to sell vegetables at the market anymore. Auntie replied coldly, brother, selling vegetables isn't shameful. Housey is my son and I know his nature. You needn't concern yourself. It was clear Auntie felt equally distant toward both families. Auntie cut in sharply, then fell silent, and the atmosphere instantly turned awkward. Just then, Suchi's aunt and uncle walked in from outside. It was the new year, and despite any private grievances, they wouldn't air them publicly out of respect for their elderly mother. So all the families put on a show of welcoming them. Her husband spoke first. Shanzi, how was last year's harvest? The fields must have been bountiful. I wouldn't normally dare set foot in the Honghai tea house. Why choose such a place for us? This is such a waste. His aunt's face darkened instantly at this remark. Ignoring him, she walked straight toward their elderly mother. Shanzi felt awkward. Not really. Today's meal is actually Kiatzi's treat for you all. Kiatzi making money? Isn't he still in school? You're barely scraping by with your farm income to send him to school. Where would he get the money? Auntie couldn't help but blurt out. Suchi's aunt felt a surge of irritation, but his aunt tugged at her sleeve and she held her tongue. You can ask him about that later. I'm not really sure either, Shanzi replied, having no interest in getting into a back and forth. He turned toward his mother-in-law. As he passed his aunt's husband, however, the Motorola phone tucked into his belt deliberately bumped against him. Uncle S. gaze immediately locked onto the Motorola at his waist. His face paled in shock and Auntie noticed too. She deliberately stood up to pour water, her hips swaying as the Motorola phone made a perfect sweep across everyone's line of sight. This only deepened their bewilderment, and they all stared at the couple with growing suspicion. Chapter 77, Cousin Housey. Suchi had actually arrived in town before Shanzi and his wife because he'd stopped by 3rd middle school to visit the senior class homeroom teacher, so he was running a bit late getting to Honghai Tea House. Upon entering Honghai Tea House, he spotted his aunt's 10-year-old son, Housey, playing with firecrackers alongside several other children. His thoughts drifted back to his past life. This kid was like a wild stallion on the grasslands, no one could rein him in. In his past life, he'd served in the military for several years before traveling across the country. He hadn't contacted his family for many years, but every year on his father's Memorial Day, he'd send Suchi a letter asking him to light incense in his place. The envelopes never bore an address. Even after his rebirth, he never discovered where the boy was or what he was doing, a complete mystery. Back then, his aunt had shed countless tears over this child. Recalling how his aunt would weep while holding the boy's letters at his school, Suchi felt an inexplicable pang of sorrow. He silently resolved that this boy couldn't be allowed to continue down this path. He walked over. Housey, what are you up to? Housey looked up at him. Bro, you're just in time. Got any cash? I wanna go get some torpedoes. What for? I can't stand that kid Xiao Bing. His family raises fish, right? Let's get some torpedoes and drop them in his pond. But, cough, never mind. My aunt's family isn't well off either. Let's put revenge on hold for now. It's the new year. His fish pond dried up ages ago. There's no fish left for you to blow up. I can give you the money, spend it however you like, but don't go messing with people. Housey perked up. Bro, you really have money? Suchi pulled out a 10 yuan note from his pocket. The kids immediately crowded around, eyes fixed on the bill in his hand. Housey rubbed his eyes in disbelief. My real brother, you actually have money on you. Why would I lie? Here, take it. Don't wander off, dinner's almost ready. Alright. I'm off to buy firecrackers. Without hesitation, he snatched the 10 yuan note and clasped his hands in a bow toward Suchi. Thanks. When the day comes that I avenge my great wrong, this little brother will repay you for this 10 yuan kindness. With that, he darted toward the nearby general store. A few kids scampered along behind him. Call me boss. Boss. Alright, I'll give each of you a firecracker later. This afternoon, I'll hand out a firecracker to everyone when we head to Xiaobing's family fish pond. Suchi nearly stumbled, shaking his head helplessly as he entered the Honghai tea house. The tea house was bustling with chatter. Boss Xiao was busy attending to other customers and didn't notice Suchi's arrival. Upon entering the private room on the 2nd floor, Suchi was momentarily taken aback by the heavy silence. Auntie, uncle, uncle's wife, how are you all? Little Chi's on vacation. His uncle replied coldly. With no blood ties and viewing Suchi as his younger sister's burden, his expression was predictably unwelcoming. Suchi paid it no mind and walked over to his aunt. Auntie, how's business at the market? His aunt gave a wry smile. Selling a few greens won't make much money, but it keeps us from starving. Come, let Auntie take a good look at our college student. The atmosphere instantly lightened. Uncle spoke up. Kiatzi, what are your plans after graduation? You're the first college student from Sanshan village. Come back after you graduate and I'll help you get a position. Getting into the town government shouldn't be too difficult. No sooner had the words left his mouth than his wife gave him a discreet, displeased tug on his thigh, signaling she thought he was meddling. Uncle Su shot her a warning glance. Suchi naturally caught this subtle gesture. Thanks, uncle. If possible, I'd actually like to return to teach at the village elementary school. That's out of the question. Do you have any idea how hard your mother worked for you to go to university? How much could a primary school teacher possibly earn?
His uncle interjected, his face set in a stern frown. His aunt interjected, brother, Suchi may not be my biological son, but he's our only child.
We've never demanded anything of him. If he wants to be a teacher, that's fine. Once our village enterprise is established, we won't lack for income. Besides, my Chi is currently studying at Zhenghai. Studying at Zhenghai is great. Shanzi quickly interrupted his wife. Suchi shot Shanzi a strange look, thinking to himself that his old man sure knew how to put on airs. With millions in his pocket and a general manager title, yet sitting there with that posture and speaking in that manner, it all felt like an act. He decided it wasn't worth responding. A village-run enterprise? I've heard about your venture, but honestly, you'd be wise to call it quits. No offense, Shanzi, but lately I've seen you running errands for that stubborn ox village chief. What kind of person is that Nyo village chief? He's notorious around town hall for being as stubborn as an ox.
Now that it's the off-season, tagging along with him is one thing, but come spring, I won't tolerate you continuing this nonsense.
Our sister can't handle all the farm work alone.
A man, once he's married, must do everything he can to make sure his wife and kids live well. There are plenty of people living well in the countryside. Take your neighbor Lu Jiangwo, for instance.
You should learn from him. Uncle, being a government official, certainly knew how to talk the talk. Shanzi feigned weakness and replied, you're right, brother-in-law.
Don't worry, I've got it under control.
Understand? What exactly do you understand? All I see is that your son is exceptional. He got into a top university.
Guide him properly, don't let him fixate on returning to teach in the village.
His uncle couldn't help but interject. Auntie frowned.
Sheer has his own decisions.
Why are you all so worried?
Her aunt slammed the table and stood up, her fiery temper ready to erupt. But the old mother beside her was startled awake by the noise.
You're all here? What are you all doing here?
The elderly mother looked at them with cloudy eyes. His aunt suppressed her anger, and the atmosphere turned awkward once more.
The old woman looked at Suchi. Little Housie, you're here too? Come, let grandma take a look. TSK, just a few days and you've grown so tall already. You'll be starting high school soon, won't you? That's good.
You should learn from your brother Chi.
That smart kid studied hard and got into Zhenghai University.
In his previous life, perhaps the old man felt pity for his own daughter, so he treated Suchi exceptionally well, almost as if he were his own flesh and blood. Suchi felt a wave of emotion wash over him.
Grandma, I'm Chi, not Hao. Oh, you're Fong Fong. Grandma can't hear or see well anymore. Getting old, not what I used to be.
The old woman pointed to her ears.
Suchi gave a wry smile.
Fong Fong was his aunt's daughter, a year younger than him.
Chapter 78, Sarcastic Remarks. At 80, the old woman was like a child.
As long as she was happy, calling him Fong Fong was fine by Suchi.
As the dishes arrived one after another, the old woman noticed the family's silence and spoke up. Why isn't anyone saying anything? Fong Fong, have you found a boyfriend yet?
Actually, I have an idea in mind, but I'm not sure if I should say it.
Suchi lifted his teacup and forced a smile. Grandma, if you want to say it, go ahead. I'm listening. Your brother Chi is a year older than you, isn't he? I'm worried about the poor boy.
He's already in his 20s, he can't let his college studies delay his life's most important matters.
I've always had high hopes for that little rascal.
Back in our day, cousins marrying meant strengthening family ties.
Times have changed, but it doesn't matter, you two aren't blood relatives, so it doesn't violate any policies. Why don't you and Chi Yang get married? I think it'd be perfect.
Put. My uncle-in-law spit tea all over the floor, and Suchi nearly coughed up a mouthful of black blood.
Auntie quickly cut in, Mother, what nonsense are you talking about? You're always daydreaming, does that make any sense? Fong Fong has a boyfriend in Changzhou now. He's a local with a decent background. Oh, I see. Well then, why don't you two help my Kiatsi find a match? You work at the town government, right?
Ask around among your colleagues, see if any of their daughters are pretty and introduce them.
Of course, you can't just introduce anyone. Our Kiatsi is a top university student, it has to be a match made in heaven. The old man said. Enough already, Mom. Fate is predestined. Stop fretting over the Su family's affairs. Auntie's face turned beet red. Suchi's uncle, aunt, and younger aunt all chuckled inwardly.
His maternal uncle spoke up, a real man shouldn't be thinking about girlfriends at such a young age. The country encourages later marriage and childbearing. Use your prime years to build your career.
Look at your uncle and me. When we got married, we had nothing.
We worked dawn to dusk to build this shop in town, but we never complained.
That's how we made our lives better. Without those tough years, we wouldn't be where we are today. My uncle ran a clothing store in town.
Business was decent, allowing them to save about 10,000 yuan a year. They'd even bought a gelling motorcycle, which was considered quite stylish back then.
Suchi nodded. Uncle's right. That's how I see it too. Let's just eat first. Exactly. Your dad's had it tough too. But what can you do? Born in the countryside, raised in the countryside. Now that you've made it to university, you should aim to settle down in our town someday. That's the only way you won't tarnish your college degree. Seeing Su Chi's receptive attitude, his uncle's expression softened slightly. Su Chi couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Shishan town streets were no bigger than the palm of your hand. You could cycle around the entire place in minutes. Besides the urban household registration stamped on his ID, what exactly made him a city dweller? Besides, 20 years from now, rural residency would always be more desirable than urban. There was even a policy prohibiting urban residents from relocating to rural areas, proof of how dramatically the countryside would transform. But Su Chi understood that explaining more wouldn't help. He pretended not to hear the remark, picked up a piece of spare rib, and placed it in his uncle's bowl. Here, uncle, let's eat. His attitude was impeccable, embodying the respect due to elders, and the tension eased considerably. But his aunt's husband was the most respected figure in the family. After a few cups of wine, he launched into his usual lectures, positioning himself on a moral high ground to instruct Su Chi and his family on how to escape poverty and achieve prosperity. Su Chi couldn't be bothered to engage him, focusing instead on his own meal. Just as they were chatting, the private room door suddenly swung open. Boss Xiao walked in from outside, holding a glass of wine. Uncle-in-law immediately stood up upon seeing him. He knew Mr. Xiao well, the younger brother of Shishan Town's deputy mayor, and thus held some standing in the town. Especially in the eyes of minor officials like them, he was someone worth currying favor with. Having shared drinks with Mr. Xiao before, my aunt's husband now looked at him with a mix of surprise and flattery. Mr. Xiao, you see, I should have been the one to offer you a toast, yet here you are, coming in person. Mr. Xiao looked at him. Jiwen, it's you. You came without even letting me know. We didn't want to interrupt you while you were busy. Sorry about that, Mr. Xiao. His aunt stood up too, smiling with obvious flattery. Mr. Xiao laughed heartily. No worries. But Jiwen, I'm not here to drink with you. What's the relationship between Mr. Su and your family? The couple froze. Auntie's husband spoke up, which Mr. Su? Mr. Xiao shook his head and walked over to Su Chi, who hadn't lifted his gaze once throughout the entire conversation. Mr. Su, you're still holding a grudge against your old buddy? I really misjudged things that day. I came over today specifically to have a drink with you. Consider it my apology. Clink. The glass in the uncle's hand trembled and fell to the floor. Everyone at the table froze, their expressions stiffening. Only the Deshan couple remained unconcerned, wearing expressions that screamed, "You just don't get how awesome my son is." Su Chi was puzzled by this sudden shift in Mr. Zhao's attitude, but he didn't dwell on it. Without rising, he casually raised his glass in acknowledgement. Mr. Xiao gave an awkward chuckle. Seems you're still holding a grudge against your old buddy. Fine, this meal's on me. Enjoy yourselves. With that, he downed his drink in one gulp and awkwardly pushed open the private room door. Mr. Xiao, this. Auntie's husband froze momentarily, then immediately turned to glare at Su Chi. Mr. Zhao's expression as he left made him think the other man was holding a grudge. Chi, come with me to toast Mr. Xiao. Oh? Why? Su Chi looked up. How did you meet Mr. Xiao? He's a friend of a friend from my school days. Yesterday, that classmate happened to host a tea gathering here, and that's how we met. Good heavens. You're being reckless. Mr. Xiao is the deputy town mayor's own brother. We absolutely cannot afford to offend him. His aunt's husband was practically pacing like a caged animal. Of course, he was also worried about the repercussions for himself. After all, he was still standing in the private room. Not interested. If you want to drink, uncle, go find him. I'd rather keep grandma company. You. Su Dashan, look at your son. Just got into college and already thinks he's hot stuff. My aunt's husband fumed. My uncle chimed in, just listen to your uncle on this. Chapter 79, Housy's torpedo causes trouble. Listen, brother-in-law, big brother, what exactly are you trying to do? My son, she says he's not going, so he's not going. If you want to go, why don't you just go yourselves? His aunt was growing impatient. She was a rural woman, but she wasn't stupid. First, she feared offending that Mr. Xiao. Second, she hoped to leverage Su Chi's connection to get closer to Mr. Xiao. After all, she'd seen the look on Mr. Zhao's face the moment he entered and noticed Su Chi. His aunt countered, sis, you're in the wrong here. You two farm the land in the countryside, you just can't grasp the complexities of our workplace. This Mr. Xiao is the deputy town mayor's brother. If we weren't here, it wouldn't matter, but we are here. Because of Kiatzi's attitude just now, we've all offended him along with him. No, he absolutely must come with us to apologize. Auntie couldn't hold back either. Brother, sister, how can you be like this? Chier is still a student, he doesn't understand your ways at all. If you want to curry favor with them, go yourselves. Why drag Chier into this? Hey, little sister, why does that sound so harsh coming from you? What do you know, selling vegetables at the market? Don't forget, your stall there was arranged by your brother-in-law. As the saying goes, never forget the person who dug the well when you drink its water. Uncle stood up. Auntie dared not say another word. He was right, that was exactly how it was. Suchi felt his head spin. His aunt pressed her hand on his shoulder before standing up. Is this never ending? I'll say this once and for all. Kyatsi isn't going, and I'll see what you can do about it. Must we fight on New Year's Day? Her voice boomed, silencing everyone. Everyone knew third sister's temper. Years ago, she'd cut ties with the family for several years after marrying Sudashin, leaving their elderly mother heartbroken for just as long. So everyone truly dreaded another outburst that would send the household into chaos. The atmosphere grew tense once more. The elderly woman looked at them. You children, why have you all gone quiet? Eat your food, eat. How, you must eat more. When you grow up, you should study hard like your brother Chi and get into a prestigious university. Then your mother won't have to work so hard. Understand? With trembling hands, she picked up a piece of meat and placed it in Su Chi's bowl. Su Chi gave a wry smile. Grandma, I know. Our Fangfang is such a good, obedient child. By the way, Fangfang, have you found a boyfriend yet? Why not consider Chi? Phew. Su Chi let out a long sigh of relief. Just then, a racket erupted outside the tea house. Feeling awkward, Su Chi glanced out the window below. He saw Hausi being grabbed by a man in his 30s who was yelling at him. The man had the face of a thug, followed by several young punks in their 20s. Su Chi thought, oh no. That kid probably really did throw a torpedo into someone's fish pond. His expression darkened instantly as he hurriedly rose and headed for the door. Chi-chan, what's going on? His aunt glanced out the window too, her face turning pale instantly as she hurried after him. Everyone in the private room followed suit and stepped outside. Outside the tea house. Who the hell are this little bastard's parents? Get your ass out here. What the kind of parenting is this? He blew up half the fry in my pond. ING bastard. The thug cursed viciously but dared not cause a scene inside the tea house. Everyone in Shiha town knew how powerful Boss Xiao was. Though Hausi was being held, he showed no fear. He lifted his small face defiantly. Don't you dare show off in front of me. So what if you're a few years older? When I grow up, I'll make sure you don't have an easy life. Revenge can wait a decade. You still dare to talk back? The thug slapped Hausi hard across the face. Instantly, a crowd gathered around, pointing and whispering. This thug was a notorious figure among the local petty criminals. Everyone knew he wasn't someone to mess with. People wondered whose kid this was, daring to provoke such a formidable figure. Go ahead. Hit me. If you've got the guts, kill me. In 20 years, I'll be a big shot again. Hausi's eyes blazed with fury, completely unlike someone his age. Fine. Igi Baozi have some standing in Shiha town, and today I'm being challenged by a little bastard like you. Listen up, you bastards. If you don't come out now, I'll beat this little bastard to death today. Baozi bellowed at the Honghai tea house. Mr. Xiao emerged from the tea house with a stern expression. Baozi, what are you shouting about right outside my shop? Brother Xiao. I didn't mean to cause trouble at your tea house. It's this little bastard's parents who are inside right now. That little bastard and his gang just threw dozens of fish bombs into my fish fry pond. My pond is now full of bloated fish bellies. How could I not be furious? Baozi retorted. Mr. Xiao frowned. Enough. If your fry are gone, you can always buy more. Besides, didn't you steal the fry in your pond from someone else's place anyway? What's there to feel sorry about? That's not how it works, Xiao. Enough. Stop making a scene at the door. People will think something's wrong with my tea house. Just you wait, tell me his parents' names, and I'll bring them out here right now. Mr. Xiao turned around as he spoke. No need. I'm his parent. Su Chi stepped forward from behind. Xiao Boss froze, about to speak, but Su Chi waved him off. Let him go first. You're this little bastard's family? Baozi glared coldly at Su Chi. Auntie rushed over in a panic from behind. Seeing this gang of thugs holding her kid, she nearly fainted from the shock. I'm his older brother. Whatever you want, let him go first. Su Chi's expression remained impassive. Baozi loosened his grip on Hausi's hand. The auntie immediately rushed forward, scooping up her child and examining him head to toe, terrified he might be hurt. The sight of the orphan mother and child moved those nearby. Behind them, the extended family, both maternal and paternal, watched. They appeared anxious, yet their gazes were cold and indifferent. Su Chi suppressed his rage. Speak up. What exactly do you want? What else can we do? We're losing money, damn it. Baozi yelled. Mr. Xiao frowned. Baozi, don't push it too far. Brother Xiao, this is between me and them. You shouldn't get involved. I'll treat you to tea later, Baozi said. Every single fish fry in my pond is dead. That means I've suffered massive losses this year. Here's what we'll do, give me 10,000. It's the holiday season, so I won't make things difficult for you. If you don't pay, this won't end today. Chapter 80, The Jianghu, I am Peng Junshan. What kind of unfinished business? Come, tell me about it. I'll give it some serious thought. Su Chi waved him over, his aura commanding.
The entire family standing nearby stared at him in astonishment, feeling as though Su Qi had become a different person. Boss Xiao had originally intended to intervene, but seeing the scene unfold, he decided to observe instead. Just last night, his brother had mentioned at home that during the meeting in Samsung Village, village chief No had boasted while submitting documents claiming Su Qi had personally invested 2 million yuan in the village-run enterprise. Within the entire Xia town, there were people who could produce 2 million yuan in cash, but they could be counted on one hand. Moreover, he had never heard of such a figure before. After digging around, he finally discovered this person was none other than the man who had recently confronted Li Jingwen, that county bigwig with connections everywhere, at the tea house. Recalling Peng Junshan's attitude toward Su Qi that day, a chill ran down his spine, yet he couldn't help but wonder if this man truly had the capability. Baozi burst out laughing. So you're saying you won't pay? Whether I pay is up to me. I'm just curious what you'd actually do to us if I didn't. Su Qi tossed out the words calmly, then turned to pick up a brick nearby. Clutching it in his hand, he stared at it thoughtfully, wondering if he should follow Peng Junshan's example and start carrying a beer bottle under his arm all day. Truly, you only realize how scarce weapons are when you need them. Baozi's face immediately fell. He'd been hoping to extort a few thousand yuan for a fat new year. Behind him, a small-time thug frowned. Bao, this kid looks like he's about to fight us? Do I need to tell you? Get him. Several thugs instantly surrounded Su Qi. Shanzi also charged into the tea house, snatched a chair, and lunged forward. Just as the two sides were about to clash, a lean, dark-skinned young man approached from the other end of the street. He bellowed at the commotion, "Whoever lays a finger on them will crawl home." All eyes turned to the newcomer. He stood there like a lone knight striding through the mortal world, wearing a thick jacket with his hands deep in the pockets. His left armpit bulged noticeably. In this small town, everyone knew that beneath his jacket lay a snow beer bottle. For a fleeting moment, as the wind swept past, Su Qi felt as though Peng Junshan wasn't standing on the streets of Shiha town, but in the midst of a martial world. Everyone in Shiha knew him, a man who rarely spoke to others and never backed down from trouble. To them, he was a reckless risk-taker. Even the street punks gave him wide berths. With a bitter smile, Su Qi knew today's fight wasn't happening. He tossed the brick aside. Baozi's face lit up. Wasn't this the very Junshan brother he'd been trying to curry favor with? Seeing Su Qi drop the brick, he felt Peng Junshan had come to take his side. Su Qi's uncle-in-law's face turned beet red. How could he not know this man? As someone from the agency, he was well aware of Peng Junshan's background. A squadron leader in a military region's special forces. Specialized in overseas counter-terrorism missions, he'd been stationed in the war-torn Middle East for years. But a few years back, his squad encountered trouble during an operation, leaving him alone to return home carrying 5 urns. Later, Peng Junshan personally delivered each urn to the fallen soldiers' parents. But when he reached their town, he discovered that the family of the man whose ashes he carried had only an elderly mother left. He stayed there to honor his comrade's filial duty. It wasn't until late last year that the old woman passed away. When he first arrived in town, many local hoodlums took advantage of the old woman's failing eyesight, frequently stealing chickens from her home for their own meals. Peng Junshan got into several fights with these troublemakers, his fighting skills terrifying to behold. Later, he heard from friends at the police station that anyone who crossed him usually ended up with broken limbs. The higher-ups had been informed a decorated veteran deserved special treatment. He began cursing under his breath. This kid had really screwed up today. He was already thinking of how to wriggle out of this mess. Baozi hurried over. Junshan, why are you here? It's nothing, no need for you to get involved. I'll handle it and bring you a yellow-shelled one later. Hearing this, his aunt's husband and the others grew even more anxious, while only Boss Xiao cursed inwardly at the foolhardy move. The thugs' expressions grew even more arrogant, while the onlookers around them stared at Su Qi with pity, pointing and whispering. Shanji deliberately leaned forward, shielding Su Qi behind him. His aunt stood ready for battle. Su Qi, however, seemed completely unfazed. He took the stool from his uncle Shanzi's hands, set it down, and plopped himself onto it, looking as though he were just there to watch the spectacle. Just as everyone was taken aback by Su Qi's behavior, Peng Junshan raised his hand and swiftly struck the smug, flattering face. A soldier's palm always carries a layer of calluses. This single blow sent the man crashing to the ground. He's my brother. Peng Junshan stepped over the fallen man and approached Su Qi. Sorry, I'm late. The crowd stared dumbfounded at Su Qi, who sat with his legs crossed, feeling as if the world had spun upside down. What the hell was going on? When did the solitary hero of Shishan town acquire a brother? Several small-time thugs quickly crouched down to help Baozi up. The slap had sobered Baozi. He knew it was impossible to curry favor with Peng Junshan now, no matter how hard he tried. He snarled, Peng Junshan. Baozi, respect you as a man. I've always treated you with courtesy. But what the hell do you think you're doing hitting me? Junshan looked up. You deaf? I said he's my brother. Brother my ass. Get him. Baozi felt utterly humiliated, exposed in front of the entire crowd. How could he ever show his face around town again?
He had to save face, that was the rule in their world of street thugs. Everyone, come out. There's trouble at the entrance of old Zhao's shop. Xiao, the owner who'd remained silent, timed his shot perfectly. A dozen street thugs burst out of the tea house, immediately launching into a brutal beating of Baozi and his crew without a word. Su Qi shot a puzzled glance at this Xiao boss, thinking to himself that this man was no ordinary figure, cunning as a fox. Had he not been reborn, approaching these matters with the mindset of a man in his 40s, he might have been genuinely moved by Xiao boss's tactics. But it didn't matter. Though Su Qi didn't know Boss Xiao's background, the bustling crowd in his large tea house clearly indicated he had powerful connections. The place was packed with distinguished guests, and these patrons treated Boss Xiao with utmost respect. Just then, a tractor pulled up beside them. Uncle Genhua and several villagers hopped off. Chapter 81, Jealousy or Mindless Rage. The villagers immediately surrounded Su Qi, as if fearing these strangers might harm him. Su Qi had become the village's protected figure. After all, who would invest 2 million yuan to transform the village's fate without genuine affection for its people? Thus, the entire village was abuzz about how deeply Su Qi cared. While the Lu family, also wealthy, faced no shortage of envy and resentment, people would gladly tear off their roof if they could. The villagers gave Su Qi and his family nothing but thumbs up. If anyone dared to touch their Qi Yazi, the men and women of the village would be the first to stand against it. Soon, Baozi and his crew were beaten to the point of begging for mercy on the ground. Boss Xiao waved his hand decisively. Stop. The entire Honghai tea house crew halted. Boss Xiao stepped forward. Baozi, consider this a warning. If you cause trouble in front of my tea house again, it won't be so easily resolved. Baozi stared at his two black and blue eyes, several bumps swelling on his head, his face filled with fear. Mr. Xiao, I won't dare again. Let's just forget about this. I apologize to you. Xiao boss replied, don't just apologize to me. Baozi quickly turned to Su Qi. Brother, I was wrong. I shouldn't have picked on your little brother. I didn't know who I was messing with. An apology is all it takes? How am I supposed to make a name for myself in the underworld now? Baozi broke free from his mother's embrace and lunged forward, ready to fight. Su Qi grabbed him by the collar. Baozi, do you listen to me or not? Brother, I need revenge. Revenge for what? If you still listen to me, then behave yourself. Seeing Su Qi's face darken, Baozi fell silent. Though young and fearless, he obeyed no one but this cousin. My name is Su Qi, from Sanqing village. Remember it. If you've got a problem with that, bring your men to Sanqing village and find me. With that, Su Qi turned and strode toward the tea house. Suddenly, Su Qi became the focal point of the entire crowd. Every gaze fell upon him. His frail frame gave off an eerily chilling aura. The crowd immediately parted to make way. Pang Junshan followed closely behind Su Qi. Had people not known Su Qi's true identity as a college student, they might have mistaken him for some underworld boss making a grand entrance into Shiha town. Su Qi's family members shuddered and hurriedly followed him inside. The private room was eerily silent. Shan Zi and his wife didn't seem to mind. No matter how formidable or terrifying he was still their son. Su Qi took a sip of water and looked at Baozi, who hadn't spoken. You know why I didn't let you go beat him up? I know. You're worried that after I go to Zhonghai University, Baozi will come to the market and cause trouble for my mom. Baozi was actually quite considerate of his mother. Su Qi said, you figured that out. At least you still have some filial piety. But that's not the only reason. You're still young. Many things will make sense when you grow up. Starting today, I won't allow you to hang out with the town's troublemakers' kids. Got it? Bro. I'll listen to you. Baozi's stubborn little face looked up at Su Qi. Right now, his admiration for Su Qi went far beyond mere respect. That display of authority had been utterly commanding. Good. A man of his word is worth his weight in gold. If I hear you're still causing trouble everywhere, I'll skin you alive. I promise you this, the moment you graduate high school, you're coming with me to Zhonghai. A man's ambitions should reach far and wide. Don't think having a little clout in Shiha town makes you something special. Su Qi declared. Just then, his aunt suddenly began to cry softly. A pang of sorrow struck Su Qi's heart. Auntie, it's not your fault. Baozi is actually a very sensible child. You're a widow raising him alone, it's only natural you didn't have time to keep an eye on him. Qi, your auntie understands. If it weren't for you today, who knows what would have happened to my Baozi? Su Qi's aunt suddenly slammed her hand on the table. Little sister, I say this, you should quit selling vegetables at the market. What little money you make isn't worth neglecting that little brat Baozi's education. If this keeps up, that little rascal will end up causing trouble big enough to pierce the sky. Your brother-in-law is now the general manager of the village-run enterprise. Why don't you come live with us? That way, your husband and I can help look after Baozi. Nonsense. These days everyone's scrambling to get into the city. Who in their right mind would head back to the countryside? That village-run enterprise of yours? I don't see it going anywhere. Don't end up leaving your whole family penniless. Back when you married into the countryside, I was the first to object. Look how miserable our life turned out. Now you want to drag my little sister into it? As her brother, I'm the first to say no. Uncle, they couldn't hold back any longer as Su Chi's aunt grew increasingly unreasonable.
Su Chi's face darkened instantly, and his aunt prepared to explode.
But Shanzi beat them to it. Uncle, what you're saying, it just sounds so off, doesn't it? Uncle snorted coldly. Unpleasant? Did I say anything wrong? Look at what your family has become over the years.
Little sister is suffering now, but if she endures, things will eventually improve.
Didn't your wife and I go through the same?
And she, no offense, but how can a college student like you have such complicated connections? Everyone in Shiha town knows what kind of ruthless character Pang Junshan is. I advise you to keep your distance from him and focus on finishing your studies.
Shanzi laughed bitterly in anger. Uncle, back in the day, my family and yours just couldn't get along. I never liked your snobbish ways, thinking you're so great just because you've got a few bucks. But today, I stand tall. Don't judge me by some high and mighty standards. Farmers don't play by fancy rules. If I can't beat you, I admit defeat. If I can, I'll trample you barefoot. Simple as that. My dear brother-in-law, haven't you always sneered that I'm a good-for-nothing tagging along behind old Nyo? Today I'll tell you straight. Not only am I the general manager of the village-run enterprise in Sanqing village, but the entire 2 million yuan investment in the whole village now comes from me, Chi Yazi. Remember sole proprietorship. What? My aunt's husband shot up from his seat, trembling all over. His uncle burst out laughing. Su Dashan, have you gone completely mad from poverty? So poor you're hallucinating in broad daylight. 2 million yuan. Look around the whole town of Shiha, how many people can actually come up with 2 million?
I know your family might have struck it rich.
Otherwise, you wouldn't be flaunting a cell phone each. But who the hell would believe you have 2 million? No one believes it? But I do. Just then, Boss Xiao walked back in, holding a glass of wine. Chapter 82, The Fierce Junshan Brother. Mr. Xiao. My aunt's husband immediately stepped forward to greet him. But this time, he ignored him completely, walking straight up to Su Chi. Young man, still holding a grudge against your old buddy? Su Chi chuckled. You're joking, brother. If you hadn't been at the door just now, I might have gotten beaten up. Ha, you're too kind, young man. With Pang Junshan around, those punks wouldn't have stood a chance against you. I was just adding icing on the cake. Mr. Xiao then turned to look at his sister's husband. Your nephew here is something else. With the way things are going in Sanqing village, I wouldn't be surprised if within half a year, Shiha town has another village rolling in wealth. What's wrong with being a farmer? If I had the choice, I'd gladly shut down this tea house and move to your Sanqing village. Oh, right, you mentioned the 2 million yuan earlier. My brother told me about it. The registration documents provided by village chief Nyo confirmed the registered capital is indeed 2 million. This has been verified, it's genuine, and it was entirely funded by your nephew alone. The entire village of Sanqing has benefited greatly from your nephew. No sooner had the words left his mouth than my uncle slumped back in his chair with a thud, speechless. My uncle felt dizzy and his mouth went dry, unable to utter a word. Su Chi picked up his wine glass and stood up. Mr. Xiao, I hope you'll continue to look out for my family in the future. Mr. Xiao replied, come on, brother, no need for words. Drink this cup. From now on, we're brothers. Whatever concerns your family, Su Chi, concerns me. The two clinked glasses and drained them in one gulp. Alright, Su, you and your family enjoy your meal. I've got other commitments to attend to. As I said earlier, this table is on me, Mr. Xiao added. Su Chi nodded. No worries. No need to be formal. You just focus on your business. We're fine. Mr. Xiao gestured and stepped outside. The moment he crossed the threshold, he exhaled deeply, a cold sweat beating on his forehead despite the winter chill. After he left, the atmosphere in the private room grew heavy. But her aunt broke the silence, launching into a discussion about her younger sister moving in with them. After some persuasion from the couple, the aunt finally agreed, setting the move for after the Lantern Festival. Hauzi cheered with delight. As for the other two families, they sat through the entire meal like sitting on pins and needles, feeling utterly out of place. They kept drinking in silence, as if they didn't belong in this scene. By a little past 2 in the afternoon, the gathering finally dispersed. Su Chi and his family climbed onto Uncle Genwa's tractor. After a bumpy ride, they finally made it back to the village. However, as they passed through Sima village, they noticed something unusual about the gravel road leading to their own village. Along the roadside, numerous tractors had overturned, spilling loads of red bricks onto the ground. The other villagers paid no mind, but Su Chi took note. That night, a building behind the fish farm in Shiha town was ablaze with light. At least a dozen people were gathered upstairs, seething with indignation. This building belonged to Baozi's family. Right now, Baozi sat at home, his anger reaching its peak. He feared Boss Xiao and he feared Peng Junshan. But fear didn't mean he'd just roll over and take it. As for Boss Xiao, there was no need to elaborate mess with him, and there was only one outcome: his own brother would personally send him to jail. But Peng Junshan was different. He was just one man, and not even from this town. Though his skills were terrifying, as long as they had numbers on their side, they refused to believe they couldn't take down a single opponent. Their pride had to be restored. Later, a middle-aged man with a fierce expression and a thick gold chain around his neck entered the building. After staying for about 10 minutes, he left. Shortly after his departure, a dozen or so thugs emerged from the darkness, each wielding steel pipes. They joined forces with the group inside the building and headed toward another house in Shiha town. That house was where Peng Junshan lived. Peng Junshan then took up a steel pipe and engaged them in a fierce battle. Fortunately, Boss Xiao personally arrived with 40 or 50 men, otherwise, Peng Junshan might have met his end in an unexpected place. However, in a later recollection, Boss Xiao mentioned that it was that night he truly witnessed Peng Junshan's terrifying prowess. When he arrived with over 40 men, at least 20 of Baozi's crew were already lying on the ground, moaning in pain. Never in his life had he seen someone so formidable in combat, a veritable ferocious beast. As for his own 40-odd men? To borrow a phrase Xiao Boss often used, they were merely icing on the cake. Peng Junshan could have taken down all 30 plus of them single-handedly. The next day, in Sima village, Li Jingwen was raging in the office of the External Relations Department at Sima Tourism Company. The office door was tightly shut. Standing before him was the very man who had visited Baozi's house the night before. "Whoa! Did your damn men grow up eating? Can't even handle this small matter. Baozi's cousin is a big shot in our county town. He specifically warned me. Look at what they did to him. He won't be able to get out of bed for at least 10 days. And that's not all. Over 30 people ended up in the hospital. Who's going to cover those medical bills? Bunch of idiots." Li Jingwen bellowed. Wenzi looked gloomy. "Brotherly, how are we supposed to know Peng Junshan was such a big shot? Even the police station gives him face. They say he's made major contributions to the country. Maybe we should grease some palms at the county level. I bet there's something fishy going on at the police station." "You're ing crazy? Trying to get me killed? Messing with the police station? Grow a brain. What excuse do you expect me to use to pressure the town police station? Just say we took 30 odd guys to beat them up, but we lost. Then you, the big boss, came to help us get even? That was ing self-defense. The town police handled it perfectly. Damn it, when I told you to study as a kid, you insisted on raising pigs. Bunch of illiterates." Li Jingwen yelled. "Brotherly, just tell me how to handle this, okay? I really don't know what to do. If all else fails, maybe we should talk to Baozi's older brother." Wenzi felt like crying. No matter how you looked at it, they were screwed. Enough. Let's just drop this. Forget Baozi's brother. He chopped up some rich kid's son the other day. Now that rich kid's dad is pulling every string he has in the county to get him locked up. His brothers already fled to Changzhou. Li Jingwen calmed down a bit. But he quickly turned back to Wenzai. "The red bricks have been delivered, right? Get the word out. Work through the night to finish this today. I'm going to completely block off the future of their entire Samsung village. To hell with Sanqing village. Don't blame me for forgetting our hometown ties." Chapter 83. We're building walls too. The next morning, the angry voice of village chief Niu blared over Sanqing village's loudspeakers. The gravel road they used to reach town had been blocked overnight by a red brick wall. Instantly, the entire village erupted. Angry villagers grabbed hoes, sickles, and other tools, surging toward the wall. Su Qi also rose early, following closely behind village chief Niu with a stern expression. By the time they reached the base of the wall, both sides had gathered a large crowd. Old Man San stood at the very front, facing off against an unfamiliar old man with an imposing air. They glared at each other, both missing front teeth. If they were 20 years younger, one would surely knock the other's teeth out. Both men were flanked by their respective villagers, the scene reminiscent of pre-liberation days when two villages clashed, clanging pots and pans in battle. Village chief Niu stepped forward, facing Zhang Hejin, the greasy-haired leader of Simikan who chewed betel nut and stood in stark contrast to Niu's appearance. "Old Niu, what's this? Bringing people to tear down my Sima village houses? Shame on you. Zhang Hejin, do you even know what you're doing? Must we both sink or swim before you'll stop? Get this torn down immediately. Shameful? What have I done that's shameful? This road never even existed in the first place. Back then, we followed the town's policy and helped you guys extend it all the way to the county road. Back then, everyone was poor. We tolerated the road encroaching on our village land. But now, every inch of land in Sima village is precious. The villagers won't stand for it anymore. This will become a plaza. Oh, right, the designer mentioned bringing over some Statue of Liberty replica. The whole plaza will be perfect for the ladies to practice Tai Chi and dance. You're welcome to come visit anytime." Zhang Hejin's contemptuous tone only infuriated village chief no further, who snorted coldly. "If you really refuse to demolish it, I'll take this to the township authorities. If they won't budge, I'll go to the county. If the county won't budge, I'll go to the city. Zhang Hejin, you're cutting off Sanqing village's future. Your descendants will reap what you sow. Niu, I've been polite enough to you. Don't push your luck. Go ahead and file your complaint. We already have the official approval documents for this square. Even if you take it to outer space, it won't make a difference. And let me remind you, when we built this road years ago, none of us applied for permits. To put it bluntly, it's an illegal structure. Now get your people out of here. We're starting construction soon, and our machines don't have eyes. For the villagers, invoking retribution upon your descendants was the most intolerable insult, which is why Zheng Hejin flew into a rage. The villagers of Samsung village gripped their assorted makeshift weapons tightly, ready to charge into a fight at any moment. Just as the situation was about to erupt, Old Man San suddenly burst into loud laughter from across the field. Everyone's gaze followed the movement, and they saw that the old man who had been confronting him finally collapsed to the ground. The villagers of Sima village quickly helped the elderly man up and carried him to the clinic behind them. Third uncle snorted coldly, his face beaming with satisfaction. Villagers behind him quickly fetched a stool for the old man to sit on. Third uncle is awesome. He's been bullied by old Chen of Sima village his whole life, but now he's finally gotten one back. A villager shouted excitedly. Grandpa San, who had just exhaled in relief, instantly flew into a rage. He grabbed his cane and began pounding the villager mercilessly. The villager was utterly baffled, unable to fathom why he'd been attacked. Thinking the old man was just temperamental, he scrambled away as fast as he could. Su Chi stepped forward. Uncle Nyo, I think we should let the villagers disperse. If this road issue escalates, we might not necessarily lose. But Chi, this would completely cut off our Sanqing village. Forget going to the county seat, even getting to the town would mean walking at least 10 extra miles. The villagers would never agree to this. Uncle Nyo grew anxious. Exactly. Chi, don't worry. Leave this to us. Our two villages have lived peacefully for years. Now that Sima village is stirring trouble again, we'll make this mountainous countryside burn with war. Exactly. Barefoot people aren't afraid of those wearing shoes. Bring it on. Damn it. In an instant, the villagers were filled with righteous indignation, their eyes red with fury. Any village would find this intolerable. It was outright bullying taken to the extreme. Su Chi sighed and lowered his voice to Uncle Nyo. Uncle Nyo, if these two sides actually come to blows, it will be an earth-shattering event. This isn't the pre-liberation era anymore. Fists won't solve anything. If bloodshed breaks out, you'll bear the heaviest responsibility as the village chief. I know that, but Uncle Nyo. Haven't you grasped my point? Do we really need that county road now? What we're building is a direct link to the expressway. Let them block it if they want. It'll save us trouble, no more village gossip about it later. It's only a dozen miles. If our plan succeeds, Sancheng village will flourish. Merchants will flock here. Why would our villagers need to go to town for supplies then? Just you wait. This road was blocked by Simakan village. Mark my words, they'll be the ones digging it open. No sooner had Su Chi finished speaking than village chief Nyo grasped the point. Right, Sanqing village's future development wouldn't need resources from the town or county at all. Once the village-run enterprise takes off, villages begging for roads into Sancheng will be a dime a dozen. What use is this rickety gravel road anyway? With that realization, he hopped onto a tractor and bellowed at the chaotic crowd. Fellow villagers, listen to me, quiet down first. The crowd instantly quieted. Over on the other side, the people from Sima village looked at village chief Nyo with puzzled expressions. Today, we won't tear down this wall. It's just a lousy road. Not only will we not tear down this wall, we're going to build a wall here twice as thick as this one. Reinforced with steel bars and cement. Make it as sturdy as a fortress. The previously quiet crowd erupted once more. Some outspoken villagers hurled insults at village chief Nyo, calling him a traitor. Old Man San, seated nearby, tapped his cane rhythmically on the ground. Had he not been drained from his standoff with Old Man Chen, he would have surely kicked off his shoe and hurled it at the chief. Across the square, Zheng Hejin and the villagers of Sima village burst into laughter upon hearing this, their laughter dripping with sarcasm. Village chief Nyo let out a deep sigh, then gathered his strength and bellowed. Can you all quiet down? This is Chi Yazi's decision. Su Chi's vision darkened, and he spat out a mouthful of black blood. Chapter 84, Returning to Zhonghai. When the piercing gaze of the third elder fell upon him, Su Chi felt as if dark clouds were gathering overhead. Village chief Nyo quickly interjected, you decide for yourselves. Su Chi is an investor in this village-run enterprise. Even I, old Nyo, have to follow his lead in the village enterprise. If you refuse to heed his instructions, he'll surely withdraw his investment. Then our Sanqing village will remain poor forever and I'll resign as village chief. The villagers instantly fell silent. Su Chi steeled himself to continue, uncles, aunts, and everyone else, this is indeed my suggestion. But you all know my nature, blocking this road will only benefit our village, not harm it. As for what benefits our village will gain, let's discuss that back in the village. Walls have ears, we don't want the people from Simakan overhearing us. As he uttered the last sentence, Su Chi shot a guarded glance at Zheng Hejin. This left Zheng Hejin genuinely uncertain. Benefits? What benefits? What was this little brat playing at? The mere mention of benefits made the villagers even more convinced. All their hopes for prosperity now rested squarely on Su Chi's shoulders. Alright, I understand what you're thinking, Chi. Let's head back to the village. They're building that red brick wall here, right? Genhwa. Go get some cement tomorrow. And rebar. We'll build a wall that's even more impressive than theirs. Village Chief Nyo waved his hand decisively and led the villagers back on their way. Zhang Hejin and his men stood there dumbfounded. They'd expected a tough battle today, but suddenly everyone was leaving and they were all beaming with joy as they departed. What the hell is wrong with them? He muttered under his breath before turning to the villagers. Get to work. We must reinforce this wall today. Those people from Sanqing village are definitely up to something. Oh, and one more thing. After reinforcing it, give that wall facing Sanqing village a fancy coat of paint. Then use a brush to write Shiha's richest village, Sima village, on it. Let Sanqing village chase after us forever. A villager approached. Chief, you should check on old Chen. He's at the clinic right now, hooked up to N4, ranting about revenge. Enough. Get lost. I know about the old man. He's got nothing better to do after eating his fill, thinking this world is still his old turf. Nothing but trouble. After returning to the village, Village Chief No expended considerable effort to explain the situation to everyone. What followed was pure jubilation among the villagers. They kept praising Kiatsi, who had gone to university, saying he was different, rich and with a vision far beyond theirs. The next day, Uncle Genhwa arrived with several tractor drivers, pulling in several truckloads of cement in a rather impressive display. The entire village mobilized and began the grand construction of the wall. What was terrifying was that the wall, originally designed to be only twice as thick as the neighbors per Village Chief No's request, ended up being 10 times thicker. It was practically a fortress. Still unsatisfied, the villagers angrily sacrificed a little black dog to the heavens. They took its blood and splashed it onto the bright red characters of Shiha First Village. This supremely righteous idea, of course, came from our esteemed third uncle. Sima Village and Sanqing Village were now completely cut off from each other. This left Sima Village seething. They had assumed Sanqing Village would surely find a way to tear down their wall, but only after its completion did they realize the other side wasn't joking. Under Zhang Hejin's orders, women from Sima Village began infiltrating Sanqing Village to gather intelligence. Yet after days of effort, they still found no pretext for action. Finally, they cursed Sanqing Village as idiots and gave up, effectively putting the matter to rest. Time always flies, especially during the new year. The joy of family reunions lingered, yet in the blink of an eye, it was time to pack their bags and head to distant lands. The work in Samsung Village would take at least a year to complete, and the entire village's labor force was now dedicated to its construction. Throughout the New Year period, Suchi remained at the village committee, offering constant guidance. Under the leadership of Village Chief Nyo and Shanzi, the entire village worked with great enthusiasm and energy. Who could have imagined that this village, once ranked last in the county, would become the premier village in the south within the coming years? But that was a story for another time. On the 15th day of the first lunar month, Auntie indeed brought Hausi to Suchi's home. Auntie wasn't shy by nature, but she felt inferior around her wealthy sister and brother's families, so that day she gave off a rather fragile impression. Shanzi had secured her a position as customer service manager at the village-run enterprise, where she would handle all tourism-related complaints. For now, though, her primary task remained managing the finances. After sharing lunch with them, Suchi slung his backpack over his shoulder and hopped onto Uncle Genhwa's tractor. Though parting with his family tugged at his heart, he held back any sentimentality. The road ahead stretched long and far. Uncle Genhwa chatted nonstop with Suchi about hometown matters along the way, and the two enjoyed their conversation immensely. After meeting up with the lone wolf Peng Junshan in town, they boarded a bus bound for Changzhou. And so, bumpy and uneven, he left his hometown behind. He had finally altered his parents' life trajectory. At least they wouldn't be constantly gathering mushrooms in the mountains anymore. As long as they stayed away from the mountains, the tragedies of his past life wouldn't repeat. Standing on the streets of Shanghai, Suchi felt an overwhelming sense of lightness wash over him, accompanied by boundless ambition. This city that had once crushed him in his past life, soon he would stir up its very winds and clouds. Peng Junshan looked at him. May I share my thoughts about you? What feelings? Brother Peng, go ahead. I always feel like you don't belong in this world. You seem like an observer of it. Every person and event that appears before you is just a script in your eyes. Suchi smiled faintly. Why do you feel that way, Brother Peng? You've been on the battlefield. You should see through this world even more clearly than I do. Is that so? I've seen life and death, but I can't see through you. That's why you're terrifying. I wouldn't call it terrifying. I, Suchi, have never once thought about making myself terrifying. This world, after all, is still a stage for people. How far you go depends on how big your heart is. Come on, let's start with our little goal: hit 100 million in the first year. Our chapter begins. Peng Junshan froze for a moment, but quickly snapped out of it and followed behind. Back at school, the dorm mates weren't there yet. Suchi temporarily put Peng Junshan up in the milk tea shop storage room. Once everyone returned, they'd still need to rent a place outside. Upon hearing Suchi had returned, Vice Principal Zhao promptly called him, inviting him over for dinner that evening. Chapter 85, Suit Sion's Advice.
By afternoon, the residents of room 212 had all gathered.
Suchi took them out for lunch, introducing Peng Junshan.
As brothers, they warmed up to each other after a few cups of wine. After returning to the dorm for a nap, Suchi headed to Vice Principal Zhao's residence that evening.
The moment he entered, he spotted Su Liangkai, the mayor of Pusan town.
He immediately raised his voice in flattery. "Hello, senior.
Happy New Year." Su Liangkai roared with laughter. "You've got to be the thickest-skinned kid in all of Shanghai University." "Not bad, kid. We only met last year, and you've already secured those commercial properties. Looks like you're really gearing up to participate in Pusan's development this year?" The hidden meaning in his words was clear to Su Chi. His face lit up, and he didn't beat around the bush. "Senior, has the development zone document been approved?"
Vice Principal Zhao chuckled beside him. "Su Chi, don't think your senior isn't looking out for you.
As soon as the documents came in, he gave my old man a call, saying he had a surprise for you." "Really? Then I'd like to thank him in advance." "What kind of surprise did he bring me?" Su Chi looked at Su Liangkai with eager anticipation.
"It's the news about this development zone."
"Isn't that a surprise enough?" Su's enthusiasm instantly deflated. He muttered, "I thought you might be able to get me a plot of land or something."
"Don't get too greedy, kid. The decision to establish the development zone in Pusan town was actually finalized at the end of last year. These days, I don't even dare keep my phone on developers hoping to get land through me or already lining up in droves. Joining the development is possible, but it still depends on your real skills. What I can guarantee is that as long as you operate legally, I'll smooth your path. But if you're thinking of leveraging my connections, forget it."
Su Liangcai's expression turned stern. Su Chi quickly replied, "No, I didn't mean that. I was just trying to get some information." "Good to hear you're thinking that way.
But Su Chi, I advise you not to rush into this. First, you've invested heavily in those school properties. Don't play with leveraged funds from banks. One misstep could spell disaster. Your priority now is to manage those properties well and wait for the right moment.
Second, the situation outside isn't as simple as you imagine.
Dozens of real estate companies are already preparing to enter Pusan town, including several well-known domestic firms.
Don't end up being swallowed whole by the big fish leaving nothing but bones behind.
Third, the Pusan town government isn't foolish enough to release all the land at once. They'll definitely proceed step by step, gradually opening it up.
There's absolutely no need for you to rush. Understand what I'm saying?" Su Chi nodded silently. "Senior, I'll keep your words in mind. Even without your warning, I wouldn't be rushing like this."
Rest assured, my focus right now is on those shops beside the school soccer field. My initial capital came from the bubble tea shop, but I know this winter break, plenty of businesses will be scouting the campus.
My monthly income of 200,000 yuan won't be sustainable.
That's why I need to properly manage that commercial strip.
It reassures me that you've thought this through. Actually, I came today to warn you too.
Our town government is facing major issues now. Many officials have been compromised by real estate companies. If my guess is right, the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection has already targeted certain people in our unit. Within days, someone will get into trouble. At this critical juncture, if a company gets entangled in this, it'll never be able to participate again." Su Liangcai's face was etched with worry and anger. His concern stemmed from the fact that his team of subordinates had followed him for years, finally seeing the policy changes. They'd hoped for a chance to prove themselves. Once they achieved results, their future would be limitless. His fury stemmed from the fact that even before the official document was issued, people were already being implicated. He also harbored intense resentment toward these real estate companies. They were utterly relentless, infiltrating every possible avenue. Now even a lowly clerk at the town government had become their target for lavish banquets. It was utterly outrageous. He took a heavy sip of strong liquor as he spoke. Su Chi could sense the other man's helplessness. When it came to political matters, he'd always held the same view: never get involved. He raised his glass. "Here, senior, I'll drink to you. I doubt I'll get many chances to drink with you in the future, so let's drink our fill today." This was no exaggeration. Su Chi might assume numerous business identities in the future, but one would inevitably be tied to real estate. The mere mention of real estate would prompt speculation about his background. To avoid suspicion, Su Liangcai would certainly cease his frequent visits to Vice Principal Zhao's home. He'd want to avoid fueling rumors about some shady dealings between him and Su Chi. Vice President Zhao raised his glass in response. "You two are both talents who graduated from Shanghai University. This old man is honored to be regarded as your mentor. One enters politics, the other business. May you both feel your way forward, serve the people as officials, uphold responsibility as entrepreneurs. Cheers." The three of them, young and old, had actually drunk quite a bit during this gathering. Yet after leaving the professor's home, a gentle breeze swept through. Su Chi felt not the slightest bit drunk. If anything, he seemed more alert. Perhaps it was the weight of his thoughts. He walked toward the milk tea shop's warehouse while talking to Yang Jing on the phone. How Su and the others were still hard at work over there. On the way, as he passed by a lake, he spotted his ex-girlfriend Li Lingling, the one who had chosen to leave him arguing heatedly with that spoiled brat Ding Qingfan. Finally, Li Lingling slapped Ding Qingfan across the face and ran off crying. Ding Qingfan followed like a mad dog, snarling furiously behind her. He shook his head dismissively, paying it no mind. As soon as he stepped onto the terrace, Hao Su came jogging over. Holy! Su Chi, he's really ed up this time. What do we do? Hao Su. Honestly, I'm not trying to tell you off, but why are you always so jumpy? Can't you keep your cool? You're the one leading the DD team from now on. Su Chi rolled his eyes at him in exasperation. Ha! I'll be more careful next time. Alright, judging by your excitement, something good must be up. Spill it, what's going on? Su Chi. Remember that chat app one told you about earlier? I remember. Get to the point. One of their executives reached out to me. They said adding you as a friend got no response. They want to acquire our DD. Haven't I told you countless times? We're not discussing acquisitions. But they're offering 10 million. Su Chi shot him a look. 10 million? That's a lot. Is it really that much? Chapter 86, An Obsession from the South. Hao Su instantly lost his temper, glaring at Su Chi with a sour expression. Seems you're not interested in that 10 million again. What's going on in your head? You're just fixated on selling DD, aren't you? Su Chi rolled his eyes. I never said that. I was thinking we could sell it for 10 million, then build another one and sell that too. Flip it a few times and we'd be rolling in it. That's exactly why I say, Hao Su, you're destined to be a tech guy. You're still no good at big picture operations. I thought about it today. From now on, let Fatty join your team. That guy looks harmless enough, but once he bares his fangs, he's as ruthless as Jubeji. He'll handle DD's operations. You just focus on managing your tech team. Fatso chimed in, no way, Su Chi. My bubble tea shop's doing great. Why make me hang out with those stinky old men? Fatso, cut it out. Think I don't know what you're really after? All you do is stare at those long legs and stockings at your milk tea shop. Just this morning you were bragging about catching a glimpse of a classmate's lace trimmed. Wah? Fatso, you bastard, let me finish. Su Chi, Hao Su's just talking nonsense, hat. The fat guy covered Hao Su's mouth, his face flushing with guilt. Su Chi exhaled. When I say you're like Shubeiji, I mean the original version, the fierce, blue-faced, fanged heavenly general, not the lazy, gluttonous pig from the TV show. As for those fangs, the fat guy declared loudly, I'll keep them razor sharp forever. Sharpening my blade, waiting for Ding Qingfan. Let go of me. Hao Su nearly suffocated. He shot the fat guy a displeased look before saying, Su Chi, log into DD. That penguin guy wants to talk to you. To show their sincerity, they've already registered with our DD. Sincerity my ass. He's playing a game of small fish eating big fish. Hao Su froze. What? Su Chi sighed, his head pounding. Forget it. Today I'll tell you exactly what game this penguin is playing. They say they'll put up 10 million. Do you think they can actually pull that off? If I'm not mistaken, they can barely save themselves. You've seen it too, chat apps aren't like selling bubble tea. With bubble tea, you know exactly how much it costs to make a cup, how much profit you make, and how much you can earn. But where does our DD make money? Membership fees? Sorry, users would abandon you in a heartbeat. Without users, you're even more strapped. Of course, I have ideas on monetization later, but we just don't have enough users yet. Fatso's head was spinning. Hold on, Su Chi. Are you telling us to just give up on making money altogether? Of course not. That's for later. You guys need to stay confident and keep pushing forward. If I'm not mistaken, the penguin is eyeing the financing route. Unlike us, they don't have other businesses to prop them up. That means they need capital injection and they likely already have potential investors lined up. But we've become a stumbling block in their eyes because they're not the only players in China. And with us as competitors, investors can leverage this to negotiate securing maximum returns with minimal capital. First, they'll offer us a sweetener, thinking we're students who can be easily fooled. Then they'll take our agreement to negotiate with investors. But by then, the initiative will have shifted entirely to them. And they'll definitely jack up the price because they're the only ones and their user base has doubled. Once they get the money, they'll come back to give us a measly 10 million. This way, they devour us while perfectly solving their funding crisis. You tell me, isn't that a brilliantly cunning game? Fatso slapped his thigh. Holy, what a devious two birds with one stone scheme. Business isn't any less brutal than war, Fatso. You need to learn how to handle these situations, got it? Su Chi said. Hao Su shook his head, still not fully grasping the issue. Forget it. I'll just stick to coding. Fatso chimed in, since we're not selling anyway, Su Chi, just use your DD account to reject them. They're constantly pestering us with this and that, it's getting annoying. Fine, you guys get back to work. As soon as Su Chi entered the studio, he spotted Peng Junshan staring intently at his computer with a serious expression. A quick glance revealed he was chatting animatedly with a female avatar. He sighed inwardly.
So even those with ambitions in the business world still had room in their hearts for women. He opened his DD account. The account with ID 1 belonged to Su Chi. He changed the name to Zhang Manyu back in the dorm and never logged in again, but Hao Su had kept it active. Decades later, Su Chi's DD account had become priceless. The moment he opened it, dozens of coughing sounds echoed a feature Hao Su had copied from Su Chi. It was the notification sound for adding a stranger as a friend, identical to the one from the previous life's QQ. Though he felt shameless, knowing he was blatantly copying, his conscience was clear. After all, in his past life, QQ had also copied various software features verbatim, while outwardly claiming it was innovation. He believed his approach should also be called innovation. Clicking it open unleashed dozens of messages, nearly crashing his computer. Are you Maggie Chung? Did Maggie Chung develop the DD app? Bro, you've got me in trouble. I actually found Maggie Chung. She called me a lunatic. Name your price. We're interested in acquiring it. Not replying? Then we'll meet on the battlefield. Reading this, Su Chi froze. Suddenly, he desperately wanted to know which person in the group chat was this mysterious figure. Scrolling further, he saw the next message had been sent a week later. Hey, buddy, our boss Yang wants to see you now. I think we should talk this out. Hey. Stop playing dumb. I, Su Changhua, have been in this game for over 20 years. I've never seen anyone as arrogant as you. Quickly accept my friend request. Su Changhua? Su Chi thought of one of Tencent's founders, the future chief content officer of Tencent, a big shot in China's internet industry. Yeah, too bad. Even if you become the next big thing, I won't give you the time of day. Just another old-school CEO with that thick underworld vibe, heh. Su Chi chuckled and kept scrolling. But he nearly choked on his own blood when he saw this guy had changed his profile picture to a busty Western celebrity. And his gender was changed to female. The name was Diana. The message read, Hey, handsome. Feeling lonely? Add me as a friend. Long nights ahead, let me help you drift off. Come on, don't hesitate. Accept my friend request, fast surprises await. Chapter 87, the I'm So Arrogant series. Just how much resentment does this guy harbor? He'd even sell his own image to get me to accept his friend request. Forget it. Since you're so persistent, I've decided not to accept your friend request after all. With that, Su Chi deleted all the messages. A girl's profile picture flashed. Mushue, Yang Jing's online name. Mushue, why aren't you asleep yet? Missing me? Zhang Manyu had a few drinks at teacher Zhao's place. Couldn't sleep, so I came to check on Hao Su and the others. Of course I miss you. Why aren't you asleep yet? Mushue, I can't sleep because I miss you. Forgot to tell you this afternoon I'll be in Shanghai tonight. Zhang Manyu, huh? That guy everyone fears, the one even ghosts dread your brother? Mushue, stop it, don't talk about my brother like that. He's your brother-in-law. Zhang Manyu, true. No matter how formidable, he's still my brother-in-law. Ha! Mushue, no more hee-hee in this conversation. You're not allowed to hee-hee. Zhang Manyu, fine. I'll come over tomorrow to welcome my brother-in-law. Mushue, you don't have class tomorrow? I'm so wild, screw that. No time for class, someone cover for me. Mushue, fine. Anyway, when you run out of money, I'll support you. I've got $1 million. Hee-hee. Ha? Did you change your username? I'm wild, yep, pretty badass, huh? Mushue, tacky, but I like it, hee-hee. Huh, Su Chi changed his username. I'm so badass is a good name. I'll change mine to I'm so badass too. Hao Su stared at Su's avatar and updated his name. Fatso thought for a moment and changed his name to I'm so badass 3. That night was destined to be sleepless for a certain office building in Shanghai City. Su Changhua, a founding member of the Penguin team, was pacing his office on the verge of losing his temper. Several employees stood cautiously nearby. What do you think this kid is playing at? I've been trying to befriend him for a month. I even went so far as to dress up as a girl to lure him in, and he still didn't budge. I get it if you're a student back home for the holidays without internet. But just now, he logged into his DD account and changed his name to I'm So Wild. He completely ignored all my friend requests. I may not be as legendary as my distant cousin Su Wenxiang, but I've been in this game for decades. When have I ever been so blatantly ignored by some kid like this? This is infuriating. A girl approached cautiously, carrying a bowl of instant noodles. Mr. Su, your noodles are ready. Hand it over. Su Changhua looked utterly frustrated as he took the bowl and began slurping away. Just as the others beside him exhaled in relief, Su Changhua spoke with a mouthful of noodles, accounting, how much is left in the account? The finance person beside him quickly replied, after today's accounting, we have enough left for about a week's worth of instant noodles. Put. Cough cough cough. Choking badly, Su Changhua looked up, only enough for a week? Yes. Just enough for a week, and only for the cheapest kind, the kind where the seasoning packet feels like winning the lottery. The accountant added, but, Mr. Su, no matter what happens, we stand with the company through thick and thin. As long as the company exists, we'll hold our posts. We firmly believe that with everyone's efforts, the company will only get better. Exactly. We stand together through thick and thin. Several employees chimed in agreement. This showed why Su Chi's previous life's company, Penguin, had become a colossal internet giant. It wasn't without reason. They were willing to eat instant noodles together, possibly even without seasoning packets. Yet they still clung to their dreams, a spirit remarkably similar to that of Jack Ma's team. Just then, the office landline rang. Su Chunghua answered it, but soon fell silent. After hanging up, he turned to the employees beside him and said, "Guys, head home for now. No overtime today." The employees exchanged puzzled glances, unsure what had transpired. After everyone had left, Su Chunghua sat blankly in front of his computer, staring at the two chat app icons on his desktop. Sell it? 3 million? You're ready to sell it for just 3 million? Our shared dream, worth just that much? What a sad reality. Always a harsh wake-up call. No way. It's not over yet. We've still got a week's worth of instant noodles. Keep chatting. Go ahead and act all cocky, I'll just avoid talking to you. His thoughts turned to Su, the developer of the software. They'd chatted a few days prior, and Su had shown genuine interest in their 10 million yuan investment proposal. But when he opened Su's profile, he froze. I'm wild too. Refusing to give up, he tapped the fat guy's profile picture, another devastating blow. I'm so arrogant 3. The next day, Mr. Su didn't show up for work. Word was he'd gone to the hospital. On the very day Su Zong lay unconscious in the hospital, Su Chi took Peng Junshan away from the school and headed to the Wuqiu wholesale market. He brought Peng Junshan along because he felt a bit intimidated by Yang Jing's brother, Yang Jun. This had a lot to do with Meng Meng, who constantly painted Yang Jun as a formidable figure in front of him, leaving him with the impression that Yang Jun was capable of single-handedly taking down the 6 major sects. What if he ended up being dismembered too? After all, he couldn't shake the feeling that being with Yang Jing was an enormous stroke of luck for him, a thought that made him feel somewhat guilty. Such a peerless beauty was beyond his wildest dreams in his previous life. Throughout the journey, Peng Junshan's condition had him deeply concerned. Didn't sleep well last night? After getting off the car, Su Chi couldn't help but ask. Yeah, a bit. Your DD app is amazing, it's completely changed my worldview over the past few decades, Peng Junshan replied. Su Chi said, oh, it is a bit amazing. How many girls did you chat with? 3. They asked me out, but I'm not that kind of guy. Oh, what's your online handle? I'll add you later. Heart like a raging tide. How's that? Not bad, though it's not as good as mine, I'm fierce. That's the name I'm most satisfied with. Feels like it wards off evil and keeps the riffraff in line. Not bad. Fatso and the others seem to be following your lead. I'll change mine to I'm fierce 4 in a bit. Whatever floats your boat. Though I must say, your behavior leaves me rather dismayed. Hey, where's your beer bottle? Why aren't you carrying one? Su Chi glanced at Peng Junshan's armpit. Fatso said Zhonghai is a civilized metropolis. If you whack someone over the head with a beer bottle, you'll end up in the station. So I ditched it. Damn it. That Fatso was such a bad influence. If anything happens to me, I'll chop him up with my 50-centimeter machete. Su Chi's face twisted in anger. Peng Junshan was puzzled. What could possibly happen? You're just here to see your girlfriend today, right? Before he could finish, a towering figure materialized beside them. A thick arm shot out, clamping around Su Chi's neck. Su Chi, huh? Come on, let us have a little chat. Chapter 88, Yang Jing's brother. Yang Jun, Yang Jing's brother, hadn't actually planned to come to Zhonghai. But during the New Year holiday, his younger sister Yang Mengmeng had recounted every detail of Yang Jing's year in Zhonghai. The young girl had a unique way of expressing things, constantly using terms like hotel room relationship and dog and to describe the two of them. Yang Jun was boiling with rage. Having lost both parents, Yang Jun had always relied on his fists to make a living in their city's underground boxing scene. When Yang Jing suddenly became so wealthy last year, he'd suspected something was off. After hearing Mengmeng's account, he was now nearly certain his sister was being kept as a kept woman. Earlier that morning, Yang Jing had told him her boyfriend would be coming over. He'd held back his anger, so he'd been lurking outside the shop all morning, waiting for the man to emerge. Just now, his gut told him the man standing before him was undoubtedly Su Chi. But something felt off. Weren't the ones who kept pretty young girls usually middle-aged men with potbellies? This guy looked like a student. So he decided to have a proper talk with Su Chi first. Spare me, man. Damn it, I was about to say something. Su Chi felt himself being lifted off the ground. Peng Junshan moved with lightning speed, his face twisted with murderous intent as he blocked Yang Jun's path. Let him go. Yang Jun froze. The man blocking his path didn't feel like a single person, he felt like an entire army. Having scraped by in the underground boxing scene, he'd seen plenty of ex-military guys. His gut told him this was one of them. He took a deep breath and said, "Brother, this guy is keeping my sister as his mistress. If it were you, what would you do? This is between us brothers-in-law. We need to talk this out properly. But I know you're his bodyguard. I promise I won't beat him up. Pang Junshan nodded, clasping his fists. May the mountains remain evergreen and the rivers flow eternally. My apologies for the disturbance. Enjoy yourselves. He walked over to the side with a swish of his feet. Su Qi was utterly bewildered. Junshan, what the hell are you doing? Shut up. Pang Junshan grabbed Su Qi and dragged him around to the back of Yang Jing's shop. Spill it. When did you start keeping my sister as your mistress? We met last March and it officially started around May. Ugh, what keeping? She's my girlfriend. We're in a free relationship. Su Qi hurriedly explained. Free love relationship? Then why are you giving my sister so much money? What's the point of that? My brother-in-law, that's money she earned from her own shop. She's always saying she wants to support me in the future. She's the one who wants to support me. Is that so? Yang Jun eyed Su Qi. You just got here last night, so you don't know how her shop runs. It's only just past 7 now. Wait until 8 o'clock and see how crazy busy it gets, then you'll understand. Yang Jun fell silent, sensing something off about Su Qi but unable to pinpoint it. Get down. What for? 100 push-ups. Why push-ups? Stop arguing. Do them now. Don't let my sister see. No way. A wooden stick was held out in front of Su Qi. Are you doing them or not? 1, 2, 3. After finishing 100 push-ups, Su Qi sat on the ground for a long while, unable to snap out of it, feeling utterly drained. In Hudong dialect, Su Qi practically staggered into Yang Jing's shop. The shop was bustling with activity at that moment. The beautiful and charming Yang Jing possessed a unique kind of beauty when she was busy. Yang Jun was also stunned by the bustling scene. Snapping out of it, he immediately jogged over to help move goods. Yang Jing hurried over. Take a seat over there for a bit. I'll come over once I'm done. It's fine, go ahead. I need to rest properly. What's wrong with your hands? They seem weak. Overdid it at the gym this morning. Did dozens of bench presses with a 200-pound barbell. Guess I got a little cocky, now I'm drained. You're bragging. After Yang Jing left to attend to her duties, Su Qi and Pang Junshan sat down. Brother Pang, I never expected you to be such a man without principles. Just because I didn't pick a fight with him? It's not about fighting. Are you saying you couldn't beat him? Are you scared of him? Those who survive the battlefield don't fear anyone. But honestly, your brother-in-law seems pretty formidable, just look at that physique. Put. Bottom line, you're still scared of him. Talking to you is pointless. Soldiers defeat enemies efficiently if one move takes them down, we won't throw a second. Like my beer bottle, no rules. Either you're down, or I am. Boxers are different. They have rules, so they stick to set patterns. Forget it, you wouldn't understand anyway. Under Yang Jun's sly winks, Su Qi and Yang Jing shared a tender moment. By the time they returned to campus, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. He sent Ping Junshan to the terrace while he headed alone to the small street beside the sports field, the row of shops he'd auctioned off earlier in the year. This semester, his focus was here. As for the bubble tea shop, just as Su Qi had anticipated, shops selling bubble tea and desserts had suddenly sprung up like mushrooms. It was obvious that once these shops were finished, Su Qi's business would take a nosedive. Ding Qingfan was no exception. Yet one thing puzzled him: Ding Qingfan had been surprisingly quiet lately. Su Qi didn't believe the kid would just quietly leave school. As for his situation with Li Lingling, Su Qi had lost all interest. Su Qi had a clear plan for these shops. First, he would definitely operate them himself. Renting them out was out of the question. The meager rental income wasn't worth his time. Second, they would definitely feature food, specifically snacks. No full-service restaurants, just casual eateries. The school's annual enrollment expansion had caused a massive surge in student numbers. The once quiet spots where couples used to hang out were now packed. You could hear every kiss and hug from the next table over. It was incredibly annoying. So his current focus is on a themed street centered around couples. Hanging things like love locks along the street should work well. But this requires a professional to handle. He can manage a single shop and provide marketing strategies, but running an entire themed street from the initial design to the final execution, he feels his knowledge is still lacking. He does have a team now, but they're students after all, and their experience is still lacking. Real estate operations are different from the internet. They require seasoned expertise, while the internet demands wildly imaginative thinking. He had someone in mind. The reason he hadn't rushed to secure these commercial spaces lately was because he was waiting for this person's call. He had a gut feeling this person would contact him soon. Lost in thought, he suddenly looked up and spotted a young man in a suit, also standing at the other end of the street, chin resting in his hand, deep in thought. Chapter 89, Zhidong arrives. Zhidong, the young man he met on the train home last year. From the start, Su Qi had been struck by him. He knew this man was a real estate prodigy, his ideas remarkably ahead of their time. But in this era, major developers still moved cautiously. His unconventional ideas were hard for others to grasp. Only someone like Su Qi, holding all the trump cards, could truly understand him. That's why he was certain Zhidong would reach out to him. Standing on this side of the street, a phrase popped into Su Chi's mind, "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." He didn't rush over to greet him, instead finding a seat nearby and watching Zedong from a distance. Zedong held a notebook in his hand, its pages densely covered with meticulously detailed routes of the surrounding area more precise than any map. After meeting Su Chi on the train before the new year, Zedong had returned home and couldn't sleep for days. Su Chi had given him an instant sense of connection. Whenever he shared his ideas with others before, they'd call him crazy. That's why he'd always been marginalized at his old workplace. 3 or 4 years had passed, and he was still just a junior planning specialist. Su Chi's appearance felt like a beacon lighting up the path ahead in his life. Yet he also worried Su Chi might be a fraud. So upon returning to his old company, he pulled strings to obtain the documents proving these shops were registered under Su Chi's name. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately resigned, not even pausing to say goodbye to the attractive young woman in the office he'd been flirting with. He had actually arrived yesterday but hadn't rushed to call Su Chi. Instead, he spent the past 2 days investigating these shops and the area around the university. If we execute this plan, this entire street could potentially become the heart of Zhonghai University. Su Chi smiled and walked over. I'm also very optimistic about this area. It seems you've already done the most detailed analysis possible. No need for me to say more. Zedong quickly turned around. Mr. Su, it's you. Sorry, I haven't had a chance to contact you yet. No problem. As a real estate mastermind, if I'd been talked into coming to Zhonghai University based on a few casual words, that would be foolish. Doing your homework is only natural, Su Chi said with a smile. This remark made Zedong feel a bit embarrassed, and he didn't respond. Alright, tell me what you've analyzed these past few days. How can I maximize the commercial value of these shops? Remember, I never intended to rent them out. Once this topic came up, Zedong couldn't stop talking. School commerce has a major pain point. Shops are almost always right next to dorms or cafeterias. This kind of business can make money, but definitely not big money. After class, students grab water, pick up a few things on the way back to their dorms, and that's it. How much can they really buy? This kind of commerce is very fragmented, lacking any real concept. Going high-end is the only way to maximize returns on limited resources, but the key is making people want to linger and experience it. Take a dingy fast food joint selling chili pork for $10, you just want to wolf it down and leave. But at a 5-star hotel, that same dish costs $50. After eating, you linger to enjoy the lighting, listen to soft music, and at just the right moment, a smiling server appears. Sir, would you like a cup of coffee? And just like that, you've spent hundreds more without even realizing it. That's why the experience is crucial. It's the experience that defines luxury. This should be our primary focus. Su Chi felt a surge of delight. He hadn't misjudged this person. But you must understand one thing, students have incredibly busy social lives. Getting them to sit in one place for too long might be tricky. How would you handle that? Chasing girls. Isn't that why you joined the club? Sweating buckets on the basketball court, isn't that to catch the attention of those shy underclassmen? Don't tell me you're driven by lofty ideals or pure passion. We've all been there, we know exactly what's going on. So I say we make this place a sacred ground for romance. With innocence as our theme, just like how you positioned your bubble tea, Mr. Su. Of course, school is a sanctuary for learning, so we can't be too blatant. We'll just play with public opinion. The more subtle, the more alluring. Guys always spend money like fools when they're smitten. They can't resist a girl's sweet talk and cuteness. I think this approach will work. Su Chi burst out laughing. Looks like you spent a fortune in college. So we have the theme, how do we execute it? Simple. We hire some beautiful models and handsome guys from outside. They just stroll down this street every day, no need for them to do anything else. You can come here daily, sit or lie down however you like, as long as you don't check into a hotel with male classmates. Do whatever you want, we'll pay you. Su Chi sensed something off and quickly interrupted. Slowly but surely, this will draw a huge crowd. Hold on, Zedong. What exactly could those handsome guys do if they went to a hotel with male classmates? Let's set that question aside for now and discuss it later. Once foot traffic here explodes, we'll start adding little touches like copying tourist spots with wish trees and love locks. Couples who stroll here will have eternal love, while those who skip weekends will get 5-second hotel stays. This will make couples think about coming here every day. I'm confident that within a few months, this place will become the coolest spot in the minds of all Zhonghai students. Mr. Su, will we even need to worry about revenue by then? Plus, the location is perfect, private, fresh air, no need to smell the stinky ditch outside the cafeteria. Su Chi burst into laughter, grabbing Zedong's hand. Zedong, you're like a mind reader. Your ideas align perfectly with mine. But we need to plan this carefully. Stay here, I promise you, I'm the only one who can give you boundless opportunities in this world. Zedong squeezed Su Chi's hand tightly in return, his emotions running high. After all these years, he'd finally found someone who truly recognized his worth. He was actually a very unrestrained individual. Back at his former company, he constantly defied conventional norms, drawing endless criticism and leaving him frustrated and unfulfilled. All he could do was watch as his attractive young female colleague climbed into bed with the boss. So at this moment, he felt boundless hope ahead. Overwhelmed with emotion, his eyes welled up. Just then, a couple walked past them. "Honey, what are those two guys doing holding hands? Can't you tell? Top and bottom." "Oh, I don't get it, but I love how refreshingly unique you always sound." "You really don't get it? Like yesterday you were the bottom." "Ugh. You're so mean." Suchi and Jadon let go of each other's hands as if they'd seen a ghost. They exchanged a glance. Suchi cursed, "Damn it. Why are you blushing?" Chapter 90, The Most Vicious Best Friend. College, those who went regret it, those who didn't miss out. Freshman year, your roommate would lean over, eyes gleaming with anticipation, and ask, "Bro, got any hotties on your QQ?" By sophomore year, your roommate would lean in, deadpan, "Bro, got any girls on your QQ?" By junior year, they'll occasionally ask but without any hope. By senior year, your roommate will lie in bed, batting their eyelashes at you, "Hey, why don't you come over?" And so, days filled with both joy and sorrow slipped away in the flow of time, catching us off guard. Ding Qingfan was facing this very issue, but he felt no sentimental melancholy, only rage. A few days ago, he had a fight with Li Lingling, and she hadn't spoken to him since. The rich kid was furious and vented his anger by visiting massage parlors several times. Unfortunately, a classmate saw him, and the gossip spread to Li Lingling's ears. After slapping him by the lake a few days ago, Li Lingling had ended things completely. Jia Qianfeng had been treading carefully these past days, staying close to his cousin without daring to speak much. In the dorm room, Ding Qingfan wore a cold expression. "How's business at the shop been lately?" "Bro, it's okay, about the same as before. But now, many shops on this street are being renovated. Things aren't looking good. I guess we'll have a lot of competition." Ding Qingfan sighed. "There's nothing we can do. Who knows where this Chicheng real estate came from? They appeared suddenly and vanished just as quickly. After snapping up these shops, they disappeared without a trace. Otherwise, we wouldn't be facing this predicament. By the way, what's Suchi up to lately?" Jia Qianfeng replied, "Don't mention it. Brother, news has practically exploded around campus these past few days. Suchi is preparing to sell his shop. Right now, some old stinky tofu vendor is already negotiating with him in a very domineering manner." "Selling it off? Could it be that kid found out about our contract? Panicking to get rid of it?" Ding Qingfan frowned. "He definitely doesn't know about the contract." But another rumor's spreading now that Chicheng Real Estate is actually Suchi's project. "Him? Does he even have the capability? He's just some small-time hustler who got lucky opening a shop and made a few bucks. What qualifies him to dabble in real estate?" Ding Qingfan exploded in rage. Seeing the tension escalate, Jia Qianfeng quickly interjected, "Bro, I don't think it's possible either. That's about all he's capable of. That's why I suspect Chicheng Real Estate is actually the school scheme. Given our relationship with him, if he really took over those shops, he'd be itching to move against us. He wouldn't just sit quietly like this." "Good to see you finally get it. Grow a brain." Ding Qingfan shot him a withering look. "I'm graduating soon and leaving campus in a few days. Since this shop's already in such bad shape, let's sell it off. The family's satisfied with my shop's performance now. We took some hits earlier, but things are looking up later. So I'll be joining the family business soon. Keeping this shop doesn't make much sense anymore." "Bro, you really want to sell it?" Jia Qianfeng was deeply reluctant. Not because he felt sorry for the place, but because he was losing a lucrative money-making opportunity. Last year alone, he'd made a tidy profit from this place. Ding Qingfan shot him a glance. "Enough. You think I'm unaware of your little schemes? I just choose not to confront you about them. You handle selling this place. Whatever you get for it, it's yours to keep. Oh, and include Suchi's contract in the deal too. I won't have the time to play games with him anymore. I need to quickly get up to speed with the family business." In truth, Ding Qingfan's family had also experienced a major upheaval during the holiday season. His father had suddenly brought home an illegitimate son, roughly his age, and had already secured him a position within the family company. This person posed a significant threat, and his father clearly favored him. Therefore, Ding Qingfan had to integrate into the family enterprise swiftly. Otherwise, who would inherit the family fortune was entirely uncertain. Upon hearing this, Jia Qingfan swallowed hard, realizing he was about to make a fortune. "But what about my sister-in-law? Let her go. Playing innocent? Ding Qingfan, can get any woman I want. Damn it, she wasted nearly a year of my life." The mere mention of Li Lingling sent Ding Qingfan into a rage, his curses so loud they silenced Jia Qianfeng. Inside the girls' dormitory, Li Lingling, who had been in a daze for days, stared blankly at the ceiling. Sanyao beside her suggested, "Lingling, why don't you go apologize to Senior Ding? I really feel sorry for you. Men are all fickle. I bet he just went to that place on a whim." Li Lingling frowned. "Sanyao, I know you made a lot of money at the youth milk tea shop last year, but don't push it too far. I'm not a bargaining chip for you to use to curry favor with others. After saying this, Li Lingling startled herself. These were her true feelings, never voiced before. But now that she'd spoken them, she might as well continue. You think I don't know? You've been obsessed with Ding Qingfan all along. Last year, you even secretly texted him. You two must have had a wild time at the hotel that day you came back the next morning looking all flushed. I must be blind as a bat to have a best friend like you, yet end up with a guy with such terrible taste. Shan Yao's mouth fell open as she stared at Li Lingling. She reached out and pressed her fingers to Lingling's forehead. Lingling, you don't have a fever, do you? Get your filthy hands off me. When I was with Su Qi, if you hadn't constantly badmouthed him as a loser, I wouldn't have overcomplicated things like that. Li Lingling lost all control at the thought of Su Qi, screaming at the top of her lungs. Everyone in the dorm was stunned. The usually soft-spoken Li Lingling had never been this fiercely sharp before. She was like a completely different person. Li Lingling, do you even know what you're saying? Do you think I'm to blame for you breaking up with Su Qi? If you truly loved him, how could my words have swayed you? And which eye of yours saw me check into a hotel with Senior Ding? I know you're upset about breaking up with him, but you can't slander me. Shan Yao's voice grew even louder. You shameless. You didn't just do it once. You think I don't know? You want proof? All your so-called good friends told me everything. When you were bragging to your girlfriends about how mighty your Ding Shuashan was, did it ever occur to you they'd spill every last detail to me? Just thinking about you two lovebirds makes me sick. Li Lingling. I'll kill you. Then, a colossal brawl erupted within the dorm room. You grabbed my hair, I dug my fingers into your nostrils. Women fighting is always more earth-shattering and soul-stirring than men's brawls. Chapter 91, Fourth Master. By the time news of Li Lingling and Shan Yao's fight reached Su Qi's ears, 3 days had already passed. It wasn't that he was out of the loop, rather, he'd been spending every waking moment with Zhedong lately, leaving him no time for anything else. Chen Liang and Huang Fuwei participated in every discussion regarding the themed shopping street proposal. After finalizing the plan, one issue gave Su Qi a headache: funding. If executed according to their plan, he was confident it would be an instant hit. Just like his milk tea shop, a stunning debut was always the best form of publicity. But the budget would require at least 3 million. And he only had a little over $1 million left in his account. In that moment, he suddenly regretted buying those other 2 shops. He'd poured too much of his own capital into it. In his previous life, property prices had skyrocketed at terrifying rates. If anyone else had been reborn, they'd likely have done the same. Buying several properties felt like the only way to justify their second chance. But now that his head was clear, he knew that as long as he had sufficient capital in hand, he needn't worry about this money becoming fixed assets. He had every ability to make it grow like a snowball. This realization meant he needed to secure a quick source of funds. The leases for all the shop tenants had 2 or 3 months left, giving him a maximum of 3 months. As Su Qi walked the streets, his mind racing with ideas on how to get quick cash, his phone suddenly rang. His expression darkened, and he muttered irritably. Hey buddy, don't you find it annoying to call me every day and not say a word? If you've got a grievance, take it up with the right person. Even if you're a vengeful spirit, you shouldn't be haunting me like this. Could you please stop messing with me? It turned out that for the past few days, this number kept ringing his phone briefly before hanging up. When he called back, it would connect but no one would answer. This had been driving him absolutely crazy. Just as he was about to hang up, a clear, pleasant voice came through. I know it's wrong of me to call you, but I've dropped out of school. I plan to focus entirely on preparing to go abroad. I know I'm probably just a stranger to you now, but Su Qi, before I leave Shanghai, could I see you one last time? Suddenly, Su Qi froze in the middle of the street, furrowing his brow. Lingling? A few sniffles came from the other end. Thank you for still calling me that. It means everything. Su Qi replied, truthfully, I knew this day would come. Going abroad is the path you should pursue. Let's not dwell on the past. Su Qi, I owe you an apology. Can I tell you in person? Li Lingling pleaded cautiously over the phone. Su Qi replied, it's best not to, Lingling. Matters of the heart aren't about right or wrong, only whether it's meant to be. I never blamed you from the start, so this apology is unnecessary for me. If you need peace of mind, this phone call is enough. There was a moment of hesitation on the other end before she spoke, her voice straining to hold back tears. Okay, I understand. Thank you. I thought you'd be cold and sarcastic toward me. But before I go, I want to warn you about Ding Qingfan. He's got the lease contract for your milk tea shop in his hands. Of course, he's left campus now, but he'll have Jia Qingfan arrange to get the new lease term for your shop transferred to himself. Su Qi responded with a flat O. Su Qi, shouldn't you be worried? What's gotten into you? Ever since that fever, you've been like a different person, calm to the point of being scary. Lingling, have you heard of Qiqing Real Estate? I've heard of it. Apparently that real estate company bought up every commercial space the school listed during winter break, including yours and Ding Qingfan's. When Ding Qingfan came back to campus, he complained to me about some upstart who snatched them up. Even his dad's top lieutenants couldn't secure them. Wasn't that originally registered by the school itself? Suchi thought for a moment, the guy behind teaching real estate is me. With that, he hung up. With a clatter, Li Lingling's phone fell to the floor in the girl's dormitory as her face went blank. Love, pain, memories scattered to the wind, the regrets of a past life were finally laid to rest. In the dorm room, Suchi thought deeply about the excruciating pain of his past life. When he was reborn in this life, he had already grown numb toward Li Lingling. Yet a lingering resentment remained deep within him. To claim he was truly indifferent, free of sorrow or joy, would be an exaggeration. That evening, when he called Yang Jing, Suchi didn't hold back. He recounted the entire phone call to her in detail. Though Yang Jing hadn't attended university, her magnanimity impressed Suchi. She even suggested accompanying him to bid farewell to Li Lingling when she departed for overseas studies. Suchi declined, however. He felt this arrangement was best. You pursue your dreams in your country, while I race through my own world. Our paths would never cross again, leaving no ripples in each other's lives. He only wished for their mutual well-being. The next day, a peculiar old man entered the school. A scarf was tucked into his waistband, emblazoned with the words "Fourth Master Stinky Tofu." He reeked of a pungent odor, leaving a trail of stench wherever he went. One glance told you he was a stinky tofu vendor. But trailing behind him were two imposing men in suits and sunglasses. The old man strode with a swagger, an air of unparalleled arrogance. This was the same man who had taken over Suchi's milk tea shop on the commercial street. Upon hearing that Suchi's school shop was up for transfer, he had contacted him immediately. He was here now to discuss the transfer. Suchi slept soundly that night, his dreams filled with Yang Jing. He woke up feeling blissfully content. The sunlight outside seemed brighter than ever. Brushing his teeth, he swayed his hips toward the window. The stinky tofu vendor, fourth master, strode past with an air of authority. Suchi's eyes widened. He slapped his forehead. Damn it! I almost forgot something crucial today. He quickly gulped down a few mouthfuls of water and shouted out the window, "Fourth master! Over here!" Fourth master was thoroughly enjoying the adoring gazes, warmly greeting classmates nearby. The sudden shout didn't dampen his mood. With supreme coolness, he simply asked, "Who's calling me?" The suited man behind him snapped his head up, his eyes flashing with menace as he roared at the surrounding area. "My fourth master said, who's calling him? Come out. It's me. Suchi, upstairs. My fourth master never glances around when he walks. Damn it. What kind of rules are these? Do you even want my shop anymore? If not, just go back yourself. Don't. Young man, why so hot-headed? Come down now." The fourth master's Beijing accent carried immense authority. Chapter 92, Need a Few Bucks. Inside the cafeteria, fourth master sat poised and composed. Across from him, Suchi fought back a laugh. "So, fourth master, what price do you think is fair? 100,000 yuan, not a penny more. 1 million, not a penny less. Forget it, I'll add a bid, 150,000. I'll raise it to 1.1 million. Bang! Fourth master slammed his hand on the table and stood up. How dare you negotiate like that? We're old friends. I'll give you a friend's price, 1.15 million. Fine. You've got me beat, young master. 1.15 million it is. Fourth master was completely defeated. Now that's what I call sincerity. Let's make this a pleasant collaboration. Suchi chuckled. Fourth master's expression suddenly darkened. I can pay that price, but I have one condition. Fourth master, name your terms, just don't ask me to lower the transfer fee. Get lost. What kind of talk is that? Do you take me for a rich guy? Fourth master's face darkened. I know you bought up all these shops. My demand is this: when the contract expires, get rid of that youth milk tea shop. Then I want to move my shop to that location. Suchi's heart sank. Suddenly, he realized this old man was far more cunning than he'd imagined. The matter of teaching real estate was known only to the school leadership, his inner circle, and Li Lingling. No one else knew he was the real owner behind it. Yet this stinky tofu vendor had uncovered the truth so swiftly it left him utterly astonished. Fourth master, your information network is remarkably well connected. I know you're dying to know how I found out, but don't ask. Even if you did, I wouldn't tell you. Of course, I'll keep your secret. I've also looked into that youth milk tea shop. They've never gotten along with you. And their owner has always been trying to get you out. Handing over his shop to me, that's not too much to ask, is it? Suchi thought for a moment. Fine. I want cash. How many people still carry cash for transactions these days? Fourth master flicked open his wallet and produced a 1,000,000 yuan check. I've never lost a business deal in my life, but you're the exception. I was prepared to settle this with 1 million, so that's all I brought. The rest will be deposited into your account tomorrow by my men. Let's sign the contract. With that, fourth master snapped his fingers. The man in the suit behind him promptly pulled a contract from his briefcase. Suchi didn't bother to look it over. After all, the shop was his. If they tried any tricks in the contract, they'd be the ones suffering when the lease expired. He signed the contract without hesitation, then treated fourth master and his group to a meal. The transfer of the milk tea shop was settled. Next came the task of assigning the bubble tea shop employees. Suchi had arranged for all 20-odd staff members to be transferred to Zhidong. With 2 million yuan now in hand, the pressure eased considerably, though another 2 million was still needed. Budgeting for 3 million and preparing 4 million couldn't hurt. The real fear was facing a cash crunch later. The milk tea shop couldn't possibly meet that demand. Once all the milk tea shops on that street opened, business would inevitably become as routine as clockwork. After much deliberation, only one idea came to mind: an arcade. There were many ways to make money right now: building material stores, home appliances, and so on. But even if those were highly profitable, they weren't suitable for his current situation. Just finding a location, renovating, and stocking inventory would take 2 months. That option was out. Arcades were different. A bare-bones space with a few game machines could open immediately. Plus, with internet fees so high these days, arcades held a crucial place in students' free time, whether they were elementary kids or college students. And if things went south, he could close up shop quickly. Another crucial point: Brother Shankai already runs a game arcade nearby, and its business is likely dismal. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so desperate. Sometimes his own guys get stabbed, and he can't even cover their medical bills. If I approached him for a partnership, he'd definitely agree. To keep a game arcade bustling, the selection of games is crucial. For instance, if you tried to put Heart Battle in there, you'd get cursed out, though Heart Battle is a PC game. The more Suchi thought about it, the more promising it seemed. But there was still one problem to solve: game cards. Classic arcade games typically gained popularity overseas before making their way to China. This meant he absolutely had to find a way to get his hands on the latest game cartridges on the market, preferably ones that were already popular abroad but hadn't yet reached China. That evening, he shared his plan with several people, and Peng Junshan quickly resolved the game cartridge issue. While stationed overseas, Peng Junshan had once saved a man named Huang Dehua. This man was a notorious smuggler along the coast, his fame rivaling even that of the richest man who had smuggled goods to Russia and returned with an airplane. Having spent years shuttling between foreign and domestic markets, securing game cards was a mere flick of the wrist for him. That very night, Suchi called Huang Dehua. At first, the man was arrogant and aloof, but the moment Peng Junshan's name was mentioned, his attitude shifted completely. He asked only where Peng Junshan was, refusing to discuss anything else. Upon hearing Suchi mention Shanghai, he blurted out without hesitation: "I'll fly over tomorrow. Keep your phone on." Then he hung up. This earned Huang Dehua a fair amount of goodwill from Suchi. After resolving this matter, Suchi headed out again naturally to find Shan Pao. Upon hearing Suchi wanted to partner with him, Shan Pao was overjoyed. He dragged Suchi into his arcade and launched into a lengthy boast. But Suchi quickly deflated his enthusiasm. No wonder his arcade business was thriving. First, the games were outdated and hadn't been updated in ages, still the same titles from 7 or 8 years back. Second, his thugs loitered inside all day, occasionally extorting students who came to play. No one dared enter to play. After a few pointed remarks from Suchi, Shan Pao had an epiphany. He immediately kicked his thugs out with punches and kicks. He issued a stern warning: anyone caught loafing around his arcade would have their legs broken. This left his underlings utterly disheartened. Hadn't the boss always claimed this arcade was their stronghold? Why was he suddenly turning his back on them now? Of course, as a condition of his investment, Suchi guaranteed that he would receive at least 2 million yuan in dividends over these 2 months. For a country bumpkin like him, that was more than enough. Chapter 93: Huang Dehua. Early morning, a balding, impeccably dressed middle-aged man was persistently explaining to the security guard: "I'm from Guangdong. Let me in already. I came all the way from Guangdong just to find my life-saving benefactor. Why can't you understand my Cantonese? Ugh, you two are driving me crazy." The two guards looked utterly bewildered, scratching their heads in confusion. "Xiao Wei, what's this guy talking about? I don't understand a word." "No idea, but we still can't let him in. Look at him all dressed up like that." "Yeah, exactly. He's definitely here to pick up girls." The middle-aged man grew impatient. "What nonsense are you two spouting? I'm not that kind of person. I'm genuinely here to find my savior. You know I'm dead tired from flying. Hey, what are you doing holding that thing? Put it away. We're all one big family." The man named Xiao Wei, brandishing his security baton, couldn't hold back any longer. His face darkened. "Speak Mandarin. I don't understand you. Damn it, this is infuriating. Just you wait, I'm calling someone." The middle-aged man was Huang Dehua. After last night's social engagements, he'd caught the earliest flight to Shanghai. Now, sweat beaded on his forehead. He'd always preferred communicating with Africans over speaking Mandarin with his fellow northerners. Back in his home province, he'd always traveled with a large entourage, making quite a show of things. This time, however, he'd come alone in a rush. He pulled out his phone and dialed a number. "Director Chen, it's me, Huang Dehua. The bathroom break was quick, haven't seen you in years. I'm at Jinhai University. Could you tell their security to let me in? Oh, and could you have that translator, Xiao Zhong, come over to help me? On the other end, a middle-aged man jogging in the morning stood frozen in the wind for a moment before snapping out of it, Mr. Huang? That's right. Director Chen, it's your old buddy Huang here. Alright. I'll arrange it immediately. Xiao Zhong will be there in 10 minutes.
The middle-aged man hung up and immediately dialed another number, repeatedly instructing Xiao Zhong on the other end to ensure Huang Zhihua received the best possible reception. As the deputy mayor in charge of municipal investment promotion, Chen had previously interacted with this major Guangdong-based wheeler dealer. Through Huang Zhihua's introductions, the Guangdong Chamber of Commerce had made substantial investments in Shanghai over the years, significantly boosting Chen's political achievements. Huang Zhihua finally exhaled in relief. Holding a red double happiness cigarette between his lips, he gazed at the school gate with a surge of emotion. The vivid memory of his own rescue remained etched in his mind, the overwhelming relief upon seeing the People's Liberation Army soldiers after being kidnapped overseas, and the heartbreaking sight of those honorable soldiers falling one by one before his eyes. Years had passed, and he had been waiting for contact from Peng Junshan, the squad leader of that unit. He had searched many places but found no trace of him. Now, he felt the time had come to repay that debt. As a Hakka native of Guangdong province, he knew that gratitude was a quality his people never forgot, no matter how successful they became elsewhere. 10 minutes later, a Volkswagen sped to the school gate, and a young man hurriedly stepped out.
Xiao Zhong. You finally made it. My apologies, Mr. Huang. I kept you waiting. Let's go inside the school.
The two security guards glanced at the license plate with puzzlement and froze in place. As individuals stationed at the gate all day, they were intimately familiar with license plates. They could immediately tell this car belonged to their city government. They quickly saluted, "Good day."
Xiao Zhong replied gently, "Hello. This is Mr. Huang, Secretary General of the Guangdong Provincial Chamber of Commerce. He's here to find his life-saving benefactor. I hope you'll let him in. I won't bother calling the principal over such a minor matter."
Xiao Wei grumbled, "Sir, it's not that we won't let him in. It's just that he keeps talking to us in his hometown dialect and refuses to speak Mandarin, so we've been a bit slow." The other security guard, quicker on the uptake than Xiao Wei, quickly interjected, "Yes, sir." Thus, Huang Zhihua finally stood on the campus of Shanghai University. Xiao Zhong had intended to accompany him, but Huang Zhihua persuaded him to stay behind. He called Su Qi, who happened to be with Peng Junshan near the sports field shops. Huang Zhihua hurried impatiently to the agreed meeting spot. "Mr. Huang, my apologies for making you come all this way personally," Su Qi greeted him. Huang Zhihua walked right past Su Qi without acknowledging him, fixing his gaze on Peng Junshan. "Captain Peng, I told you many times back then to come with me to Guangdong to make our fortunes together. Look how long you've disappeared. I searched everywhere for you and couldn't find you." Su Qi gave a bitter smile. People from Guangdong province carried a certain pride, not out of arrogance, but a resilience forged while battling abroad. When dealing with the devil, you had to stand tall. Of course, another reason was his resentment toward Su Qi for derailing the future of his own life-saving benefactor. A retired Special Forces squadron leader following a mere student? He felt Su Qi simply wasn't worthy. Peng Junshan noticed the tension. "Mr. Huang, this is my boss, Su Qi." "Oh. Hello," Huang Zhihua replied flatly. Su Qi couldn't be bothered to engage. "Alright, you two chat. I'll discuss the plans for this commercial space with my friend first." "Plans? What plans?" Huang Zhihua looked puzzled. Zhedong approached carrying some blueprints, casting a puzzled glance at Huang Zhihua along the way. Su Qi patted his shoulder. "Let's double-check everything." "Right, Mr. Su. We've hit a snag. Several merchants seem to have found out about our plans for a theme street here. They're now causing a huge commotion at the school, demanding the administration take responsibility." "Got it. That place with the banner out front is the ringleader, right?" Su Qi pointed to a noodle shop where a white banner hung at the entrance, its bold "We Demand Survival" slogan glaring at them. Zhedong replied, "Yes, that one. It's a bit much." The other merchants had already signed agreements. Each would receive 3,000 yuan to relocate, and the school would arrange alternative shops for them. But this guy is stirring things up, demanding 100,000 yuan in compensation. That's why the others are joining in the protest. Su Qi frowned. "Let's go check if his shop's renovations are worth 100,000. If they are, I won't make things difficult for the school. I'll cover it myself. But if he's bent on extortion, then I'm afraid you'll have to vacate the premises immediately upon contract expiration and you won't get a single penny. The school already has arrangements in place. This compensation is purely humanitarian." Zhedong sounded concerned. "The boss is a bit fierce. Mr. Su, be careful later." "Don't worry, I've got this. I know what I'm doing." With that, he strode forward. Chapter 94, The Holdout on Theme Street. The noodle shop owner was a formidable woman whose imposing frame seemed to dominate the small storefront. A cloth banner tied above her head proclaimed, "Fight to the death." Spotting Zhedong approaching, she suddenly bellowed, "Damn it! Those little bastards are back again." "Where?" A lean, dark-skinned man rushed out, clutching a steel ladle as he charged forward. Zhedong frowned, instinctively stepping in front of Su Qi to shield him.
Clearly, this couple had been giving him headaches these past few days. Ready to swing that steel spoon at the slightest provocation, they looked ready to crack someone's skull. No room for conversation here. Suchi gently pushed Jadong aside and walked to the doorway. Without hesitation, he grabbed a chair and placed it squarely in the middle of the entrance, directly facing the fierce couple. Go ahead, hit me. You won't feel satisfied until you do, and once you do, you'll get kicked out of school immediately. Forget about the 100,000 you demanded. Whether we get relocated or not is another matter entirely. You think I won't hit you? The lean, dark-skinned shopkeeper charged forward, steel spoon in hand. You bastards. My whole family depends on this shop. If you drive us out, how are we supposed to survive? Mark my words, no 10,000, no deal. Or it's war till one side's dead. The woman screamed, damned capitalists. There's no justice in this world. You're ruining our livelihood. My whole family will fight you to the death. Pay up. 100,000 yuan. Jadong's face darkened. We're just following the contract. And we've already compensated you. The school has made alternative arrangements. What more do you want? The school and we are being humane, arranging for you and paying compensation. Outside, who'd arrange anything for you? You're just tenants. Contract terms apply. Landlords have the right to reclaim shops when leases expire. What's wrong with that? I don't give a damn about that. I have one demand: find me a new storefront and pay me 100,000 yuan in compensation. Otherwise, the moment you step through this door, I'll kill you, the shop owner roared. Su Chi chuckled. Come on. Tell me what part of your shop is worth 100,000? How could it not be worth 100,000? Lost income, renovation costs, equipment expenses isn't all that money? And who the hell are you? Some student acting like someone's lackey. Get lost. Hold on. Don't look down on me like that. I'm here specifically to appraise your shop just to see what it's worth. Su Chi explained. The shop owner's wife snapped, what appraisal? Get out of here. This isn't your business. You, the kid behind him, you come out and talk. I know you're the one in charge. Be straightforward. Is 100,000 okay? If not, get lost. You woman. Jadong had argued with this woman countless times, always ending up fleeing in defeat. She was unreasonable. Even if the King of Heaven himself descended, it wouldn't matter. They possessed the power to destroy the earth. The woman wore a smug look. Got nothing more to say? Then get lost. Su Chi was about to speak when the middle-aged man lunged forward and shoved him. Get lost. Don't come here and get in my way. Damn it. How many times have I told you lot? Unless you bring 100 grand in cash, just walking past my shopfront means I'll break your damn legs. This is your final warning. Pang Junshan, seeing someone attack Su Chi, rushed over to intervene but was pulled back by Su Chi. Huang Dehua also approached, watching from the sidelines, curious to see how Su Chi would handle the situation. During their earlier conversation, Pang Junshan had recounted every detail of Su Chi's actions. This seasoned smuggler, who'd spent years trafficking goods overseas, was utterly stunned by Su Chi. A whole row of shops, plus the DD chat app he used himself, all created by a single student. He still couldn't quite believe it. Su Chi calmly looked at the shop owner and pointed to his own head. I told you from the start you can knock my head open. The harder the better. Best to make such a scene that we end up in the principal's office. When that happens, it'll be you guys who get kicked out, not us. A merchant assaulting a student? That's zero tolerance at any school. You do the math. The unreasonable shop owners hesitated upon hearing this. But you can't be unreasonable either, the male shopkeeper stammered. Me unreasonable? Who exactly is being unreasonable here? You invested 100,000 in this shop? You just whitewash the walls, put in a few tables, and make a few dozen bucks a day, yet you come demanding 100,000 from me? You've got some nerve, thinking I'm some kind of sugar daddy? Mark my words, get those signatures within 2 days. I don't have time to waste on you. If you don't sign, that's fine. When the contract expires, I'll demand the school revoke all your special privileges. And forget about getting that 3,000 yuan, you won't see a single cent. You're targeting me? I'll target you back. I have the power to make sure you can't stay at Zhenhai University. The male shop owner's face flushed crimson. 3,000 is way too low. I can go up to 10,000, no, 90,000. Not a penny less. You think I don't know? You're planning to turn this into a theme street. Business will boom then. 90,000 is actually a bargain for you. You've got some nerve, thick-skinned bastard. Do you really think you're as thick as a city wall? Whether business thrives or not is none of your damn business. I bought this storefront. Do you seriously think you're the owner? You're holding a 3-month lease in your hands. What gives you the right to haggle with the property owner? The female shop owner spoke up. But you can't. Can't? Can't kick you out? Am I kicking you out? Fine then, let's just stick to the contract. I've lost all patience. Jadong. Make a detailed record of every tenant here. Anyone attempting extortion will first be reported to the university. All preferential treatment and compensation will be revoked. If they refuse to vacate after the contract expires, we'll file a police report. Yes, sir. The voices were loud, and in the small area, every merchant heard them clearly. Several merchants immediately stepped forward. We'll sign. But you can't go to the school demanding we be kicked out, right? Right, we have no choice. That couple said we were deceived by you, so they're stirring up trouble too. Yeah, your terms are actually pretty good. There's no business here anyway. I was planning to close up shop next year anyway. I say, it's just that couple causing trouble. Everyone scrambled to declare their stance, as if they feared losing the 3,000 yuan. Seeing the situation turn sour, the male shopkeeper completely caved. We'll sign too. Fine, just don't kick us out. His wife glared at him angrily. What are you doing? Have you forgotten what Mr. Kai told us? What the hell does Mr. Kai matter? If this keeps up, we won't even get our 3,000 yuan. Chapter 95, Dealing with the Holdouts. But we can't just back down so easily. You damn woman. You dare call me names. Think you're tough now, huh? The female shop owner grabbed the male shop owner by the ear and dragged him into her store. Suchi stood his ground. Jadon, cancel the 3,000 yuan subsidy for this shop. That's how we'll handle it. We're not a charity. As for the other merchants, add another 1,000 yuan each. Consider it our support for their new shop reopening. His words immediately drew applause. These people, already fearful of losing their 3,000 yuan, were now even more determined to sign after hearing about the extra 1,000 yuan. After all, this had been nothing but unreasonable demands. Not everyone was as unreasonable as those two shop owners. At noon, Suchi brought Huang Jihua to a restaurant outside. Huang Jihua no longer looked down on Suchi. Mr. Su, you handled the situation that just happened very well. Nothing to commend, Suchi replied coolly. They had no grounds for complaint from the start. It was merely my subordinate's weakness that prolonged this. You can't put it that way. If you slap someone and then give them candy, they'll only remember the candy. But if you give them candy first and then slap them, they'll only hate you. First, we broke down that couple's psychological defenses. Then we made an example of everyone in the store. After that, we gave everyone a sweet reward except that couple. This way, everyone remembers the reward, while they see the couple's fate. That makes them even less likely to follow suit. You're a sly fox, not an ounce less cunning than any I've ever seen, Huang Jihua declared with deadpan seriousness. Su Chi hadn't thought that deeply into it. He chuckled. Mr. Huang, is that a compliment or a dig? If it's a dig, you're buying dinner. Of course it's a compliment. You're exceptional. I've seen many young people, but you're the most outstanding one. Honestly, having my lifesaver like you around puts my mind at ease. This business is right up your alley. Su Chi looked utterly bewildered. What? What are you talking about? What the hell is this world? You mean world? World class? What the heck is that? Mr. Su? Are you even listening to me? Mr. Huang, could you speak Mandarin? Ha! Mr. Su, cut me some slack, this is just how we speak in Guangdong. Right. Listen to my life-saving advice. Are you planning to get into real estate development? Yeah. That's the plan. Need any help from your old buddy? I'm tight with your deputy director Chen. Getting land? Piece of cake. Huang Jihua took a sip of water after speaking. His Mandarin left him feeling a bit down, his tongue was all twisted. Su Chi asked, Mr. Huang, do you have connections at the municipal government? Of course. Our Guangdong Chamber of Commerce has invested billions in Zhonghai. The government values us highly. Alright. I'll keep your offer in mind, but we haven't reached that stage yet. When the time comes that I need your influence, I won't hesitate to ask. Su Chi raised his wine glass. Huang Jihua shot Su Chi a surprised look. Unflappable and unpretentious, you really are a seasoned fox. His bluntness made Su Chi smile wryly. They then discussed some minor matters concerning the arcade, which Huang Jihua readily agreed to. After seeing Huang Jihua off, Su Chi felt a weight lift from his shoulders. It was true, he feared nothing under heaven except Guangdong people speaking Mandarin. Jadong had gone back to work after lunch, leaving only Su Chi and Peng Junshan walking through the campus. Su Chi remarked with admiration, this Mr. Huang is quite something, straightforward and genuine. I like that. Peng Junshan gave him a strange look. Damn, Guangdong Mandarin is toxic. Su Chi instinctively covered his mouth. Why didn't you say a word just now? Want to know? Yeah. I couldn't understand his hometown dialect. Alright. Over the next few days, Su Chi was swamped with work. Actually, during the couple's argument, he noticed one detail, the mention of Mr. Kai. It was now crystal clear, someone was backing this couple. As for who this Mr. Kai was, he had no clue yet. But it didn't matter much, the shop issue should be manageable. He could focus on handling this matter with peace of mind. Suddenly, he felt a strange kinship with the yellow speculators, those who infiltrated an industry, made a quick buck, and then vanished. In a restaurant near Pusan town, Kai Mingdong sat gloomily in a private room. Standing across from him were none other than that couple. Gone was their earlier domineering demeanor, now they appeared cautious and apprehensive. Mr. Kai, what should we do now? In just these few days, all the shop owners have signed the papers, the male shop owner said. The female shop owner grew anxious. Mr. Kai, we both followed your lead to incite others to join our protest. You can't just abandon us now. We've lost our 3,000 yuan. You're the big boss, you have to help us. Kai Mingdong frowned. Enough. Stop making a scene here. I'll give you that 10,000 yuan. Go to the finance department of Guangxia Real Estate tomorrow to collect it. But let me make this clear, if you leak any details about this incident, you know exactly what kind of people we are. The female shop owner immediately protested. Hey, Mr. Kai, you promised 20,000 after the job was done. Why did it suddenly become 10,000? Kai Mingdong stood up, clearly annoyed. Did you get the job done? 10,000 yuan, take it or leave it. If you don't want it, get out of here. The female shopkeeper tried to argue, but the male shopkeeper pulled her back, his face pleading. We'll take it. Rest assured, Mr. Kai, we'll keep this confidential. Good to know. Now get out of here. As Kai Mingdong spoke, a man with a scarred face approached from behind, glaring at the couple. You two, let's go. The male shopkeeper finally pulled the female shopkeeper away in a hurry. After they left, a middle-aged man wearing glasses and holding a cigar walked in. The man was well dressed, followed by 7 or 8 people, but he carried an aura of menace. He clearly wasn't someone to mess with, looking very much like a Hong Kong gangster movie boss. The moment Kai Mingdong spotted the man, he sprang to his feet and stepped forward. Mr. Fong, why have you come personally? What choice did I have? Little Kai, your ability to handle things, why does it feel like it's getting worse and worse? Is it because things are going smoothly now that you've gotten complacent? The middle-aged man patted Kai Mingdong's cheek, his smile forced and insincere. Chapter 96, Fong Shijun. Fong Shijun, the boss of Guangxia Real Estate, was once the biggest local power broker in Pusan town, a cut above the usual small-time thugs. But he was sharp. He curried favor with a deputy town mayor in Pusan and landed some construction waste projects through him, making his first fortune. Later, introduced by this deputy, he gained access to high society. Within a decade, he amassed a fortune of several tens of millions. Though he no longer engaged in violent activities, he still maintained a large crew under him, with Pusan town remaining their stronghold. Kai Mingdong shuddered. Mr. Fong, I apologize. This is my failure. I accept whatever punishment the company deems fit. Punishment? What punishment could I possibly give you? Do you think I, Fong Shijun, am some local thug? You should be saying you're willing to take responsibility for the losses you caused the company. That's what a proper corporate employee should say. Fong Shijun sat down on the sofa, crossed his legs, and fixed him with an eagle-like, piercing gaze. Yes. You're absolutely right, Mr. Fong. I'll remember this next time. Kai Mingdong visibly relaxed. Speak up. How will you take responsibility? Mr. Fong. Are you kidding me? Fong Shijun's expression turned icy. Kai Mingdong's knees buckled and he knelt down. Mr. Fong, no, please give me a little more time. I just don't understand. I, Fong Shijun, just want to vent my frustration. Why is that so difficult? Is it because my business has moved to the district now? Does that mean even a student from Pusan town can piss on my head? Or is it that your team's incompetence just keeps getting worse? And you look at that belly of yours. You don't look like an employee of a legitimate company at all. You need to lose some damn weight. Fong Shijun's expression darkened. He sprang to his feet and flung his cigar into Kai Mingdong's face. Kai Mingdong trembled violently, his world turned upside down. Mr. Fong, I've investigated. That kid seems desperate for cash now. He's partnered with Shan Pao to open an arcade. I'll take men to smash that place tomorrow. Shan Pao? That little punk near Zhonghai University? Yeah, that's the one. I bet he's the guy backing that punk. Otherwise, how else could he be so disrespectful to us? Who are you bringing to take it down? My guys. You brainless fool. You're just making me look bad. Go find Bald Lu. Tell him I, Fong Shijun, sent you. Fong Shijun got up and headed for the door, muttering all the way, useless piece of trash. All he knows is eating. Nothing but fat in his belly. Only after Fong Shijun had been gone for quite some time did Kai Mingdong dare to stand up, his forehead already drenched in cold sweat. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he cautiously whispered to a subordinate beside him, Mr. Kai, why is Mr. Fong so fixated on those shops? Is he really going to make a move? How could he not care? We only just found out that Zhonghai University's campus entrance is actually being extended to those shops. I needn't spell out the economic value involved, and that little bastard has touched Mr. Fong's sore spot. In Pusan town, unless a giant like Ehai Real Estate moves in, we have no other options. But which local company wouldn't give him face? This clearly makes us look bad in Pusan. If we don't crush this kid, we'll forever be a laughingstock. People will just laugh that Chairman Fong is a tiger without teeth. The subordinate exhaled sharply but said nothing. Don't just stand there. Dial Lou Baldhead's number now. Yes, sir.
That night, Lu Baldhead arrived in Busan town with at least 30 men, driving several stretched jinbei vans. The arcade was set to open tomorrow, and Suchi and Pang Junshan were inside discussing the opening details. There was actually another person who had been coming here every day these past few days, Yang Jing's older brother, Yang Jun. After spending a few days at Yang Jing's shop, he couldn't stand it anymore. The store sold nothing but girly accessories. A rough and tumble guy like him really wasn't cut out for that kind of work, so Yang Jing asked Suchi to take him under his wing. Inside the game hall, several people were discussing matters in detail when suddenly, Zhu Zamang was pulled over. A subordinate rushed in hurriedly. "Pow! Brother, Lu the Baldhead is here." "So he's here? Scared out of your wits? Shame on you." Shan Pao snapped, glaring up. "No! Brother Pao, Lu Baldhead is coming with over 30 men, armed with steel pipes." "Damn it! Does that cripple Lu really want to lose his other leg too?" Shan Pao slammed his fist on the table. Suchi frowned. "Where are they now?" "They're almost here. It's so sudden. Our guys are rushing over now. Stop messing around. Get the stash out." Shan Pao bellowed. Immediately, a henchman in the back of the room was pushed aside, and a bundle of steel pipes was tossed onto the floor. Suchi spoke up. "Brother Pao, how many men do you have here now?" "Just a few ING guys. That bald bastard Lu is shameless. He actually ambushed us." "Forget it. Let my brother-in-law and brother Peng handle this. Don't make me foot your medical bills again." Yang Jun emerged, towering like a steel tower, 30-odd? Never challenged that many before." "Junshan, have you?" "I have," Peng Junshan replied. "And the result?" "Didn't fight them, but we almost did. How about we have a contest? See whose fists are harder. We split the group, whoever scares them off first wins." "Sure thing. 15 should be no problem." Pang Junshan walked over, grabbed a steel pipe, and headed out without another word. Yang Jun burst out laughing and picked up a steel pipe of his own before heading out. Shan Pao froze in place. "Suchi, won't this be a problem? That bald Lu has recruited quite a few tough guys over the years." "No worries. 10 minutes. Yeah, that's about the time my brother-in-law and brother Peng should handle it. Better not send your guys out, injuries would be a hassle. But there are only 2 of them. Pao, business comes first." Shan Pao finally snapped back to reality, though unease still lingered. He knew the 2 men by Suchi's side were capable fighters, their builds alone proved it. But 2 men against 30? A brawl? He couldn't quite wrap his head around it. That night in Busan town descended into utter chaos. Fortunately, the area wasn't in the town center, and the sound of brawls was a common occurrence. So people were used to it. A few old ladies even opened their windows, cracking sunflower seeds as they watched the brawl unfold like a show. Sure enough, within 10 minutes, Lu Baldhead, who hadn't even gotten out of the car, stomped on the gas pedal in fury and sped away. His men scattered back into the minivan and drove off triumphantly. Chapter 97, Their Conspiracy. Suchi's milk tea shop had been handed over to fourth master, so the 20-odd employees had more free time these days. Aside from Huang Fuwei and Shen Liang, everyone else was helping spread the word about the arcade incident. Don't forget they had another crucial promotional tool, their DD Chat app. A daily pop-up notification made the entire Zhanghai University campus aware of the arcade outside King of Fighters 98, the latest version of Contra, and more, capturing everyone's attention. Of course, the pop-ups were geographically restricted to the Busan town area only. So on opening day, the place was insanely packed. Hundreds of machines were constantly gobbling up game tokens, there wasn't a moment's pause. In the days that followed, Shan Pao simply split the staff into 2 shifts, operating 24 hours a day. Meanwhile, he made several trips to Lu Baldhead's place with his crew. But they couldn't find Lu Baldhead himself anywhere, no one knew where he'd vanished to. It wasn't until 3 days later that Suchi finally pieced together the entire story. Guanxia Real Estate, his own powerful backer, was now entirely in Lu's hands. Suchi's face darkened. He had originally wanted to stay out of matters outside the school, but now it seemed impossible. "How Su, you understand what I'm saying?" Inside the warehouse, Suchi had spent a long time explaining things to Hao Su. "Want the truth? Go ahead. I still don't get it. What exactly is this online army?" "Sigh. Didn't I already explain? It's about maintaining a group of people online. They follow instructions and create public opinion whenever there's any movement, with rewards based on the number of replies they generate." The fat guy couldn't hold back any longer. "Forget it, just let him off the hook. He's only cut out for tech work." "I get what you mean, I'll handle this." Suchi breathed a sigh of relief. "Hao Su, if I ever come to you again about non-technical issues, I'll take your last name. You're making me doubt my own ability to express myself. Your communication skills have always been lacking." Hao Su shot him a withering glance before returning to his work. "Fatso, this task is yours. Remember, time is short, 5 days. You must gather at least 10,000 people, because I might need them immediately." "That urgent?" "Yes, very urgent. We must act immediately, or others will act against us. I have a gut feeling they'll move incredibly fast."
As for what they're planning to pull, I expect we'll find out soon enough. We have to stay one step ahead of them. Got it. Mission accomplished.
The night in Fudong district remains enchanting, where women dazzle beneath the neon lights. Those respectable men by day shed their facades, arms hooked around women's shoulders as they entered one hotel after another, their doors wide open for them. Inside the Weiss Grand Hotel, Kai Dongming had just stepped out from a business gathering, eagerly pulling a heavily made-up young woman in a short skirt into a room. After a night of revelry, the young woman exited the hotel in the morning and entered a car parked at the entrance. When she stepped out, she stuffed a wad of cash into her bag. She turned back. "Brother Pao, keep me in mind for more good deals like this."
I won't forget you. Let's go, don't let anyone see us. Alright, bye. After driving back to Busan town, Shan Pao immediately sought out Su Qi. Su Qi nearly exploded with rage upon hearing this. The news he brought back was that they were going after Vice Principal Zhao. They saw Vice Principal Zhao as their main protector within the school. His blatant favoritism towards Su Qi during the auction that day was clearly something they could use against him. This was something Su Qi couldn't bear. Such an upright old man, who had never taken a single penny from his position in logistics. And with just 1 year left before retirement, if he were framed at this critical juncture, the blow to the old man would be devastating. That's why he immediately called Su Liangkai, because this matter also involved the deputy town mayor. Logically, the town government had no jurisdiction over their school. The problem was that another vice principal at the school was close to him. This was an internal school matter. After hanging up with Su Liangkai, Su Qi immediately dialed Vice Principal Zhao's number. "Principal Zhao, remember to lock your desk drawer when you leave today." "Su Qi? What's going on? The school office area closes after hours, why must I lock it? I've never locked it before. Why bring this up now? Just trust me. Remember, you must lock it." "You kid." "Fine." Su Qi then had the finance department withdraw over 20,000 yuan in cash. Holding this sum, he waited until the faculty office area was completely empty. He climbed in through a window, swiftly located the vice principal's desk, slipped the money into the drawer, and attached a note. "Thank you for your help, Vice Principal Li." But before leaving, he still felt uneasy and checked Vice Principal Zhao's desk. What he saw made his face go green. Through the crack in the drawer, he spotted a thick stack of cash inside. This left him flustered. The drawer was clearly locked. How had the money gotten inside? It wasn't until he spotted a key nearby that Su Qi instantly understood what had happened. While the vice principals had their own private offices, they also maintained desks in the faculty work area for operational needs. Vice Principal Zhao preferred mingling with students and regular teachers. His private office remained locked most of the time, except for occasional meetings. The vice principal who had been caught in this situation had worked alongside Su Qi for decades. How could he not be familiar with his work habits? Although Vice Principal Zhao kept his office locked, he also knew exactly where the key was kept. Opening his desk drawer was no difficult task. When Su Qi opened the drawer, he chuckled. He really went all out, stuffed in 50 grand. Our Mr. Zhao donated a third of his lifetime salary to the school fund. With the other 2/3 going to support his family, I doubt he ever saved up 50,000 in his entire life. Looks like they saved me those 20,000 yuan too. Compared to that, I'm the stingy one, aren't I? He swiftly retrieved his own 20,000 yuan and slipped the 50,000 yuan back into the drawer. To be safe, he took the key with him when he left. Back at the dorm, he had Fatty start drafting the post. The next morning, Vice Principal Li indeed stormed into the office with disciplinary inspection personnel. Chapter 98, I'm reporting you. Of course, to ensure everything unfolded precisely as planned, Su Qi had stationed a cute, clueless female student in the office. She pretended to be troubled by an academic problem that had kept her awake for days, desperately needing her teacher's help. Vice Principal Li approached Vice Principal Zhao with a gloomy expression. "Old Zhao, you've devoted your entire life to this school. With just 1 year left before retirement. But I never imagined you'd accept a bribe from Su Qi at this critical juncture and to find 50,000 yuan from him stashed in your desk drawer. I'd been puzzled why you kept winking at him during the auction. Turns out it was a quid pro quo. If someone hadn't reported you yesterday after work and discovered that 50 grand in your drawer, I'd never have believed it." Vice Principal Zhao slammed his fist on the table at this, glaring at the accuser. "Teacher Li, you can slander me all you want. But what do you hope to achieve by framing a student like this? You're trying to ruin someone's entire college career. Is that so? When did Zhonghai University produce such a disgraceful student? Bribing school administrators? Such individuals severely tarnish our institution's reputation. President Tan will be here shortly. If your dealings with Su Qi are confirmed, those commercial properties will have to be auctioned off again. As for Su Qi, expulsion is non-negotiable," Vice Principal Li declared. Teachers nearby gathered around. Fortunately, it was class time, so few students were moving about. "You!" Vice President Zhao coughed angrily, then composed himself. "You claim I made a private deal with Su Qi? Fine. Produce the evidence. If you can't, you'll apologize publicly." "Evidence? That's simple. If I didn't have proof, why would I bring the commission for discipline inspection here? Didn't I just say it? In the drawer is the 50,000 yuan Su Chi gave you. Vice Principal Lee had been waiting for this line. Once that 50,000 yuan appeared before everyone's eyes, everything would become self-evident. The commission would immediately take him away. With a few more pieces of dirt on him fed to the commission, he was certain the man across from him would be finished for life. The two had never gotten along. Vice Principal Zhao, however, was unfazed. His integrity was unblemished, and he never cared about others' opinions. But Vice Principal Lee was a different story. This man had blocked his money trails time and again. Take, for instance, his attempts to get relatives hired at the school. The disciplinary commission agent was a man in his 30s, accompanied by an assistant. He frowned slightly. Senior Vice Principal, please open the drawer. This is routine procedure. If everything is in order, the commission certainly won't cause you any trouble. Fine. I'll open it. Li Xiangdong, mark my words, if nothing's found, you'll apologize publicly. Fine, I'll apologize. Vice Principal Zhao trembled with rage. Never in his life had he felt so humiliated. He frantically searched for the key, but after a thorough look, he couldn't find it. This left him feeling rather anxious. This scene played out before Li Xiangdong's eyes, leaving him with a growing sense of confusion. Did I take the keys home yesterday? Just then, the cute, clumsy freshman girl suddenly pointed innocently at a corner. Oh. Whose keys are these? How did they end up on the floor? Vice Principal Zhao looked over, his furrowed brow instantly relaxing. He hurried over and picked them up. Li Xiangdong. You're in for it now. Oh. Open it then. Cut the nonsense. Soon, Vice Principal Zhao opened the drawer, pulled out a stack of documents, and slammed them down on the desk. Li Xiangdong. Where's the 50,000 yuan? You didn't steal it from me, did you? That was Su Chi's retirement money for me. Vice Principal Zhao glared at Li Xiangdong, his words dripping with sarcasm. Impossible. I clearly saw 50,000 yuan in there yesterday. Li Xiangdong panicked slightly and hurried over. He rummaged through the drawer for a long time but found no trace of it. His heart sank. Teachers nearby began murmuring among themselves. The young man from the Discipline Inspection Commission frowned. Vice Principal Lee, please refrain from approaching us without concrete evidence. If we spend our days investigating such baseless accusations, even doubling our staff wouldn't suffice to meet your demands. No. I clearly saw 50,000 yuan yesterday. He must have moved it. Yes. Moved it. Li Xiangdong refused to give up. The cute, clumsy freshman suddenly crouched down and picked up a piece of paper. Oh. Whose note is this? It says thank you for your help, Vice Principal Li Xiangdong. Vice Principal Zhao immediately stepped forward, snatched the note, and scanned it. Well, Li Xiangdong. You clearly took the money. Now you're pinning it on me. Your behavior is despicable and shameless. How can you call yourself an educator? Bull. I never took any money. Li Xiangdong snatched the note back, then roared upon reading the words, Old Zhao. You're framing me. The disciplinary committee members were getting a headache. What was going on here? One minute it was one thing, the next another. It was making their heads spin. Just as they were about to take their leave, the cute little freshman suddenly stared at Li Xiangdong's desk in the office, pointing adorably at a drawer. Oh my! Look, money sticking out of that drawer. Whose is it? Quick, put it away. Li Xiangdong couldn't hold back any longer. He turned around and yelled at the cute little freshman, what the heck? Which class are you in? Go get your counselor over here. The clumsy little freshman quickly pretended to be scared and fell silent. Everyone's attention finally shifted to the desk. One teacher spoke up, isn't that Vice Principal Lee's desk? Li Xiangdong whipped his head around. Seeing the amount of cash peeking out of the drawer, he strode over in long strides and yanked it open. Staring at the 5 neatly stacked bundles of bills inside, he nearly spat out a mouthful of black blood. Vice Principal Lee rarely comes here. He usually stays in his private office. Why would he keep so much cash in a drawer? Oh, I remember now. Yesterday when I came to see our counselor, I think I saw Vice Principal Lee carrying a file folder into his office. It looked bulging. Could it have been this money? The naive freshman piped up again. A teacher nearby slapped his forehead. I think I remember that too. I was actually wondering why Vice Principal Lee was here so late, almost at quitting time. Yeah, I remember that too. Li Xiangdong felt dizzy. He was about to turn around and yell at the clueless freshman, but she had already slipped away without a trace. Vice President Zhao immediately caught on and quickly addressed the two comrades from the Commission for Discipline Inspection. Discipline Inspection Commission comrades, I hereby formally report Vice President Li Xiangdong of Zhenghai University for embezzling public funds. Chapter 99, Preparing to Take Him Down. Over the years, Li Xiangdong had amassed quite a fortune while sitting in the vice principal's chair. Even after being taken away by the Commission for Discipline Inspection, it wasn't likely that trouble would erupt immediately. But embezzling public funds is like a powder keg. Once the fuse is lit and the trail is followed, it's bound to explode. But Su Chi had underestimated the other party's influence. He'd thought the innocent-looking freshman's performance was spot on. After returning, Su Chi rewarded her generously with a large red envelope. But Su Chi had underestimated the other party's influence. That very night, Vice Principal Lee was released. Upon his return, Vice Principal Lee reviewed the school surveillance footage and discovered that Su Chi had entered his office after he had left that day. He immediately understood what had happened, but he dared not bring up the 50,000 yuan again. The disciplinary commission was still keeping a close eye on him. He dared not provoke Vice Principal Zhao either. Dealing with a single student was manageable, so he began mobilizing his greatest influence within the school to target Su Chi. First, he rejected the renovation proposal submitted by Zhidong. Then, leveraging his connections within the school, he pressured Principal Tan, insisting the school reclaim the commercial space and reopen it for bidding. His reasoning was that Su Chi lacked a formal team backing him. Fortunately, Vice Principal Zhao's influence wasn't much weaker than his own. However, the old man had less than a year left before retirement. Once he stepped down, Su Chi might very well end up with nothing to show for his efforts. Compared to Li Shangdong's fierce counterattack, Su Chi remained remarkably composed. A week later, a post suddenly appeared on the Shanghai University campus forum. Shanghai University Vice President Li Shangdong, scandalous private life, maintains relationship with female student, a disgrace to the teaching profession. When the post first appeared, it drew little attention and garnered minimal clicks, buried among countless other threads. But the next day, the troll army organized by the fat man began to exert its influence. One by one, posts detailing Li Shangdong's alleged misdeeds began appearing beneath the thread. One guy tearfully claimed Li had slept with his wife. Another guy chimed in with his own experience, claiming he once saw Li Shangdong hanging naked outside a building, his private parts exposed to the cold wind, clearly caught in the act. Instantly, the thread exploded across campus forums. Soon, it spread like wildfire across city forums, making Li Shangdong an overnight celebrity throughout Shanghai. A phrase began circulating: Li Shangdong, a heartthrob of the masses. During this period, Li Shangdong felt incredibly depressed, as he constantly sensed that his female colleagues and female students were avoiding him. For instance, the day before yesterday, a female student in a skirt walked past him. Upon seeing him, she immediately clutched her skirt. He glanced at her curiously, and she let out a blood-curdling scream before running away. The only exception was the cafeteria lady who dished out food. She always looked at him shyly, then added an extra spoonful of leeks, batting her eyelashes at him. Something felt off. That evening, when he returned home and opened the door, a frying pan came flying straight at him. Thud! Li Shangdong reeled from the impact. Coming to his senses, he stared at his wife. "You lost your mind. Li Shangdong. You animal. You're sick. I put up with you normally, but I won't tolerate you hitting me. You damn woman. So, Li Shangdong, you really have a little vixen on the side. Look at your attitude. Feeling pretty cocky now, huh?" His wife was on the verge of losing it. Li Shangdong came from a rural background, and his wife's father was the former president of Shanghai University. Without her father's influence, Li Shangdong would never have reached his current position. What he never could have imagined was that she'd secretly kept a little vixen behind his back. And now she'd become a public darling. Li Shangdong was jolted awake. Had his affair with Xiaolan been discovered? Impossible. They had bought a separate apartment, always meeting there at night. Each encounter was brief, no more than 20 minutes total, before they left immediately. Even the neighborhood security guards never got a clear look at them. All these years, they'd believed their cover was rock solid, as tight as a spy's operation. No, the most important thing now was to calm this nagging wife down. He quickly said, "Honey, where did you get that information?" "I, Li Shangdong, come home every night. For years now, have I ever stayed out all night?" His wife froze, then realized he was right. Li Shangdong had been under her thumb for years. He never dared defy her. She regained her composure. "Come here." She opened her computer, logged onto a forum, and clicked on a post. Li Shangdong stared at the post in confusion, his face turning paler by the second. "Who the hell is this bastard slandering me?" His furious roar echoed far and wide, reaching the elderly couple next door. The old woman remarked, "See? That's the typical male playbook. First, they cry foul to the heavens, then they appeal to reason and emotion. That Shanhua is still a bit too young. I'll have to give him a good talking to tomorrow." Old woman, you still remember that Suehua business from back then?" Smack! The old woman raised her hand and slapped him across the face. "I'll never forget it. Now go wash the dishes." Li Shangdong struggled to calm his wife, Zheng Shanhua. Seizing a bathroom break, he sent a text to a number before deleting it immediately. Early the next morning, he left under the pretext of a meeting. After circling Zhanghai Street for a while to ensure no one was following, he stepped on the gas and sped toward Rongqing Yuan, a residential complex on the city outskirts. Inside a Santana parked at the entrance of Rongqing Yuan, the fat man and Su Chi each held a bag of steamed buns, eating while keeping a close watch on the gate. Brother Shanpa was so awesome. He uncovered Li Xiangdong's mistress in just one day, the fat man said, his mouth greasy. Yeah, Zhenghai Xiaolong Bao are delicious. That broth, not greasy at all. One bite and it bursts in your mouth, Suchi remarked. Suchi, you don't think Li Xiangdong is actually hooking up with that teacher Xiaolan, do you? Damn it, such a fine piece of meat being wasted on a pig. When teacher Xiaolan was still at the school, I'd think about her every single morning. Just imagining that pig Li Xiangdong crawling all over her makes me sick. Suchi looked up, why only in the mornings? Well, that. Li Xiangdong's actually here. Quick, get the camera ready. Fatso tossed his bun aside and immediately pulled out the camera he'd prepared earlier, snapping away furiously at Li Xiangdong's car. About 10 minutes later, a woman wearing a trench coat and sunglasses also walked toward the residential complex. After snapping away, the fat guy muttered, "This won't cut it. What proof do we have with just a few shots of them entering the complex?" Suchi chuckled, "What's the rush? Work gets done better when you break it down, right?" Chapter 100, The Affair Exposed. Unit 501, Building A, Rongqing Flower Garden. The moment Xiaolan stepped inside, Li Xiangdong picked her up and tossed her onto the bed. Less than 10 minutes later, Xiaolan kicked Li Xiangdong, who was drenched in sweat, and snapped, "Can you stop being so useless?" Li Xiangdong gasped for breath. "My mind's elsewhere. When have you ever lasted more than 10 minutes? Enough. Let's not talk about that. We still need to be careful. Who knows what little bastard is trying to screw me over behind my back? You mean that post? Good thing you didn't name me. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to stay at the bureau. I don't care, Li Xiangdong. If this drags me into it, I won't let you off easy. Alright, my little darling. I'll handle this. It's just a few posts, I'll get them deleted. Just bear with it for a few days, okay? We shouldn't meet up for now." Li Xiangdong reached out to embrace Xiaolan, but she shoved him away and started dressing. Li Xiangdong watched her perfect form with lecherous eyes from behind. Lan, why don't you just stay with me forever? Stop talking nonsense. Have you seen enough? Staying with you forever is my tragedy, we never even last 10 minutes. Li Lan pulled her underwear up. The moment she pulled them up, a camera lens slowly extended through the window, snapping frantic photos of the two before vanishing just as quickly. Downstairs at Building A scrawny young man darted out of the community gate and scrambled into a Santana sedan. "How'd it go? Did you get Teacher Lan?" the fat man asked impatiently. "Fat brother, perfect angle. Then show me right now, damn it. For years now, every time I see Teacher Xiaolan, I curse myself for not having X-ray vision." But Suchi snatched the camera away. "Fatso, what are you doing? Our main subject is Li Xiangdong. Don't get sidetracked." "Not Suchi, can't you understand my longing? Get lost. Like you're the only one with a crush." That very night, Li Xiangdong made his big move, mobilizing all the forum moderators. Overnight, every single post about Li Xiangdong was wiped clean. Suchi sat on the terrace, looking perfectly content, while the fat guy and the others were frantic. After retrieving the photos, they'd planned to repost the exposé. But they discovered that any thread they edited would be instantly deleted. Worse still, their user IDs were banned outright. This made the fat guy restless. Cursing under his breath, he stormed out of the studio. "Damn it! I hate sharing my morning goddess with others, but I just can't stand Li Xiangdong and Suchi. What do we do now? Those moderators must be bought off. Look at you, so impatient. How many trolls do you have under your command?" "About 10,000 or so." "Whoa, almost catching up to Tianpeng, huh?" "Shut up. I'm talking business here. How many of you are posting now?" 7 or 8. "Damn it, we can't beat them." Suchi shot him a look. "Why didn't you just have your troll army post together? 10,000 people, one post each." No wonder those moderators started questioning their existence. Fatso slapped his forehead. "Damn it, why didn't I think of that?" He hurried into his studio to direct his troll army. In truth, Suchi still held a major trump card, Didi's pop-up ads. But now was the stage for shaping public opinion and grabbing attention. Once Didi was deployed, it would mean their identities would be exposed. But the firepower would be concentrated on them. Didi would definitely strike, but not now. When they did, they had to choke the opponent's throat, leaving no room for survival. The administrator of the Zhenghai University Campus Forum finally exhaled a sigh of relief as he stared at his computer screen. Since this afternoon, he hadn't taken a single minute's rest from his computer. For him, this was a battle to keep his job. The other side was relentless. The moment he blinked, new posts about Li Xiangdong would instantly flood the forum. But now, over 2 hours had passed and the other party seemed to have calmed down. After reporting his work results to Li Xiangdong, he lay down on the bed with great satisfaction and fell into a deep sleep. By 3 in the morning, a flood of posts with images and text began appearing across Zhenghai University forums. Not only that, every single forum across Zhenghai had been completely overrun. The next morning, when the administrators of major forums woke up and opened their computers, they were all stunned. Li Xiangdong's wife, Manhwa, was dragged by her co-workers to see the computer as soon as she arrived at work.
When she saw her husband staring mesmerized at Xiaolan, who was only wearing underwear, this woman completely lost her mind. Rallying a few sisters, she stormed into the education bureau, grabbed Xiaolan by the hair, and dragged her all the way from the office to the women's restroom, where she beat her senseless. By the time security arrived, Manhwa and her friends had already caused a huge scene at the education bureau.
None of Xiaolan's colleagues dared intervene.
After Manhwa left, Xiaolan, her face scratched, clothes torn, sat on the bathroom floor and dialed Li Xiangdong's number. Her voice cracked with fury as she screamed, "Li Xiangdong! I'll never let you off the hook." At that moment, Li Xiangdong stood at his front door, utterly bewildered, listening to the dial tone on his phone.
Damn it! What the hell happened? Before he could fully process it, he saw his fierce wife storming up the stairs with a group of plump women in tow. Manhwa grabbed Li Xiangdong by the ear and declared with fierce authority, "Sisters, this is the man who looks so polished on the outside but is utterly filthy on the inside. Today, you're going to get me justice." Li Xiangdong, stung by the pain and boiling with rage, shouted, "You damn woman! What the hell are you freaking out about now? Did you take the wrong pills? Let go of me." Smack! One of Manhwa's sisters charged forward, landed a sharp slap across his face, then shoved him hard into the house. Then all of Manhwa's sisters raised their fists and kicked him relentlessly. They only stopped when Li Xiangdong collapsed on the ground, convulsing. The days he spent unconscious in the hospital became a war between Xiaolan and Manhwa. The incident at the education bureau, whatever had transpired, was absolutely unacceptable. Xiaolan was a very clever woman. From start to finish, she leveraged her position as an education bureau employee to bargain with Manhwa. Manhwa had calmed down by then. He knew that if he kept this up, his family would be ruined sooner or later. Not only her husband, but she herself would suffer immense repercussions. So in the end, they settled with money. Xiaolan took 2 million yuan and vanished. Of course, their transaction was once again captured on camera by concerned citizens. Chapter 101, One Down, Another Up. As the entire city's attention fixated on Li Xiangdong, Suchi made a sweeping gesture. The ultimate weapon was finally deployed, a DD pop-up notification. A headline titled, "Where did the 2 million come from for the mysterious teacher's family?" was sent out. Beneath the headline were only a few photos of his wife and Xiaolan conducting the transaction. The rest was left entirely to the public's imagination. The more sparse the details, the greater the impact. Public outrage reached its peak, thrusting the Li Xiangdong family into the eye of the storm. As the saying goes, when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Li Xiangdong's backers could no longer sit idly by. After deliberation, they abandoned all efforts to rescue him, severed all ties with him, and sent a clear message: if he uttered a single word, his fate would be 10 times worse than it was now. At that moment, Li Xiangdong was lying sickly in the hospital, sipping kanji. After receiving this mysterious call, he choked and spit black rice kanji all over his wife's face before passing out. It wasn't until the Commission for Discipline Inspection arrived that Li Xiangdong was taken away. Under Su Qi's behind-the-scenes direction, evidence of Li Xiangdong embezzling university funds was systematically presented to the commission. Thus, Li Xiangdong's crimes were swiftly adjudicated. He was stripped of all positions at Zhonghai University and sentenced to 5 years in prison. The disciplinary inspectors then followed the trail, taking his wife away as well. This once glamorous family was utterly destroyed. That day, Su Liangkai arrived at teacher Zhao's home and summoned Su Qi as well. After a few drinks, Su Liangkai placed his quilt on the table. "Spit it out. What exactly do you want?" Su Qi gave a bitter smile. "Senior, what could a mere student like me possibly do?" "Is that so? You're quite capable compared to me back in the day. A mere student managed to take down the vice president of a prestigious university. That was beyond my reach." Vice President Zhao, who had sobered up somewhat, interjected, "Kai Liang, are you implying that Li Xiangdong's situation?" "My old mentor, haven't you figured it out yet? Li Xiangdong never had any trouble before. Why did all these misfortunes suddenly land on his head? It's obvious someone's trying to take him down from behind the scenes." Vice President Zhao's face darkened. "Su Qi, tell me what's going on." "Teacher Zhao, whether someone's targeting Li Xiangdong or not, I know this much: an upright person fears no shadow. If Li Xiangdong hadn't been involved in all those shady deals, how could others have found such dirt on him? But you've gone too far. You've torn apart a perfectly good family. The old principal is 80 now. He must be weeping bitterly at home." Vice Principal Zhao's face flushed slightly. "If I hadn't taken him down, it would be you, Mr. Zhao, sitting in there now. And it would be your family living in constant fear. Besides, framing people, that's the kind of dirty trick Li Xiangdong is capable of. So I had no reason to hold back." Su Qi saw no need to hold back. These two were people he trusted implicitly, so he recounted everything he'd done over the past period in meticulous detail. Deputy Principal Zhao's throat went dry as he listened, chilled to the bone by the revelations. However, when Su Qi briefly touched upon the Guangxia real estate matter, Su Kailiang slammed his hand on the table and snorted coldly. "For years, our Pusan town leadership has been unable to shake off the reputation of being dead last in Zhonghai. All these years, we rolled up our sleeves and worked tirelessly. We finally saw a new spring dawning. Yet now, at this critical moment, someone has dropped the ball. Living in luxury and arrogance. Consorting daily with unscrupulous businessmen. I, Su Kailian, will not let a single person off the hook. Su Qi remains silent. He preferred not to weigh in on political matters, especially since the issue hadn't directly affected him yet. Li Shangdong's case served as a warning. If they discovered anyone else pulling strings behind the scenes, he wouldn't hesitate to act. Having been reborn, who understood the future's trajectory better than he? Eliminating someone already tainted was child's play. He knew these people wouldn't give up so easily. Later, after drinking too much, Su Kailiang spilled a great deal, giving Su Qi a rough understanding of the outside world. Su Kailiang didn't reveal the true backers of Guangxia real estate. As the head of the town government, how could he possibly be unaware of the shady dealings of his own subordinates? But Pusan town was currently in its nascent development phase. If such a scandal erupted, it would inevitably deal a heavy blow to their town. Of course, there was a limit to how far things could go. And one crucial factor remained: this subordinate was a native of Pusan town himself, with roots so deep they were beyond anyone's imagination. That was precisely why he was currently turning a blind eye. As Su Qi left teacher Zhao's home, his head felt heavy not from the alcohol, but from the sense that certain matters had slipped beyond his control. But moments later, he suddenly gazed coldly at the night sky and sighed softly, Malarjibi. When the sky rains, when a mother marries, when demons and monsters come, you can't stop them. Let them come. At the club in Fudong district, Kai Mingdong stood trembling before Fang Shijun. With a sharp slap, Fang Shijun delivered a stinging blow to Kai Mingdong's face without flinching. Kai Mingdong endured the pain without flinching. Smack! 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 After several consecutive slaps, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, yet he still didn't move. Fang Shijun felt a bit exhausted. Damn it! I told you to take care of your skin, but you wouldn't listen. Your skin's so thick. Look, my hand's starting to hurt. Mr. Fang. I never imagined that Little would betray me. You have the nerve to bring this up? I just don't get it with your fat pig face and ears. How could any woman ever find you attractive? Oh. Right, you Kai Mingdong. You're pulling in $500,000 a year from me, plus you probably skim off a few $100,000 more from the project each year. You're loaded. Mr. Fang. I truly didn't mean to. Kai Mingdong dropped to his knees with a thud. Fang Shijun exploded, charging forward to rain punches and kicks on him. Only after beating Kai Mingdong unconscious did he rise, utterly exhausted. He cracked his back, waved a hand, and a subordinate handed him a cigar. He lit it. He took a deep drag. Tell me. Everyone says high salaries attract talent. Look at the cowards I've ended up with. You call him a coward, but his balls aren't cowardly at all. When it comes to women, he's tougher than anyone. The subordinate replied, Mr. Fang, shall I take care of that kid myself? He gestured at his neck. Fang Shijun's wife sighed. This is so frustrating. Must it be me, Fang Shijun, who has to handle this? Give it some time. Deputy Town Chief Sang sent a warning. Su Kailiang is keeping a close eye on him now. Don't cause him trouble. Fine then. Chapter 102, Trouble for Lu Guohua. A few days later, a major incident erupted at the vocational college next door. A female student left campus one day and hadn't returned for several days, with no trace of her whereabouts. The incident sent shockwaves through the entire university town, with everyone buzzing about it. Li Xiangdong's affair with his mistress was effectively overshadowed by this hot topic. When Su Qi returned to the dorm, the fatso and the others were discussing it. At first, he paid little attention, but as he listened, memories from his previous life began to surface. He distinctly recalled a similar incident, a girl vanishing into thin air after a night of heavy rain. Amateur detectives sprang up everywhere, offering theories and speculations, some even linking it to supernatural nonsense. That year, online communities even listed it among Shanghai's 8 great unsolved mysteries. Some nonsense claimed she'd been abducted by aliens to bear their children. 10 years later, on a certain day, the now prosperous town of Pusan was suddenly hit by torrential rains unprecedented in a century. The city's drainage system completely collapsed. At one location, a manhole cover was torn open, and water gushed out along with human bones. DNA testing confirmed it was the girl who vanished a decade earlier. The truth was finally revealed. Television footage showed her family's heart-wrenching grief, a scene that moved everyone deeply. At this thought, Su Qi suddenly spoke up. Fatso, send out a push notification tomorrow about this girl. Say she likely fell into the sewer. What? Sewers? No way. Yesterday I had this gut feeling she was abducted by aliens. Don't be ridiculous when it comes to human lives. Remember, we still need the pop-up. With all this heavy rain lately, manhole covers must have been washed off in many places. The roads are also severely flooded. People walking on them can't see the openings, so falling in is entirely possible, Su Qi explained. You've got a point there, the fat man nodded. Su Qi said, do as I say. That incident where we used Didi to take down Li Shangdong was full of negative energy. We need to avoid drawing attention. From now on, we should spread more positive vibes. Alright. I'll handle it first thing tomorrow morning. Hey, why hasn't Lu Shuwan shown up yet? School started ages ago. Where's that kid? Suchi glanced at Lu Shuwan's bed.
It had been over a month since the semester started, but Lu Xiaohua still hadn't shown up. At first, Suchi had called his family, who said they were dealing with some matters at home. But now, after all this time, there was still no word. It was starting to feel a bit suspicious. Fatty looked puzzled at Suchi. Didn't Shuhua contact you? I thought he'd reached out to you, saying he'd fallen out with his family. He's already headed south to the coastal areas with his friends. He also said he'd come back to work with us once he made it big. Suchi shot up from the bed, his eyes locked on the fat man. When did this happen? Just the day before yesterday. Damn it! Wasn't he supposed to go after graduation? Why did he leave now? Suchi paced frantically, quickly dialing Lu Shuao's number, only to hear the phone was turned off. Suchi, what's going on? Did something happen? Nothing. I'm stepping out to make a call. He dashed out the door and dialed Huang Jiwen's number from the stairwell. Mr. Huang. You've got connections along the coast. Do a favor for your little brother. Oh, little Su. What's the situation? If it's something I can handle, I won't hesitate. There's this guy named Lu Shuhua, from Zhanghai. He's been in Guangdong these past few days. I don't know his exact location, but I'm certain he's involved in some smuggling operations there. The circle won't be too big. I'm confident you can track him down, Mr. Huang. He's my brother. Ah. That's all? No big deal. Wait for my call tomorrow afternoon. News? Suchi froze. Information? Mr. Huan? Yeah, news. Damn it. Can't explain it all now. Wait for my call. After hanging up, Suchi breathed a slight sigh of relief. In his mind, he cursed Lu Xinghua's entire family tree from top to bottom. What's wrong with just being a well-behaved rich kid? Why did he have to go down that shady path? The next day, Fatso pushed the conclusion that the girl might have fallen into the sewer through the DD app. The post appealed to both reason and emotion, featuring a black background with a single candle burning in the center. The image instantly grabbed everyone's attention. When certain leaders already overwhelmed by the incident saw the post, it sent chills down their spines. They immediately mobilized personnel to search every sewer near the school. By the end of the morning, firefighters had indeed carried the girl's body out from within. As the online media outlet tracking the entire incident, DD Software naturally covered the story. This sparked another wave of sensation. The fat man, writing under the pseudonym This Great Immortal, instantly became the Sherlock Holmes in the minds of everyone following the case. Simultaneously, this event finally instilled a sense of mission within the DD team led by the fat man and Hao Su. This was precisely the outcome Suchi had sought. Li Xiangdong's case had caused severe social repercussions, and he feared the fat man and his team might develop a dark, vengeful spirit. He believed that bringing someone down could be achieved simply by manipulating public opinion. As an internet media company, profit is fundamental, but while pursuing it, one must also consider the value they bring to society. There is responsibility on their shoulders. Otherwise, they would inevitably face ruin. All morning, Suchi kept checking his phone, waiting for Huang Jiwen's call. He paced restlessly until dusk approached, when Huang Jiwen finally called. He answered eagerly. Mr. Huang. Did you find the person? Su, we found the person, but there's a slight complication. What kind of problem? When I arrived, your friend's leg had already been broken by someone. The assailant has fled. But we do have a lead. According to my source, the assailant is one of your Zhanghai operatives. So I can't avenge your friend. They really went all out. If we'd been any later, your friend would have been crippled. Suchi breathed a sigh of relief. As long as his friend was okay, he felt at ease. Mr. Huang, thank you. Since you know it was someone from Zhanghai, you must know who it was, right? This is the least I could do. Do you happen to know someone named Fang Shijun? Chapter 103, Suchi's Rage. Fang Shijun. Suchi slammed his fist onto the table in front of him, shattering it with a loud thud. His eyes blazed with a cold, vicious glare. On the terrace, the others including the fat man stared at him in bewilderment, frozen in place. What's wrong, little Su? Do you know this Fang Shijun? Suchi closed his eyes, trying to steady his emotions. I know him. He's an adversary who's been targeting me lately. Oh, that's too bad, little Su. Want me to reach out to Deputy Director Chen? He's an old friend of mine. No need, Mr. Huang. I'll handle this myself. Alright then. Damn it, if this small-time crook were from our Guangdong province, I'd definitely toss him into the East China Sea to feed the fish. Thanks, Mr. Huang. I'll repay you properly someday. As for my brothers, well, situation I'll leave that in your capable hands. No big deal. That's all. Hanging up. After hanging up, Suchi's mind remained unsettled for a long time. Since his rebirth, he had always believed that as long as others didn't provoke him, he would never start trouble. But in this moment, he suddenly realized he was still caught up in the whirlpool of the underworld, where many things were beyond his control.
Fatso leaned in. What's going on? Fatso. How many people are in the troll army now? About 50,000. Get ready to take them on. Ha!
When Suchi set his sights on someone, that person was doomed to survive. After pondering for several days, Suchi meticulously categorized his subordinates. The cute, clueless freshman, the country bumpkin's henchman, and the monkey-like paparazzi he personally led them, paying hefty salaries.
Behind every success, shadows lurk, be they corporate spies or cleaners.
Still, Suchi adhered to one principle: never cross the legal line. Otherwise, in this line of work, you'd pay for it sooner or later. Having these shadows behind him was merely to clear away the demons and monsters blocking his path. Of course, taking down Fong Shijun wasn't necessarily about him personally. It was like what happened with Li Xiangdong back then. He'd been taken away by the disciplinary commission, yet he emerged that very night. This taught Suchi a lesson: to take someone down, first sever their connections to higher-ups. The cute and clumsy freshman has been spotted lately, lollipop in hand and backpack slung over her shoulder, frequenting various clubs and drawing quite a bit of attention. Of course, her emotional intelligence is off the charts, always managing to bring back results that leave people wide-eyed. For instance, she uncovered Deputy Mayor Zhang's hemorrhoid condition in Pusan town. All the information was placed on Suchi's desk. The next step was gathering evidence. That was when Monkey would step in. Deputy Mayor Zhang's right eyelid had been twitching violently these past few days. Sometimes, mid-stride, he'd suddenly turn his head to check if someone was following him. The Li Xiangdong affair had also infuriated him. He'd been utterly confident he could cover up all his dirty deeds, never dreaming he'd ultimately meet his end at the hands of his own wife.
Over 2 months had passed since the incident.
With the surface calm, he lured Xiangdong to a private club. His large bald head gleamed under the lights as his small eyes narrowed.
Xiangdong, you haven't gone looking for trouble with that kid lately, have you? Brother Zhang, rest assured.
We haven't crossed paths with them lately. That student's been spending all his time at his own arcade. He's probably raking in the cash and has no time to think about anything else, Xiangdong replied.
Good. My eyelid keeps twitching, I just can't shake this uneasy feeling. Su Cailiang's been keeping a close eye on the town government lately too. Did you hear? That kid met with Su Cailiang. So be careful. Let go of that grudge in your heart. Remember, you're an entrepreneur now. This isn't like the old days of street brawls. Brother Zhang is right. That little bastard actually found Su Cailiang as his backer.
That part really surprises me.
Fong Xiangdong snorted coldly. Nothing surprising about that. Su Cailiang graduated from Zhonghai University. Enough about that.
By the way, when will that shipment of appliances be back in Zhonghai? Deputy Town Chief Zhang looked at him, a hint of greed flashing across his face.
Fong Xiangdong replied, don't even ask, Brother Zhang. There was a problem.
I never imagined my men would bring along some rich kid this time. The kid wasn't cooperating, and just as my men were about to deal with him, a group of southern Vietnamese suddenly showed up.
Those southern Vietnamese are ruthless and domineering. They took the rich kid away.
Only because my men got out of there fast did they avoid being held captive down south.
Deputy Town Chief Zhang frowned. The goods are fine, right? The goods are fine.
They should arrive here in 3 days.
Brother Zhang, you don't need to worry about this. I'll handle it myself. I'll come to your place then. No. Don't come to my place. Su Cailiang is watching closely now.
Just drop the goods at the villa in West Suburb Gardens.
I'll pick them up when I have time. All right then.
The two shared a knowing smile before raising their glasses in celebration. If this shipment of appliances successfully landed in Zhonghai, their individual payouts could easily reach tens of millions.
This was their side venture. Several such maritime operations were essential each year. Without them, their ascent to the east wouldn't have been so swift.
Lost in their conversation within the private room, they remained oblivious to the listening device concealed beneath their chairs.
It was already relaying their secrets to Monkey's ears. Su Chi had equipped them with quite a bit of high-tech surveillance gear, making their operations resemble pre-liberation underground espionage.
These conversations were meticulously recorded. That very night, Monkey located the villa they'd mentioned in the western suburbs park.
Upon entering the villa, he froze.
The liquor cabinet was filled with Moutai, premium cigarettes were scattered everywhere, and upstairs, he even discovered numerous gold bars.
He immediately reported his findings to Su Chi. After hanging up, Su Chi smiled. He had been out shopping with Yang Jing.
Yang Jing looked at him puzzled. What have you been up to lately? You've been acting so mysterious.
Working on something very important. Oh? What is it? Can you tell me? It's better for kids not to know so much.
Ugh, you always say that. By the way, my brother's competing in a boxing match next month.
Can you come with me? Underground boxing?
No. Back then, my brother had no choice. He got involved in the underground boxing scene just so we two sisters could have money to live on.
Things are different now.
I have 1,000,000 yuan, so my brother can finally pursue his dreams with peace of mind.
Alright, we'll go together next month. But Jingjing, can I tell you something? What is it? Maybe we shouldn't go back tonight. Oh, sure. I'll go to my brother's arcade. Ahem. Chapter 104, The Idol in My Heart, Tai Chi Ma. The villa incident finally gave Su Chi a way to approach the deputy town mayor. However, subsequent investigations revealed the villa wasn't registered under his or his family's name, so even reporting it to the disciplinary commission wouldn't prove anything. No choice, he'd have to adopt a wait-and-see approach. After lurking for several days without spotting anyone entering the villa, Monkey simply took a security job in the neighborhood. Meanwhile, the cute and clueless freshman had already set her sights on Fang Shijun. Everything was set. They just needed to wait for Fang Shijun and Deputy Mayor Zhang to enter the villa before closing the net. During this time, Su Chi considered reaching out to his senior classmate, but after some thought, he decided against it. As the top official of the town, he had far more to consider. His senior wasn't a local, he couldn't be sure if Deputy Mayor Zhang had spies lurking nearby. Better to avoid complications. What he needed was speed, ruthlessness, and precision, leaving no breathing room for anyone. The arcade's booming business continued unabated, bringing in substantial daily profits. For the first time, Shan Pao tasted the sweetness of big money, shedding his former thuggish demeanor. Tiger, brimming with untapped energy, found a new purpose after meeting Yang Jun and took him as his mentor. Everyone around Su Chi had altered the course their lives were meant to take. Of course, all for the better. Su Changhua, the penguin, still harbored resentment. For the past month, he had relentlessly sent friend requests to Su Chi. That day, Su Chi sighed inwardly as he stared at the friend request page, clicking the mouse to accept. Su Changhua, looking pale and gaunt, was slurping instant noodles. When he saw the friend accepted notification, he spit noodles all over his computer. He tossed the bowl aside, tears of frustration nearly spilling from his eyes. Damn it all, you have no idea how hard this is for me. He quickly typed out a few lines. Hello, mad boss. Su Chi spat out a mouthful of black blood. Bro, I don't trust Kwang. Su Changhua, oh, sorry, Mr. Su. Have you thought through our previous proposal? I'm crazy, what proposal? The acquisition thing? Su Changhua, yes, the acquisition. Please give it serious consideration, this is absolutely the most crucial decision for our future. I'm crazy, Mr. Su, cut back on the Jin Meilong instant noodles. Damn it! Who's spreading rumors about me eating instant noodles? Su Changhua snapped his head up to look around, only to realize he was now completely alone in the office. Su Changhua, Mr. Su, what are your thoughts? I'm wild, what do you mean? Someone's offering 10 million to acquire software that others wouldn't pay 3 million for? What the hell are you thinking? How about this, I'll buy you out for 600,000. Deal? Deal. No deal? No deal. With that, Su Chi hailed a Didi. Su Changhua froze in place, taking a long moment to snap out of his daze. He dialed his boss Ma Watten's number. This is outrageous. 60,000? Is this some kind of insult? I'm gonna go cut him down. An excited voice came from the other end. You mean the Didi app is willing to sell to us for 600,000? Old Su. This is great news. What's all the excitement about? That bastard wants to buy our penguin for 600,000. Put. The line went dead. Su Chi didn't pluck the 600,000 figure out of thin air. It was the actual offer someone had made for penguin in his previous life. Back then, Manhwa Tang had almost sold it, but ultimately couldn't bring himself to part with it. Su Chi had no interest in penguin either. Since he'd taken certain actions, it meant an inevitable life or death showdown with them was coming. He knew it wouldn't be long before some Hong Kong tycoon poured massive capital into penguin, forever altering its fate. Standing on the balcony, he stretched lazily. Another day had passed. Su Chi gazed down at the playground below. Suddenly, in a dim corner of the school grounds beneath an ancient pine tree, he thought he glimpsed a familiar figure. Extremely thin, clad in a Tai Chi uniform, seen from behind, his forehead appeared unusually large, somewhat alien-like. Under the lamplight, the figure moved with the deliberate grace of a martial arts master, lost in its own world. A gentle evening breeze carried a few fallen leaves drifting down behind it, evoking the aura of a reclusive sage. Su Chi felt as if struck by lightning. His thoughts froze, and he stared dumbfounded at that back of figure so familiar it couldn't be more so. How could he be in Zhanghai at this time? In 1999, shouldn't he still be in Hangzhou? Damn it! I have to see him. Under the strange stares of the fat man and the others, Su Chi sprinted forward, stumbling several times along the way but scrambling back up each time to keep running. He kept running until he reached the spot, only to suddenly lose sight of the other person again. Damn it! Where the hell did he go? I'm your biggest fan. Your biggest fan. Come out here, damn it! Just then, a man approached from the side. Dude, I just thought I saw an alien doing Tai Chi over there. Did you catch that? Dude? Are you even listening to me? Su Chi snapped back to reality. Oh. Got you. What did you just say? I just saw an alien doing Tai Chi right here. Alien my ass. Do you even know who he is? The future richest man. He's going to change the entire country's shopping habits. And countless others will escape poverty because of him. Damn. What vision?
Seeing Su Chi's near madness, the guy freaked out and bolted, puzzled as to whether he'd just witnessed an alien or a lunatic. Su Chi then searched the school relentlessly for half a day, yet found no trace of the person. Not until he returned to the terrace. A head suddenly poked out from the tree where he'd been, cautiously scanned the surroundings, and breathed a sigh of relief.
He dialed a number. This is so frustrating.
I just came to visit relatives and practice some Tai Chi, and I ended up running into a lunatic.
Good thing I got out of there fast. Otherwise, I'd have gotten beaten up today. Jack Ma was someone Su Chi had admired his entire life.
First, he helped small merchants earn money on Taobao, ending the era of exorbitant profits fueled by information asymmetry. Second, unlike other internet companies, he never developed games under the guise of stimulating mental activity to prey on young people.
Third, he led by example, never embroiled in scandals. He avoided hype, using his own story to show, if I can do it, so can you. He earns what he deserves and never takes a single penny he shouldn't.
After returning to his dorm, Su Chi repeatedly picked up his phone to contact Alibaba in Hangzhou, only to set it down each time. Perhaps it was a sense of reverence of fear that if he intervened in this great enterprise, their original path might be altered. He shook his head, and just then, the phone rang.
It was Lu Shuhua calling. Chapter 105, Lu Shuhua's realization. Your legs healed? Yeah, I can walk again. When are you coming back to school? Tomorrow. All right. When you get back, I'll tell you what to do. I'll get revenge for you. Damn it, I'm your boss. Don't talk to me like that. Get lost.
Brothers don't need all that nonsense. During his time in Guangdong, Lu Shuhua had thought long and hard. Thankfully, it was all because of Huang Jihua, otherwise, he might have truly lost his life in the South China Sea. Having never faced adversity in his life, it was like a bolt of lightning striking him suddenly, he understood so much. The next day, when he returned to Shanghai, his father was waiting at the airport exit. Without saying much, he simply remarked, "Glad you're back." Then, walking ahead with his hands behind his back, he suddenly noticed that his father, who had always been so powerful and formidable, seemed to have aged considerably. After getting into the car, his father drove in silence.
Lu Shuhua broke the silence. Dad, I'm sorry. His father didn't turn around.
Everyone has their own path to walk.
Once you're back at school, thank your classmate Su Chi for me. He preserved the bloodline of the Lu family, ensuring 3 generations of soul heirs. I won't be leaving Shanghai anymore. I've thought it through.
From now on, I'll join Su Chi and the others in building our future.
This classmate of yours is quite something. He's very shrewd. It's good you'll be working alongside him. Dad, you know him well?
His father then recounted everything that had happened to Su Chi during this period.
Lu Shuhua felt his heart surge with excitement.
He'd always wondered how Su Chi knew someone as formidable as Huang Jiwen.
At first, he hadn't been entirely sure about this Huang Jiwen either.
But during his time at the hospital, he'd come to understand him. If he had to describe him in one phrase, it would be, well-connected. And judging by the tone of the conversation, Huang clearly regarded Su Chi as his own little brother. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. In the end, he simply demanded his father send him to Shanghai University. His father had intended to personally thank Su Chi that day, but he received a call midway. An important figure needed his presence at a social engagement. With no other option, he had to leave early. Back in the dorm, Su Chi punched him playfully in the chest.
Glad he's okay. Thanks, Su Chi. Remember what we said in the cafeteria that day?
Among us brothers, no one is allowed to say thank you ever again. At this point, Su Chi's expression turned serious.
Tell me, what happened during your time down south? Lu Shuhua's expression darkened. What else?
Got screwed over by my so-called friend. We were supposed to make a deal in the South China Sea, but they wanted to steal the shipment.
So they planned to push me out to those South Vietnamese bastards.
But a fierce battle erupted on the ship.
Someone on board handed me a recording.
That unexpected incident forced them to abandon their original plan and spare me from being thrown overboard. But when they discovered the recording was in my possession during the journey, they tried to kill me. Fortunately, Mr. Huang's men arrived.
Su Chi frowned in thought. Where is the recording now? It's with Mr. Huang.
Just as Su Chi was about to press further, Huang Jiwen's call came through.
Su Chi quickly answered. Mr. Huang, does my friend still have something with you? You figured it out so fast? Don't touch that thing for now. But that's not right, Mr. Huang. Hey, I'm just looking out for you, buddy. Don't ask about it, okay? Has your friend arrived? Yeah, he's here. Thanks, Mr. Huang. I owe you one. No need to be so formal. It's no big deal for me. Damn, that's how it is. I'll remind you again, just play around with it. Don't dig too deep, got it? You're not at that level yet. I don't get it. It's better for you. With that, Huang Jiwen hung up. This only deepened Su Chi's confusion. He looked at Lu Shuhua in puzzlement. Did you listen to that recording? I didn't record it, so I haven't heard it.
You have no idea what the situation was like on that ship.
I saw with my own eyes how they threw that fellow passenger into the sea. They're all desperate men. Su Qi sighed. Need I say more? People in that line of work always have one foot in the grave to make their fortune. But since you're unharmed, it's fine. Though Mr. Huang didn't give you the recording, he did mention someone directly connected to those who beat you. We have no interest in the contents of that recording, it might implicate too many people. Since he told me about this individual, it means he's someone we can definitely handle. Who? Lu Shuhua felt a chill run through his entire body. Su Qi then recounted the entire sequence of events to Lu Shuhua. Early that morning, Su Qi received a call from Monkey. After nearly a month, there was finally substantial progress at the villa. He witnessed Fang Shijun arrive at the villa and carry several sacks of cash from his car into the property. Of course, Monkey had captured the entire process on video. Unfortunately, the sly deputy town chief Zhang still hadn't made an appearance. Su Qi had repeatedly instructed that the moment this deputy township chief showed up, they were to film him immediately. That would be the time to expose him. Lu Shuhua's brush with death down south had profoundly changed him. Once a carefree playboy, he was now fully immersed in the mission. He had no interest in the internet, and his family was in real estate, so he joined Zhedong's group. Then, on this day, a long banner was hung outside Zhenghai Stadium. Zhenghai International Boxing Invitational Tournament commences tomorrow. Major TV stations rushed to report the news, instantly sending shockwaves throughout Shanghai. It must be said, the fat man was a true management genius. Through his recent efforts, he had divided the 30-plus people on the DD software team into several groups. 3 girls with journalism backgrounds were assigned to the news team. Their sole task was to scour major forums and platforms daily, gathering valuable news stories. The tech team led by Hao Su quickly launched a news page that automatically popped up whenever DD was opened. Dubbed DD Express News. It aggregated all kinds of hot news topics, and its daily traffic was astonishing. DD began generating revenue through advertising placements on this news page. While the income wasn't substantial yet, it was sufficient to cover their operational expenses. Thus, a banner for the boxing match was displayed on the DD page that day. The next day, Su Qi, Yang Jing, and others accompanied DD's news team to the Shanghai Stadium. Chapter 106, The Aftermath of the Ring. The arena was buzzing with excitement. If this boxing match had only featured domestic Chinese fighters, the crowd's excitement wouldn't have been nearly as intense. The Western-obsessed crowd, seeing foreigners get worked up, would have loved to jump in and spout a few broken English phrases just to show off their cultured side. But the crowd here was here to see foreigners get beaten up. That was an entirely different matter. First to enter was a Thai fighter. As the Javanese flute music played, the Muay Thai boxer, his arms bound with hemp rope, marched in bearing a portrait of their king. An aura of mystery and strength fell over the venue, silencing the crowd. Thanks to the preferential treatment from the DD App News team, Su Qi and his group were seated in the front rows. The 3 girls took their cameras and went off to do their own thing. Su Qi, Yang Jing, and Peng Junshan looking dazed sat in the front. Su Qi watched the fighter on stage. Brother Peng, what do you think of him? He's fierce. Look at the calluses on his knees, clear signs of relentless training. As for that white guy across the ring? Forget it. His eyes are unfocused, and while he's built like a tank, you can tell at a glance he's someone who overindulges in nighttime pleasures. Peng Junshan remarked. Experts are experts, they see through things instantly. So you're saying the white guy across the ring is doomed to lose? He's doomed. He won't last the first round. Watch. When I was overseas, I encountered Thai Special Forces colleagues. Their fighting style is incredibly fierce. Oh, I don't really get it, but whatever. As long as Yang Jun can get back up from this. Yang Jun grew up sparring with metasequoia trees. He's no worse than someone who trained on banana trees. Brother Peng, really? You mean my brother could place well here? Yang Jing beamed like a little girl. Su Qi chuckled, you're a millionaire now, yet you still can't keep your cool. I'm just worried about my brother. Peng Junshan said, we'll have to see. We haven't seen the opponents yet, so it's hard to predict. Both nodded in agreement. The first match didn't feature any Chinese fighters, so the atmosphere in the arena felt a bit subdued. To the spectators, it was just foreigners beating up other foreigners. Sitting back and watching the show seemed like the best option. They were thinking, go all out. Beat the crap out of him. Just as Peng Junshan predicted, the white fighter didn't even make it through the first round. After the Muay Thai fighter landed a roundhouse kick to his thigh, the white fighter collapsed to the ground, unable to move. For the next match, a man from the Asangwa group stormed onto the stage, shouting and screaming. He was yelling something unintelligible. Su Qi watched for a long time, stunned. So the Third World had martial arts too? In his previous life, Su Qi had always treated news about the Third World as entertainment. For instance, in the realm of cooking, Japan was a country that could turn into food, while India was a country that could turn anything into. The moment Yang Jun stepped onto the stage, the entire venue erupted. Finally, they'd get to see a Chinese person beat a foreigner. Yang Jing was also shouting and cheering. The Indian boxer was incredibly arrogant, constantly flipping the middle finger at Yang Jun. Even the commentator couldn't help but curse. Arrogant. Beat the out of him.
With a clang, the Indian fighter screamed and charged at Young Jun, unleashing a flying kick with all his might.
Young Jun deftly sidestepped.
The arrogant Indian fighter couldn't stop his momentum, sending his entire body flying off the boxing ring. A thunderous thud echoed as the Indian fighter crashed onto the floor below the ring, landing face down and motionless.
Young Jun froze in shock. What just happened?
The audience below the ring was equally stunned, staring in confusion at the motionless Indian fighter on the ground.
Suchi was stunned too. Ladies and gentlemen, can anyone here tell me what just happened? Did the Indian boxing champion knock himself out? A wave of laughter swept through the venue. Suchi sighed, just as expected. No matter the era, the Indians' comedic talent remains unmatched. And just like that, Young Jun inexplicably won a match. The matches continued. By past 10 o'clock that night, Young Jun ultimately claimed the championship title of this boxing tournament. The venue erupted in cheers, an overwhelming wave of excitement.
As Yang Jing watched the gold belt fastened around her brother's waist, she was so moved she nearly cried. After all these years, her brother had finally found his path. The moment the fight ended, she rushed to the backstage locker room, with Suchi and the others following close behind.
But upon entering the locker room, they didn't see Young Jun anywhere. After asking around, they learned he'd been called away by someone. Suchi suddenly had a very bad feeling. Being called away immediately after stepping off the stage definitely meant trouble.
Just yesterday, they had joked about an agreement. If Young Jun won the championship belt, he would only grant an exclusive interview to DD News. That meant whoever had called him away was definitely not from the media. Suppressing his doubts, Suchi said, Jingjing, you go meet up with the girls from the DD News team first.
Pang and I will go look for your brother. Suchi, did something happen to my brother? Yang Jing asked anxiously. Suchi forced himself to stay calm. What could possibly happen? Just go over there first. Don't wander off. Okay, I'll meet you at the main entrance later. As soon as Yang Jing left, Suchi quickly questioned the staff here. Someone had seen them in the hallway of the gymnasium.
He signaled Peng Junshan, and they hurried toward the stairwell. Sure enough, before they even got close, they saw a group of people surrounding Yang Jun, beating him up. Peng Junshan wasted no time, charging in to join the fray. Suchi likewise grabbed a wooden stick nearby and began fighting back. Within minutes, the attackers began to falter and scattered in all directions. Suchi stared coldly at Young Jun brother-in-law. Tell me what the hell is going on? What else could it be? Follow me. That group must still be downstairs. With that, Young Jun ran out, still seething with anger. Suchi followed behind, frowning. Out on the street, they spotted the group surrounding a Mercedes-Benz. Heads bowed, they looked extremely respectful, as if being reprimanded. Damn it! That kid's back. One of the henchmen gritted his teeth, ready to turn and resume his fight with Young Jun. The earlier incident had been downright infuriating. They'd been about to take Young Jun away when two men suddenly appeared. The dark, lean one was especially terrifying. His body felt as hard as steel plates. Hold your fire. A voice familiar to Suchi echoed from inside the Mercedes. At that very moment, from the shadows across the street, a group of men armed with steel pipes emerged. Chapter 107, Farewell, Lou Baldhead. The clanging sound of steel pipes scraping across the pavement sent a chill down one's spine. The underling suggested, Boss, why don't you leave first? I'll handle this. Can you handle it? I guarantee it. Fine then. Bring that kid to the Pan Mountain Club later. Boss Hong is waiting for us there. After losing so much money, he needs an explanation from that kid. With that, the Mercedes slowly pulled away from the scene. But just as the window rolled up, Suchi caught a fleeting glimpse of a bald head inside. Bald Lou? Ever since he was chased out of the arcade by Peng Junshan and his crew, this guy who used to be the center of attention among the rich kids had vanished without a trace. It was as if he'd vanished from the face of the earth. Who would have thought he'd show up again now? But Suchi couldn't help but chuckle bitterly to himself. Clearly, Lou Baldhead hadn't learned his lesson. Last time he brought dozens of men, only to be beaten off by just two guys, Young Jun and Peng Junshan. Now he was back with another group of dozens. Wasn't this just asking to get beaten up? Young Jun surveyed the group and laughed loudly. Brother Peng, how many did we take down last time? Peng Junshan replied blankly, can't remember. I took down way more than you did that time. Well, this time I won't let you beat me. Suchi, you just stand over there smoking and watching. Don't make my sister come scold me later. With that, Yang Jun charged forward, but Peng Junshan was faster. In an instant, the two were locked in fierce combat. Suchi found a rock nearby to sit on, lit a cigarette, and watched with growing unease. Their fighting styles were completely different. Yang Jun's moves were deliberate and calculated, yet incredibly effective, flowing like water. Peng Junshan, however, stood among the crowd like a demon god. He made no unnecessary movements, yet anyone who got close to him would collapse like a straw doll. And once someone hit the ground, they rarely got back up. When Suchi finally saw Peng Junshan snap a steel pipe clean in half at a 90-degree angle, he sucked in a sharp breath.
These petty thugs might bully subordinates in groups, but once they hit a steel plate, their fighting spirit vanished. Soon, amid howls of terror, they scattered, abandoning the steel pipe as they fled. After silently escorting Yang Jing back to the market, Su Qi headed to the arcade. Shan Pao was happily counting a pile of cash when he spotted Su Qi enter. He jumped up immediately. Holy, Su Qi, we're raking it in. If we keep this up, I swear we'll be rolling in dough before long. Su Qi chuckled. Bro, don't sweat the small stuff. I've got a question for you. What is it? What's the real deal with that bald guy Lu? My brother-in-law was just telling me he wants to rig professional boxing matches to profit off the results. Well, after he tried bribing my brother-in-law with $500,000 to fix a fight and got nowhere, he brought his crew here to settle the score. Damn it. This too. Why didn't you call me? Where is that little bastard? I've been looking for him for 2 months and can't find him. Shan Pao stood up, ready to gather his men. Su Qi raised a hand to calm him. Brother Pao, sit down first. I doubt we'll find him. My brother-in-law mentioned someone called Brother Hong backing him. Do you know this guy? Shan Pao's face darkened instantly. Hong Pengfei from North City. Who'd have thought Lu Baldhead found Hong Pengfei as his backer? He's gotten pretty bold. Hong Pengfei? That's the guy. He's one of Zhonghai's 4 great districts, or the so-called 4 underground emperors. These 4 are also known as the 4 cancerous tumors. They'll dive into any profitable business with zero scruples. The police have been watching them for ages, but these guys cover their tracks flawlessly. Hong Pengfei is the boss of our Fudong district in North City. He has numerous titles, which is precisely why he's such a headache for the police. That Lu Baldhead managed to find him. Guess they're birds of a feather. Su Qi frowned. Pao Go, with your current standing, how do you compare to him? Shan Pao gave a bitter laugh. A world of difference. Back in the day, our biggest boss was Fong Shijun. Let me put it this way, Fong Junshan was 1 rank above me, and Hong Pengfei is 1 rank above Fong Junshan. Su Qi, stay away from this Hong Pengfei if you can. He's the kind of guy who'll do anything. Of course, once he steps into Pusan Town's territory, no matter how cocky he is, he'll have to be polite in front of me, Shan Pao. A mighty dragon can't overpower a local snake, that's how it goes. So don't worry about that bald Lu guy. Su Qi nodded. Then I'll need to have a serious talk with my brother-in-law. Better safe than sorry. Alright, enough about that. Let's count the money. That's what matters. Shan Pao's expression changed instantly. Su Qi gave a wry smile. Forget it. You count it yourself. I'm heading back to the dorm. Fine, I'll just get back to my own business. You really know how to slack off, kid. We agreed you'd handle the management, and I'd just wait for my cut. Now look at you, you're nowhere to be found all day, leaving me here to watch over everything alone. Ugh, what a miserable life. Me, Shan Pao, destined only to count money. Su Qi shot him a withering glance, said nothing, and walked out. On the terrace, the DD team was working overtime in a tight-knit hive of activity, preparing for tonight's boxing event. This was the most complete the DD team had ever been. Suddenly, Su Qi realized a problem. As the team grew, the terrace, originally their bubble tea warehouse, was becoming unbearably cramped. And this was before the Zhidong project had even officially launched. Once the commercial space project kicked off, they'd need another office space. When the Qiqing real estate team moved in, forget about working, finding a spot to stand would be a challenge. After returning to the dorm, Su Qi mulled it over and decided to find 2 apartments outside first. They would serve as office locations for both teams. This would also allow for separate management of each area, preventing chaos. At the same time, he thought deeply about many things concerning Hong Pengfei. Just one mention of this man made even the fearless mountain cannon brother hesitate, which spoke volumes about how terrifying he was. Still, as long as this man stopped causing trouble for Yang Jun, Su Qi wouldn't provoke him. At least not for now. His primary target remained Fong Shijun. Once he dealt with this man, he could focus on securing that commercial property and laying the groundwork for his real estate ventures outside the city. Chapter 108, Lease Expiration. Thoughts turned swiftly to action. He found a place quickly. During the search, Su Qi ruled out office buildings. He still disliked bustling environments. After searching, he finally settled on 2 adjacent villas not too far from Zhonghai University, making it convenient for them to attend classes. Monkey was still working as a security guard at the West Suburb Garden Villa, still waiting in vain for Deputy Town Chief Singh to show up. This past month had actually given Su Qi some much-needed peace. Until the school's lease agreement expired. In a large classroom at the university, Director Bao had gathered all the merchants to this location. After Li Mingdong stepped down, the school considered that Vice President Zhao was also about to retire. So in recent days, the school's personnel structure had undergone significant changes. After intense competition, Director Bao finally secured a promotion opportunity. He now held the position of acting vice principal, with business development falling under his purview. His formal appointment was only a matter of time. Director Bao looked down at the chaotic crowd below, feeling a headache coming on. He tugged at the microphone in front of him. Everyone. Could you please quiet down and listen to me? Director Bao. What's going on here? How can you not make decisions about our stores? Didn't you say the school had already sold off the playground area? Exactly. You owe us an explanation.
Our businesses were thriving, and now you tell us you never had the authority to sign those contracts.
This reeks of some kind of backroom deal. Director Bao frowned. Everyone, let's be clear on 2 points.
First, apart from these few shops, all the other spaces our school has authority over have already been contracted to the original owners.
Unless you yourself choose not to continue, we will definitely let you keep operating.
Second, before last year's auction of these shops, we notified you all. You could have attended as observers, but not a single one of you showed up.
Now you come questioning the school administration. What exactly are you trying to do? Cause trouble?
Third, don't forget the contracts you currently hold have all expired. The clause granting you priority to renew doesn't guarantee we'll sign with you.
I advise you not to cause trouble. Representatives from Chiching Real Estate will arrive shortly.
If you maintain this attitude, I doubt they'll be pleased.
The renewal issue is up in the air.
As Director Bao finished speaking, the room fell deathly silent. The earlier commotion vanished. He was right. What leverage did a tenant really have, clutching expired contracts while trying to bargain with the landlord? Just then, Jia Qianfeng entered with several men, his expression haughty as he took a seat at the back.
Brother Jia, what's the deal with this Chiching Real Estate? They're acting so high and mighty.
Heard the shops by the soccer field have all moved out already. Won't our place end up the same? One subordinate asked.
Jia Qianfeng sneered coldly. Who cares about their background? It'd be better if they were an outside real estate company. In all of Zhenghai, who dares to disrespect Dehua real estate? Unless they don't want to stay in Zhenghai anymore.
True. Thankfully, our shop has Brother Ding backing us. No one dares touch us. Plus, we've got that bubble tea shop contract in our hands. Too bad that little bastard Su Chi was smart for once and sold the shop to that old man.
Can you all stop mentioning that old bastard in front of me?
Jia Qianfeng's eyes instantly blazed with hatred. It was even more terrifying than mentioning Su Chi in front of him. Turns out Fourth Master had been giving him a hell of a time lately. After taking over the shop, Fourth Master completely changed his approach, still selling his stinky tofu. Selling stinky tofu was one thing, but he'd also learned to make bubble tea. Making bubble tea was one thing, but he was actually giving away original flavor bubble tea with every purchase of stinky tofu. That was the real killer. He was giving away what you sold, while you could never replicate what he sold. So now, Youth Milk Tea Shop was barely scraping by. The owners of the other newly opened milk tea shops also hated Fourth Master to the bone, but they couldn't do anything about it. Two men in suits stood guard outside his shop all day long, towering like iron towers.
Who dared to provoke them?
Even though Youth Milk Tea Shop was losing money daily, Jia Qianfeng gritted his teeth and persevered all to wait for this day. Once he gets his hands on the rival shop, he'll eradicate Fourth Master, that cancer of the industry.
Amidst their gnashing of teeth, Fourth Master strode into the large classroom accompanied by two men in sunglasses. He immediately greeted the crowd of milk tea shop owners. Hey, everyone's here. What a coincidence. Did you sign the contract? Damn it.
Fourth brother, if you didn't have those two towers backing you up, you better believe I'd beat you from one end of the street to the other, knocking every last tooth out of your mouth. One vendor leaped to his feet. He had originally sold steamed dishes, but after seeing Su Chi make money, he switched to a milk tea shop. To appear more upscale than the cheap milk tea shops, he'd splurged on his decor.
Little did he expect to run into Fourth Master, who was now ruining his business.
Now, even the wallpaper in his shop reeked of stinky tofu.
Fourth Master chuckled. Young man, you're brimming with resentment. Why don't you start by sparring with my bodyguard? Damn it. Shameless. Always the same line. Scum.
Never seen such a shameless old man. A chorus of curses erupted, but Fourth Master sat down beside Jia Qianfeng, utterly unfazed. Jia Qianfeng grimaced, covering his nose in disgust, but held his tongue. Soon after, Su Chi entered. He exchanged greetings with Fourth Master from afar before taking a seat beside him.
Fourth Master, you've made quite a profit, haven't you? Heard you're running that by stinky tofu, get free milk tea promotion? Su Chi inquired. Not much, not much.
In 2 or 3 months, I've at least recouped the transfer fee I swindled out of you.
That impressive. Su Chi was momentarily stunned.
It proved an old business adage: perfect marketing requires wildly imaginative thinking. If Fourth Master took over his shop and continued with desserts and milk tea, he'd probably lose his shirt.
Jia Qianfeng snorted coldly beside him. Good that you recouped it. Better not end up losing the shop and getting fleeced out of your money too. Su Chi glanced over. Well, if it isn't young Master Jia. Come to sign the contract now? None of your damn business. What are you doing here? You're the one who lost every single shop. Just checking on Fourth Master.
He took over my shop. The contract expired, so I gotta see it through to the end.
Fine, you can look. But Su Chi, I gotta say you're lucky as hell.
If this had happened a few months later, the shop would have had nothing to do with you.
Oh, really? Su Chi chuckled. Jia Qianfeng grew even more irritated at that smile. What attitude? What attitude do you want me to have? Damn it! Don't you dare look at me like that. Oh, fourth master, did you bring your bricks? Bang!
Behind him, a hand yanked open his jacket, flinging the brick stuck in his belt onto the table. Jia Qianfeng froze, staring at the menacing bodyguard, his temper instantly extinguished.
Chapter 109, The Overbearing Fourth Master. Fourth Master? You're men. When you're out in the world, you can't go without a kitchen knife.
I'm being generous, I told him to swap the knife for a brick.
Look, I even had it polished. Ha! Alright, I get it. I've got someone who braves the world with a snowflake too.
Just then, Zhedong entered with Chen Liang and Huang Fuwei, taking the seats at the very front.
The moment the three appeared, the atmosphere in the large classroom grew oppressive.
These were the very people who held the fate of their shop in their hands. Jia Qianfeng maintained his usual haughty demeanor, even shooting a cold glance at fourth master beside him, his inner sneer reaching its peak. Director Bao continued, "Everyone, this is Zhedong, the head of Qiqing Real Estate. Please welcome Mr. Zhe to the stage to speak." The words were meant to elicit applause, but an eerie silence fell instead. Everyone stared at Zhedong as if he were their sworn enemy. Director Bao stood there, utterly embarrassed. Zhedong, however, paid no mind and walked onto the stage. "I trust everyone here understands the purpose of today's gathering. I won't waste your time with pleasantries. Today, some tenants have failed to meet the standards set by both Qiqing Real Estate and the school. As a result, their leases may not be renewed. I apologize for this." The room erupted in an uproar. The merchants, pushed to their breaking point, exploded with murmurs and whispers filling the air. The impulsive Jia Qianfeng stood up. "Why all the nonsense? Just sign it quickly. I've got other things to attend to." Everyone stared at him in shock, though many merchants silently gave him a mental thumbs up. "Bro, you're badass daring to confront the owner of your own shop." Suchi sighed inwardly, this Jia Qianfeng is so brainless it's refreshingly unique. His IQ is truly on par with an elementary school student. Don't his parents worry? Zhedongmian smiled at him, speaking calmly and unapologetically, "Merchants, Qiqing Real Estate isn't some ruthless, unscrupulous developer. As I just said, only some store owners will be relocated, most will remain. My assistant will shortly announce the store names. Those called should collect their contracts, review them, sign, and return them. Rest assured, the rent you're most concerned about hasn't increased by a single penny." The merchants below finally breathed a sigh of relief, though some still felt uneasy. Huang Fuwei stood up, "Lanzhao Lamian." One tenant immediately jumped up with delight, feeling as if he'd won the lottery, and rushed over to Huang Fuwei. "Specializing in duck, absolutely no chicken or duck neck shops."
"Damn kitchen. Hee stir-fry restaurant. Ha? DD hair salon? You. Over here. Change your shop name before signing the contract."
After a string of names were announced, the merchants who had previously been hostile toward Qiqing Real Estate now beamed with joy. As all the merchants received their contracts, only the names of Youth Milk Tea Shop and Fourth Master's Shop remained uncalled. Grandpa C still radiated an imposing aura, casting a disdainful glance at Jia Qianfeng. This made Jia Qianfeng fidgety. He rushed forward and demanded of Huang Fuwei, "Bring me the Youth Milk Tea Shop contract.
I have business to attend to." Huang Fuwei didn't even glance at him.
"Sorry, there's no contract for your Youth Milk Tea Shop.
It doesn't align with our company's current direction.
Please vacate the premises within 1 month."
Slap. Jia Qianfeng instantly erupted in fury. "What did you say? You heard me clearly. It's Youth Milk Tea Shop.
A venture under Ding Qingfan, the young master of Ehai Real Estate." Huang Fuwei picked his ear, stood on a stool, and glared at him.
"Who's got the louder voice? Can't you understand human speech? You. Fine. Fine.
I recognize you now, you used to be the delivery guy at QQ Milk Tea.
You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? What did I do to you?"
Fourth Master already had his eye on your spot ages ago and had discussions with our manager. All of us at Qiqing Real Estate agree that store should be run by Fourth Master's high-end, classy stinky tofu.
So this is company policy. What can we do? Let's go.
Jia Qianfeng whipped his head around, glaring at Fourth Master. He wanted nothing more than to charge over and beat the old bastard to death. He turned to look at Zhedong on the stage. "You're the head of Qiqing Real Estate, right?"
"Yes. What is it? Do you know about Ehai Real Estate? Tell me about it."
"The largest real estate company in Shanghai. They hold at least half the market share. The Youth Milk Tea Shop is a business under the umbrella of Ding Qingfan, the son of that company's owner."
"Want me to have my cousin call you?"
"Oh, sure.
Don't be such a ing asshole."
No sooner had the words left his mouth than he felt a towering presence materialize behind him, a massive chest pressing against his head.
Fourth Master strode over, a cigarette dangling from his mouth with an air of authority. "Excuse me? Who's that?" "You, get out." "Zhezong, can we sign the contract now?"
"Xiao Zhuang, if this guy causes trouble here, smash him with your brick."
"Don't worry about the medical expenses." The towering figure nodded. "Yes, sir." Jia Qianfeng lost his nerve. He hurriedly gathered his men and fled in panic. Outside, he immediately called his cousin to report what had happened. Over there, Ding Qingfan had completely lost it. After getting Zhedong's number, he called him up, barely holding back his rage. Zhedong answered at his desk. Who is this? It's Ding Qingfan. Oh. Ding Qingfan of Ahai. Don't recognize the name. What's this about? Youth milk tea shop. Sign the contract immediately. Click. Zhedong hung up the phone. But the phone rang again immediately. Can't you understand me? I'm Ding Qingfan. Zhedong lost his temper too. Who the hell is Ding Qingfan? Signed the contract? No way. You.
On the other end, Ding Qingfan coughed up a mouthful of black blood and fell silent.
Suchi stood up and gave Zhedong a thumbs up from a distance.
Zhedong saluted smartly in a military-style salute.
And just like that, the contract matter was settled. In the afternoon, he visited the downhill cannon area and settled the accounts.
The funds sitting in the account amounted to roughly 3 or 4 million.
The commercial property development could now proceed.
But he pulled out of the deal with Sean Powell. He'd only gotten involved for a quick buck anyway. Ultimately, he'd taken advantage of the guy, walking away with millions for free.
Sean Powell refused to let Suchi withdraw under any circumstances. He now believed that as long as he followed Suchi, his only fate was to count money. He was terrified Suchi would abandon him.
Still, Suchi had promised him that once the theme street was completed, they would jointly develop the plot of land he owned outside. He hadn't intended to expand so rapidly at first, but now the Zhedong team was itching to get started. So let them charge ahead with confidence. Chapter 110, the Penguin team arrives in Zhonghai. Both villas were bustling with activity, yet not a single person complained. When Suchi actually told them to stop working overtime, they even scolded him, calling him the most irresponsible boss ever. Not only did he loaf around all day, now he was messing with their business too. Suchi sighed inwardly, recalling how entrepreneurs 20 years later would gather only to complain about the lack of talent available. Ironically, the major job fairs were packed with people. Were entrepreneurs blind to talent? Not at all. The problem was that there were too few capable individuals willing to commit. This was one reason why few new businesses emerged after the 2010s. He had been reborn into a favorable era, surrounded by a group of determined individuals. Had he lived in the 2010s, he would have lost everything down to his underwear, forced to earn a living performing under bridges. That day, sipping tea in his rented villa, his mind was consumed with thoughts of the theme street. His phone suddenly rang. Who is this? Hello, Mr. Su. It's me, Penguin Su Chenghua. Who? Su Chenghua? You haven't starved to death yet? What? Phew. Wrong number. Not talking to you. What's up, Mr. Su? Well, Mr. Su, our Penguin management team has discussed it thoroughly.
Remember that 600,000 thing you mentioned to me last time? That? I just mentioned it offhand. What's the matter? Su Chenghua's face flushed crimson as he took a deep breath. Mr. Su, 60,000 it is. When can we arrange a meeting? 50,000 and we can meet. I'm Su Chenghua, been in this game for decades. Phew, never met anyone as straightforward as you. All right. Meet me tomorrow at the Emerald Garden Villa, 1 mile east of Zhonghai University. We'll discuss it at my company. Huh? Mr. Su, you're in Zhonghai? Yes. I've always been in Zhonghai. Huh, all right. Tomorrow at 8 sharp. Don't be late. I've been in this business for decades, damn it. Phew, got it. We'll be there on time.
After hanging up, Suchi felt a bit dazed himself.
This little ma guy isn't seriously going to sell me that penguin for $500,000, is he? Deep Sea City, inside an office building.
Su Chenghua bellowed at the empty office. I, Su Chenghua, have been in this business for decades. I've never seen such a shameless scoundrel. The cleaning lady at the door shuddered and fled as if she'd seen a ghost. At that moment, Ma Huatang, who would dominate China's internet industry 2 decades later, entered the office wearing glasses, looking utterly exhausted. He paused upon seeing Su Chenghua's liver-colored face. Old Su, what's up? Back at it again? Did you call Mr. Su? Don't even get me started. That bastard is a complete scoundrel. Shameless. Scum. A living example of what not to be in China. He actually cut another 100,000 yuan off the deal at the last minute. That's 500,000 yuan. Are we really going to sell ourselves so cheaply? Ma Watan's entire body went limp as he slumped into his chair. The exhaustion from days of relentless running around had finally overwhelmed him. Ever since Penguin decided to sell, he'd approached countless investors. They were genuinely interested, but he couldn't fathom how this thing could turn a profit now. The offers were shockingly low. One boss even offered 20,000, claiming he wanted it for his 3-year-old daughter to play with. Moreover, Didi's vision was overwhelmingly powerful, always one step ahead of them, from its major features to its ad-driven revenue model through the Didi news page. By comparison, their Penguin app felt like a failed product in Didi's shadow. The millions of users they'd painstakingly accumulated. Now they're steadily losing users.
If this keeps up, forget 50,000. I doubt anyone would even take it for 10,000. He sighed, forget it. 50,000 it is. Better than nothing. We'll start over, no more chat apps. Oh, right. Where is he? Where did you arrange to meet? Shanghai. He wants us there by 8 a.m. tomorrow sharp. No exceptions. Damn it. How shameless. That's a blatant insult. Little Ma slammed the table and stood up, his emotions running high. After a moment, he calmed down. 8 o'clock it is. I'll get my dad to send over a few plane tickets. Xiaoma called his father, who didn't say much. He drove over in his Mercedes, dropped off a few plane tickets, and took the opportunity to compile all of Penguin's financial data from the past period. His goal was to help his son understand where the break-even point lay, so he could avoid similar pitfalls in future ventures. This led to a widely circulated saying 2 decades later, the poor family with a Mercedes manhwa. Truthfully, Su Qi had no interest in acquiring Penguin. But if $500,000 could eliminate such a competitor, he figured it was worth it. Better than getting bogged down in a messy fight later. So while he did look forward to it, his main anticipation was seeing Little Ma from 20 years ago. His lack of anticipation stemmed from indifference. The next morning, he'd completely forgotten about it. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, he grabbed 2 steamed buns and a cup of soy milk on his way, then strolled into the villa wearing nothing but flip-flops. Passing through the living room, the Didi team paid him no mind, and he couldn't be bothered to complain to the fat guy. He simply headed upstairs. On the guest sofa in one corner of the villa's living room, Little Ma and Su Chenghua didn't notice him either. At that very moment, they were watching the Didi team busily working at the living room desk. Cold sweat beaded on Su Chenghua's forehead as he muttered under his breath, in all my decades in this business, I've never seen such a maniac team. Old Ma, look at that guy, those dark circles under his eyes. How many days of overtime does it take to get them that bad? Ma Huateng gave a wry smile. Old Su, you came from the business world, and you'll return to it. When you talk to CEO Su later, whatever you do, don't mention that decades in the business world line again. Su Qi, sharp-eared, overheard this and slapped his forehead. Damn it! I completely forgot about that. So that's Brother Ma? Pretty fresh face, looks better than he will in 20 years. He quickly finished his bun and hurried over. Excuse me, are you Mr. Su from the underworld? Yes. Get out of the way and hurry up and bring your boss over here. What's his game? We agreed on 8 p.m, we came all the way from Shenzhen without being late, but he's nowhere to be found. Su Chenghua was getting annoyed. But Little Ma calmed him down, sorry about that. My colleague has a bit of a temper. Could you please notify Mr. Su? We need to head back to Shenzhen City soon. Su Qi stared blankly at this future powerhouse. He was refined and scholarly, wearing glasses, his speech always carrying an air of gentle sophistication. Compared to Tai Chi Ma, their personalities were worlds apart. Still, he preferred Tai Chi Ma's chivalrous aura. It proved the saying true, a truly remarkable person reveals their greatness from a young age. That innate composure, unshaken even when facing overwhelming pressure, was truly innate. He smiled and replied, hello, Mr. Ma. I'm Su Qi. Chapter 111, you guys go overseas. When Little Ma and Su Chenghua heard the voice on the other end belonged to Su Qi, their jaws dropped in disbelief. This guy? The founder of Didi who'd been outmaneuvering them at every turn? Just moments ago, hadn't he been munching on 2 steamed buns while walking by? Greasy mouth, flip-flops, crumbs everywhere. This image was disgracing the entire internet industry. Xiaomao snapped out of it first, his usual polite demeanor returning. Hello, Mr. Su. Let's talk in my office, Su Qi said with a smile, leading the way. Once seated in the office, Su Qi spoke up. My apologies for making you guys trek all the way up from the south. No problem. We have something to ask of you, so it's only natural we came over, Xiamage replied. Su Chenghua shot him a frustrated look, you're an adult now? Heh, of course. How could a minor bully you so badly? Speaking of which, Mr. Su, you seem to hold quite a grudge against me, huh? I won't stoop to your level. Su Qi smiled and said, let's get straight to the point, gentlemen. 50,000 sell or not? Just one word. Can't you add a little? Our team has sacrificed so much, working day and night for the Penguin. Brother Ma sighed. Sorry, I'm not considering raising the offer at this time. Su Qi spread his hands. I'll sell it to you for 500,000, but I have one condition. What condition? Xiaomao said, I hope Mr. Su will allow the Penguin icon to survive on the internet, rather than being swallowed up in the end. Su Qi replied, I'm sorry. I could easily say yes, but I respect your startup team. If I deceived you, it would be disrespectful. So I'll be blunt, this 500,000 is meant to settle with our competitors. The Penguin won't thrive under my stewardship. Didi is more than enough for me. Su Chenghua's face darkened, aren't you being a bit too harsh? Bullying whom? Su Qi smiled. First, Didi has never feared any competitor. Second, I could have acted like a shady businessman, agreed to your terms, then let Penguin disappear. A simple word would have done it. But I didn't. Third, in my view, spending money to buy something I can't even control myself? I wouldn't do something that stupid.
If I'm not mistaken, you'd probably even propose later that your team join our DD team.
Manhwa froze, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes as he stared intently at Su Qi.
This youth, who looked barely over 20, gave him an unnerving sense of depth.
He felt he wasn't facing a young man, but a seasoned fox who could see through the business world's every move. What was even more troubling was that this old fox was playing with an open strategy, laying conditions before you were signing or not signing both meant losses. Taking a deep breath, Manhwa said, "Mr. Su, you're impressive. You're right, I do have that intention.
Not for myself, but for them.
After following me for so long, I want them to join you alongside Penguin. That should be the best outcome, right?" Su Qi smiled.
Mr. Ma feels the same, but it seems neither of us is willing to compromise, making cooperation difficult. I didn't expect you to see through it so quickly. To be honest, there are several reasons why Penguin has faced such a major crisis. First, we blindly pursued user growth while forgetting to innovate and explore profitable models. Perhaps we didn't care, but investors demand to see this. Second, we bet on the wrong horse. We shouldn't have staked our entire financing strategy on the Li family scion, the Hong Kong tycoon's heir.
Now, precisely because of his reconsideration, our funding has collapsed overnight.
Other investors saw this. If even such an outstanding investment expert as the Li family scion hesitates, they certainly won't invest either.
We've driven ourselves into this corner.
Manhwa saw things with remarkable clarity, but by this point, it was too late to turn things around.
Su Qi asked, "So what's your next move, Ma? What else can we do?"
"We'll just have to let ourselves perish in our own ideals."
Su Qi felt a deep sense of respect.
Refusing to bow for a few bushels of rice, you're bound to achieve great things.
Mr. Su, it worked.
However, I actually anticipated this outcome on my way here and prepared an alternative plan.
Would you be open to considering it? Go ahead, Mr. Ma. You take a stake in our Penguin team. As for the terms of the investment, you name them. Su Qi frowned thoughtfully. Are you all this fixated on the Penguin? It's like our child, you know? All right then. I agree to invest.
I'll give you 100,000 yuan for a 40% stake. Su Changhua nearly jumped out of his chair.
They could have sold it for 500,000 yuan, but now 100,000 yuan would get him 40%? That was practically driving down Penguin's valuation.
This little punk, his head full of schemes, utterly outrageous.
But Manhwa shot him a warning glance and he held back. Mr. Su, let's set the equity aside for now.
I'd like to hear your insights first.
Su Qi stated, go overseas.
Don't clash head-on with DD domestically, the international market is still wide open.
Su Changhua, boiling with rage, couldn't hold back any longer. He stood up and stormed out. This wasn't a negotiation, it was outright exploitation.
$10,000 bought 40% equity, then forced them out of China, effectively eliminating a competitor for 100 grand. And that 100 grand held limitless future potential.
Manhwa rushed out and grabbed him. What are you doing? Let Su finish speaking first. Old Ma, this is outrageous. I'd rather flush the Penguin down the toilet than give it to him. I must have been blind to ever consider negotiating with him. Su Qi stood up. These are my terms, but that doesn't mean I lack sincerity. Mr. Su, please don't act impulsively. Why not come in and hear the rest? Since I've come all this way, I might as well listen. But whatever the outcome, I'll cover your round-trip airfare. Su Changhua finally calmed down a bit and sat back down. Spit it out already.
I don't have old Ma's patience.
Manhwa gave a wry smile and sat down. Mr. Su, please continue.
First, I won't interfere with any of your team's decisions.
To put it plainly, I'm just an investor.
If you follow my methods and still incur losses, I can consider acquiring 60% of your equity for 600,000.
Second, I can also promise you this: overseas, you can follow DD's approach.
To put it bluntly, I authorize you to emulate DD, and I will require the DD team to fully cooperate and assist you. The first point might seem inconsequential, but the second immediately piqued the interest of the two representatives from Tencent, noticeably easing the tension.
Chapter 112, Ding Qingfan's Situation.
In this era when the internet was still somewhat chaotic, intellectual property protection wasn't particularly well established. This emerging industry was being guided by relevant state agencies through a trial and error approach. The Penguin team had originally planned to replicate DD's model of monetizing news webpage ads. But now, emaciated and surviving on instant noodles, they had no funds left for further investment. Moreover, they even suspected the DD team had connections with aliens. How else could they pull off such incredible innovations? No sooner had they copied the news webpage model than DD would come up with something else to disrupt them. In short, as long as DD exists in China, they'll never see the light of day. Su Qi continued, you might be puzzled by the monetization model for chat apps, but let me tell you, my mind is never short on ideas. I firmly believe that if you follow DD's footsteps overseas, Tencent's market cap could reach figures with 10 zeros after the 500,000. Su Changhua and Xiao Mao leapt to their feet, trembling as they stared at Su Qi.
If Suchi hadn't been staring at them dead seriously while saying this, they would have thought they were talking to a madman. 500 billion. In 1999, it sounded like utter madness. It took them a long while to snap out of it. Ma Huateng said, please share your analysis. I can agree to your terms right now. 10 billion. 40% equity. Suchi replied, the widespread adoption of computers, I believe you can see this trend too. Otherwise, you wouldn't have persisted in developing internet products. Once computers become indispensable in every household, that's when the internet will explode. People won't be satisfied with just using computers for work, they'll spend more time on entertainment. Our chat product will dominate the market by capturing users. We'll maintain our news content, but our profit model won't rely on ads anymore. I won't go into specifics now, we'll discuss that later. Gaming will undoubtedly become a major goldmine in the internet space. We have the user base. Just pop a window on your computer screen. Tell you, we've got a game where you hit level 99 with one swing. Throw in a page with a scantily clad beauty in underwear, showing off her ample bosom, fully armed. Tell me, wouldn't you be tempted? Exactly. No complicated registration required, just open your chat account and enter the game world with one click. How could it not be a hit? Su Chenghua interrupted, so you're saying we still need to develop games? That would require huge investments. Su Chi shook his head. Why make it so complicated? Just negotiate a licensing deal with an overseas game company. You split the profits and they handle maintenance. They'd be thrilled to have you bring their product to another country, that's extra reward, right? I see. It seems some overseas players are already testing this model, though no one has tied games directly to chat software yet, said Shomogu. Su Chi chuckled, let's keep today's discussion light, too much detail would take days to cover. Ready to draft the contract? What are we waiting for? Let's sign the damn thing. This time, Su Chenghua was the one who got excited, having completely shed any preconceptions about Su Chi. Chilling when you think about it. Only now did they truly grasp the caliber of opponent they were up against. If Su Chi's plan played out, that 500 billion yuan market cap really wasn't impossible. They then discussed the location for Penguin's development. The final choice was the United States, the world's leading superpower and the birthplace of the internet. If they could defeat America's top internet companies, it would mean they were number one globally. Of course, it couldn't be compared to China's Didi. After signing the contract, Su Chi couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. Taking Penguin overseas would ostensibly eliminate a major competitor for Didi domestically. But it also meant Didi was giving up the much larger overseas market. But it didn't matter much, he still held a 40% stake in the company. That evening, Ma Huadeng called Su Chi to report two matters. First, news had come from Hong Kong tycoon Mr. Lee, he'd agreed to invest. They just needed to go over the details tomorrow and asked for Su Chi's opinion. Su Chi naturally agreed. Tens of millions of dollars would fuel overseas expansion, he lacked spare capital to invest, and Penguin would need funding in the US. Of course, this didn't affect Su Chi's equity, the team had relinquished 20%. This alone demonstrated that the initial 100,000 investment had already yielded enormous returns. If this were 20 years later, it would undoubtedly become a textbook case study in venture capital. Xiaoma's team didn't think Su Chi had gotten a bargain. Because the insights shared with Su Chi during the day far exceeded the value of that 40% stake. Second, regarding Penguin's future overseas expansion, Little Horse was utterly obsessed with this topic. He insisted on discussing it with Su Chi until he finally heard snoring on the other end of the phone and gave up. Inside the headquarters of Zhenhai Yihai Real Estate, Ding Qingfan was seething with rage. Jia Qianfeng had only informed him about the youth milk tea shop incident that very evening. He was on the verge of losing it. Not only had he lost Su Chi, but now the stinky tofu fourth master had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. And Qiqing Real Estate had openly humiliated his bastard son. Earlier that day, he'd mobilized countless people to investigate Qiqing Real Estate's background, yet all they'd uncovered was the name Zhedong. The identity of the boss behind it remained unknown. Standing in his office, he pondered his current predicament for a long while. This illegitimate younger brother of his was incredibly formidable. He was practically a genius in the real estate industry, and his interpersonal skills were far beyond anything Qianfeng could hope to match. He could clearly sense that his father and the company's senior executives had already tipped the scales in his younger brother's favor. In other words, if he remained at headquarters, there was only one possible outcome. He would forever live in his younger brother's shadow, growing increasingly insignificant until he became a dispensable figure within the company. He understood that he needed to deliver an outstanding achievement now, something that would make the entire company sit up and take notice. Only then would he have a chance to stand before his father again. After much deliberation, he recalled the direction his father had proposed during today's company meeting. Expanding into Busan, a prime piece of real estate already coveted by numerous developers, seen as a lucrative target. But Yihai Real Estate had juicy opportunities everywhere. Compared to that, what was Little Busan? Still, no one was willing to go there. What if I turned the Busan branch into the top performing branch in the entire group? It's not impossible. With the kitchen real estate incident fresh in his mind, he decisively picked up his phone and dialed his father's number. Dad, I've made up my mind. I'll take the Pusan branch. Chapter 113, A Nest of Vipers. After all, Zhedong came from a major real estate firm. He moved swiftly, securing a construction and renovation company within just 2 or 3 days. The blueprints were also completed swiftly. Following Suchi's request, the commercial space by the playground would be transformed into a specialty food street, largely aligning with their initial discussions. Standing on this street, Suchi gazed at it for a long time. If selling trinkets was Suchi's first fortune, then this place would become his second. After digging up this pot of gold, the next target would be the land outside Shanghai, followed by the entire Pusan area. The road stretched out before him, winding into the distance. Driven to fury, Ding Qingfan used Uncle Chang's connections to reach Deputy Town Chief Zhang of Pushun Town. After lengthy discussions at a private club, Deputy Mayor Zhang summoned Fang Shijun. After some pleasantries, Ding Qingfan stated, "Mr. Fang, let's be straightforward. I can approve the general contract for that plot of land owned by Yihai Real Estate and award it to Guangxia Real Estate. But there's one thing I hope you can help me with." A sharp gleam flashed in Fang Shijun's eyes. "Young Master Ding, you flatter me. Under Deputy Mayor Zhang's leadership, we're practically in the same boat. Your concerns are my concerns, just name it. Have you heard of this suddenly emerging Qiqing Real Estate?" Fang Shijun frowned, feigning ignorance. "I've heard of Qiqing Real Estate, but aren't they an internal enterprise of Shanghai University? I haven't heard anything about them preparing to acquire land for development in Pusan Town." Ding Pingfan snorted coldly. "To outsiders, it certainly looks that way. Brother Jun, your company was involved in the bidding for those commercial properties at Shanghai University, right?" "Ah, yes, that's correct." Fang Shijun continued his act. Ding Qingfan said, "Jun, if my milk tea shop hadn't changed at all, I'd agree with you. But that's precisely the problem. My shop on campus wasn't preserved at all. I was humiliated. Think about it, my dad donates a lot to the university every year. If the final allocation of those shops was decided through university deliberation, then Yihai Real Estate could understand that. But when even my store gets taken away, it's hard not to be suspicious." Fang Shijun chuckled. "So you're saying it was taken by a private party? That doesn't add up either. My team reported that Qiqing Real Estate, which participated in the bidding that day, was essentially just a student. This is incredibly bizarre. I have a hunch Qiqing Real Estate will eventually expand into Pusan Town, and it's likely backed by some big shot from Shanghai. We need to be vigilant." Ding Qingfan took a sip of water. Deputy Town Mayor Zhang's face darkened to the extreme. That Qiqing mess had cost them Li Xiangdong, so he was convinced Qiqing Real Estate had powerful backers. His face remained cold as he said, "Gentlemen, don't forget, no matter who stands behind Qiqing Real Estate, I can't speak for other places, but in Pushun Town, I still have some say." Fang Shijun quickly flattered him. "Oh my! How forgetful of me, I completely forgot about our Deputy Mayor Zhang, who oversees land resources. Shijun, Xiaoding, you two just go ahead and do your thing with confidence. Having such outstanding talents like you involved in Pusan Town's development, well, that's a blessing for our Pusan folks." "Absolutely, absolutely. It's all thanks to Deputy Mayor Zhang's excellent leadership," Fang Shijun replied. Ding Qingfan felt slightly awkward. After all, he was a recent graduate from a distinguished family. The idea of shamelessly sucking up to a minor deputy township leader still felt unnatural to him. Fang Shijun, ever the sly fox, quickly shifted the conversation to avoid awkward silence. "Who exactly is the big shot backing Qiqing Real Estate? The moment he sets foot in Pusan Town, will make him show his true colors. We can put that on hold for now. Young Master Ding, I hear you have a romantic rival at Shanghai University? Care to tell me about this fellow? He's quite the character. A single news pop-up on Didi sent your vice-chancellor straight to jail." Ding Qingfan's face turned liver-colored. "Brother Jun, I followed the entire sequence of events involving Deputy Town Chief Zhang and Teacher Li. From the start, someone was clearly targeting him, posting everywhere, hiring people to bump threads. But when public opinion spiraled out of control, DD News delivered the final blow. Yet without that groundwork, how could they possibly touch a vice president? And it was all orchestrated by students from the same university. That's pure suicide." Fang Shijun replied, "Oh? So you're saying DD News is nothing to take seriously?" "Exactly. Suchi's mother's little schemes don't even register on my radar. She'd better not get involved in the real estate business. If she does, I'll make sure she doesn't even know how she died." Deputy Town Chief Zhang and Fang Shijun exchanged glances, realizing they needed to keep their distance from this big shot in the future. At the very least, their internal affairs must remain hidden from him. Such a brainless man casually vetoing matters that wasn't decisiveness, but arrogant arbitrariness. If he ever learned of their shady dealings, he'd become a ticking time bomb right beside them. That said, Yihai Real Estate possessed staggering financial resources. Deputy Town Chief Zhang needed such enterprises to enter the market. It would bolster his political achievements and strengthen his bid for the town chief position. Rumors of Su Cailion's impending transfer to the city were growing louder by the day. He needed allies. Fang Shijun, however, had a simpler plan. Ehai real estate is loaded with cash. If I just mess around with your big shot son, I'm bound to get my hands on some money. Each harboring their own agenda, they chatted with Ding Qingfan for a while longer before he excused himself. No sooner had he left than a young man walked in. Deputy Town Chief Zheng's expression turned cold. Report. Have you identified the person behind the online posts? Ever since the Li Shangdong incident, Deputy Town Chief Zheng had become hyper-vigilant. After a period of relative calm, he couldn't shake the unease. Rethinking the entire affair, he concluded the target couldn't possibly be just Li Shangdong. He had instructed Ding Shijun to find a computer genius and track down this army of online trolls. Ding Shijun chimed in beside him. Let's hear it. I want to see who the real mastermind behind this is. The young man replied, so far, we've only confirmed that these trolls operate as an organized group, and their leader goes by the name Tianpeng. I've traced his IP address too, but clearly, there's someone behind him who's at least as skilled as I am. They keep changing locations, making it impossible to pinpoint. Guys, here's my advice, don't mess with them. Chapter 114, my boyfriend wants to sing. I paid you 100,000 to come here, and all you have to say is don't mess with them? Fang Shijun was visibly annoyed. The young man remained unfazed. My job is to find the leader of this organization, but even if you paid another million now, you still wouldn't find that person. Of course, if you insist on continuing, that's your choice. I'll just do my job and leave. Deputy Town Chief Zhang frowned. Alright. Shijun, let him continue his investigation for now. He then turned to the young man. Any other leads? Yes. This online army is stirring, but they're extremely well organized. I can't infiltrate them. All I know is they'll definitely make a move soon. They seem to be waiting for an opportunity. Deputy Town Chief Sang slammed his hand on the table. Who the hell is behind this? We must uncover them. It's laughable. We're actually afraid of a bunch of internet trolls. Fang Shijun concluded, that's all for today. Men, hold your fire until I give the order. Keep a low profile for now, and above all, don't let the enemy infiltrate our ranks. After leaving this message in the group chat, the fat man closed the window and walked into Suchi's office. Suchi was lounging in his chair with his legs propped up on the desk, looking utterly relaxed. The moment he saw the fat man enter, he quickly sat up. You walk into the chairman's office without knocking? What if I was flirting with my mistress? Get lost. Any news from Monkey? The fat man plopped down heavily. Suchi replied, not yet. But I suspect that old fox has caught on to something. He won't make a move for now. But that's only natural. After we took down Li Shangdong, he'll definitely bring in a top expert to handle things. At least until that expert delivers results, he won't go near the villa. Fatso sighed. Man, my tens of thousands of paid commenters are itching for work. All they do is chant slogans in the group chat all day. It's driving me crazy. Just then, Suchi's phone rang. It was Yang Jing calling. Got plans tomorrow? Pretty free. Missing me? Well, I definitely miss you. But could you come with me tomorrow to buy a cassette tape? I've looked everywhere and can't find it. I guess I'll have to try the cultural center downtown. What tape are you so desperate for? Those flowers. It's so beautiful. Pushu's new song. I heard it in someone else's store today. The moment he heard the song title, Suchi immediately thought of that perpetually quiet singer, the one who gets nervous speaking on stage, yet the moment music starts, his mind clears completely and he enters his own musical world. In Suchi's view, two singers possessed the purest voices in the world, deserving the title of soul singers. One was Fei Wong, the other was Pushu. Fei Wong's personal life was a mess, but Pushu's remained pure. He was Suchi's favorite singer. Unable to resist, he began humming the song over the phone. That laughter reminds me of my flowers. La la, I miss her. Beautiful. Beautiful. Suchi, I didn't know you knew this song. Suchi snapped back to reality, feeling a bit embarrassed. I've heard it. Ha! I don't care, sing it for me. Fatso's right here. What's that huge third wheel doing just standing there? Well, Fatso, maybe you should step outside for a bit? Fatso shot him a withering look. Fine, I'm getting in your way. I'm outta here. After the fat guy left, Suchi looked utterly miserable. Jingjing, how about we change the subject? Like, how we're going to carry on the family line? No, I just want to hear you sing. You'll have nightmares. Then I'll listen anyway. Sigh. Fine. That laughter reminds me of... The next day, Yang Jing dragged Suchi into the city's culture building. Though called a cultural center, it was essentially a collection of small stalls selling all manner of CDs, DVDs, cassette tapes, and tape recorders. These cultural centers were hugely popular in that era, serving as hubs of commerce. For instance, a certain Dom who would later develop face blindness 2 decades on got his start in one such place. After wandering around for a while, they finally found a cassette tape specialty store. The store was quite spacious, filled with people browsing and selecting items. Yang Jing couldn't wait to start searching for Pushu's cassette tapes. Suchi also began browsing. After scanning the shelves for a while, he found little of interest. He wasn't bragging, but he'd listened to at least half of the tapes in the entire store. But a Pushu poster caught his eye: explosive hair, eccentric outfits, yet the moment he opened his mouth it was the pure, faux pop sound of campus ballads. Only Pushu could pull that off. Spotting a dedicated section for Pushu, he quickly called Yang Jing over. Wow, all Pushu tapes? Yeah, take your time picking. I suggest buying as many as you can, because soon you won't be able to hear his new songs anymore. Suchi remarked offhandedly. That was during Pushu's peak period. He vanished for a full decade. When he resurfaced 10 years later, his living conditions were deeply concerning. Yang Jing shot him a strange look. Ugh, you're such a buzzkill. Just then, music suddenly began playing outside the shop. Ladies and gentlemen, we are the Mountain Melody Band, team number 1. Our contest entry is Pushu's song, White Birch Forest. Then the singing began. Yang Jing couldn't stand still any longer. She quickly grabbed a few cassette tapes and dragged Suchi out. Upon reaching the street, they discovered a singing contest underway. A few young people were up on stage singing something incomprehensible. Take the band gang for instance: 3 young men with hair that looked like it had been bombed by an atomic blast. They were supposed to perform the ballad White Birch Forest, but these guys had completely reworked it, singing it in a dick cowboy style. This made Suchi feel sick to his stomach. In the end, the group didn't even finish their song. They were booed off the stage. They were all so awful, Yang Jing complained. Honestly, I think you sing better than any of them. Suchi gave a wry smile but said nothing. After all the contestants had finished, the host stepped up to the stage. Everyone, is there anyone else who wants to perform? This is an open singing competition for all citizens. Anyone can participate. The first prize is a 50% discount card for our cultural center. With this card, you get 50% off at any store. Plus, our judges include professionals from record companies. Winners could get signed. Only then did Yang Jing and Suchi grasp the nature of the competition. It wasn't a pre-arranged selection process, but an open contest for everyone. Just then, Yang Jing shot Suchi a mischievous glance before raising her hand. Host. My boyfriend sings beautifully. He wants to perform. Pfft. Suchi spat a mouthful of black blood into the sky. Chapter 115, The Road to Ordinary. When our lovely Yang Jing announced Suchi's name, all eyes turned toward him. Damn it, how does this guy in a cast have such a gorgeous girlfriend? He's just full of it. Who here dares claim they can sing well? Suchi was completely bewildered, gazing at Yang Jing with a pained expression. Jingjing, you're being naughty. Yang Jing winked at him, her face glowing with happiness. She cupped her hands around her mouth as if shouting, mustering all her strength, my boyfriend has the best singing voice in the whole world. Damn it, let him get up there and sing. Damn it. He's definitely showing off in front of the girl. Buddy. If you don't piss your pants up there, I'll take your last name. Instantly, a wave of criticism engulfed Suchi. The judges over there looked over, and the host's eyes were on fire. Since we have another volunteer, then please invite that handsome guy up to the stage to sing for us. Even counting his past life, Suchi had never been stared at by so many people in his entire existence. He wished he could just vanish into a crack in the ground. Yang Jing clenched her fists beside him. Go for it. Jingjing, This handsome guy isn't scared, is he? It's okay, come on up. Let us hear your voice. The host was practically begging him to take the stage. If Suchi didn't go up, he wouldn't be able to wrap things up. Sighing, Suchi relented. Fine, I'll go up and sing a few lines. But Jingjing, don't laugh at me. Oh, just go already. Yang Jingjing pushed him from behind, shoving Suchi onto the stage. The host breathed a sigh of relief. Sir, what's your name? My name doesn't matter. As long as my voice remains. And the song you've brought? You've never heard it. I wrote it myself. Suchi made it up on the spot. Truthfully, he hadn't a clue what song to sing. He couldn't very well launch into the story of spring, could he? But the crowd erupted in chaos again, especially the musicians from the earlier bands who'd taken the stage. They were practically itching to rush up and slap the pretentious jerk silly. The host looked awkward but quickly recovered. So you're the original singer? Alright then, let's welcome this handsome guy to perform. Suchi glanced up at the audience below and suddenly spotted a Pushu poster. Instantly, a song came to mind. Gripping the mic, he closed his eyes and began humming amidst the chorus of boos. Wandering on the road. Are you leaving? Fragile pride. I once crossed mountains and seas and traversed seas of people. I once possessed everything, only to see it all vanish like smoke in an instant. I once lost my way, lost all direction. Until I saw that ordinary is the only answer. The roaring crowd fell suddenly silent. The singers who had been hurling insults at Suchi now wore blank expressions. The record company judges dropped their pens onto the table, equally stunned, their emotions growing increasingly agitated. Yang Jing shouted joyfully from below, Suchi, I love you. Whoosh! Suchi nearly dropped his microphone. Opening his eyes, he found everyone staring at him in stunned silence. His whole body went weak and he could barely stand. Damn it! I was just singing casually. I didn't even write this song. He scrambled off the stage, grabbed Yang Jing's hand, and bolted toward the exit, quickly disappearing into the crowd. Only after Su Chi left the stage did the judges snap out of their daze. They scrambled to their feet and shouted after him. Hey, handsome! Can we talk to you? What are you standing there for? Go chase him. This song is guaranteed to be a hit. Su Chi felt uneasy the entire way. Yang Jing, of course, had no idea where the song actually came from. He genuinely believed Su Chi had written it and kept asking him to sing it for him on the bus. Under Yang Jing's relentless pestering, Su Chi reluctantly hummed it a few times, drawing the attention of many passengers on the bus. After dropping Yang Jing off at the Wuxian wholesale market, Su Chi returned to the villa. Sitting in his office, he still felt uneasy. When it came to making money, he felt perfectly justified in applying Little Ma's methods from 20 years in the future to the present. But openly using a song destined to become a smash hit 20 years later made him feel deeply uneasy. After all, Pushu had spent a decade returning to ordinary life to craft this song, a creation born from the weight of lived experience, not Xiaomaji's casual approach of tweaking existing material to pass as innovation. It was Su Chi's reverence for originality, much like his reluctance to touch Taobao. That night, a blurry video surfaced on the Zhenhai City forum. It showed only a blurred silhouette, face obscured, as the song The Road to Ordinary drifted out amidst a chorus of curses. Instantly, the video went viral, causing a citywide sensation. It turned out that a customer had been adjusting a digital camera in a store that day. Located behind the stage, he aimed the camera at the sea of people below to fine-tune the device. By sheer coincidence, this captured Su Chi performing in a cappella rendition. Overnight, Su Chi's silhouette was hailed as the soul singer, though frustratingly, only his back was visible. Online calls to find the soul singer grew louder by the minute. Meanwhile, Su Chi was sound asleep in his dorm room, completely unaware that he had become China's first internet sensation. This was undoubtedly the most unexpected twist in all his post-rebirth plans. The next day, members of the DD team began arriving at the villa to work. One employee opened the city forum and immediately spotted the post. Clicking it open, he put on his headphones and was instantly captivated by the utterly mesmerizing melody. Staring at the silhouette in the video, he couldn't shake the feeling of familiarity. As he stood up, he realized everyone was staring at him. They'd all opened the video and shared his same puzzlement. Fatso and Hao Su walked in, munching on steamed buns. What's everyone doing? Aren't we working? Fatso snapped irritably. Fatso! Come check this out, isn't that our Chi Hu? One employee exclaimed. Fatso walked over and glanced at the screen. Who else could it be? I'd recognize him even if he were turned to ashes. Ha! This guy's singing? Give me those headphones, let me hear his pig-slaughtering voice. The employee mechanically handed over the headphones. The moment the fat guy put them on, his face froze in place. Hao Su also felt something was off and picked up the headphones beside him. The two stared at each other in stunned silence. Hao Su, what did you hear? A lot of people are cursing and swearing in the videos. The key point. Someone's singing. The main point. Su Chi is singing. He's singing so damn well. Is that him? Hao Su couldn't help but shout. Who knows? What the hell is this song called? Never heard it before. Find it out, it's gonna be our company anthem. At that moment, the now famous Su Chi walked in through the door. Chapter 116, The Mountain Joy Band. Having endured yesterday's intense stares, Su Chi felt uneasy being scrutinized like this again. He asked nervously, why, are you all staring at me? Don't you usually ignore me? Hao Su pointed at the computer screen. This song, did you sing it? Su Chi glanced at it and nearly spat out black blood, but immediately put on a new face. Hey, you know what, Fatso? You notice how much this guy looks like me? Check out his back, got a bit of my aura, right? Holy crap. The other employees scattered in a flurry, each returning to their own tasks. Fatso fixed his gaze on Su Chi. This guy isn't you? This guy absolutely is not me. Right. A bathhouse singer like you wouldn't make the cut. Fine, go back to your useless business. Me. Finally, having fooled them off, Su Chi slipped into his office like a thief. Since his rebirth, fame had barely crossed his mind. His ultimate goal was to become an invisible tycoon. He certainly didn't want to end up like Tai Chi Ma, living under a magnifying glass. Take Tai Chi Ma, for instance. 20 years later, he'd say, I earn $1 billion or $2 billion every month, and it's so depressing. People seized on that line, completely overlooking the rest, that every $1 billion or $2 billion he earned had to be spent again, not a single penny left for his own use. He'd rather pocket someone else's $200 and spend it freely. That point was valid. Even JD had jumped on Tai Chi Ma's bandwagon. Life in the spotlight wasn't all it was cracked up to be, and Su Chi refused to be that kind of person. He hurriedly opened his computer, logged onto the forum, and after reading the comments, breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it was just a silhouette. Just then, his phone rang an unfamiliar number. Su Chi casually picked up his teacup, took a sip, and answered the call. A man's voice came through. I know your name is Su Chi. You're the one singing at the cultural center. Put. Cough cough. Dude, you've got the wrong guy. Who are you? I don't even know how to sing Penghu Bei. Keep pretending. I have enough evidence to prove it. I doubt you want us to expose you, right? Suchi lost his temper. Fine, name your price. We don't want money. Money is the last thing we lack in this life. To us, money is dirt. Then what do you want? Meet us in person. No way. Then I'll post this online right now. Buddy, what's the address? I hurriedly gathered my things and rushed out. I deconsidered calling Ping Junshan, but then remembered that the fewer people who knew about my secret identity as a soul singer, the better. So I decided not to bother him. Pudong District, Qingdao Coffee on Beishan Road. Suchi, wearing sunglasses and a hat, fully disguised, sat down in front of the three young men. A plate sat before him. His hands kept fidgeting on it, suppressing his rage, ready to smash the plate into the three men at any moment. Because these three mullet-haired men across from him were none other than the howling, wailing Shanzhongli band. He couldn't help but wonder who these Mohawks were. How had they uncovered his identity so quickly? The middle one glared at Suchi. Stop pretending. Take off those sunglasses. And your hat. Get to the point. I need to get back to class. Suchi suppressed his rage. Oh? You still go to class? What a great act. Suchi, third-year management major at Zhonghai University, Class 3 of Industrial Management, founder behind Didi and Chiching Real Estate. You only attended a handful of classes this semester, but with the vice president backing you, you somehow pulled off this entrepreneurial role model thing, letting you skip class with impunity. You're attending classes? You're pulling the wool over kids' eyes. The one in the middle glared at him, his face twisted with fury. Suchi's heart skipped a beat. Holy! Who are these three guys? How did they dig up so much info on me? The middle one continued, curious how I uncovered your background so quickly? I'll tell you straight up, I followed you all night yesterday. That call this morning? I made it from downstairs at your company building. Suchi jumped to his feet. He hadn't anticipated being followed. The middleman took a leisurely sip of coffee. Sit down. Sit my ass. Amu, go post it? 3 big shots, what the hell do you want? Suchi sat back down, feeling like crying. This was the most humiliating moment since his rebirth. My name is Deng Qingji. This is our bassist, AMU. The other is our drummer, Brother Xin. The man in the middle introduced himself. Suchi shot them a withering look. I couldn't care less who you are. I only care what you want me to do. Deng Qingji's demeanor shifted noticeably as he rubbed his hands together. Heh, well, about that song you sang yesterday, could you sell it to me? Suchi paused in surprise. You followed me all night just for this? You bet. That song of yours last night was incredible. I'm sure it'd be a huge hit if we sang it. Deng Qingji declared. I'm not selling it. Slam. Deng Qingji slammed his hand on the table. AMU. Go post it. Damn it. 3 rich brats, I've got zero interest in playing along with you. Come on, 10 grand. How about 10 grand? If you're not happy, I'll bump it to 20 grand. Suchi was speechless. How could this kid negotiate like this? Why not just say 20 grand outright? But this did reveal something. These kids probably really did treat money like dirt, completely oblivious to the struggles of ordinary people. He looked at their eager faces. You really want my song that badly? Of course. Brother Chi, I camped out all night yesterday under your dorm building. I, Deng Qingji, have never endured such hardship. You plan to sing it yourselves? Suchi found himself intrigued by these spoiled brats. Of course. You'll ruin the song. Brother Chi. Don't be like that. You're crushing our spirits. At least give us some constructive feedback. Fine, I'll give you the song. But you must keep it confidential. And I need to see if you're even suited for this song first. Did you see what you sang yesterday? Shaking your heads like that, doesn't it tire you out? Suchi couldn't help glancing at their spiky hairstyles. He certainly didn't want such a classic song ruined by these guys. Alright. Brother Chi, why don't we head to our recording studio to check it out? Fine, let's go then. People always accuse me of being lazy and useless anyway. Suchi stood up. Deng Qingji's face lit up with delight as he hurried over in a flurry of flattery. He pulled Suchi into a Mercedes parked outside. The car sped off, racing toward the outskirts of Pudong District. Chapter 117, The Stylish Pompadour. Beyond the city limits, the car passed through a desolate stretch before stopping among a cluster of residential houses. Standing amidst these dwellings, Suchi felt a stirring in his soul. Houses painted in vibrant colors, graffiti splashed everywhere. It instantly reminded him of those rock and roll cradles from movies. A group of rock enthusiasts, free from commercial strife, united solely by music and dreams. They gathered in one place, singing songs only they understood, fantasizing about the day they would become wildly popular. Deng Qingji beamed with pride. What do you think of this place, Brother Chi? Not bad. I had no idea Pudong District had a place like this. You bet. My dad bought this land, but after I begged him, he agreed to wait at least 3 years before developing it. So this place can stay untouched for 3 more years. Suchi paused in surprise. You arranged all this? Of course. Cost me a small fortune. Money talks, Suchi muttered under his breath. After winding through twists and turns, they came to a rolling gate. A series of growls came from inside. Suchi froze for a moment. Your friends are arguing in there? Brother Chi. They're singing. The entire afternoon, Suchi kept letting them try out different tones against his better judgment, and in the end, he sold them the song. Of course, at their unanimous request, Suchi offered the band a few suggestions. First, Yamanaka Ryo's name had to change. It sounded like some Chinese herbal medicine. Second, the hairstyle needed to go. They should head to a barbershop, shave the sides clean, then spike the top into a pompadour much more fitting for a band image. Third, they should stop imitating Dick Howe's singing style. Their voices were better suited for a more tender, emotional approach. After returning to Shanghai University, Suchi also visited a barbershop to get a pompadour. This hairstyle became wildly popular later on, especially among designers. The pompadour, goatee, skin-tight pants, and big-headed leather shoes became the standard look for designers. Suchi thought it looked incredibly stylish back then. Still, he preferred his triangular flip-flops. As soon as he got back to the villa, Fatty pulled him over. After staring at Suchi's new hairstyle for a long while and running his fingers through a tuft of the spiky hair, Fatty flicked his side-parted fringe and asked, "Which barber did this? I'll have Brother Ping take care of him. Get lost. Let's talk business. Actually, I had a sudden idea today. Suchi, what if we create a music streaming app? Original artists could submit their work for our review and publish it there, charging for access. We'd split the revenue with them. Look at that soul singer, he's already gone viral online. Everyone's clamoring to hear that song again. You know how many views that video got? Haosu told me it's almost 5 million. Holy moly. If we charge just 10 cents per person, that's $500,000. Suchi froze. Who knew, Fatso? You actually came up with this idea. As Didi's chief operating officer, I've got to come up with ideas, right? Cut the nonsense, what do you think? Suchi said, that's absolutely mind-blowing. Back then, people started talking about a new breed, internet singers. Countless ordinary folks went viral online, becoming life's big winners. This was an era not lacking in talent, but lacking in platforms. The saying gold shines wherever it goes didn't quite apply anymore. If Suchi and his team were the first to try this, they'd definitely get a huge piece of the pie. Moreover, this could solidify and further expand Didi's user base. Even though Tencent had gone overseas, it didn't mean they could rest easy domestically. That the fat guy could come up with this idea actually made Suchi look at him with new respect. Then I'll have Haosu focus his efforts on this for the time being. The fat guy was delighted to receive Suchi's approval. Suchi nodded solemnly. Fatso, remember you're the head of Didi's operations. From now on, when you encounter situations like this, make the call yourself. At the end of the day, I may be the boss, but I never act like one. You guys run things freely, I won't interfere in the slightest. Got it? The fat guy shot him a look and walked off. Damn it! You really intend to abandon your core responsibilities completely. Behind him, Suchi stood with a look of utter exasperation, his thoughts in disarray. That afternoon, Suchi arrived at the Chiching real estate team's office in the neighboring villa. He hadn't been over much lately and felt a bit embarrassed. The moment he walked in, the Chiching team members were immediately drawn to Suchi's hairstyle. Zhedong approached him. Mr. Su, that's a great haircut. Where did you get it done? I'll go get one tomorrow too. Hearing this, Suchi recalled the scornful looks from the fat guy and the entire Didi team. He was so touched he almost hugged Zhedong and kissed him. It's your team that makes me feel at home. I've decided I'm moving my office over tomorrow. I just don't have anything in common with that bunch of savages. Zhedong chuckled. You're joking, Mr. Su. Come on, you haven't been around for a while. Let's take a look at the solutions we've developed. He led Suchi to his desk and opened a document on his computer. After studying it for a while, Suchi spoke up. It's perfect, but I still see some flaws in the store category arrangement. It absolutely must be reasonable. For instance, what kind of store goes at the street corner versus the inn has its own logic. If you put a restaurant at the front, then a bar should follow behind. And the street must have ample seating so people don't leave. That maximizes each store's output. Got it? Zhedong pondered for a moment before replying, you've certainly thought this through more thoroughly, Mr. Su. We'll refine the plan immediately. Suchi glanced around. Where's Lu Shuhua? He's at the construction site. He's been there every day lately. That guy's really putting in the hours. Oh, good. Just hope he doesn't send me south again. Just then, Lu Xiaohua entered the villa. I was looking for you. You're right on time. Without waiting for Suchi's response, he strode solemnly toward the conference room. Mr. Zhe. Suchi, come in. Suchi and Zhedong exchanged puzzled glances before following him into the office. Once seated, Lu Xiaohua cut straight to the point. Su-chi, have you heard? That kid Ding Qingfan has brought his Ehai real estate back to Busan. And he's already secured several plots of land. They're about to enter the development phase. Zhedong furrowed his brow. Shuhua, are you talking about that Ding Qingfan from the youth milk tea shop we kicked out? Yep, that's the one. Now I've got word this kid's teamed up with Fang Shijun, the land shark. Chapter 118, The Great Transformation at Zhonghai University. Zhedong was well connected in this circle and had many industry friends at Zhonghai. Lately, rumors about Ding Qingfan, the heir apparent of Ehai real estate, had been swirling throughout the industry. Frowning, he remarked, Mr. Su, this Ding Qingfan probably isn't here with good intentions. Su-chi replied, from the very beginning, I never really took him seriously. A brainless fool. Even with his daddy's clout, he'll only end up screwing his own father over. No need to worry. True. With his character, forget it. Lu Shuhua visibly relaxed. Ding Qingfan's matter was thus put on the back burner. As the weather gradually warmed, the entire campus was filled with the scent of orchids. A peaceful scene unfolded everywhere on campus, students holding books, basking in the sunlight amidst the flower beds. But this semester wasn't so quiet. On May Day, the school announced the relocation of its main gate. Not only was Zhonghai University undergoing major changes, but the entire landscape of Busan town was transforming dramatically. With Zhonghai University as the focal point, tens of thousands of acres surrounding it had been designated by Zhonghai City as a university town. This meant that over the next few years, more university campuses would gradually relocate to this area. As Zhonghai's top-ranked key university, it naturally became the focal point for other institutions seeking proximity. All hoped Zhonghai University's excellent academic reputation would elevate their own institutions. Consequently, the moment this policy was announced, all available land near Zhonghai University was snapped up, and demolition work had already begun in waves. When Su Kailiang brought this news to Su-chi, even he couldn't help but nearly jump for joy. After dropping out of school in his previous life, he had never returned to Zhonghai. His only glimpse of the campus gates had been a fleeting image on television. He never imagined this place would transform into a university town. In any city where universities exist, wealth inevitably follows. Another crucial point, current intelligence indicated 4 or 5 private elite colleges adjacent to Zhonghai University. The only way to get into these elite schools? 2 words, money. Meaning these students' spending power far surpassed that of ordinary students. When these elite students had breaks, they'd inevitably hang out around Zhonghai University. For instance, if your friend came over on the weekend, you could stand right in the Zhonghai campus and brag, dude, I go to Zhonghai University. How cool is that? Equally thrilled as Shanpao's plot of land now sits right between the gates of 2 major universities. What was once barren land suddenly became hot property. Several real estate developers set their sights on this prime piece of land. Among them was Ehai Real Estate. Ding Qingfan was dead set on Zhonghai University. With talent at his disposal, he analyzed the situation and realized the land at the school entrance held staggering value. He mobilized every connection to make his move. Just then, Mountain Cannon returned from beating up Kai Mingdong at the dinner table. As soon as he entered the arcade, he saw Su-chi sparring with a kid in the King of Fighters. Both were flushed and breathless. Finally, Su-chi slammed the table and let out a long sigh of relief. The kid raised an eyebrow, holding out his palm. Come on, winner takes all. Game tokens. Here you go. Kids should study instead of getting so good at games. Oomph. You're just following me. Still want to play? No thanks, I've got stuff to do. Spotting the furious-looking Mountain Cannon, he walked over. Bro Cannon, out to beat up Kai Mingdong again? This Kai Mingdong really had the worst luck. Fang Shijun and his crew kept forcing him to meet with Mountain Cannon, but every time, the talks ended with him getting beaten up. This was already the 3rd time. The hillbilly cursed under his breath. He asked for it. Damn it, I've told him a million times no way they're getting in there. But every time, he finds some new trick to drag me out. Guess what happened this time? He actually threatened to report my arcade to the town authorities, claiming I had gambling machines inside if I didn't go. Who else would I beat up if not him? Su-chi murmured, where'd you hit him this time? Kicked him hard in the groin a few times. He probably won't bother me for a while now. Bro, you're badass. Su-chi shuddered. Shanpao took a sip of water. Su-chi, when are you finally going to get this done? As long as that plot of land stays untouched, I'll be driven crazy by this hassle. Money's not an issue. Old brother's counting cash until his hands cramp up these days. Su-chi sat down and adopted a serious tone. Brother pal, the timing isn't right. Money isn't the issue for me right now. Yeah, right. That's always your line. When exactly is the right time, then? Shanpao looked utterly frustrated. Su-chi replied, Brother pal, imagine there's a path ahead you must take. Would you charge straight in to explore, or clear the dangers first before setting off? Su-chi, you know I'm a straightforward guy. Cut to the chase. Fine. The reason I'm holding back now is twofold. First, my team genuinely doesn't have the time.
Second, we need to take out Fang Shijun first, otherwise, he'll play us for fools sooner or later.
As for Ding Gongzi? Forget it.
I never took him seriously from the start.
Whatever you say. I can't be bothered to think about it anyway. That little monkey's work efficiency is abysmal. Has he gotten addicted to being a security guard?
Just the other day he was bragging about some rich woman wanting to keep him as a kept man.
Su Qi gave a bitter laugh. Deputy Mayor Zhang isn't taking the bait. What can he do? We'll just have to wait. That's the only option. Once he takes the bait, it's time for us to close the net.
That son of a Fang Shijun, if he bothers me again, I'll have someone castrate him.
Shan Pao spat out the curse viciously. Just then, the office door burst open as a panicked young man pushed it aside. Bad news, boss. Something big's happening outside. People are causing trouble. What a moron. Can't even handle a minor incident? If someone's causing trouble, beat the hell out of them. If you can't handle it, call Brother Pang. No, Boss Pao, it's a bit special. Maybe you should come out and see for yourself? Special my ass. Useless pig brain. Shan Pao cursed, only to be surrounded by a dozen furious kids the moment he stepped outside. You lose, you pay. Give back our game coins. Yeah. Shame on you. You cheated me out of over 10 coins too. If you don't come out, we'll wreck your arcade. Shameless scumbags. Shan Pao was momentarily stunned. Hey, little masters, what's all this fuss about? When did we ever owe you game coins? You didn't. Then who does? That jerk in the room behind you. He lost to us playing games. He's trying to stiff us. Guys, don't let that bastard get away. Shan Pao slowly turned around, staring at Su Qi, who looked guilty as sin. How much did you lose to them? Ahem. Not much, just over 700, Chapter 119, The Source Band. Deng Qingji had been extremely busy lately, spending all his time in the recording studio with brother Xian and AMU. Online, the song Su Qi had sung had exploded in popularity, with views across the entire internet already surpassing 30 million. In an era before computers were commonplace, this was simply unimaginable. Consequently, the trio felt immense pressure. If the audio quality of their upcoming release fell short, they'd likely be torn to shreds by critics. Today was the final mix session. After finishing, Deng Qingji and the others collapsed exhausted onto the sofa. AMU, bro Qingji, what if Brother Qi comes over and rejects it? Yeah, that's what I'm worried about. I should have asked Brother Qi to sell us another song. We just had to pick this one, Brother Xian chimed in beside him. Deng Qingji sighed, if Brother Qi isn't satisfied, we'll re-record it. Until he's satisfied. Just then, Su Qi walked in from the doorway and looked at the three of them. Tired? The three immediately stood up and chorused, Brother Qi. Su Qi pressed his palm down. Sit down. You're making me feel like some kind of gang boss. Give me the headphones. Amu quickly handed over the headphones. The three held their breath, waiting for Su Qi's critique, dreading his disapproval. A few minutes later, Su Qi set the headphones down. Not bad. We can release it like this. The trio exhaled in relief, the weight lifting from their chests. Su Qi glanced at them. How do you plan to release this song? We'll approach a production company, make it into cassettes or CDs, and promote it, Deng Qingji replied. Su Qi shook his head. Have you calculated the costs? Without a professional record label to package it or any promotional channels, you'd be losing money hand over fist. Deng Qingji panicked. Brother Qi, money isn't an issue. I've got cash. If we lose money, we lose money. Su Qi rolled his eyes. So this was what it meant to be a rich kid throwing money around? He sighed. All right. I came today for two reasons. First, to check your recording quality. Second, to point you in the right direction. What path? The trio asked, puzzled. As you know, Didi is mine. Its user base has now surpassed 30 million, covering nearly all internet users today. This is a massive resource. Our operations team has developed a music streaming app. It's like a nationwide singing competition. If you can sing, you can upload your performances and compete on the charts. Of course, you can also choose a paid option. The revenue will be split evenly with Didi, and you won't need to invest any capital. Su Qi explained patiently. Deng Qingji slapped his thigh. Brother Qi. That idea is brilliant. So all we need to do is record? Then just upload it directly to your music app? And we can charge for it? I won't explain it twice, Su Qi shot him a look. Then it's settled. Brother Qi, you've really moved me. You sold us the songs and even figured out a way for us to sell them. Deng Qingji hugged Su Qi, ready to plant a kiss on him, but Su Qi quickly pushed him away. It took him a few seconds of spitting and snorting before he finally snapped back to his senses. Oh, right, did you guys change your band name? Su Qi remembered the issue. That lame old name definitely couldn't be used anymore. Deng Qingji immediately replied, of course we did. We're now called the Badass Band. Awesome. Su Qi nearly choked on his breath. Why not call yourselves the Badass Band? That'd be even better. The three, who had been in high spirits, instantly lost their enthusiasm. Deng Qingji frowned. Brother Qi, how about you name us? We really can't think of anything. Su Qi pondered for a moment. Music creation needs a wellspring of inspiration. Wellspring sounds good. How about calling yourselves the Spring Band? It's more mellow.
Remember, no more headbanging and screaming from now on, whether you're performing commercially or just hanging out. You need to maintain a sunny, radiant image. Your public persona has to match your vocal style.
Deng Qingji slapped his thigh. The Source Band. I like it. Starting today, the Source Band is officially formed. To celebrate our new name and fresh start, how about a wild party at Music Village tonight? Oh yeah. Xian and AMU rushed out to spread the word. Su Qi shook his head. At this age in his previous life, he might have been eager to join such revelry. But now, with the mindset of a 40-something in a 20-something's body, he simply couldn't bring himself to participate. So he didn't join their evening party. Returning to the villa, Su Qi sat down beside Hao Su. Hao Su looked extremely tense, meticulously checking the page over and over, afraid of missing any flaws. The page was designed according to Su Qi's specifications. A sky blue palette dominated the layout, featuring a musical note as the logo with DD Music written below. At the top of the homepage stood a man walking down a highway, guitar slung over his back, gazing toward the sun at the road's end. It symbolized the sun seeking heart-chasing music. Below were the major charts, neatly and meticulously organized, though the Everyone's Karaoke section stood out the most prominently. This was the core purpose behind DD's Music Player initiative. They aimed for universal participation. Everyone from the streets to the alleys, young and old alike, could belt out a song on it. This would make DD Music deeply ingrained in the lives of ordinary people. Of course, Su Qi had another idea in mind. Behind every great internet product lies a collection of inspirational stories. Though such tales might be dismissed as clichés 20 years later, in this era they could still move people to tears. The execution was straightforward: nurture a few singers to become the platform's public face, letting aspiring musicians know this was their place to shine. Back then, online songs had already dealt a massive blow to record companies. This was an unstoppable trend. Su Qi's approach effectively accelerated this trend by several years. Leveraging DD's massive user base, he was certain to carve out a significant position within this wave. The Spring Band was the first group Su Qi considered to nurture and promote. A super-rich second-generation heir playing music with two kids from poor families, using no family money, ultimately achieving their dreams while accumulating wealth. This story has incredible potential. That very night, Su Qi made a rare late-night push, meticulously crafting a 2,000-word promotional piece to fuel the band's upcoming campaign. The DD team also worked late into the night. At 10 p.m., during peak user login hours, a pop-up notification about DD Music was pushed out. Chapter 120, DD Music launches. DD Music? What the heck is that? In some corner of the city, a nerdy guy wearing headphones and playing a game saw the pop-up and clicked it out of curiosity. DD's clean interface immediately caught his attention. Scrolling down, he saw only one song listed, The Road of Ordinary. He double-clicked out of curiosity and froze in shock. Holy! Isn't this the song that's been all over the forums lately? So he immediately opened the city forum and posted this message. The soul singer returns. That night, the DD Music app exploded with activity, and the same scene unfolded across the entire country. That night, Su Qi and everyone else stayed out instead of returning to their dorms, all to witness the impact of DD Music firsthand. Su Qi had always adhered to one principle: no matter the business, thorough groundwork must be laid before opening to ensure an unprecedented boom from day one. If the opening day wasn't a hit, the time and effort required to build momentum later would be unimaginable. That's why he stayed put. The next day, as an employee shouted excitedly in front of the computer, the villa was filled with the joy of the first successful step. Su Qi descended from the second floor with a relaxed expression, all eyes of the DD staff fixed on him. Caught in the quiet stares of so many, Su Qi paused, as if he, the boss, should say something. He gave a wry smile. You know me, I've never been one to make empty promises. But today, I'm going to make one. Fatso, tell me, what are the current views on that song? Fatso answered with rare seriousness, over 10 million views. And our counting method is based on a 24-hour period. Even if you click hundreds of times, each IP address only counts once. Meaning, if we count by actual clicks, this song's views could easily triple. Su Qi nodded emphatically. See what I mean? Views equal wealth. We're going to dig up our first fortune from the internet. Last night, I fought long and hard. To let each of you fight for your future with peace of mind, I've decided, if all 20 plus of you stay with the company for a full year, I'll give 20% of the shares to management. And another 30% of the shares will all be yours. The moment Su Qi finished speaking, the 20 plus people below erupted in excited cheers. They might not grasp how significant these shares could become in the future, but right now, their average monthly salary of 5,000 yuan already surpassed any other job outside. Consider this: 5,000 yuan per month was equivalent to the monthly salary of a listed company's CEO at the time. For that alone, they'd never leave DD, especially knowing that after a full year, they'd also receive equity dividends. Su Qi looked at them and pressed his hands together. Everyone, we've already launched our first battle. Now it's time for the second. Fatso, have you finalized the arrangements with the telecom company and the bank? Fatso replied, that's been taken care of ages ago. Just waiting for the launch to start charging. Alright. With this song's explosive popularity, our first profits from the DD app will come from it. As per our strategy from earlier, the first 30 seconds are free and the next 3 minutes cost 10 cents. Truthfully, Suchi had agonized over the payment issue for ages. Taichi Ma hadn't developed Alipay yet, making online payments a real headache. Later, he thought of the telecom companies offset the cost with phone credit, then transfer it through the bank to the company account. That was the only solution he could come up with at the moment. He didn't fully grasp the technical details himself, but he provided the fat man with a direction. The fat man then sought out Shin Junghua, the president of the Pusan branch of Zhonghai Bank. When President Shin heard the idea, he was immediately stunned and quickly reported it to headquarters. Headquarters held several days of meetings before finally approving the plan. They decided to let the Pusan branch pilot the method first. If the results proved remarkable, they would roll it out nationwide immediately. The plan was swiftly put into action. Everyone's nerves were stretched taut once more. This payment model was nothing short of a monumental challenge in the current climate. Suchi sat nervously by his computer. Then, at 10 o'clock, when the first 10-cent payment hit the account, it was an absolute explosion. Throughout the entire day, the DD team reveled in the explosive growth of subscription data. 12 hours later, revenue had reached a staggering 100,000 yuan. And the growth rate was accelerating. The song had completely taken the nation by storm. The record company couldn't sit still. By the next morning, the phones of the 3 members of the Yuan band were ringing off the hook. But they all chose to decline. From the very beginning, they had decided to stick with DD Music, and they had even discussed this matter with Suchi. Suchi envisioned building a public music platform where diverse talents could flourish on DD Music. He never intended to venture into the entertainment industry. Therefore, record companies could also promote their artists on the platform. Soon after, the Source Band established their own studio. However, Spring Source Band was not the original performers of The Ordinary Road. When the song reached its peak popularity, people discovered this fact, and online criticism of the band erupted. Speculation about the soul singer's whereabouts spiraled out of control, even spawning rumors that the singer had been murdered by the band. This left Deng Qingji and his 2 bandmates feeling utterly screwed. They immediately called Suchi for help. Suchi had gone to the theme street to check on the renovation progress. The structural work was complete and the interior decoration was already 70% finished. It should be finished during the summer vacation, just in time for the wave of new students arriving. Suchi's tried and true method: make sure freshmen remember the moment they step onto campus, and that memory stays with them throughout their entire college career. Construction was also underway at the school gate, making that area particularly chaotic. He hailed a taxi and headed straight to Music Village. It was a great spot, quiet, pure performance art intertwined with dreams, somewhat like a cultural cradle for music. As soon as he entered the recording studio, Deng Qingji looked utterly miserable and asked, "Brother Qi, are there cops out there looking for the 3 of us?" Suchi looked up. "I saw what happened online too. That was unexpected. Now, the road to Ordinary Life's subscriptions have taken a big hit. You bet. Brother Qi, my mom even called asking if I killed someone. Now the neighbors are all talking about it," AMU added, equally glum. Chapter 121, Blue Lotus. The Yuan band had inexplicably been branded as murderers. For these 3 young men brimming with potential, it was devastating. Rumors are as fierce as tigers, they can destroy a person in any era. Suchi remained unhurried, smiling as he said, "Looks like you guys need to debunk these rumors ASAP. Exactly. That's why we came to you, Qi. See if you can help us figure something out. We're too scared to even leave the house now," Deng Qingji said anxiously. Suchi replied calmly, "Alright, I've been thinking this through for you. You're our DD-backed band. If I let you get swallowed up this quickly, I might as well quit this business altogether." The trio's faces lit up as they leaned in, eager to hear his plan. Suchi continued, "Can you write down the notes when you hear a song? That's a piece of cake. Any musician can do that," AMU replied. "Alright then. I'll sing a song. You guys write it down first." Deng Qingji quickly fetched paper and pen. Suchi cleared his throat and began to sing. "The wind here becomes sticky, clinging to the wanderer's longing. Rain here twists into threads, binding us to linger in this world." A melody of JJ Lin's Jiangnan began to hum from Suchi's lips, leaving all 3 faces frozen in blankness. They quickly grabbed paper and pen, furiously scribbling down note after note. After finishing the song, Suchi walked into the recording studio on his own and began fiddling with the equipment inside. It took them over half an hour of intense discussion and cross-checking before they finally transcribed the sheet music for Jiangnan. Throughout the process, the trio was once again stunned by the song. The melody was catchy and had immense potential for widespread popularity. Of course, Suchi had carefully considered giving this song to them. Deng Qingji's vocal tone bore a striking resemblance to Lin Junjia's. Brother Chi, you're not seriously suggesting we record and release this song right now, are you? With all the online backlash against us, we can't even show our faces. Deng Qingji said bitterly. Su Chi replied, we absolutely must record and release this song, and we need to do it quickly within a week. As for the arrangement fees, forget about it. Strictly speaking, you're part of our Didi family. There's no need to be so rigid about it. But first, record a song for me. Since they all want a soul singer to exist, I'll just keep existing. Might as well have some fun with it. Deng Qingji wasn't stupid. He caught on immediately and instantly understood what Su Chi was planning. Wasn't it widely rumored that they had killed the soul singer? The rumors had reached their peak, causing quite a stir. If the soul singer stepped forward now to clarify things and acknowledge their rights to ordinary road, those seemingly dead-end situations could instantly turn into advantageous ones. With their reputation restored and misunderstandings cleared, releasing another equally outstanding song would create an undeniable sensation. Su Chi chose Su Wei's Blue Lotus. First, like Pu Shu songs, it doesn't demand vocal prowess, just lower your voice and it's easy to sing. If Su Chi had chosen Yang Kuan's Whatever, he'd likely send countless people to the hospital with his rendition. Second, this song resonates deeply with countless men striving far from home. It was equally explosive in the 2000s. Pu Shu and Su Wei's songs convey a certain mood you need a heart weathered by life to sing them. They're easy to pick up, but capturing that essence is hard. The reborn Su Chi possesses the heart of a 40-year-old, and that's precisely what he has in abundance. 2 days later, Blue Lotus was released. The opening monologue clarified his relationship with the Yuan Quan band, dispelling the swirling rumors. Then, with his voice, he proved himself a soul singer. The sensation continues. Soon after, Jiangnan from the source band also went live. The source band surged back into popularity. Didi Music finally hit it big. The soul singer and the source band became the platform's signature icons. The wealth was self-evident. Didi Music was raking in gold daily. This was even crazier than his previous milk tea shop. Moreover, they don't need such a large team. Maintaining the software is sufficient. As the business expanded, Didi's team began to specialize, forming news teams, tech teams, and even a Didi Music team. Every startup goes through this phase. Initially, everyone works closely together, tackling everything as a team. While rules and regulations are necessary, there's no need for cumbersome departments that only increase communication overhead. Once the company takes shape, it's time to refine responsibilities. This allows the company to grow at a healthy pace. Leaders must accurately identify every critical development point. When it's time to pivot, pivot immediately or face certain failure. Song Lisan, the spoiled heir of Wuxiu wholesale market, had been seething with rage for the past 6 months. Ever since Su Chi humiliated him at the KTV half a year ago, he'd been seething with pent-up rage. Especially when passing by Yang Jing's shopfront and catching glimpses of her jaw-dropping figure, that burning jealousy of desire unfulfilled drove him mad. During this period, he'd also approached numerous Shanghai University students to inquire about the QQ milk tea shop. Early in the year, he'd learned the shop had been sold for 1 million yuan. And it seemed that the notorious sack guy had gone off the rails after getting his hands on that million. He'd been seen lounging around campus in his flip-flops. Rumor had it he'd recently lost 100 game tokens to a bunch of elementary school kids at the arcade. With the Five Bridges wholesale market tenant contract set to expire in 3 days, a plan suddenly formed in his mind. Why not use the contract issue to pressure Yang Jing? That little bastard Su Chi was now aimlessly wandering around all day, while Yang Jing was working herself to death in the shop. The gap in their wealth and their differing worldviews were bound to create friction. If he used the contract to pressure Yang Jing now, anyone with half a brain would know that saving the shop was paramount. As for their relationship? Breakups and makeups before marriage, it's all nonsense. So he thought this plan had potential. The only question was whether that little minx Yang Jing had already slept with that bastard Su Chi. The thought only fueled Song Lisan's jealous rage. The more he thought about it, the more bitter he felt. Grabbing the contract for Yang Jing's shop from the table, he stormed out. Yang Jing's shop was quiet at that moment, and she was helping Yang Mengmeng with her homework. The moment she saw Song Lisan standing at the doorway, her face fell. Yang Mengmeng snorted, then dashed to the back kitchen, grabbed a broom, and charged toward him. Mengmeng, come here right now. What are you doing? Sis, you stay back. Brother Su Chi told me if anyone bullies you, I'm supposed to sweep them out with this broom. He said they're all trash that needs sweeping away. Chapter 122, Yang Jing's store lease expires. Song Lisan was furious enough to spit blood, but glancing at Yang Jing, he swallowed his anger. Jing, your lease is about to expire. Come with me to the office to discuss the contract. Yang Jing felt a wave of irritation. Mr. Song, we can discuss it right here, can't we? Didn't you bring the contract with you? This isn't the official version. The details are still in the office. Come with me. I'll tell you this, we're raising all rents by 10% this time. But I begged my father for a long time, and yours is the only one that won't go up. Jing, I think there really was some misunderstanding between us before. I feel I need to properly explain things to you. Song Lisan quickly replied. Yang Jing stared at Song Lisan with utter disgust. Perhaps this was the difference between him and Su Qi. Constantly mentioning my dad and my mom, this kind of spoiled brat seemed like he couldn't survive without his parents. But Su Qi was different. He always gave her the feeling of a mountain. She replied, Mr. Song, since everyone else is raising prices, I see no reason to be an exception. Fine, raise them. I'll come to your office to renew the contract when my brother and my boyfriend have time. My sister hasn't finished her homework yet. I'd appreciate it if you'd leave first. Thank you. Just mentioning Su Qi was fine, but the moment Song Lisan's name came up, he was instantly consumed by jealous rage. Yang Jing. Are you really going to push your luck? In the past, Yang Jing would have been intimidated by such a scene. But spending so much time with Su Qi, she'd gradually picked up his ability to remain utterly unflappable, even when facing a mountain. She replied coldly, Mr. Song, is there a problem with what I said? Seeing her unflappable composure only fueled Song Lisan's rage further. I'm putting this out there today, you won't keep this shop. Unless you come to my office tonight to talk. That's final. He spat out the words viciously before storming off. Yang Mengmeng watched Song Lisan's retreating figure and said with a mature air beyond her years, Sis, we're done for. I'll have to wander the city with you now. Yang Jing remained unfazed, what's there to fear? Sis has $1,000,000 yuan. We're loaded. Pfft, sis, you need that million to keep your sugar daddy. No way I'm part of that. I'll still have to find a guy to support me. Meng, you need to learn how to speak properly. Don't talk like that, understand? As she spoke, Yang Jing picked up her phone and dialed Su Qi's number. At that moment, Su Qi was inspecting the renovation progress on Theme Street. Call connected. Su Qi, Song Lisan just came looking for me. Did that kid give you any trouble? Should I come over now? Su Qi sounded anxious. What could he possibly do to me? At worst, he'd just shut down my shop, right? Did he say he won't sign the contract with you? Yeah. Just now. Yang Jing didn't mention Song Lisan asking him to come to the office to talk, afraid Su Qi might overreact. Great. Huh? You seem pretty happy about losing your shop. No. That guy's like a fly buzzing around you all the time. It's annoying, you know? Have you figured out what you're going to do? Why don't you come work for me? It'd be convenient for us to meet up. Both Didi and Qiqing need a boss lady now. Su Qi chuckled. Yang Jing retorted, no way. I need my own business. That way, if your company ever hits rough waters, we'll still have a way to make ends meet. Yang Mengmeng rolled her eyes at her sister and sighed, ugh, my sister is hopeless. All she thinks about is supporting her sugar daddy. She walked away, clearly bored. Su Qi said, fine, whatever you want. But I have one request, come to Busan town. That way we'll be close. If anything happens to you, I'll be worried sick. What could possibly happen? Because you're so beautiful. Oh, fine, I'll do as you say. Tomorrow I'll take Mengmeng to my brother's place first. Alright, but don't wear stockings. I'm worried people will stare at your legs. Okay. Jingjing, you really don't have to bother your brother. Here's the thing, there's a room upstairs at Didi. We could stay together. Click. The phone hung up. Su Qi let out a long sigh. The next morning, after dropping Yang Mengmeng off at Yang Jun's place, Yang Jing headed alone to Zhonghai University. Just as Su Qi had said, she wasn't wearing stockings, but her graceful figure drew many glances at the school entrance. Many found the beauty strangely familiar, yet couldn't quite place her. Several self-assured male students attempted to approach her, only to be deterred by Yang Jing's aloof demeanor. It wasn't until Su Qi, wearing flip-flops, approached that many students suddenly realized. Wasn't this the milk tea girl who had caused a sensation across the entire campus last year? Amidst the pig-like stares of a crowd of boys, Su Qi took Yang Jing's hand and walked into the campus. Behind them, a chorus of male voices erupted, isn't that sack guy? Just because he's got money, he thinks he's hot? Like he can just keep our bubble tea girl as his mistress? If Su Qi knew what they were thinking, he'd probably spit up a bucket of black blood. What kind of logic is that? Just because I have money and get a girlfriend, does that make me her sugar daddy? After wandering around Theme Street for a while and grabbing some snacks on the way, Su Qi took Yang Jing to the villa. No need to go to the Qiqing team's place, they were all at the construction site now. They headed straight to the Didi team's villa. The moment they stepped inside, the entire Didi team erupted in a chorus of whistles. Yang Jing blushed at the commotion. Su Qi was in high spirits. Guys, this is what your sister-in-law brought for you. Dig in. The group scattered like a swarm of bees, swiftly snatching up every last item. Being young people, Yang Jing quickly blended in with them. She was like a curious little girl exploring the back-end systems of all Didi's websites, discovering something new and feeling utterly amazed. Later, Su Qi brought her to his office. Jingjing, have you decided what you want to do? This was the dilemma Yang Jingjing now faced. Opening a jewelry store was out of the question, they were already popping up everywhere near Zhonghai University, like bubble tea shops. Seeing her hesitation, Su Qi playfully flicked her nose. How about you move in here? There's a room upstairs. Think of yourself as my pet canary. Ugh, who wants to be your canary? What if your company goes under someday? We need a backup plan. That's why we can't stay in one place. Yang Jing shot him a glare. Su Chi sighed. Alright, then. Have you thought about what you want to do? Whatever it is, I'll support you all the way. Yang Jing hummed thoughtfully. Su Chi, what do you think about me opening a clothing store in Busan town? Chapter 123, Opening a Clothing Store. The apparel industry, in this era before online shopping, was undoubtedly a time of explosive wealth.
Especially for those running specialty stores like Sunmmary and Meters Banhui, they practically guarantee success with every new location, though the requirements are quite high. Opening a mid-tier Sunmmary store required around 200,000 yuan, and Meters Banhui was even more expensive. This sum of money was practically nothing to Su Chi and his partner. Without hesitation, Su Chi asked, Jingjing, are you planning to sell wholesale or open a specialty store? Yang Jing pouted. Ever since I got that million, I've realized I've gotten so lazy. I think I'll stick with a brand store. I heard you barely have to lift a finger running one. The manufacturer handles everything: seasonal promotions, product launches, the whole shebang. All we have to do is sell stuff and pay for inventory. Is that right? Su Chi nodded. Though I haven't worked in that industry, I imagine that's how it works. With a brand store, you won't have to run around picking styles and sourcing inventory either. Have you decided which brand to carry? Not yet. I was actually planning to ask you. Su Chi thought for a moment. Let's go with Meters Banhui. Samir is a bit lower end. As for the store location, prioritize that pedestrian street, the one where we made that big chunk of cash. Yang Jing replied, alright, I'll leave everything up to you. I'll head back now and get the store ready over the next few days. You're going to Wujiao wholesale market alone? No way. I'm coming with you. Su Chi frowned, genuinely worried that Song Lisan might take advantage of Yang Jing. Of course, he wouldn't let that kid off the hook. Once he officially joined Zhonghai Real Estate, he'd make sure to teach him a lesson. How are you going to get there? You still have classes. Alright, I know what you're worried about. Don't worry, my brother won't let me go alone either. He'll come with me, and then we'll head back to his place together. Su Chi asked, do you have to live with your brother? Yang Jing looked at Su Chi in confusion. Of course. My brother found a 3-bedroom apartment outside. Our whole family can live together again. Isn't that great? Su Chi muttered discontentedly under his breath, why does it have to be a 3-bedroom apartment? Renting a 2-bedroom would be fine. Do you think renting such a big place is free? What? Nothing. Ha ha. Ugh, you're definitely thinking something weird again. The two chatted as they walked over to Yang Jun's place. Shanpao's arcade business had also taken a significant hit, and now a few others had popped up nearby. If they were run by outsiders, Shanpao would have no qualms about kicking them out. But these were locals, their neighbors and fellow villagers, who even bring Shanpao a free-range chicken now and then. Suddenly, he lost his edge. That was Shanpao for you, tough looking on the outside, but fiercely loyal at heart. Of course, if you crossed him, he wouldn't back down. Though the arcade business was slumping, Yang Jun's gold belt sparked a business idea in Shanpao. After discussing it with Yang Jun, they opened a boxing gym. From then on, they entered official professional competitions or commercial events, all profitable ventures. Many of his skilled underlings became boxers at the gym, all trained under Yang Jun's guidance, with Peng Junshan occasionally dropping by to offer tips. Upon entering the gym, he spotted Yang Mengmeng whispering something into her brother's ear. Yang Jun looked up and spotted Su Chi. His face darkened as he walked over, hooking an arm around Su Chi's waist. Come on, my dear brother-in-law. Let's have a proper chat. Su Chi felt the thick, muscular arm hooking his own and recalled those 100 or so push-ups he'd been made to do. Feeling a bit uneasy, he stammered, what's up? What do we need to talk about? Bro! What are you doing? Don't scare him. Yang Jing cried out anxiously from the side. Yang Jun gave a hearty laugh. It's nothing, little sister. It's perfectly normal for us brothers-in-law to bond a bit. Is it really that simple? Jinjing. I've got stuff to do, gotta go. Su Chi tried to make a quick exit. But Yang Jun held him firmly in place. Big sis, I need to have a proper chat with him. Saying this, he practically dragged Su Chi out the door. That evening, Su Chi returned to campus with his arms hanging limply at his sides. Since Yang Jing had decided to open a shop, the task of finding a location fell to Su Chi. After all, he was the least busy person around now. He just needed to set the broad direction for the two businesses and step in to correct things when necessary. Beyond that, he was largely free of responsibilities. This alone spoke volumes about the exceptional execution capabilities of the two teams under his command. Standing on this street where he'd made his fortune, though not much time had passed, Su Chi suddenly found himself nostalgic for the days of selling bubble tea. The spot where his bubble tea shop once stood had been taken over by Fourth Master and was now a lingerie boutique. Outside, plenty of men with hidden desires lingered, their small eyes peering through thick glasses at the displays inside.
Next door, Wu Delong milk tea had reverted to Wu Delong pancakes. Unlike its previous deserted state, it was now bustling with customers. Stepping inside, he saw the auntie running a buy a scone, get a free milk tea promotion. The free milk tea was clearly the kind costing just a few cents to make, obviously inspired by Fourth Master's marketing strategy. Spotting Su Chi approaching, the auntie called out cheerfully, "Mr. Su? How did you find the time to drop by? Come. Try my milk tea, see if it tastes as good as your old QQ milk tea." Su Chi didn't hesitate, took it, inserted the straw, and took a sip. The taste was decent, though not quite up to their QQ milk tea standards. It was still far better than most. The auntie watched Su Chi. "How is it?" Su Chi nodded. "Auntie, your milk is delicious." "Ahem. Not that. Your bubble tea is delicious." "You bet. You know how much this shop makes every month now?" The auntie was in high spirits. "How much?" With a mysterious smile, the auntie held up one finger. "After expenses, I make nearly 10,000 yuan a month." "That much? Congratulations, auntie." Su Chi replied with a smile. "My goal is to reach the profit levels you guys hit back in the DD days, or at least match Old Four's earnings." Auntie chuckled. "Did Old Four make a lot of money? What do you think? He's been running this place for over half a year. He's made at least a few million. His stinky tofu isn't like bubble tea. People come specifically for his flavor. Customers won't go elsewhere." "Oh, right. Mr. Su, what brings you here today? Looking for another shop again?" Chapter 124, The Fearless Bo Sanmei. "You've got eyes like a hawk, auntie. You saw right through me." Su Chi chuckled. The auntie said, "What are you up to now? You're not planning to make a quick buck and then bail, are you?" No. Heh, I'm planning to open a clothing store. My girlfriend's running it." "Oh, you have a girlfriend now? Well. Lucky girl, finding such a sharp boyfriend. Bring me by when it's ready. But honestly, Mr. Su, you should be careful. Sure, every shop on this street is packed right now, but they're only making slim profits. After all the costs and expenses, who knows if there'll be anything left." That she felt comfortable sharing this with him meant she didn't treat him as an outsider. Su Chi understood perfectly well. These student-dependent commercial streets were filled with a chaotic mix of businesses, mostly scattered shops. Running these shops was exhausting work. They were prone to chasing trends, and manufacturers offered no territorial protection to bulk distributors. In the end, everyone competed until there was no profit left. Su Chi had figured this business model out completely when he opened his bubble tea shop here. Specialty stores were a different story. He smiled. "Thanks, auntie, but what I'm doing might be different. You'll see when I open the bubble tea shop." "True," the woman chuckled. "You're craftier than an old fox." Coming from her, that was definitely not a criticism. Su Chi asked, "Auntie, are there any storefronts for rent around here? Preferably a larger space, around 300 square meters. That big? Let me think about it." "Oh, right, head up to the intersection ahead. There's an appliance store that looks closed. They should be looking to rent it out." Su Chi perked up. "Thanks. I'll treat you to a meal later." With that, Su Chi hurried off. A 300 square meter space at an intersection? In a pedestrian street like this, it was practically a hot commodity. Of course, the price would be steep, but that didn't matter. As long as the foot traffic was high enough, Su Chi wasn't worried about that at all. Upon arriving, he indeed saw several people copying down a number posted at the entrance. Below the number was a name, Bao Sanmei. Bao Sanmei? Bao Sanmei? Bao Sanpei? What kind of name is that? He dialed the number, pondering. "Bao Sanpei, is that you?" "You're the ing Bao Sanpei," came a fierce female voice from the other end. "But it says Bao Sanpei on this paper." Su Chi said, glancing at the paper. "Holy crap. My apologies, Sister Bao, I misread it." "Spit it out. What do you want? Get to the point." The sound of mahjong tiles clattering came through the line. Su Chi gave a wry smile. "Sister Bao, this place of yours? 380 square meters, 2 floors. 20,000. Per year? January. Oh, wanna grab a coffee? Where are you?" "Outside your shop." "I'm on my way." The other party slammed the phone down. Su Chi was speechless for a moment before sitting down at the shop entrance. People kept coming by, jotting down the number with pens. He finally got up and tore the number off. Such a prime location, no way was he letting anyone else take it. This act earned him more than a few disapproving glares. A dozen minutes later, a tough-looking woman with curly hair, dressed in pajamas, and a cigarette hanging from her mouth, roared up on a motorcycle from the other end of the street. The moment she stopped, she spotted the torn-off number. Standing at the door, she glared at passers-by and bellowed, "Which little punk tore off my number? Don't you want to live anymore?" Su Chi shuddered at the sight of her imposing figure and quickly stuffed the paper into his pocket. He stood up. "Sister Bao? Who are you?" "I just called you about renting a storefront," Su Chi chuckled. Bao Sanmei eyed Su Chi up and down. "Hey, handsome, you think you can fool this old lady? Suchi hastily explained, sis, I really want to rent your storefront. If you don't believe me, we can sign the contract right away once we agree on the price. Oh, and you know QQ Milk Tea, right? I used to run that place. Oh? You're the one who swindled fourth brother out of over $1 million and took off. Bao Sanmei eyed him with utter contempt. Suchi sighed bitterly. Sis, you're a straight shooter. Let's cut to the chase. Is the rent negotiable? No deal. If you don't want to rent it, get lost. 15 grand. I'll pay the rent yearly. 21,000. 18,000. 22,000. Damn it. Lady, you can't just throw the rules out the window like that. At this very moment, Suchi suddenly understood the frustration fourth master must have felt when dealing with him. He never imagined the other party would pull this same trick on him. Sister Bao stared at him coldly. Repeat what you just said. Sis, you're not playing by the rules. Earlier? I just saw someone who looked a lot like you, and I thought it was your sister. Bao Sanmei grew impatient. 22,000, take it or leave it. If not, I'm back to Mahjong. Fine, fine. I give in. 22 grand it is. Suchi knew he'd met his match and was completely stumped. As the saying goes, the truly great hide in plain sight. Martial arts masters always love to blend in among ordinary folks and show off their skills. Bao Sanmei fixed him with a stare. First, I need to warn you. First, you can't run a brothel out of the storefront. Second, no gambling dens. Third. Suchi quickly cut her off. Sis, I'm opening a clothing store, okay? That's it. Fine. Come on, the contract's saved in my DD account. Let's go print it out. Bao Sanmei didn't waste any words. After hopping on Bao Sanmei's motorcycle, Suchi felt the wind rush past him like lightning. When he got off, his pompadour was blown to the left. While printing the contract, he stole a glance at Bao Sanmei's DD account. The ID name was insanely named Xiao Rongrong. He resolved to have Hao Su shut down this account the moment he got home. Over the past year navigating the business world, Suchi had maintained an unbroken winning streak in every major negotiation. He never imagined he'd suffer such a humiliating defeat at the hands of this streetwise woman. Soon, the 5-year contract was signed. They made another trip to the bank together, where he transferred a year's rent to Bao Sanmei. This street-smart Bao Sanmei sped off on her motorcycle, disappearing into the crowd. His frustration lingered, but as Suchi unlocked the shop's rolling gate and surveyed the interior layout, his resentment vanished instantly. The 2 floors were already partitioned, and right by the entrance was a 5-meter wide open space. Though cluttered with random items, its potential was immense. He was confident. If he could transform this place according to his vision, it would undoubtedly become the most eye-catching spot on the entire street. Chapter 125, 2 Rich Kids. A crystal chandelier would grace the atrium, and all the wooden framed windows would be replaced with floor-to-ceiling glass. In this commercial street where decoration was often neglected, Suchi was confident he could create something truly eye-catching. Upon hearing the storefront had been secured, Yang Jing marveled at Suchi's efficiency. She didn't inquire about the location or details. She knew her man's decisions never disappointed. Soon, Song Lisin grew restless. He expected Yang Jing to approach him, but days passed without a word. From merchants renewing leases, he heard Yang Jing had sent her sister to Zhonghai University, a clear sign she'd no intention of continuing. Today was the final day. Sitting in his office, he was consumed with anxiety. Outside the door, a young man walked in. Xiao Tianyu, the one who hung around with him all the time. Back at the KTV, they'd been trampled by Suchi like 2 brothers in misfortune. Yo! Are Mr. Romantic Song all bloomy again over some chick? Song Lisin looked up. You came to diss me? Bro, when have I ever dissed you? I'm here about something important, Xiao Tianyu replied. What is it? Good news, of course. Xiao Tianyu chuckled. You know my family's in the clothing business. After years of me just goofing off, they finally had enough. They dropped 2 million on me to start my own shop. After looking around, I think the pedestrian street near Zhonghai University is the best spot. Interested in joining me? Song Lisin's mood lifted. A clothing store? Sounds great. You know what? My dad has been giving me a hard time lately too. He is always nagging me, it's driving me crazy. Truth be told, he was also thinking about getting closer to Yang Jing. Besides, he'd spent plenty of time hanging out on that pedestrian street. It was packed with innocent-looking college students, beautiful girls everywhere. He'd often gone there to pick up girls. If he opened a shop there, he wouldn't have to endure his dad's constant nagging, and he'd have a legitimate excuse to hang out. Xiao Tianyu chuckled. Sometimes I think our group really ought to learn from Pingwanli. Look at him now running that real estate company, raking in at least 10 or 20 million in profits every year. I heard he's aggressively expanding. Even Ehai real estate isn't safe from his ambitions. Song Lisin sighed. Bro, can we really compare ourselves to him? We're not bad, but his family ranks among the top in Zhonghai. Enough about that. Have you checked out that street? Any suitable storefronts? Sure. Yesterday, one of my guys snagged a number there. It's at the Crossroads prime location, 2 stories. Rent's 20,000 a month. Most folks probably can't afford that, huh? Xiao Tianyu chuckled. He hadn't rushed to make that call. While the location was prime, the rent was astronomical compared to the average rates on that street. So he figured only someone like himself, with 2 million in cash, would have the resources and guts to take on that shop. Song Lee-san asked, so what's your plan? A flagship store. There's this brand called Banhwa, it's absolutely killer. I checked out their headquarters. Their visual presentation and designs would create a massive splash out there. Song Lee-san perked up. What are we waiting for? Call them right now. Deal, I'll put in $1 million. We'll pour $3 million into that store. If we can't beat the shops next door, we might as well just kill ourselves. Alright, it's settled. I'll call and rent it right now. Xiao Tianyu smiled, pulled out his phone, and dialed Bao Sanmei's number. Hello? Who is this? Bao Sanmei's gruff voice came through. Xiao Tianyu frowned. The shop at the pedestrian street intersection is yours, right? So what if it is? Forget it. I'll have my people come sign the contract with you. You're too rude to talk to. After hanging up, Xiao Tianyu called his subordinate and instructed him to arrange the contract signing. Moments later, Bao Sanmei called back. You! Tell your men to bring their asses to the commercial street right now. Bao Sanmei and her crew are waiting for you. Come on. Dare to threaten me? You must be tired of living. She hung up. Xiao Tianyu was dumbfounded. The phone rang again. He answered. Bro Xiao, that is ing vicious. The storefront's already rented out. Damn it, I just asked if we could negotiate, and she started cursing at me right away. I argued with her until I was blue in the face. Looks like we'll have to give up on that storefront. Xiao Tianyu slammed his fist on the table in fury. Bunch of ing useless assholes. Can't even secure a single storefront. Get on that storefront immediately. Within 3 days, I want you to find me the most satisfactory one. Xiao Tianyu was on the verge of losing it. Song Lee-san sighed. Forget it. I'll handle the storefront myself. You mean the intersection with the bronze statue, right? Yes, that exact spot. I planned everything meticulously, yet somehow failed to anticipate it being rented out. Which little bastard rented it? Remember the office building across the street? Song Lee-san asked. I remember. I tried that office too, but they have absolutely no intention of moving. Song Lee-san smiled, that storefront belongs to my aunt. So we don't have to worry about the storefront anymore. Xiao Tianyu was overjoyed, why didn't you say so sooner? Just then, one of Song Lee-san's men rushed in, Brother Xian, your wife called several people over today. They're moving things out. I also heard from folks at the market that she really isn't planning to run the jewelry business anymore. She's preparing to open a clothing store on that street near Shanghai University. Seems like her boyfriend opened it for her. Song Lee-san's blood boiled with rage, but Xiao Tianyu held him back. Bro, aren't we planning to open a clothing store too? Women, you know, are incredibly pragmatic creatures. When they don't have to worry about material things, their minds become surprisingly simple. But once poverty hits, all sorts of problems surface. You know the saying, poor couples face 100 sorrows. Whether it's a clothing store or whatever, we'll just play it out. Song Lee-san froze. You're right, brother you. You really see the bigger picture. The two shared a knowing smile. Brainless rich kids always had such shallow schemes, no wonder Suchi never took them seriously. By now, Suchi had already taken his seat in the Banhwa headquarters office. The atmosphere was tense. Suchi's demands were steep. He wanted the exclusive agency rights for the Pudong district in Shanghai. Of course, his initial demand had been for the entire Shanghai region, but the other party hadn't budged, so he'd settled for this. Finally, Suchi met with Banhwa's founder. The two hit it off instantly, and the matter was settled. Chapter 126, Shanpao's Pain. After returning, Suchi paid Shanpao a visit and shared his plans to open a clothing store. Shankai insisted on seeing the storefront, primarily because he was indignant about Suchi paying over 20,000 yuan a month in rent. Suchi couldn't refuse him, so he brought Shanpao to the storefront the next day. The moment Mountain Cannon laid eyes on the space, he nearly choked on his own blood. Suchi, what kind of bastard is screwing people over like this? What the hell use is that second floor space? At best, the first floor is only 100 or 200 square meters. No way. Give me the landlord's number. You just don't understand these locals, they're always screwing over outsiders. Suchi realized explaining the commercial value of the second floor to Shanpao would be harder than climbing to the moon. So he didn't bother trying. Forget it, brother Pao. It's already rented. No way. That's ing disrespecting me. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Bao Sanmei walked in from outside. Strangely, the moment Shanpao saw Bao Sanmei, he whipped his head away as if he'd seen a ghost, clearly terrified of her. Suchi also felt something was off and walked over. Sis Bao, what brings you here? Bao Sanmei didn't answer Suchi. Instead, she glared at Shanpao with murder in her eyes. Ma Shanpao? No, you've got the wrong person.
Shan Pao hurriedly started jogging toward the exit. Bao Sanmei suddenly flew into a rage, snatched a wooden plank from nearby, and smacked it hard against Shan Pao's head.
You bastard, Ma Shan Pao! You think you're pretty bold, huh? You dare to boss people around on my turf. Who the hell is bossing anyone around on your turf?
This is my brother.
I'm just checking out his new shop, what's the big deal? Despite getting whacked, Mountain Cannon showed no anger.
Instead, he seemed genuinely scared, picking up speed as he jogged away.
Bao Sanmei was even faster.
The board in her hand rained down on Shan Pao like a storm, chasing him all the way.
Damn you, Ma Shan Pao. If I ever catch you setting foot here again, I'll beat your legs to a pulp.
Only after chasing Shan Pao away did Bao Sanmei enter the shopfront. She glared at Su Qi, who stood there dumbfounded, and bellowed.
What the hell are you staring at?
If I'd known you were Ma Shan Pao's friend, I wouldn't have rented this place to you even if you offered me 100 grand a month.
What a bloody stroke of bad luck. Still reeling from the shock, Su Qi couldn't shake one thought from his mind. Isn't Mountain Cannon a big shot in Pusan town?
Why did he act like a scaredy cat in front of Bao Sanmei and get chased away? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he'd never have believed it.
He snorted. Sis Bao, you and brother Mountain Cannon have some beef, huh? Ha! What do you think? Who the hell on this street doesn't know about my Mountain Cannon sleeping with me and then denying it? And you don't look like any better sort. Hanging around with scum like Ma Shan Pao. Su Qi couldn't catch his breath. He scrutinized Bao Sanmei from head to toe, silently giving brother Shan Pao a mental thumbs up. Brother Shan Pao's courage is admirable, and his taste is truly unmatched.
He replied shyly, actually, I'm not really close with brother Mountain Cannon.
Heh. Not close?
He just called you brother? Bao Sanmei rolled her eyes.
Fine, I won't bother arguing with you. I came today to give you a heads up, the space across from yours is rented too. Seems like they're setting up some big clothing store. If you're planning renovations, better hurry. But don't worry if he steals your business, just give Bao's sister a shout. I'll bring the crew and wreck his shop for you. Ma San Pao, you ing piece of.
I'm being generous, not going to Zhonghai University to cause trouble for you, and you actually have the nerve to show up here.
Bao Sanmei muttered as she rode off on her motorcycle. The abrupt shift in tone left Su Qi momentarily stunned.
Later that night, inside the arcade, Su Qi stared at Shan Pao's head, now covered in bandages.
Bro, you actually slept with Sister Bao? That's insane. And you're acting like you don't even know her.
Shan Pao quickly covered Su Qi's mouth, glancing nervously at his henchman beside him.
Shoo! Keep your voice down.
Think about it, across all of Zhonghai, who the hell dared to hook up with Bao Sanmei?
Only I pulled it off.
But you got chased down the street by her.
Forget it, forget it. You'll never get it.
But knowing Bao Sanmei's got your back over there puts my mind at ease.
Is Sister Bao really that badass? You tell me.
She once wielded 2 kitchen knives from one end of Old Street to the other. Still not satisfied, she charged back in for another round.
Even that bastard Feng Shijun avoids her. Her reputation as Zhonghai's fiercest woman didn't come out of nowhere. Bro Pao was a badass, he actually hooked up with Zhonghai's toughest woman. You bet. Soon, representatives from Meters Banhui arrived.
Following their advice, Su Qi also secured 2 massive billboards across from the storefront.
Annual rent, 10,000.
At this moment, Song Lisan and Xiao Tianyu were practically exploding with rage. First, someone had snatched the storefront they wanted to rent.
Second, the brand had been snatched too. Xiao Tianyu's family owned dozens of large clothing stores in Zhonghai, and any clothing manufacturer would give them some face.
But this time, they were left flat-footed because the other party had gone straight to the chairman of Meters Banhui to negotiate.
No one below that level could overturn this decision.
Worse still, the entire Fudong district agency rights had already been snatched away. This was the last thing he expected, forcing him to switch to the new brand, Yishin.
Soon, both stores began renovations simultaneously.
The massive billboards were already erected, with high-intensity spotlights blazing all night long, ensuring everyone passing by knew a Meters Banhui flagship store would soon open here. Every time Xiao Tianyu and Song Lisan stood across the street gazing at those billboards, they felt utterly screwed. Yang Jing also quickly moved out of the Wuqiu wholesale market and settled into a neighborhood called Sunflower Garden.
With the store already under renovation, the next step was recruiting staff.
The soul of any store is its manager, so this position had to go to someone she trusted. Yang Jing thought of Jiang Shaoyan. Now, bubble tea shops were popping up everywhere, with various brands rapidly emerging, plunging the industry into a fiercely competitive state. Jiang Shaoyan weighed her options and decided there wasn't much potential in her current work, so she accepted Yang Jing's offer. However, she hadn't come to Zhonghai yet. She went directly from Xinhai City to the Meibang headquarters in Wen Province for store manager training. 3 months later, summer vacation had arrived, and Theme Street was nearing the final stages of renovation. The DD team expanded rapidly, achieving monthly profits exceeding 1 million yuan through DD Music.
Meibang's clothing store was finally about to unveil its mystery. Chapter 127, The Unscrupulous Characters Across the Street. Theme Street was the project Su Chi currently valued most, as it served as his springboard into the real estate industry. Jadong's talent for real estate planning impressed Su Chi once again.
He devised a revenue-sharing model. Based on feedback from the school, he identified 20 merchants with excellent reputations, unique flavors, and the highest hygiene standards.
They would occupy Theme Street, but Chiching Real Estate would participate in management.
All customer payments must be made at points established by Chiching Real Estate, with Chiching taking 20% of the turnover as compensation.
No additional rent or renovation fees were required. These 20 merchants were instantly captivated by this novel approach. No renovation investment required. No rent to bear.
What's more, the school gate was just over 30 meters away. Looking around, this commercial street was the only one near the entire school entrance.
With such prime conditions, who wouldn't partner up?
Only a complete idiot would pass it up.
Of course, Jadong installed a complaint box at each shop's entrance.
Every quarter, the shop with the most complaints would be removed and replaced. Just 1 month after Maybang opened, Didi stepped up its game.
Targeting Didi users in Shanghai, they launched a daily pop-up ad.
But that was just the beginning. What mattered more was this: Shanghai's hottest band, Yuan, had just released a song titled Mermaid.
In a spoken word segment within it, they announced that on August 1st, at the entrance of Pudong District's first Maybang boutique, they'll attend the grand opening ceremony. This aggressive advertising approach is truly unprecedented among clothing stores in Shanghai. Naturally, it has piqued everyone's curiosity.
In contrast, Yushin across the street kept things low-key, though low-key might be overstating it.
Their most common new store opening tactic? Hiring a small truck with a loudspeaker to cruise the streets shouting promotions.
Yushin stuck to this formula, while Maybang's marketing approach was far more sophisticated.
Song Lisan and Xiao Tianyu were seething with anger. On the eve of the opening, they both showed up at Ishuan simultaneously. Gazing through the glass at the bustling Maybang store across the street, Song Lisan gritted his teeth and muttered, "Damn it, who the hell is this Maybang owner? How did he manage to get Didi to advertise for them like this? Who knows?
I even pulled strings through my dad to find out, but not a single person knows. Maybang's factory keeps this guy under wraps," Xiao Tianyu said, looking utterly frustrated.
"Hey, Lisan, something feels off. Should we stagger our opening to avoid theirs?" Song Lisan spat out, "Why avoid them? If we're going to play, we play hard. I'll see who this guy really is." Forget it. Do you think Brother Pang will actually show up tomorrow?" At this point, Xiao Tianyu perked up. "What kind of relationship do you think I have with Brother Wanli? I've gone out on my own now. Brother Wanli will definitely show up.
And I'll tell you, this Brother Wanli is coming over soon, and he's bringing a big shot to introduce us."
Song Lisan's curiosity piqued. A big shot? Who? Ever heard of Ding Qingfan from Yihai Real Estate? Ding Qingfan, the son of that real estate tycoon known as one of the 4 young masters of Shanghai? Song Lisan was thrilled.
His family was also in real estate, but compared to Yihai Properties, theirs was at best the size of one of their subsidiaries. Making connections with someone like this would be immensely helpful when he eventually took over the family business.
Just as his excitement peaked, a Mercedes-Benz pulled up outside Yishin's storefront. Pang Wanli stepped out first, followed by Ding Qingfan and Fang Shijun.
The moment they stepped out, they caught sight of the lavish display across the street at Maybang.
Frowning slightly, they entered the Yishin store. Xiao Tianyu and the others immediately approached. "Brother Wanli, is this the renowned Brother Ding?" Xiao Tianyu asked excitedly.
This flattery was loud and clear, putting Ding Qingfan in a great mood. "I'm Ding Qingfan of Yihai Real Estate. This gentleman is Mr. Fong from Guangxia Real Estate," Ding Qingfan replied with a smile, carefully maintaining the image of a scion from a prominent family.
Pang Wanli nodded with a smile.
Song Lisan chimed in, "Several big names are coming tomorrow to show their support.
We're confident we'll outshine the competition across the street." Fang Shijun looked at them and asked, "What's the deal with Maybang across the street? They're pulling out all the stops." Xiao Tianyu looked bitter. "Brother Fong, honestly, we have no clue.
We've been investigating them for a while now, but we just can't figure them out." At that moment, Ding Qingfan narrowed his eyes, peering through the floor-to-ceiling glass at Zhang Xiaoyan bustling about inside the rival store.
He thought to himself, "Isn't that woman from Deep Sea City? How did she end up at Maybang across the street?" Pang Wanli noticed Ding Qingfan's peculiar expression and asked, "Brother Ding, do you know the people across the street?" A shadow flitted across Ding Qingfan's face. "I know them, but it's nothing worth worrying about." Fang Shijun smiled as he spoke. "Gentlemen, I, Fong, still hold some standing in Pusan town.
You're all rising stars of Shanghai's youth and friends of young Master Ding. Now that you've come to this old man's turf, I must fulfill my duties as host. Tell me, how can this old man assist you tomorrow? Just say the word." The words were meant for Ding Qingfan.
Fang Shijun knew exactly who he was. Pusan town's most ruthless hustler, where profit reigns supreme.
Now, Ding Qingfan represented the second spring of his career. So while he secretly looked down on Ding Qingfan, he put on a flawless facade.
Ding Qingfan was easily swayed by such gestures. Pang Wanli smiled and replied, Brother Fong, you're too kind.
I, Pang Wanli, am deeply grateful to Brother Ding and Brother Fong for granting me this favor. As for how we can show our support, it's really up to my two brothers to speak for themselves.
He then gave the two men a meaningful glance. Song Lisan was quick on his feet. Tomorrow, both our families are opening simultaneously. But their momentum isn't any weaker than ours. Didn't you mention that the Yuan band would be performing for them? Brother Fong, I've heard about your influence in Busan town.
How about this? After the Spring Source band performs over there tomorrow, could you kindly invite them to sing a few songs at our venue too?
Ding Qingfan scoffed dismissively. A few minor celebrities with a bit of fame, they really think they're something special? Brother Fong, this shouldn't be too difficult for you. Give us a hand. Fong Shijun roared with laughter.
Such a simple request?
Easy. Here's the deal, young Master Ding. I'll be accompanying Deputy Town Chief Sang to the city tomorrow.
I'll give Kai Ming Dong a heads up and have him bring 20 men along with you.
How does that sound?
Remember, mention my name Fong Shijun when you get there. If they refuse to cooperate, smash that place to pieces.
Then have them come find me, Fong Shijun. Ding Qingfan's mood lifted considerably. Thanks a million, Brother Fong.
After discussing tomorrow's grand opening, the group indulged in a session of wellness services before parting ways.
Chapter 128 Arrogant.
That morning on the pedestrian street, people began gathering outside the Meters Banhui store as early as 5 o'clock. Fortunately, Su Chi had anticipated this and cordoned off a section near the entrance with iron railings.
Yang Jun arrived early with some of Shanpao's crew to help maintain order.
After dozens of boxes of fireworks were set off simultaneously, the entrance to Meters Banhui erupted into chaos. Hundreds chanted Yuan band in unison, creating a spectacular scene. Amidst the roaring calls, the Yuan band took the stage. The sight of three members sporting pompadour hairstyles sent the crowd into a frenzy.
People kept pouring in. The intersection was now completely packed.
Of course, Might stores remained closed for now, though lights blazed inside. 7 or 8 sales assistants, led by Zhang Xiaoyan, were busily making final preparations. Upstairs, Su Chi and Yang Jing were equally busy. In stark contrast, the Yichuan store across the street was eerily quiet. Aside from a few cleaning ladies at the entrance, not a single soul was in sight. Watching the crowd swarm across the street, Song Lisan and Xiao Tianyu stood at their storefront, their faces dark with gloom. Fortunately, Kai Ming Dong and Ding Qingfan gradually arrived with their own staff, bringing some much-needed liveliness to the scene.
Pang Wanli couldn't make it due to a sudden emergency. Ding Qingfan couldn't shake an uneasy feeling as he watched Zhang Xiaoyan in the store across the street. He asked, "Did the owner of this store show up this morning?" Xiao Tianyu replied, "No. I've been observing all morning and haven't seen anyone resembling an owner." "Is that so? That's quite funny. Could this be a factory direct store?"
Ding Qingfan muttered under his breath.
Xiao Tianyu said, "Probably not.
I checked with the manufacturer through my contacts at Might."
"Well then, I'll see just who the real owner behind this is." Ding Qingfan snorted coldly. "Manager Kai, how many people did General Manager Fong tell you to bring?" Kai Mingdong, standing nearby, offered a fawning expression.
"Mr. Ding, about 30 or 40 people.
They're all from Brother Fong's crew." "All right. Once the damn Yuan band finishes their set, we'll go over and invite them over. It's just a matter of money."
"If they refuse, cause a scene for me, don't hold back,"
Ding Qingfan declared. Kai Mingdong quickly nodded, though inwardly he was cursing under his breath.
He'd never dealt with this kind of situation before.
Fong Shijun had his reasons for staying away. He feared the situation escalating and dragging him into trouble. Kai Mingdong was clearly being pushed forward as the scapegoat.
But now, Ding Qingfan stared at the stage across the room, lost in thought. He couldn't shake the feeling that he'd seen that jumpy guy with the pompadour somewhere before. After Deng Qingji finished his rendition of Mermaid, he pressed his hands down to calm the roaring crowd, then pointed the microphone to the left.
"Audience on the left. Are you having a good time today?" "Yes." "Right side audience, are you having a great time today?" "Yes." "Allow me to introduce my drummer, AMU." Boom 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 boom, ZZZ. AMU responded with a super cool drum roll. "My bassist, Xing. XINGE launched into the intro of Wong Kakui's Really Love You." Deng Qingji took a deep breath. "Today, our Yuan band endorses Met."
"Next, please welcome Mr. Li, CEO of Might, along with Mr. Su and Mr. Yang from the Pudong District flagship store." Passionate music surged forth as hostesses carrying large red silk flowers took the stage, lining up in a row.
Mr. Li of Might took the stage first, followed by Su Qi and Yang Jing. The moment Su Qi and Yang Jing appeared, the audience erupted.
Ding Qingfan was the first to react, leaping to his feet. His gaze fixed on Su Qi on the stage, his eyes flickering with murderous intent.
Xiao Tianyu roared. "Isn't that the pretentious little from the KTV? Don't hold me back. Damn it, I'll chop this pair of bastards to pieces."
Song Lisan had completely lost his mind. Blood rushed to his head, and dizziness washed over him. Why had he come to this pedestrian street? For Yang Jing, of course.
The irony was that she and her boyfriend were now standing on that stage, looking so damn perfect. The scene below was explosive far beyond anything Yishijin could ever match. His face stung like hell. Just then, Kai Mingdong swung his arm wide. Guys, follow me. I'm gonna take that bastard down. Among this group, this bastard had suffered the most at Suchi's hands. Li Xiangdong's case had been thoroughly investigated. Later it was this little bastard who had schemed behind the scenes. Because of this, he'd been stomped on multiple times by Fang Shijun's heavy leather boots. His front tooth was still missing. Though half a year had passed, his hatred for Suchi had never faded. Ding Qingfan and the other two were momentarily stunned, while Song Lisan and Xiao Tianyu cursed under their breath as they trailed behind. The ribbon cutting had already begun, the music blaring loudly. Yang Jing's eyes widened with alarm at the sight of the dozens of men looking like angry demons. However, Suchi discreetly patted his hand, calming him down. Just as he was about to send Yang Jun to handle the situation, a gust of wind swept in from the other end of the street. Bao Sanmei, clad in pajamas and a cigarette dangling from her lips, strode toward them with commanding presence, a megaphone in hand. A large crowd followed behind her. Suchi watched from the stage, momentarily lost in thought. This was the essence of the underworld. In his entire life, Suchi had only ever sensed it from Peng Junshan. Kai Dongming's group of dozens was about to burst into the crowd. Bao Sanmei flicked the cigarette butt from her mouth, grabbed the megaphone, and bellowed at the group. Rebellion! The deafening roar reverberated like a thunderclap, silencing the entire street. Kai Dongming and his men felt a murderous gale sweep across their faces. Staring at Bao Sanmei, they all froze in place. A glance revealed a sea of people behind Bao Sanmei. People of all ages and styles. Suchi, standing on the platform, sucked in a sharp breath. Suddenly, he understood why the arrogant mountain cannon brother had turned into a coward in front of this woman. Fierce. So fierce, truly Zhenghai's fiercest woman. Bao Sanmei pulled out another cigarette and placed it between her lips. Someone nearby quickly lit it for her. Taking a deep drag, she walked up to Kai Mingdong with her eyes rolled back in her head. What's up? Causing trouble? Sis, you seem to have misunderstood. We're fans of the Yuan Quan band. We came to see their performance, heh. Kai Mingdong was so scared he nearly wet his pants. His mind raced. When did Fudong District produce such a formidable figure? Smack! Bao Sanmei raised her hand and smacked Kai Mingdong right across the face. Fans? My ass. Think I'm some kid, Bao Sanmei? Chapter 129, Fang Shijun takes a punch. Sis. You can't just hit people out of nowhere. We need to talk this out. Kai Dongming felt utterly pissed off, but his head cleared considerably. The fiercely formidable Bao Sanmei casually delivered another slap. Reason with me? I'll reason with your mother. Bao Sanmei's rage boiled over. She yanked off her oversized slipper and began pelting him with a flurry of slaps. Kai Mingdong and his crew scattered like rats, fleeing in terror until not a soul remained. Soon, Bao Sanmei strode back with renewed arrogance. Holding a megaphone, she bellowed at Suchi on stage, "Get your business open already. Stop spacing out. Hurry up and finish this for me. It's ing noisy as hell, and I need to go back for a nap." The crowd parted to make way as the fierce third sister Bao marched off with her people. It took Suchi a while to snap out of it. Holding the microphone, he announced, "Everyone, that little incident was specially arranged by our store. Now, I hereby declare the official opening of the Meters Banhui Fudong flagship store." With that, several pairs of scissors clipped through the red ribbon. Amidst the cheers, the three stepped down from the stage. The doors of Meters Banhui had been crushed open. Across the street, Ding Qingfan and his two companions turned ashen with rage. By noon, Fang Shijun pulled his Mercedes up outside the Yishin store. The moment he stepped inside, Ding Qingfan sprang to his feet, his expression dark and menacing. "Mr. Fang. Who did you send to meet me? Young Master Ding, what's the matter? What else could be wrong?" He ran faster than anyone. "Look at how packed their store is. Now look at ours." Ding Qingfan was furious. If Suchi hadn't been standing in the store across the street, he would have maintained his usual aloof, privileged demeanor, as if none of this concerned him. But with Suchi present, it was a different story. The mere mention of that name instantly transformed him into a combative rooster. He simply couldn't control himself. His current expression, however, filled Xiao Tianyu and Song Lisan with delight. They thought to themselves, "Brother Ding is truly loyal." Fang Shijun frowned and dialed Kai Mingdong's number. "Where are you?" On the other end, Kai Mingdong was holed up in a pedestrian street restroom with dozens of men. His face was covered in slipper marks as he wailed back. "Mr. Fang. That damn woman is too fierce. We can't handle her. The brothers are hiding out with me right now." Fang Shijun coughed angrily. "Is this how you represent me? Get your ass back here now." Kai Mingdong froze. "Mr. Fang, you're at the pedestrian street? What do you think? 10 minutes. Get your entire crew over here, or I'll beat the out of you." Fang Shijun bellowed before slamming the phone down. Ding Qingfan felt slightly better. The next act depends on Mr. Fang. Fang Shijun forced a smile, suppressing his rage. Don't worry, young Master Ding. I'll handle this. Xiao Tianyu stepped forward, deeply moved. Brother Fang. Brother Ding. Your loyalty is something I, Tianyu, will never forget. Whenever you or Lee Sin need us, we'll walk through fire for you, not a single frown from either of us. Fang Shijun smiled wryly. Gentlemen, this is entirely my fault. Had it not been for this unexpected emergency, I would never have put you in such a difficult position. That spring fountain band is still around, right? I'll have them come over to drum up some business for you. Song Lee Sin quickly replied, they're here. They're still at the entrance. They sing a song at the shop entrance almost every hour to draw in customers. Damn it, if it weren't for those guys, how could our shop possibly have so few customers? Ding Qingfan said nothing, his eyes flashing menacingly at the Met specialty store across the street. Less than 10 minutes later, Kai Dongming and his crew came running in, looking utterly disheveled. The moment Fang Shijun saw Kai Dongming, his face covered in shoe prints, he couldn't hold back. He charged forward and kicked him hard, sending him crashing to the floor. You disgraceful piece of trash. Good for nothing but screwing things up. Kai Dongming scrambled to his feet. Mr. Fang, if it weren't for that damn woman, my crew and I would have wrecked that little bastard Su Chi store. Su Chi? Which Su Chi are you talking about? Fang Shijun's anger subsided slightly as he frowned. Ding Qingfan snorted coldly, who else could it be? Fine. I'll finally get to meet this kid. Every last one of you better get your together. If anyone s around and backs down, I, Fang Shijun, will be the first to make you pay. With a sweeping gesture, dozens of men marched out of the Yishin store toward the Met specialty shop across the street. Ding Qingfan and Fang Shijun led the way at the front, creating a scene so spectacular it rivaled Hong Kong action films. Inside the store, Su Chi and Yang Jing spotted the approaching crowd. Yang Jing looked worried. Why won't these guys leave us alone? So annoying. Su Chi patted her shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry, they won't cause much trouble. With a look of utter resignation, he dialed Bao Sanmei's number. Sis Bao, come over here. Ugh, give me a break. I just got out of bed. What can I do? Brother Shanpao's too scared to set foot around here after you scared him off. I can't find anyone else. Besides, if your shop gets wrecked, how's your Bao's sister supposed to keep doing business on this street? Fine, fine. You're such a pain, never a moment's peace. Just you wait. Su Chi motioned to Yang Jun in the shop and led a few people outside. Outside, the Yuan Quan band was performing, drawing a steadily growing crowd toward them. Dozens of people cleared a path through the bustling crowd as Fang Shijun strode forward from behind, exuding the aura of a gang boss. The singing hadn't stopped, but he stepped onto the stage and grabbed a microphone from the side. Hey, guys from the Spring Source Band, since you're here, it wouldn't be right to perform at just one place, right? Come on, you guys, the Yichuan store across the street is inviting you. The crowd below fell silent. AMU's face turned icy. Sorry, but you need to get off. This is our stage. We don't welcome strangers just walking up here. Fang Shijun swung the microphone, smashing it hard against AMU's head. Blood spurted instantly, and AMU collapsed to the ground. Deng Qingji and the others rushed over to check on him. Fang Shijun looked at them all, acting as if nothing had happened. Going? Or not going? His words were domineering and chilling, silencing everyone. The young crowd gathered to watch the performance had never witnessed such a scene before, and instantly fell quiet. Ding Qingfan and his group felt a surge of excitement. This was Fang Shijun. The reputation of Busan's top bully was no exaggeration. His sheer presence alone was enough to intimidate everyone. As the crowd stood frozen in confusion, Yang Jun charged onto the stage with a steely expression. Without a word, he unleashed a left hook. His fist, as big as a sandbag, slammed into Fang Shijun's face with a thunderous thud. Chapter 130, Invincible Sister Bao. The once arrogant Fang Shijun, who had been so imposing moments ago, suddenly arced through the air and crashed heavily to the ground, motionless. Kai Mingdong, Ding Qingfan, and the others were all stunned into silence. This is Fang Shijun, the biggest bully in Busan town. Wherever he went before, didn't even gods and Buddhas make way? And now he's been beaten like this? A single, decisive punch sent him crashing to the ground. Kai Mingdong shuddered violently, snapping to attention. He immediately rushed over to help Fang Shijun up. But Fang Shijun, face down on the ground, raised his arm, signaling for him to stop. He rose slowly, his slicked-back hair now a disheveled mess, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Once he stood, it felt like a dark cloud had drifted across the sky, the atmosphere growing oppressively heavy. He spat on the ground, spitting out 2 broken teeth. Turning to face Su Chi, whose expression remained impassive, he roared, "Listen up, you bastards. Smash. Whoever hesitates, I'll take their life." Dozens of men behind him gripped steel pipes and other weapons tightly, while onlookers instinctively took a few steps back. Just then, Bao Sanmei, dressed in her pajamas, walked up behind him. Kai Mingdong and his crew shuddered, their vicious stances instantly wilting. Fang Shijun, seeing no one charging from behind him, didn't even turn around. He just bellowed, "What's the matter? Do you need me, Fang Junshan, to teach you how to fight?" Kai Mingdong whined. Mr. Fong, behind you. What's behind me? Get the hell up there and smash him. Fong Shijun had barely turned around when he suddenly felt the sole of a slipper smack across his face. It happened so fast he couldn't react. Smack! The slipper landed hard across his face. Already reeling from Yang Jun's left hook, the slap sent stars dancing before his eyes. He crashed to the floor with a thud. Uing. Smack! 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 Baeo Sunmmary, still brushing her teeth, squatted on the floor with remarkable composure. 1 flip-flop, 2 flip-flops, 3 flip-flops. The beating continued relentlessly. She kept hitting him until Fong Shijun was barely conscious, completely defeated, before she finally stopped. Fong Shijun, I know you've got some skills, but mark my words. If you ever set foot on the pedestrian street again, I'll beat you every single time I see you. She spat toothpaste foam all over him. Everyone stared at Bao Sanmei in utter disbelief. A few even slapped themselves hard across the face. Was this a dream? That tough guy had just been beaten into submission by this woman with a few slippers? Ding Qingfan and the others were so shocked their pants were practically wet. Wow. Sanmei, you're ruthless. I'll remember this. Fong Shijun managed to utter weakly before passing out. Bao Sanmei stood up and glared at Songlisen. Bringing your little brother to cause trouble on the pedestrian street? Didn't you hear about me, Bao Sanmei? Is there any law in this world? Try causing trouble for me again, and I'll smash your shop to pieces. I won't say it twice, my temper isn't that forgiving. She tossed her slipper on the floor, slipped 1 foot into it, and sauntered away, brushing her teeth with a casual sway of her ample hips. Su Qi on the stage nearly dropped his jaw to the floor, propping it up with his hand. Jingjing, have you ever seen such a badass woman? Yang Jing stared in disbelief. Su Qi, is this our landlord? Yep, that's her. Good thing I didn't cross her when we rented the shop, otherwise, you probably wouldn't be seeing me anymore. After Bao Sanmei's arrogant figure disappeared, Kai Mingdong rushed over, hoisted Fong Shijun onto his back, and sprinted toward the Mercedes. He had to get him to the hospital immediately. Ding Qingfan clenched his fists as he watched Su Qi on stage. You've got some skills. Much stronger than last year. But I'll see if anyone can protect you forever. With that, he turned to leave. Wait. Ding Qingji suddenly stood up, his face flushed with anger. Ding Qingfan turned with a flash of irritation and bellowed, What? You actually have the guts to lay a hand on me now? Ding Qingji grabbed the guitar nearby and charged forward without a word. With a thud, the guitar smashed into Ding Qingfan's head. I've been beating you since we were kids. Why the hell wouldn't I hit you now? Ding Qingfan's head spun. Staring at Deng Qingji's pompadour, he seemed to suddenly realize something. His voice cracked as he shouted. Deng Qingji. It's you! What the hell kind of haircut is that? I didn't even recognize you. Deng Qingji smashed the guitar into his head again. You! Ding Qingfan, if I didn't care about all these fans watching, I'd have beaten the out of you a long time ago. Get the hell out of here. Ding Qingfan was utterly humiliated. Fine. Fine. Deng Qingji. You and that little bastard Su Qi can go ahead and be together. Just you wait. I'll make sure to deal with you both properly someday, make you wish you were dead. With that, he quickly bolted away. His demeanor made it clear to everyone this coward was terrified Deng Qingji would beat him up again. Song Lisan and Xiao Tianyu shuddered and hurried back to their shop. They entered, slammed the door shut, and locked it in one fluid motion. Only after repeatedly checking that the lock showed no signs of tampering did they slump onto the sofa, exhaling in unison. They stared at each other, smoking several cigarettes before their minds finally caught up. Su Qi, watching Deng Qingji's retreating figure from the counter, propped his chin up with his hand once more. Jingjing. What kind of friends do we have? Why are they all so violent? I don't know. They're your friends. True. Regaining his composure, Su Qi quickly grabbed the microphone, ready to speak. A girl in the audience couldn't hold back any longer and blurted out, Hey, you're not going to tell us this was all staged, are you? Seriously, stop treating us like we're 3-year-olds. Qingji, you're so handsome. We love you. A group of devoted fans gazed at Deng Qingji with adoring eyes. The attention made Deng Qingji's face flush repeatedly. Su Qi sighed and helped AMU into the store. The whole farce had finally passed without serious incident. But a series of conspiracies targeting Su Qi began to unfold one after another. Deputy Town Chief Sang learned of Fang Junshan's beating immediately. The second in command of Prishan Town was utterly enraged. That very night, he personally sought out a friend at the District Police Bureau and talked late into the night. He then began secretly preparing materials to submit to higher authorities. He intended to pin an involvement in organized crime label on Su Qi. Chapter 131, Buying a Little Devil with Money. The Yichuan store across the street was quickly sold off. Song Lisan and Xiao Tianyu, those two spoiled brats, had only come to mess around in the first place. After that day, Bao Sanmei had to pass by their shop every day to buy groceries. Each time she walked past, she was scared out of her wits. She simply couldn't bear to stay there any longer. If this continued, she'd probably get heart disease. Better to just sell it off and be done with it. News of Fang Shijun's beating quickly spread throughout Busan town. Everyone in the underworld was buzzing about it, propelling Su Chi's name to the top of the gossip. One peculiar thing was that every day, one or two ignorant punks would show up looking for trouble. Yang Jun always beat them off, and they never left without a few punches to the face. The harder he hit them, the happier they seemed to be when they left. At first, Su Chi paid it little mind. But as the incidents multiplied, he couldn't help but overthink it. Feeling increasingly uneasy, he began to suspect something was amiss. After all, this was Fang Shijun, a man who had always been so arrogant. Losing such massive face and yet remaining completely silent? It finally made Su Chi suspect. Someone was definitely out to get him. And whatever they were doing to him couldn't be simple, otherwise they wouldn't have gone to such lengths. After much deliberation, he concluded he needed to make a move. That's when he thought of Jia Qinfeng, that good for nothing. That guy was always hovering around Ding Qingfan's coattails. He must know exactly what Ding Qingfan was planning to do to him. He summoned Huzi to his villa office. After a moment of silence, he spoke. Huzi, you spent some time with Jia Qinfeng and his crew. Do you know anyone Jia Qinfeng trusts around him? Huzi pondered for a moment. Brother Qi, if you mean someone Jia Qinfeng truly trusts, that's hard to say. He's just a lapdog to Ding Qingfan and never really takes others seriously. Su Chi frowned. I see. What about his roommate? Su Chi's prompting jogged Huzi's memory. There's one guy not sure if he counts. Every time Jia Qinfeng gets chewed out by Ding Qingfan, he goes drinking with this roommate. Who? Su Chi felt a slight relief. Sure, Zimin. I've crossed paths with him before, but he doesn't leave much of an impression, Huzi replied. Su Chi said, alright, get him to come out. I'll talk to him. Keep this confidential, not a word of this can get out, understand? Huzi nodded solemnly. That evening, Huzi called to say he'd arranged to meet Sher Zimin at the Mu Forest Hotel downtown. At the appointed time, Su Chi found the hotel and walked inside. As soon as Huzi and a young man with small eyes saw Su Chi enter, they quickly stood up. The guy with the small eyes was, of course, Sher Zimin. Su Chi smiled, nodded, and sat down, deliberately placing his Motorola phone on the table. Sher Zimin glanced at the Motorola on the table, a fleeting look of greed flashing in his eyes, a subtle movement that Su Chi caught. He smiled. Have you ordered yet? Huzi replied, we've already ordered. Just waiting for you to come over so we can start eating. Alright, let's have them bring the food. We can chat while we eat. Huzi nodded, hailed a waiter, and instructed them to bring the dishes promptly. Within 10 minutes, 5 dishes and a soup filled the modest 4-person table. Sher Zimin swallowed hard, thinking to himself that this spread must easily cost over 100 yuan, equivalent to 2 months of his living expenses. Such a feast was normally beyond his wildest dreams, something he could only experience when tagging along with Jia Qingfan for free meals and drinks. This title of richest student at Zhonghai University was no exaggeration. Su Chi took a bite of his dish. Zimin, you share a dorm with Jia Qinfeng? Sher Zimin quickly replied, Brother Qi, yes. Brother Jia often invites me out for drinks. His demeanor was thick with ingratiation, clearly revealing him as a man without principles. The entire Zhonghai University knew about Jia Qinfeng's grudge against him, and Sher Zimin, as his roommate, was no exception. If he truly considered Jia Qinfeng a brother, he wouldn't be acting this way in front of me. Of course, to Su Chi, this display was perfectly satisfying. He spoke up, since that's the case, I won't beat around the bush. You know my relationship with Jia Qinfeng, but I've been suspecting that bastard has been scheming behind my back lately. So I need you to probe him for me. Sher Zimin hadn't expected Su Chi to be so blunt. Feeling a bit uneasy, he quickly replied, Brother Qi, that's not right. Brother Jia has always treated me well. He often takes me out for meals and drinks. Su Chi didn't beat around the bush. He pulled a Motorola flip phone from his pocket, placed it on the table, and slid it toward Sher. Having a phone on you during college is just more convenient, especially when you've got a girlfriend. Sher Zimin froze, his eyes lighting up as he stared at the phone being pushed toward him. Cell phones weren't common back then, and only students from relatively well-off families could afford them in college. Sher Zimin's family was average at best. But hanging out with Jia Qinfeng day in and day out, that sense of vanity had slowly taken root in his heart. He thought it looked cool to walk down the street answering calls on a phone, but he couldn't afford one. Forget a new phone, even a used one would cost him half a year's living expenses. But now, someone had literally tossed a phone right in front of him. How could he not be startled? Gritting his teeth, he resolved to make a decision. Brother Qi. Just tell me what you want me to do. If it involves harming Brother Jia, I don't want this phone. After all, I still have to consider whether I can even graduate. Su Chi chuckled inwardly. The guy was clearly ready to sell out Jia Qinfeng, yet he still tried to play dumb? Without elaborating, he simply replied, I already made myself clear earlier. All I need is for you to tell me what Jia Qinfeng and Ding Qingfan have been up to lately, and how they plan to take me down. Sher Zimin stared at Su Chi in disbelief. That's it? Just that simple? Su Chi looked up. Exactly. That's simple. Do it or not. If you do, take the phone and the 2,000 yuan in cash. If not, walk out now. You can tell Jia Qianfeng about our meeting, consider it a favor I'm doing for you. Shi Zimin immediately grabbed the phone. Brother Qi. This is a sweet deal. I'm in.
Su Qi smiled, pulling a stack of 10 yuan bills from his chest and sliding them across the table.
2,000 is just the down payment. Another 2,000 comes after the job's done. Chapter 132, The True Intentions of That Group.
Shi Zimin walked through campus with a phone tucked in his pocket and 2,000 yuan in cash, a constant sense of unease gnawing at him. His left hand fumbled with the phone in his left pants pocket, while his right hand gripped the stack of cash in his other waistband. So this was what it felt like to hold money in one hand and a phone in the other. Back in his dorm room, he lay on his bed staring at the ceiling, his heart pounding wildly. Damn it! Fortune favors the bold. Let's do this. With his mind made up, he got up and splashed cold water on his face. He felt much clearer. Just then, Jia Qianfeng walked in from outside, holding a wuxia novel. Shi Zimin felt a twinge of guilt. Brother Jia, you're back. Yeah, I'm back. Jia Qianfeng replied casually, flopping onto his own bed to read. Shi Zimin steadied his nerves. Brother Jia, how about I treat you to a late-night snack tonight? There's a new place outside the school gates. Their crayfish are killer. Late-night snack? Jia Qianfeng gave him a strange look. Did you strike it rich, kid? Where'd you get the money? That place isn't cheap. Brother Jia, I made a little extra cash on the side. I've always felt bad about freeloading off you all this time. So I figured it was about time I returned the favor. Shi Zimin no longer felt that sense of unease. Jia Qianfeng chuckled. Alright, if you're treating, then treat. I was actually planning to grab drinks with you tonight anyway. Did Brother Ding yell at you again? Ugh. Don't even bring it up. Come on, I'm not comfortable unless I drink now. Standing outside Lake Fragrance Crayfish Restaurant, Shi Zimin pinched the bills in his pocket, gritted his teeth, and chose the most luxurious private room. The minimum charge for this private room was no less than 200. Even after they sat down in the private room, Jia Qianfeng still looked at him with some confusion. You really hit the jackpot, didn't you? Shi Zimin sighed. Brother Jia, to be honest, I've been flipping textbooks with a senior who's already graduated. I've made quite a bit lately. Oh, I see. Well then, I won't hold back tonight. Jia Qianfeng rubbed his hands together eagerly as he eyed the large platter of crayfish being served. Don't worry, Brother Jia. We're drinking until we drop tonight. Just to thank you for looking out for me all these years. Shi Zimin declared. After they dug in for a while and downed several shots of baijiu, Shi Zimin seized an opportunity to mutter dramatically, heard that Madai opened another shop. Business is booming, damn it. Look at me risking expulsion just to scrape together a few bucks. Compared to him, it's infuriating. Jia Qianfeng's expression darkened instantly. He slammed his glass down on the table, and the atmosphere turned awkward. Shi Zimin quickly apologized. Brother Jia, you know me, I've had too much to drink. Who the hell is this Su Qi guy anyway? Just some guy? He's got a snazzy buzz cut, a pretty girlfriend, and he's raking in the cash. What kind of some guy is that? He's not even in the same league as Brother Jia. These words only provoked Jia Qianfeng further. His face remained cold as he ordered, pour me a drink. Shi Zimin quickly filled the glass to the brim. Jia Qianfeng downed the entire contents in one gulp. Him. Let him strut around for now. That bastard won't be strutting much longer. Shi Zimin feigned excitement. Brother Jia, did you finally find a way to take him down? That's so satisfying. I've hated that little forever. Damn it, why the hell did he get to snag such a gorgeous girlfriend? Jia Qianfeng, buzzed from the alcohol, was getting a bit hazy. Zimin, you know why I always like to drink with you? It's because I like good students like you. You've got nothing to hide. Shi Zimin cursed inwardly, thinking, you just love showing off in front of us poor students, don't you? He forced a smile. Brother Jia, thanks. No matter where life takes us after graduation, I'll always remember you. Jia Qianfeng gave him a solemn pat on the shoulder. Don't worry, brother. I'll remember you too. But Jia Ge, I'm really curious how you guys plan to deal with that Su Qi kid. Could you spill the beans? I need to vent. Shi Zimin pressed. Jia Qianfeng had sobered up considerably. He shot Shi Zimin a glance that made the latter's skin crawl, his nerves stretched to breaking point. Fortunately, Jia Qianfeng's gaze quickly clouded over again. Forget it, forget it. You weren't involved in this mess anyway. Since you're an outsider, I might as well tell you. Shi Zimin breathed a sigh of relief as Jia Qianfeng continued. Let me tell you, that kid really thinks he's untouchable just because he made a few bucks. His shop just opened not long ago, right? Guess what? He actually beat up Fang Shijun. Shi Zimin sucked in a sharp breath. You mean that Fang Shijun, the guy who used to be known as the biggest bully in Pusan town? This incident happened off campus. Though it had caused quite a stir outside, it hadn't reached the school yet. So Shi Zimin's astonishment at that moment wasn't feigned. Jia Qianfeng took a frustrated sip. That's the very same Fang Shijun.
You've heard of him, right? He was supposed to partner with my cousin to develop some plots of land. This guy's got serious clout all over Busan. You beat him up like that. How's he supposed to keep his face around here? That's why Fong Shijun isn't letting him off the hook. He's going to crush him and make sure he ends up behind bars. Suddenly, Zimin froze in place, finally understanding why Suchi had sought him out. This was no longer a game he, as a mere student, could play. A flicker of regret crossed his mind, but the thought of the phone and the money made him grit his teeth and continue. Brother Jia, I know what Senior Ding is capable of. Even he couldn't get much favor with that bastard Suchi. It'll be tough to get him locked up. Jia Qianfeng smirked smugly. Zimin, you just don't understand how things work out here. Who is Fong Shijun? How did he get to where he is today? You think he has no backing? My cousin told me he's already greased all the right palms. All he needs is proof. Sure, Zimin was puzzled. What evidence? Evidence of Suchi's involvement in organized crime. The country is in the midst of a crackdown right now. Anyone implicated in organized crime, once evidence surfaces, no matter who you are, you're arrested. And the criminal penalties are far harsher than ever before. What if Suchi gets slapped with that label right now? Sure, Zimin was already tense to the extreme inside, but he put on a show, slapping his thigh. He'd be finished for sure. A stain on his reputation for life. But that sack guy only cares about making money. It's hard to link him to organized crime, right? Chapter 133, Pinning the Label. Jia Qianfeng looked at Zimin with smug satisfaction. He enjoyed drinking with Zimin precisely because he relished the other man's gullibility. It made him feel superior. He said, Zimin, there's this other term, what was it again? Schemes. Yeah, schemes. He's got a bunch of tough guys hanging around him all the time, right? Now, every day, our people go to his shop to cause trouble. They walk in just to get beaten up, and we photograph every single incident. When the time is right, we'll dump all this footage online and stir up a storm. We'll claim his shop forces customers to buy things at gunpoint. Anyone who enters without buying gets beaten. If we report him again under the guise of ordinary citizens, don't you think Suchi will be finished? Sure, Zimin shuddered all over, taking a sip of wine as an excuse to hide his reaction. This was the kind of frame-up plot you'd find in novels, and now he was experiencing it in real life. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. After sending Jia Qianfeng back to the dormitory to sleep, he splashed cold water on his face, grabbed a phone IC card, and hurried to the public phone by the dormitory TV. Glancing furtively at passers-by, he dialed Suchi's number. Who is this? Suchi was currently at the DD team's villa, staring at his computer screen monitoring various data streams. Brother Chi, it's me, Zimin. The voice on the other end was unusually low. Suchi stood up, walked to the window, and looked out. Results this fast? Yeah, we got it. But Brother Chi, I want to know how much the remaining balance is, besides the 2,000 deposit. Suchi chuckled inwardly. This man was indeed driven solely by profit. He replied, well, how much do you think it should be? You decide. Sure, Zimin took a deep breath. Brother Chi, how about another 3,000? That'd make 5,000. 5,000 it is. I'll have Huzi deliver the money tomorrow. Now, tell me what exactly are Ding Qingfan and his crew planning? Alright, I trust you, Brother Chi. Sure, Zimin then relayed everything Jia Qianfeng had told him. After hanging up, Suchi frowned deeply, silent for a long while. He recalled the resolve of the state in his previous life during this same year to crack down on local criminal gangs. Every tip was investigated. Every piece of evidence uncovered led to arrests. And the sentencing was extremely harsh. If he were framed with such a charge now, his life would truly be over. Given how meticulously the other side had plotted, it was highly likely someone within the police department was colluding with them. Originally, after his rebirth, he had only ever wanted to be a simple merchant, making modest profits and steering clear of anything he shouldn't touch. But now, the saying rings true, once you're in the game, you're bound by its rules. He must devise a countermeasure immediately. The enemy was attacking him on two fronts. First, online rumors. If his guess was correct, it wouldn't be long before major forums across Zhenghai were flooded with false claims labeling him a crime boss. Second, the police. With their well-oiled connections, the authorities would move swiftly to arrest him. After sorting through these thoughts, Suchi pondered for a long time before finally dialing Su Cailiang's number. After listening to his report, Su Cailiang remained silent for a long while before finally giving him a phone number and instructing him to report the matter to that person. When Suchi connected, he discovered the recipient was Xiang Rong, deputy chief of the Municipal Police Bureau. Xiang Rong, a college classmate of Su Cailiang, shared his friend's intolerance for corruption. After hearing Suchi's account, he paused briefly before replying sternly, I'll call you back after investigating and verifying the facts. Suchi then summoned the clumsy freshman and monkey. After assigning tasks, monkey and the cute, clumsy freshman rented an apartment near the Maitair store, posing as a couple. A camera lens as tall as an anti-aircraft gun was aimed directly at the Mite store. Simultaneously, monkey, disguised as a tourist from Guangdong province, wore a hidden camera and spent his days wandering the pedestrian street. That day, two more of Fang Shijun's men appeared on the street. One was tall, the other short and stocky, obviously low-level street punks. After eating a bowl of noodles at the street corner, they walked toward the Met store, picking their teeth with toothpicks. Big guy, didn't you already go in and beat them up a few days ago? Why did Brother Kai send you back? The short, stocky one asked. You just don't get it, the tall one replied smugly. This proves my acting skills are still up to par. Just watch me later. The stocky one still felt uneasy. I heard Yang Jun's fists are as big as sandbags? That guy was still in bed yesterday, his head swollen like a pig's head, wailing like a ghost. Tall guy rolled his eyes at him. What are you scared of? You've got plenty of meat on you. Fortune favors the bold. $200 for each beating, plus medical expenses covered. Where else would you make money like this? True. Brother Kai's got style. The short, stocky guy's fear vanished the moment money was mentioned. Tall guy pondered for a moment. Listen, last time I got beaten up, I felt like something was missing. Like, I didn't scream loud enough. I should have yelled so the whole street heard. Lying in bed these past few days, I've been thinking. Actually, I could have handled it differently, might have even avoided getting beaten. The short, stocky one perked up at this. Bro. What are we waiting for? Spill it. Tall guy wore an air of profound mystery. It's nothing really. I figured it out watching my dad beat my mom. The performance has to be convincing, realistic and well executed. When we walk into the shop, we'll just flop on the floor, wail, and scream. Then we'll grab Yang Jun and insist he beat us up. Problem solved. But bro, what about our injuries? We need to have wounds to leave the shop. Otherwise, if Brother Kai finds out, he'll kill us, the short, stocky one retorted. Tall guy mysteriously pulled a bottle of red ink from his pocket, flashed it briefly to Shorty, then quickly stashed it back. They knew someone was photographing them from behind. If those photos reached Kai Mingdong, they'd be in for a beating too. The short, stocky one's face lit up. Bro. I get it. You want to use the red ink to fake blood, right? The tall one clamped a hand over his mouth. Damn it, you idiot. Keep your voice down. The short one shut up immediately. The two fell silent and walked toward the Met store. Behind them, a man from Fang Shijun's group trailed along, a camera strapped to his chest. He was clearly the key person tasked with gathering evidence of Su Chi's involvement in organized crime. Of course, this man was also being followed by a tourist from Guangdong province. Chapter 134, Deputy Bureau Chief Xiang Rong. After arranging everything, Su Chi immediately convened a meeting with all staff at the Met store that night. He specifically instructed Yang Jun to ignore anyone who came to cause trouble. Moreover, through Shanpao's connections, surveillance cameras were installed inside the store by the next morning. So when two of Fang Shijun's men started shoving each other at the entrance, the staff inside went about their business as if they hadn't noticed. The moment the two men charged inside, they were knocked flat on the floor. Oh my god. I got beaten up. I just didn't want to buy your clothes. Why did you have to hit me? The taller one wailed, dabbing his lip with a finger smeared in red ink. The short, stocky one rolled around on the floor. Bro. What happened to you? Why are you bleeding? This is a blackmail shop. Who runs this place? Some gang boss? They just start hurting people. Damned black shop. Do you really think there's no law in this world? The pair rolled from one corner to another, their wails piercing the heavens and shaking the earth. The shop's patrons stared at them in bewilderment. Yang Jun was utterly baffled. Wasn't the usual routine to first deliberately pick faults in the shop, then hurl insults at him before forcing him to beat them senseless with his sandbag-sized fists and run off? Why the sudden change in tactics today? Why were they lying down the moment they entered? Confused, he walked over to ask what was going on. But the moment they saw Yang Jun approaching, they shuddered violently and bellowed, "You're coming after us." They scrambled to their feet and bolted out the door, screaming as they ran, "The gangster boss's shop is trying to kill us. Just because we looked at something we didn't buy." They vanished down the street in an instant. Inside the shop, several customers browsing clothes scratched their heads in bewilderment, clueless about what had just happened. Yang Jing walked over. "Sis, did I just beat them up?" "Bro, you didn't." "Then why did they look so miserable?" "Who knows?" Seeing Yang Jun hadn't followed, the two quickly darted sideways into an alley. The evidence collector appeared immediately, and the two quickly put on a show of intense agony. The evidence collector stared at them. "I didn't see Yang Jun beat you up outside the shop just now. How did you end up on the ground?" "Bro. You can't talk like that." The taller one looked utterly heartbroken. "You think it's easy getting beaten by him? This is blood. Damn it, did you see that clearly?" He stuck his nose right up to the other man's face. The man grew impatient and quickly dodged away. All right. Damn, his breath stinks. Get into position. I'm about to take the picture." The tall guy and the short, chubby one immediately collapsed onto the ground, looking like they were half dead. After a few clicks of the camera, the man left. Tall guy and Shorty happily walked off too. Just showing up to act for a bit and getting $200? What a sweet deal. Once everyone had left, Monkey emerged from inside, muttering under his breath, "Ugly as sin." Doesn't photograph well at all. Su Chi emerged from the side and smiled. Did you get everything? Monkey fiddled with his camera and replied, yep, got everything. If those two were just a bit better looking, they might actually make it big if they went into acting. Su Chi chuckled. Fang Shijun really does attract all sorts of shady characters. Birds of a feather flock together. Exactly. But this Fang Shimin sure is generous. Dozens of groups have come and gone already. I'd say he's blown through at least 10,000 bucks by now, Monkey remarked. Su Chi frowned. Monkey, I've been thinking. We don't have much time left. We need to take the initiative and fight back. We can't keep playing defense like this. I've received word from Mengmei that Fang Shijun should be heading to Beijing in the next few days and won't be in Zhanghai City. In that case, you should return to the villa as security. Use the property's landline to contact the villa's owner and inform him that the villa is on fire. Whoever that owner is, they'll definitely notify Fang Shijun immediately. Since Fang isn't in Zhanghai, he'll surely contact Deputy Town Chief Zhang right away. Zhang himself will definitely come to check it out. Monkey looked puzzled. Brother Chi, making the call is no big deal, but what if Deputy Town Chief Zhang sends someone to check it out first? Impossible, Su Chi said sternly. That villa is essentially Fang Shijun's slush fund for Deputy Mayor Zhang. We've already discovered premium cigarettes, fine wines, countless antique collections, and even cash totaling 3 million yuan. Zhang Fox would never let anyone else know that villa exists. With Fang Shijun away, he's bound to be worried about the contents inside. He'll definitely come personally. The moment he shows up, you follow him immediately. Keep filming until you capture him entering the villa. Remember, he must never suspect you. Photos alone will suffice. I need one more phone call and the perfect moment to take them all down. Monkey instantly understood the plan. Without a word, he slung his camera over his shoulder and vanished into the crowd. Just then, Su Chi's phone rang. It was Yang Jing calling to say a police officer had come to the store looking for him. Being a woman, Yang Jing had never dealt with the police before. After Su Chi told her about Fang Shijun's schemes, she grew even more nervous. So she politely escorted the officer upstairs to the office before stepping out. The moment Su Chi entered the shop, she hurried over, her face filled with worry. Is everything okay? He came in looking specifically for you and hasn't said a word. Su Chi didn't know whether this officer was friend or foe. He patted Yang Jing's shoulder with a serious expression. It's fine. Leave it to me. Where is he now? I brought him to the upstairs office. Su Chi, is he one of them? You need to be careful. Yang Jing was deeply worried. Su Chi replied, alright, you tend to the customers. I'll go check on him. With that, he headed upstairs. Yang Jing's heart pounded wildly, terrified something might happen to Su Chi. Yang Jun watched Su Chi ascend the stairs with an equally grave expression. Upon opening the door, he immediately saw a square-jawed police officer with an upright demeanor. His complexion was dark, and his eyes radiated a sharp intensity, as if they could pierce through a person's thoughts. Even without his uniform, one could instantly tell this was someone who had spent years on the front lines of criminal investigation. The righteous aura radiating from him was not something ordinary people could cultivate. When Su Chi saw the insignia on the officer's shoulder, he exhaled in relief and walked over with a smile. Chapter 135, Xiang Rong's Warning. Chief Xiang? Su Chi greeted him the moment he entered. The officer turned with a smile. Before you arrived, your senior colleague Su Kailiang mentioned you have the cunning of a fox and eyes no less sharp than mine. Now I believe it. But you seem to have misplaced your title. My current position is deputy director. Don't call me that carelessly, it might get me into trouble. The visitor was Xiang Rong, deputy director of Zhanghai City Police Bureau. Not yet 40, he had risen to this position in his 30s, a rising star in the police force. Su Chi walked over with a smile. Brother Xiang, you're too kind. Senior Su always describes me that way, it's a bit embarrassing. Heh. Smooth talking, he was spot on. Xiang Rong chuckled briefly before turning serious. Do you know why I came to see you today? Su Chi asked. Brother Xiang, have you verified everything about this impending frame-up against me? You've got to stand up for me here. I'm just running a small business and I'm still a student. If they pin that label on me, my life will be ruined. Xiang Rong shot him a look. I don't know if someone's framing you, but the deputy town mayor of Prishan did come to our bureau. That's one reason I came to see you today. The other is to see just how rich this sack brother really is. Hearing that sack guy moniker again nearly made Su Chi spit blood. He shifted the topic with a resigned sigh. Brother Xiang, let's be real, what do I do now? Don't you already know what to do? Why bother asking me? Just follow your own plan. Xiang Rong chuckled with hidden meaning, but his expression immediately hardened. But I'll treat you the same way your senior Su treated you. I want facts, not fabricated ones. Otherwise, if others pin a label on you, I won't lift it for you. Got it? Su Chi nodded quickly. Brother Xiang, you can rest assured. I'd never stoop to framing someone. Xiang Rong replied, alright. Proceed with your plan, but report back to me before taking action. Crackdowns are fierce right now. Don't accidentally get your hands dirty. I'll also let you know what you can and cannot do. That's no problem. But Brother Xiang, may I ask one question? Suchi looked serious. Ask away. Who did Deputy Town Chief Sang contact at the City Police Bureau? What rank did that person hold? I really want to know, it'll help me gauge the situation. A chill crept into Suchi's voice. Xiangrong looked at Suchi. What? You still want to take revenge on our city police department? If you've done nothing wrong, you have nothing to fear. If the person he approached is above reproach, then even if I wanted to target him, I wouldn't have a leg to stand on. Suchi was so determined to uncover this person's identity because the individual's actions were utterly despicable. As a public servant, a police officer no less, he had colluded with others to frame a student. If this had happened to anyone else, they'd be locked up for sure, no chance of clearing their name. Before arriving, Xiangrong had anticipated Suchi's question but never intended to reveal the answer. He believed a student was better off staying out of many things. But after interacting with him for a short while, he was stunned by the aura emanating from Suchi. This didn't feel like a student at all, it was more like a cunning old fox. That effortless air about him was so enigmatic that even Xiangrong found it hard to read. Recalling his old classmate Su Xiaolian's assessment of Suchi, he gave a wry smile and replied, I suppose it won't hurt to tell you. This person doesn't hold a high position in our city's police department. He's just a member of the Criminal Investigation Division. Suchi froze. He'd expected someone with significant connections, but a mere squad member? That was unexpected. Xiangrong quickly added, you'd be wise to stay out of official business. Stick to selling your clothes. Suchi nodded. I suspect this member has considerable influence. Otherwise, Brother Xiang, you wouldn't have personally come to warn me. Xiangrong's body trembled slightly, as if Suchi had seen right through him. He sucked in a sharp breath and frowned. If I hadn't been certain you were just a student, I'd have thought you were some kind of prodigy. You even figured out why I came here just to warn you. Forget it. For old time's sake, I'll tell you more. After all, this guy is deliberately targeting you. This Deputy Town Chief Sang of yours is a native of Pusan Town. He's been in power for many years and has deep roots. He has numerous godfathers outside the town, including the grandfather of this young team member. This young officer's grandfather is with the provincial department. I won't go into specifics, you can figure it out yourself. Suchi frowned deeply. The web of connections in official circles was indeed tangled. This kind of situation wouldn't improve until at least the 2010s. Don't underestimate a low-level official, their connections might stretch all the way up to the provincial level. From the start, Suchi had been reluctant to touch these higher-ups, fearing one misstep could lead to utter ruin. After pondering for a while, he exhaled deeply, forget it. I'll just focus on the task at hand for now. I'll cross that bridge when I come to it. If it ever comes down to me, I won't hesitate to go down fighting. Xiangrong gave him a heavy pat on the shoulder. Remember what you said today. Don't go provoking others. But if someone provokes you, and you have evidence, the law will absolutely stand behind you. Remember, we only recognize evidence. Everything else is none of our business. If you ever play that game, I, Xiangrong, will personally bring you the handcuffs. He said this because he genuinely feared Suchi might retaliate and drag him into the mess. Suchi nodded. After that, they shifted to other topics, leaving the sensitive subject unspoken. The atmosphere eased considerably. As they left, Xiangrong was all smiles. The tense crowd waiting outside visibly relaxed upon witnessing this scene. At the West Suburb Garden Villa, Monkey deliberated and decided against using the property management phone to avoid anyone coming to the office to inquire. During his night shift, he took an IC card and walked to a public phone booth outside the villa complex. He took a deep breath and dialed the number written on his palm. The call went unanswered until the ringing was nearly cut off. Chapter 136, The Old Fox Emerges. Who is it? Annoying. Calling this late. On the other end was a chubby guy, currently naked and in the thick of things with a young woman in a hotel room. Interrupted at the crucial moment, he was furious beyond words. Monkey lowered his voice, hello, this is the West Suburb Garden Property Management. Are you the owner of Unit 12? So what if I am? What's wrong with you, calling this late? The fat man fumed, but quickly regained his composure. Wait, where are you calling from? West Suburb Villas. What's going on? The fat man demanded sternly. Sir, your villa is currently engulfed in flames. The fire department is on its way, Monkey reported. Holy. The fat man hung up immediately and dialed Dang Fang Shijun's number. Bro. We're in deep. Fang Shijun was lying in bed, half asleep. The villa in the western suburbs is on fire. You need to go check it out. What? Fang Shijun shot upright, all sleep gone. Where are you right now? Get over there immediately. I'm in Beijing, can't get there myself. Fatso's face fell. Bro, you forgot you transferred me to Wenshang. I'm not even in Shanghai right now. Should I send someone to check it out? Fang Shijun erupted in a tirade, is your brain filled with pig? Don't you know what's inside that villa? Don't let anyone else find out. Even if you burn it, don't let anyone near it. Call the property management company immediately and have them seal it off. If what's inside gets exposed, it'll cause a huge mess. I'm calling Deputy Town Chief Zhang right now. With that, Fang Shijun hung up, took a deep breath, and dialed Deputy Mayor Zhang's number. Fatso felt a chill run through his body. The young woman beside him hooked her slender leg around his. Finished your call? Come on, I'm not satisfied yet. I want more. Fatty pushed her away irritably. Go away. I'm busy. He picked up the phone and dialed the same number again. Monkey was leaning against the phone, smoking a cigarette. Seeing it ring, he answered in a different voice. Hello, West Suburb Villa Property Management. Hello? Is Building 12 on fire right now? Yes, you're a resident, right? Don't worry, the fire department is on its way. Our property staff are also mobilizing quickly and will have the fire under control shortly. Fatso looked panicked. No. Absolutely not. There are propane tanks inside. Don't get close. Seal off the area immediately. I'll send someone over to check right away. Are you the owner of Building 12? What the hell are you talking about? I am the owner of Building 12. My house burning down is one thing, but if people die, I won't take responsibility. Alright. No more talk, sir. Several colleagues are already preparing to enter the fire scene. I'm heading out to stop them right now. With that, Monkey hung up. He strolled leisurely toward the gatehouse, a cigarette dangling from his lips. About 10 minutes later, a Ferrari sports car sped toward the residential complex. After a screeching halt, Deputy Town Mayor Zhang rolled down his window and shouted urgently, "Open the gate immediately." Monkey strolled over unhurriedly. Sir, which building are you heading to? What the hell is wrong with you? Can't you recognize this car? Building 12. Monkey chuckled inwardly, feigning deference as he replied, My apologies, sir. I'm new here. He opened the gate and waited until the car entered the compound. Then, camera in hand, he dashed down a shortcut toward Building 12. He quickly found a hiding spot and waited until the Ferrari pulled up. Moments later, the sports car pulled up in front of the villa. The old fox inside didn't rush to get out, perhaps because he hadn't seen the villa on fire. Monkey cursed inwardly, damn it. Get your ass out here already. Through the car window, he saw the old fox making a call. But the sports car's soundproofing was too good he couldn't make out the words. He could only tell from the expression that the old fox was probably cursing someone. Monkey grew anxious. If he failed to get the photos this time, the old fox would surely become even more cautious. He'd worked as a security guard in this neighborhood for half a year, and this was the first real opportunity he'd gotten. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. He gritted his teeth. Damn it, I'll take my chances. His mind made up, he circled around to the back of the villa and located a window he often used to sneak in. Feeling his way in the dark, he climbed to the second floor, located the room facing the sports car, flicked on the light, then swiftly scurried back downstairs. Inside the car, Deputy Town Chief Zhang was berating Fang Shijun over the phone for jumping to conclusions. He looked up and saw the light on in the villa's study, sending a chill down his spine. Because behind the bookshelves in that study lay his millions. The lights had been off just moments ago, how could they suddenly be on? Who could be inside? A thief? The thought of the millions he'd amassed over the years made his heart ache. Unable to contain himself, he grabbed a baseball bat from the back seat and got out of the car. The moment he stepped inside the villa, Monkey had just returned to his original position. He hadn't even had time to turn on the camera. He cursed inwardly. He had no choice but to remain hidden, waiting for the old fox to emerge. Through the glass, he watched the old fox pacing nervously inside before drawing the curtain shut. Monkey's eyes lit up as he stared at the Ferrari. He cursed inwardly, hell, that thing must be worth millions. Where the hell does a lowly deputy town mayor get that kind of money? I may be a lowlife, but I can't stand corrupt officials. He spat a glob of phlegm onto the Ferrari's hood. Time ticked by. Monkey was covered in mosquito bites. After 2 or 3 hours, the study light finally went out. Monkey, who had been on the verge of dozing off, jolted awake. All traces of sleep vanished instantly. He quickly grabbed his phone's camera and, using the light from a street lamp, aimed it at the villa's main gate. Soon after, the old fox first poked his head out, peering around for a moment. Clearly, he too had realized something, otherwise, he wouldn't have stayed inside so long. After confirming no one was outside, he practically sprinted out the door and dashed toward his Ferrari. The car door slammed shut with a bang. Monkey stowed his camera and sprinted through the grass toward the security guard's post. Chapter 137, Showdown with the Old Fox. Back at the gatehouse, Monkey quickly adjusted the camera lens, aiming it squarely at the security guard's position. Within 2 minutes, the Ferrari slowly approached. Monkey pretended to be dozing off. The old fox honked repeatedly, but Monkey pretended not to hear. The old fox grew impatient, rolling down his window. Hey, you deaf bastard. Open that gate right now. Monkey feigned awakening. Sorry about that. Didn't get any sleep yesterday, was out playing cards all day. Now I'm nodding off on the night shift. It's all that damn Xiaolong's fault. If that bastard hadn't dragged me to play cards, I wouldn't be sleeping on the job. This could cost me my job. Muttering to himself, he finally opened the gate. The old fox drove out, slammed on the brakes, and shouted, "You! Get over here!" Monkey jogged over. "Good evening, sir. How can I help you?" Old fox handed him a manhwa cigarette. "Did your property management company report a fire tonight?" "Reported a fire? Why the hell would we do that?" "You didn't report it?" "No, I've been here since 6 o'clock. Nothing's happened in the complex." "Sir, you must have the wrong person." Monkey's acting was top-notch. The old fox eyed him suspiciously, then dialed the number Fong Junshan had sent him. After ringing for ages with no answer and seeing no call light on the guardhouse phone, he hung up. He held his phone close. "Is this your property management company's number?" Monkey pretended to examine it carefully for a long time before shaking his head. No. All our property company numbers end with an 8. I can say for sure it's not." "You're so sure?" 100% sure. I've been working here for over half a year and know every company number by heart." "Then was there anyone suspicious entering the complex last night?" Monkey replied, "I don't think so. Should I call my day shift colleague to check?" Never mind. It's nothing. You go back to your shift." With that, old fox rolled up his window and floored it away. Monkey breathed a sigh of relief and hurried over to check the camera. The moment he picked it up, his phone rang. It was Su Chi calling. He answered. "Quick! Hide the camera. Don't ask why." Su Chi said just that before hanging up. Monkey wasted no time. He shoved the camera into a shoe, covered it with a stinky sock, and pretended to keep sleeping. Moments later, the Ferrari returned to the security gate. This time, old fox didn't stay in the car. He grabbed a baseball bat and stormed into the guardhouse. Before Monkey could react, old fox began ransacking the guardhouse. "Sir, what's going on? Did something happen?" The old fox ignored him, searching on his own. When his face neared the pile of stinky socks, he immediately covered his nose. "How the hell did you guys end up storing stinky socks in the guardhouse?" Monkey replied sheepishly, "We're so busy at work, we often forget to take them home." "Ha!" The old fox glared at him. "Pull that pile of socks aside. I want to see what's underneath." Monkey shuddered. "That might not be a good idea. They stink. Stinky or not, move them. Something's missing from my home. I need to find it." "Sir, you can't blame me for this. I'm just a lowly security guard. Enough with the excuses. Move it." The old fox glared at him. The monkey felt bitter inside, but could only squat down, feigning deep grievance. He mentally braced himself for the cameras to burst out. The old fox crouched down too, staring intently at the pile of socks. Monkey picked up a sock and tossed it at the old fox's feet. The pungent, fishy stench hit the old fox like a wave, making him cough violently and nearly gag. Then the monkey tossed another one over, making the old fox's head spin and nearly sending him tumbling over. After the monkey tossed 4 socks, the old fox finally couldn't take it anymore. He stood up, clutching his nose. "Enough! Enough! How long do you people go without changing your socks? Storing such disgusting things in the guardhouse. It's a complete disgrace to the high-end image of the West Suburb villas." The monkey sighed with relief upon seeing the camera lens peeking out, then stood up, looking sheepish. "Sorry about that, buddy. Work's been killer lately, and with no wife around to do the laundry, us rough and tumble guys just muddle through day by day. Can't be too picky. Why don't you take a sip of water to calm down first? Then tell me exactly what happened. Our West Suburb Villa property management is here to serve our residents." Saying this, Monkey used the same hand that had just grabbed his sock to pour a glass of water, deliberately wiping the rim of the cup with it. That Xiao Long really is something. I've told him so many times not to drink from this cup after chewing betel nut. Look what he's done, the rim stinks. Gotta wipe it down. Ugh. Old fox couldn't hold back at the sight of this and vomited at the doorway. The monkey came over, looking puzzled. "Hey, what's wrong? Feeling sick? Have a sip of water, it'll help." As he spoke, the hand reached out to touch the old fox. "Stop right there. Who the hell wants your water?" The old fox, looking like he'd seen a ghost, used his baseball bat to push the monkey's hand away. He scrambled away from the monkey, rushing toward his car. At the door, he hesitated, staring at the spot on the bat where the monkey's hand had touched it. Finally, he tossed the bat outside, jumped into the car, started it, and sped off. The monkey dashed out after him, shouting at the Ferrari, "Hey, you dropped your bat. Why not have a drink after all?" Woo woo woo. The old fox floored the accelerator, accelerating until he vanished down the road. The monkey was speechless. Am I really that scary? He turned to ask the hand. His legs buckled, nearly knocking him out cold. Holy Xiaolong, your socks are poisonous, they stink to high heaven. No wonder I thought there was a dead rat in the guardhouse every day. Suddenly, he froze. Brother Chi's digital camera. I rely on that thing to make a living. He dashed back into the guardhouse, grabbed the camera, and quickly soaked a towel, scrubbing it furiously, terrified the stench would seep into the device. Meanwhile, a figure clad in security uniform emerged from the bushes outside the complex. Beneath the security cap was none other than Suchi's face. Suchi stood on the road, listening to the Ferrari's engine fade into the distance. He finally let out a sigh of relief. He turned to head back toward the guardhouse. The moment his left foot stepped inside, he immediately retreated. Holy! Virus intrusion? How the hell did it get so stinky? Chapter 138, Preparing to confront the forum owner. After his rebirth, Suchi always thought one step ahead. Though he'd assigned Monkey to lure the snake out of its hole, he still couldn't shake his unease and came over himself. So he disguised himself as a security guard and crouched in the bushes outside the residential complex. He watched the entire process. An old fox is an old fox. After leaving the complex, something felt off, so the car cautiously circled the neighborhood a few times. He kept dialing that number until he finally located the payphone. Suspicious that the security guard was up to no good, he stormed in to investigate. Outside, Suchi was gasping for breath, unable to recover for a long while. Monkey emerged chuckling, "Brother Chi, you really thought this through. We almost blew it." Suchi shot a disgusted look at Monkey's right hand, covering his nose. "Go wash that hand right now. What is that smell?" "Got it." After returning home, the old fox tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. After smoking several cigarettes in bed, he sat down on the balcony. He dialed an international long-distance call. "Dad, what's up?" His son answered on the other end. "Nothing much. How are things over there?" "Yeah, everything's fine. I'm with Lise from the roll group now, getting ready to meet their family head." "Wait, Dad, it should be around 4 a.m. back home right now. Why aren't you sleeping?" "Nothing. I just miss you guys. Keep that Swiss bank account safe." "Got it. Gotta go, Dad. We're about to enter their castle." "Alright, you go ahead." After hanging up, the old fox pondered for a long while. The worry that had clouded his expression quickly gave way to a sinister glint. He dialed the number of the young man who had been handling their online issues. That very night, the young man tracked down the moderator of the Zhenghai City Forum. The moderator, Guan Hao, had returned from Wall Street in the US. After coming back, he set up this forum. By posting ads and hyping up topics for people, he could earn a decent income of around 10,000 yuan each month. He was considered a pioneer of online hype in China. After several years of operation, the forum's traffic ranked among the top 5. The fact that they could locate Guan Hao so easily suggested this young man was no ordinary figure. The two embraced like old acquaintances in front of a club before stepping inside. The moment they stepped inside, a cute, innocent-looking freshman girl dressed in kawaii style emerged from the side, a lollipop in her mouth, following them in with an adorable daze. Days earlier, Haosu's Didi team had already pinpointed the young man's IP address and, through various means, finally uncovered his identity. Wang Yizhou, once dubbed the IT ghost of Wall Street, had actually returned to China. If the domestic internet industry found out, it would surely cause a sensation. Strictly speaking, Haosu wasn't technically an internet professional. His major was business administration, but ever since first encountering computers in middle school, he'd been utterly hooked. He had even heard legends online about this IT phantom's exploits abroad. His most legendary feat was breaching a foreign government's official website, leaving no trace behind. His ability to vanish without a trace earned him the moniker Ghost. His online reputation was exceptionally high. Upon learning of this figure, Haosu sharpened his focus to confront him. After persistent effort, he finally located the individual's lair. Suchi instructed the clumsy freshman to stay close behind him. By the third day, he finally emerged from the cluster of residential buildings, revealing his true nature. Inside the clubhouse, Guan Hao leveraged his connections to reach out to over 10 forum administrators across the city. These forum owners had been driven into a corner by Didi. The emergence of Didi News had already lured away several of their major advertising sponsors. Then, Didi News added a comment feature. This effectively replicated the comment functionality of forums. Undoubtedly, it lured away another large group of users who enjoyed participating in forum discussions. Later, Didi Music burst onto the scene, rapidly siphoning off even more traffic from their forums. Listen to music, read news, and casually search for nearby beauties. Didi could now fulfill every aspect of netizens' leisurely online lives. So they were at their wits' end, watching their traffic plummet day after day, spewing buckets of bitter complaints. After Wang Yizhou explained Didi's evolution and shared his vision, everyone suddenly found their direction, bursting with excitement. They instantly clicked and joined forces. The entire process was captured on camera by the wide-eyed freshman. Meanwhile, Suchi summoned the Didi team in the dead of night. The other side was setting a trap for him, weaving a vivid and tragic tale of a gangster figure. Suchi needed to connect all the evidence and prepare a story for them as well. Of course, these photos had already been handed over to Xiang Rong at the Municipal Police Bureau. Xiang Rong had been investigating for several days now. It was simply a matter of different approaches. Truthfully, Suchi could have handed the entire matter over to the police. His concern was that law enforcement moves too slowly. Being a legal authority, they must verify every piece of evidence multiple times before reaching a conclusion. He didn't have time to wait. Rumors must be stopped at their source. Otherwise, even if eventually cleared, it would remain a black mark on his reputation for life. He certainly didn't want his future success to be overshadowed by old online posts recounting his controversial beginnings. The battle was about to begin. Both sides were fully prepared, and the outcome remained uncertain. This was a duel between Su Chi and Deputy Town Chief Sang, but it was also a battlefield between Didi and the entire city forum. Fatso had mobilized his army of trolls, keeping a close watch on major forums, ready to respond at any moment. Didi's teams were also on high alert. Early that morning, as Guanhao entered the Zhenghai City Forum office, several employees were cheering loudly inside. The scene startled him. An employee rushed over. "Mr. Guan, our forum's online traffic has already surpassed 100,000 today." "Yeah. We saw it the moment we opened the backend this morning. It must be that affair scandal involving the married woman yesterday driving all the traffic." Another employee looked at them with great satisfaction, having followed the entire affair of the young wife's infidelity. What's more, it included live photos sent by her husband. The young woman was completely naked, leaving nothing to the imagination. Her figure was so stunning, any man would drool over her. The internet infrastructure back then wasn't very mature, and no one knew what mosaic censorship was. So the employee posted all the photos. Sure enough, within just over 10 hours, the post had already racked up nearly 50,000 views. He mused to himself, how many men must have been getting off to these photos under their covers? Chapter 139, Holy. Let me see? Guanhao glanced at them in confusion before sitting down at the computer. As soon as he opened the post, he saw several photos, flesh-colored stockings, lace panties, underwear strewn everywhere, and a naked young woman lying on the bed with a look of panic on her face. Instantly, Guanhao's eyes locked onto the images, utterly transfixed. His mouth hung open, as if even his breathing had stopped. Several employees nearby looked utterly bewildered. One employee cautiously handed him a tissue. "Mr. Guan, you're bleeding from your nose." Guanhao snapped back to reality, feeling utterly embarrassed. He quickly wiped his nose and said with a serious expression, "Who posted this?" The employee who posted it replied cautiously, "Mr. Guan, it was me." "Is that okay?" "It's not a problem, but are there any other pictures?" Yes. There are plenty more. I just picked a few clear shots. Send them to my email. I need to carefully review whether these images fit our website style." "Got it. No problem, Mr. Guan." Guanhao turned back and added, "Everyone, we've got a tough battle ahead today. I'll send the post content to your emails shortly, then you all push it out. And pin them to the top of the forums. Remember, I'm warning you again. If I catch anyone secretly using Didi, they're fired. This time, it's war between us and Didi. With traffic surging, this is the perfect moment. We need to spread this hot topic fast." "Yes. We'll crush Didi, no question," several employees shouted in unison. Back in his office, Guanhao powered up his computer and logged into his email. He clicked open the photos his employees had sent, took a deep breath, and muttered, "Holy Buddha, how can such evil photos exist in this world?" Silently, he stood up, closed the office door, and sat back down at his computer. His left hand unconsciously reached toward a certain spot. 5 minutes later, Guan's office erupted with earth-shattering, soul-piercing screams. Oh! Holy! The battle officially erupted on the Zhenghai City Forum. The first post read, "The rise of a gangster student, fabricating the so-called incident where Su Chi allegedly assaulted students while opening a milk tea shop." The headline was eye-catching, instantly grabbing the attention of most netizens on the city forum. Soon after, multiple popular forums like City Light Forum and City Life Forum simultaneously reposted identical content. For the entire morning, the city's internet exploded with discussions about this incident. As the frenzy peaked, Su Chi, standing by the second-floor railing of his villa's atrium, flashed an OK sign to the chubby guy below. The chubby guy quickly buried his head and typed in the group chat, "Stop ing analyzing that woman's body structure. Post it." Dozens of groups immediately relayed the command. Then, under that underworld student's post, he replied, "Others start with a picture and make up the rest. You don't even have a picture, what the hell are you talking about?" Instantly, the comment was upvoted to the top, racking up tens of thousands of likes in seconds. Exhausted, Wang Zong stood up in his office and clicked on the post to see what was happening. But his face instantly drained of color. Then, a post appeared on Zhenghai City Forum, Online Scourge, major Zhenghai forums team up to slander a student, what's their motive? The post contained several photos. Under the cover of darkness, major city forum leaders emerged from a club alongside a mysterious young man, each wearing a satisfied grin. The post detailed their alleged crimes. Guanhao didn't even bother zipping up his pants. He stormed out of the office, bellowing, "What the hell are you all standing around for? Delete that post." Below, an administrator who had been staring blankly at the post snapped to attention at Guan's thunderous command and immediately began deleting it. But just as he deleted one and breathed a sigh of relief, returning to the forum's main page, he was stunned. The entire page was now filled with posts identical to the one he'd just deleted. Even the thread about the young woman's affair had been buried beneath them. Several people frantically deleted posts, but they couldn't keep up. Mr. Guan. We're screwed. Someone's deliberately sabotaging our forum. An employee below suddenly looked up. Guanhao rushed back to his office, fired up his computer, and stared at the main page in utter disbelief. New posts kept popping up non-stop. With just a handful of them, they simply couldn't delete them fast enough. Just as the situation reached a critical point, the phone rang. It was another forum moderator calling. Brother Hao. I can't hold out here anymore. I have to shut down the server. Where did this god come from? He's incredible. The caller hung up immediately, followed by another moderator. Within an hour, all his original partners had shut down their servers. If they didn't shut down, they'd likely face criminal liability. The other side had solid evidence, even detailed transcripts of their conversations had been posted online, complete with photos showing them involved. Guanhao was utterly dumbfounded, sitting in his office with cold sweat beading on his forehead. It was clear someone had been tracking them all along, or perhaps one of them had betrayed the group. He quickly dialed Wang Yizhou's number. Brother Wang, what do we do now? This has blown up. If I'd known it would come to this, I never would have gotten involved in your mess. Wang Yizhou sounded perfectly calm on the other end. It's just a few forum posts. Look how worked up you are. Give me your forum admin password. I'll handle these posts. After hanging up, Wang Yizhou leisurely sat down at his computer and began working. Meanwhile, Hao Su suddenly noticed a massive virus spreading through the DD app. At the same time, all the posts on the forum vanished without a trace. Not only that, but all the accounts the fat guy's troll army had pre-registered were now completely inaccessible. He sucked in a sharp breath. Damn, he wrote an admin code this fast. Time for me to step in. He waved to the DD team, and staff members immediately sprang into action, each tackling their assigned tasks with intense focus. Over 2 hours later, Wang Yizhou shot to his feet. Damn it! Who the hell is this guy? How can he write code this fast? How come I've never heard of this guy before? Damn it! The past hour or two had been a battle between Hao Su and this IT phantom. Their coding battle was nothing short of textbook material. Wang Yizhou finally snapped out of his daze and calmed himself down. The moment he sat down at the computer, he coughed up a mouthful of black blood and passed out. The screen displayed the Shanghai City Forum, but one image dominated the entire monitor. A raised fist, middle finger extended high. Chapter 140, Fang Shijun's Rage. Finally, under immense pressure, the Shanghai City Forum was temporarily shut down. At that moment, Guanhao, sitting in his office, was overcome with deep dread. From the very beginning, they had planned their steps meticulously when the major forums joined forces to target Didi. First, they would stir up public opinion about the underworld students, then expose Didi's relationship with Su Qi, and finally, they would all gang up to destroy Didi. But they never imagined that their flames of war had barely been lit before being swiftly extinguished with thunderous force. And with one final middle finger, they were told, "You lot? Not a single one of you is even in the same league as me." A chill ran down his spine, leaving him with a sense of dread that made him feel like he couldn't catch a break. He tried calling Wang Yizhou several times, but couldn't get through. He knew his side had suffered a complete defeat. As for the forum's future traffic, it was truly an unknown. By then, Wang Yizhou had already arrived at Zhenghai Airport. He dialed Fang Shijun's number. "You guys can write the rest of the story yourselves. I'm done playing along." He hung up immediately, pulled out the SIM card, and tossed it into a nearby trash can. As he neared the check-in counter, he suddenly turned and glared fiercely at the sky above Shanghai. "Didi, huh? Wang Yizhou, will cross paths with you again sooner or later." After receiving Wang Yizhou's call, Fang Shijun threw his phone to the ground in fury. He was a thug at heart. Even after getting rich, his nature hadn't changed. A thug always preferred settling disputes with violence. He was about to head out to rally his crew for a big fight. Fortunately, Deputy Town Chief Zhang's call arrived just in time. Deputy Mayor Zhang's tone over the phone was dark and ominous. After a brief conversation, Fang Shijun's rage subsided considerably. He slumped back into his executive chair, lost in thought. That afternoon, the City Police Bureau held a meeting focused entirely on the online rumors about Su Qi being a gangster student. Of course, Xiang Rong argued passionately throughout the meeting, presenting various pieces of evidence to prove that Su Qi had been framed. The meeting lasted until evening before adjourning. But as night fell, Pushan Town was enveloped in an oppressive atmosphere. Fang Junshan, the man whose every move could send tremors through the entire town, had finally lost his composure. A large crowd of thugs gathered outside Guangxia Real Estate. Just as dinner was about to begin, they received word that the city police department had been suppressed, explicitly stating they would no longer take action against Su Qi. A sudden downpour began. Su Qi stood inside the villa, staring blankly at the rain outside. Yang Jing approached softly from behind and embraced him from behind. Su Qi turned and gently kissed Yang Jing's forehead. "Have all the people at the Maitair store been evacuated?" "Yeah, they're gone. It's so annoying. I really wish they'd just smash it. We spent hundreds of thousands on the renovation," Yang Jing grumbled. Su Qi chuckled. "You're a little rich lady now. You've got millions in your account, right? Why worry about a few $100,000 on renovations? Hee, you're right. I have 3 million now. Just then, the fat guy pushed open the door. Seeing the two of them all lovey-dovey, he prepared to step back out. Su-Chi called out, "Is everything ready?" "All set."
"Just waiting for the live stream from the pedestrian street," the fat guy replied. "Alright, now post all the evidence linking Fong Junshan to organized crime. I want it with pictures and text. Once Monkey gets the photos from the boutique, keep posting." Next up is our esteemed deputy town chief. Since we've decided to do this, we'll see it through to the end. At the very least, the skies shouldn't be murky before I enter Busan town. Su-Chi spoke calmly, but the fat man knew that the more composed he appeared, the more terrifying the aura emanating from him became. The fat man nodded and went out to make arrangements. It was late at night on the pedestrian street. Nightlife in the 90s wasn't as vibrant as today's. Even this bustling pedestrian street was deserted late at night, with hardly a soul in sight. At the street entrance, drenched by heavy rain, a dark, dense crowd of thugs carrying steel pipes marched in. Fong Junshan led the way, a henchman holding an umbrella over his head. Cigar dangling from his lips, he gazed up at the night sky and felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. Come to think of it, it had been 5 or 6 years since he'd last led a group out to fight. From the other end, another dark mass approached, though these people looked more like neighbors. Bao Sanmei, clad in her pajamas, stood defiantly in the downpour, glaring at Fong Shijun. Combined, both sides numbered at least 700 or 800 people. But midway, Bao Sanmei's phone suddenly rang. It was Su-Chi calling. He made a stop gesture, answered the call, and listened silently as Su-Chi spoke for a minute or two. He abruptly turned his head. "No fight today. Everyone go home and sleep." The people behind her looked puzzled but didn't ask any questions. After Bao Sanmei gave a few shouts, everyone dispersed to their homes. Fong Shijun also hesitated, frowning. Damn it! What kind of trick is he playing now? With the arrow already on the string, he had no choice but to shoot. He couldn't wait any longer. Better off without that meddling Bao Sanmei. With a signal, hundreds of men behind him swarmed toward Su-Chi's shop entrance, steel pipes raised. They swung their pipes and began a furious assault. Across the street, the cute, clueless freshman girl, sucking on a lollipop, calmly took photos from every angle while remarking, "Senior Su is so awesome. He could even predict this. I've been following Fong Shijun for quite some time now. At first I doubted he'd actually pull the trigger, but now I'm certain this guy's a complete fool." Monkey sat on the windowsill, puffing on a cigarette. "Yeah, playing games like this? He's just asking to get himself killed. He thinks this world is still the old underworld they used to know. Good thing brother Shanpao teamed up with Chi early on. Otherwise, he'd probably end up just like Fong Shijun." The cute, clumsy freshman frowned and stamped her foot. "Ugh. That lucky cat was my favorite. They actually smashed it. Monkey, do you think the cops will actually show up?" Monkey replied, "What do you think? Hundreds of people stormed someone's shop. At this critical moment, that's already a major incident. Fong Shijun's got a world of trouble coming his way." "All right. Did you get the photo?" The cute and clumsy freshman handed over the photos. "This instant camera's the best. You snap it and the photo pops right out. Hurry and deliver them to Brother Chi and the others. The police haven't arrived yet. If we push the news after they show up, it'll just be a follow-up report. Getting it out before the cops? That's called breaking news." Monkey leaped down from the window and took the photos. "Alright, I'm heading over. You stay here and keep shooting. We'll need follow-up footage." Chapter 141, Helping You Climb the Ladder. That evening, a headline dominated the top of DD News. "In today's harmonious society, how dare someone commit such brazen street violence? Who is the powerful protector shielding them?" Immediately after, a DD pop-up appeared on the computer of a user currently logging into the app. "We only sought to conduct legitimate business, never to engage in organized crime. On the contrary, certain groups are the true illegal gangs." Both news stories exploded among netizens. The accompanying images were particularly striking, especially the photo of Fong Shijun, cigar in mouth, standing behind a pack of wolf-like henchmen. Bathed in spotlight, Fong Shijun's close-up radiated unrivaled arrogance and dominance, the quintessential gangster aura. Of course, the more domineering he appeared, the quicker his demise would come. When Deputy Town Chief Zhang saw this photo at home, his face turned green with rage. He cursed. "Damn you, Fong Shijun. You've been under my wing for years. How could you be so damn stupid?" Deputy Town Chief Zhang frantically pulled out his phone and dialed a number, the one for the City Police Bureau contact, only to find the phone turned off. A sudden chill ran down his spine. He realized his dire predicament. Fong Shijun was utterly finished. This man knew far too much about him. In fact, Fong Shijun was the very core of his entire network of interests. Once he was locked up, it was only a matter of time before he ratted him out. Escape. That single word was the only thing on his mind now. Abandon everything here. Then go abroad to find his son. After all, the money stashed in Swiss banks over the years was enough to last him a lifetime.
Moreover, his son was about to marry the eldest daughter of the mysterious role group conglomerate. Once he was abroad, he could live freely and comfortably. Hurry! He began packing his things. Fang Junshan stood on the pedestrian street, gazing at the Meters Bonwi store now smashed to pieces. He couldn't have felt more damn satisfied. He was a thug. Solving problems with fists and brute force was their creed, but since joining Deputy Town Chief Zhang, he'd largely stayed out of such affairs. The long-dormant thrill and adrenaline surged through his veins. Surveying the deserted pedestrian street, he bellowed, "I, Fang Shijun, standing right here today. Anyone got the guts, step up. Pu-san. It's still me, Fang Shijun, who calls the shots." His arrogance reached its peak. One hand twisted a steel pipe, the other held a cigar, his face twisted into a vicious grimace. The empty street offered no reply. Bao Sanmei grabbed a kitchen knife from the kitchen, ready to charge out and fight him to the death. But glancing at her son, who was doing homework and about to take the college entrance exam, she instead hacked a chair to pieces with the knife. Hell. Dark clouds seemed to gather overhead, a menacing aura filling the entire street. At this moment, if anyone dared to defy Fang Shijun, he might just kill them. But he forgot one thing: this was a society governed by law. Clang! 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 The sound of steady footsteps echoed as a group approached from the other end of the street. The police cars' flashing lights were blinding. At that moment, the henchmen nearby began to panic. They knew exactly what those flashing lights signified. Fang Shijun stared coldly at the police car. Having been locked up countless times in his life, he no longer felt any fear toward police vehicles. Xiang Rong stepped out of the police car, pistol in hand, his brow furrowed as he stared at Fang Shijun standing at the street's edge. He barked, "Drop everything you're holding. Hands on your heads, get down on your knees." Fang Shijun laughed loudly, "Chief Xiang." Bang! Xiang Rong raised his service pistol and fired a shot into the air, bellowing, "Drop it." Behind him, some of the men's legs went weak, others became flustered. Fang Shijun's face was twisted with viciousness. Seeing no reaction from him, Xiang Rong barked an order to his men behind him, "Prepare." Click click click. The sound of bullets being chambered echoed behind them. Then, a large group of SWAT officers crouched forward, guns drawn, aiming at the hundreds of people. If anyone resisted, they would fire without hesitation. These underlings, who usually flaunted their power on the streets, had never witnessed such an overwhelming display of force. Before long, many of them backed down. Fang Shijun stood in the darkness, gazing up at the sky. Rain began to fall again, a single drop instantly extinguishing the cigar in his hand. In that moment, he regained his composure. He had made a colossal mistake. Moreover, he had walked straight into a trap set by others from the very beginning. A squad of SWAT officers immediately surrounded the largest criminal gang in Busan, their gun barrels trained on them. Fang Shijun dropped the steel pipe in his hand. A SWAT officer approached, delivered a kick to the back of his knee, and forced him to his knees. Several SWAT officers quickly arrived, handcuffed him, and escorted him into a police van. Out on the street, someone tossed out a string of firecrackers. The sharp, piercing crackling echoed as shop owners opened their windows, cheering and celebrating. Several hundred people were gradually divided into multiple groups for interrogation at the police station. Throughout the entire police operation, the cute and clumsy freshman girl meticulously filmed everything, especially the scene where Xiang Rong stood before Fang Shijun with great authority, firing a warning shot. Though captured from just one angle, her fearless stance against criminal forces radiated an awe-inspiring sense of righteousness. Watching the entire scene from the window, Bao Sanmei sucked in a sharp breath. Had she not heeded Su Chi's advice and instead acted impulsively to confront Fang Shijun, it would have been her people facing the police's gun barrels. When these photos reached the DD team, online calls for Fang Shijun to face criminal charges grew louder by the minute. People were demanding with fury that the police bring him to justice. Many were even calling for organized resistance against Fang Junshan. Public opinion had reached its peak. Su Chi studied the photos intently, ultimately selecting the one showing Rong firing a warning shot. A side view, facing hundreds of thugs, he stood alone on the street. Yet, the righteous spirit of heaven and earth still prevailed. Of course, Su Chi deeply respected Xiang Rong. The police force needed people like him. He wanted to help him. Immediately, the DD News team edited and pushed out a news story. Divine intervention. The people's good cop, facing evil, fearless even in the face of blazing mountains and flaming seas. Busan's most notorious criminal gang finally eradicated by police raid. The online outcry surged once more, and the image of Xiang Rong raising his service pistol to fire was etched deeply into people's minds. Meanwhile, comrades from the Commission for Discipline Inspection were already on their way to Deputy Town Mayor Zhang's residence. Chapter 142, The Old Fox Escapes. Busan Town was the Old Fox Zhang's lair, a place of multiple hideouts. By the time the Discipline Inspection Commission arrived at the Old Fox's residence, he had already slipped away like a cicada shedding its shell, boarding a southbound bus. Soon, a warrant for his arrest was issued. The incident quickly became the talk of all Shanghai. The relevant authorities moved with remarkable speed. It turned out Deputy Town Chief Seng had long been under surveillance, but they lacked sufficient evidence to act, so the case had been suppressed. Su Chi had ignited this powder keg, providing the authorities with the perfect opportunity to dig deeper. Of course, this was beyond Su Chi's ability to influence, nor did he have any interest in getting involved. Once the dust settled on the series of events involving Fang Shijun, Xiang Rong came to find Su Chi. Su Chi had been waiting for him to come all these months and had deliberately arranged to meet Xiang Rong at the DD team's villa. Inside the office, Xiang Rong's piercing gaze fixed on Su Chi for a long moment before he spoke. Your mind is as sharp as a ghost. Your senior's assessment of you couldn't be more accurate. Su Chi looked utterly speechless. Brother Xiang, you're not here to flatter me, are you? You're the police chief now, I can't handle that kind of praise. Speaking of which, I should be congratulating you. It turned out that over the past few months, the municipal bureau had undergone significant personnel changes. The former chief had retired, and Xiang Rong hadn't initially had much chance of taking his place. But in the Fang Shijun case, Su Chi had essentially delivered a game-changing assist. Especially that photo of him holding a gun, bellowing at hundreds of thugs under dim lighting, it thrust him into the spotlight. Online praise for him was overwhelming. It also greatly enhanced the public's perception of the police force. Amidst the current crackdown, the Fang Shijun case had been designated a model case by the Provincial Bureau. As the key figure in this anti-crime operation, Xiang Rong immediately garnered high-level attention. Thus, Xiang Rong was finally promoted beyond the usual channels to become chief of the Shanghai City Police Bureau. Xiang Rong no longer regarded Su Chi with judgmental eyes. He smiled and said, "To be honest, I was sweating bullets for you. Thankfully, your follow-up reporting was excellent. If not for that, your DD account would have been flagged." Su Chi exhaled in relief. As a journalist, the most important thing is to uncover the truth. If they were genuinely clean, going after them would only bring trouble upon myself. Xiang Rong replied, "Good to hear you understand. You'd be wise to stick to running your business properly. While your DD News team deserves credit for my exceptional promotion this time, as a friend of your senior classmate, I won't hesitate to take action if I ever catch you straying from legitimate business practices or resorting to shady dealings." Su Chi nodded. "Rest assured, Brother Xiang. My lifelong aspiration is to be an honest businessman. But Xiang, we still haven't found any leads on that old fox Zhang?" Xiang Rong frowned. "That old fox has outmaneuvered us beyond imagination. He likely anticipated this day the moment he began his descent into the abyss, so he's been prepared for a long time. But we're not completely without leads. We've tracked him down to a remote mountain village in the south, where he's hiding out. He's waiting for smugglers to get him into the port, then he'll head overseas through Hong Kong. It's only a matter of time before we catch him. Also, we uncovered this old man's involvement in a transnational smuggling ring. Your friend nearly got caught up in it too, didn't he?" Su Chi froze, instantly recalling Lu Shuhua's situation. He quickly deflected, "My friend? No way. How could I possibly have a friend involved in smuggling?" Xiang Rong shot him a dismissive look. "Enough. The Guangdong Provincial Police Department has already shared their files. Your friend won't be implicated. That's all for today. I'll drop by to check on your DD operations when I have time. See you." Xiang Rong stood up, patted his backside, and pulled his police cap onto his head before leaving. After Xiang Rong left, Su Chi felt a wave of relief wash over him. Sitting in his office, he began mapping out his plans. He pulled out paper and pen, meticulously mapping out his entire current business empire. His next target was Shanpao's land, but no matter how he crunched the numbers, he was still short on funds. He summoned Zhedong for a discussion, and they unanimously decided to hold off on major advances until the following year. Pushing forward now would only lead to disaster. Both the DD and kitchen ventures were growing steadily. Fortunately, DD's cash flow was increasing reliably, otherwise, the Theme Street project would have hit a wall. The investment in this themed street was a bottomless pit. The biggest issue was that once they got into the renovation phase, the uncontrollable factors became overwhelming. Take tiles, for instance, some cost a few bucks, while others hit over 100. Building materials vary wildly in both price and quality. Su Chi, being a perfectionist through and through, insisted on using only the finest materials. This led to the theme street's budget ballooning repeatedly, ultimately exceeding 6 million yuan, and it's still not finished. Su Chi vowed to himself that once this project was finished, he would completely abandon his day job. He would never again meddle in Qiqing real estate's affairs. He would only provide high-level guidance, handing over full responsibility for the rest to Zhedong Lai. During this period, Su Kailiang had also called him, his tone mirroring Xiang Rong's, "You can have your fun, but if you ever stray down the wrong path, I'll be the one to punish you the hardest." Su Chi understood these two genuinely cared. As insiders in their circles, they'd seen too many people succumb to complacency, only to end up behind bars for life. Director Bao also unexpectedly called Su Chi that day, instructing him to visit teacher Zhao's hometown in a few days. The elderly man had retired today, having finalized all the paperwork. That evening, a large truck hauled all his belongings back to the countryside. Even the old apartment he'd been assigned by the school was given to some young teachers just starting their careers. He departed without disturbing a single soul, truly embodying the saying of leaving office with nothing but the clothes on his back. However, having nurtured countless students over decades, some of his most accomplished pupils strongly insisted on organizing a retirement ceremony for him. The venue was set at a restaurant in Teacher Zhao's hometown township. Both current outstanding students and successful alumni would attend. As one of Teacher Zhao's favorite students, Suchi was naturally listed by Director Bao as a key invitee. After several days of preparations, Suchi boarded the bus bound for Teacher Zhao's hometown with Peng Junshan and the fat guy. It wasn't particularly far, just 50 kilometers away in a town called Jinshan, which was Teacher Zhao's hometown. Chapter 143, Kong Shui. Jinshan town, administratively part of Zhenghai City, still retained its rural character, though much of the surrounding land had already been expropriated. It was evident that this place was poised to become the next Prashun town, brimming with wealth and opportunity. Soon the bus arrived at the Fuyuan Grand Hotel, where a banner for a farewell banquet for teachers hung prominently at the entrance. The moment they stepped into the lobby, they were met with a sea of people, all dressed to the nines, laughing and chatting animatedly. Suchi and Fatty found a random spot to sit. Dressed casually, they stood out as inconspicuous figures among the well-dressed banquet attendees. After waiting for ages without seeing Teacher Zhao, the two began idly scanning the crowd around them. Fatso fixed his gaze on one individual with utter disdain. That guy. Just looking at that lapdog face pisses me off. Suchi followed his gaze, puzzled. A young man dressed impeccably was enthusiastically greeting others. He felt like he'd seen him somewhere before. He nudged the fat guy. Who's that guy? Is he from our school? The fat guy took a sip of water. Who else could it be? That Kong Shui from the Entrepreneurship Association, right? Suchi finally recalled the man not from this lifetime, but from his previous one. The Entrepreneurship Association was a campus club primarily focused on organizing off-campus work-study opportunities for students. Back then, Suchi had applied for jobs through this club but had been met with plenty of cold shoulders, especially from this Kong Shui. His sarcastic, dismissive glances had left a bitter taste in Suchi's mouth for a long time. Looking back now, this work-study club was essentially a labor agency exporting cheap labor and profiting from the markup, making it a highly lucrative operation. Kong Shui had made a tidy profit over the past year or two. In Suchi's previous life, such a small-time figure might have been considered someone of importance, but now he was utterly insignificant. Look at that jerk. I'd love to slap him across the face, the chubby guy grumbled. Suchi chuckled. Why bother with him? He just mocked you back in freshman year. Suchi, I'm not as forgiving as you. Once I dislike someone, it's for life. What kind of crap is that? I'm just a little chubby, yet he called me a fat pig and said no company would hire me even if I paid them. That, the fat guy declared. Suchi patted his shoulder, gave a wry smile, and said nothing. Just then, a classmate wearing thick-rimmed glasses approached them. Hey, Fatso, you guys are here too. The big guy stood up as soon as he saw him. No wonder you asked for time off yesterday, turns out you came to see Teacher Zhao too. Suchi chuckled. This was a DD team employee named Yishua Bean, and he didn't beat around the bush, they were brothers. My dad was Teacher Zhao's student, Yishua Bean explained. But you know, fat brother, my family's from the countryside. Harvest time's almost here, so they couldn't make it. They sent me instead. We're all Teacher Zhao's students anyway, right? Suchi chuckled. Well, we can head back together then. When Yishua Bean's gaze fell on Kong Shui, he frowned just like fat brother had. That jerk is here too? He is so annoying to look at. Just seeing him makes me feel uneasy. Suchi muttered to himself, wondering just how many people Kong Shui had managed to offend at school. Forget it, he said. Don't stoop to his level. Every one of you is way more accomplished than him now. Don't forget, just a few months ago we took down Fong Shijun. Dealing with small fry like him just makes us look petty. Yishua Bean nodded. Brother Chi is right. To us now, this so-called entrepreneurship society is nothing but child's play. The group then discussed the upcoming summer break. With DD now steadily growing and Tencent completely exiting the domestic market, Suchi planned to split the DD team into two groups for extended vacations. Time ticked by. A middle-aged man dressed like a successful businessman stepped onto the stage. The crowd fell silent, eyes fixed on the platform. The man gripped the microphone and addressed the crowd. Fellow students, we may not have been in the same class or year, and our age range is vast. But one truth remains unchanged. We all share the same beloved teacher. Now, please welcome our teacher, Mr. Zhao. Instantly, the hall erupted in applause. Teacher Zhao stepped out under the spotlight, still moving with the same brisk, energetic stride. As he descended from the stage, an aura of rustic simplicity radiated from him, a lifetime of dedicated teaching, living modestly, yet possessing spiritual wealth beyond measure. Suchi watched from below, feeling genuine joy for the elderly man. After sharing a few heartfelt remarks, Teacher Zhao descended from the stage and took his seat. The standing guests gradually took their seats. The seating arrangement made it clear that while this was billed as a class reunion, the disparities among the attendees were starkly evident once everyone was seated. For instance, one table was filled entirely with people with dark, weathered skin, clearly those who made their living in the countryside. Other tables were dressed in bright, stylish attire. Teacher Zhao hadn't initially paid much attention to these distinctions, but he was pulled over to the front table. Su Qi and his group occupied 3 tables, mostly dressed in student attire. They were clearly university students or recent graduates. What was a bit of a headache was that Kong Shuai and his group had been seated at Su Qi's table. This created an awkward atmosphere. The fat guy had a short temper and was about to ask them to leave. But Su Qi kicked him under the table a few times, and he backed down. After all, this was Teacher Zhao's retirement banquet, better not to cause any trouble. In stark contrast to the fat guy's group, who were clearly fuming, Kong Shuai and his crew completely ignored them. They carried on their conversation as if nothing had happened. President Kong, was that guy talking to you earlier, Senior Wang Yuanping? Kong Shuai nodded coldly. Yes, it was Senior Wang. We've shared drinks before. Never thought we'd run into each other here. His demeanor and tone made it sound as if Wang Yuanping were his own brother. Wang Yuanping was a legendary figure at Zhonghai University. He graduated in '89, went abroad afterward, and now served as the head of the Greater China region for a multinational corporation, earning a 7-figure salary. He was a role model in the eyes of many Zhonghai students. He was frequently featured in the university's publications, and Su Qi had heard of him too. Impressive. Brother Kong, I never imagined you'd be connected to Senior Wang. I'm truly impressed you managed to network with such prominent figures. Kong Shuai gave a low, quiet laugh. It's nothing special. Senior Wang's company has partnerships with our entrepreneurship association, so that's how I got to know him. Successful people aren't as hard to approach as you might think. Actually, Senior Wang is quite hospitable. Chapter 144, The King of Showboating. The Entrepreneurship Association at Zhonghai University had indeed collaborated with Wang Yuanping's company, though only with one of the hotels under his conglomerate. Of course, this had absolutely nothing to do with Kong Shuai. The previous president of the association was the real mover and shaker. He'd founded the entire organization. To put it plainly, the bridge had been built by the former president, and Kong Shuai hadn't lifted a finger. Under Su Qi's piercing gaze, the 2 chubby guys kept their mouths shut, letting Kong Shuai keep showing off. Otherwise, they would have shot back at him long ago. Everyone at the table listened to Kong Shuai's grandstanding, casting envious glances his way. But Su Qi and his 2 companions remained utterly unmoved. This rankled Kong Shuai, prompting him to add, Senior Wang is our role model. We should all learn from him. Someone chimed in from the side, I heard the previous president was recruited by Senior Wang. His annual salary must be over 30,000 yuan by now. Wow. Getting such a high salary right after graduation? That's enviable. If I'm not mistaken, Brother Kong will definitely be taken under Senior Wang's wing too. Didn't you see Senior Wang's expression just now? It sealed the deal. Kong Shuai smiled. It would be my honor to become Senior Brother Wang's capable assistant. The pretentiousness was thick enough to cut with a knife, his tone implying he and Wang Yuan were practically equals. Fatso couldn't help but speak up, Shua Bean, how much did you make last month? I forgot. Shua Bean replied blankly, something like 6,000, I think? I didn't pay attention. What's up, Fatso? Su Qi gave a wry smile, knowing he couldn't stop the fat guy's big mouth. He just let it be. The moment he finished speaking, everyone across the table turned to stare at Shua Bean. 6,000? A month? He'd die without showing off. Show-offs get struck by lightning. The barrage of criticism landed squarely on Shua Bean. Kong Shuai, sitting with an air of superiority, snorted derisively before lowering his head to sip his soup, completely dismissing Shua Bean's claim. Only then did Shua Bean realize he'd said the wrong thing. 6,000 yuan a month outside, that could easily be considered the monthly salary of a corporate executive. For a student to claim 6,000 a month? That was bragging beyond belief. The fat guy muttered under his breath, ignorant. The others shot the fat guy scorching glares, but his door panel-like frame was intimidating enough to silence them all. The fat guy slammed his cup down on the table and glared at them. What's this? Looking for trouble? Instantly, everyone's faces turned ashen and they lowered their heads. Kong Shuai, looking like he was trying to be cool, piped up, why are there so many students at Zhonghai University who talk big but can't deliver? The fat guy looked up. Who's being pretentious? Someone says they make 6,000 a month. Just because you're ignorant doesn't mean it's not true. Does that give you the right to accuse others of showing off? That's ridiculous. Kong Shuai tightened his grip on the cup, his gaze sharpening. Which class are you in? The chubby guy shrugged nonchalantly. Why should I tell you? Could you tell me who you are? Me? Kong Shuai from the Entrepreneurship Association. Kong Shuai? Never heard of him. Guess I don't need to tell you my class either. The fat guy chuckled. The guy really thought he was some big shot rocking the school. Kong Shuai, his pride stung, gritted his teeth. Fine. I'll remember you.
After summer break, our entrepreneurship association will be offering over 100 part-time positions.
You'd better not show up applying.
With that, Kang Shui turned away, his face aloof and silent. The fat guy was about to retort, but Su Chi kicked him in the shins, silencing him.
Su Chi chuckled softly. Fatso, after summer break, I'm definitely signing you up for one of those forms. Heard the part-time pays pretty good, almost $80 a month now. Seriously, Su Chi? You can't joke like that with me. That's already what I spend on food every day now.
Su Chi and Ishu Abin both glanced at his belly, their expressions saying, "We get it." Fatso realized what he'd said and clamped his mouth shut. The expressions of the people across the table shifted slightly, and they silently cursed under their breath, "Damn, showing off again."
Slowly, the dinner party began with mutual toasts.
Many people raised their glasses and headed toward Teacher Zhao's table. Of course, most were there to network with the well-connected individuals at that table, either wealthy or influential.
A little favor from them could launch anyone's career.
Kang Shui had been waiting for this moment. He immediately picked up his wine glass and headed over, followed by several members of the Entrepreneurship Association. Before long, Teacher Zhao seemed a bit tipsy, slumped wearily in his chair. Su Chi watched him with growing concern. At 60 years old, enduring round after round of drinking like this was bound to take a toll on his health.
Wang Yuanping proved to be the most considerate in his approach.
Under his lead, several others at the table began shielding Teacher Zhao from the drinks.
This played right into their hands. Wasn't their goal to build closer connections with the people at this table?
Su Chi had never liked such occasions in his previous life, and his feelings hadn't changed after rebirth. He much preferred drinking with Su Kailiang and Teacher Zhao, just the three of them sharing a plate of pickled cabbage and a bottle of erguotu. That was the real flavor. From a distance, he noticed Kang Shui had already maneuvered his way to Wang Yuanping's side, preparing to make a toast and clink glasses. But Wang Yuanping just chuckled and ignored him. This left Kang Shui awkwardly frozen in place. He instinctively glanced at Su Chi and the other two, only to find them staring at him as if they were watching a spectacle. His entire demeanor crumbled. At this point, Wang Yuanping had truly had enough. He raised his voice above the crowd, "Everyone, listen to me. Teacher Zhao is getting on in years. If he keeps drinking like this, it'll take a toll on his health. I suggest we all moderate our drinking. I'm sure Teacher Zhao will understand your goodwill." The toasting party finally felt a bit embarrassed and retreated back to their own table. Kang Shui returned to his side with a sour expression, as if he'd eaten dog. Fatso shot back with his sharp tongue, "Oops, your brown-nosing failed. What a waste of effort." Kang Shui snorted coldly, "Why do I get the feeling someone here hasn't brushed their teeth?" A few nearby caught the implication and shot back sarcastically. "Guess some folks here don't even have the qualifications to suck up anymore. Kang, don't stoop to his level. I think after the banquet ends, you should go talk to Senior Wang privately." Kang Shui raised an eyebrow. "No need for you to remind me. Senior Wang called me earlier and said he'd meet with me privately later. So you guys go ahead and head back first. I'll be a bit later." Chapter 145, Hidden Agendas at the Banquet. Kang Shui was actually putting on airs. Wang Yuanping had indeed responded to his greeting initially, but that was solely because he was part of the Shanghai University Entrepreneurship Association. As for who he really was, Wang Yuanping genuinely had no idea. Kang Shui had intended to use the toast as an opportunity to signal to Su Chi and the others, "I'm on intimate terms with Wang Yuanping, we're not on the same level as you lot." Of course, Su Chi hadn't paid any attention from start to finish. Not only did he not feel honored to know Wang Yuanping, but even Wang Yuanping himself would soon have to look up to Su Chi. The people around Kang Shui looked as if they had just had an epiphany, and another round of flattery ensued. Once the toasters had all withdrawn, Teacher Zhao breathed a sigh of relief. He sipped his tea to sober up a bit and glanced around at the other guests in the restaurant. Director Bao had been called away on urgent business and couldn't attend. Su Kailiang was also absent, having been summoned to a provincial meeting. That a mere town mayor had been called to a provincial meeting signaled Su Kailiang was likely in line for a major promotion. As for Director Xiang Rong, well, he was swamped enough to wish he could work twice as hard. Anyway, these three had always been in Shanghai, and they'd often dropped by Teacher Zhao's place for free drinks. There would be plenty of chances to visit the old man later. The old man's face lit up upon seeing Su Chi, though inwardly he cursed, "You brat. Didn't even come over to toast us. Look at this table full of successful people, you didn't seize the chance." At this moment, the old man truly regarded Su Chi as a member of his own family. Smiling, he turned to Wang Yuanping beside him and said, "Young Wang, how about I introduce you to a rather interesting young man? Young Su was particularly fond of this lad. Not long ago, even our perpetually busy director Xian called me up, practically singing his praises to the skies." Wang Yuanping looked intrigued. "Oh? Those two old classmates of mine always wear such stern expressions. They even scold me for being a capitalist. If they've taken a liking to him, I really must meet him." He said this, but deep down he knew exactly who Teacher Zhao was referring to.
As one of the roommates who'd stayed in touch with those two, how could he not know about Su Chi?
He just hadn't met him in person and hadn't initially noticed Su Chi's presence. Teacher Zhao smiled, stood up, and patted his shoulder.
Come with me.
He walked over to Su Chi with a smile, followed by Wang Yuanping.
Teacher Zhao was the star of the day, and Wang Yuanping was the one everyone sought to please. So when the two stood up, all eyes turned their way. The moment Su Chi saw Teacher Zhao approaching with Wang Yuanping, he instantly understood what was happening. The old man was once again trying to introduce him to a senior student. Just as Su Chi prepared to rise, Kang Shuai, seated across from him, reacted with remarkable speed. He promptly stood and walked over. Senior Wang, Teacher Zhao, why did you both have to come personally? I could have just come over if you'd called. His words left both men momentarily awkward. Wang Yuanping spoke up. You're Yang Yang's junior? He's mentioned you. Kang Shuai's face lit up. Yes.
Senior Yang Yang is the founder of our school's entrepreneurship association.
He must be thriving under Senior Wang's guidance now, right? Wang Yuanping frowned inwardly. How could the president of the same entrepreneurship association speak with such a glaring difference in quality? What does doing quite well even mean? Does he need a student like you to evaluate him? Such disrespect. But he didn't dwell on it, merely nodding with a smile. The chubby guy muttered across from him, that guy's got some nerve. Didn't he just say Senior Wang approached him privately to talk? Turns out the guy doesn't even recognize him. Su Chi lowered his voice and frowned. Fatso, watch your language. Don't ruin Teacher Zhao's mood.
The fat guy reluctantly shut up. Seeing Kang Shuai blocking their path with no intention of moving, Teacher Zhao grew slightly annoyed. Kang Shuai, he said, put your business with Senior Wang aside for now.
I need to introduce you to Su Chi. Su Chi? That sack guy? Is he here?
Kang Shuai looked utterly confused, his mind struggling to process the connection.
Wang Xueping was already growing impatient, though he kept it hidden. We'll talk about it later, he said.
Kang Shuai was still dazed, his body stiff. Meanwhile, Su Chi stood up with a smile, and Kang Shuai's face turned green.
Kang Shuai cursed inwardly. You bastard. So you're sack guy. What's with all the pretentiousness? Why didn't you say anything earlier? Playing dumb to catch the tiger?
The fat guy in Yeshua Bean shot him mocking glances, making him wish he could sink into a crack in the ground. He slapped his forehead, suddenly remembering the fat guy in Yeshua Bean.
Damn it, weren't they the two who used to work at that QQ milk tea shop?
Across the entire school, very few knew that Didi belonged to Su Chi, and even fewer knew that Chiching real estate was his.
Kang Shuai himself hadn't known any of this. Kang Shuai snapped back to reality.
He raked in a decent sum every year through the Entrepreneurship Association. Plus, in his mind, Su Chi had no other businesses now.
What did it matter that you used to be big shots? How am I any worse than you now? His sense of inferiority instantly morphed into contempt. Seeing Kang Shuai still unmoved, Wang Xueping's unease intensified. He squeezed past him, with Teacher Zhao following behind.
This small gesture drew cold laughter from everyone in the shop. They thought, how could this kid be so blind?
So unable to read the room?
Everyone clearly told you to move aside, yet you stubbornly stood in the middle.
Even if you wanted to suck up to Wang Yuanping, you wouldn't be this shameless, would you?
Kang Shuai snapped out of it and hurriedly moved aside, his face turning beet red. Su Chi picked up 2 teacups, filled them, and handed one to Teacher Zhao, tea instead of wine. Same old deal, I'll keep dragging Brother Xiang or Brother Su over to your place for free drinks whenever I can.
Teacher Zhao chuckled and waved his hand dismissively.
You're the only one who cares about me.
The remark made those nearby flush, and Wang Yuanping inwardly admired Su Chi.
To consider Teacher Zhao's limited tolerance for alcohol in such a setting was rare proof that this young man was exceptionally thoughtful.
He chuckled, you're no ordinary student, no wonder those 2 ironheads admire you so much. Su Chi smiled faintly. You flatter me, senior. They just enjoy drinking with me. Wang Yuanping nodded. Actually, those 2 old classmates of mine mentioned you too. I know a bit about your situation. How about this? Later tonight, we'll head over to Teacher Zhao's place for a few more drinks. What do you say? Su Chi shook his head in refusal. Senior, I might have to head back to campus soon. My apologies. Fatso stood up then. Senior Wang, you don't have plans tonight? I thought I heard someone say you had a date tonight?
Hearing this, Kang Shuai, sitting behind him, turned beet red with rage, wishing he could grab the bowl on the table and smash it over his head.
Wang Yuanping looked utterly confused. Meet? Who invited me? I have no idea. Chapter 146, Conversation with Wang Yuanping. Wang Yuanping's confusion made Kang Shuai's face flush instantly.
Standing behind him, he stood there dumbfounded for a long while, unable to speak.
Su Chi swapped his teacup for a wine glass. Senior, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'll take a shot. You go ahead. With that, Su Chi downed his glass in one gulp. Wang Yuanping laughed heartily and followed suit, emptying his glass in a single swig. From the start of the banquet, Wang Yuanping had only taken small sips when drinking with others. Downing his glass in one gulp spoke volumes. It was a clear show of respect for Su Qi. All eyes turned to Su Qi. Teacher Zhao's mood lifted considerably. Su Qi, why don't you join our table? No, thank you, Teacher Zhao. I'm quite comfortable here. Kan Shui, listening from behind, clenched his fists in anger. Despite his efforts to curry favor, he couldn't even get a proper glance from anyone. Yet everyone was so eager to sit at that table. Yet here was Su Qi turning down the offer. Jealousy-fueled rage surged within him. The banquet continued, and Teacher Zhao and the others returned to their seats. The group of Shanghai University classmates who had been surrounding Kang Shui underwent a complete 180-degree shift in their attitude toward Su Qi. Su Qi had always despised opportunists who shifted allegiances with the wind. Ignoring them, he gave a nod to the fat guy and his companion, exchanged a brief greeting with Teacher Zhao, and then departed. During this, Wang Yuanping caught up with him, arranging to meet near Shanghai University for a chat. Su Qi accepted without hesitation. Back in the dorm, Su Qi felt a wave of emotion. If he could have had a retirement banquet like this in his previous life, he would have been truly satisfied. His thoughts turned to the village, and he immediately called home. On the line, his uncle Shan Zi meticulously described the changes in Samsung village. In less than half a year, the construction was nearly complete. Only the phoenix statue remained, still waiting for its formwork to be removed. Even so, the influx of outsiders into the village was growing steadily. Its popularity was only a matter of time. Surprisingly, the county government had taken a keen interest in Sanqing village's progress, even planning to extend a county road from Simacan to Sanqing village. The decision had already been made, and construction would begin next month. This news left the people of Sima village feeling utterly screwed. Hearing that his own village was slowly changing too, he hung up the phone feeling quite pleased. That evening, Wang Yuanping called. They arranged to meet at the playground. When Su Qi arrived, Wang Yuanping was wandering around the main street, looking surprised. Spotting Su Qi approaching, he waved him over. Su Qi, come here. Is the property management still run by the school? Su Qi smiled and replied, it was auctioned off before last Chinese New Year. Didn't you know, senior? Wang Yuanping replied, when they first developed this street, I never saw much commercial value in it. I even donated 50,000 yuan. I never had high hopes for it. I came back to check it out a few times later, and sure enough, it was deserted. But now, with this makeover, it's actually become a signature spot for Shanghai University. What a talent! Su Qi chuckled. Senior, don't underestimate this place. See the scaffolding outside the wall? 300 meters beyond the theme street's perimeter will be Shanghai University's new main gate. And that's not all. Several new schools will be built right outside the gates soon. By then, the commercial value of this area will absolutely surpass your wildest imagination. Wang Yuanping stood rooted to the spot in shock. As the chief representative of a multinational corporation in China, his perspective naturally surpassed that of the average person. Though not in the real estate business himself, anyone could recognize prime location when they saw it. If Su Qi's assessment held true, the future commercial value of this plot would be nothing short of staggering. He remained silent for a long while. Su Qi changed the subject. Senior, you asked me here, is there something specific you wanted to discuss? Wang Yuanping snapped back to reality. It's not exactly special. I just wanted to ask, what are your plans after graduation? Why not come with me to Beijing? You won't regret it, senior. Su Qi gave a wry smile. I doubt you could afford to pay me. Wang Yuanping frowned at this. Don't demand the moon right out of school. I have high hopes for you, kid. Why not come with me and make some money off those Westerners? His words were sincere, without a hint of condescension. It was clear that Wang Yuanping genuinely valued talent. Su Qi shook his head, walking as he spoke. Senior, didn't the other seniors and Teacher Zhao tell you about my situation? Wang Yuanping looked puzzled. They did. They said you're crafty, the craftiest person they've ever met. You've got thick skin, so no matter what happens in front of you, you never break a sweat. Su Qi rolled his eyes. What does that have to do with being thick-skinned? Didn't they mention anything else? That's all. Nothing else. Su Qi exhaled. Senior, have you heard of Didi? Wang Yuanping replied, you make me sound like I'm ancient. Not only have I heard of Didi, but I use it all the time. Our company is actually planning to integrate Didi into our daily management systems. So what's your impression of Didi? Wang Yuanping laughed heartily. I can only describe it with two words, awesome. Didi News monetizes through ad placements within news articles, and Didi Original Music offers paid content. These are truly remarkable innovations. Oh, right, remember my old classmate Xian Wang? He got a major feature in their Didi News not too long ago. I think my old classmate's rapid promotion has a lot to do with this. Su Qi said, Senior, haven't you heard that Didi was created by students from Shanghai University? Oh, that rumor? I've heard it too, but it seems unlikely. If such a groundbreaking app was created by Shanghai University students, wouldn't it have been featured on national TV by now? Wang Yuanping chuckled. Of course, he genuinely hoped it was true. It would be an honor for his alma mater, but it still felt hard to believe. As the CEO of a multinational corporation, he could instantly recognize Didi's promotional model and the cash-burning war behind it. There was undoubtedly a master strategist guiding Didi's business planning. To link that person to a student? That seemed utterly preposterous. He shook his head and started to walk away. But then he glanced back and saw Suchi's serious expression, making him think he'd said something wrong. He quickly added, "Sorry, I didn't mean anything by it earlier. It's just that students really lack real-world business experience and have a long way to go. So what I meant was..." Suchi smiled and interrupted, "Senior, if I told you I was the boss behind Didi, what would you think?" Chapter 147, My Diverse Ventures. If you were the boss behind Didi, then Zhanghai University would become a sacred place coveted by young people because of you and Didi. Wang Yuanping chuckled and shook his head, but his expression abruptly stiffened. He whipped his head around to stare at Suchi, suddenly realizing that Suchi's performance at the farewell banquet hadn't been the ramblings of a braggart. "You're telling the truth?" Suchi pointed toward the terrace by the sports field. "That's where our Didi team used to work. Now that Didi's operations have expanded and diversified, we've moved to a villa community outside the school." I doubt anyone would brag about something like that. Wang Yuanping felt a great wave of emotion surge within him. He stared at Suchi for a long moment, unable to compose himself. Standing at 1.8 meters tall, with his unconventional pompadour hairstyle, Suchi exuded a certain devilish charm. Yet the serenity in his eyes easily gave the impression he was merely an observer of this world, as if he didn't truly belong here. Still, as the CEO of a multinational corporation, his willpower was extraordinary. He quickly regained his composure. Just as he was about to speak, Zhedong approached wearing a hard hat and carrying a stack of blueprints. He glanced at Wang Yuanping with confusion before saying, "Mr. Su, there you are. I just happen to have something I need to request approval for." Wang Yuanping eyed the stack of blueprints in his hand with mild curiosity. Suchi interjected, "Senior, sorry about that. Hold on a moment." Wang Yuanping nodded. "No problem. Go ahead. Is there a problem with the theme street?" Suchi asked. Zhedong replied, "Well, the theme street is already finished internally. Merchants will start moving in soon, which is much earlier than our original schedule. I was wondering if we should open before the summer break starts?" Suchi shook his head with a smile. "Better not. Summer break starts in just a month or so. Students will be rushing home and won't have the heart to come back and pay attention to our theme street. That's secondary. Mainly, I want to wait until the new students arrive. Opening then might be more effective. Let's hold off, no rush." Zhedong nodded. "I'd considered that too. Fine, we'll do it your way. These 2 months will also give the merchants time to settle in and get things running smoothly." Wang Yuanping, who'd been listening with some confusion, couldn't hold back any longer. "Su, are you guys talking about that commercial street?" "Yeah, that's right, Senior." Suchi replied. Wang Yuanping's thoughts were jumbled. "No, that's not what I meant. It's just, listening in, it sounds like that commercial street might be yours too?" Zhedong glanced at him. "Hello. Every shop there is property under Qiqing Real Estate, independently planned and developed by us. Mr. Su is the sole legal representative of Qiqing Real Estate." Wang Yuanping nearly choked on his drink. He turned to Suchi, seeking confirmation. Suchi smiled and spoke up. "He's right, Senior. The commercial strip we just discussed is mine. So, Senior, your idea of me joining you in Beijing is probably out of the question. As you can see, I'm pretty busy." Wang Yuanping exhaled, trying to steady his emotions. "You've been playing it down all this time, haven't you? You've got the skills, but you've kept your sharp teeth well hidden." Suchi felt a pang of embarrassment. "Not at all, Senior. I also run a 2-story Met specialty store with my girlfriend. Want to check it out sometime?" Wang Yuanping was utterly flustered. Damn it. Summer vacation arrived unexpectedly. Within 2 days, the vast campus emptied out completely. Suchi also hurried over to the villa. Truth be told, his greatest hope was to live with Yang Jing's family. That's what would make it feel like home. Especially sharing a room and a bed with Yang Jing, that would make the feeling of home even stronger. But Yang Jing wasn't keen on the idea, and with her brother's intimidating presence, he could only sigh in frustration. He also yearned to visit his hometown and see how the village had changed, but there was simply too much to handle here. Though he appeared idle all day, he had to stay put. The overarching direction couldn't afford any missteps. The continuity of the enterprise demanded the most precise decisions from its leader, along with meticulous oversight of every detail. There was simply no room for distraction. Suchi's bodyguard, Junshan, couldn't stand his idleness anymore. Spending all his time at the boxing gym, he became the master trainer there. After coaching Yang Jun through several consecutive fights, Yang Jun finally carved out his own place in the boxing world. He was dubbed Little King Kong. Deng Qingji's Yuanquan band exploded in popularity over the summer. This was something Suchi had no interest in getting involved with. Had he chosen to, it likely would have spawned another massive entertainment conglomerate under his umbrella.
Of course, at Deng Qingji's strong invitation, Suchi invested in the band under the name of DD Music, acquiring a 30% stake in their studio. The spring band used DD Music as their primary platform, releasing all songs exclusively there before distributing them externally through record labels. Their cassettes and vinyl records sold exceptionally well. In stark contrast to the bustling activity on Suchi's side, significant changes unfolded at Ehai Real Estate. After Deputy Town Chief Sang was brought down by Suchi, Ding Qingfan became utterly terrified of him. Only then did he truly grasp the sheer power Suchi wielded. His misjudgments had plunged several projects planned for Pusan Town into deep trouble. Over the past few months, officials from the Commission for Discipline Inspection had paid them visits at regular intervals. Fortunately, this spoiled heir hadn't been in Pusan long enough to become deeply entangled in Fang Shijun's network of interests, allowing Ehai Real Estate's Pusan branch to narrowly escape disaster. Nevertheless, all their major projects in Pusan were now under intense scrutiny, making progress exceedingly difficult. The Ehai Real Estate Board immediately announced that Ding Qingfan would no longer hold any domestic positions within the group, with the second young master directly taking charge of cleaning up the mess. Ding Qingfan was reassigned to the United States to develop overseas operations. While it sounded impressive, Ehai Real Estate's overseas presence amounted to little more than a 100-square-meter office. It was clear the young master had been effectively sidelined by the company. Whether he could make a comeback depended entirely on how he positioned himself in the United States. This second son proved far more decisive and shrewd than Ding Qingfan. Upon taking charge, he immediately announced the donation of a 10-kilometer urban standard asphalt road to Pusan Town and pledged to invest in 2 large shopping malls locally. This significantly improved the government's impression of Ehai Real Estate. Compared to residential development, they were far more receptive to commercial infrastructure projects. This move boosted local employment rates and increased commercial tax revenue, effectively stimulating the local economy. The Pusan Town government swiftly approved a plot of land for Ehai Real Estate, located not far from Shanpao's parcel. Chapter 148, The Background of Second Young Master Ding. Shanpao soon learned of this development and was now ranting in Suchi's office. This Ehai Real Estate really means business, they're going head-to-head with us. Suchi took a drag on his cigarette. Interesting. First Ding Qingfan, now another's second young master Ding, shows up. Suchi, what should we do now? We can't just stand by and watch them build skyscrapers, Shanpao said anxiously. If all else fails, have Zhidong and the others start planning immediately. I'll cover the costs, I've got tens of millions sitting in my account right now. Suchi stared at Shanpao in surprise. You've made that much? Is the boxing gym really that profitable? Shanpao beamed with pride. Don't underestimate it. Nowadays, Yang Jun can get offers of nearly $500,000 for a single exhibition match, and there's a line of people waiting for him. Your brother-in-law's raking it in too. Anyway, enough about that. Let's focus on how to handle that plot of land. Suchi nodded, his expression turning serious. Here's the thing, pal. This Ehai Real Estate probably isn't here with good intentions. They could have chosen any plot, but they specifically picked the one closest to us. Their intentions are as obvious as Sima Zhao's ambitions, everyone can see right through them. But let's not be so impulsive. Blindly investing and starting construction will only leave us losing our shirts. We really need to rethink our strategy. Besides, this isn't building a pigsty in the countryside where you just offer the village chief a cigarette. We need to follow proper procedures, obtain formal permits and approvals from relevant authorities before starting construction. That takes time. Once the themed street project is fully operational, I'll have Kitchen Real Estate shift its focus to that plot for the next development. You're right. Our current situation only allows us to advance the project. Shanpao sighed in frustration. Building a house is such a hassle. Since you say so, I'll have to follow your lead. Suchi stood up. Our entry into Pusan is finally underway. In the days that followed, Suchi's unopened theme street was constantly visited by men in suits who would come and point things out. They'd wander in without so much as a greeting, treating the place like their own backyard. It was obvious they were from Ehai Real Estate. Eventually, Zhidong and the others grew so impatient they called Huzi over to keep watch at the entrance. Gradually, the visitors dwindled. At the top floor of Pusan Tianhong Tower, the brightly lit windows offered a sweeping view of the bustling cityscape below. A young man with an aristocratic air stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows. He held a wineglass in his hand, gently swirling it. Beside him, a middle-aged man stood respectfully, clutching a thick folder. This young man was Ding Hongshuang, the second son of Ehai Real Estate Group, whose star had been rising rapidly over the past 6 months. He was also the illegitimate son of Ding Denka, the head of Ehai Real Estate. Over 20 years ago, Ding Denka had kept a mistress. This woman was cunning. She understood that beauty fades, and if she didn't secure Ding Denka's seed, she would inevitably be cast aside. So during one intimate encounter, she pricked holes in his protection with a needle, conceiving Ding Denka's child. She vanished for a period during her pregnancy, traveling abroad. After the child was born, she contacted Ding Denka. Ding Denka nearly died of rage. Yet, year after year, he sent millions to support her and the child, living in luxury in the United States.
This mistress wasn't the brainless woman one might imagine. She understood that simply giving birth wasn't enough. She had to ensure her child excelled, paving the way for future entry into the fierce competition at high real estate. Thus, she never returned to China for 2 decades, dedicating herself entirely to raising her child. Ding Hongshuang proved exceptionally promising, understanding his true status from a young age. By his early 20s in the US, he had already earned a professional doctorate in real estate planning, earning him the title of prodigy. In their local area in the United States, he successfully managed several commercial real estate projects, emerging as a rising star in the industry. That was until half a year ago, when his father visited the US and spent an entire night discussing matters with him. After that, his father brought him back to China and placed him with high real estate. Over the past 6 months, he endured immense pressure but finally established his foothold. Once secure, his long-honed fangs immediately bared. He systematically orchestrated Ding Qingfan's expulsion from headquarters. Just as he was contemplating how to further undermine Ding Qingfan, fate intervened. Scandal erupted over Ding's association with Deputy Town Mayor Zhang. He fanned the flames, and in the end, Ding Qingfan had no choice but to flee to distant lands, banished to political exile. From now on, his future would depend entirely on his own luck. At this moment, he felt the exhilaration of triumph, his confidence flowing like the red wine in his glass. After a moment of silence, he asked, "Is it confirmed that my older brother has left the country?" The middle-aged man beside him immediately replied, "Young master, it's confirmed. He'll likely struggle to rise again. The location assigned to him is our group's worst-performing branch in the United States. But there's one thing that still worries me. Father sent Chang Xiao to accompany him." Ding Hongshuang frowned. Chang Xiao. The old man still can't let go of his eldest son, can he? Indeed. Everyone knows Chang Xiao's capabilities. Let's hope he's merely accompanying him. Otherwise, with Chang Xiao's skill at advising, the future remains highly uncertain, the middle-aged man said. Ding Hongshuang sipped his red wine. Never mind. I've been back from the States too. I know the situation there well. They won't be able to stir up much trouble anytime soon, no matter how powerful they are. Let's focus on the immediate task. Have you finished investigating Su Qi's background? This man is a force to be reckoned with. If we want to go further in Pusan, we must eliminate him. Ding Hongshuang had been investigating Su Qi relentlessly these past days. Clearly, he was far more shrewd than his dim-witted elder brother. Plan carefully before striking, never underestimate any opponent. That was his life's creed. The middle-aged man nodded and pulled a thick stack of files from the folder. Every detail about Su Qi was documented, including meticulous records of his jewelry sales. The only thing missing was the exact time of his daily bowel movements. Of course, the matter of the soul singer remained undiscovered. Silently clutching the stack of papers, he sat down on the sofa beside the floor-to-ceiling window and began to pore over them meticulously. Su Qi remained completely unaware that someone was investigating him. The busy summer vacation flew by in a whirlwind. The themed street was poised to open, and Su Qi had enlisted numerous people to sample every single snack available. He meticulously adjusted everything from hygiene standards to customer experience countless times before finally welcoming the day school resumed. Chapter 149, Xiao Sisi. Su Qi had secured exclusive contracts for all campus shuttle buses at Zhonghai University. Every seat cushion and in-vehicle TV displayed advertisements for Sakura Street. Sakura Street was the very theme street Su Qi and his team had planned. The street was lined with lifelike artificial cherry blossom trees, custom made by craftsmen Su Qi had commissioned. They made the entire street look incredibly beautiful and enchanting. These artificial trees would become wildly popular in the 1920s, appearing in major shopping malls. In an era where color palettes were still limited, placing these artificial trees along the street created a breathtakingly stunning effect. The promotional video was also produced by an advertising agency. The moment all the freshmen stepped inside the vehicles, they were instantly captivated by the scenes in the promotional video. After 12 years of hard study, they were finally stepping into their long-awaited college life. They had spent the entire summer imagining what Zhonghai University would be like, and now, through this video, they discovered it was even more beautiful than they had ever imagined. The drivers, having received red envelopes from Su Qi and his group, patiently introduced the cherry blossom themed street. Ironically, the first thing these freshmen did upon disembarking wasn't to register for classes. They instead flooded into the themed street, marveling at the sights before moving on. Standing on a second-floor balcony overlooking the street, Su Qi surveyed the sea of people filling every inch. Satisfaction washed over him, and the kitchen team from Zhidong finally breathed a sigh of relief. Wow, this place is so beautiful. Amidst the crowd, a girl gazed at the surroundings with longing. Closing her eyes, her expression suggested she had entered a castle world straight out of her dreams. Her name was Xiao Sisi. Standing at 5 feet 6 inches with golden proportions and stunningly sweet features, she instantly drew the admiring glances of many men nearby. At that moment, she wore a pair of headphones playing The Ordinary Road, lost in her own world. On the second floor, Lu Shuhua spotted the girl too. He nudged Chidong with his elbow. "Hey, Dong, who do you think's prettier, that girl or your wife?" Zhedong glanced over and was instantly struck as if by lightning. He took a deep breath. Beautiful. Absolutely stunning. Look at those dimples, they're sweet enough to melt your heart. So who do you think is prettier? Zhedong gazed at the girl thoughtfully for a moment. I don't think you should ask it that way. My wife is like a fairy stepped out of a painting, possessing an unapproachable aura that feels untouchable. As for this girl, though, she seems to embody all the world's charm. She has this fox-like allure, you just want to hug her the moment you see her. Lu Shuhua nodded. Yeah, your take is spot on. I feel the same way. That girl is bound to stir up quite a stir among the quiet, brooding guys at school. Suchi leaned in and gave the girl standing in the crowd a casual glance. Yeah, she's quite pretty. Lu Shuhua retorted with a sigh. Is that all you've got to say? Ha? Don? What else could I say? Forget it. I can't communicate with you. With a wife as beautiful as yours, of course you wouldn't find anyone else attractive. Lu Shuhua conceded defeat. Suchi patted his shoulder with a smile, then turned to head back to his office. The instant he turned away, Xiao Cixi's gaze below happened to meet his. Xiao Cixi stared at Suchi's retreating figure as if struck by lightning, frozen solid in place. That back view looks so much like the soul singer. Though the tuft of hair atop his head was peculiar, his silhouette radiated a serene calmness of time. While the official version of Ordinary Road by the source band existed, the soul singer from that blurry video would forever hold an irreplaceable place in her heart. His deep, clear voice cut through the sea of insults, seeming to pierce through the mundane world and transport listeners to a spacewalk like tranquility. Then, the soul singer's blue lotus exploded across the entire internet. From that moment on, the soul singer's image took root in her heart. After some inquiries, rumors surfaced that the soul singer might very well be at Zhonghai University. And so, he gave up the opportunity at Yenjing University and came to Zhonghai University. Suddenly, he sensed that the person before him might very well be the soul singer. The thought sent a surge of excitement through him, and he couldn't help but shout, "Soul singer!" Thud! Suchi stumbled on a step and crashed to the ground. Panic immediately seized him as he frantically scanned his surroundings. Damn it, how did I get recognized? Zhedong and Lu Shuwan turned their puzzled gazes toward Xiao Cici. By now, Xiao Cici was the focus of many eyes. Though seemingly delicate, the girl stared fearlessly at Lu Xiaohua and his group, her gaze intense. Lu Xiaohua ran his fingers through his slicked back hair. Brother Dong, is that girl looking at me? Zhedong shot him a withering look. Shame on you. She's clearly looking at me. Suchi dared not show his face now, quickly crouching by the railing, ready to make a quick escape. But the tuft of hair on his pompadour gave him away. From the outside, it looked like a tiny tuft of hair was darting around on the second floor. Xiao Cici stamped her foot in frustration. Why are you running? I'm not going to eat you. She pushed through the crowd and hurried toward the staircase. Lu Shuhua and the others looked utterly confused. They turned around, but there was no one beside them. By then, Suchi had already vanished without a trace. In an instant, a faint, sweet fragrance wafted toward them, causing both grown men to freeze in their tracks. Xiao Cici pouted as she climbed the stairs. Seeing only the two men upstairs, she stamped her foot. Where's the soul singer? I clearly saw him here just now. Lu Shuhua leaned in. Hey, sweetie, maybe you saw wrong? If you're up for it, I sing pretty well myself. Ugh. Get lost. It's not you. I'm looking for that guy with the pompadour. That's him. Xiao Cici looked utterly disappointed. Lu Shuhua and Zhedong exchanged glances. Suchi? Lu Shuhua shook his head. Girl, you've got to be mistaken. My buddy sings like a tone-deaf pig. He's a master in the bathhouse, but listening to him sing is like enduring a sandstorm. Zhedong chimed in. You know what? I've never actually heard our big boss Su sing either. Xiao Cici felt a bit down, but she wasn't ready to give up just yet. Take me to see that guy with the pompadour. Quick! Hurry up, or he'll get away. If Shan Yao had stood before Lu Shuhua and dared to speak to him in that tone, he'd probably have tossed her straight out the window. But alas, she was a stunning beauty. The same words, the same tone coming from her lips, it was damn adorable. Lu Shuhua immediately caved. Fine, I'll take you to meet that pompadour guy. Chapter 150, The Swimming Pool. Inside the office, Suchi hid by the doorway, overhearing every word of Lu Shuhua and the others' conversation. His time mood made him feel impatient. If his identity got exposed, he'd have to live under a magnifying glass from then on. That kind of life was unbearably stifling, completely at odds with his values. With the other party approaching, jumping out the window seemed like a risk. Breaking an arm or leg just wasn't worth it. After much deliberation, he turned his back to the window and adopted the demeanor of a decrepit old woman, completely altering his usual appearance. Lighting a cigarette, he presented a profoundly sorrowful silhouette. Xiao Cici flung open the door. Suchi turned with a feigned look of panic, his mouth twisted. Who's there? What do you want? Lu Shuhua and Zhedong stared at him with exasperated expressions, wondering what on earth had gotten into him. Seeing Suchi's expression, Xiao Cici shot him a disappointed glance. Ah, never mind. Maybe I was imagining things.
With that miserable look on your face, you're nowhere near as confident and calm as a soul singer.
With that, she turned and walked away. Suchi breathed a sigh of relief and resumed his usual demeanor. Lu Shuhua approached with a stern expression. Spill it. What's going on? Why were you acting like a ghost?
Suchi explained, I had a bunch of food stuck in my teeth after lunch. I was just picking them out when you guys barged in.
The toothpick broke off and got stuck in there. It's driving me crazy.
Lu Shuhua eyed him skeptically, sing us a few lines.
Suchi launched into a song, hee hee.
Today's a good day, a good day. Pig, you've got 2 holes in your nose, and when you catch a cold, snot hangs from your snout like a cow.
Holy. Shut your mouth.
Lu Shuhua and Jadon covered their ears and scrambled out, rolling and crawling away. At the stairwell, Xiao Sisi also heard the singing. She frowned, her face clouded with disappointment. As soon as she descended, several so-called seniors approached her, offering to guide her to registration with feigned enthusiasm. But Xiao Sisi brushed them all aside, dragging her luggage toward the registration hall alone. As the head of a school club, Kang Shui was pulling out all the stops during this freshman registration period. He had already received no fewer than 100 applications to join the Entrepreneurship Association, all from this year's freshmen. Among them, one stunning beauty particularly caught his eye, Xiao Sisi. Their Entrepreneurship Association had set up a booth at the new student registration point, and Kang Shui personally managed one of them. When he saw Xiao Sisi walk past, captivated by her beauty, he practically dragged her over and insisted she fill out an application form. Fine arts major, acting class 3, from one province, loves swimming.
This girl is mine. Kang Shui clutched Xiao Sisi's detailed information, his eyes gleaming with desire.
That afternoon, one of his underlings stationed nearby reported back, sure enough, after settling everything in her dorm, Xiao Sisi had gone to the school swimming pool and signed up for a membership card. This news sent Kang Shui into a frenzy of excitement. Not only was he the president of the Entrepreneurship Association, but he was also on the school swim team.
Wasn't this like a fish falling right into his own bowl? Fate. This was truly meant to be for Kang Shui. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He decided to stake out the swimming pool that afternoon, certain Xiao Sisi would show up. Coincidentally, Suchi also visited the pool that afternoon to get a membership. First, he wanted to work out. Second, air conditioning wasn't common in those days. He couldn't very well spend his own money installing an AC unit in his dorm room that would be too conspicuous. The pool was the best way to beat the heat. Besides, Yang Jing had asked him to go. Business at the Met store was now running smoothly. With Jiang Xiaoyan there, he could basically relax completely, so he had some extra time on his hands. She figured she could join Su Chi for workouts at the pool later. After hearing Su Chi had gotten a swimming pass, the fat guy went and got one too. His plump body was now bobbing up and down in the water, easily mistaken for a floating island in the pool. After swimming for a while, Su Chi climbed out, lit a cigarette, and felt utterly at ease. Too bad Zhanghai didn't sell betel nuts otherwise, pairing them with this cigarette would have been an absolutely killer combo. The chubby guy struggled mightily to climb out of the pool, panting heavily. Damn it, why did I feel like I couldn't move in the water? Su Chi shot him a look. Maybe you should lose some weight. The fat guy retorted, lose weight? Yeah, right. This is how I am. Oh, and Lu Shuhua mentioned this afternoon that some gorgeous woman on the strip called you the soul singer? Cough cough. Su Chi choked on his words. Want me to sing a few lines for you? No way. If you open your mouth, I'll beat the crap out of you. The fat guy cut him off immediately, looking like he'd seen a ghost. Su Chi rolled his eyes. Is my singing really that awful? Of course it's awful. That day Hao Su practically threw up. He said you sang some song about a pig with 2 holes in its nose. It ruined his dinner that night. The fat guy still felt the aftereffects. Su Chi was utterly speechless. Back in the day, the pig song had been a god-tier hit that swept the nation. Tastes really do change with the times. Just then, the fat guy spotted a few swimmers across the pool. Hey, isn't that Kang Shui? Who knew he was on the swim team? I've heard about them. Those swim team guys are disgusting. Whenever they see girls coming, they jump into the water and deliberately rub up against them to take advantage. It's made some girls refuse to come to the pool altogether. They're 1,000 times more despicable than me. Su Chi glanced over, let him be. Just don't let him bother us. Otherwise, I'll shoot his little dick in the water. He wasn't exaggerating. Su Chi had practically grown up in the reservoir of Samsung Village, catching fish barehanded since childhood. His swimming skills were top-notch. Fatso muttered a curse under his breath. Meanwhile, Xiao Sisi had changed into her swimsuit. Eyes closed, she basked in the scent of the water before her, a sweet smile gracing her face. Swimsuits in this era hadn't yet reached the point of being just 2 scraps of fabric covering the chest and a string covering the butt crack. Yet beneath her conservative swimsuit, Xiao Sisi's perfect figure still revealed curves that sparked endless imagination. Swimming coach Kang Shui spotted Xiao Sisi standing by the poolside and immediately stood up, striding over. Meanwhile, the moment Su Chi spotted Xiao Sisi, he dove headfirst into the water without a second thought. His speed was like a duck being chased into the water by a bamboo pole. He didn't breathe easy until he reached the opposite end. The chubby guy was puzzled by Su Chi's behavior, but when he spotted Kong Shui, his eyebrows shot up. He stared at Kong Shui with an unmistakable air of arrogance. Kong Shui, approaching, naturally spotted the mountain of flesh sprawled on the sun lounger. His eyes involuntarily narrowed, though he quickly regained his composure. He addressed Xiao Sisi, who was warming up nearby. Sis, what a coincidence. You're here too. Chapter 151, Taking Advantage. Xiao Sisi, who had met the senior once before, didn't harbor much dislike for him and responded politely. The fat guy was currently staring at Su Chi in the pool, puzzled. He wondered to himself, when did Su Chi become so impressive? How could he hold his breath underwater for so long? Kong Shui flashed what he considered his most charming smile. Sisi, if you're interested, I could teach you. I'm on the school swim team. Really? Xiao Sisi beamed. Then I'll definitely need your guidance later. With that, Xiao Sisi eagerly plunged into the water. Kong Shui watched her pert behind and swallowed hard, then jumped in after her. Groping in the water that was a routine every swim team member knew all too well. For instance, one particularly effective method involved deliberately bumping into a female classmate whether it was her chest or her butt, and the sensation was incredibly satisfying. Their golden head technique, honed through countless practice sessions, was incredibly precise. They could target any part of someone's body underwater without fail. Right now, Kong Shui had his sights set on Xiao Sisi's buttocks. He was certain the headbutt would feel incredibly satisfying. Plus, after the collision, he could use the excuse of an accident to wrap his arms around her slender waist for a second round of groping. His plan was set. Seizing the moment, he plunged headfirst into the water, aiming to collide with Xiao Sisi from behind. But he had underestimated Xiao Sisi's swimming skills. Though she hadn't grown up in the water, her family owned a villa with a swimming pool. Since junior high, she'd swum in it every day after school. Her swimming skills weren't half bad. She quickly sensed someone charging at her from behind and sidestepped to avoid the collision. Kong Shui, his head missing its target in the water, was furious. He immediately tried to execute his plan to wrap his arms around her slender waist, but Xiao Sisi dodged him again in an instant. This time, Xiao Sisi grew genuinely irritated, though she couldn't voice her frustration. After all, bumping into each other while swimming was perfectly normal, and she couldn't openly complain. Suppressing her anger, she swam toward the shore. Kong Shui refused to give up so easily and continued chasing her relentlessly. Terrified as if a water demon were chasing her, Xiao Sisi swam frantically toward the shore. Su Chi, who happened to be in the water too, witnessed the whole scene. He couldn't stand watching this guy's despicable behavior any longer. This is taking advantage of someone when they're down. Bullying a young girl like that is just too much. With a kick, he swam straight toward Xiao Sisi. Before she could react, Su Chi yanked her behind him, then delivered a kick to Kong Shui's shoulder, his own head breaking the surface. Kong Shui took a hard kick to the shoulder, the pain shooting through him as he choked on several mouthfuls of water. It took him a moment to recover. Furious beyond words, he swam toward the shore, determined to see who the hell was ruining his fun. But the moment he surfaced near the shore, a shadow descended upon him. The fat man's massive frame plummeted from above, splashing down with a thud and pinning Kong Shui beneath him. His body sank completely beneath the surface. Xiao Sisi stood on the shore, giggling uncontrollably. But she quickly realized something and turned to look at Su Chi, who had just saved her. Su Chi had already turned and was heading toward the changing room. He walked with a limp, humming off key, "Pig, you have 2 holes in your nose." Xiao Sisi frowned. That mop top again. His singing is so awful. What's wrong with his leg? Once inside the changing room, Su Chi quickly changed his clothes. To avoid Xiao Sisi seeing him again, he didn't even use the main door, he climbed out through the window instead. He raced straight back to the dormitory. Before long, the fat guy returned too. The moment he stepped into the dorm, he fixed his gaze on Su Chi. Spill it. Why do you look so guilty? Have you been hooking up with that little freshman behind your wife's back? Su Chi was speechless. Fatso, we've known each other for years. Do you really think I'm that kind of person? Fatso scratched his head. True. Your wife is every bit as good as that freshman girl. You've got no reason to get yourself into trouble. That's more like it. But Fatso, your mountain crush move earlier was insane. You nearly crushed Kong Shui's guts out of him, Su Chi remarked. Fatso wiped his head. It wasn't that bad. I know my limits. If I'd killed him, who'd inherit my hundreds of thousands in assets? Cut it out. I can't stand your smart alecky mouth, Su Chi said with a look of disgust. Fatso suddenly turned serious. Honestly, I think that little freshman has a thing for you. Su Chi flinched, dropping his cup onto the floor. What the hell are you talking about? The fat guy insisted, seriously. Just now, that little freshman kept asking which class you're in, what your name is, what your hobbies are, and so on. Fatso, don't tell me you sold me out. Su Chi glared at him. The fat guy nodded blankly. Yeah, I did. She's such a cute little freshman. When someone that sweet asks you questions, you gotta answer properly. Suchi wanted to kick him out, but just shook his head helplessly. Forget it. Is Kong Shui okay? Don't make him actually get into trouble. Fatso replied, relax. His teammates just dragged him out of the water. He coughed up a few mouthfuls of water and woke up. That little bastard. I really underestimated him, turns out he's this dirty. Suchi said, forget it. I won't stoop to his level. I'm heading out, Jingjing's waiting for me to grab dinner. In room 612 on the 6th floor of the men's dorm, Kong Shui sat on his bed with a face like he was holding in a bowel movement. Several members of the swim team were also in the room. Damn it. That bag guy again. He ruined my night at Teacher Zhao's farewell banquet, and now he's messed up my plans today. He's out to get me. A teammate beside him said, Brother Kong, I think we should just leave Sakai alone. I don't know why, but there's something mysterious about him. He gives off this unreadable vibe, especially when you lock eyes with him, it makes you feel uneasy all over. Kong Shui exploded, mysterious my ass. He just got lucky, made a little money, and snagged a milk tea girl as his girlfriend. Look at him now. After his shop closed, he's just hanging around all day, living like a piece of. What does he have to compare to me, Kong Shui? The others were too scared to say another word. That night, for some reason, Xiao Cici lay in bed humming over and over, Piggy, your nose has 2 holes. As she sang, it suddenly felt so smooth, not at all unpleasant. Chapter 152, You Reap What You Sow. Suchi recounted every detail about Xiao Cici at Yang Jing's place. He expected Yang Jing to get jealous, but instead, she joked, finding yourself a mistress isn't such a bad idea. This left Suchi utterly speechless. Moreover, he finally got his wish to spend the night at Yang Jing's place. But it was just the living room floor. That night, he tried several times to sneak into Yang Jing's room. But Yang Jun, in the room across the hall, kept his door open and slept with his head facing the door, clearly guarding against intruders entering his sister's room. In the middle of the night, Yang Mengmeng pretended to go to the bathroom, sneaked into the living room, crouched down, and sniffed at Suchi's nose. After confirming he was asleep, she slipped back into her own room. Suchi, pretending to sleep, finally endured until Yang Jun's thunderous snoring began. Just as he was about to get up, Yang Mengmeng suddenly opened her door again. She then scattered toys all over the hallway before going to bed, leaving the door open. Anyone stepping into the hallway would inevitably step on the toys, guaranteeing she'd wake up instantly and rouse her brother. What a bloody awful mood. Suchi let out a long sigh to the heavens before finally giving up and collapsing onto his bed. The next day, after finishing the breakfast Yang Jing had prepared for him, Suchi returned to campus. A large group of new female freshmen had enrolled, and the upperclassmen in their 2nd and 3rd years were starting to get restless. The usually introverted seniors who had been picking their feet and reading novels in the dorms had all risen early, bustling about every athletic venue on campus. It was still military training season, and the weather was hot. Sweating it out shirtless in front of the female freshmen undergoing training made them feel incredibly handsome, certain they could charm some of the younger girls. Kong Shui was no exception. Still reluctant to give up on Xiao Cici, he deliberately chose a soccer field near their military training squad to show off his skills. Among the cadets, many freshman girls were indeed drawn to his muscular physique, whispering among themselves that this senior was the president of the Entrepreneurship Association. If you wanted to earn some pocket money during college, currying favor with this senior was absolutely essential. Only Xiao Cici felt particularly repulsed. After yesterday's incident at the swimming pool, she couldn't have felt more disgusted. Suchi, now wearing shorts with his hands in his pockets, hurried toward the trendy street beside the stadium. The military training uniforms hadn't arrived yet, so Suchi spotted Xiao Cici in the crowd from a distance. He froze, cursing inwardly, then quickly hunched his back, cleared his throat, and limped past her. Xiao Cici, standing at attention, blinked at him. Ha! Why is senior with the pompadour coughing today? Did he catch a cold? Many girls in their military training squad couldn't help but laugh upon seeing Suchi's pompadour. The drill instructor had to call out several times before order was restored. Meanwhile, Kong Shui, who was showing off his skills in the distance, had just kicked a ball into the goal with great flair. He casually turned his head, hoping to catch Xiao Cici's admiring glance. But the moment he turned his head, he nearly choked on his own blood. Xiao Cici's gaze was completely fixed on the limping Suchi. He fixed his gaze on Suchi, and his temper flared instantly. Damn it! Sack brother, it's you again. He waved to someone nearby, get me the ball. The guy beside him shuddered and gently kicked the ball over. Kong Shui planted his foot firmly, took a few steps back, aimed at Suchi, and suddenly launched forward. With a thud, the ball flew straight toward Suchi. Suchi felt a chill wind rushing toward him. Pretending to tie his shoelaces, he crouched down. Whoosh! The ball whizzed over his head. Seeing he'd missed Suchi, Kong Shui, still under Xiao Cici's watchful gaze, snapped back, suppressing his anger. Hey! You! Kick that ball over here! Suchi frowned, shrugged it off, and stood up to continue walking. Kong Shui couldn't hold back any longer. He marched over with a group of people. Are you deaf? I told you to kick the ball over here. Suchi sighed, frowned, and muttered inwardly, this never ends. But the memory of Xiao Cixi's terrifying glare sent a shiver down his spine, and he pressed onward. Kang Shui and his crew jogged up and blocked Suchi's path. Oh, it's you again. What's up? Catching a cold? Kang Shui sneered, mimicking a cough. I tell you, college life is all about getting plenty of exercise. That way, you'll integrate better into society later and contribute more to the country. Don't follow his example idling all day, either skipping class or loitering around the red light district. What kind of future is that? Suchi clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. Move aside. I've got business to attend to. What business could you possibly have? I heard you haven't attended class in days. I just don't understand how the school tolerates scum like you. You should have been expelled ages ago. Kang Shui wouldn't let it go. Suchi gritted his teeth. What exactly do you want? Kang Shui thought Suchi was backing down. Seeing his chance to salvage his pride, he demanded, what do you think? Go pick up the ball. Unbelievable. You guys kicked it out of bounds, go get it yourselves, muttered Suchi under his breath as he kept walking. What's that? Got a problem with that? Kang Shui raised his eyebrows, shoving Suchi hard. Clearly, he wasn't planning to let this go easily. With a bunch of soccer teammates backing him up, what was there to fear? The shove was hard enough to nearly send Suchi tumbling to the ground. Xiao Cici and the other instructors seemed to catch on, immediately barking an order, everyone! Turn around! The entire class reluctantly turned away. Clearly, they weren't being allowed to watch the commotion. The drill instructor walked over. Guys, if you have issues, take it somewhere else. Don't disrupt our training. Kang Shui ignored him completely. I told you to pick up the ball. Are you deaf? With that, he shoved Suchi. But this time, Suchi couldn't hold back any longer. He grabbed Kang Shui's wrist with lightning speed, pivoted sideways, and executed a powerful back throw. With a thud, Kang Shui slammed hard onto the ground. But it didn't end there. Suchi twisted the wrist he was holding. Crack! It was clear Kang Shui's arm was dislocated. Everyone froze in place. The action had been so fast, they hadn't even had time to react. Releasing Kang Shui, Suchi planted a foot on him. If this gets reported to the school, you lot are guilty of ganging up on me in public. He can vouch for me. Suchi pointed at the bewildered instructor standing nearby. Chapter 153, Don't put all your eggs in one basket. Kang Shui lay on the ground, screaming in pain. The instructor's eyes flashed. His movements were decisive and swift. As a soldier, he could naturally gauge the weight of Suchi's intentions. He'd witnessed everything unfold. Soldiers weren't like civilians, they possessed a warrior's spirit. Seeing so many students ganging up on Suchi alone made his blood boil. But with so many students present, he couldn't say much. He merely remarked, it's a bit excessive for so many of you to surround one person like this. Then he turned away. Kang Shui and his so-called teammates were really just there for the spectacle. Knowing they were in the wrong and fearing the incident might reach the school administration, they realized a stain on their records would be a loss far greater than any gain. Seeing none of them speak up, Suchi glanced at Xiao Cici's retreating figure and shuddered. Slouching his back once more, he continued forward, his quick, short steps carrying him swiftly away. Everyone in Xiao Cici's group watched Suchi. Though they didn't know what had transpired behind the scenes, the fact that Suchi was walking away so calmly now meant it was probably nothing. Watching Suchi's hunched figure, Xiao Cici's mind kept superimposing the soul singer's silhouette onto his back, desperately searching for any possibility that he was the soul singer. Her expression was complex. Soon, Kang Shui was being carried off to the infirmary in a sorry state. A dislocated joint wasn't a major issue after a piercing scream in the infirmary, his wrist was reset. But his hatred for Suchi had reached its peak. He wasn't exactly a man of principle. If Suchi had dragged him to the bathroom wall for a beating, he wouldn't have batted, and I might have even called him grandpa and been fine with it. What was truly unbearable was being beaten in front of so many people, especially in front of Xiao Cici. This had dealt a severe blow to his pride. This hatred, he would remember it. After returning to Fengqing Street, Suchi sat in his office, watching Xiao Cici march and step on the playground with a pensive look. If this little minx exposed his identity as the soul singer, his life would be a living hell. After racking his brain for solutions, he could only pray to the heavens that he never crossed paths with Xiao Cici again. With tens of thousands of students and faculty at Zhonghai University, it was perfectly normal to go years without encountering someone. After last night's incident, Xiao Cici dared not return to the swimming pool. After military training ended, she hurried to take a shower, then lay on her bed in shorts and a tank top, staring blankly at the ceiling. Could he be the soul singer? How annoying, I never even thanked you for the swimming pool yesterday. I need to find a chance to thank you. Even though you walk awkwardly and sing terribly, your pompadour is actually kind of cute. As she muttered to herself, the other roommates walked in. One girl named Zhu Ziding was particularly close to Xiao Cici. Both hailing from Wenchang province, they'd become inseparable confidants despite knowing each other for barely a day or two. Women are emotional creatures, one shared moment can forge a bond. As long as the conversation flows, anything is possible. Zhu Ziting walked over. Wow, 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 Cece, your figure is so stunning, it makes me swoon. Xiao Cece flushed slightly. Ting, you're making me blush. It's true. Just look at that butt. TSK, TSK, TSK. She pinched Xiao Cece's behind playfully. Xiao Cece quickly dodged away. Ting, you're so annoying. Zhu Ziting took a sip of water, her expression turning mysterious. Cece, listen up. I heard about this legendary figure at our school today. Some super impressive senior. Who is it? They call him Sack Guy. Apparently, he used to make enough money to fill several sacks in a single day running a bubble tea shop. Zhonghai University really is full of talented people. Zhu Ziting exclaimed. Xiao Cece lay back on her bed inside. Making money isn't that impressive. I still prefer singing. Oh, still dreaming of being a soul singer? That's unrealistic, Cece. You need to snap out of it. Look at your figure, your looks, you're bound to charm plenty of seniors during college. Don't chase after something unattainable. Never mind that. Ting, what clubs are you planning to join? I hear it's super hard to get into the student union and clubs at Zhonghai University, Xiao Cece asked. Zhu Ziting replied, that? Haven't decided yet. But I'm leaning toward the entrepreneurship club. I want to make money, heh. Truthfully, Xiao Cece also wanted to challenge herself, but the mere thought of that disgusting Kong Shui made her feel sick. She could only sigh. Zhu Ziting suddenly remembered something. Hey, Cece, why don't you join me at a hometown association organized by some upperclassmen? What kind of hometown association? The one for Hudong natives. A senior in our third year organized it, and I think a lot of people will be there. Zhu Ziting added, anyway, military training is boring. Going out tonight to relax is fine too. Xiao Cece agreed, oh, sure. I've got nothing else to do anyway. Free food and drinks? Why not? Hee. Hubei Province Hometown Association? What the heck is that? Inside the villa, Suchi held an invitation, puzzled. In his 3 years at Zhonghai University, he'd never heard of such an organization on campus. After listening to the fat guy's explanation, Suchi suddenly understood. This was undoubtedly another scheme concocted by a few guys trying to impress girls and show off. Seeing his reluctance, the fat guy pressed, you gotta give me some face here. This is a request from one of my closest buddies. He said the Lake East Province Alumni Association would lose a lot of its luster without a character like you, big bag brother. So you gotta do me a favor and show up. Suchi shot him a look, so you've already learned to sell out your brothers? No, Suchi, why do I feel like you're acting like a woman? Just say yes or no. Don't drag this out, I need to give them an answer. The fat guy was getting impatient. What if I say no? Look at how busy I am every day. Busy my ass. You're the laziest one around. The fat guy sneered. Suchi surrendered. Fine. I'll give you the courtesy. Will Chen Liang be there? Of course he's going. Tonight at 6, outside the Mingcheng Grand Hotel. The fat guy tossed out the words and walked away. Suchi grumbled inwardly, why does he have to be so short-tempered? Around 5 p.m., Chen Liang arrived at the DD team's office and called Suchi to head out together. The taciturn Pang Junshan also left at the same time. Chen Liang hadn't seen him in a while either. He was constantly busy at Chicheng Real Estate, and Pang Junshan was a pretty useless bodyguard. Seeing Suchi bored out of his mind made him feel even more restless, so he spent his days hanging around the boxing gym, feeling perfectly at ease. The two chatted as they walked, completely ignoring Suchi. Suchi trailed behind them, utterly speechless. To others, he looked like a tag-along, utterly superfluous. They finally arrived at the Mingcheng Grand Hotel. Chapter 154, The Hometown Association. Inside a banquet hall on the hotel's second floor. The room was now packed with people. Suchi and Chen Liang took seats at the very back. Suchi glanced around and counted nearly 100 people. Judging by their conversations, many seemed to have been invited along for the fun. Not all were from Hudong. Who organized this hometown reunion? Suchi asked Chen Liang curiously. Chen Liang replied, I think it was the vice president of the student union, Xiao Chuji. His family is quite wealthy in Changzhou. I've heard of him before, but I don't know him personally. Xiao Chuji? Is running a Taoist temple that lucrative? Suchi paused in surprise. Ugh. Chen Liang shot Suchi a look that spoke volumes. Over the next few minutes, more people arrived. At exactly 6 o'clock, a strikingly handsome young man took the stage to speak. Chen Liang pointed him out as Xiao Chuji. Suchi paid little attention, thinking only of getting his food quickly, finishing his meal, and leaving. Just as boredom was setting in, Xiao Cece's figure caught his eye. Holy! No way! Is this chick from Hudong too? Suchi quickly turned his head away, pretending not to see her. After delivering his speech, Xiao Chuji suddenly changed the subject and bellowed, everyone, who's the most awesome student at Zhonghai University among those from Hudong province? A murmur rippled through the crowd. Several people joked, who else but you, Xiao Chuji?
During college, becoming the vice president of the student union at a top-tier university was proof enough that he was pretty impressive. After graduation, companies would be lining up to hire someone like him. If he could rack up some impressive honors during his time at university, his future prospects in politics would be wide open. But Chiyo Chuji on stage just smiled and shook his head. Guys, you might think I'm somewhat impressive, but don't forget a year ago, there was a student from Hudong province at our school who was absolutely incredible. He opened a bubble tea shop that rakes in several sacks of cash daily. Trust me, you all know exactly who I'm talking about. Alright, tell me loud and clear, who is this person? Chiyo Chuji pointed the microphone at the entire audience below. The crowd suddenly understood and shouted in unison, "Sack brother." Thud. Suchi fell off his stool and crouched on the floor, unable to get up. Hell, what the hell is this? Doesn't that little know where she is? Chen Liang looked puzzled. Brother Chi? What's with you? He's having one of his episodes. Ignore him. Pang Junshan gave Suchi a dismissive glance, completely unfazed. Suchi looked utterly dejected. Fatso said his friend is this Master Chiyo? Chen Liang nodded helplessly. Fatso's gonna be the death of me. Suchi crouched under the table, his face flushed crimson. The crowd began murmuring. Damn. Who knew Big Bag was from our huge province? If I'd known, I wouldn't have cursed his little dick to get in a car accident. Heard the latest? Big Sack seems to have a lot of free time lately. Got himself some flashy pompadour and hangs around the red light district all day. Haven't seen his milk tea girl girlfriend around anymore? You bet. Damn it, that milk tea girl was my dream girl. Whispers spread like wildfire, and the freshmen learned about this sack guy through their chatter all kinds of legendary stories. Pompadour? That's senior? Xiao Cece listened, her confusion growing. Following the script, Chiyo Chuji should now draw everyone's attention to Suchi and invite him up to share his entrepreneurial insights. This would also give the freshman a shot of adrenaline. But Suchi's seat remained empty, leaving Chiyo Chuji momentarily awkward. After scanning the area for a while, he finally spotted a tuft of hair bobbing on the table. Relieved, he announced loudly, "Everyone. Many of you probably haven't met Sack Brother yet. Let me tell you, today we have the honor of welcoming the legendary Sack Brother." With that, he gestured toward Suchi, drawing all eyes to him. Xiao Cece stared in confusion at the tiny tuft of hair fluttering near the edge of the table. If there had been a crack in the ground at that moment, Suchi would have crawled into it without hesitation. Pang Junshan exhaled sharply. Could you stand up? All these eyes on me is making me uncomfortable. He kicked Suchi in the shins. Suchi cursed inwardly as he stood up, awkwardly explaining to the onlookers, "Sorry, guys. My shoelace came undone just tying it up." Chiyo Chuji breathed a sigh of relief and announced loudly, "Now then. Please welcome our university's richest student, Bag Brother, to the stage for his speech." Xiao Cece gaped at Suchi in utter shock. Who knew this Pompadour senior was actually Sakai? No wonder he's so weird and hard to figure out. Suchi pretended not to notice Xiao Cece and walked up to the stage with a resigned expression. Chiyo Chuji enthusiastically embraced him, drawing thunderous applause from the audience below. This was Shanghai University's legendary figure. In just 1 year, he'd earned more than most could in a lifetime. The freshmen were even more excited. They'd heard rumors about Sakai everywhere since stepping onto campus. Suchi felt a bit awkward. "Hello, everyone. Honestly, I'm not that amazing. I just got lucky and made a little money. That's about it." He started to lower the microphone and step down. Chiyo Chuji, feeling awkward, quickly interjected, "Then please, Sakai, share your money-making secrets. Sakai, don't hold back, we're all brothers from Hudong province, and we're all waiting for your insights." Suchi's face twitched, a black line appearing in his mind. He steeled himself and began, "I used my 96 yuan living allowance to buy some small trinkets to sell on campus. Then I sold them. Holy, they sold out so fast. So I restocked with a bunch more to sell. Holy, they sold out again. Then I thought, why not go big? I checked out bubble tea shops. Holy, that sold like crazy too. That's how I made a ton of money, and that's why you see me hanging around all day." Chiyo Chuji's face darkened. "Shouldn't you have told us about this process? You all know what happened. You were the ones who accidentally took Ding's son away. You should know better than me," Suchi retorted. Chiyo Chuji was utterly mortified. He thought to himself, "I should have just told Bag Guy about this earlier. This feels like a joke." He planned to give Suchi half an hour to speak, but the guy wrapped it up in minutes. Taking a deep breath, he immediately came up with an idea and shouted, "How about we have Sack Brother sing a song?" Chapter 155, Bag Brother's Passionate Song. Master Chiyo's words delivered another crushing blow to Suchi's heart. He felt as though some unseen force was relentlessly pushing him forward. The more he dreaded something, the more it seemed to materialize. Hundreds of eyes fixed on him, leaving him utterly unable to back down. Chiyo Chuji found himself in an equally awkward position. He thought to himself, this Sack Brother is so good at making money, but why is he so awkward in a situation like this? His face was filled with frustration.
He too had no choice but to grit his teeth and press on, rising to his feet. Everyone, it seems our sack brother won't speak until he hears our cheers. Let's cheer for him together, shall we? Suchi held no sway over these students, but the student union vice president did. No sooner had he finished speaking than the students erupted into a cacophony of cheers. Xiao Sisi sat in the first year, chin resting on her hand. Her flawlessly delicate face watched Suchi without a word. Suchi took a deep breath and said, maybe singing isn't the best idea. I'm decent at making money, but singing? I'm hopeless. I'm afraid you'll just end up yelling at me. Hey, sack brother, can you stop showing off? I can't stand you anymore. You just got away with faking that money-making advice earlier, but now you can't even sing a song? One student finally stood up, unable to hold back any longer. The crowd erupted at this outburst. What the hell? You're such a show-off. Exactly. You're not leaving this stage tonight until you sing a song. Or you won't walk out that door. Sing. Sing. The crowd grew increasingly furious, leaving Suchi feeling overwhelmed. He instinctively glanced at Peng Junshan. But the guy was just looking down, slowly eating his food, acting like he was none of his business, totally detached. With no other choice, Suchi continued, but you're the ones who made me sing. If anything happens, you're on your own. Cut the ing bull. When we tell you to sing, you sing now, a student yelled. Suchi raised a hand to calm the crowd, took a deep breath, and closed his eyes. He imagined himself standing on a stage bathed in spotlight, facing a sea of people below. The entire crowd fell silent. Xiao Sisi gazed at Suchi with eager anticipation, hoping to hear the voice of a soul singer. Suchi gently touched the microphone to his lips, his expression filled with deep emotion. The tail end of July, you're a Leo. August's prelude, you are Leo. The song drifted through the hall. Peng Junshan, mid-bite, stared at Suchi on stage in utter shock. Xiao Chuji was stunned. Everyone was stunned. Put. Peng Junshan spit out the food in his mouth and hurried toward the restroom. Ugh. A female classmate retched. Shut the hell up. What the hell is this crap? Don't hold me back. I'm gonna beat the out of him. Chaos erupted through the crowd like an atomic bomb had been dropped in the lobby. Even Xiao Chuji, who'd been holding back, took a deep breath and silently inserted his two little fingers into his ears. Instantly, the world fell silent. Suchi kept his eyes closed. Without any background music, he sang with rapturous abandon, completely oblivious to the battle cries erupting before him. Below the stage, however, Xiao Sisi gazed at Suchi with an almost mesmerized expression. Why does Senior Pompadour always sing so oddly? Finally, Suchi finished his song. Opening his eyes, he looked at the crowd, who seemed to have just survived a catastrophe, his face flushed with embarrassment. Are you all okay? A student with a few strands of leek still hanging from his head, no one knew who had tossed them there, jumped to his feet. What the hell? Get the hell out of here. Instantly, another wave of curses washed over him. Suchi scrambled off the stage in a flash. As he passed by Xiao Sisi, she suddenly spoke up, soul singer? Suchi immediately limped out of the hall, then sprinted all the way back to school. The news of Sack Brothers' earth-shattering singing voice quickly spread throughout the school. Ever since Suchi sold the milk tea shop, people would see him wandering around wearing a pair of triangular flip-flops. His fame was nowhere near as intense as when he was selling milk tea. Thus, he remained largely quiet these past 6 months. But what he never could have imagined was that he would rise to fame again with Leo. Yang Jing also heard about the banquet incident and laughed until her stomach hurt. Jokingly, she said she'd tell Xiao Sisi that Suchi was the soul singer and see how he'd handle it. On this point, Suchi could only sigh and remark, women really are strange creatures. After the banquet incident, Xiao Chuji and Suchi had become acquainted. He often dropped by their dorm to visit. He was also doing his utmost to invite Suchi to join a project. Tutoring. 20 years later, the education and training industry would undoubtedly become a massive industry. Suchi had long considered entering it, but he was stretched too thin to have the energy to pursue it. Now that someone had conveniently appeared, he could seriously consider the offer. I took the chance to discuss this with the DD team. Fatty led the charge, giving it his full support. Of course, they weren't thrilled because their boss was launching a new venture. Rather, they felt that Suchi's constant air of idleness was genuinely dampening the team's morale. To put it bluntly, they felt Suchi was holding them back. Soon after, a website called Qingjiao Score Boost went live, the result of nearly 2 weeks of overtime by Hao Su and his team. Suchi and Xiao Chuji had numerous discussions about the future business strategy for this tutoring website. They finally settled on targeting high school seniors. The college entrance exam was a major milestone in life. Behind every student stood a pair of parents on edge, willing to spend whatever it took to boost their child's scores. And Zhanghai University held a unique advantage: only academic superstars could gain admission to this top institution. Of course, having Suchi and his friends promote themselves internally was essentially pointless. They hadn't taken the Gokao in years and had long forgotten the strategies for high scores. But the freshmen are different. Having just gone through the Gaokao, the questions are still fresh in their minds, making them an invaluable resource. Simultaneously, it offered them a chance to earn money. Prestigious universities inevitably attract many students from humble backgrounds who desperately need funds to ease their families' financial burdens. This explains why the entrepreneurship club's Kong Shui was so cocky they were inundated with part-time job applications daily. When Cho Chuji heard Suchi's promotional model, he slapped his thigh in realization, exclaiming that it made perfect sense why Madai brother could earn so much. Chapter 156, Light Teaching Score Boost Network. With the marketing model set, implementation followed. First, they needed to secure one-on-one tutors. After Fatso's army of trolls bombarded the school forums, Cho Chuji's inbox exploded with applications from students flaunting their college entrance exam scores. Following Suchi's instructions, Cho Chuji first weeded out all applications from non-freshmen. Then came the looks factor. Every era is undeniably a looks-driven era. Take Suchi's Flirt Street, for instance. When it first opened, they had so many beautiful women and handsome men mingling around, which significantly boosted the street's image. Suchi mandated that every tutor dispatched by Qingtiao Pinshan must possess presentable looks, a matter of the website's reputation. For instance, imagine if a tutor picked at their smelly feet while simultaneously using that same hand to hold a student's pen during a lesson. Would the student still be in the mood to learn? Next comes standardized presentation. Every page displays your student ID and scores, all verifiable on relevant platforms. This significantly boosts the website's credibility. Additionally, parents can comment and rate tutors under each profile photo, ensuring every tutor remains mindful of their conduct and professionalism at all times. Regarding profit sharing, Suchiting implemented an 80-20 split. Each parent holds a paid membership account, topping up virtual currency via mobile recharge cards or cash transfers. Tutors must settle payments through the website's finance department to receive their earnings. Pricing was set at 10 yuan per hour, quite high, but with so many top-scoring students listed, wouldn't they be worth every penny? Of course, many might suspect it's a scam site, but that's easily solved. The ultimate weapon, the Didi pop-up. Didi has become an indispensable communication tool, with many even believing it's operated by the government. Therefore, users perceive the news and information on the platform as highly credible. When the pop-up targeting Shanghai Didi users was launched, this website's traffic immediately surged to tens of thousands of daily visitors. The temporary office Cho Chuji set up outside had its 5 phone lines blown out. Calls flooded in, parents inquiring about the service and how to top up their accounts. There was no other way. Taijima's Alipay integration wasn't ready yet, so top-ups had to be handled manually over the phone. In reality, Cho Chuji's team merely managed the website. All funding, initial development, and even the core concept were entirely handled by Suchi alone. Still, Suchi didn't want to spread himself too thin, so he gave Cho Chuji a 30% stake without management involvement. How Cho Chuji allocated resources to his team was entirely his business. Suchi operated purely as a financial investor, sending his finance assistant to verify accounts at fixed intervals. The explosive popularity of Qingtiao's score-boosting network blocked one person's money stream, Kong Shui, the cheap labor broker. Tutoring represented a massive slice of his pie. He previously managed a steady roster of 40 to 50 tutors working outside his agency, charging 8 yuan per hour with a minimum 4-hour commitment. He paid the tutors a mere 4 yuan per hour, pocketing the remaining 4 yuan himself. Calculating an average of 100 hours per tutor per month, his 40 tutors generated a total labor income of 40,000 to 50,000 yuan. He pocketed over 20,000 yuan monthly. He handed 10,000 to the student union president and gave 2,000 to the errand runner at the Entrepreneurship Association. He kept over 8,000 for himself. You can imagine how much he's raked in over the years. However, with the launch of the Qingtiao score boosting network, all the tutors under his management defected, and his client base vanished entirely. People were willing to pay 2 extra yuan for the high college entrance exam scores of the tutors on the platform. It was worth it. Right now, he sat in the Entrepreneurship Association office, his face twisted with anger. Have you found out yet? Who's behind this? Kong Shui demanded of an assistant beside him. Initially, they suspected some internet company was behind the site, as the design and layout were exceptionally professional. But when he saw that every tutor listed on the site was a student from Shanghai University, he became convinced this website had to be the work of someone inside the school. The female staff member beside him looked troubled. Senior, we can't find out. I've asked so many people. Damn it. This is downright despicable. They're practically going head-to-head with our Entrepreneurship Association. Kong Shui slammed his fist on the table. Just then, a young man entered from outside. His features carried an otherworldly air, and he lacked the typical student vibe, easily mistaken for a faculty member. Spotting him, Kong Shui rushed over. Senior Zhong, what brings you here? Zhong Yunqi, president of the student union at Shanghai University, came from a family of politicians. Having grown up immersed in that world, he carried an air of officialdom that clearly set him apart from his peers. The female staff member's face lit up with a blush upon seeing Zhong Yunqi. He was an object of admiration for many girls on campus, no less popular than Ding Qingfan. Zhong Yunqi gave her a smug nod. Junior, you may step out. I need to discuss something with our president. Kang Shui gave the female staff member a subtle nod, and she reluctantly stepped out. The moment she was gone, Zhong Yunqi's expression darkened. Don't bother investigating. I know who did this. Kang Shui blurted out, who the hell is it? Are they trying to get themselves expelled or something? They're even targeting our entrepreneurship association. Zhong Yunqi frowned. Who else in the student union would dare defy me? You mean Qiu Chuji? Kang Shui was puzzled. They knew all too well about the rivalry between the student union president and vice president. Zhong Yunqi slammed his hand on the table and snorted coldly, him? He doesn't have the clout. He's got a big bag brother backing him. Without big bag guy's financial backing, how could he pull this off so smoothly? Clearly, this is a bid to snatch that internship spot from me. It turned out that every year, the school allocated one internship position that would be recommended to the education department after graduation. This position was an absolute stepping stone for anyone aspiring to a career in politics. Both of Zhong Yunqi's parents worked in Zhonghai City's education system. If he could make a name for himself at school and then build on that during the internship, his future in politics would be assured. Thus, this internship spot was crucial for him. Chapter 157, Selling Phones. Upon hearing the name Sack Brother, Kang Shui felt uneasy. The incident on the playground a few days ago had left a deep shadow in his heart. He had no intention of provoking that madman again. He'd just swallow his pride and move on. But now, seeing Zhong Yunqi's furious expression, an idea suddenly struck him. He couldn't handle Sack Guy, and neither could Ding Qingfan. But what about Zhong Yunqi? His family was in the education system, with powerful connections. Plus, he held the title of student union president. Surely he wouldn't be humiliated in front of Sack Guy. So he immediately spoke up, Brother Shi, to be honest, Qiu Chuji isn't all that. I've dealt with him plenty and know him inside out. Like you said, I don't think he has the chops to pull off this website either. But the guy behind him, Sack Guy? That's a different story. He's a master strategist in business warfare. Look at him, started with $96 and ended up forcing Ding Qingfan out of school. That guy, the more you think about it, the more terrifying he is. Zhong Yunqi frowned. I'm well aware of what you're saying. I've even conducted a covert investigation into several people in their dorm. Ever since they sold the milk tea shop, both their dorm and the original shop staff have become even more mysterious. I asked their classmates, these guys are practically invisible whenever they don't have class. Who knows what they're up to? But now we have answers. They were preparing this Qingjiao score boosting network. Just look at the scale of their website launch. It's clearly been in the works for ages. What's even more terrifying is that they actually got Didi to advertise for them. After Didi exploded in popularity, Su Qi used the fat guy's troll army to erase all traces of the Didi team's origins. He even manipulated student rumors to mythologize Didi as a product of some domestic conglomerate. So the true backers of the Didi team remain shrouded in mystery. Kang Shui seized the moment and blurted out, Brother Shi, the mastermind behind this is almost certainly Madai. I think we need to take action. Action? What kind of action? Follow Ding Qingfan's example and hire thugs to beat him up? Don't you understand how things work at this school? After Vice Principal Zhao left, now we have Director Bao promoted from the Political Education Office. If I get dragged into some fistfight, the consequences would be unimaginable. Being the son of officials, his thinking was clearly more mature than Ding Qingfan's. Without that sharp mind, he'd never have secured the position of student union president. Kang Shui instantly deflated, daring not to say another word. Zhong Yunqi composed himself and changed the subject. Where are those phones now? Kang Shui perked up instantly. They should be arriving in Zhonghai soon. The phones were part of their business deal, though not genuine ones, as knockoff phones hadn't yet emerged in this era. Through family connections, Zhong Yunqi had linked up with a smuggler in Hong Kong City who specialized in reselling refurbished phones. Before the advent of the small-screen mobile phones, cell phones were still considered luxury items in China. But they were already widespread abroad, and recycling phones had become a lucrative business overseas. Swap out the casing, repackage it, ship it back to China, and a tidy profit lands in your pocket. Zhong Yunqi's shipment this time was Nokia phones. He did a quick calculation. Phones that cost him just 200 yuan each were selling for 500 among students. He'd bought 100 units this time, and he stood to make a whopping 30,000 yuan. Sales weren't a concern. Any phone on the market cost 2 or 3,000 yuan, making his offer ridiculously cheap. Plus, through student council connections, hundreds had already expressed interest. Once the shipment arrived, raking in 30 grand was a sure thing. Zhong Yunqi frowned. Keep pushing the logistics, guys. And don't drag me into this mess. Otherwise, it'll be tough to keep this business going. Kang Shui nodded. Brother, rest assured. I'll handle this perfectly. But what about Big Bag? While the tutoring profits are nothing to us now, I still can't let this go. Enough. Stay out of this. I'll talk to Madai myself. If it comes down to it, we'll just buy him out. A crappy website like that is worth no more than 100 grand at most. I can afford that much.
With a frown, Zhong Yunqi walked out, unwilling to engage with Kang Shuai any further. That evening, Su Qi lay on a bamboo mat on the villa balcony, wearing only boxer shorts and resting under the electric fan. A Didi employee approached with an apologetic look. "Brother Qi? Just resting?" Su Qi sat up. "Nah, just drying my sweat-soaked boxers." The Didi employee rolled his eyes. "Brother Qi, you're always so humorous." "Not at all. What brings you here?" The employee nodded. "Well, sort of. I heard you and Kang Shuai had a falling out." Su Qi frowned in confusion. "Well, maybe a little, but I wouldn't call it unpleasant. I don't even know who he is." Right, heh. The Didi employee breathed a sigh of relief. "Hey, kid, can you cut the crap? Spit it out already." The employee quickly replied, "Well, the Entrepreneurship Association has been plastering ads everywhere lately. They say a shipment of Nokia phones is arriving really cheap. I put down a deposit too. But today, Fat Brother mentioned you beat up Kang Shuai at his place the other day. You know how there's been all these phone bomb incidents abroad? I'm terrified Kang Shuai might find out I'm your guy and pull something like that on me. My life would be over. And of course, I'm worried you might be upset, so I came to sound you out." Su Qi perked up. "How cheap? 500 yuan, heh." Su Qi sat up straight. 500 for a Nokia? Impossible. Even a grey market Nokia 8110 costs 4,500 now. His first thought was refurbished phones. He stared intently at the employee. "How much did you make in total from the bubble tea shop?" "Heh, not much. Average of 10,000 a month. Saved up about 100,000 or so. And now?" Su Qi pressed. "Income's a bit lower now since Didi hasn't fully turned a profit yet. Maybe around 6,000. Heh, still better than hanging with Brother Qi. Then tell me how much do you have in your account right now?" The Didi employee paused, then replied, "I checked my account at the bank yesterday. It looks like there's over 200,000 yuan in there." Su Qi was speechless. "Then don't go around telling people you work for Didi. It'll make me look bad." Chapter 158. "I want to buy your website." "Don't do that, Brother Qi," the employee protested, growing anxious. Su Qi shot him a withering look. "You pathetic loser. You've got over 200,000 sitting in your account and you go buy a refurbished phone for 500? If the boss finds out, he'll crush you in a heartbeat, you hear me?" The employee snapped to attention. "Right. Brother Qi, I guess I am pretty loaded. Why the hell am I scrimping on a few thousand?" "Thanks, Brother Qi." After the employee left, Su Qi felt deeply moved. Tech guys were just tech guys. Spending money was always a headache for them. Take Hao Su, for instance. He once complained to the internet cafe owner about raising prices, saying he couldn't spend his money fast enough. Who knew his own staff were the same? Refurbished phones were a money-making scheme Zhong Yunqi had only recently discovered. Though he'd earned over 100,000 yuan through Kang Shuai and the Entrepreneurship Association these past few years, his spending habits were a bit reckless, leaving him with little savings. He didn't want to ask his family for the money, so he decided to acquire Qingjiaotif and Wang for 100,000 yuan. He couldn't come up with that kind of money on his own. But finding the money wasn't impossible. He had attended elementary school in the United States, so he thought of an old friend he'd met there, Zhong Hongshuang. They'd been in close contact lately, and for the current Zhong Yunqi, coming up with 100,000 yuan was as easy as taking a sip of water. After contacting Ding Hongshuang, he stepped out of the school gates and now stood in Ding Hongshuang's office. Ding Hongshuang stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, swirling a glass of wine. "Yunqi, it's been nearly a decade since we last met, hasn't it?" Zhong Yunqi walked over and tapped Ding's glass. "Exactly 10 years. That time I got mugged by a gang of black kids. I'll remember it forever. My life has been lonely, but I'm fortunate to have a friend like you." Ding Hongshuang smiled. "If I'm not mistaken, you came here today with business." Zhong Yunqi nodded. "Brother Shuang, you're still the same, never one for words, but always quick to understand." "Brother Shuang, have you heard of Su Qi?" He crossed paths with Ding Qingfan. Ding Hongshuang frowned. "What? Has this guy come after you?" Zhong Yunqi replied, "You could say that. He's standing in my way. I need to take care of him. That guy's no pushover. My so-called brother was crushed under his thumb, never getting a chance to breathe." "Yeah, I know. That's why I'm not planning a direct confrontation. He set up this light tutoring score boost website. I'm thinking of taking it over." "Brother Shuang, interested?" Zhong Yunqi asked. Ding Hongshuang smiled. "Sounds good. How much will it take?" Zhong Yunqi brightened. 10,000. I think the payoff will be huge. For 100 grand? Just give me a call. Zhong Yunqi said. Brother Yun is always straightforward. I'll remember your help this time. Ding Hongshuang set down his wine glass, walked over, and slapped him on the shoulder. Don't think of it that way. I'm in Shanghai now, and I'll need your family's help in the future. Come on, tonight I'll show you around before heading back to campus. Regarding Su Qi's affairs, Ding Hongshuang hadn't fully disclosed everything to Zhong Yunqi. While others remained unaware that Didi and kitchen real estate belonged to Su Qi, he knew it all too well.
His silence stemmed from his own plans to take action against Su Chi. He'd long had his eye on the plot of land near the school gate owned by that country bumpkin. He'd sent many people to approach him, but the man was always half naked, brandishing a cleaver and ready to fight, leaving them helpless. Later, his men discovered the real reason Shanpao refused to sell the land to anyone. He was waiting for Su Chi. He believed Su Chi would undoubtedly become a formidable competitor in the future. Their ambitions aligned perfectly. Both had set their sights on commercial real estate. But he wouldn't make a rash move. With Zhong Yunqi now in the picture, why not let him take the lead, using his connections to pave the way? It was only 100,000 yuan. Even if that wasn't enough, he could easily top it up to 500,000. Zhong Yunqi returned from Ding Hongshuang's place feeling thoroughly satisfied. Upon his return, he immediately conveyed a message to Su Chi, requesting a meeting. Fatso was busy advising Su Chi, "I think you'd be better off ignoring that kid. Everyone knows about his shady dealings with Kong Shui." Su Chi chuckled, "I don't see the harm. Meeting him could be useful. Since another troublemaker has surfaced, how else would I learn to handle him?" "Humph, whatever," the fat man waved his hand dismissively. "Honestly, Su Chi, if you ever got into politics, you'd rise like a rocket. Sometimes watching you wears me out. You're like a strategist." Su Chi chuckled. "Maybe. When did he say he wanted to meet?" The fat man replied, "Tomorrow at noon. Mingcheng Grand Hotel. He's inviting me to lunch." The next day, at the Mingcheng Grand Hotel, Zhong Yunqi arrived early, selecting the finest private room and ordering a table full of delicacies. Su Chi didn't stand him up either, striding into the private room wearing nothing but baggy shorts and flip-flops. Upon seeing Su Chi's attire, Zhong Yunqi frowned. He forced a fake laugh. "Everyone says Sack Brother is laid back, and it turns out they're right. Showing up to a formal dinner in boxers." Su Chi looked at him in confusion. "You're not some big shot, are you? Why would I need to dress up? And don't call me Sack Eye, I really dislike that nickname. So, what do you want?" The words felt like a heavy slap across Zhong Yunqi's face, instantly igniting an inexplicable surge of irritation within him. For some reason, he suddenly understood why Kong Shui always flew off the handle whenever he saw Su Chi. Su Chi felt like a porcupine impossible to approach. He sat down awkwardly. "Well, I won't beat around the bush. That Qingjiao Score Boost website is crucial to me. Are you interested in selling it? Name your price." Su Chi quickly gathered his thoughts and smiled. "So sure I'll sell? Keep in mind Qingjiao Score Boost just launched." Zhong Yunqi had 100,000 yuan in his pocket, plus Ding Hongshuang had promised him 500,000, so he seemed very confident. "I told you, price isn't an issue." Su Chi eyed him with amusement. "Then name your price. Let's see if I'm tempted." Zhong Yunqi inwardly cursed. This guy was no pushover. When it came to price negotiations, there was one ironclad rule: whoever named their price first was the first to die. If you offer too low, they'll lose interest and walk away. If you quote too high, you expose your bottom line, leaving yourself vulnerable to being gradually worn down. Chapter 159, Not Taking You Seriously. Facing Su Chi's unflappable demeanor, Zhong Yunqi gritted his teeth. 5,000. Building a webpage can't cost that much. I know offline promotions are mostly handled by part-time students recruited by Chiu Chuji. Labor costs are minimal. 5,000 is the absolute ceiling. Su Chi paused, then burst into laughter. "I won't hide this from you. Light Education Score Boost just launched a week ago. After paying staff salaries, our current net profit stands at 30,000. Even if we don't factor in growth rates, just based on the current situation, I've already surpassed your quote in 2 weeks. You come at me with 50,000? Chairman Zhong, are you out of your mind?" With a thud, Zhong Yunqi couldn't hold back and slammed his fist on the table, glaring at Su Chi. "What's your language?" Su Chi remained unfazed, spreading his hands. "Then there's no need to discuss further. What a pity, I was really looking forward to this meal. TSK, this sea base must be pretty pricey." Su Chi twirled a piece of perch on his fork, further irritating Zhong Yunqi. Suppressing his anger, Zhong Yunqi retorted, "Name your price." Su Chi adopted a teasing tone. "How about 1 million? I'll sell it to you for that." 1 million. Why don't you just go rob someone? Zhong Yunqi's rage boiled over. "Then consider it robbery." Su Chi found it amusing. Everyone said the student union president of Zhenghai University was talented, but now he seemed like nothing more than a fool. If he'd been in this situation, he wouldn't have batted an eye at paying not just 1 million, but even 2 million. 3,000 in profits a week meant 12,000 a month. The investment would pay for itself in less than a year. Any large-scale investment capable of paying off within a year was undoubtedly a prime opportunity, inevitably attracting a swarm of capital. Clearly, this Zhong Yunqi was utterly brainless. Zhong Yunqi frowned. "If you're genuinely selling, I'll offer 500,000. I'll make the call right now. If it's feasible, I'll pay you directly. Think it through. How much have you invested anyway?" Su Chi sneered inwardly. Just as expected, another fool. Though he wasn't deeply versed in internet ventures, the costs alone for server rentals, offline promotions, and initial setup likely already exceeded 500,000. Plus, how Sue and the entire DD team had worked non-stop for over 10 days on those pop-up ads. At market rates, that 50 grand? You could shove it. Of course, he had no intention of selling it. He was merely testing Zhong Yunxi. First, he wanted to see what kind of person he was. Second, he wanted to see who was backing him. You can't face your next opponent without knowing anything about them. He replied casually, fine, go ahead. Zhong Yunxi stared at him, took a deep breath, and dialed Ding Hongshuang's number. On the other end, Ding Hongshuang simply replied flatly, alright. But then Su Qi, standing nearby, glanced at Zhong Yunxi and asked, can I have a word with him? Zhong Yunxi shot Su Qi a puzzled glance before mentioning this to Ding Hongshuang over the phone. After receiving confirmation, he handed the phone to Su Qi. Taking the phone, Su Qi cut straight to the point, Mr. Ding, I'd appreciate it if you'd stop pulling your little tricks on Brother Pao's turf. If I hadn't been holding back, he'd have already brought people to wreck your office. Oh, and by the way, I never had any intention of selling Qingjiao Tifan Wang. So please stop sending these little flies buzzing around my ears. It's quite annoying. Without waiting for Ding Hongshuang's reply, he slammed the phone onto the desk and stormed out. Only after Su Qi had exited the room did Zhong Yunxi snap out of it, bellowing, who the hell do you think you are? Only then did he understand, Su Qi had been toying with him all along. His main goal was to warn Ding Hongshuang, and Zhong Yunxi was nothing more than a pawn in his eyes. Though he was curious how Su Qi knew about Ding Hongshuang, his rage was already beyond words. Perhaps they were just natural adversaries, the kind who instantly repelled each other, compelling one to kick the other while they were down. But he quickly snapped back to reality. Putting the pieces together, he finally grasped the true terror of Su Qi. From the very first word, he'd been led by the nose, utterly unable to break free. He hurriedly called Ding Hongshuang to explain. On the other end, Ding Hongshuang's heart sank to the bottom. Since returning to China, he had never felt such a sense of impending doom. After leaving the Mingcheng Grand Hotel, Su Qi got into Shanpao's Santana. Zhedong was already inside. Shanpao couldn't hold back, did you see that little bastard? Hell, dumping construction waste on my land every single day. If this keeps up, our plot's gonna turn into a dump. Su Qi replied, I didn't see him personally, but he sent this little lackey over to test the waters. Zhedong, how are profits at the red light district? Zhedong replied, we're pulling in at least 10,000 daily, and it's still growing. I'm confident we'll hit the 10 million mark within the first year. Su Qi nodded. Alright. Since that's stabilized, let Chen Liang and his team handle it. You and Fu Hua should focus on planning for Brother Pao's land during this period. The sky outside is already bright, it's time for us to make our grand entrance. Gripping the steering wheel, Shanpao grew visibly excited at Su Qi's words. He bellowed, yeah. This brother Shanpao is finally breaking into real estate. Su Qi smiled and patted his shoulder. Zhedong nodded in agreement. All right. We'll finalize the proposal in 10 days, submit it for approval, and aim to break ground by year-end. Su Qi added, if any issues arise, go straight to my old college senior. He promised me as long as I'm legitimate and compliant, he'll clear every hurdle for me. After hanging up, Ding Hongshuang stood alone before the floor-to-ceiling window, staring expressionlessly at the bustling scene of Pusan town below. Suddenly, he whipped around and slammed the phone he was clutching onto the floor with a thud. A student girl beside him, with an adorably clumsy look, hurried over to pick up the phone case from the floor. Ding Hongshuang took a deep breath and looked at the cute girl. You're also a graduate of Shanghai University, right? Yes, Mr. Ding. I just graduated. I was in the same class as Senior Ding Qingfan, the girl replied with an innocent look. Then have you heard of this guy, Sack brother? The girl froze, her eyes flickering as she lowered her gaze, but she quickly regained her innocent expression. Mr. Ding, I've heard of him. He seems to have gotten lucky, made some money, a total redneck nouveau riche, the kind with absolutely no taste. Ding Hongshuang gave a bitter smile, gazing out the window as he muttered to himself, it's precisely these unorthodox bumpkins who are the most dangerous. Chapter 160, Xiao Cici's Embarrassment. Just as the cute, clueless freshman was labeling Su Qi a bumpkin, he let out a loud sneeze. It turned out that during this period, Su Qi had already learned about Ehai Real Estate's underhanded maneuvers from Shanpao. He quickly realized that Ehai Real Estate must have had a high-level player stepping in to take over. So he arranged for the cute and clueless freshman to get hired at Ehai Real Estate, where she now held the position of Ding Hongshuang's second assistant. In other words, ever since Ding Hongshuang joined Pusan, Su Qi had been privy to all his movements. This included a copy of the recording from Zhong Yunxi's meeting with Ding Hongshuang. This set the stage for what followed. After Zhong Yunxi returned to campus, Kang Shui immediately tracked him down. The two spent the entire night in the dormitory loudly cursing Su Qi's ancestors for generations. One thing was certain, they wouldn't dare provoke Su Qi again, at least not for now. They'd collect the money for that phone first. Over the next few days, one development left Su Qi slightly stunned. Bald Lu arrived in Pusan town with a company called Tianhong Real Estate, making a very high-profile entrance.
They moved extremely quickly, snapping up several plots of land in succession. Suchi pondered this for a long time, concluding that Lu Baldhead had come prepared. Back in Pusan town, he'd been thoroughly crushed by Shanpao.
Even with the Yang Jun incident still unresolved, he now dared to make such a grand entrance into Pusan town.
It was obvious to anyone that he must have powerful backing. He clearly no longer regarded Shanpao as a threat. Upon learning of this, Shanpao nearly lost control and wanted to rally his men for a confrontation, but Suchi managed to restrain him. Best to watch this one unfold quietly. Just hope he doesn't team up with Ding Hongshuang. Military training flew by. Once the freshmen shed their uniforms, they finally felt like themselves again. Meanwhile, the Shanghai University Forum had launched another campus beauty poll. Xiao Sisi was crowned freshman campus beauty, but what was truly hilarious was that the main banner photo on the Shanghai University Forum featured Yang Jing smiling while holding a bubble tea in the middle of a crowd. Though she wasn't even a student at Shanghai University, she had become its de facto poster girl, a fact that left Suchi utterly speechless. He had even anonymously called the forum moderator to demand the photo be replaced. He certainly didn't want people ogling his girlfriend all day. But when he called, the moderator gave him a thorough scolding, threatening to beat him to a pulp if they ever found out who he was. Their goddess was not to be desecrated. At some point, Suchi found himself drawn to spending time in Yang Jing's shop. Sitting at the cash register all day, handling receipts for tens or hundreds of yuan, he felt a simple, ordinary joy in the income. At the same time, he found it comforting to watch Yang Jing interact with customers. This was the taste of love. When you stand before me, no matter how chaotic the world becomes, I find peace only in your presence.
Suchi, are you peeking at my long legs again?
Oomph. That day, as Suchi was enjoying the view of Yang Jing's back, Yang Mengmeng stood before him, furious and clutching a pencil sharpener.
Suchi rolled his eyes. Meng, haven't I told you countless times? Little girls shouldn't play with knives. What if you cut yourself?
Here, give the knife to big brother. Yang Mengmeng took a quick step back, her little brow furrowed.
You better not move. The knife stays with me. Oh ho, watching Big Knife Wang Wu again? How about Big Brother Suchi teaches you a knife technique? Suchi grinned mischievously as he approached Yang Mengmeng. Yang Mengmeng suddenly panicked, waving the knife wildly as she darted in and out of the coat rack.
Yang Jing, busy explaining to a customer in the distance, nearly smiled as she glanced at Suchi and Yang Mengmeng. Just as the big and little ones were running wild, Xiao Sisi, dressed in a skirt, walked into the store with a puzzled look. The moment she stepped through the door, Yang Mengmeng, wielding a pencil sharpener, whizzed past her from behind.
Suchi's body tensed the moment he saw Xiao Sisi. Holy! He quickly crouched down, hiding beneath the clothing rack.
Seeing Suchi hadn't chased after her, Yang Mengmeng stopped and turned around, immediately covering her mouth. She scurried over to Suchi and whispered urgently, Suchi, I'm in big trouble.
What kind of trouble? Suchi asked, puzzled.
Yang Mengmeng pointed at Xiao Sisi, who had already walked past. That lady's skirt, my knife got caught in it.
Suchi glanced over. Ha!
By now, Xiao Sisi's skirt had been slashed open by Yang Mengmeng's pencil sharpener, revealing the white lace panties underneath in full view. The worst part was that Xiao Sisi herself was completely unaware, solemnly picking out clothes inside.
Fortunately, Yang Jing spotted it quickly.
She shot reproachful glances at Suchi and Yang Mengmeng before hurrying over.
Hey, sweetheart, are you looking at the dresses? Yang Jing's body effectively shielded Xiao Sisi's rear, preventing others from seeing.
Xiao Sisi turned around, froze for a moment, then covered her mouth in disbelief, pointing at Yang Jing. Sis, are you that milk tea sister? You're so beautiful.
Yang Jing paused. Milk tea girl? Seems like a lot of people call me that. Are you from Shanghai University? Xiao Sisi instantly warmed up, skipping formalities as she hooked her arm through Yang Jing's. Yep, sis. I'm Xiao Sisi.
Hey, I heard you're the girlfriend of that frizzy hair senior.
Is that true? Yang Jing burst out laughing. Senior Pompadour?
If he heard someone call him that, he'd probably die of embarrassment.
No way. I've always called him that.
But for some reason, this frizzy-haired senior seems terrified of me. Every time he sees me, he pretends to limp.
So annoying. I just suspected he was the soul singer. Is that really such a big deal?
Xiao Sisi looked thoroughly displeased. Yang Jing's mouth fell open.
Oh. I get it, you're that Xiao Sisi, right? Yep, that's me. Do you know me, sis? Yang Jing smiled.
Of course I do. Your Pompadour senior has mentioned you.
Come on, let's go change your dress first.
Why change my dress? Xiao Sisi rubbed her but in confusion, then gasped in horror.
Who did this? Ruined my dress. How disgusting. Her loud outburst instantly drew the attention of everyone in the lobby, all eyes turning their way.
Xiao Sisi instantly realized she'd lost her composure, her face flushing crimson. Yang Jing quickly grabbed a dress from the rack and pulled her into the fitting room.
Suchi finally exhaled and stood up.
Yang Mengmeng also stood up, glaring intently at Suchi. Trust me, a woman's intuition tells me you're definitely involved with that little beauty.
Chapter 161, Yang Mengmeng's Divine Theory. Suchi nearly choked on his own blood. Meng, watch what you say. Look, Suchi has some business to attend to and will have to leave now. You guys carry on. Yang Meng pointed her pencil sharpener at him. Humph. See? I was right. If you dare step out that door, I'll break your legs. Sis. Come out now. You need to confront him. That faithless bastard is trying to slip away. The shop was crowded at the moment. Hearing Yang Meng's shouts, a murderous intent descended from upstairs where Zhang Xiaoyan stood. To the side, Yang Jun clenched his fists, glaring fiercely at Suchi. Suddenly, he became the target of everyone's hostility. At any moment, these two could tear him apart. Suchi felt utterly miserable, beyond words. Yang Jing emerged from the fitting room with Xiao Sisi, both chatting and laughing. Xiao Sisi, now in a denim skirt, had strikingly long, slender legs. The alluring charm radiating from her entire being was perfectly accentuated. Spotting Suchi, Xiao Sisi beamed with delight. Hey, pompadour-haired senior. You're here too. Suchi started to respond, but sensing multiple murderous gazes locked onto him, he could only give a bitter nod. Sis. How could you be chatting and laughing with your love rival? See? I told you you have no principles. And you're the most stubborn one. Yang Meng looked at Yang Jing with disappointment. Wow. What an adorable little sister. Sis, is this your little sister? Xiao Sisi couldn't resist walking over to pinch Yang Meng's porcelain doll-like cheeks upon seeing her. Having her cheeks pinched was a deep-seated wound for Yang Meng. Being handled so casually by strangers always left her deeply troubled. The little devil sighed, little beauty, don't think a few compliments will make me nice to you. Spill it, how long have you been hooking up with brother Suchi? Xiao Sisi froze. I haven't. Yang Jing gave a bitter smile and stepped forward. Sisi, don't mind her. I've given up on this sister of mine. She's sharp-tongued with everyone she meets. Sis. Are you even my real sister? Yang Meng protested, then turned to Yang Jun beside her. Brother. Are you just going to stand there and laugh? Get over here. Yang Jun shuddered, about to step forward, when he suddenly felt Yang Jing's gaze. He shuddered again, inwardly sighing, it's tough being caught between two women. Xiao Sisi quickly moved closer, flashing her sweet smile. Little sister, tell your big sister what's your favorite cartoon. I love Sailor Moon. She fights evil in the name of the moon. Yang Meng declared earnestly. Don't try to bribe me with Sailor Moon comics, okay? I'm not falling for that. Xiao Sisi pinched her little cheek. Really? She pulled out the latest Sailor Moon comic from her bag. Too bad. I just finished reading this one and was about to give it to you. Guess I don't need to now. Yang Meng crossed her arms, her eyes narrowing in a pout as she glanced sideways at the manga in Xiao Sisi's hands, clearly conflicted. But she felt she was much more principled than her sister, so she couldn't quite back down. You really finished reading it? Yep, I finished it. Then what are you going to do with it? I was going to give it to you, but since you don't want it, I'll just have to throw it away. Could you at least throw it in our store's trash bin? Don't toss it outside. Why? Don't ask why. Just hurry up and throw it in there. Oomph. Xiao Sisi, puzzled, tossed the comic book into a trash can. Yang Meng, grinning with glee, rushed over and retrieved the comics from the bin. You threw these away, and I picked them back up. So they've got nothing to do with you. With that, the little minx marched solemnly into the back room, comic books in hand. Yang Jun sighed beside her once more, two women with no principles. Xiao Sisi watched Yang Meng's earnest little silhouette, giggling uncontrollably. Sis, your little sister is so adorable. Can I come visit her often? She's just too cute. Yang Jing replied, sure, you're welcome to visit anytime. She's Suchi's college classmate, after all. Suchi shuddered and pretended not to hear. The greatest unsolved mystery in the world isn't how the pyramids were built, it's the female mind. In the blink of an eye, they became besties. Yang Jing and Xiao Sisi headed to the dressing room together. The whole process took only a few minutes, yet they somehow became inseparable friends who shared everything. Baffling. Truly baffling. Still, Suchi could finally relax. At least he wouldn't have to worry about Xiao Sisi staring at him constantly, trying to figure out if he was a soul singer. He trusted Yang Jing could change that little girl's mindset. Suchi stayed out of their women's conversation. Of course, he did get dragged by Yang Jun to the back of the store to do 100 push-ups. Only after confirming Suchi had no connection to Xiao Sisi did he let him return to the shop. As for those 100 push-ups, Suchi was convinced it was pure, unadulterated personal vendetta from Yang Jun. He was clearly taking out all the frustration he'd built up dealing with his two sisters on Suchi. Pang Junshan had completely switched sides. Now he could only be bullied by his brother-in-law, with no one to rescue him. Back at the villa, his butt hadn't even warmed the seat before Shanpao came trotting over in a hurry. The moment he opened the door, Shanpao started ranting, Suchi. That ING high real estate is really going after us. Didn't you threaten Ding Hongxuan yesterday? Well, they're coming back even harder. Right now, our plot of land is completely surrounded by a wall of construction debris. I feel better if I took some guys and smashed his office to pieces. Su-chi frowned. When did this happen? I had people check. Last night, at least 100 dump trucks dumped construction waste here. License plates were all covered, but witnesses saw them all coming from Ehai Real Estate's construction site. No doubt about it. Shanpao said. Su-chi's heart sank to the bottom. He'd thought that as long as Ding Hongshuang didn't provoke him, he'd never cause trouble for the other guy. But it turned out the other side had no intention of backing down. If they kept dumping like this, the area would soon become a mountain of debris. Once construction began, clearing all that rubble alone would cost a fortune. What was even more alarming was the fear of triggering a chain reaction. Busan had entered an era of massive development, which inevitably generated huge amounts of construction waste. If this wasn't stopped promptly, waste from major construction sites would flow endlessly toward this area. Just as Su-chi frowned deeply, his phone rang. Chapter 162, Guanhao joins Didi. Guanhao, moderator of the Shanghai City Forum, had seen traffic plummet since the incident with old Fox Zhang. Major advertisers had pulled out of the forum, leaving Guanhao struggling. Without these sponsors, Guanhao's income had plummeted repeatedly, leaving him as the sole employee in the company. For months, he had been studying Didi, and this research had filled him with a sense of dread. Every single one of Didi's internet products seemed to foreshadow the future of the internet. After much internal struggle, he decided to seek an alliance with Didi. But would they even consider him, given that he had clashed with them just months prior? Then yesterday, a phone call brought him an opportunity. Someone was preparing to target the underground operations outside Shanpao, aiming to set a trap for Su-chi and his team across major online forums. After wrestling with the decision all night, he finally picked up the phone and arranged a meeting with Su-chi. There are no absolute enemies in this world. Shanghai City Forum was merely a paid service, so after taking down Guanhao, Su-chi didn't pursue further conflict with them. Inside the Mingcheng Grand Hotel, Guanhao's jaw nearly dropped when he saw Su-chi. He had always imagined the founder of Didi the man who had driven him into a corner to be a stern, internet-savvy mastermind, someone who embodied the image of a formidable opponent. But looking at him now, there wasn't a trace of that techie vibe. With a wry smile, he stepped forward. "Hello, Mr. Su." Su-chi smiled, patted his hand, and sat down. "Is your forum still up?" Guanhao felt awkward. "It's all my fault for chasing small profits back then." Su-chi looked at him calmly. "Go ahead. What does Ding Hongshuang want with you?" Guanhao replied, "He just wants to mess with that land deal. Dump tons of construction waste, stir up public opinion, draw the attention of the relevant authorities, and stall the development progress of your land. All of us major forum owners have received his calls. Except for me, everyone else agreed immediately to take the job. Ding Hongshuang offered each forum owner 1 million yuan, an offer so tempting that even if it meant losing our websites, we'd still accept it." "1 million yuan is simply too tempting." Su-chi's heart sank. The stakes were incredibly high. This alone showed that Ding Hongshuang must hold absolute control within Ehai Real Estate. Ping Jing said, "Your information is useful to me, but I believe I could have handled this even without advanced knowledge." "So, what exactly do you want?" Guanhao clenched his jaw. "Brother Chi, I want to join your Didi team." Su-chi stared at him. "Every member of the Didi team was trained by me personally. They're essentially my own people. Do you really think I'd bring someone like you, someone whose loyalties are unclear, into the team just because of this one piece of information? If the roles were reversed, would you do the same?" Guanhao grew impatient. "To prove my sincerity, I'll merge my forum into the Didi team at no cost. Plus, Brother Chi, I've been in the internet industry for 10 years. I built the Shanghai City Forum entirely on my own. Though its daily traffic is under 1,000 now, it's a well-established platform. With some restructuring, I'm confident we can restore its former glory. That's why I hope you'll give me this chance." Su-chi remained silent for a long while, gauging the other man's intentions. The Didi team certainly needed internet talent, and this Guanhao was undoubtedly the kind of person they needed. However, Su-chi had only one principle when it came to hiring: you could know nothing. But you must be loyal. Otherwise, you'll ruin the entire team. Looking at Guanhao's earnest expression, Su-chi remarked, "I visited your forum just the other day. The once cluttered ad space is now reduced to a single small ad for male enhancement pills. I guess the monthly ad revenue barely scrapes by at 200 or 300 yuan. Guanhao nodded with a pained expression. Su-chi stood up. "All right then. Starting tomorrow, my Didi team will take over your Shanghai City Forum. As for you, you'll start by doing odd jobs in our team. 500 yuan a month. We'll see if they accept you, because they're the ones calling the shots, not me." Guanhao's face lit up. "All right. I'll follow your lead. I'll bring all the materials tomorrow for the handover." On the surface, this deal seemed like Guanhao had taken a huge loss, but in reality, he had made a huge profit. Forums like this would have no place once Chengdu's Tieba launched, especially messy lifestyle forums like theirs. Timing-wise, that guy growing vegetables in the US's backyard should be returning soon too. Guan Hao possessed a certain level of foresight. Otherwise, he wouldn't have invested so heavily just for a chance to join Didi. If he didn't self-destruct within the Didi team by thinking of himself as Su Chi's man, the rewards awaiting him in the near future would far exceed what 100 Zhenghai City forums could ever offer. After leaving the Mingcheng Grand Hotel, Su Chi made his way alone to the construction site where Shan Pao operated. A long line of rumbling dump trucks snaked across the plot, all from nearby construction sites. 2 days prior, all the dump truck drivers received thrilling news: this vacant lot was now open for dumping, charging just 1 yuan per truckload. Normally, they had to haul their debris 20 kilometers away, consuming enormous manpower and resources. Now they could dump it right at the construction site entrance. It was a godsend. Word spread like wildfire among the construction sites, and dump trucks poured in continuously. At some point, the plot had been fenced off with a small gate. A slacker stood there collecting money in a half-hearted manner. Each passing truck tossed in a single coin. Dust swirled thickly, and the scene was anything but quiet. When Su Chi arrived, his brow furrowed. These people were getting bolder by the day. They used to come only at night to dump their loads secretly, but now? They were dumping in broad daylight. It was like they were racing against the clock. This had reached a point where intervention was necessary. He called Shan Pao and walked over to the toll collector. He handed over a pack of cigarettes. Bro, must be raking in the cash today, huh? The man sat with his legs crossed, eyeing him. Not bad. I make 100 or 2 every day. Take your cigarette and get out of here. If you get hit by a dump truck, I won't be responsible. Su Chi chuckled. Which unit are you with? Collecting money so openly like this, aren't you afraid of getting investigated? The collector frowned and stood up. Who are you? What business is it of yours? Chapter 163, Staged Setup. A concerned citizen, Su Chi replied with a chuckle. The security guard scrutinized him from head to toe, finally settling his gaze on his hairstyle. Buddy, where'd you get that pompadour cut? I shaved it myself with a razor. You can do that? I'll try it myself tomorrow. Su Chi feigned confusion. Sure, why not? But listen, who authorized you guys to charge fees here? I heard this area belongs to some big-time thug from Busan. Aren't you worried he'll come looking for trouble? The security guard shrugged indifferently. You mean that hillbilly, right? Yeah, I hear he's ugly and ruthless. Not many in Busan would dare cross him. The guard gave him a look that said, you don't get it, and replied, sure, that mountain cannon is a big shot around Busan, but don't forget he's only big around Busan. And this is the age of money solving problems. You think he'd dare bring a whole crew here? That'd be suicide. See? That says it all. We've been camped out here for days, and that mountain cannon hasn't dared to make a peep. Su Chi said, brother, you look like a real tough guy. You must be from the city, right? That mountain cannon? I'd been itching to knock him out cold. The security guard basked in the flattery. Who'd have thought, young man? Not old, but sharp as a tack. You're right, I'm with the high security. Su Chi continued buttering him up. No wonder I sense that heroic aura about you. You're definitely from a big company. Ehai Real Estate is developing over there right now. You guys must be sent from headquarters to assist them, right? The security guard quickly shushed him and pulled him aside. Bro, you can't just blurt that out. Pretend you never heard what I told you today. If second young Master Ding finds out, I'll be skinned alive. Just as he was about to press further, several people with cameras slung around their necks approached from the doorway. The security guard scurried over with an obsequious expression. Gentlemen reporters, you finally arrived. Su Chi eyed the group suspiciously. They were clearly media personnel. It seemed Guan Hao hadn't been pulling his leg. These people were clearly here to set him up. The journalists wore supremely arrogant expressions, barely glancing at the security guard. In an era of information scarcity, journalists like these were treated like royalty wherever they went, revered and fawned over. A lowly security guard like this one was simply beneath their notice. A young man stepped forward, his gaze cool and detached. Let's get started. We're busy. The security guard quickly agreed, took a deep breath, and charged toward the construction site exit, shouting loudly his performance was spot on. The reporters swiftly raised their cameras, firing off a flurry of shots at the security guard. Su Chi stared at them in utter bewilderment. Damn it, this was clearly an attempt to fabricate a story. Sure enough, after the journalists finished snapping away, the guard returned, grinning at Su Chi. How'd my acting look, bro? Was my expression on point? Did my running style look cool? Su Chi rolled his eyes. What the hell are you guys doing? The security guard slapped him on the shoulder. Hang tight. The show isn't over yet. Soon, the arrogant young man emerged from the crowd. With obvious disgust, he changed into a torn outfit and stood before a dump truck. He struck a righteous pose, pretending to declare his defiance against the world's corruption. The other reporters snapped away furiously. Then, 5 or 6 people outside the entrance wandered over, chatting and laughing as they carried steel pipes. Su Chi had initially assumed they were Shansai's men, but to his utter astonishment, these individuals were also participating in this staged performance. It felt like a staged performance, the passionate, righteous reporter versus the evil, corrupt crowd raking in black income, a clash of justice and evil. The plot was plausible, the expressions spot on a vivid news story unfolded right before Su Chi's eyes. Just as Su Chi was about to walk away with a wry smile, waiting for the thugs, one of the men holding steel pipes answered a phone call. He whispered something into Su Chi's ear, and moments later, the group swiftly encircled Su Chi with their steel pipes, adopting a posture of imminent confrontation. The security guard grew impatient. "What the hell are you doing? Move it!" The leader retorted, "Xiao Song, you know why you've been stuck as a lowly security guard at Ehai for so long? Brains. You're just brainless. Do you know who this kid is? He's a ING spy sent by the Mountain Cannon Gang." The guard froze, staring at Su Chi in disbelief. "Brother, you really are a spy?" The reporters turned their gaze toward him. The staged photo subject, now dressed in clean clothes, wore a dark expression. "You'd better clean this up yourselves. When Mr. Ding came to see us, he didn't mention this little drama." The men clutching steel pipes scrambled to apologize profusely, their obsequiousness laid bare as they treated the other party like their own ancestors. The young man seemed satisfied. "You handle the rest yourselves. When you get back, tell Mr. Ding we'll make things look good for him." "All right. We'll leave it to you, Reporter Chin," the leader replied with a smile. The young man gave a dismissive wave and prepared to leave with his men. Su Chi frowned. "Gentlemen, did I give you permission to leave?" Reporter Chin turned back, finding the whole situation laughable. "I'll leave when I want to. What business is it of yours? You're being ridiculous." The others surrounding Su Chi chimed in, "Shut your mouth." Su Chi shrugged helplessly. "Fine. If you can walk out on your own, I won't stop you." "You don't have a clue what's going on, do you?" the leader yelled. Reporter Chin shook his head with a smile, thinking it beneath him to stoop to Su Chi's level. He blew the dust off his camera and led his team out the construction site gate. But the moment they stepped outside, the grim-faced Mountain Cannon suddenly brushed past him. Before he could react, Mountain Cannon grabbed him by the ear and dragged him back inside. Several of his men moved to intervene, but suddenly everything went black. A swarm of men appeared, grabbing them by the collars and dragging them back into the construction site. The men wielding steel pipes were trained fighters. They snapped into action, ignoring Su Chi and scattering in all directions. Shan Pao surveyed the construction debris scattered across his plot. He bellowed at his men, "Beat the out of these bastards. Damn it, look what they've done to my land." Behind him, a dark mass of at least 100 people surged into the construction site. Chapter 164, All to the Station. Soon, Su Chi found himself surrounded and protected by the crowd. That Reporter Chin's ear was still being pinched by Shan Pao. The guy really had some nerve. Maybe he'd acted in too many plays and actually believed he was some righteous hero. He bellowed, "Do you know who we are? We're reporters from the Shanghai Cultural and Art newspaper. Let go of me this instant." Shan Pao shoved his head down hard onto the ground, a deeply humiliating gesture. Wherever the great Reporter Chin had gone before, people had fawned over him, terrified his pen might turn against them. Never had he been treated with such contempt. He sprang to his feet, glaring at the thug. "You're nothing but a gang of thugs." Seeing Chin the reporter lose his temper, the others grew bolder, hurling insults at him, convinced Shan Pao wouldn't dare lay a finger on him. Laying hands on a reporter? That would be like begging for a stint behind bars. Shan Pao raised his foot and boomed Chin reporter to the ground. "Don't know your place. You're just a small-time reporter acting tough with me? Try saying one more word." Chin's face remained stern. "This is a society governed by law. What you're doing is kidnapping us." The thug prepared to land another blow, but Su Chi grabbed his arm. Turning to Chin, he said, "Come on, explain to me how exactly we're kidnapping you." Chin wasn't stupid. He'd initially looked down on Su Chi, but now he could see these people revolved around him. He retorted, "Aren't you restricting our personal freedom? Let us go, or I'll report your actions tomorrow." Su Chi's rage turned to laughter. "You think you can push us around? What can a little reporter like you possibly do? What exactly have you lot been doing on our property? Don't tell me you're putting on a show. What did we do wrong?" The homeowner caught a group of thieves and is waiting here for the police to handle it. "What's wrong with that?" Chin's face drained instantly. He knew this wouldn't end well. If it went to the police station, their scheme would be exposed. If their dealings with Ding Hongshuan came to light, his career as a reporter would be over. Shan Kai glared at him. "Got nothing to say? You're usually so cocky and arrogant. I'll make sure you pay. You come onto my turf trying to frame me, and now that you're caught, you dare threaten me? Stay put, you bastard. One more word and I'll beat you to death." He then snatched the cameras from several people. Over there, 5 or 6 others were beaten black and blue, dragged over by Mountain Cannon's henchmen. Shan Pao was about to attack again, but Su Chi stopped him. "Enough, brother Pao. This is enough. Let the police handle it." As he spoke, sirens wailed outside, and several officers entered immediately. Seeing the scene inside, Captain Wang's face darkened. "This is a mass brawl." Su Chi stepped forward. "Hello, Captain Wang. I'm a junior of Senior Xiang Rong. Captain Wang paused, narrowing his eyes at him. You're Su Chi? Su Chi replied, yes, that's me. I was the one who reported the incident. My friends and I were here discussing how to develop this plot of land. Unexpectedly, we stumbled upon this fight. I figured it was best for the police to handle it, so we kept them here. Reporter Chin was seething with anger. Who's fighting here? You're framing people. Su Chi looked at him calmly. Really? I saw you guys beating them up with my own eyes. How could that be fake? If you don't believe me, Captain Wang can check their camera. There are photos inside. Reporter Chin nearly choked on his own blood. His vision darkened. The camera did indeed contain photos of him fighting these people, photos that made him look like a hero. But damn it, this was staged. It was for fabricating the news story. Captain Wang frowned as he took the camera from Su Chi's hands. This will be handled at the police station. Glancing at the group of men who had been beaten beyond recognition, he said to Su Chi, you guys need to send someone with me to explain this. Pick a representative. At those words, the reporters all fell silent, realizing today's incident had landed squarely on their shoulders. Shanpao selected a smooth-talking individual to accompany them to the police station. He then dismissed the 100+ people. Staring at the pile of construction debris, he was still gasping for breath, his face flushed. Su Chi, what do we do now? Look at the state of this place. I don't think we need to develop anything here. Let's just plant some flowers and trees on top to contribute to the city's greening. His words carried obvious resentment. He'd been pushing Su Chi to move faster, only to end up with this mess. Shanpao was an impatient sort, quick to arrive and quicker to leave. Su Chi didn't take it to heart, just chuckled, Brother Pao, this plot was never leveled to begin with. Isn't this better? Let them help us level it out while they're at it. We'll save a lot of expenses that way, right? Shanpao frowned. Then what do we do next? Su Chi patted his shoulder. Don't worry. I'll handle this. You stay out of it. TSK, this Ding Hongchuang sure is loaded. He spent over 10 million hiring people back and forth. Let's make him cough up a few million more. Reporter Chin was a coward who loved to show off everywhere. When he first entered the police station, he acted all high and mighty, thinking his journalist status would protect him. But when Captain Wang had all the photos from his camera printed out and slammed them down in front of him, he completely crumbled. He spilled everything, every last detail. And to shift more blame away from himself, he embellished Ding Hongchuang's character to the hilt. As for the others, he gritted his teeth and refused to name them, only saying they'd been sent by someone. Just as Captain Yuan was preparing to deal with them, a mysterious call came in from the provincial bureau. After weighing his options for a long time, Captain Yuan only dealt with a few people like Reporter Chin. As for the others, they were bailed out by someone else, and no useful information was extracted from them. Upon learning of this turn of events, Ding Hongchuang's face flushed crimson with visible fury. He understood that the land was beyond his grasp, and Qiqing Real Estate had already begun processing the paperwork. His only recourse now was to wear down Su Chi. He planned to dump construction debris illegally, leveraging environmental and public pressure to force the relevant government agencies to slow down their processing of the paperwork. When the pressure on the relevant government reached its peak, they would take necessary measures, labeling the hillbillies as obstructive holdouts hindering urban development. Then, the land would likely be confiscated by the government. That would create an opening for Ehai Real Estate to step in. Frankly, he was treating the authorities like fools. They'd already submitted paperwork for commercial development, yet he was dumping construction waste on his own site. Wasn't that just asking for trouble? Any clear-headed observer could easily figure out what was going on. Chapter 165, Off to Music Village. Senior Pompadour, could you accompany me on an errand today? Su Chi's number was obtained by Xiao Cixi from Yangjing. Su Chi had just emerged from the restroom. Phew, that felt great. One of life's great pleasures is stepping outside to breathe fresh air after using the restroom. Though his legs felt numb, his body felt several pounds lighter. Xiao Cixi on the other end, Flat Top Senior, what are you doing? Why did you say feels so good? Su Chi froze. That's a bit hard to explain. Xiao Cixi pressed, I asked you a question. Can you accompany me out today? I'm unfamiliar with Zhenghai. Where to? I need to check with my boss first. Otherwise, she'll think you've lured me away. Su Chi replied. Over these past few days, Xiao Cixi had grown increasingly fond of Yang Jing, the older sister figure. She'd often drop by the Met store, and they'd become as close as sisters. Su Chi didn't feel any awkwardness around her either, treating her like a little sister. Xiao Cixi giggled. Then let me lure you away just this once. Sister Jing said she doesn't mind, otherwise you'd be bored out of your mind every day. I've already briefed Sister Jing. Su Chi's face darkened. What is that little minx thinking? So, where do you want to go? You know that music village in Zhenghai? I heard the Yuanquan band studio is there, right? Su Chi replied, that place? Yeah, I know it. What are you going there for? Xiao Cixi replied, to try my luck, of course. See if I can meet that soul singer. I just can't shake the feeling that Soul Singer and the Yuan band have something going on. Otherwise, why would The Road to Ordinary have them perform? The phrase have a connection made Suchi shudder at the character in Deng Xingji's name. Cici, isn't that a bit of an inappropriate way to describe it? Xiao Cici retorted, it is. I've been digging into this for ages. People online are saying the Soul Singer is actually the mastermind behind the source band. I have to go check it out today. Suchi sighed helplessly, fine. Meet me at the school gate later. After hanging up, Suchi made 2 more calls. The first was to Yang Jing. He'd thought it over and decided it was best to apply for it. Otherwise, if a woman got jealous, one misstep could destroy the planet, what then? Yang Jing's magnanimity put Suchi at ease. The second call was to Deng Xingji, instructing him to pretend not to know Suchi. Otherwise, with Xiao Cici's suspicious nature, she'd surely start questioning him again. Half an hour later, Suchi and Yang Jing met at the school gate. Suchi stared at Xiao Cici for a long moment, took a deep breath, and thought to himself, this little minx is truly a born fox. Not the kind of 9-tailed fox whose allure shook the heavens, but rather the pure, unblemished aura of a little demoness fresh from the deep mountains. She wore a pale yellow t-shirt and denim shorts that hugged her hips tightly, showcasing flawlessly rounded, slender legs that rivaled his own partner's. Suchi, as always, was dressed casually, lately obsessed with pairing floral print boxers with flip-flops. Standing side by side, they perfectly illustrated the saying, a flower planted in cow dung. Several murderous gazes instantly locked onto him, prompting him to quickly pull Xiao Cici into the bus. They rode all the way to Music Village. The moment he stepped off the bus, Suchi was stunned. He hadn't been here in months and hadn't expected such a dramatic change. Months ago, it had been a desolate place, merely a small preserve for Deng Xingji's whimsical tastes. But now, it was packed with people, resembling a sacred site for young fans pursuing their idols. Waves of cheers rolled in one after another. Riding the wave of Yuan band's fame, several more singers quickly rose to prominence here. Deng Xingji proved remarkably savvy, promptly signing those artists to his studio. In other words, this was no longer a demolition site. Instead, this cluster of oddly shaped buildings had transformed into an industrial park. At the entrance to Music Village, numerous security guards maintained order, letting people in for tours in small, staggered groups. Suchi finally made it through the queue, only to run into an old acquaintance right after entering. Talk about a cliché. Kang Shui, that guy had brought a girl along to show off over the weekend. Suchi recognized the girl beside him. She must be a freshman. Xiao Cici spotted Kang Shui too. Her delicate brows furrowed as she tugged Suchi away. Kang Shui was basking in his smugness. This semester had been a complete disaster for him. Word of his pursuit of Xiao Cici at the swimming pool had somehow leaked out, spreading like wildfire across the entire campus. As a result, many younger female students now kept their distance from him. In other words, Xiao Cici had ruined his sex life. But persistence paid off. He'd finally hooked up with a freshman, average-looking, but with a killer figure. Right now, his eyes kept drifting toward the deep cleavage of the girl beside him, studying it intently. He was scheming about how to make them miss the last bus tonight and spend the night out. Hey, freshman, listen up. Xian from the Yuan band is buddies with a buddy of mine. When we see him later, I'll get him to sign your shirt. Kang Shui said, stealing another glance at the girl with the big white rabbit. The freshman girl lit up instantly. Really? Senior, thank you so much. I absolutely love the Yuan band. She hooked her arm around his, her ample bosom pressing against his arm. Oh, that feels good. Kang Shui couldn't help but sigh as the sudden softness sent a wave of pleasure through his body. The busty freshman playfully whacked his arm, but didn't pull her hand away. Her intentions were crystal clear. The two strolled along like a couple, arriving at the spring studio. The moment he arrived, he spotted Xiao Cici's elegant silhouette. It was like an electric shock coursing through him, especially when he noticed her pert little behind. The stark contrast to the junior's figure made the buried jealousy in his heart erupt once more. His fists clenched tighter when he spotted the bowl-cut guy beside Xiao Cici. Damn it! Why bring Xiao Cici all this way? Are you planning to skip school too? He assumed Suchi had brought Xiao Cici this far from campus for the same reason he had to satisfy his own selfish desires tonight. Xiao Cici's presence instantly sapped his interest in the pair of big white rabbits beside him. But since he'd worked so hard to get her, he couldn't afford to lose the big prize for the small gain. Watching Xiao Cici stare at the Yuan studio with such fervor, he suddenly sensed an opportunity to regain his footing in front of her. He took a deep breath and dialed Xian's number. Chapter 166, Farewell, Soul Singer. Who is it? Inside the studio, Xian was discussing musical arrangements with the other 2 members of the Yuan band when the interruption annoyed him. Kang Shui quickly replied, Brother Xian, it's me, Kang Shui. I called you this morning, hee hee. Hey Xian, oh, you're that friend of my friend's friend, right? You're at the studio? Kang Shui, yep, Cinny, I'm waiting in line at the door. Alright, hold on. After hanging up, Xian stepped out of the studio wearing sunglasses. Outside the studio, a massive crowd had gathered, surrounding the building. When Brother Xian emerged, the crowd erupted once more, filled with shouts and cheers. Kang Shui waved excitedly through the crowd. Xian pointed at Kang Shui, and several security guards quickly came over to escort him inside. When Xian spotted Su Qi, he started to approach, but Su Qi's piercing gaze stopped him in his tracks. After Xian entered, Xiao Sisi looked displeased. I didn't expect Kang Shui to know Xian. How annoying. Why would Xian know someone like that? Su Qi smiled faintly. Knowing Kang Shui doesn't necessarily mean they're the same kind of person. I doubt Xian is very familiar with him either. If they were close, Xian would have come out to greet him personally instead of sending security. Xiao Sisi looked at Su Qi. Flat Top Senior, you do seem to have a point. Su Qi nodded without responding. Upon entering the studio lobby, Kang Shui squinted at a nearby TV screen. The screen showed someone singing Blue Lotus with eyes closed, hands cupped over ears, looking utterly absorbed, more like a candid shot. Filmed through glass, the face was blurry and hard to make out. Brother Xian, who is this guy? Kang Shui couldn't help but ask, his curiosity getting the better of him. Xian hadn't initially harbored any ill will toward this distant acquaintance of his friend's friend. But upon seeing the innocent-looking female junior standing beside Kang Shui, his opinion of the guy soured considerably. As someone who'd been there before, he could tell this guy was using him to pick up girls, and he hated being used more than anything. He replied casually, the soul singer. We got it from someone else too. Really? You know the soul singer? The big white rabbit jumped up in delight. Her skirt wasn't long to begin with, and now half of her floral shorts peeked out. Ashin frowned. Hey, your underwear's showing. Big White Rabbit flushed instantly, her eyes narrowing seductively as she gazed at Xian. Kang Shui grew impatient and blurted out, Brother Xian, can you sign for me? Hand me a pen. Xian couldn't be bothered with small talk, just wanting to get rid of the two of them quickly. A nearby security guard promptly handed him a pen. Where should I sign? Here. Here. Big White Rabbit thrust out her chest, making Xian feel like he could hear the sound of waves crashing. Taking a deep breath, he scribbled a few strokes on the fabric over her chest. Our recording studio is inside. You two should stop here. With that, Xian walked away. For some reason, Kang Shui felt a pang of jealousy watching the two big white rabbits. They were still the same big white rabbits, but now someone else's name was signed on them. Still, seeing how hyped up his junior big white rabbit was, he knew tonight's events were bound to get out of hand. Deng Qingji had partitioned off a large section of the studio, turning it into a gallery entirely dedicated to their performance photos. Su Qi and Xiao Sisi were finally allowed inside. As soon as they entered, Su Qi thought to himself, that Deng Qingji is clever. He charges $5 per person just to look at a few of their show-off performance photos. Roughly calculating, today's earnings must be pretty substantial. As they walked through, Kang Shui and the big white rabbit junior came straight toward them. Xiao Sisi puffed out her lips, ready to avoid them, but Su Qi spoke up, oh, old acquaintances. Kang Shui saw Xiao Sisi standing beside Su Qi, her face flushed with coyness, and instantly wished he could devour that piece of dung right then and there. They say women in love have zero IQ, but men chasing love are no different. Raging jealousy and fury threatened to consume Kang Shui entirely. The big white rabbit junior stared at Xiao Sisi's flawlessly delicate face, unconsciously thrusting out her own ample chest. Her expression screamed at Xiao Sisi, I, a big white rabbit, can outshine both of you combined and then some. Xiao Sisi stared at the signature on her chest. Wow, sis, is this Xian's signature? Put. Cough cough. Su Qi choked badly. What was Xian doing? Why sign his name on someone's chest? Kang Shui, seeing Xiao Sisi's reaction, shot Su Qi a contemptuous glance. Sisi, Xian's my buddy. If you want an autograph, forget Xian, I can get you signatures from the entire Yuan band. Don't ask why they're all my buddies. Saying this, he felt a surge of satisfaction. Damn it, he could finally be a head taller than Sack Brother. Su Qi shot him a glance, thinking to himself, how does this kid never learn to stop bragging and showing off? The moment Xiao Sisi heard him speak, her face darkened instantly. A wave of utter disgust washed over her, causing her to unconsciously tug her denim shorts down a bit, fearing that pair of lecherous eyes might catch a glimpse of something. Not interested, thanks. She pulled Su Qi away, leaving Kang Shui fuming in place. After browsing for a while, Su Qi couldn't help but ask, do you want the Yuan band's autograph? Xiao Sisi sighed. Forget it. No sooner had the words left her mouth than the melody of Blue Lotus drifted over, stirring something deep within Xiao Sisi. She slowly turned her gaze toward the source of the song. Within moments, she spotted a crowd gathered around a television, pointing and chattering. The source of Blue Lotus's voice was indeed that television. Xiao Sisi hurried over. When she saw the person in front of the TV, completely absorbed in their own world with a look of utter fascination on their face, she froze in place, utterly stunned. Her deep fascination with the soul singer stemmed from a specific reason. During her senior year of high school, the pressure of the college entrance exams had left her breathless. She even developed depression, nearly trapped within her own mental fortress.
But the sudden emergence of the ordinary road instantly gave her a new starting point in life. It was like a beacon of light reappearing in her existence, illuminating her path. Yet, that solitary silhouette left her with profound regret, vowing to find the soul singer in this lifetime. This was likely her first glimpse of the soul singer's face, though blurred and indistinct, making features hard to discern. As she stared, her gaze suddenly jolted. The moment she turned back, Suchi's face was right in front of hers.
Chapter 167, Are we that close? Holy! Who is this kid? How come he looks so much like me? Suchi's voice boomed, instantly drawing the attention of everyone around him. They all turned to glance at him. Can't live without showing off, huh? This soul singer thing, is it you? You're just a loser. If soul singers look like you, I'd bang my head against a wall and die. Say soul singer like you one more time, and I'll pull your pants down, you hear me? A barrage of insults poured in. Though being berated to his face, Suchi felt a strange satisfaction. In a way, weren't they just praising him? Xiao Sisi sighed softly to herself. Influenced by the crowd's comments, she too began to doubt that the singer was Suchi. Sisi, do you think this singing kid looks like me? To be absolutely sure, Suchi deliberately asked again. Xiao Sisi muttered disappointedly, if you're the soul singer, I'll marry you right now. Suchi countered, what if the soul singer already has a girlfriend? Then I'll be his mistress. I don't mind. Xiao Sisi replied without hesitation. For some reason, Suchi felt a pang of pity for this girl. He sighed, Sisi, you really shouldn't dwell on becoming someone's mistress. Maybe one day you'll fulfill your own dream and become a legendary film star. You don't need to live your life for anyone else. The road ahead is long, don't waste too many precious years chasing after someone illusory and unattainable. Xiao Sisi's body trembled slightly as she nodded. Frizzy-haired senior, thank you. But besides Soul Singer, my absolute favorite is the source band. If I could just get their autograph, I'd be perfectly satisfied. Suchi gave him a calm look. You really want a source band autograph? What good is it? Can you hang it by your front door to ward off evil spirits? If you're interested, I could arrange for source band to take you to their recording studio. You could interact with them up close, and maybe even become friends with them in the future. The guys who'd just been cursing Suchi turned around and started yelling again when they heard him showing off. Look, buddy, I get you trying to impress girls with tall tales, but this is ridiculous. I can't even listen to this bull anymore. Yeah. Look in the mirror. With your shabby look and that skyrocket haircut, how could you possibly know the Yuan band? Suchi froze. Ha? My haircut determines whether I know the Yuan band? Xiao Sisi giggled beside him, watching Suchi's flustered expression. Kang Shui couldn't help but step forward. Everyone, you saw it too. Ashin is my friend. So if you want to meet him, just come talk to me. They'd all witnessed AXIN signing those big white rabbit candies earlier, but security guards had blocked their way, preventing them from getting closer. Now that Kang Shui had made his announcement in the crowd, everyone immediately swarmed around him, their faces lit up with flattery. They all wanted Kang Shui to call AXIN again and have him come out to sign autographs for them too. Meanwhile, Suchi's group had lost a member. Xiao Sisi looked troubled. He really wanted to meet AXIN too. Standing in the crowd, Kang Shui grew even more smug. He pulled out his phone and deliberately announced loudly, everyone, stay calm and follow the rules one at a time. I'll call AXIN out right now. Suchi stared at Kang Shui and couldn't help but sigh, why do I keep running into such brainless people since my rebirth? Xiao Sisi stomped her foot in frustration, ready to walk away, but Suchi grabbed her arm. I wasn't bragging earlier. Tell that kid to bring AXIN out. You really know them? Xiao Sisi asked doubtfully. Suchi replied, why would I lie to you? We'll have AXIN lead us in. It's been so long since I've been here, I don't even know which door gets you into the recording studio anymore. Kang Shui hung up the phone, and within minutes, AXIN emerged with a dark expression. If it weren't for his buddy's buddy, he wouldn't have the slightest interest in dealing with this Kang Shui. What the hell? You want me to be your backdrop for showing off? The moment Kang Shui saw AXIN emerge, he straightened his back and greeted him like a close brother. But Suchi deliberately cleared his throat a few times beside him. Ashin turned around. Suchi gave him a meaningful glance, and he immediately got it. He completely ignored Kang Shui, who was enthusiastically approaching him. Walking over to Suchi, he loudly called out, hey, brother Chi. Ha! Instantly, the crowd froze, staring in disbelief at how AXIN behaved in front of Suchi. Kang Shui froze in place, speechless for a long moment. AXIN's demeanor and expression toward Suchi went far beyond mere familiarity. On the contrary, it seemed he held Suchi in the utmost respect. Xiao Sisi gaped at Suchi. Suchi nodded with supreme composure. Are Deng Qingji and AMU in the recording studio? They're both there, brother Chi. Alright then. My sister wants to meet you guys. Is that okay? What kind of question is that, brother Chi? Come on in with me. Ashin started to lead Suchi and the others inside. Kang Shui over there was getting a bit anxious. With so many people surrounding him, watching him put on such a tough act, if Xin didn't even give him a nod, he'd lose face big time. He quickly shouted, Xin, I'm right here. Xin's face hardened as he prepared a dismissive reply, but Suchi spoke up beside him, do you know him? Seeing Suchi's expression change, Xin understood immediately and retorted, who are you? Do I know you? Did you buy a ticket to come in? If you didn't buy a ticket, get out. Kang Shui nearly collapsed on the spot, thinking how Cinny could change his expression faster than flipping a book. He was utterly shocked. Why did Xinsher act like that around Suchi? Suchi patted Xin's shoulder. Lead the way. Look what you've done to this place. It's like a maze. I can't find my way around. Ashin quickly took the lead, follow me. Soon, the three of them had left the original spot. Kang Shui instantly became the target of everyone's anger, subjected to a barrage of vicious insults. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, he slunk away with his little white rabbit Jr., leaving the scene. The moment they stepped out of the studio lobby, Big White Rabbit slapped him hard across the face before boarding the bus back to campus. With his last shred of happiness gone, Kang Shui's rage reached its peak. At that moment, he could endure no more. He would seek revenge. After calling Zhong Yunxi, he stormed onto the bus back to campus. Upon entering the studio, Xiao Sisi felt dizzy and disoriented. Gazing at the three members of the Yuan Quan band, she felt as if she were dreaming. Her family was extremely well off, she'd never wanted for anything. But this was her first time being so close to her idols and celebrities, and she was still incredibly excited. In contrast, Suchi seemed to have been completely ignored by him. Chapter 168, The Passing Years. Because of Suchi, the source band welcomed Xiao Sisi with great warmth. This girl never dreamed in her wildest imagination that she could enter the recording studio with the source band, witnessing how they wrote and recorded songs. Everything felt so fresh and new. Seeing lead singer Deng Qingji preoccupied with Xiao Sisi, Suchi had no choice but to seize a moment to pull Xin aside. Something's been bugging me, Xin. Be honest with me, what did you write when you signed that girl's chest? I couldn't make heads or tails of it. Suchi asked, puzzled. Xin shushed him and whispered back, big boobs. Just those 3 words. Most people wouldn't get it. Suchi sighed, alright, you're something else. Enough about that. How've you been lately? Fatso mentioned you guys are participating in some Galaxy Star show, right? Ashin straightened up. Yeah, the pressure's real. Even though we've gained some online fame, for a band like ours, exposure is still crucial. Otherwise, if we can't deliver good work, we'll be forgotten in a flash. Sing when you want is our chance. Suchi thought about it. Xin was absolutely right. In his past life, many online singers had followed that pattern. One song went viral. But if they couldn't follow up with more hits, they'd be forgotten in no time. You wouldn't even get recognized walking down the street. That's the weakness of online singers. Unlike stage stars, even if they stop producing new work, one hit song can sustain them for life. Take that certain English singer, she clearly hasn't released much lately, yet she's managed to become a so-called mentor just by relying on her sharp tongue. People recognize her face. But what do online singers have? Even if you perform your own songs at some venue someday, people will just whisper behind your back, whoa, this guy sounds just like the original singer. Visibility is the urgent problem online singers need to solve. Joining talent shows is the best way to get it. He chuckled and asked, so how are your rankings looking? I hear these shows require voting, right? Xin sighed, honestly, that's exactly what's stressing us out right now. There's one guy whose vote count is way ahead of ours. I just can't figure it out. He's from Taiwan, so why is he coming to our mainland talent show to stir things up? From Taiwan? Suchi was puzzled. What's his name? What was it again? Oh right, Jay Cho. He writes songs, but when he sings, it sounds like he's chewing gum. Xin frowned. Jay. Suchi's face darkened. How did Jay Cho end up in mainland China? He should be writing songs for the king of pop right now. In his previous life, he'd never heard of such a thing happening. According to the established timeline, Jay Cho wasn't supposed to officially debut until after releasing his album next year. Had something gone awry in this lifetime? He'd listened to quite a few of this guy's songs back then. The first time, he'd thought, what the hell is this kid humming? The second time, whoa, this is kinda cool. Third listen, holy, this is a great song. That's the magic of Jay Cho's songs. He pressed on, what was the song he performed in the competition? Ashen said, Double Drums. Holy, that song. I really don't know how to describe it. The other day, the kid was singing his heart out, jumping all over the place, and before he knew it, he smacked himself in the head with the double drums, leaving a big bump. He should be in the hospital right now. Speaking of which, it really gets our goat. Guess what? Now the audience is saying how incredibly dedicated this guy is just because he smashed a few of his own bags. His votes doubled again. Ugh. Suchi asked, so how many votes is he ahead of you now? Ugh. A whopping 50,000. Xin sounded utterly defeated. So how did you guys cast your votes? Online, on the Southeast TV official website.
Suchi relaxed, patting his shoulder.
Ashin, you haven't mentioned this to Fat Guy, have you?
Ashin replied, no, we didn't tell Fat Brother.
DD Music is a streaming platform, you can't solicit votes there. I never said we were soliciting votes on DD Music. You know Fatso has another formidable alias in the internet world, right? Suchi remarked. What name, Brother Chi?
Suchi replied, the celestial general of the heavenly pigs. He's got at least 100,000 trolls under him now.
Getting those 50,000 votes? He could handle that in minutes. Xian slapped his thigh. Brother Chi. Look at our heads. Didn't Fat Guy use his troll army to hype our song before? Why didn't I ask Fat Guy to have his troll army vote for us? Suchi burst out laughing. That's what I mean, what a brain.
Deng Qingji and the other guy walked over then, beaming at Suchi.
Brother Chi, your sister's voice is so unique. She's got real potential in music. Could she come by my place more often?
Our studio wants to properly train her.
Suchi looked puzzled. She's that good? Even you, a big star, noticed her talent?
Deng Qingji picked up a pair of headphones nearby and handed them over.
Recording studios require absolute silence, so no sound could be heard from outside.
The only way to listen was through headphones connected to the inside.
Suchi took it and placed it over his ear.
The clear, crisp voice immediately caught Suchi's attention. Xiao Sisi was singing Fei Wang's Red Bean, her voice flowing like mountain streams, offering a refreshingly new sensation. After setting down the headphones, Suchi gazed through the glass at Xiao Sisi, who sat inside the studio with a serene expression. A sudden thought struck him.
This girl is going to be a sensation. That voice, that image.
Once she's packaged and launched, she's bound to explode.
Taking a deep breath, Suchi said, here's the deal. I'll give you a song. Have Sisi try singing it later.
I've got some things to take care of and need to head back first.
I won't be able to stay with you guys. Anyway, you've got a car. Could you give her a ride back to school later?
The trio's faces lit up with delight, knowing that when Brother Chi stepped in, it was bound to be legendary. As usual, the three of them took out pens to write down the notes, while Suchi focused solely on singing. After racking his brains and finally singing Fei Wang's Fleeting Years in its entirety, Suchi left the studio.
When the three of them finally transcribed the notes, they exchanged stunned glances and sucked in a collective breath. Amu marveled, Brother Chi is so awesome. We really need to figure out how to get a few more songs from him. Yeah, didn't you just notice?
Brother Chi sang it in bits and pieces that was impromptu creation.
Amazing. And he even came up with the lyrics on the spot. Deng Qingji added quietly. Suchi had rushed back to campus because he'd received a text from Fatty. Xiang Rong had come to the villa. Chapter 169, False Accusations. Inside the office, Xiang Rong's expression was grave. News came from the Guangdong Provincial Public Security Bureau. The old fox has slipped through our police system's control. I suspect someone's tipping him off.
Only when the cigarette butt was nearly burning his fingertip did Suchi speak up. His influence is surprisingly vast. Even Guangdong has people looking out for him. That's beyond my expectations.
Xiang Rong nodded. Don't just say you're surprised, even I'm taken aback. We're conducting a full investigation now. What we can confirm is that this old fox hasn't left China yet. Suchi asked, what about Fang Shijun? What's the current situation?
Xiang Rong stubbed out his cigarette. He's already guaranteed to spend the rest of his life behind bars. Suchi, I share the same view as your senior, so it's best not to get involved in this sort of thing.
Staying a pure businessman is perfectly fine. Suchi gave a bitter smile. Senior, you think I want this? That's exactly how I felt at first.
But once you step into this nest of interests, you inevitably block others' paths.
Then all sorts of shady characters start appearing. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Senior Su should be getting promoted soon, right? Xiang Rong replied, your instincts are sharp. My old classmate is about to join the district government as deputy district chief of Pudong district. The internal notice has already been issued, though he hasn't officially taken office yet. Suchi was taken aback. So soon? Looks like I'll have to properly congratulate my old classmate. No need for congratulations. Your senior has one eye fixed on Pusan town. You'd better behave yourself. The other day, you dragged a whole crowd to the construction site. Don't let that happen again. Xiang Rong was referring to the incident with Shanpao's land. Suchi looked utterly innocent. That wasn't my fault. I mean, did Ding Hongshuan get shot in the head or something?
I submitted all the paperwork, but he's dumping construction waste on the site again and trying to pin environmental damage charges on me.
Does he think I'm an idiot? I'm not crazy. With development imminent, who'd bother chasing after that measly waste disposal fee? Anyone with half a brain can see the shady dealings here. Xiang Rong chuckled. That's Ding Hongshuan's genius. His goal is to stall you. If you give him another 10 days, that plot of land will turn into a mountain. Have you considered this? If they dump the debris and their scheme goes undetected, the environmental authorities will pressure you. Even if discovered, they'd be ordered to clean it up. Then, leveraging Ehai Real Estate's influence, they could negotiate an indefinite cleanup period. If they move just one small brick a day, you won't have a leg to stand on. The end result? Your development plans get delayed again and again until the project dies. Hearing this, Suchi's heart skipped a beat. Damn Ding Hongshuang. What a scheme, seemingly dumb as hell, yet its scope far exceeded his imagination. Such a huge cost, seemingly wasted effort. Yet the value they would ultimately gain far exceeded any calculation of a mere 10 million. Because they had eliminated a rival. He drew a deep breath. I was too careless. Xiang Rong burst out laughing. It wasn't just your carelessness. Ding Hongshuan was equally careless. He never imagined his senior classmate would rise so quickly and act with such unwavering resolve. That pile of debris had already stirred up discontent among the people. Your senior has already urged the relevant departments to complete the cleanup within a week. And it still needs to pass inspection by the owner of the land to be considered. Su Chi's heart lifted. Then I'm truly grateful to you, senior. Xiang Rong slapped him on the shoulder. That's all for today. Remember what I said, if we catch you violating regulations, your senior and I will be the ones to deal with you the hardest. Let's go. After seeing Xiang Rong off, Su Chi sat in his office for a very long time, smoking one cigarette after another. This Ding Hongshuan was truly unexpected, a master manipulator, far more skilled than his older brother Ding Qingfan. He needed to sort out his thoughts properly. It wasn't until evening that Zhedong entered the office, mentioning Ding Hongshuan had called him. Ding wanted to meet with Su Chi regarding the matter of that plot of land and the construction waste. Su Chi sneered inwardly, knowing Su Kailiang must have pressured them heavily, forcing them to seek his counsel. Of course, he had no intention of avoiding the meeting. A man so cunning and calculating, he wanted to see what he was really like. That evening, Kang Shui, who had been seething all day, stared at the computer screen for a long time without speaking, his face twisted with malice. The screen displayed the campus forum. Below it sat a post he'd already drafted, detailing how Chao Sisi and Sak Gai had stayed out all night and were now being kept by Sak Gai and several older men. He took a deep breath and spat out a vicious curse. You. If I can't have you, I'll destroy you. We'll see if you can stay at Zhanghai University with a clear conscience. With a furious click of the mouse, the post was sent. This kid was exceptionally vicious. To prove his claims with visuals, he opened his collection of adult films, searching through them as he watched. Finally, he found a female lead whose figure in back view closely resembled Xiao Sisi's. He cropped a shot of her riding a man from behind and inserted it into the message. The moment the post went live, the campus forum erupted. The photo spread like wildfire across every corner of the online community. That night, many male students jerked off to that photo countless times. Su Chi's mind was completely consumed by Ding Hongshuan's affairs, leaving him utterly unaware of the massive backlash against him that had erupted across the entire campus that night. It wasn't until the next morning that Xiao Sisi called Su Chi in tears. Frizzy-haired guy, who's framing me? They're saying you're keeping me as your mistress. Su Chi was completely baffled. Sisi, calm down and tell me what happened. Don't cry. Check the school forum. Someone got a photo from who knows where and claims it's me. I haven't seen it yet. Wah? Su Chi opened Hao Su's computer and logged onto the school forum. Instantly, his blood boiled. Suppressing his rage, he comforted Xiao Sisi for a while. After hanging up, he dialed Hao Su's number. Tracked down the IP address of someone on Zhanghai University's student forum who goes by deep as the sea. See if this person has logged in with any other IDs recently. Hurry! I need results in 10 minutes. Hao Su shuddered. Without a word, he immediately opened his computer to begin the search. Chapter 170, Suppressing Public Opinion. Truthfully, Su Chi already had a hunch about who posted that thread. Only Kang Shui would be so obsessed with Xiao Sisi. But Su Chi never wanted to wrong an innocent person, perhaps a habit picked up from dealing with Xiang Rong for so long. 10 minutes later, Hao Su called back. Damn it, this Kang Shui even has an official verification badge. This IP address recently logged into an account named I am Kang Shui. This kid's behind it, no doubt about it. Su Chi's face darkened to the extreme. Unable to possess it himself, he resorted to every means to destroy it. This Kang Shui was truly vicious. As for Xiao Sisi, Su Chi had plans for her too, to have her develop alongside the Yuan Quan band. That unique voice held the potential to produce another Fei Wong-like figure in the near future. As for the music itself, that posed no challenge to Su Chi, he had more than enough material. But now, with Kang Shui meddling like this, if it wasn't stopped in time, it could leave a huge stain on her future path. This was something Su Chi absolutely could not allow. He immediately called Deng Qingji and the others. When the members of the Spring Source band heard this, they were furious. They immediately posted on the Shanghai University student forum, proving that they were the ones who had escorted Xiao Sisi back to her dorm yesterday. The Spring Source band's influence was undeniable. Their post quickly drew the forum's attention, sparking a flood of criticism. The initial wave of public opinion had already begun to build. The girls in Xiao Cixi's dorm had actually been bribed by Kong Shui. They were already jealous of Xiao Cixi's many admirers, and after Kong Shui's post went up, they registered some fake accounts to gang up on Xiao Cixi. But when the spring source band stepped forward, the massive backlash made them realize that continuing to follow Kong Shui's lead could lead to a very grim outcome. Framing a classmate was absolutely unacceptable at Zhonghai University. So they immediately reappeared as her best friends, offering all sorts of testimonials that swiftly shifted public opinion. They vowed to expose this person with a heart as dark as the night. Next, Su Qi contacted Director Bao, who then reached out to the moderator of the Zhonghai University forum. The moderator initially refused to delete the posts, but it didn't take long for Kong Shui to make his presence known. Pushed to his limit, Su Qi grabbed a chair and stormed into their dorm, making it clear, delete the posts, or this chair would land on their heads. The whole campus knew about Kong Shui getting beaten up by Su Qi on the soccer field a few days earlier. He knew Su Qi was a tough guy, so in the end, he chickened out and deleted the posts. That morning, Kong Shui had been grinning like a Cheshire cat, convinced his post would go viral and the public backlash would crush Xiao Cixi. After posting, he'd actually lain in bed and thought it through. Stirring up this mess might be for the best. When Xiao Cixi became the target of the entire school and was on the verge of a mental breakdown, he could then appear with an air of profound concern and unwavering acceptance. Perhaps there would still be a chance for things to turn around. But when he opened his computer and logged into the Deep as the Sea account, his private messages were flooded with messages. The messages all conveyed the same threat: better not let me find out who you really are, or we'll kill you. After reading a dozen or so messages, he was so terrified he started trembling all over. He quickly logged out of that account and switched to his I am Kong Shui ID. Opening the forum's main page, he was stunned. The top post was about the Yuan Quan band, with over 1,000 comments below. Many others had posted separately, all demanding to file reports and insist the school investigate the malicious little bastard behind this slander. He trembled for a long while, feeling like he'd made a colossal mistake. After pondering for a moment, he snapped back to reality and quickly typed out a post. It read, I can vouch for Xiao Cixi. Yesterday, he only went to the music village with Su Qi. Su Qi left early, and it was the source band who drove them back in the evening. I happened to run into them myself. After posting, he immediately called his club members. He ordered them to bump the thread. Soon, the post was pushed to the top, with comments below full of sycophantic flattery from his club members. After completing all this, the fear in his heart subsided slightly. At least with such a strong statement, he had proven to others that he shouldn't be suspected anymore. When Xiao Cixi saw Kong Shui's post, she instantly understood what was happening and dialed Su Qi's number. Buzz cut, is Kong Shui the one framing me? Su Qi replied on the other end, don't get involved in this. Since he's already pinned the blame on me, his consequences will be severe. You can rest assured. Though it was just a phone call, Xiao Cixi sensed a chill in Su Qi's voice, completely different from his usual carefree attitude. She knew this man was genuinely furious. For some reason, a sudden sense of reliance welled up inside her. She murmured, I just want to know who it is. Su Qi frowned. Don't ask. I know what I'm doing. Just wait. You'll find out who it is in a few days. Oh, and you shouldn't stay in the dorm anymore. Just move over to stay with Jingjing. It's only a few minutes walk to school anyway. Jingjing just called me about this too. She's really upset and offered to let you stay with her. Xiao Cixi hesitated. But wouldn't that be inconvenient? Su Qi's tone hardened. It's not about convenience. If you don't want to be falsely accused like this again, just do as I say. Xiao Cixi glanced at the girls chatting and laughing as they walked around the dormitory. A sudden wave of unease washed over her. All right, she replied. I'll move out. I really like Sister Jingjing anyway. Su Qi nodded. June will come pick you up this afternoon. We can handle the paperwork later. After hanging up, Su Qi clicked his mouse and closed Kong Shui's post. In his mind, he had already sealed this man's fate. This man would soon be expelled from Zhonghai University. To provoke me and then try to harm an innocent girl, such a narrow-minded person has reached the extreme. Keeping him around would only lead to more trouble down the line. He stood up and stretched, feeling as though he'd fought a battle this morning. Now, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he'd intervened in time. The consequences otherwise would have been unimaginable. After tidying up, he bought a few steamed buns at the school gate, hopped on a bus, and headed toward the Pusan town branch of Ehai Real Estate. Chapter 171, I have no interest in playing your games. Ding Hongshuang had truly shot himself in the foot these past few days. Just as Su Qi had anticipated, his ultimate goal was to wear Su Qi and his team down. The newly appointed town mayor was a confidant of Su Kailiang, and a direct military order had been pressed upon Ehai Real Estate's Pusan branch. He had even mobilized connections at headquarters. What no one could have anticipated was that this Su Kailiang was completely unyielding. A week of dealing with the mountain of debris left him feeling suffocated, forcing him to swallow his pride and seek a conversation with Su Qi. In the top floor office, he no longer held a wineglass as he once did, facing the vast Pu Mountain development with confidence. Frowning deeply, he finally sighed, "Will Suchi actually show up today?" His trusted aide respectfully replied, "Mr. Ding, he will definitely come. His people have confirmed it." Ding Hongshuang rubbed the bridge of his nose. "When he arrives, everyone else should leave. I need to speak with him alone. Also, what's the latest from headquarters?" The aide hesitated before speaking. "There's significant backlash. They've diverted numerous dump trucks from various construction sites, already delaying progress at several locations." Ding Hongshuang looked up. "What about my father?" "We're still unsure of the old man's stance. But last night, Chang Shao apparently called him and they spoke for quite a while. As for what they discussed, that remains unknown. That old fox. Even abroad, he can't stay quiet." Ding Hongshuang frowned deeply. "Tell the people around my father to keep a close watch. Report any developments immediately." "Understood, Mr. Ding." Just then, the office phone rang. His trusted aide answered it and reported, "Mr. Ding, Suchi is already downstairs." Ding Hongshuang ordered, "Have him come up." After the aide withdrew, Ding Hongshuang composed himself, straightened his attire, and sat at his large desk, awaiting the arrival of this adversary. Minutes later, Suchi emerged from the elevator, escorted by a secretary. Suchi made no pretense of courtesy. He strode into the office, plopped down on the sofa, and stared at Ding Hongshuang, whose face was clouded with gloom behind his desk. "Well, Mr. Ding, what brings you here?" Ding Hongshuang stared at Suchi with a gloomy expression. After sizing him up for a long moment, he let out a hollow laugh. "Mr. Su, you're too kind. It seems we have quite a few misunderstandings. Everything can be discussed, right?" Suchi gave a cold laugh. "Not interested in negotiating with you. I have to give you credit, unlike your brother Ding Qingfan, you've got some real skill. You almost had me fooled. Cut to the chase. What do you want from me?" Ding Hongshuang's face twitched awkwardly. "Since you're so straightforward, I won't beat around the bush. What are you planning to do with that plot of land?" Suchi stared at him. "First, that land isn't mine. Second, I'm under no obligation to tell you what I plan to do with it. What's your game?" For someone who tried to undermine him, Suchi was already being remarkably restrained by not punching him right here in the office. Ding Hongshuang suppressed his anger. "I know you and my brother had some misunderstandings, but he's already overseas. That doesn't mean I have to carry that baggage forward. So why I called you here today is simple. I hope we can explore opportunities for cooperation. You're well aware of Ehai Real Estate's standing and resources within Zhanghai. A partnership between us would be a powerful alliance, benefiting both sides immensely." Suchi quickly interrupted, "Hold on. I don't consider myself particularly powerful. Right now, the only assets I can bring to the table are DD and Kitchen Real Estate. Kitchen hasn't even managed to successfully launch any projects externally. So I think you've got the wrong person." Ding Hongshuang felt a sinking sensation in his chest. The message was crystal clear: the other party had no interest in engaging with him. He pressed, "Think carefully. This might be your only chance." Suchi frowned. "This doesn't feel like much of an opportunity to me. To be honest, I knew exactly what you were up to the moment I stepped foot in here. If it were any other company, I might be interested. Unfortunately, I have absolutely no interest in Ehai Real Estate. I refuse to stoop to your level." A sharp gleam flashed in Ding Hongshuang's eyes. "Do you realize what you're saying? Is this a declaration of war against Ehai Real Estate? Since you already knew why I sought you out today, why did you even bother coming?" Suchi laughed heartily. "Young Master Ding, you haven't forgotten that construction waste incident, have you? I came here today for several reasons. First, to see if you're as useless as your brother. Second, to remind you, you'd better handle that construction waste issue quickly. Once the fines come down, I'm sure Ehai Real Estate's standing in Busan will plummet. I'm not interested in waiting around for long." "How dare you!" Ding Hongshuang could no longer contain his fury. Slamming his fist on the table, he stood up. "Suchi, are you truly this fearless? What gives you the right?" Suchi's gaze fixed on him like a wolf's. "Because I'm barefoot and have nothing to lose. I'm not afraid of you wearing shoes. Don't even think about threatening me with Ehai Real Estate's influence. We're competitors. I don't believe that if I play by the rules, you won't stab me in the back. That's settled then. Thanks for the tea. As a gesture of goodwill, I'll extend your deadline by 3 days, 10 days, actually. When I return, I expect that plot of land to be completely bare, not a single brick left standing." Suchi walked out of the office. Ding Hongshuang, watching his retreating figure from behind, was seething with rage. He'd known Suchi was sharp-tongued, but never imagined he'd be this formidable. Throughout the entire conversation, he hadn't held the upper hand even once, and this was in his own office. After Suchi entered the elevator, he grabbed a bottle of Louis XIII red wine from the side and smashed it onto the floor with a loud crash. His entire body trembled as he stared out the floor-to-ceiling window for a long while before finally calming down. He walked to his desk and dialed the number of his most trusted aide. Report to headquarters. Withdraw another 20 dump trucks immediately. Clear that section of debris as quickly as possible. The aide replied, Mr. Ding, 10 trucks are already working there. Headquarters is already very upset. If we pull out 30 more, I'm afraid they'll take it all the way to old Ding. Ding Hongshuang retorted, then tell me, can 10 dump trucks clear all that debris within 10 days? Mr. Ding, that's a bit challenging. It'll likely take 20 days. Ding Hongshuang bellowed, then stop wasting my time. Tell HQ they'd better remember I, Ding Hongshuang, am now the executive director. Anyone who dares to argue gets fired on the spot. Chapter 172, Setting the Trap. After returning to Zhonghai University, Su Qi called Zhong Yunqi and arranged to meet him on the sports field. Zhong Yunqi was deeply curious why Su Qi had summoned him. After trailing behind Su Qi for a while, he couldn't contain his frustration any longer and blurted out, "What exactly do you want from me? Spit it out already." Su Qi turned back, feigning indecision. After much thought, I believe Qingjiao's score boost would see better development if we partnered with your student union. Zhong Yunqi perked up immediately. Why didn't you suggest this earlier? So what exactly are you proposing now? What I mean now is, we can consider letting you join us, Su Qi replied with a smile. Zhong Yunqi felt a surge of secret delight. Su Qi, let me be honest with you, I think you should just merge the Light Teaching Score Boost Network into our student union outright. I guarantee you this, if you follow me and do well in the student union, after graduation, you can ride my coattails to glory and success. Su Qi found it amusing. This guy really was like a snake trying to swallow an elephant, greedy and insatiable. He was already eyeing merging Qingjiao's score boost into the student union. It was obvious, once merged, it would instantly become his personal cash cow. Plus, such a powerful website would be incredibly valuable for his future political ambitions. Shaking his head, he smiled. Thanks, but I've never aspired to glory and advancement. However, I am considering giving you a personal stake in the company. Zhong Yunqi looked at Su Qi with confusion. Shares? I don't think that's going to be free, is it? That's not your big brother's style. Su Qi replied, of course not. I have only one goal, to have Kong Shui removed from the student union, including stripping him of his position as president of the Entrepreneurship Association. Zhong Yunqi froze, furrowing his brow. That's not difficult to arrange, but I need to know how much you're offering. Su Qi sneered inwardly. True to form, someone who prioritized personal gain above all else. Though Kong Shui was a useless figurehead, everyone knew he was Zhong Yunqi's lackey. During the student council chair election, Kong Shui had worked tirelessly behind the scenes to drum up votes. It was safe to say half the votes that got him elected came from Kong Shui's efforts. He hadn't expected that with just a casual mention, the other party would so spectacularly sell out Kong Shui. After a long pause, Su Qi spoke, alright, I'll give you 20%. Only 20%? Zhong Yunqi sounded disappointed. That's a bit low. How about we go back to our original deal? I'll pay you 100,000 yuan for 51% of your shares. At the very least, I need to hold the controlling stake. Plus, I promise you a ministerial position in the student union. That way, it'll be on your record after graduation, making you highly sought after anywhere. And I'll make sure Kong Shui gets the boot he won't bother you anymore. What do you say? Su Qi sighed inwardly, a wave of disgust washing over him. This kid had some nerve. 51% for 100,000 yuan. Given Light Education's current profits, even a 20% stake would net you at least 10,000 yuan in pure monthly income. Yet he still had the nerve to make demands left and right. He couldn't be bothered to argue anymore. Your demands are out of the question, he snapped. My terms are final, 20% equity, Kong Shui out. As for your 100,000 yuan and that so-called student council position? Not interested. With that, Su Qi turned and walked away, refusing to engage any further. After Su Qi left, Zhong Yunqi sat on the playground, chain-smoking several cigarettes. He flicked the last but onto the ground and crushed it underfoot before heading toward Kong Shui's dorm. Kong Shui was still staring at the Shanghai Student Forum, his gaze drifting aimlessly. He couldn't quite explain it, but ever since he'd rashly posted that thread last night, he'd felt uneasy. The memory of Su Qi's gaze that seemed to belong to someone not of this world filled him with an inexplicable dread. For the entire day, he nervously scrolled through the Shanghai University Student Forum, bumping every thread he could find. Whenever he spotted a post related to the clarification of the Qiao Sisi incident, he would click in and leave a comment. Zhong Yunqi adjusted his composure outside the dorm room before pushing the door open. Playing on the computer? Kong Shui quickly closed the post. Brother Shi, what brings you over here? Zhong Yunqi replied, there's something I need to discuss with you. Kong Shui immediately straightened up. Brother Zhong, if you need me for something, just give me a call. No need to come all the way over. Coming in person means it's serious and important. Listen, Shui, remember that Su Qi's Light Teaching Score Boost website? Zhong Yunqi asked. Kong Shui frowned in confusion. We didn't manage to acquire it. What's going on, Brother Zhong? Zhong Yunqi feigned a troubled expression. Xiao Shuai, how can I put this? Today, Madai came to see me. He said he's willing to cooperate, but there's one condition: you have to leave the student union. Otherwise, there's no deal. Brother Shi, you didn't agree to that, did you? Kang Shuai panicked the moment he heard this. That look made Zhong Yunqi feel inexplicably disgusted. He thought to himself, if it weren't for me, would a nobody like you even be sitting in the president's seat at this startup club? Now that I need you, the first thing you worry about is how this affects you? What a piece of work. Though he thought this inwardly, outwardly he maintained his composure, saying, Xiao Shuai, that's where you're wrong. How could I agree so easily? You're my man. But I crunched the numbers. Light tutor's current income isn't small. If I could get a 20% stake, the monthly returns would be staggering. You know we're graduating next year anyway. Better to get some cash in hand early and have this business venture under our belt. Once Big Bag gives me the shares, I can use my connections at school to take control of the website. Hearing this, Kang Shuai instantly went limp. The implication was crystal clear. This guy had come to him specifically to discuss his withdrawal from the student council. Kang Shuai gritted his teeth. Bro, just spit it out. Zhong Yunqi patted his shoulder. Bro, I need you to make a sacrifice. Once I secure the acquisition of Qingjiao Score Boost, I promise to restore all your student council positions immediately. Then, you and I can sit back and enjoy the profits Qingjiao Score Boost network brings us. After that, we'll kick Su Qi to the curb. Wouldn't that be better? Chapter 173, I told you to get lost, not resign. So what exactly are you saying? The words couldn't have been clearer, but Kang Shuai still didn't want to give up so easily. He didn't spell it out. He thought to himself, damn it. When you, Zhong Yunqi, were running for student council president, I was the one cheering you on from the front lines. Now that you don't need me, you just kick me aside? That's a bit much. Zhong Yunqi frowned slightly. Seeing the look on his face, he knew he had to make a gesture. Xiao Shuai, I know you feel wronged. How about this, once that batch of phones is processed, I'll give you an extra 10% when we split the profits. Not only that, once we secure a 20% stake in Qingjiao Score Boost network, I'll give you an extra 5% share. How does that sound? For someone like Kang Shuai, profit was the best way to resolve things. Hearing Zhong Yunqi's promise, his expression softened slightly. He said, Brother Shi, we've worked together for so many years. I trust you. Fine then. Later, I'll post my own statement on the Shanghai University Student Forum announcing my resignation from the student union. Zhong Yunqi sneered inwardly. Who do you think you are, bargaining with me? Once you've resigned from all your positions, you can go sit wherever you like. Forcing a smile, he said, rest assured, as long as I'm at Shanghai University, I'll always consider you, Kang Shuai, my brother. Kang Shuai responded with a bitter smile. That evening, Kang Shuai did indeed post a statement on the student forum. Content: I, Kang Shuai, have decided to pursue graduate studies. To better focus on my academic pursuits, effective immediately, I resign from all positions within the student union. The comments below were filled with sycophantic praise, declaring his departure a tremendous loss for Shanghai University. It was obvious these replies came from his club members. In contrast, the post seeking the person behind the false accusations against Xiao Sisi received almost no attention and was quickly buried in the forum stream. The post was meant for Su Qi to see, serving as a graceful exit for himself. Upon seeing the post, the fat guy blurted out, holy, Kang Shuai's got some serious nerve. How many fake accounts did he create to suck up to himself? At that moment, all 4 members of Dorm 212 were unusually present in their room. Hao Su scrambled off his bed. Let me see. As soon as he finished reading, goosebumps erupted all over Hao Su's body. Damn, he actually wrote that? Really thinks he's some kind of savior? Like the world can't keep turning without him? Su Qi splashed water on his face, glanced at the post, then walked to the balcony and dialed Zhong Yunqi's number. Hey Zhong Yunqi, you think you can pull this on me? Do you really think I'm some gullible fool? Zhong Yunqi frowned, forcing back his anger. What's the problem? What's wrong? I wanted Kang Shuai kicked out of the student council, not a bunch of people groveling their way out. Do I need to teach you how to write the word kick? Su Qi retorted. Zhong Yunqi clenched his fists. You mean that post? Kang Shuai posted it himself to save face. Don't worry, I'll have the student union announce his expulsion first thing tomorrow. Su Qi replied, fine, I'll wait for your announcement. But don't ever treat me like a fool again, my patience has limits. Zhong Yunqi quickly showered him with flattery. After hanging up with Su Qi, Zhong Yunqi headed straight for Kang Shuai's dorm room. Kang Shuai was alone in the room. Everyone else had taken their girlfriends out to enjoy their blissful sex lives. He'd timed it perfectly, bringing back 5 pounds of takeout crayfish, devouring them with relish. Spotting Zhong Yunqi enter, he jumped up. Bro, I was just about to call you over for some crayfish. Zhong Yunqi stared at the table littered with shrimp shells and thought to himself, you're such a hypocrite. You've already eaten most of it and still claim you were about to invite me. He sat down without hesitation, peeled a crayfish, and popped it into his mouth. The aroma of the spicy oil mingled with the chewy texture of the crayfish meat, instantly exploding across his taste buds. Kang Shuai, sitting across from him, looked puzzled. Bro, did you come over for something? Zhong Yunqi took a sip of water. That little bastard Su Qi. Him. Kang Shuai's heart leapt. Had those two fallen out? Then maybe he wouldn't have to bring up his resignation from the student council after all. Hurry up and add fuel to the fire, bro. Let me tell you straight from the very start, I knew you wouldn't get along with him. That guy's a sly fox, not someone to be trifled with. Here, Xiaga, let's have a toast with tea instead of wine. Rest assured, no matter what happens, I, Kang Shuai, will stand by you to the end. Zhong Yunqi clinked cups with him. Xiao Shuai, was that what you truly meant? Of course. Brother Xia, haven't I always been charging ahead for you? Remember last year's election? Xiao Chuji was only 2 votes behind you. He was catching up fast. So I went door to door visiting every dorm, and somehow pulled way ahead in the end. Don't even ask how much crap I had to put up with back then. Kang Shuai seized the chance to take credit. Zhong Yunqi cursed inwardly. What the hell kind of cold shoulders did you get? All that legwork was done by the founding members of the club. I gave you 10,000 yuan to handle it, but you pocketed 3,000 for yourself and sent the other 7,000 to others to run around with. The mere mention of it made Zhong Yunqi seethe with anger. But he couldn't vent it now. He said, Xiao Shuai, I remember everything you did. But now Shige is at a critical juncture, so I hope you can still back me up. Kang Shuai looked resolute. Shiga. Just tell me what you need. Me, Kang Shuai, and the Startup Association will be your most loyal support. Zhong Yunqi feigned indecision, sighing heavily as if wrestling with a difficult decision. Kang Shuai grew impatient. Brother Shi, just spit it out. Is something really troubling you? If you won't tell me, it means you don't consider me your own man. Then stepping down from the student council might actually be for the best. Looking at Kang Shuai's furious expression, Zhong Yunqi sighed. Brother, is that really how you see it? Yes. That's exactly what I think. Brother, we've been friends for years, I won't say more. You decide for yourself. Zhong Yunqi replied, alright then, brother. I'm afraid I'll have to inconvenience you once more. Su Qi truly harbors deep resentment toward you. He just called me, expressing his dissatisfaction with your post. He wants to see you expelled from our student union, the kind of humiliating dismissal that leaves you utterly disgraced. Just when he thought his departure from the student union might have a silver lining, he never imagined another devastating blow would hit him head-on. The atmosphere instantly turned oppressive. Staring at the pile of crayfish, Kang Shuai completely lost his appetite. Zhong Yunqi spoke again. Kang Shuai, think carefully. Did you offend Su Qi somewhere? Otherwise, why would he hate you so much? Chapter 174, Turning Foes into Enemies. Kang Shuai shuddered, remembering how he'd framed Xiao Sisi. He wondered if Zhong Yunqi had found out about it. He quickly deflected. Brother Zhong, you know the ins and outs of our history. Zhong Yunqi replied, then it's strange. This guy gives me the feeling he's specifically targeting you. Never mind. Let's not dwell on it. There's nothing I can do now anyway. Since we've already taken this step, Xiao Shuai, you might as well just endure it. Kang Shuai fell silent for a moment. So, big brother, do you still stand by what you said about that batch of phones? Why wouldn't it? Zhong Yunqi replied. I'll add 10%. And once we secure the shares in Xingjia Tifan Wang, everything will proceed exactly as discussed before. You can rest assured. Truthfully, Zhong Yunqi had already decided to ditch Kang Shuai. That phone shipment netted over 30,000 in profit. Wouldn't it be better to pocket it all himself? Kang Shuai, oblivious to his thoughts, reluctantly gritted his teeth. Fine, Shiga, I trust you. That's the spirit. Come on, let's toast with tea. Cheers. Zhong Yunqi was in high spirits. The next morning, the student council announced Kang Shuai's removal from all his positions, fabricating several reasons, all boiling down to one point: Kang Shuai lacked the competence for these roles. After seeing the announcement, Kang Shuai felt utterly crushed. Walking down the street, he couldn't shake the feeling that everyone was staring at him with mocking eyes. He stayed holed up in his dorm, skipping classes for days on end. 3 days later, a van pulled up at the entrance of Shanghai University from the city center, loaded with over 100 mobile phones. Zhong Yunqi had notified all students who had paid deposits, and they were now rushing to the scene. Soon, the van was surrounded by a crowd. Zhong Yunqi and several student union members were bustling about in a flurry of activity. Yet one subtle detail stood out: Kang Shuai was nowhere to be seen, nor was anyone from the Entrepreneurship Association. All present were members Zhong Yunqi had brought from the student union. News of the phone shipment's arrival quickly reached Kang Shuai through the Entrepreneurship Association. Kang Shuai was now seething with suppressed rage, his mind filled with hatred for Zhong Yunqi. Ever since the announcement, Zhong Yunqi had completely ignored him. Several times when Kang Shuai went to Zhong Yunqi's dorm to find him, he was nowhere to be seen. A vague sense of unease began to take hold. He sat before his computer, staring at the Shanghai City Forum, waiting. If Zhong Yunqi didn't call in within the next half hour, then he wouldn't have anything left to hold back. In the dorm next to Su Chi's, a guy bought a custom-built phone and immediately rushed over to show it off. He'd always envied the 4 guys in Su Chi's dorm who sported Motorola phones strapped to their waists with such swagger. Now that he had a phone too, he absolutely had to come over and brag. Su Chi was the only one still fast asleep in the dorm. The guy deliberately pretended to be on the phone as he walked in, speaking so loudly it seemed he wanted everyone to hear. Su Chi sat up in bed, looking at him with a puzzled expression. His buddy glanced over and deliberately looked at Su Chi. Bro Chi, what's your number again? I'll save it. Su Chi eyed the phone in his hand. Whoa, chicken brother, you've hit the jackpot. Got yourself a phone? Holy cow, that Nokia must have cost a few thousand yuan, right? It's even fancier than mine. Brother G looked embarrassed. Heh, what can I say? Made a little extra cash lately, so I figured a phone would be handy. I just bought this thing. Su Chi said, then you gotta show it to me. I've been thinking about getting a new one myself. Chicken brother, who always loved showing off, was more than happy to share his status symbol phone. He handed over the phone. Su Chi examined it for a moment, then remarked, bro, you haven't even got a SIM card for it yet. Chicken brother froze. What SIM card? You need a SIM card to use a phone? Su Chi was speechless for a moment. Of course you do. By the way, chicken brother, you don't have a SIM card in this phone either. How did you manage to call someone just now? Brother G's face darkened. Seeing his bluff about to be called out, he snatched the phone back nervously, looking guilty as sin. None of your business. Su Chi fought back a laugh. Bro, be honest, did you buy this phone from Zhong Yunqi for 500 bucks? 500 yuan. Who could buy a phone for that? Forget it, I'm not arguing with you. I'm going to get the numbers from Fatso and the others. Chicken brother started to walk out. Su Chi quickly called out, bro, hold on a sec. There's something wrong with your phone. What could be wrong? It looks perfectly fine to me, chicken brother snapped, getting a little irritated. Su Chi smiled as he took the phone from him and pointed to a small screw on the back. See these? These screws are clearly stripped. And look closely at the battery cover, doesn't it have a color difference compared to the phone's body? But even though these knockoffs might only cost 100 or 2 to make, they can still fetch 500 on the market. Brother G snatched the phone back, examined it closely, and immediately spotted the discrepancies. Damn it! Zhong Yunqi, you're ing trying to pull a fast one on me with this knockoff phone. He stormed off with the phone into his dorm room. It turned out several others in their dorm had bought phones from Zhong Yunqi. Upon closer inspection, they all discovered their phones were indeed just assembled units. The group instantly exploded with rage, storming out of the dorm and racing toward the school gates. Kang Shuai, who had been staring at the clock, suddenly slammed his fist on the table. You, Zhong Yunqi, you son of a. You really planned to pocket all this for yourself, huh? Furious, he slammed open his laptop and rapidly typed out a post before hitting send. Classmates, stay vigilant. Those phones you bought at the school gate are actually knockoffs. They might explode after just a few months. The post included photos and detailed analysis, meticulously dissecting these phones. A student who had just bought a new phone and was proudly showing it off saw the post. After reading the content, his face turned green. He posted online, FCKU, Student Union President. Buying counterfeit goods will get you struck by lightning, I'll beat the crap out of you. Instantly, the entire Shanghai University student forum erupted in a frenzy of curses and insults. Dozens of students then stormed out of the dormitory building, phones in hand. In an era where phones routinely cost thousands, a 500 yuan assembled phone was indeed a steal. After all, the price difference was undeniable. The problem was that Su Chi had exposed the seller's cost price, and that was the real killer. Human psychology is a tricky thing. If I don't know your cost, I can accept it. But once I know your cost price, if you don't sell it to me at that price, I'll feel cheated no matter what. And when your profit margin exceeds twice the cost price? That just makes me even more pissed off. No wonder I'm out to get you. Chapter 175, The Final Break. Zhong Yunqi hadn't originally planned to come personally, but since he needed to coordinate with the supplier, he had no choice but to show up. Watching the stacks of large bills slip into the supplier's pockets, he couldn't help but feel utterly delighted. As agreed, the supplier would collect payment for the 100 phones, then privately deduct costs and pocket the profit. This arrangement also served to conceal their connection from other students. Zhong Yunqi was conducting this business under the guise of helping his classmates, reaping both reputation and profit, a win-win situation. As he stood among the crowd calculating his earnings, a student council member suddenly rushed over, his expression panicked. Brother Shi, bad news. Zhong Yunqi frowned, pulling the student aside. What's the fuss? The student looked utterly distraught. Bro, you better hurry back to the dorm and check your computer. Right now, the Shanghai University student forum is about to blow up. They're saying you're selling custom-built PCs, and tons of students are already heading your way. Zhong Yunqi's face turned pale. When did this happen? Less than half an hour ago.
Zhong Yunqi shoved the student aside and sprinted toward his dorm. The moment he left, the supplier's van was immediately surrounded. Jige led the charge, grabbing the supplier by the collar.
You bastard! Selling our custom-built gear? Don't you fear getting beaten?
The supplier looked utterly bewildered. Still, as a seasoned reseller who'd been dealing in goods for years, he'd seen it all. This batch was actually quite decent, and he was certain these clueless bumpkins who'd never used a phone before wouldn't recognize the difference.
Facing the angry crowd, he raised his hands in a calming gesture. Guys, there must be some misunderstanding.
I told you from the start these phones were gray market sourced through non-official channels, hence the much lower price.
How could they possibly be knockoffs? Old Chicken was the most furious. You think we're stupid? Open your own damn eyes. If these were new phones, how come the battery cover doesn't match the body color? And why are the screws on the back so badly stripped? Give us our money back. Yeah. Mine's the same. Damn it, we can't let this crooked dealer get away. Refund.
Before long, everyone who had already picked up their phones returned, surrounding the supplier and shouting one demand: refunds.
Several enraged guys couldn't control themselves anymore.
They rushed to the van, grabbed its undercarriage, and tried to flip it over to vent their fury.
But after straining for ages, they couldn't budge it. Reluctantly, they gave up, otherwise, the scene would have turned even more chaotic. Finally, the supplier couldn't take it anymore. Standing in the middle of the crowd, he pleaded, Guys, can you just hear me out? I can give you your money back, but please, don't get so worked up. Hearing the supplier's promise, the crowd fell silent.
Chicken Grandpa gripped his phone, poised to smash it against the supplier's head at any moment, glaring at him.
Then why the hell are you stalling? Hand over the money.
I'm telling you, every single penny must be returned today.
Otherwise, we'll take this to the school. Call the labor bureau. You're reselling goods through illegal channels and defrauding consumers. I guarantee the labor bureau won't let you off the hook.
At the mention of the labor bureau, the supplier's face drained of color.
He knew he'd have to cough up every last penny today.
If they went to the labor bureau, refunds would be the least of his worries. The fines would bankrupt him, and he might even end up behind bars.
He quickly blurted out, I only have 400 yuan per person here. The remaining 100 yuan is all with your student union representative, Zhong Yunqi. 400 per person. Go ask Zhong Yunqi for the rest. Chicken Grandpa's rage boiled over. We don't care about that. You brought these phones here, so you have to give us back every single 500 yuan, not a penny less. The supplier wanted to slap the kid silly. He was the loudest troublemaker in the crowd.
But with dozens of people backing him, he dared not show the slightest defiance. I didn't bring a single penny here.
You want me to return it, but I can't produce it. I don't care. Give us our money back. Give us our money back. We're working on a contract. The crowd erupted again.
The supplier was truly at his wits' end. In the end, he could only call home, begging them to rush over with money.
Otherwise, he genuinely wouldn't be able to return today.
The moment Zhong Yunqi returned to his dorm, he eagerly opened the school forum. When he saw the flood of posts, he froze in place. Sitting on his bed, staring at the computer, he kept muttering, It's over. It's over. Suddenly jolted awake, he quickly dialed the forum administrator's number.
Find out who this scumbag Konding lover is, right now. The forum admin immediately opened their computer to search the ID. A few minutes later, the call came back. Bro, I found it. Who is it?
Well, I traced this person's IP address, pinpointed it, and then checked if there had been any recent logins to our forum from that address.
And sure enough, I found one. Zhong Yunqi bellowed, Is it that little bastard Suchi? The forum admin replied, No. Nothing to do with Big Bag. It's some guy called Deep as the Sea. Zhong Yunqi froze. Deep as the Sea? That's the bastard who exposed Xianxiaoxi just days ago. Did I piss him off?
The forum owner hesitated on the phone before finally speaking up. Brother Shi, I don't know if I should tell you the truth.
Zhong Yunqi snapped, What kind of nonsense is this? Spit it out already.
Brother Zhong, this Deep as the Sea recently logged in with another ID.
I'm not sure if I should tell you. Zhong Yunqi snapped, Who? Spit it out.
I'll make sure that bastard pays. The moderator took a deep breath. I'm not entirely sure, but it seems like he's been using this ID to show off on my forum.
It should be him.
The ID is I am Coach Kong, and it's got a bunch of titles like President of the Entrepreneurship Association and all that.
Zhong Yunqi's vision darkened, his head spinning.
It took him a moment to recover.
You, Kong Shui. You bastard, you dare stab me in the back.
He slammed the phone down, grabbed an iron stool, and headed out to find Kong Shui. But the moment he stepped outside, he was immediately kicked back into the dorm by Chicken Master.
You, so-called student union president. You're colluding with crooked merchants to screw over your classmates, aren't you? Chapter 176, Full Exposure. By late afternoon, the supplier finally settled everyone's payments.
As for Zhong Yunqi, he wasn't worried about the guy running off. He knew exactly where he lived.
Unbeknownst to anyone, while chaos erupted below, Suchi sat like an outsider on the third floor of a tea house near the school gate. From a floor-to-ceiling window, he sipped tea and watched the spectacle unfold all day long. Once the supplier departed and calm returned to the school entrance, Xiao Sisi entered the tea house. Gazing at Suchi, who sat there with an air of commanding control and absolute confidence, she remarked, "Pompadour, you've been sitting here all day without helping out at Sister Jingjing's shop?" Suchi smiled. "I've been busy with your business." Xiao Sisi frowned in confusion. "What business? Oh, and why did you call me here?" "I'm in a hurry, I need to get to Sister Jingjing's shop to help out." "What else could it be?" Suchi chuckled. "What did I tell you the other day? You mean the online slander against me?" Suchi hadn't mentioned it at all these past 2 days. Besides, her situation had more or less been resolved these past few days. Even if someone brought it up, it was only to voice their indignation on her behalf. She hadn't really given it much thought anymore. Suchi walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, his hand tucked into his pocket, holding his phone and a cup of tea. The afterglow of the setting sun streamed through the glass, casting a warm light on him and giving off an aura of quiet, timeless presence. He took a sip of tea. "Sisi, do you believe this? In this world, those who cross me never end well?" Xiao Sisi paused, her mind drifting for a moment. Staring at Suchi's back, she felt something indescribable, as if she were seeing the silhouette of a soul singer. Snapping back to reality, she asked, "What did you say? You suddenly got so gloomy. You haven't answered me yet." Suchi turned back with a smile, avoiding a direct answer. "Come on. How about I treat you to some internet time? There should be quite a show unfolding online right now." Before Xiao Sisi could refuse, Suchi grabbed her hand and pulled her toward the internet cafe. Xiao Sisi's appearance in the internet cafe caused quite a stir. Several boys whistled, preparing to approach her. But the moment they spotted the buzzcut following her, they all promptly sat back down at their respective seats. Not a single one dared to entertain the slightest thought of approaching Xiao Sisi. Suchi himself hadn't realized just how notorious he'd become on campus. He'd once pelted the school bully Jia Xiaofeng with bricks, and later publicly beat the once arrogant and popular Kong Shui to a pulp. Rumors even swirled that Vice Principal Bao Sang was his backer. Most astonishingly, the kid was filthy rich, hit you over the head with a brick a few times, and he wouldn't skimp on the compensation. Amidst the strange stares of the crowd, the two found a seat toward the back of the room. They opened the Shanghai City Forum. Xiao Sisi was immediately stunned by what she saw. Student Union President Zhong Yunqi colluded with unscrupulous off-campus merchants to sell black-hearted goods to innocent, naive students. Enraged netizens cornered Zhong Yunqi in his dorm and gave him a brutal beating. Breaking news! Breaking news! Latest update, after getting a few stitches at the infirmary, Zhong Yunqi went completely berserk. He's now chasing Kong Shui across campus with an iron stool in hand. After scanning these posts, Xiao Sisi looked at Suchi with lingering confusion. "Flat top, what's really going on here? These two have always been close, the whole school knows it. Why would they suddenly start fighting?" Suchi chuckled. "Haven't you figured out the reason yet?" Xiao Sisi froze, incredulous. You orchestrated this behind the scenes." "You could say that, but there's a reason behind it. Just wait, the second act is about to begin." Suchi gave a meaningful smile, then called the fat guy and simply said, "It's ready." Soon after, an account named Heavenly General on Zhonghai University's platform posted a screenshot showing two ID names linked to a single IP address. One ID was Deep as the Sea, the other Kongding Lover. It was swiftly pushed to the top of the forum by paid commenters. With just this one image, they left the rest to the imagination. The forum moderator, initially puzzled by the post, was about to click it open when he suddenly glanced at the IDs below. He spit out his instant noodles all over the place. "Holy! The Celestial General of the Heavenly Pigs has joined our forum." As a forum moderator, I deal with like-minded people all day. In today's internet world, there are two incredibly powerful IDs. One is the Divine General who took down IT Ghost King Wang Yizhou. The other is the Celestial General, who commands an army of 100,000 trolls. These two individuals are at the peak of their fame in the online world, with countless people discussing them. Little did the forum moderator know that these two internet celebrities, whose names resonated throughout China's online world, actually lived in the same building as him. Now, the ID of the Celestial Marshal Tianping had appeared on their forum. Judging by the speed at which the post was rapidly gaining attention, it was undoubtedly the formidable Celestial Marshal Tianping himself. He immediately tried tracing the IP address behind the ID, hoping to track down the person behind it. But after fiddling around for ages, the IP kept jumping from one location to another, making it impossible to pinpoint. Out of desperation, he glanced at the post's content and was suddenly startled. How did he find out about Kong Shui? Earlier that evening, he'd visited General Kong specifically about this ID and received considerable benefits. Without a second thought, he immediately deleted the post. The moment it was gone, a post appeared under the ID Immortal General. The post contained no text, only a single headline: "Moderator, if you delete another Tianpeng post, I'll make your website a living hell. You'll shut it down for good." The bold threat froze the moderator's thoughts completely. He felt as if he'd been plunged into an ice cellar, unable to touch the keyboard for a long moment. Scion, even the general has arrived. This website was his own creation, currently used to run small ads for campus eateries. It brought him a steady 2,000 or 3,000 yuan monthly, a significant sum by today's standards. Even the IT ghost of Lianhua Street had fled. What chance did a mere forum moderator stand against the immortal general? He decided to shut down his computer. Let them do whatever they wanted, out of sight, out of mind. Fatso quickly reposted the thread, and it shot back to the top of the page at lightning speed. The forum erupted. Everyone was cursing Kongding Lover as a disgrace. Just moments ago, they had been praising his courage for exposing the student council president's shady dealings. They had even been worried about him, fearing he might face retaliation. But what no one could have imagined was that this kid was the very person who had framed Xiao Sisi. Just then, a second post appeared, again from the same IP address but with a different ID. One, deep as the sea. The other, I am Kong Shui. Chapter 177, The Power Behind Zhong Yunqi. That deep as the sea is actually Kong Shui. In the internet cafe, a male student suddenly roared and jumped to his feet. Instantly, the place erupted into chaos. Of course, the main reason was that the female lead was right beside them. These male students were simply trying to catch Xiao Sisi's attention. Suchi listened to his song Blue Lotus on DD Music with extreme self-admiration, his expression utterly calm. Xiao Sisi stared at the computer, trembling. It really is him. Suchi smiled, no rush. This is just the first step. Spreading rumors alone won't get Kong Shui expelled. That's enough for today. Let's go back to Jingjing's place. The two left the internet cafe. Xiao Sisi followed Suchi with mixed emotions, thinking to herself that without Suchi, she might have been swallowed whole by this wave of public opinion. The forum explosion finally spurred some self-appointed protectors to organize and storm into Kong Shui's dorm room. When they kicked open the door, they saw Zhong Yunqi, his head scarred, walking out. Behind him, Kong Shui lay motionless on the floor. Everyone froze in place, unable to comprehend how these two men who were practically inseparable could have come to blows. That same evening, Zhong Yunqi's family arrived and took him home. Kong Shui was rushed to the hospital by his roommates. News of the student union president assaulting the Entrepreneurship Association president spread like wildfire across campus, causing a huge stir. The two had made a fortune off cheap labor in the Entrepreneurship Association, and now that the tree had fallen, the monkeys scattered. Complaints flooded into the principal's office. The president flew into a rage and ordered the entire stack of complaints tossed into the academic affairs office. Zhong Yunqi's rise to student union president at Zhonghai University wasn't just due to his loyal supporters rallying behind him. There was another crucial factor. His great-uncle was the dean of the School of Management at Zhonghai University. His father worked in the education system, while his mother ran an education group outside the university, encompassing training programs, teaching materials, and more. The entire family was entrenched in the education system, giving them considerable influence at Zhonghai. Originally, they had placed immense expectations on Zhong Yunqi. As long as he quietly muddled through university, his future in politics would be limitless. That morning, his great-uncle Zhong Denka had been thoroughly rebuffed by the academic affairs office. His sole request was for them not to record Zhong Yunqi's disciplinary action. If such a blemish appeared in his file, Zhong Yunqi's future career path would be effectively over. After sitting in his office for half the day, he dialed his cousin's number. Dingxue, Yunqi's situation has become complicated. At the sound of this, Zhong Dingshue's brow furrowed on the other end of the line. Is the disciplinary action a done deal? Zhong Denka replied, hard to say. I hit a brick wall this morning with both the academic affairs office and the political education office. You have no idea how much resentment the students have toward Yunqi now. Plus, Bao Sang is backed by the political education office. With him holding sway, they're completely unyielding. This is going to be tough. Zhong Dingxue grew anxious. His brother, you know Yunqi is the only promising prospect in our Zhong family. Is there any way we can still fight for him? Zhong Denka sighed. The principal's in Beijing for a conference these days. A decision this big still needs his final approval. We'll just have to wait for him to return, then I'll go see him and see if there's any room for negotiation. There are so many fights happening. Shiyun really shouldn't have gone to the Entrepreneurship Association for that measly pay. Now the whole school is accusing him of exporting cheap labor, colluding with unscrupulous outside merchants, and harming student interests. That's the hardest part to handle. Alright, bro, you've got your work cut out for you. I'll see what I can do to leverage my connections in the education system and see if I can put some pressure on the school. After hanging up, Zhong Dingxue stormed into Zhong Yunqi's room with a dark expression. Before Zhong Yunqi and his mother could react, he raised his hand and slapped Zhong Yunqi across the face. Dad! Why are you hitting me? Already injured, the sudden blow sent dizziness and vertigo reeling through him. His mother grabbed him by the arm and pulled him away. Are you out of your mind? How dare you hit Yunqi? Zhong Dengshu's rage only intensified. Hit you? I could beat you to death. Think you're some kind of big shot? Spill it. What exactly did you do at school? Zhong Yunqi knew he couldn't hide the startup association incident anymore. Looking utterly defeated, he recounted the entire story from beginning to end. During his confession, he took several more slaps from his father, while his mother nearly choked on her anger. His mother's company raked in 7 or 8 million in profits annually, and the monthly allowance she gave him for school expenses was more than sufficient. He could have anything he wanted. So why was their son so disappointing, choosing instead to chase such petty gains? The couple realized the gravity of the situation, but after discussing it all night, they still couldn't reach a solution. Suchi slept soundly that night and arrived at the Qingjiao Score Improvement Network office bright and early the next morning. He hadn't been there for a while, leaving the finance department to handle all the client meetings while he acted like a hands-off manager. After reviewing everything, he discovered several pleasant surprises. Xiao Chuji had made numerous improvements upon his original ideas. For instance, he had switched the pricing for some tutoring students listed on the platform to an auction system. Market forces now determined the rates, doubling the prices for all tutoring slots and exponentially expanding the website's profit potential. Haosu had also made improvements over the past couple of days, adding an incredibly powerful feature. 20 years later, this would be called big data. It could analyze your browsing habits to identify your interests and automatically recommend content tailored to your preferences. For instance, if a parent bidding for a tutor couldn't secure their preferred candidate due to price, the site would instantly pop up lower-priced options. If 51 lessons were too steep, no problem, 20 yuan or even 10 yuan options would be pushed right to your screen for you to choose from. The platform won't let you leave, and it maximizes exposure for tutors without students. 20 years later, this big data approach became a commonplace technical tool, but back then, it seemed absolutely mind-blowing. This left Suchi utterly astonished by the genius of Haosu. After chatting with Xiao Chuji and the others for a while, Suchi had barely stepped out of the office door. His phone rang immediately. Seeing it was Su Kailiang, he answered promptly. On the line, Su Kailiang, now deputy district chief, scheduled a meeting, stating he needed to discuss something important. Chapter 178, Su Kailiang's proposal. On the campus of Zhonghai University, Su Kailiang sat calmly on the football stadium bleachers, gazing out over the entire campus. No one would have guessed this middle-aged man was the esteemed deputy district chief of Fudong district. Su Qi hurried up the steps to the stands. Hey, senior, feeling philosophical about life? Su Kailiang smiled and gave him a playful glare. I just happened to have a meeting in Pusan town today. Thought I hadn't seen you in ages, so I swung by to check in. Looks pretty good. That commercial strip you've developed is shaping up nicely. Must be bringing in a decent daily income. Su Qi gave an embarrassed chuckle. Not much, not much. Daily gross profit is around 70 or 80,000. After deducting labor and other expenses, I should be left with 70 or 80,000 a month. Su Kailiang roared with laughter. Look at our capitalist here, casually dropping figures like 7 or 800,000 like it's nothing. Su Qi retorted loudly, I'm just a money-grubbing capitalist. My ideological awareness will always fall short of yours, senior. Cut the smooth talk. I don't come here for nothing. Su Kailiang rose and headed toward the stands below. Tell me straight, whose livelihood have you been encroaching on lately? Su Qi followed behind, puzzled. He racked his brain but couldn't figure it out. Senior, I've just been doing business honestly. I haven't done anything out of line. Su Kailiang turned back with a meaningful look. Really? Then what about that Qingjiao Score Boost website business? Su Qi froze, his face twisted with bitterness. Senior, I have proper documentation. The website clearly lists the prices, and it's all spelled out in the agreements, with each tutoring student a 20% commission on the first order, gradually reduced to 5% thereafter. That's not against the rules, is it? Su Kailiang chuckled, you little punk. Do you know the District Education Bureau's phone lines are about to blow up from all the high school teachers down here? They're complaining about your website. Su Qi looked utterly bewildered. Why are they complaining about our website? Su Kailiang rolled his eyes. You're playing dumb on purpose, kid. Your website's primary target audience is high school seniors, right? High school teachers don't earn much. Putting in extra hours during breaks to tutor students is a significant source of income for them. And then your website comes along and starts snatching their livelihood right off the bat. You expect them not to come after you? Su took a deep breath. This was something he hadn't considered before launching the site. He gave a helpless, bitter smile. Senior, you're not asking me to shut down the website, are you? This site supports quite a few people now. If it shuts down, the District Education Bureau won't just get a few phone calls. I bet the tutoring students on this site will come protesting. Alright, Su Kailiang said with a smile. Su Qi, have you ever considered linking Qingjiao Score Boost to charitable causes? Suchi gave a wry smile. My old senior, just tell me straight, I'll do as you say. Su Cailion's expression turned serious. Your website is now receiving high-level attention from the ministries. Officials are preparing to come down for an inspection. What? Suchi froze. How could this reach Yinche City? Because several teachers called the ministry, Su Cailion explained. Damn it! Is it really necessary to go this far? Suchi was furious. He hadn't expected these high school teachers to react so strongly. Su Cailion looked at him and smiled. Actually, this is a good thing for you, isn't it? The ministry's stance is unclear. While the teachers below are up in arms, our colleagues in the education system still hold your website in high regard. You've lightened their load by matching first-year university students with high school seniors. There's no more suitable tutoring group than that. So I think you shouldn't focus too much on the website's profits. Making it a public service will only benefit you. Su Cailion didn't spell it out, but Suchi understood perfectly. He grasped the other man's perspective, genuine concern for his own interests. For any entrepreneur, no matter how large your enterprise grows, if you make no contribution to society, you truly become a heartless capitalist, something the Chinese system will not tolerate. Conversely, if you show gratitude to society, the government will actively support you. A website meant little to Suchi, though he knew Qingjiao Taifanwang, like Didi, held limitless potential for the future. So he made his decision right then and there. Senior, he said, I'll do as you suggest. I'll make all Qingjiao's financial records public. The profits will be used to establish an educational assistance fund. Any eligible students from low-income families can apply for financial support. Su Cailion's mood lifted considerably. I'm glad you see it this way. I've already made arrangements. Tomorrow, reporters from Shanghai Television will come to visit you. Just repeat everything you just told me. Without turning back, Su Cailion waved at Suchi and headed toward the school gate. Suchi felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. He thought to himself, if you'd already made all these arrangements, why bother coming to me with all this nonsense? News of Shanghai Television's planned exclusive interview with the Light Education Score Boosting Network quickly reached Zhong Dingshue's ears. As if he'd suddenly found a way out, he immediately dashed to Zhong Yunqi's room. Though Zhong Yunqi was sporting a fresh scar, he was intently studying a Japanese edition of The Plum and the Golden Vase. Spotting his father enter, he hastily tossed the book under the bed. He stared at his father, fear etched across his face. Dad, you're not here to beat me up again, are you? Zhong Dengshue shot him a withering look. I'm here to discuss serious business. Whether you avoid a major disciplinary penalty depends entirely on this. If it works out, I'll have your uncle pull some strings. At worst, you won't get the student council presidency. Zhong Yunqi's face lit up with excitement. Dad, tell me what I need to do. Zhong Dingshue began, is there a student at your school named Suchi? He set up a light credit network, right? Zhong Yunqi froze. Dad, how did you know about that? Then, Zhong Dingshue laid out his entire plan. Zhong Yunqi's face immediately lit up with excitement. Had it not been for the delay caused by his situation with Kong Shui, Suchi had promised him a 30% stake in the company. His father's plan was straightforward, make him a shareholder in the website. Once tomorrow's interview concluded, the platform would undoubtedly cause a sensation across Shanghai. He was well aware that officials from the ministry were already preparing to conduct an inspection. At that point, his son would be a shareholder too. Wouldn't Shanghai University reconsider his son's disciplinary record? Chapter 179, Finding Someone to Clean Up the Mess. After Zhong Dingshue left the room, Zhong Yunqi sat on the bed, thought it through, and dialed Suchi's number. Suchi and Xiao Chuji were out having a late-night snack, also discussing the website's future direction. Furrowing his brow, he answered the call. Who is this? It's me, Zhong Yunqi. Suchi paused, startled. Oh, it's you. What's up calling so late? On her end, Zhong Yunqi sensed the shift in tone and her expression darkened. Suchi, I just want to ask you one thing. Does the 30% share we discussed earlier still stand? Suchi chuckled, I'd love to honor it, but given your and Kong Shuai's current reputation on campus, let's just say I'd rather not get involved. Bringing you in risks my Qingjiao Score Boost website being labeled a black labor export behind my back. That goes against why I started this site in the first place. What if I pay based on valuation? At your 5 million valuation, I'll offer 1.5 million for 30% of your website. How does that sound? Zhong Dingshue had actually offered a valuation of 10 million and 3 million in cash, but Zhong Yunqi felt that was a bit of a ripoff. In his mind, giving a student 1.5 million was more than fair. Remember, they'd previously discussed a figure of 100,000. Suchi sighed. 1.5 million. It's certainly tempting, but I'm still not interested. Let's not discuss it further. Just as he was about to hang up, Zhong Yunqi on the other end immediately grew impatient. 3 million. Suchi, think this through based on valuation. Your website is already worth 10 million. How many domestic internet companies can boast a valuation in the tens of millions right now? Suchi shook his head and finally hung up. After the call ended, Shou Chuji spoke up. Was that Zhong Yunqi calling? Suchi replied, who else would it be? That guy probably wants to use our website to clean up his mess. The price is tempting, 3 million for a 30% stake, but I don't need that 3 million. Shou Chuji snorted coldly. That's just his nature. He always thinks the world revolves around his own imagination. But honestly, using Qingjiao's profits to set up a scholarship fund as the owner, doesn't that sting a little? Let me tell you, our site's profits are skyrocketing right now. Don't say I didn't warn you. Suchi took a bite of grilled meat. Does it hurt you? As the head of this website. Shou Chuji curled his lip. Like hell, I'm stingy. I'm still getting paid anyway. I'd be thrilled if you, the greedy boss, shelled out the cash. Suchi rolled his eyes. The website still has plenty of room to grow, but my other businesses are more than enough to support my ideals. Worst case, Jingjing's shop can feed me. I could just crash at her place and live off her. That little minx keeps nagging me to retire to the countryside anyway. Fine, let's put it out there. You can't have everything. Shou Chuji roared with laughter as he raised his wine cup. Here, let's drink to that. To your so-called passion. Let's do it. Their cups clinked together. Early the next morning, Zhong Yunqi heard his father getting up to brush his teeth and quickly jumped out of bed, rushing out of the room. Dad! That kid turned down our buyout offer. Put. Zhong Dingxue sprayed toothpaste foam everywhere. He gulped water, made a few gurgling sounds, and wiped his mouth with a towel. What did you just say? He turned down 3 million? Zhong Yunqi replied, yeah, he turned it down. Zhong Dingxue frowned as he walked into the living room, took a sip of water, and sat down. What did he say? What else could he say? Basically, he doesn't want me to tarnish their website's reputation. What a petty bastard kicking someone when they're down. I, Zhong Yunqi, will remember this. Zhong Dingxue was furious. Look at yourself. I've told you countless times you must learn to be more calculating. What good does remembering them do? Are you going to drag an iron stool over and beat someone up again? Zhong Yunqi grew flustered. Dad. That's not what I meant. Zhong Dingxue looked utterly disappointed. Enough. Don't go causing trouble again. Call him now and offer 6 million. If he still won't agree, it means he wants to pick a fight with the Zhong family. After much deliberation, though utterly reluctant, Zhong Yunqi could think of no other solution. He could only nod. He pulled out his phone and dialed Suchi's number. Listen, Mr. Zhong, I genuinely have no interest in selling any shares of my website. Please stop calling me, came Suchi's impatient voice from the other end. Zhong Yunqi gritted his teeth. 6 million. Think carefully, you could never spend it all in a lifetime. This values your website at 20 million. Suchi, don't push your luck. Suchi frowned. Even if you offered me 100 million, I wouldn't sell to you. Don't you get it? This is a matter of principle. With that, he slammed the phone down, utterly unwilling to continue the conversation. Zhong Yunqi stood frozen in place, his face ashen, looking utterly dejected. If his father hadn't been standing beside him, he would have smashed the phone the moment Suchi hung up. Zhong Dingxue frowned and stood up. What? Rejected again? Zhong Yunqi replied, Dad, I told you this kid just doesn't know his place. He made it crystal clear on the phone, even if we offered 100 million, he wouldn't sell. How arrogant. Zhong Dingxue couldn't help but curse under his breath. He never imagined the student could be so completely out of touch with reality. He's determined to make enemies with the Zhong family. Seeing his father's temper flare, Zhong Yunqi feared the blame would fall on him and dared not utter a word. Zhong Dingxue then composed himself with a stern expression and headed out the door. The light education score boosting network has become a hot potato. Due to frequent complaints from high school teachers, the municipal education system is now struggling to handle the pressure. The top official specifically planned to convene a meeting with several key personnel in the morning, solely focused on this website. He knew a TV crew would be interviewing about the website today, but no one knew the specifics. All assumed it was just a routine media visit. When he arrived at the education system office, several people were already seated. Based on rank, Zhong Dingxue took the 4th seat. He was also the most promising candidate within the education system to become the top leader before turning 50, and the current top leader held him in high regard. After taking a sip of water, the top official began, Folks, I won't beat around the bush. The discontent among high school teachers is growing louder by the day. You all tell me, how should we handle this Qingjiao score boosting website? Chapter 180, The Big Journalist Visits. As members of the education system, they couldn't help but notice the launch of the Qingjiao score boosting network. This presented a real challenge for them. While they naturally desired the emergence of high-achieving talent, the website's approach was remarkably clear-cut, and they held high hopes for it. It provided significant relief for their work, and there was another crucial point. Although the website operated within the education sector, it didn't run training classes or charge parents directly. It merely served as an intermediary platform. In a sense, it's a commercial platform under the jurisdiction of the industrial and commercial system. What grounds does the Education Bureau have to regulate it? The top official frowned, scanning the silent room. Doesn't anyone have anything to say? What's the point of this meeting then? If this continues, we might face a high school teacher strike. Do you think our education system's doors will be trampled by the public then? The atmosphere remained oppressive, yet no one spoke. Zhong Dingxue seized the moment. Director, may I offer my thoughts? The top official sighed in relief, thinking to himself that Dingxue was indeed capable. He said, Dingxue, please speak your mind. Zhong Dingxue replied, everyone, the matter of the Light Education Score Improvement website is an urgent issue within our system that demands immediate attention. As the director mentioned, if we allow this to continue unchecked, our problems will only become more intractable. I understand this website has helped some colleagues, but we must think long term. If it disrupts the education system's operations, that becomes our greatest problem. The top leader took a sip of water. Dingxue has analyzed the situation with remarkable clarity. Our system needs more comrades like him who excel at identifying problems. If there are no further objections, I propose we entrust Dingxue with resolving the website issue. Old rule, show of hands. The moment the leader finished speaking, hands shot up in unison. This was a thorny issue. Since Zhong Dingxue volunteered to shoulder the burden, they were more than happy to let him handle it. The leader declared, since that's the decision, Dingxue will handle this matter. Meeting adjourned. The attendees filed out one after another. The moment Zhong Dingxue stepped out of the conference room, his brother Zhong Dinka's call came through. He answered. Zhong Dinka sounded urgent. Dingxue, you absolutely must not get involved with the Light Education Score Improvement website. Just moments ago, our university held a meeting where Vice President Bao proposed that Su Qi would use the website's profits to establish a student aid fund. The president has already made it clear we absolutely must link this website to the university. Otherwise, it'll be embarrassing to admit later that such an excellent platform originated at Zhenghai University yet has no connection to the school. That just doesn't make sense. Zhong Dingxue froze in place upon hearing this, inwardly cursing. Why couldn't this call have come a few minutes earlier? Just moments ago at the meeting, he'd been relentlessly criticizing the website and had even taken responsibility for handling it. Now you're telling me this website intends to donate all its profits and bind itself to Zhenghai University. Zhenghai University wasn't under their local education system's jurisdiction. It could directly contact the central ministries. If he still tried to handle it, wouldn't the university cause an uproar within the system? But if he didn't handle it, the top brass wouldn't be pleased. Because the teachers' grievances would still linger. In one afternoon, he'd maneuvered himself into a no-win situation. After a perfunctory response, he hung up and returned to his office, his mind in turmoil as he sought a solution. Although Zhenghai TV station ranked low nationally, in an era before the entertainment industry had truly blossomed, such local stations wielded considerable influence. This fostered an air of entitlement among media professionals, much like that newspaper reporter who'd been beaten up on a construction site. Wei Jun couldn't fathom why his superiors insisted on granting this Light Education Score Boosting Network an exclusive interview. Following standard procedure, a news blurb would suffice for such a newly emerged enterprise. Yet, they insisted on a documentary-style interview, with an extremely tight deadline airing tomorrow night at 8 p.m. during prime time. This meant another all-nighter was likely in store, and he was feeling rather annoyed. After arriving at Zhenghai University, he called Su Qi. Su Qi gave him the address of Qingjiao Taifenwang and told him to find his way there. This only added to his irritation. Hadn't every previous interview subject picked him up and dropped him off in a car? After searching for several hours, he finally located the Qingjiao Score Improvement Network office. The moment he stepped inside, his mood plummeted to rock bottom. Damn it, are you guys kidding me? The office, barely 50 square meters, held only 3 or 4 computers. The entire space was cluttered and messy, with the pungent smell of instant noodles hanging thick in the air. Several employees merely glanced at them indifferently before returning to their tasks. Suppressing his anger, Wei Jun approached one of the employees. Excuse me, is Su Qi here? We're reporters from Zhenghai TV station here for an exclusive interview. The employee looked up with obvious disdain, sizing him up from head to toe before replying. Brother Qi rarely comes in. Brother Ji usually handles things around here. Ji? Wei Jun furrowed his brow. Ji? As in foundation, the employee shouted. It wasn't that they looked down on Wei Jun in the past, they too had considered TV reporters the most prestigious. But things were different now. Just days ago, they'd heard Qiu Churji bragging that Didi was actually Su Qi's creation. That revelation had left them stunned for a long time. No matter how prestigious Zhenghai TV station was, it couldn't compare to the sheer scale of Didi's user base nearly covering all netizens across China with limitless potential. And Wei Jun had been wearing a look of utter disdain since he walked in, so naturally, they weren't going to give him a warm welcome either. Wei Jun pinched his nose. I don't know any Brother Ji. Please inform Su Qi I've arrived. The employee replied, hold on. After rushing to the landline to call Suchi, he reported back, Brother Chi said to wait an hour or so. He's at the university right now, some officials are talking to him. Wei Jun was furious. When had he ever waited for anyone? But there was no choice, this was an order from the station's top brass. He couldn't afford to mess this up. He snorted coldly, fine. I'll wait patiently for your big shot Brother Chi. Let's see just how impressive he really is. He and the cameraman found a spot and sat down, fuming. Chapter 181, Refusing the Interview. The atmosphere in the president's office at Shanghai University was awkward. The president, Bao Sang, and several other key officials were present. Suchi calmly looked at them, wearing a smile. Suchi said, leaders, I think you should just say what you need to say. The TV reporters are still waiting for me. The president quickly shot Bao Sang a meaningful glance, which left him feeling bitter. He steeled himself and spoke. Suchi, I'll be frank with you. Whether your Qingjiao Score Improvement Network can be affiliated with the university depends entirely on teacher Zhao. From the very beginning, the school had paid no attention to the Light Teaching Score Improvement Network. But now that the TV reporters were already at their doorstep, they suddenly demanded that Suchi mention the school's assistance when introducing the website to the media, hoping to bask in some of its glory. This made them look incredibly shady. Suchi glanced at the school leaders and smiled. Guys, don't overthink it. Even if you hadn't approached me, I would have reached out to you. If I didn't mention the school, where would its reputation stand? After all, I'm still part of Shanghai University. Hearing this, the officials visibly relaxed. But Suchi shifted gears, however. His expression turned coyly bashful, but Bao Sangxiao, who knew his temperament, darkened his face and snapped, speak. What do you want? But don't get too carried away. I'll tell you straight, if you're trying to get money out of the university, forget it. The other leaders also glared at Suchi, especially the principal. Though he wasn't personally acquainted with Suchi, he remembered him vividly from the auction day. This kid was a complete con artist. Noticing the leaders' displeased expressions, Suchi quipped, hey, leaders, if I'm going to get money, I'd get it from someone else like our very own Zhong Yanxi. He came to me with millions on the table. What kind of money could I possibly squeeze out of this lean government office? My request is very simple. Right now, our website's office is still in a private residence. Could the school help resolve this? Of course, I know there's a batch of idle computers on campus. Could we use those too? The principal breathed a sigh of relief, having feared the young man might make exorbitant demands. I can help with that, he said. The management college has several large classrooms that have been vacant for quite some time. You may use them. Suchi quickly responded, thank you, principal. Thank you, everyone. The matter was settled satisfactorily. Wei Jun was beyond annoyed, sitting in this residential house and watching the others. Not only did no one offer him a glass of water, but one guy had even taken off his shoes. With one foot propped on the windowsill, he'd perfectly positioned himself to dominate the room's air currents. The wind whistled past his foot, blowing that distinct scent right into the room. And another guy was actually eating instant noodles right there. How could he even stomach that? And how did he manage it? And get this, even though they all moved like savages, not a single one of them took their eyes off the computer screen. To him, they were clearly ignoring him on purpose. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He shot to his feet, but just as he stood up, Suchi pushed open the door and walked into the room. He smiled at Gui Jun. Hello. Gui Jun frowned. Could you please have your boss come over? We have other interviews scheduled. We don't have time to waste here. I've interviewed plenty of successful people, but I've never seen anyone from your website act so high and mighty. Suchi smiled calmly. Sorry I'm late. You guys are reporters from Shanghai TV, right? Gui Jun stared at him. I am. No time for small talk. Call your boss now. Just then, Xiao Chuji emerged from the restroom, zipping up his fly as he approached. The gesture only deepened Gui Jun's distaste. Xiao Chuji said, oh, the boss is back. Come, let me introduce you. This is the big shot reporter from Shanghai TV. Gui Jun's mind froze for a second, but his gaze grew even more contemptuous. Over the past few years, he had thrived at the station. His superiors held him in high regard, often assigning him exclusive interviews with important figures. Through this platform, he had met countless successful individuals. It was human nature. Once one immersed themselves in powerful circles, a sense of self-importance gradually took root. He considered himself part of that elite group. Suddenly being sent to interview with this small company was bad enough, but having to swallow his pride and meet someone as young as Suchi was even worse. He mentally dismissed him as just another entrepreneur who'd scraped together a few thousand to start a business. Furrowing his brow, he said, You're the boss here, right? Could you hurry up? Camera, roll. Let's begin. The cameraman activated the camera and focused it on Suchi. This move irked Suchi. Who conducts an exclusive interview like this? Barely a greeting before starting to film? Still, he forced himself to smile as best he could for the camera. Jun pulled out the prepared questions from his pocket and began reading directly. What is your name? Please introduce yourself to the camera and say hello. His attitude was extremely cold, giving off a sense of going through the motions. Suchi glanced at him but didn't let it bother him. Hello everyone, I'm Suchi, founder of Qingjiao Score Boost Network. Behind me is my team. As he spoke, Suchi gestured backward with his hand, attempting to direct the camera toward Shou Chuji and the others behind him. But Jun quickly interrupted. Hold on, start over. The camera can't be pointed at the people behind you. Suchi couldn't help but snap. Why? Jun retorted, you tell me. Look at the state of your office, it resembles a primitive dwelling. And look at all this half-eaten instant noodle cups scattered everywhere. Do you think that looks presentable on camera? I need a polished visual. Oh, and you need to fix your hair. Go to the bathroom, get some water, and comb down that tuft. Then part it neatly. Shou Chuchu beside him was getting annoyed. Can you stop making so many demands? It's for your own good. Hurry up, clean this place up within 10 minutes, then we'll start filming again. Jun grew angrier as he spoke. After waiting over an hour, it was finally his turn to be the boss. He had to vent his frustration. Shou Chuji was about to speak when Suchi cut him off. Sorry, you guys can leave. Since you don't think our website is worth interviewing, please step out. Jun froze. What did you say? Think carefully behind me, there's a long line of companies eager to get on TV. Chapter 182, Zhenghai Evening News. Show them out. Suchi had lost all patience. Jun's face flushed crimson with rage as he spat out. I'll remember today's words, kid. I won't deny you might have pulled some strings to get to our station manager, but let me tell you I've met plenty of big business tycoons, but never one as arrogant as you. I'll say this too, if your website ever makes it onto Zhenghai TV, I'll eat my own. Don't think having a few connections makes you special. He stormed out the door, dragging the cameraman with him. What a ing piece of. Who does he think he is? I, Jun, am on first-name terms with the mayor. Every entrepreneur in Zhenghai gives me respect. The moment he stepped out of the office, Jun began ranting and raving on the street outside. The cameraman behind him frowned, thinking Jun was indeed a bit arrogant. People give you face not because you're so great, Jun, but because of the face of Zhenghai TV behind you. At the end of the day, you're just a small-time reporter. But he kept quiet. Before long, a reporter from Zhenghai Evening News hurried toward them. This reporter was Luo Guoquan, a college classmate of Jun. After graduation, one had gone to television, the other to newspapers and magazines. Their relationship was lukewarm, tinged with a bit of rivalry. After all, TV stations looking down on newspapers was par for the course. Especially now that Jun, puffed up from interviewing important figures day in and day out, held his old classmate in even lower regard. Upon seeing each other, Luo Guoquan frowned inwardly, thinking, surely this prime news story hasn't been scooped by Zhenghai TV again? Suppressing his doubts, he greeted him warmly. Hey, old classmate. You're here to cover Qingjiao Score Boost too? Jun replied with a sour expression. This kind of small-time story probably only interests your evening paper. I'm not interested. Luo Guoquan's spirits lifted. True, nothing like your old classmate here. You're always rubbing shoulders with high society, while I'm running around with this camera. Do you know where Qingjiao Score Boost's office is? I've been searching forever. Jun pointed in a direction. Go to the end of this alley. Their so-called office is on the second floor of a residential building. But I should warn you, brace yourself. That place is practically a den of savages. Luo Guoquan chuckled. All right then. Old classmate, you go ahead with your work. I'll just interview this nobody and get it done so I can report back. The editors at the paper won't let me off the hook. Jun paused in surprise. He hadn't expected that kid to have such extensive connections. He'd reached their station chief, and now he could even find the evening news's leadership. Still, he figured the station chief wouldn't care much. He brushed it off casually and left. Luo Guoquan was overjoyed inside. That kid really didn't know what he was getting himself into. Didn't he do any research before coming? He couldn't grasp the current buzz surrounding Qinghua Teaching Score Boosting Network. He'd heard rumors before coming the founder planned to use it for public welfare. Such a golden opportunity, and he just threw it away. The thought that he'd finally get to outmaneuver this kid in one area made his steps feel lighter. Inside the website office, Shou Chuji mulled it over and over, still feeling it was a bit of a waste that Suchi had sent the Zhenghai TV reporter packing. Watching Suchi stare intently at his computer, he couldn't help but speak up. Brother Chi, I think we should call that reporter back. This is a rare publicity opportunity for our website. Suchi casually replied, it doesn't matter. Don't worry, Zhenghai TV will definitely come looking for me again. You're that confident? Shou Chuji pressed. Getting on TV? What a fantastic publicity opportunity. Suchi looked up at him. Does our website need publicity? Look, we already have thousands of registered tutoring students, and every single one has found an employer. We don't need any publicity at all. Besides, don't forget we've got Didi. Its influence is every bit as strong as Shanghai TV's. Xiao Chuji slapped his forehead. How could I be so dense? I completely forgot about that. When Haosu told us you were the founder of Didi, we all just stood there with our mouths hanging open, speechless. Just then, Luo Guoquan walked in from outside, his mouth agape. He stared at Xiao Chuji. Young man, what did you just say? Who's the founder of Didi? Suchi and Xiao Chuji immediately fell silent, sizing him up. Spotting his name tag reading Shanghai Evening News, Suchi feared Xiao Chuji might have let something slip and quickly interjected, you misheard. We were discussing whether to approach Didi to promote our website. Luo Guoquan stared at him for a moment before saying, you want promotion? Fine. Is Didi really that impressive? Is it more impressive than our Shanghai Evening News? Leave the promotion to us at the Evening News. Suchi patted Xiao Chuji on the shoulder, signaling him to get back to work. Xiao Chuji nodded and walked away. Suchi asked, did Su, my senior, send you over too? Luo Guoquan seemed eager, pointing toward the window. Hold your tongue for now. Stand over there, I'll snap a full body shot first. I never imagined the founder of Qingjiao Score Boost would be so young. This is truly a rare gem of a story. Suchi gave a wry smile, though he found this evening reporter far more likable than Guijun. He cooperated fully, posing for several consecutive shots as requested. The subsequent interview went smoothly. It was clear Luo Guoquan had done extensive preparation beforehand. Throughout the process, Suchi shared all his thoughts. First, the website's profits would fund an academic scholarship program to help more underprivileged students complete their education. Second, although he founded the website, it would never have been possible without the school's support. Moreover, this office was only temporary. The school had already cleared out a large office of over 300 square meters, and they would be moving there tomorrow. His reasoning was exceptionally clear. Throughout this process, Luo Guoquan, with his keen eye for judging people, sensed something formidable about Su Qi. He was clearly just a student, yet his aura was incredibly powerful, in no way inferior to that of major entrepreneurs. His speech was neither humble nor arrogant. 2 hours later, the two parted on excellent terms, shaking hands in farewell. Luo Guoquan raced back to the newspaper office, working through the night to get the story ready for tomorrow's edition. Meanwhile, Guijun also returned late, primarily because he had accompanied the big boss he interviewed on a fishing trip. Upon returning to the station chief summoned him to his office. Chapter 183, Reaping What You Sow. As soon as Guijun entered the office, the station director asked eagerly, how did the interview go today? Everything smooth? Guijun replied confidently, very smoothly indeed. I could have returned to the station earlier, but Mr. Peng of Dongjiang Group was exceptionally gracious. We hit it off so well that we ended up chatting until late. The station chief nodded. I never worry when you're handling things. Dongjiang Group has some deep connections, and President Peng is notoriously aloof. The fact he invited you to stay for dinner means he already respects you. And the other one? I'm sure that mission went smoothly too. I heard the founder of Qingjiao Score Boost is a pretty laid-back guy. Apart from his unusual hairstyle, he looks just like any ordinary student. The moment the station director asked this, Guijun's face immediately fell. Looking distinctly displeased, he retorted, Director, tell me honestly, how did this Qingjiao Score Boost guy find you? The station manager looked puzzled. Why do you ask? Guijun continued, what do you think? That's not even a real company. It's just a bunch of students pooling some money together, cashing in on the early days of the internet to scrape together some pocket money. No offense, station chief, but seriously, if we give them an exclusive interview and broadcast it on TV, just imagine how many people would laugh at us behind our backs. The station director gaped at him. And then? Did you meet their founder? Guijun frowned. Of course I met him. A really arrogant kid, acting like he's some big-time entrepreneur. He put on quite the show. The station chief pressed on, so you mean not only did you fail to secure the interview, but you also ended up on bad terms with them? Guijun grew impatient. Yes. I just don't see the point. You. Shut your mouth. The station manager was so furious he stuttered, momentarily at a loss for words. Director. We should focus our efforts on entrepreneurs who shoulder social responsibilities, not these grassroots figures. Everyone in the station knew their station manager held Guijun in high regard. And Guijun was the only one who never showed fear in the station manager's presence. This had made Guijun increasingly arrogant, acting like a big shot and running roughshod through the station. He never even gave his superiors the time of day. So now he was about to challenge the station chief with his usual insolence. The station chief slammed his fist on the table with a thunderous thud, startling Guijun into sudden silence. The station chief pointed at him. You, Guijun. Do you really think this station can't function without you? What do you mean by grassroots figures? What do you mean by entrepreneurs who contribute to society? I say it's you, Guijun, looking down on people with your dog's eyes. I told you to do your homework before going over there. Looks like you just let my words go in one ear and out the other. Do you even realize how big an impact the Qingjiao score boosting website has caused? Even ministries in Beijing have been alerted. In less than a month since launching, they've already made millions in profits. That's not the point. The point is their founder plans to use this platform for public welfare. Tell me, does the so-called entrepreneur you admire have that kind of heart? $1 million in profits in less than a month, what about a year? A decade? Do you have any idea how many students could benefit from this platform? Look at the mess you've gotten me into.
The station director paced frantically after speaking.
This was a project backed by connections at the municipal government, a model initiative to promote a new ethos and demonstrate entrepreneurs' social responsibility. If a young person like this can be so selfless, what about you so-called big entrepreneurs? If you don't show some consideration, how can you save face? Now look what you've done, you've directly offended Gui Jun. Gui Jun's mind was in turmoil. He couldn't quite believe it. How could a shabby office in a dilapidated house, with just a few beat-up computers, generate millions in profit every month? He blurted out, "Director, you must be mistaken. How is that even possible?" Impossible? The station director laughed bitterly in anger. Did you only learn about this website after all the major newspapers in Shanghai published their stories? Wei Jun snapped out of his daze instantly, remembering his old classmate had also joined Qingjiao Score Boost. He scrambled to say, "Director, I'll call them right now and arrange an exclusive interview for tomorrow. We'll aim to air it on tomorrow's 3 p.m. Business Figures segment." The station director's eyes turned red with fury. "What are you waiting for? Get on it immediately. If this isn't handled properly, I don't see a future for you, Gui Jun, at this station. You lack the most basic professional integrity of a news reporter. What are you even doing as an interviewer?"
Wei Jun scrambled to respond, exiting the station manager's office in a fluster. He dashed to his desk, picked up the landline, and dialed Su Chi's number. It was already 10 p.m., and Su Chi had managed a rare early night's sleep.
His phone suddenly rang, irritating him.
Seeing it wasn't Yang Jing or a company call, he hung up immediately, then turned off his phone, ignoring it completely.
Over here, Gui Jun was growing increasingly anxious. He kept dialing relentlessly, making dozens of calls in a row. His face turned green, and he sat down in despair, his mind in utter turmoil.
The next morning, Su Chi woke up early because the principal had promised to hand over the large classroom to him today. This was the most important matter. As someone who never turned off his phone, he had completely forgotten that he had switched it off the night before. Tossing his phone into his pocket, he headed to Bao Sang's office. Bao Sang had just clocked in. Seeing Su Chi enter, he grumbled, "You sure are eager."
"Afraid I wouldn't give it to you?" Su Chi looked a bit sheepish. "Not at all, he. Teacher Bao, let's go. I know you don't have much to do every morning anyway. Might as well get my stuff sorted out early."
Bao Sang shot him a withering look, gathered her things, and led him to a large classroom in the management school. The classroom was on the top floor of the building, not very high, just the 4th floor. Standing in the tidied-up classroom, Su Chi breathed in the orchid fragrance wafting in from outside, his mood lifting considerably. If the school offered him 2 such workspaces, he'd be tempted to move both Didi and kitchen real estate in. But he knew that was wishful thinking. After answering a call beside him, Bao Sang looked at him.
"Did you turn off your phone? Xiao is looking for you, he's been calling my number." Chapter 184, No Need to Take You Seriously. "Ha! I forgot about that." Su Chi pulled his phone from his pocket. The moment he turned it on, a call came in immediately. The moment he answered, Gui Jun's urgent voice came through. "Mr. Su, I'm truly sorry. Yesterday I didn't recognize your importance. I hope you could come back to the office. How about I give you a proper interview?" Su Chi frowned. "Oh, it's you. Sure, why not? Give me a few days. I'll see if I have time." With that, Su Chi hung up without a second thought.
Bao Sang looked at him puzzled.
"Didn't Xiao Chuji say a TV station wanted to interview you? Oh right, I almost forgot about that. How did yesterday's TV interview go? Did you emphasize the connection between the website and the university?"
Su Chi shot him a look. "Mr. Bao, you're so pragmatic."
Bao Sang looked slightly embarrassed. "What can I say? The principal keeps a close eye on things.
Let's be serious, if you pull any tricks on him, he'll skin you alive."
Su Chi sighed. "The TV station didn't interview me yesterday, I sent them packing. But don't worry, the evening paper reporter went smoothly, and I said everything I needed to."
Bao Sang finally relaxed, but when Su Chi mentioned turning away the TV reporters, his expression turned stern.
"How could you turn away reporters from Shanghai TV?" Su Chi explained, "They were too pushy.
When you can't connect, there's no point in talking.
Besides, what's the point of going on your station? It's just for promotion, but honestly, it's not essential. Light teaching Score Boost isn't some snake oil. We cater to a specific audience, and word of mouth is enough to keep us going."
That may be true, but Su Chi, this doesn't feel quite right.
Bao Sang still felt uneasy. "Don't worry, Teacher Bao. I'll handle it." Su Chi headed toward the door. "I need to check on things at Didi. Have Cho Chuji come over to handle the paperwork later. Bao Sang shook his head helplessly behind him, knowing that once this young man made up his mind, not even 9 oxen could pull him back. At 6 p.m., when newspapers were delivered to every household in Shanghai, most high school parents in the city instantly remembered this website. The Shanghai Evening News took the news material from Qingjia Scoreboost seriously, dedicating an entire page to the report complete with various photographs. When the paper reached the home of Shanghai TV's station director, he nearly choked on his own blood upon seeing the article. He immediately recalled the promise Gui Jun had made yesterday. He dialed Gui Jun's number urgently. I demand an explanation. What happened? Wasn't today's episode of Financial Figures supposed to air? Where is it? Gui Jun answered the call, trembling with fear. Director, I'm still waiting downstairs at the Light Education Score Boosting Network office. I've been waiting for their founder all day. It's not my fault. How can it not be your fault? If you'd been more proactive, would they have left you hanging like this? Even if you couldn't get the interview, why didn't you report back to me? Get back here immediately. You useless fool, good for nothing but causing trouble. The station director hung up angrily, paced around his home for a while, and finally called Su Kailiang. After explaining the situation in detail over the phone, he got Su Chi's number. After much hesitation, he dialed. Hello, is this Su Chi? Su Chi answered while playing with Meng Meng. Yes, who's this? The station director said, I'm the station director of Shanghai TV. So, did our reporters go to your place today? Su Chi replied, yeah, something like that happened. What's up? Is that guy still there? Didn't I tell him to come back in a few days? A bunch of newspapers and media outlets will be coming for interviews over the next few days. Let's talk after I finish up here. The station director's face darkened instantly. This was clearly dismissing Shanghai TV. As the regional media leader, you'd sideline me and grant interviews to others first? That's bound to breed resentment. This thought only fueled his anger toward Gui Jun. Lowering his tone, he said, Look, Su Chi, your senior Su Kailiang and I are old acquaintances. What happened yesterday was my staff's incompetence. I understand you might feel a bit resentful. This reporter will face disciplinary action according to station regulations. How about I arrange for someone else to interview you? Su Chi frowned. Had the other party not mentioned Su Kailiang, he would have maintained the same stance. Interviews were welcome, but only when he had time. But mentioning his senior classmate? Refusing him this small favor would be hard to justify. After a moment's thought, he spoke up. What might your name be? My name is Lu. Right, Director Lu. How you handle your employee is your business. I see no need to get worked up over such a minor figure. He doesn't even warrant my attention. But my indifference doesn't mean my staff feel the same. So next time, please send someone with professional decorum, someone who doesn't look down on our employees. Director Lu exhaled in relief. Alright, you can rest assured on this matter. I'll see it taken care of. Alright, let's make it 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. I've got some things to take care of this afternoon. After hanging up, Yang Jing approached from the TV station. Su Chi nodded. Yeah. How about I do a little promo for our mite store while I'm at it tomorrow? Yang Jing chuckled. Whatever. I've got over 2 million in my account anyway. Wow, you're a little rich lady now. Jingjing, you can't keep this up. One day I might actually consider living off you. Su Chi joked. Yang Jing giggled. Fine then, let's pack our things right now and head to the countryside. Su Chi stood up, wrapped his arms around Yang Jing, and tickled her nose. Even if we do move back to the countryside someday, I'm still going to be a bumbling rich guy with zero ambition. As they were lost in each other's affection, they suddenly felt a bit awkward. They both looked toward Yang Meng Meng, who was crouched on the ground playing with her toys. Yang Meng Meng shot them a glare. You two are so annoying, you know that? Pouting, she stormed off with her toys in hand. The evening paper had tremendous influence. When it reached Ding Hongshuan, he crumpled the paper into a ball and tossed it into the trash bin. He stood up, gazing out the floor-to-ceiling window, and snorted coldly, Are you crafting yourself a protective talisman? What a clever tactic. Still, he could breathe a sigh of relief. At least Su Chi's focus wasn't on him now. The other man, upon receiving the paper, completely lost his mind. That person was Zhong Dingxue. Furious, he tore the paper to shreds and stormed into his son's room.